Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. On the Douluo continent, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the Facino province, in the heart of the Holy Soul village, at the home of the village chief. When you step into this joyous arena, bearing all your dreams and aspirations, various faces adorned with diverse expressions, no one remembers your visage. After 3 rounds of drinks, you linger in a corner, stubbornly singing a bitter tune. Listening as it is drowned in the clamor, you raise your cup and tell yourself, "What do you say?" A sudden voice pierced through Dongqing's melodic musings. "What are you doing, Tang San?" Dongqing turned his head, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Tang San shrugged and replied, "Shaoqing, have you forgotten? Today marks our martial spirit awakening day, and Grandpa Jack is waiting for you outside." "I know," Dongqing replied, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his trousers. He then launched a powerful punch, the force of which felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Do not question why he struck Tang San. He simply detested being called Shaoqing, as it felt akin to being addressed with a girl's name, when he was undoubtedly a man. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. Tang San swiftly twisted his body and leaped to the right, his movements somewhat ungainly, yet he effortlessly evaded Dongqing's formidable blow. Terrifying. Shaoqing, with that punch, the average person would surely crumble. Tang San harbored a deep envy for Dongqing's innate strength despite his own aimless days. He possessed extraordinary talent with immense power, a fact that stirred great admiration within him. Meanwhile, he toiled each morning, absorbing the first wisp of violet energy from the heavens, diligently practicing the Shintian skill for years, yet he could not compare to a mere child who played in the mud all day. "Tang San, your evasive maneuvers are remarkably quick." Dongqing recognized that his opponent had mastered an entire repertoire of Tang's sect martial arts, while he himself, with sheer brute strength, found it challenging to contend with him. "Are you envious?" Tang San smirked. "What good is envy if you won't teach me?" Dongqing replied flatly. With that, he wasted no time, stepping out the door to greet the already waiting Grandpa Jack. "Grandpa Jack, shall we go?" Shaoqing, how swiftly time passes in the blink of an eye. 6 years have flown by. Grandpa Jack extended a pair of slightly weathered hands, gently ruffling the tousled hair atop Dongqing's head, a glimmer of weariness reflected in his murky eyes. Hearing Grandpa Jack refer to him as Shaoqing, Dongqing muttered begrudgingly, "Grandpa, my full name is Dongqing, not Shaoqing. Could you please refrain from calling me that?" Dongqing, a native of the earth, was a 23-year-old reclusive man. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he found himself reborn as an infant, abandoned at the entrance of Holy Soul Village, only to be discovered and raised by Grandpa Jack. "All right, whatever Shaoqing says goes. Grandpa will heed Shaoqing's wishes," Grandpa Jack said kindly. "Grandpa," Dongqing, exasperated, found it difficult to express his frustration towards Grandpa Jack. His cheeks flushed with indignation. "Ha ha ha! Shaoqing you! Cough cough cough!" At the sight of Dongqing's adorable demeanor, Grandpa Jack could not help but laugh heartily, only to be interrupted midway by a fit of coughing due to his frail condition. Witnessing this, Dongqing hurriedly approached to support Grandpa Jack, asking, "Grandpa, are you feeling all right? Should I escort you back to rest?" Though merely 6 years old, he could barely support the elder's arm, yet it brought comfort to the slightly stooped figure of the old man. "It's nothing, Shaoqing, do not worry. Grandpa is in good health. It's just that with age, one naturally encounters various ailments." After reassuring Dongqing, Grandpa Jack gently patted his shoulder, stating, "The esteemed attendant from the spirit hall has arrived in our village. He is quite busy, and we must not delay him. Moreover, even if you're not in a hurry, Shao San has long been looking forward to awakening his martial spirit." Upon hearing Grandpa Jack's words, Dongqing glanced at Tang San beside him and remarked, "What does it matter if he's eager? Isn't it true that Shao San's father, Tang Hao, has always opposed his becoming a soul master? He even wished to prevent Tang San from participating in the awakening ceremony had it not been for Tang San seeking you out. Grandpa, I doubt his father would have allowed him to partake in a martial spirit awakening." Dongqing's words held truth, leaving Tang San at a loss for a rebuttal, as he too was perplexed by his father's staunch opposition. Could it be that his family bore a grudge against the spirit hall? Nonetheless, such animosity seemed unfounded. As a mere blacksmith, how could his father cultivate enmity with the Spirit Hall, an entity with influence across two empires? Tang San truly found himself. Without words, he could not fathom the underlying reasons for his father's behavior, which only served to ignite Grandpa Jack's ire. Without hesitation, he reproached Xiao, speaking of this. It infuriates me. Had Xiao San not confided in me, I would remain oblivious to Tang Hao's intentions. What kind of parent behaves so? That old curmudgeon, a drunken wretch, he is content to stagnate while attempting to hinder his son from seizing the opportunity to partake in the Spirit Hall's annual free martial spirit awakening. Such a scoundrel, squandering his meager earnings on drink, yet begrudging his son the chance to awaken his martial spirit at the Spirit Hall, all while wearing a disgruntled expression. Does he ever pause to consider that he is a man who still requires his son's care? Does he really believe he can afford to hire a soul master from the big city to awaken Xiao San's martial spirit? At that moment, though Tang San heard Grandpa Jack's repeated insults directed at his biological father, he found himself wishing to utter 3 simple words. Rightly scolded. 10 minutes later, under Grandpa Jack's guidance, Dongqing and Tang San followed him to the central martial spirit hall of the village. However, this so-called martial spirit hall appeared to be no more than a slightly larger wooden shack. Yet, its immaculate condition, with even the corners free of dust, suggested that it was regularly maintained. The reason was simple. In the Douluo continent, every individual possessed a martial spirit, and each year, children underwent the awakening process. Thus, one could find martial spirit halls in virtually every corner of the continent. This year, 9 children were to awaken their martial spirits at the Holy Soul Village Hall, with Dongqing and Tang San being the last 2 to arrive, while the other 7 had already gathered. As Grandpa Jack led them forward, Dongqing curiously lifted his gaze to behold the legendary blindo, Su Yuntao, who appeared to be in his 20s. Standing at 7 feet tall, he bore an unremarkable appearance. Clad in a white suit, he wore a black cloak draped over his shoulders. At the center of his chest was his soul character the size of a fist, indicating his status as a member of the Spirit Hall. On his left breast, a badge depicting a long sword was engraved, with 3 swords crossing each other, symbolizing the 3rd rank of a soul master. He was a great soul master. The long sword represented offense, signifying an indomitable spirit. Thus, this attendant from the Spirit Hall was a battle spirit master. Good day, esteemed attendant. My grandson Dongqing and these 8 children are in your care for the awakening. Grandpa Jack respectfully bowed to Su Yuntao, his demeanor reflecting the deference of the lower class towards soul masters. As for why he singled out Dongqing while placing Tang San among the 8, it was clear he held greater concern for his grandson, even if he was not his biological kin. I have little time. Several other villages await my assistance in awakening their martial spirits. So let us proceed swiftly. Su Yuntao's brow bore a hint of pride as an attendant of the Spirit Hall. He took great pride in his position, regardless of his low soul power level. Still maintaining his respectful demeanor, Grandpa Jack replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you say, esteemed attendant." Afterward, he could not help but reiterate, Xiao San, remember, this gentleman is a battle spirit master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial spirits. You must cooperate with the attendant. I eagerly anticipate that one of you may become a soul master. Hearing Grandpa Jack's words, Su Yuntao's expression grew somewhat impatient as he remarked, "Enough, old Jack, you say this every year. Do you truly believe becoming a soul master is so simple? I've already passed through 9 villages, and not a single child possesses soul power, nor do they have particularly strong martial spirits." Upon hearing this, a flicker of despondency crossed Grandpa Jack's aged, murky eyes as he sighed. Alas, what the esteemed attendant says is true nowadays. Only disciples from major sects have a chance of becoming soul masters, while we ordinary villagers find it exceedingly difficult to awaken innate soul power. Su Yuntao paid little mind to Grandpa Jack's lament, having witnessed far too many children devoid of soul power, leading him to lose hope in the martial spirit awakening process long ago. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the 9 children before him. As a deacon of the spirit hall, assisting ordinary individuals in awakening their martial spirits was a duty he was obliged to fulfill, a task he had long since grown accustomed to. Children, Aeen, line up and approach one by one. In the presence of these children, mere 6-year-olds, his voice lacked the lofty authority he had employed with village chief Jack, adopting a tone that was considerably gentler. As the 9 children steadied themselves before Su Yuntao, Tang San positioned himself on the far left, while Dongqing stood on the far right, the latter appearing somewhat more robust compared to his peers. Observing the eager expressions on the children's faces, Su Yuntao revealed a smile for the first time, reminiscent of the anticipation he had once felt as he gazed up at the adult who had helped him awaken his own martial spirit. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a rank 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. I will now proceed to awaken your martial spirits one by one. Remember, do not fear whatever may transpire. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened a blue package he carried on a nearby table. From within, he retrieved 2 peculiar items, 6 pitch-black spherical stones and a brilliant blue crystal ball. With deft precision, he arranged the 6 black stones on the ground, forming a complete hexagon. He then gestured to the first child in line on the far right, namely Dongqing, to step forward. Am I really the first? Dongqing, without overthinking it, stepped into the designated area. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and sincerely feel the martial spirit that lies dormant deep within your being. Su Yuntao spoke as gently as possible, his eyes suddenly alight with intensity, a surge of soul power slowly coursing through his body. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the other 7 children, he called out with conviction, "Lone Wolf, martial spirit possession." Su Yuntao's hair, originally black and somewhat unkempt, transformed instantly to a striking gray, lengthening rapidly, while similarly gray fur sprouted on his exposed arms. Yet, it was not merely the color of his hair that changed. His limbs bulged with muscle, transforming him from a lean man into a formidable figure of strength. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to a vibrant green, and sharp claws extended from his fingertips, glinting with a faint, chilling light as 2 rings of light gradually emanated from beneath his feet. One was a white 10-year soul ring, while the other was a yellow 100-year soul ring, both of rather ordinary quality, failing to meet the standards of a perfect soul ring ratio. However, this was no fault of his own, for not everyone possesses the courage to challenge a 100-year soul beast, especially without a mentor to assist in hunting it. At that moment, the terrifying form Su Yuntao had assumed exuded an overwhelming aura that struck fear into many of the children, prompting them to instinctively wish to flee back home. Noticing their distress, Su Yuntao quickly reassured them, "Stay calm. There is no need to be afraid. This is my martial spirit, the Lone Wolf. Should any of you become a soul master in the future and possess a beast martial spirit, you will be able to wield similar abilities." Among the children who were not overly frightened, it seemed only Dongqing and Tang San remained unperturbed. The former, endowed with innate strength and vigor, felt no fear. The latter, employing his Xin Tiangong to counteract the overwhelming presence, managed to dispel his own trepidation. The disparity in their strengths was immediately apparent. Chapter 2. Innate Full Soul Power. Minutes passed. Under Su Yuntao's gentle reassurances, the emotions of the other 7 tender children gradually stabilized, managing to suppress their intense fear of the unknown. He felt no annoyance after all. These children were merely 6 years old, an age characterized by innocence and naivety. It was only natural for them to fear the appearance of his martial spirit. Well then, Qing, are you ready to be the first? Su Yuntao, momentarily unable to recall Dongqing's name, nonetheless admired the boy's lack of fear. Although Tang San was also unafraid, he perceived something peculiar about the child, whose gaze seemed overly mature, as though harboring a seasoned soul within his young body. "I am ready, Deacon," Dongqing replied, unconcerned about Su Yuntao's failure to remember his name, for he understood that to be remembered, one must demonstrate their worthiness. "Good, do not be afraid. Remember, sincerely feel the martial spirit that lies dormant deep within your being." As Dongqing regarded him with a hint of curiosity, Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, the surrounding soul power beginning to swirl around him. Ultimately, under the influence of his soul power, 6 faint green beams of light converged into lines, infusing the 6 black stones on the ground. A layer of soft golden light then radiated from the stones, forming a shimmering golden barrier that enveloped Dongqing entirely. Feel the dormant martial spirit within your body? Without hesitation, Dongqing calmed his mind and earnestly sought to connect with his martial spirit, experiencing both anticipation and a trace of inexplicable apprehension. After several seconds had passed, Dongqing found himself inexplicably sensing an ancient, desolate, and wild essence of bloodline emerging from the depths of his being. The ancient essence of blood exuded an inexplicable aura to Dongqing. It was undeniably noble, a presence that transcended time. A silent roar echoed through the skies of Douluo continent, and in an instant, a shadow that obscured the sun flickered past, unnoticed by anyone. The next moment, at the Soul Village, within the Soul Awakening ceremony platform, pain surged through him, an excruciating agony. Dongqing howled in anguish, curling up on the ground. As he cried out, a faint golden armor began to materialize around his body, intricately layered and adorned with mysterious, archaic patterns. Above his forehead, 2 long tendrils shot skyward, exuding a formidable presence. As the saying goes, adorned with a peacock-feathered golden crown, draped in golden chainmail, and clad in cloud-stepping shoes, a somersault could traverse countless miles, and a pair of fiery golden eyes could perceive all that exists. Although Dongqing did not possess the swagger of the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the faint golden armor bore a semblance to his legendary attire. After a minute or two, enduring the excruciating pain, Dongqing gradually rose from the ground, moving with great difficulty. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an ancient apex predator, enveloped the entire Soul Awakening ceremony site, instilling a profound fear in all present. Su Yuntao could not help but whisper, "What a terrifying beast martial spirit!" He could distinctly sense his own lone wolf spirit trembling in the face of this mysterious beast martial spirit, as if confronting a divine dragon from the heavens, feeling an insurmountable chasm of life levels. Fearsome, awe-inspiring, and dreadful. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Jack was moved to tears, realizing that his grandson was no ordinary individual. Tang San could not help but widen his mouth in astonishment, his tone laced with envy. "Shaoqing, your martial spirit is rather extraordinary." Not just the two of them, but the villagers watching from a distance as their children awakened their martial spirits were equally astonished. "I knew from a young age that Shaoqing possessed divine strength. I just never imagined his martial spirit would be so exceptional." "Exceptional? In what way?" "Don't ask so many questions. It's simply exceptional. Indeed, it's remarkable. I still vividly remember at the age of 3, he could effortlessly drag a massive log weighing over 100 pounds along the field as if it were a mere twig." Old Wang interjected, "Your information is outdated. Last year, when Shaoqing was 5, I saw him effortlessly subduing a rampaging water buffalo, remaining utterly composed. Such power! Shaoqing must possess at least 1,000 pounds of strength." In a dark corner nearby sat a disheveled, burly man, whose gaze had been fixed on Tang San, but was now unexpectedly drawn to Dongqing. "Interesting, I never expected to encounter a mutated martial spirit in this remote place." With that, the scruffy man took a swig from a nearby bottle. At that moment, Su Yuntao finally regained his composure and quickly reassured, "Child, do not be afraid. The first manifestation of a beast martial spirit can be a bit uncomfortable. If I am not mistaken, you possess a mutated martial spirit, which may intensify the sensations you feel." As he spoke, he looked upon Dongqing, who was adorned with faint golden armor and crowned with rising tendrils. Feeling a surge of delight within, a mutated martial spirit, an absolute rarity. As a diligent graduate of a junior Soul Master Academy, Su Yuntao was well versed in the martial spirit compendium, and he was certain that this martial spirit, absent from the compendium, was undeniably a new mutation. He could hardly believe that such a remarkable being could emerge from the obscure Soul Village. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuntao envisioned a future filled with promotions and accolades. Perhaps even the courage to confess his feelings to the one he secretly adored. A mutated martial spirit? Dongqing tilted his head in confusion, his tendrils swaying in response. In an instant, he felt a powerful ability to gather information. Within a 100-meter radius, nothing could escape the perception of his tendrils. Soon, he sensed the presence of the scruffy man drinking, a slight smile gracing his lips, though he said nothing, feigning one thing while concealing another. "Tang Hao, you truly live up to your lineage. Indeed, it was a mutated martial spirit, his name. Su Yuntao racked his brain, struggling to recall Dongqing's name, as he had not paid close attention to Elder Jack's words earlier. Seeing Su Yuntao's distress, Elder Jack promptly chimed in, "Esteemed Deacon, Dongqing is my grandson. Today, he can awaken a mutated martial spirit, all thanks to your assistance." A realization struck Su Yuntao. Yes. Dongqing, come here. I shall test your innate soul power. Just gently place your hand here. As he spoke, he extended the blue crystal ball used for testing soul power towards Dongqing, gesturing for him to place his hand upon it gently. Su Yuntao's face radiated anticipation, hoping Dongqing would possess soul power. This was his first encounter with a mutated martial spirit, and he was uncertain whether Dongqing would have any soul power. Curiosity piqued. Dongqing wondered what level of innate soul power he might possess. After all, having traversed into this realm, fate surely would not bestow him with none at all. As Dongqing pondered, he extended his hand and placed it slowly upon the blue crystal ball. However, the moment his palm met the surface, a slight tremor coursed through his body. He discovered that the seemingly tranquil blue crystal ball contained an immense pulling force, as if attempting to extract something from within him. At that moment, Dongqing distinctly felt a wondrous, gentle power quietly emerging within him, as if it had found an outlet and was surging forth uncontrollably. Perhaps this was the soul power dormant within him, Dongqing mused. He then curiously glanced at the blue crystal ball, eager to discern his innate soul power level. Just then, Su Yuntao sensed an unsettling change. He had anticipated Dongqing's soul power to be around levels 5 or 6. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball in his hand illuminated brilliantly, a dazzling blue radiance spreading from a single point. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled like a precious gem, exuding a captivating blue halo. According to traditional soul power testing methods, even a faint glimmer of soul power within the blue crystal ball would confirm the existence of soul power in the subject. Yet, this blue crystal ball shone with such resplendent brilliance. Thus, there was only one explanation. Su Yuntao could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Heavens! Dongqing, you possess innate full soul power." At that moment, his gaze upon the boy transformed entirely, akin to beholding a marvel. Not only did he possess a mutated martial spirit, but he also bore innate full soul power. What an astonishing talent! Tang San, witnessing the scene, inquired with curiosity, "Esteemed Deacon, what does it mean to have innate full soul power?" Upon hearing someone inquire about innate full soul power, Su Yuntao instinctively began to elucidate. When an individual awakens their martial soul, in addition to the form of the martial soul determining its strength, the extent of innate soul power is also of paramount importance. Most individuals possess no soul power at the moment of martial soul awakening. A lack of soul power signifies a life destined to remain devoid of the title of soul master. Conversely, the mere existence of soul power, even if but a trace, allows for cultivation through meditation. During martial soul awakening, the level of innate soul power is crucial for a soul master, as it dictates the initial height of their cultivation journey. Furthermore, a higher innate soul power level naturally facilitates accelerated postnatal cultivation. Innate full soul power represents the pinnacle of what can be achieved at the moment of martial soul awakening, and it embodies the highest potential for cultivation possessed by a soul master. As a mere servant at the lowest echelons of the martial soul hall, Su Yuntao was unaware that divine-level martial souls could reach an innate level of 20, yet he held a profound understanding of what innate full soul power truly signifies. Unless one possesses the worthless soul blue silver grass, any martial soul with even a hint of offensive nature, if endowed with innate full soul power, is destined to become a significant figure. As for the magnitude of that figure, in Su Yuntao's world, attaining the rank of 7-ring soul sage is already a remarkable achievement. Innate full soul power, coupled with a mutated martial soul. Shaoqing, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Tang San could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, instantly feeling a pang of envy that made his teeth ache. From childhood to adulthood, he had always envied Dongqing, and now that envy had only intensified. Chapter 3. A choice within the heart. Let us momentarily set aside Tang San's envious gaze. As the physical pain subsided, a peculiar sensation surged within Dongqing's heart, as if there were an unformed horn hidden above his forehead. I simply wish for my martial soul to mutate. I do not desire to mutate myself. Dongqing's emotions were somewhat complex. Initially elated by his innate full soul power and the transformation of his martial soul, this inexplicable sensation soon diminished significantly. To others, Dongqing appeared unfazed by his extraordinary innate talent, seemingly unperturbed by his own gifts. Little did they know, he was wrestling with a strange feeling regarding the changes occurring within his body. Why do I constantly feel as though I am not human? Am I perhaps a shape-shifting monster? No wonder I possess such innate strength. But I have lived for over 20 years in China, and yet no Taoist priest has come to capture me. Dongqing was troubled, yet he could not share these bizarre thoughts with anyone, as they were merely personal conjectures and hardly credible. While Dongqing was in his state of distress, Su Yintao approached village chief Jack to inquire about Dongqing. A few minutes later, Dongqing noticed the conversation between Jack and Su Yintao had concluded. He asked, "Sir, how do I retract my martial soul manifestation? I find it rather inconvenient to remain in this state." Exhibiting remarkable patience, Su Yintao replied gently, "Do not rush, Dongqing. Take a deep breath to calm the surging soul power within you, and then attempt to retract your martial soul manifestation. It should be easier that way." After demonstrating the technique himself, he retracted the lone wolf martial soul back into his body. In the Douluo continent, martial souls can be broadly categorized into weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and divine martial souls. Additionally, these can be further divided into subcategories such as control type, assault type, agility type, support type, food type, defense type, healing type, and pure agility type. The Aeen hammer represents weapon martial souls, while the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex symbolizes beast martial souls, and the angel martial soul epitomizes divine martial souls. Only beast martial souls can manifest, enhancing their power and defenses, and can further evolve upon reaching level 30. Calming my soul power and relaxing my mind will allow me to retract the martial soul manifestation. Dongqing mimicked Su Yintao's actions, and after several minutes of effort, the faint golden armor and the towering tendrils on his forehead gradually vanished. However, as the manifestation faded, he keenly sensed the loss of his tendrils' probing ability, no longer able to perceive everything within a 100-meter radius. Simultaneously, the surge of strength that had more than doubled within him dissipated as well. Reflecting on this, Dongqing thought, "It seems this is the enhancement brought about by the martial soul manifestation. But what kind of martial soul do I possess? Why is my martial soul manifestation so formidable?" The awakening of a martial soul does not come with an auditory cue or a mental notification. Instead, it relies on the ancient martial soul compendium of the Douluo continent to ultimately confirm the nature of one's awakened martial soul. Su Yintao, who had assisted countless 6-year-olds in awakening their martial souls, had naturally perused the exclusive martial soul compendium of the Martial Soul Hall, which encompasses all martial soul types across the continent. This is why he could instantly identify Dongqing's awakening of a mutated martial soul. As a newly emerged mutated martial soul, it could undoubtedly be classified as a powerful beast martial soul in the compendium, significantly aiding him in both his career and romantic endeavors. "Sir, I have retracted my martial soul manifestation. What should I do next?" Dongqing inquired, blinking his large eyes. In truth, he possessed not only innate strength, but also a striking appearance that far surpassed that of his peer, Tang San. At least within the confines of Holy Soul Village, he was undeniably the charming young boy, with no child more endearing than him. "Ah, you flatter me. Please do not call me sir. Just call me Brother Tao. Your future is boundless, far beyond what I, a mere lowly servant of the Martial Soul Hall, could ever compare to." Su Yintao quickly waved his hand. Dongqing, with a serious expression, replied, "But, regardless of how great my future achievements may be, you, Brother Tao, are the one who helped me awaken my martial soul." Upon hearing this, Su Yintao's lips curled into a slight smile, an involuntary hint of joy appearing on his face. In his view, Dongqing's future achievements were limitless. He would at least become a soul sage, and perhaps even a title Douluo was not out of reach. The fact that this potential title Douluo called him Brother Tao filled Su Yintao with quiet delight. Yet, amidst his joy, he did not forget the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, Su Yintao said, "Ahem. Dongqing, please rest for a moment. I have something to discuss with you shortly. Now, let me see the next 8 children to check if any of them possess talents comparable to yours." After speaking, he beckoned the next eager child to the martial soul awakening ceremony while Dongqing made his way to Village Chief Jack. Village Chief Jack extended his aged hands, gently tousling Dongqing's hair. With a benevolent expression, he remarked, "Little Qing, your talent in martial souls and innate soul power is beyond doubt, far exceeding that of ordinary soul masters. Otherwise, sir would not have been so astonished. Of course, I am a genius. Though I am still unsure of the specifics of my martial soul, I can tell it must be extraordinary, Dongqing said, puffing out his chest with pride. Although he was a transmigrator, he adhered to a principle: to play his part well. A child should act like a child, carefree and playful, without the burden of contemplating the future. For sometimes, destiny is an unyielding force, and living well in the present is of utmost importance. At that moment, as if recalling something, Village Chief Jack spoke again. Little Qing, soon sir will likely invite you to join the Martial Soul Hall. I hope you will not refuse. Join the Martial Soul Hall. The three beauties of the Martial Soul Hall. How enchanting. Dongqing's mind was flooded with impure thoughts, peculiar images beginning to surface. Yet soon after, he realized the impracticality of such notions, and these unclean thoughts faded into nothingness. Who is Bai Dong? Would she ever take an interest in an ordinary man like me? Moreover, I am currently powerless despite my desires. Grandpa Jack, why do you wish for me to join the Martial Soul Hall? Dongqing asked curiously, tilting his small face upward. His eyes sparkled with innocence, resembling a child unacquainted with the complexities of the world. Observing Dongqing's perplexed expression, Village Chief Jack glanced at Su Yuntao, who was still assisting other children in awakening their martial souls, selflessly utilizing his own soul power. To avoid interrupting the esteemed servant, he gently took Dongqing's hand and led him out of the tidy wooden house. Long ago, we ordinary people had to pay exorbitant sums to city soul masters to awaken our martial souls. However, for us ordinary individuals, the majority of whom awaken mundane martial souls resembling simple tools like hoes and sickles, the rarity of those endowed with innate soul power is astonishingly low. During those times, many financially strained families were compelled to forego the awakening of their martial souls, as they could ill afford the services of a soul master to assist them. Without the awakening of their martial souls, the cultivation of soul power became a distant dream. In that era of despair, countless prodigies, akin to the remarkable Shaoqing, faded into obscurity, deprived of assistance in awakening their martial souls. As Village Chief Jack spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears, as if reminiscing about long-forgotten memories. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, with the tears merely glistening at the corners of his eyes. Raising a withered, aged hand, he discreetly wiped away the solitary tear that had escaped. However, ever since the Martial Soul Hall began its ascent across the continent, we ordinary people have been graced with newfound hope. They dispatched numerous lower-tier officials to aid us impoverished villagers in awakening our martial souls free of charge. The sole request of the Martial Soul Hall was to establish a branch in each village. As long as this branch exists, no matter how dilapidated or humble it may be, officials from the Martial Soul Hall will personally visit our village each year to assist us in awakening our martial souls at no cost. Now, Shaoqing, do you understand why your grandfather wishes for you to join the Martial Soul Hall? With that, Village Chief Jack gently patted Dongqing's shoulder, his heart swirling with complex emotions. Gratefulness. Do you hope that I may assist more common soul masters, Grandfather Jack? Dongqing inquired, scratching his head. He was utterly unaware of the circumstances prior to the emergence of the Martial Soul Hall. Having watched anime in his previous life, he had never encountered such narratives. He had never anticipated that awakening a martial soul would require financial investment, a burden too great for most families to bear. Upon reflecting on this, Dongqing glanced at Tang San in the distance and felt an impulse to confront him. However, he recalled a certain disheveled man he had sensed earlier. This man, petty and prone to bullying the weak. After pondering for a few moments, Dongqing decided to abandon this reckless notion, prioritizing his own safety instead. Village Chief Jack kindly remarked, "Of course, Grandfather hopes that you, Shaoqing, can assist more common soul masters. However, ultimately, it depends on your own will. If it does not resonate with your heart, do not force yourself. Grandfather only wishes for you to live happily." "I understand, Grandfather Jack," Dongqing responded earnestly, nodding in determination, having made up his mind. Chapter 4. The Grief of Tang San. On the other side, the soul awakening ceremony was in full swing. Su Yuntao was filled with hope to unearth another genius. Yet as the event progressed, it became apparent that the last two participants still did not possess the potential to become soul masters. The 6 children who had awakened their soul powers manifested only simple weapons like hoes and sickles, or even blue silver grass. Not a single beast-type martial spirit emerged. As for their soul power, Su Yuntao deemed it to be none. Soon, it was the turn of the penultimate child, who gently placed his tender hand upon the blue crystal ball. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao, with a hint of disappointment, declared, "You possess no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." His gaze then shifted to the final participant, Tang San. With a gentle beckon, he invited him to stand at the center of the soul awakening platform. At last, it was the moment for the last child. Having exerted soul power continuously, Su Yuntao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Nevertheless, he prepared to assist this final child in completing the awakening process. Open your palm, do not be anxious, and carefully sense the martial spirit that lies within you. With anticipation etched on his face, Tang San extended his right hand. Miraculously, a pale blue sprout gradually manifested in the center of his palm, swaying gently in the breeze. Simultaneously, a hard little hammer appeared in his tightly clenched left hand, an object that felt quite rough. However, the cautious Tang San chose to conceal it, keeping his left palm closed. Observing this scene, Su Yuntao let out a resigned sigh. Alas, another useless martial spirit. It seems that, aside from Dongqing, none of you 8 possessed the talent to become soul masters. Very well, children, you may leave now. Initially, Dongqing's anomalous martial spirit and innate full soul power had filled him with great hope. Perhaps many children with soul power potential could be discovered this time. Yet, in the end, only Dongqing emerged, leaving Su Yuntao at a loss for words due to the stark contrast. Sir, you have yet to conduct my soul power test. Tang San interjected, his tone somewhat urgent as he noticed Su Yuntao preparing to put away the blue crystal ball. Without turning around, Su Yuntao replied, there is no need for a test. I have yet to see anyone with blue silver grass, such a worthless martial spirit, possess soul power. I understand your envy of Dongqing, but geniuses are always a rarity. One must accept their fate. Accept fate? Tang San's gaze lingered on Dongqing, then shifted to the blue silver grass within his right palm, causing a tumult of emotions to swirl within him. Just as he contemplated revealing the hammer martial spirit hidden in his left hand to impress Su Yuntao and undergo a soul power test, a deep cough resonated through the air. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Hao's somewhat disheveled figure appeared outside the Soul Division Hall of Holy Spirit Village, and he gently beckoned to Tang San, saying, Little San, come home with Dad. Dad. Tang San appeared reluctant, still yearning for his soul power test. Now, immediately, come with me. Tang Hao's expression hardened, his tone filled with undeniable authority. Fine. Tang San turned back repeatedly, his heart heavy. He observed Su Yuntao hurriedly packing away 6 dark, round stones and a bright blue crystal ball before approaching Dongqing to converse. What are you staring at? Come back home with me. With that, Tang Hao took hold of Tang San, placing him upon his shoulder, and together they departed step by step. The other children who had not awakened their soul power were similarly escorted home by their parents. Although they felt a tinge of disappointment, it was not unexpected. Setting aside Dongqing's anomalous martial spirit and innate full soul power, the reality remained that it was rare to find a child with the potential to cultivate as a soul master. The awakening of martial spirits at the age of 6 was far more brutal than a college entrance examination in any realm, as individuals with innate soul power were exceedingly scarce. As most had departed, only Dongqing, village chief Jack, and Su Yuntao remained seated on a large stone, engaged in conversation. Old Jack, first and foremost, congratulations. Your grandson Dongqing possesses the talent to become a soul master, and of the highest caliber, Su Yuntao remarked warmly, his previous arrogance having faded. Village chief Jack replied, I must extend my gratitude to you, esteemed steward, for facilitating the awakening of his martial spirit. Otherwise, little Qing's immense potential might have gone unnoticed. With that, he stood to bow in appreciation for Su Yuntao's years of selflessly helping the village children awaken their martial spirits without seeking any recompense. Seeing this, Su Yuntao quickly supported him, humbly stating, this is all part of our duty, as required by the esteemed Pope. Besides, I am also a commoner soul master. There is no need for such formalities, old Jack. Pope Bibidon had decreed that no matter how remote a village might be, as long as it had a soul division hall, a ceremony for martial spirit awakening must be personally conducted, regardless of how rudimentary the facilities. This decree was etched in the hearts of commoner soul masters, who willingly dedicated their soul power for the cause. Although assisting others in awakening martial spirits did not require a significant expenditure of soul power and could be replenished with a bit of meditation, not everyone was inclined to help others. Many sought to profit. It was only after Bibidon rose to prominence as the Pope of the Spirit Hall that such circumstances began to improve. After exchanging pleasantries, Village Chief Jack and Su Yuntao finally shifted the conversation to Dongqing. Su Yuntao spoke earnestly, Old Jack, your grandson Dongqing's exceptional talent makes joining the Spirit Hall a splendid opportunity for him. Furthermore, considering our long-standing friendship, each time I am the first to come to Holy Spirit Village to assist the children in awakening their martial spirits. You must not deny me this favor. Naturally, how could I refuse the esteemed steward's request? However, as it pertains to little Qing's future, we must deliberate carefully. Village Chief Jack neither agreed nor declined. His worldly wisdom was evident as he sought to secure the best opportunities for Dongqing. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of what innate full soul power and an anomalous martial spirit truly signified, namely, that Dongqing would acquire the finest resources for cultivation without his assistance. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yuntao discerned the elderly man's underlying thoughts and spoke, "Rest assured, old Jack. Upon my return, I will report Dongqing's talent to the Lord of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, ascending through the ranks until it reaches the Pope. I assure you, he will receive the best training available." "That is splendid news. Thank you, esteemed steward," Village Chief Jack expressed, feeling satisfied. Turning to Dongqing, he asked kindly, "Little Qing, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" "I do," Dongqing replied, nodding vigorously, having made his decision. "Excellent. I shall return to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to report this matter. Old Jack, do not worry. Within a month, the Spirit Hall will send someone to escort Dongqing to the finest Soul Master Academy," Su Yuntao concluded before hastily departing. Chapter 5. Dongqing ascends to the heavens. 3 days later, in the Holy Spirit Village of Nodding City, within the Pope's Palace in the Martial Soul City. "Your Holiness, this is an urgent letter from the Martial Soul Branch in Nodding City of the Tiando Empire. Please, take a look." A female soul master clad in silver-white armor stepped forward, holding a letter sealed with fire wax. "An urgent letter?" Seated upon the throne, Bibi Dong extended her delicate white hand, receiving the letter with poise before gently tearing open the wax seal. Her stature was modest, approximately 1.70 meters, adorned in a splendid golden gown that complemented her figure perfectly. Her fair skin, slender waist, and near-perfect visage rendered her strikingly unique, noble, elegant, and serene. All the beautiful words in the world seemed to fit this woman, who, despite her age, bore no marks of time. Moreover, she was the second individual in history to possess twin martial souls. The first, the Death Spider Emperor. The second, the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. Both were demonic spider-type souls, embodying the majesty of insect soul beasts. She was also the first genius to overcome the backlash of twin martial souls, previously the youngest title Douluo in history, and currently the youngest unparalleled title Douluo at level 99. An unknown mutated martial soul with innate full soul power. Quite impressive. This little fellow Dongqing is a prodigy, and he is willing to join the Martial Soul Hall. A sweet smile graced Bibi Dong's face. After a few moments of contemplation, she commanded, "Issue my orders. All members of the Martial Soul Branch in Nodding City shall be promoted 1 rank. As for the one who discovered Dongqing, Su Yuntao, grant him the token of the Branch Master." "Yes, Your Holiness." The silver-armored female Soul Master nodded before gracefully exiting the Pope's palace. Once again, the vast hall was left with only Bibi Dong. She gazed at the clouds in the sky, her pupils tranquil, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. Was she reminiscing about someone? Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong slightly shook her head, organizing her thoughts. With a gentle flick of her finger, a wave of soul power instantly emanated from her. Approximately 3 minutes later, a sound of rushing air broke the silence. "Your Holiness, what summons you to call for me?" Zhu Huaguan appeared within the Pope's palace, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong. Zhu Huaguan was merely his nickname. His true name was Yuguan, an elder of the Martial Soul Hall and a title Douluo of level 94, known as Zhu Title Douluo, due to his martial soul, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Elder Zhu, a mutated martial soul with innate full soul power, has been discovered in a small village named Holy Spirit Village in the Nodding City of the Tiando Empire. I hope you will personally retrieve this young genius for me. Bibi Dong's voice was calm, a facade she maintained before others to conceal her inner joys and sorrows. A mutated martial soul with innate full soul power? Zhu Huaguan's heart stirred with excitement, and he quickly replied, "Congratulations, Your Holiness. Such a talented young man joining the Martial Soul Hall will surely become a cornerstone for the next generation. Go, Elder Zhu, and remember to bring him directly to me upon your return." With that, Bibi Dong rose, grasping her Pope's scepter, and departed the hall with a light step. "Your orders shall be obeyed, Your Holiness." Bowing his head, Zhu Huaguan waited until Bibi Dong's figure vanished completely before he leisurely exited the Pope's palace, setting off towards Nodding City. 1 day later, in the Tiando Empire, Nodding City, Holy Spirit Village. 2 days ago, that irresponsible father Tang Hao took the young Tang San, and left the village without a word. I wonder where they are now. Village Chief Jack lamented. Don't worry about Tang San and his father, Grandpa Jack. They must have gone to a suitable place, Dongqing reassured him. I hope so. I wish that scoundrel Tang Hao would take on his responsibilities as a father sooner rather than later, instead of relying on little Tang San to care for him. After finishing his words, Village Chief Jack shifted the topic to Dongqing. Little Qing, have you said your goodbyes to the uncles and aunties in the village? The steward mentioned that someone from the Martial Soul Hall will surely come for you within a month. Goodbyes? Dongqing had spent the past few days familiarizing himself with martial soul possession, and now he could summon and dismiss his martial soul almost instantaneously. I can tell you haven't. Hurry and go. Village Chief Jack playfully patted Dongqing's head, feigning annoyance. Okay, I understand, Grandpa Jack. I'll go right away. Just as Dongqing stepped out the door, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Holy Spirit Village. However, the intensity was fleeting, and the villagers merely thought it was a momentary palpitation. At that moment, Dongqing stood frozen, staring at the figure of Zhu Huaguan that had suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, he activated his martial soul, enveloping himself in a light golden armor. With two towering antennae standing upright from his forehead, emanating the aura of a top predator that nearly compelled Zhu Huaguan to unleash his own soul power. I take it you are Dongqing? Zhu Huaguan's voice was androgynous. If it weren't for the pronounced Adam's apple on his neck, one would hardly guess he was a man. His skin appeared as tender as a baby's, and his flamboyant appearance exuded an odd charm, complemented by a gaudy red robe adorned with golden and silver patterns, with a gem the size of a baby's fist embedded on his chest. I am. May I ask who you are? Dongqing inquired, lifting his gaze. Although he had deduced that this effeminate figure was Zhu Huaguan, they had never met before, so he feigned confusion. I am Zhu, an elder of the Martial Soul Hall. You may call me Elder Zhu. I have come to Holy Spirit Village on the orders of Her Holiness the Pope to personally escort you to the Martial Soul City. Zhu Huaguan sensed the soul power emanating from Dongqing, precisely a level 10 fluctuation, fulfilling the criteria for innate full soul power. Furthermore, the imposing aura and the towering antennae indicated a truly unprecedented mutated martial soul. Her Holiness the Pope? Dongqing scratched his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. Had he already piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity? Noticing Dongqing's bewilderment, Zhu Huaguan assumed he was unaware of who the Pope was, as many of the common folk lived under such pressure that they had little interest in the true name of the Pope. Indeed, the esteemed Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, has taken note of your exceptional talents and wishes to meet you in person, Zhu Huaguan explained. At that moment, Village Chief Jack, who had just stepped out the door, overheard the conversation. The Pope, the esteemed Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, he gasped, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. In his lifetime, he had only encountered individuals of the highest rank, such as the master of the Martial Soul Branch in Notting City. Now, with the Pope before him, he found himself unsure of how to express his emotions. Well, time is of the essence. I cannot delay much longer. Dongqing, come with me at once. With a casual gesture, Chrysanthemum Guan summoned a magnificent golden petal that materialized from thin air, gesturing for Dongqing to ascend upon it. However, Dongqing had intended to bid farewell to Grandpa Jack. Yet, in the next instant, he was unceremoniously propelled onto the golden petal. As a gentle breeze caressed the air, the petal, bearing Dongqing, gracefully ascended into the sky, capturing the attention of many in Holy Soul Village, who marveled at the sight of the golden petal. Is Shaoqing ascending to the heavens? Chapter 6. Little Wu was frightened away as Tang San and Tang Hao's figures gradually faded along the official road towards other cities in the Heaven Do Empire. The setting sun cast a warm glow, enveloping the horizon in hues of twilight. After walking for an indeterminate time, Tang San could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Father, why must we leave Holy Soul Village? Grandpa Jack has always treated us so kindly. It is precisely because of his kindness that I wish to spare that village from suffering, especially since Aeen remains nearby. Her blue-silver domain capable of sensing everything there, Tang Hao thought to himself. However, he could not divulge these matters to Tang San. He could not reveal his intent to eliminate Dongqing, nor could he risk Aeen's awareness of his desire for revenge, even if it meant causing harm to a child. With a heavy heart, he gently ruffled Tang San's hair and said, Little San, do you not aspire to become a Soul Master? I will take you to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Despite his verbal reluctance to let Tang San embark on the path of a Soul Master, He knew that even if Tang San resisted, he had to send him to the academy for his education. In the Douluo continent, becoming a soul master was the only viable path. The chasm between commoners and soul masters was akin to that between heaven and earth. But my martial soul is blue silvergrass, and the deacon from the spirit hall said that I possess no innate soul power, Tang San replied, his face filled with helplessness. That is merely the ignorance of those from the spirit hall, little San. Remember, you undoubtedly possess soul power, Tang Hao reassured, patting Tang San's small head. Even a level 20 soul master like Su Yuntao could help awaken a martial soul, an innate soul power, and as a title Douluo. He certainly recognized the innate soul power residing within his son. Possess soul power? Tang San's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, akin to a bright bulb illuminating the darkness. If I am not mistaken, when you awakened your martial soul, you also awakened a hammer martial soul, did you not? If I had not intervened, you might have been tempted to show off before that deacon from the spirit hall, Tang Hao remarked. I just wanted him to help me test my innate soul power. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, before summoning both the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer martial souls simultaneously. Little rascal, remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right. Promise me, you will always safeguard it, Tang Hao said, his expression complex as he gazed at the dual martial souls manifesting in Tang San's hands. Meanwhile, in the uninhabited expanse of the sky above the outer regions of the Stardo forest, Dongqing sat upon a golden petal, gazing down at the vibrant flora and lush trees of the forest, his heart swelling with excitement as he could not help but shout, "Woohoo! Take off!" Zhu Guan glanced back at Dongqing, choosing not to comment, understanding that children often acted unpredictably. At that moment, a passing little girl with rabbit ears heard the exuberant shout and curiously looked up, nearly frightened into hiding. "He is the wicked villain who killed my mother," little Wu exclaimed in shock, covering her cherry lips with wide, frightened eyes fixed on Zhu Guan. She had never forgotten him, the ghost Douluo, nor Bibi Dong. It was they who had found her mother, and in her mother's desperate struggle to delay them with her invincible golden body, she had managed to escape their pursuit. Is that the aura of 100,000-year soul beast? Zhu Guan sensed a fleeting ripple of soul power, unmistakably that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Just as he prepared to utilize his soul power for a closer inspection, two terrifying auras erupted instantaneously. "Moo!" roared the daming Tianqing bull python. "Roar!" echoed the erming titan giant ape. "Hiss! Are those not the Tianqing bull python and the titan giant ape? Shouldn't they be in the core area of the Stardo forest? Why have they suddenly come to the outer regions?" Zhu Guan quickly adjusted the altitude of the golden petal, for his mission was to escort Dongqing to Spirit City, not to engage with these 100,000-year soul beasts. While many were aware of the presence of 100,000-year soul beasts in the core area of the Stardo forest, they typically banded together, posing a substantial threat. Particularly, the Tianqing bull python and the titan giant ape surpassed ordinary title Douluos, requiring at least a peak Douluo of level 95 or above to contend with them. Yet, title Douluos were often wary of one another, each reluctant to assist another in acquiring 100,000-year soul bones, nor did they wish to become stepping stones for others. Sister Little Wu, perhaps you should reconsider venturing into the human world. You have only just stepped out of the core area of the Stardo forest, and already you encounter a human title Douluo. Had we not been here, the outcome could have been dire, the damning Tianqing bull python advised, lowering its massive head. Indeed, the human world is fraught with danger. They harbor malice towards soul beasts. Sister Little Wu, why must you insist on traveling there now? Remain safely within the core area of the Stardo forest. Once your soul power naturally ascends to level 60, those title Douluos will no longer perceive your true form. At that point, you may roam freely across the vast world. There is no need to rush into the human realm, the erming titan giant ape added, squatting down to offer its counsel. The immense figures of the Tianqing bull python and the titan giant ape exuded an aura of formidable power, causing surrounding soul beasts to flee in terror, none daring to approach them. Yet, before a 6-year-old girl, they lowered their terrifying heads, gently persuading her not to venture into the perilous human world. All right, daming, erming, enough with the clamor. I shall not go, Little Wu will not go. Little Wu responded, her heart racing as she reflected on the earlier encounter. Having barely made her entrance, she had already stumbled upon a title Douluo, and with her current strength in tatters, venturing into the human realm would surely be courting death. Ultimately, she heeded the advice of daming and erming. lightly leaping onto the head of the daming Tianqing bull python, returning to the safety of the core area of the Douluo forest. Elder Juhua! Elder Juhua! Dongqing called out loudly. In an instant, the golden petal beneath him soared alongside Juhua Guan. What is it, young lad? Juhua Guan's voice held a hint of allure. What were those roars just now? Which soul beasts produced such overwhelming waves of soul power? Dongqing inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had sensed two overwhelming waves of soul power crashing towards him. Had Juhua Guan not maneuvered the golden petal to ascend rapidly, he might have been rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Your sensitivity to soul power is quite remarkable. You discerned that there were two soul beasts. As for their identities, you will learn all about them once you peruse the comprehensive Soul Hall's Martial Soul Illustrated Guide, Juhua Guan replied, somewhat surprised by Dongqing's keen perception. Most would merely feel the earth-shattering pressure of the soul power without the capacity to distinguish its sources. Elder Juhua, what levels are those soul beasts? How can they be so formidable? Dongqing pressed on. What levels? Both of them are 100,000-year soul beasts residing in the core area of the Douluo forest. In terms of human levels, they possess the prowess of tidal Douluos. It remains a mystery why they have ventured to the outer regions of the Douluo forest. Juhua Guan explained. 100,000-year soul beasts? From the core area of the Douluo forest, and two of them. Could they be the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape? What could possibly compel them to the outer regions? At this moment, Dongqing remains unaware that his arrival has summoned the tidal Douluo from Juhua Pass to unexpectedly descend upon Holy Soul Village. While traversing the outskirts of the Douluo forest, he inadvertently collided with the timid Xiao Wu, who had just ventured out from the heart of the Douluo forest, successfully sending this little rabbit scurrying back. Time flows ceaselessly, and before long, they have arrived at the Soul Master City. Chapter 7. Interrupted by Hulaina as Dongqing gazed down, the outline of Wuhuan City gradually came into view. Although it was significantly smaller than the colossal Tiando City, it still left him in awe. The city walls, towering at 80 meters and over 30 meters thick, were constructed from solid granite, a testament to the remarkable architectural prowess of its builders. Despite being accustomed to the grand structures of Huaxia in his previous life, Dongqing couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of Wuhuan City, knowing that such a feat was accomplished by ordinary people, as the Soul Masters held far too high a status to engage in construction themselves. Moments later, golden petals gently descended, and Dongqing stepped down. Remember to follow me. Flying is prohibited above Wuhuan City. For now, I can only guide you inside, said Juhua Guan, her tone soft and delicate. Understood, Elder Ju, Dongqing replied, promptly following her lead. Upon entering Wuhuan City, he perceived an expansive emptiness. The streets were sparsely populated, and the shops lining them were few. The wares for sale primarily catered to the needs of soul masters, including storage-type soul devices, which were exorbitantly priced and thus unattainable for the average person. At that moment, a cardinal approached, bowing respectfully upon seeing Juhua Guan. Elder Ju, His Holiness the Pope has sent me to escort him to the papal palace. Very well. My task is complete. Dongqing, follow him. The Pope awaits you. Do not disappoint her. Juhua Guan cast a contemplative glance at Dongqing, aware that the first test arranged by the Pope was about to commence. However, he refrained from divulging this to Dongqing, as the path of a soul master was arduous, and success depended on one's innate talent and perseverance. I will, Dongqing said, slightly puzzled, as he followed the cardinal towards the papal palace, eager to meet the formidable Pope who reigned over the Douluo continent. The rise of Bibi Dong as the Pope was unexpected for many, particularly because of her gender. Initially, there were numerous dissenting voices within the Wuhuan temple. However, once she unleashed her unmatched spirit power at the level of a 99th rank Douluo, all opposition fell silent. Moreover, even the elder Qian Daolu did not dare to speak against her. What could outsiders possibly say? In a tranquil garden, 12-year-old Hulaina sat in a swing, her expression one of discontent. Despite her youth, her beauty was undeniable, with a fair complexion, shoulder-length golden hair, and an alluring figure. Her unhappiness stemmed from her teacher, Bibi Dong, informing her of a potential new junior disciple. The thought of losing her teacher's exclusive affection troubled her greatly, especially upon learning that the boy named Dongqing was arriving that very day. I must see what makes him worthy of being my teacher's new disciple, Hulaina resolved, rising abruptly to seek Dongqing's abilities. However, before she could venture far into the bustling streets of Wuhuan City, she was intercepted by her brother, Xieyu, and Yan. Initially, they were merely passing by to purchase some items, but upon witnessing Hulaina's irate demeanor, they immediately stopped her. Laena, tell your brother. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Xiaoyu asked with genuine concern, mistaking her anger for distress. Is someone bothering you? I will not let them off easily, Yin vowed, his protective instincts flaring. Having long harbored feelings for Hu Laena, he was even more incensed, silently vowing to incinerate the offending party. Bro, Yin, you're mistaken. I'm fine, and no one is bothering me. And Yin, please don't call me Laena. Besides, you both mustn't follow me. I have my own matters to attend to, Hu Laena retorted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She could not reveal that she was envious of the future junior disciple, a matter too shameful to voice. After managing to evade them, Hu Laena decided to lie in wait along the route to the papal palace, anticipating Dongqing's arrival. Meanwhile, on the streets of Wuhuan City, Dongqing followed the cardinal steadily towards the papal palace, oblivious to the jealous girl lurking nearby. In the papal palace, Bibidong quietly inquired, Elder Ju, who do you believe possesses superior talent, my disciple or Dongqing? Well, you personally retrieved him, so you should know, Guimei responded, casting a glance at Zhu Huaguan. Zhu Huaguan hesitated, aware that he was being asked to choose between Hu Laena and Dongqing, a task he found most uncomfortable. Speak, I wish to know. Bibidong's voice was firm and unyielding. Realizing he had no choice, Zhu Huaguan replied, in terms of innate spirit power, both Dongqing and Laena possess full innate spirit power. Their differences are negligible. As for their spirits, Dongqing has an ant-type mutated spirit, while Laena possesses a fox spirit. However, I have yet to witness the true power of Dongqing's mutated spirit, so I cannot accurately assess their strengths. While Zhu Huaguan's words were skillfully diplomatic, the critical information left Bibidong deep in thought. A mutated ant spirit, the most formidable being the Titan Ant King. Could this child be a variant of the Titan Ant King? Given that the Titan Ant King is already a royal-grade spirit, if we apply the theory that a successful mutation elevates a spirit's quality by 1 rank, could his mutated spirit rival that of the divine-level spirit, the Angel of Snow? With this revelation, Bibidong declared, we shall soon witness a comparison of their spirit strengths. However, Xiaoyu and Yin are stealthily tailing Laena. Elder Guimei, please keep an eye on them. I cannot allow them to disrupt my meticulously crafted plan. Yes, Your Holiness, Guimei replied, disappearing like a phantom, unseen as he moved. Outside the papal palace, the cardinal addressed Dongqing, Child, I can only accompany you this far. The path within is yours to traverse alone. Remember, just keep moving forward. And you will reach the papal palace, where the Pope awaits your arrival. With that, he left Dongqing at the periphery of the papal palace. In a fit of frustration, Dongqing yearned to unleash a torrent of invective. However, he refrained, acutely aware that this marked the second occasion he had been abandoned. Was it truly impossible to accompany him directly to meet Bibidong? Faced with no other recourse, Dongqing resolutely crossed the threshold of the Pope's hall, advancing deeper into its sanctum alone. Fortunately, the spirit hall guards he encountered along the way seemed to have been discreetly briefed, as they recognized his identity and made no attempt to impede his progress. A solitary figure traversing towards his teacher's domain, and notably a mere 6-year-old boy. It was evident that he was the cherished young disciple held in high regard by his mentor. Hu Laena crouched in a corner, silently observing Dongqing as he approached, her eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy. As Dongqing neared her position, she swiftly rose and exclaimed with a commanding voice, Hey, little brat. Halt. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 8. Bibidong takes action personally me? Dongqing pointed to himself. Indeed, it is you. Halt, do not move. Hu Laena affirmed with a nod. She was 6 years older than Dongqing and was undergoing rapid physical development, particularly when standing before him. He was not even as tall as her thigh. Is there something you need? Dongqing wished to avoid trouble, as he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. At this moment, he was unaware that this golden-haired sister was Hu Laena, as she had yet to fully mature, and her appearance did not yet reflect her future self. Of course, I have something to discuss with you. Hu Laena extended her delicate hand, resting it on Dongqing's shoulder, her enchanting eyes scanning him. Noticing he was merely cute but possessed no extraordinary traits, she decided to use her first soul skill, enchantment. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings spiraled up from beneath Hu Laena's feet, accompanied by a fleeting phantom of a fiery red fox. A faint smile graced her lips, and as her martial soul was unleashed, she appeared even more beautiful, a fluffy fox tail sprouting from behind her. What are you doing? Dongqing, bewildered, fell victim to her charm. His spirit was drawn into an illusion, where the golden-haired sister before him radiated an irresistible allure, seemingly capable of controlling his body and mind. However, the martial soul within Dongqing was stimulated, instantly entering a martial soul possession state. With a resounding roar, an echoing cry reverberated through the air. A mysterious ant-like martial soul flickered behind Dongqing, enveloping him in a faint golden armor. Two towering antennae emerged from his forehead, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him, a rebellious spirit surging forth. This overwhelming force shattered Huaina's illusion, as if it were but a fleeting dream. Before Dongqing could fully comprehend the situation, the illusion had been forcibly dismantled. Ah, it hurts. Huaina clutched her aching head, writhing on the ground in agony. The backlash from her shattered soul skill inflicted significant damage upon her. Nana, observing from a distance. Xiaoyu and Yin were about to rush out and confront Dongqing, but were restrained by Gue Mei from behind. You two must not interfere, Gue Mei commanded. Elder Gue, why is that? He's bullying Nana. Xiaoyu struggled against the hold, but regardless of his efforts, he could not contend with the title Douluo Gue Mei. Release me. I will turn that scoundrel to ashes. Yan's eyes blazed with fury, unable to tolerate anyone bullying his beloved Nana. No. This is the command of His Holiness the Pope. Do you wish to defy His Holiness's orders? Gue Mei warned sternly. His Holiness the Pope? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu calmed down, scrutinizing the scene. Indeed, the guards near the Pope's palace seemed oblivious to the injustice against their saintess. Aware that she was the next successor of the Spirit Hall, it became apparent that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Pope. Otherwise, Dongqing would have been apprehended by the guards near the Pope's palace long ago. Although Yin longed to avenge Huaina, the mention of the Pope silenced his cries for retribution. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat elegantly in her chair, crossing her legs and resting her delicate chin on her fair arm, silently observing the events unfolding outside. This child, Dongqing, surpasses my expectations. His recently flickering ant-like, mutated martial soul bears a resemblance to the Ant King. If true, his talent is comparable to Shui heirs, both possessing the continent's most elite divine martial souls. Moreover, with his innate level 10 soul power, he managed to rebound Huaina's first soul skill, which comes from her level 31 soul power. His offensive capability may even exceed Shui heiress. However, facing the already defeated Huaina, what choice would Dongqing make? Bibi Dong originally intended for Huaina to assess Dongqing's martial soul, believing her soul skill was of lesser lethality and would not lead to irreversible consequences. Yet she was utterly unprepared for the fact that, upon entering martial soul possession, Dongqing's strength, speed, and spirit all surged dramatically, shattering Huaina's first soul skill. At this point, Bibi Dong could discern Dongqing's potential as her disciple more clearly. In the lengthy corridor of the Pope's palace, Dongqing gazed at the writhing Huaina, devoid of any intention to assist her. After casting a cold glance in her direction, he simply stepped over her. Though this golden-haired sister was comely, he was not the type to endure a slap and then attempt to console her. His perspective on love diverged greatly from that of ordinary individuals. The care of a weakling over many years could never rival the gentleness of a strong individual in a single day. Women, if one possesses sufficient strength, would flock to one regardless of a blunt demeanor. Ah yes, as the saying goes, they do not require your tenderness when you are without accomplishment. While Dongqing was lost in thought, Huaina, suppressing the agonizing pain in her head, stiffly rose to her feet, watching Dongqing's retreating figure. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she resorted to a despicable surprise attack. Yet, even in martial soul possession, Dongqing's antennae twitched slightly, sensing the impending ambush. A gentle smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly turned his body, delivering a powerful punch behind him. This formidable blow, imbued with immense strength, approached with such ferocity that the wind from it sent a shiver down Huaina's spine, a grim realization of impending doom flashing in her mind. At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had been seated on the Pope's throne, could no longer remain still. She did not wish to witness Huaina being struck down by Dongqing's fist. In an instant, her figure vanished, reappearing before Huaina, and as she faced the oncoming punch, she calmly extended her fair palm, allowing Dongqing's blow to land. Boom. The terrifying force of Dongqing's punch was wholly absorbed by her delicate hand, as if it had plunged into a bed of soft cotton. Notably, Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, and she emitted not a single ripple of soul power. Indeed, in martial soul possession, this punch possesses a force of 3,000 pounds. But how much strength do you normally wield? Bibi Dong observed the astonished Dongqing, believing he was in awe of her sudden appearance, thus adopting a gentle tone. 1,500 pounds, Dongqing blinked in response. His surprise was not at Bibi Dong's emergence, but at her act of saving the golden-haired sister before him. Oh no, this is disastrous. I have only just entered the Pope's palace, and I have already offended the Saintess Hulaina. How will I ever navigate the spirit hall from now on? Dongqing's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, unaware that he might soon become her junior. At 6 years of age, possessing a normal strength of 1,500 pounds, innate full soul power, and a mutated martial soul, Bibi Dong's expression grew solemn. She had already made up her mind. This apprentice was as good as secured by Bibi Dong. In truth, very few people are aware that throughout history, only a handful of individuals possess both innate full soul power and a mutated martial spirit. This is precisely why Bibi Dong places such great importance on Dongqing, even going so far as to arrange for Hulaina to intercept him midway to test his martial spirit. She simply wished to ascertain whether he was worthy of becoming her disciple. Others either experienced failures in their martial spirit mutation, resulting in their utter degradation, epitomized by the likes of Yu Xiaojiang with his martial spirit, the three canons of Luo. Alternatively, some succeeded in their martial spirit mutation, greatly enhancing its power, yet lacked innate full soul power, exemplified by Lu Erlong with her martial spirit, the Fire Dragon. Both of their mutated martial spirits originated from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, ultimately transforming into entirely new entities. However, the former's mutation resulted in failure, while the latter's was successful. Nevertheless, even with Bibi Dong's profound esteem for Dongqing's talents, she did not forget about her other disciple, Hulaina. Turning to her, she slightly bent down, showcasing her perfect figure. Subsequently, she extended her delicate hand to gently massage Hulaina's forehead, instantly helping to clear the chaotic soul power swirling within her body. Teacher, he bullied me. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's immediate concern for her, Hulaina confidently reported her grievances. How can you say that? Dongqing is merely 6 years old, and you, Laina, are already 12, twice his age. You were the one who initiated the surprise attack, and he merely retaliated. Yet, you still have the audacity to play the victim. Bibi Dong lightly tapped Hulaina's fair forehead. Teacher. Hulaina clung to Bibi Dong's arm, incessantly acting adorably. All right, Laina, you are 12 now, a young lady. Yet you still lack the maturity of a 6-year-old. A hint of maternal affection, unbeknownst to her, slipped into Bibi Dong's voice. Perhaps it was due to her long-standing discord with Qian Rinqiwei that she had channeled some of her maternal love into Hulaina. After soothing Hulaina, Bibi Dong gently crouched down and pinched Dongqing's little face, then spoke. By the way, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. From now on, you may call me teacher. May I call you Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing again. Dongqing scratched his head and inquired, can I say no? He truly did not wish to be referred to as Xiaoqing, surely. A name like Xiaodong would be far more pleasant. At this, Bibi Dong's gaze shifted slightly. She extended her slender, delicate finger, gently lifting Dongqing's chin, and spoke in an undeniable tone. No. Chapter 9. My teacher and my childhood friend. Very well, teacher, I am called Xiaoqing. Observing the increasingly formidable Bibi Dong before him, Dongqing could only obediently nod his head and then release his martial soul possession. Although a sense of reluctance stirred within him, the circumstances were beyond his control. He certainly could not confront Bibi Dong head-on, for he wished to live several more years. Be good and obedient, and the teacher will cherish you. Bibi Dong's satisfaction was palpable as a faint smile graced her lips. She reached out and lifted Dongqing into her arms, affectionately teasing his nose. In her eyes, the 6-year-old Dongqing was merely a child, untouched by the distinctions of gender. Indeed, she perceived him as a little boy who had not yet matured enough to discern such differences. This feeling was rather. Dongqing silently commended his 6-year-old self, realizing that childhood indeed afforded one various unimaginable privileges. One could unabashedly act cute, frolic in the embrace of a beautiful older sister, and not face rejection. Do not question how Dongqing came to this understanding. He had already experienced it firsthand. Teacher, I feel a bit tired, he said. And without waiting for Bibi Dong's response, he nestled into her jade-like neck and pretended to sleep. As she looked down at the sleeping Dongqing in her arms, Bibi Dong recalled an important fact. He was an orphan taken in by village chief Jack. According to the records provided by the Wuhuan branch of Notting City, Dongqing had been abandoned as an infant until he was rescued and raised by village chief Jack of Shahan village. It seemed he regarded her as a maternal figure. Didn't he? At this thought, a hint of tenderness flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Dongqing's undeniable cuteness, which rendered him immune to any subconscious rejection from Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hulaina shot a piercing glance at Dongqing. astonished that he had actually become her junior disciple. Now, their teacher treated him so well, whereas she had never been held in such a manner. Now that she was grown, it was even less likely. In the Douluo continent, children under the age of 6, including 6-year-olds, had normal height and build. However, after turning 6, particularly for those who awakened innate soul power, their bodies would enter a rapid development phase due to continuous cultivation, often appearing to possess the stature and appearance of 16-year-olds by the age of 12. As Bai Bai Dong carried the still youthful Dongqing into the hall of the Pope, the waiting Zhu Huaguan and the returned Gui Mei both involuntarily twitched at the corners of their eyes. One might mistakenly believe Dongqing was her illegitimate child, given the way she doted on him from their very first meeting. Gui elder, Zhu elder, informed the others that today I officially accept Dongqing as my disciple, making him my second apprentice and the holy son of the Wuhuan Palace. Bai Bai Dong's voice was icy yet imbued with a unique charm. Yes, your holiness. Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei responded, kneeling on one knee. Subsequently, at Bai Bai Dong's silent cue, they exited the hall of the Pope. At this moment, the hall of the Pope was desolate, with only Dongqing and Bai Bai Dong remaining, as Hu Laina had already been dismissed. Shaoqing, cease pretending to sleep before your teacher, Bai Bai Dong teased as she pinched the tip of Dongqing's nose. Upon hearing this, Dongqing's ears subtly twitched, and he feigned awakening. Teacher, I am not pretending to sleep, he insisted, displaying a stubbornness that he knew was futile, perhaps even a touch naive. Yet, was this not the nature of children? As the saying goes, the child who cries will receive milk. In truth, overly clever children often fail to garner the affection they deserve when they convey that they can thrive independently without the assistance of others. Caregivers are naturally disinclined to tend to their needs. Conversely, those who persistently whine and clamor for attention receive more concern from their elders, who fret over their well-being. Caring for such children as they grow ensures they receive even greater affection, since overly astute children cannot provide their elders with the satisfaction they seek. Dongqing aspired to be an ordinary child. Indeed, upon hearing Dongqing's obstinate retort, Bai Bai Dong was not angered. Rather, she found him somewhat endearing. You little rascal. Does the teacher not know whether you are pretending to sleep? Bai Bai Dong pinched Dongqing's cheek playfully. Teacher. Dongqing nestled deeper into Bai Bai Dong's embrace, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. After some playful banter, the fatigue from a day's journey took its toll, and Dongqing truly fell asleep in Bai Bai Dong's arms. As she gazed at Dongqing's tender visage, Bai Bai Dong pondered. His talent was beyond question. He would undoubtedly become a formidable being, possibly even a titled Douluo. Yet, whom would he be matched with, Shui or Nana? As a mother, she should naturally wish to pair this exceptional young boy with Qianren Shui. However, Hu Laina, as the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Palace, was also close to her heart, being the next potential successor to the position of Pope. Though Qianren Shui had never quite meshed with her, she remained her daughter, and naturally, she desired a favorable match for her. Moreover, Qianren Shui harbored feelings for Bai Bai Dong. Otherwise, why would she have devoted years as an undercover agent for the Wuhuan Palace in the Heaven Do Empire? Over the years, she had raised Hu Laina as a daughter, and her affections for her were undeniable. She wished for Hu Laina to find a powerful partner, especially given that her fox spirit martial soul was ill-suited for combat. After much contemplation, Bai Bai Dong reflected on her tumultuous life and the heart-wrenching betrayal of a loved one. With a resigned sigh, she murmured, perhaps what elders choose may not align with their desires. Let them decide for themselves. I shall refrain from intervening in their futures. Time swiftly passed, and on the following morning, as the sun rose, Dongqing awoke with a delightful stretch. As he climbed out of bed, 5 or 6 hands suddenly appeared, pressing down on his shoulders and beginning to dress him. Hey, what are you doing? Dongqing exclaimed, his expression one of wariness. Before him stood 3 mature older sisters, foremost among them a golden-haired beauty, while the other 2, black-haired, were clearly identical twins. The golden-haired sister chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Do not fear, Your Highness. I have been sent by the Pope to care for you. You may call me Mei Xiang Shui. Liu Mei, Liu Xian. The 2 black-haired sisters chimed in unison. Taking care of me? Dongqing scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, although Your Highness has already reached innate full soul power, you are still quite young. My sisters, Yu Xian and Yu Mei, and I are responsible for helping you acquire your first soul ring and then escorting you to the elite Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Palace for registration. Mei Xiang Shui, with her exquisite features and waist-length golden waves, possessed a captivating physique. Now at the age of 36, she had achieved the level of 69th rank Soul Emperor. Her martial soul was an ancient long sword. While it could not compare to the 7-killing sword of Chen Aeen from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it was nonetheless a commendable weapon. Martial soul. Your Highness, do not move about. Allow us to assist you with your attire, Liu Xian and Liu Mei said sweetly, as they picked up platinum-colored garments and began dressing him piece by piece. They are twin sisters. Liu Mei is the elder sister, while Liu Westin is the younger. They are a few years younger than Mei Xiangxue and are currently 29, having just reached the 51st rank of Soul King. Their martial souls are the Enhancement Pearl and the Healing Pearl, respectively. The elder sister, Liu Mei, possesses the Enhancement Pearl and serves as a support-type Soul Master, while the younger sister, Liu Westin, wields the Healing Pearl and acts as a Healing-type Soul Master. Teacher, can you not take me to hunt for my first soul ring? Dongqing inquired, wishing to linger a bit longer with Bibi Dong and derive some benefits from this manner. The Holy Emperor is preoccupied with affairs, often receiving confidential letters from the martial soul branches in the Tiando and Xinglua empires that require her immediate attention. At this moment, she may not have the time to accompany His Highness the Saint's son, Mei Xiangxue patiently explained. I see. Dongqing nodded, understanding. It was no wonder she was addressed as Your Majesty rather than Your Highness. The former is a title unique to emperors, while the latter is merely a form of respect. This also foreshadowed Bibidong's ambitions to establish a martial soul empire, as she aspired to be a true empress. Was this the manifestation of a wounded woman's devotion to her career? As Dongqing pondered these thoughts, Liu Mei and Liu Westin had already dressed him in a finely tailored platinum satin robe adorned with intricate patterns of formidable soul beasts, with each button crafted from precious gemstones. Mei's sister, Liu Mei's sister, Liu Westin's sister, when shall we go hunt for the first soul ring? I fear being late to report to the Elite Soul Master Academy at the Martial Soul Hall. The instructors there might disapprove of me, Dongqing asked, having concluded that addressing them as sisters would be more fitting, given their evident soul power, all above level 50. His diminutive stature would not withstand their hidden machinations, so it was prudent to remain courteous. This address of sister brought a sense of delight to Mei Xiangxue, Liu Mei, and Liu Westin, softening their expressions considerably. There is no need to rush to the Elite Soul Master Academy. What is paramount now is assisting you in acquiring your first soul ring. In fact, the three of us are instructors at the Elite Soul Master Academy, as well as your mentors, so there is no reason to worry about us disliking you. How could we ever harbor disdain for His Highness? Mei Xiangxue gently ruffled Dongqing's hair, taking a liking to the adorable young boy. All three of you are my teachers? Dongqing was momentarily taken aback. How extraordinary it was to have his teachers personally attend to his needs. Such a scenario seemed too fantastical for any novel. Although he was stunned, the three women were not. Mei Xiangxue gently lifted Dongqing and exited the side hall, boarding a white carriage destined for the soul-hunting forest outside Martial Soul City, where she would select a suitable soul ring for him. Comfortably nestled in the embrace of the golden-haired older sister, Dongqing found himself reminiscing about his childhood friend. Tang San, where are you and your father? Tang Hao now? Tang San had always displayed remarkable maturity, almost as if he were destined to reveal his identity as a reborn individual. From his first steps, he was capable of caring for his inebriated father, Tang Hao. Each day, before dawn, he would sneak away to practice the Xiantian skill on the hillside. Oblivious to the fact that his father was a titled Douluo, what small antics could possibly escape his notice? Fortunately, Tang Hao was unaware of the reincarnation matter, and given Tang San's diligent care, he would not have easily dismissed him. Therein lay the truth. Excellence equated to anomaly. Although Tang San claimed his skills in concealed weapons were taught by some great master, Tang Hao, who had lived with him since childhood, would surely know whether such a master existed. In the city of Notting, within a newly opened blacksmith shop, Tang San waved goodbye to his father. Dad, I'm off to school. With a buoyant step, he made his way to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Came the solemn voice of Tang Hao, who continued to hammer away at his work with unwavering focus. Assisting others in awakening and testing innate soul power was not a particularly troublesome task. He revealed just a fraction of his strength to help Tang San with his innate soul power testing. However, this time, due to Xiaowu being frightened back midway, Tang San would have to navigate the next 6 years at the Junior Soul Master Academy alone. Yet, perhaps solitude was not the right term, for he still had his father waiting for him at home. Chapter 10. Come here outside the Spirit Hall City, in the soul-hunting forest. A white carriage raced swiftly before coming to a halt at the entrance of the forest. This area was guarded by the Spirit Hall Sentinels, clad in full metal armor. each possessing the prowess of a level 30 soul master. Your Highness, let us proceed, Mei Xiangxue said, gently lifting Dongqing and stepping down from the carriage. Li Yuxian and Li Yuemei exchanged a glance before following suit. Stop. Please present the Spirit Hall token to enter the soul-hunting forest. One of the sentinels called out authoritatively. In response, Mei Xiangxue casually produced a token and tossed it towards them, inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" The sentinel examined the token closely, confirming it was indeed the official soul-hunting token issued by the Spirit Hall. He then waved his hand, signaling the other sentinels to allow them passage. Once Mei Xiangxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuestian entered the soul-hunting forest, they seemed to possess prior knowledge of the distribution of soul beasts within, guiding Dongqing steadily in a specific direction. Approximately 10 minutes later, leveraging Mei Xiangxue's formidable strength as a level 69 Soul Emperor, they navigated through the forest with ease. Arriving at their desired area inhabited by soul beasts, towering trees adorned the landscape, each exceeding 50 centimeters in diameter. Beneath these colossal trunks, peculiar ant-like soul beasts could be observed. Their bodies shone with a pale golden hue, measuring nearly 1 meter in length, characterized by 2 prominent antennae and a notably hard exoskeleton. Dongqing gazed at these ant-like soul beasts, recalling his own spirit manifestation, and mused on the resemblance, realizing why he had been brought here. However, he sensed that his mutated spirit had not fully awakened, as if something crucial was still missing. Akin to Tang San's blue-silver grass, which required specific elements for its evolution into the blue-silver emperor. Seeing Dongqing lost in thought, Mei Xiangxue elaborated, "Your Highness, these ant-like soul beasts are the juvenile form of the 1,000-June ant emperor, known as the 10-June ant beast. They are classified as century-old soul beasts, possessing exceptional strength and defense, making them outstanding among their peers. Over time, they will metamorphose into the 1,000-year soul beast, the 100-June ant king, further enhancing their might and resilience. Ultimately, upon reaching maturity, they will evolve into the 10,000-year soul beast, the 1,000-June ant emperor, with those over 30,000 years old possessing the power of a typical title Douluo. As an instructor at the elite Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy, Mei Xiangxue was well-versed in the intricate details of these soul beasts. "Mei sister, do you wish for me to hunt them for their soul rings?" Dongqing inquired. He noted that these century-old beasts were social creatures, often under the watchful presence of the 1,000-year 100-June ant kings, which safeguarded the recently born juveniles. Perhaps this was the reason Bibi Dong had dispatched Mei Xiangxue, a level 69 Soul Emperor, alongside Li Yuemei and Li Yuxian, both level 51 Soul Kings. Facing these communal ant-like soul beasts alone would indeed pose a significant risk to him. "Indeed, Your Highness, this is also the intention of His Holiness the Pope," Mei Xiangxue clarified. "The teacher's intention?" Dongqing blinked in surprise. "Yes, Your Highness, your teacher is none other than His Holiness the Pope. We are here solely to assist you in acquiring your first soul ring," Li Yuemei explained. "Once you successfully obtain a soul ring, Your Highness, you will need to report to the Spirit Hall Elite Soul Master Academy and attend classes alongside your senior sister, Hulaina," Li Yuestian added. The two sisters were primarily responsible for ensuring that Dongqing's endeavor to acquire his first soul ring proceeded without incident. Sister Li Yuemei, with her enhancement spirit, possessed the ability to significantly bolster Mei Xiangxue's strength. Meanwhile, Sister Li Yuesian, with her healing spirit, could safeguard Dongqing from any fatal harm. "I understand, but Mei sister, Yuxian sister, I wish to hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. Can you assist me?" Dongqing expressed with confidence, believing he could contend with the century-old beast through sheer will, though he acknowledged the impossibility of defeating a 1,000-year soul beast. Upon hearing Dongqing's desire to acquire a 1,000-year soul ring as his first, Mei Xiangxue instinctively objected. "No, Your Highness, at merely 6 years of age, your body cannot withstand such volatile soul ring energy. The soul rings generated by century-old beasts are ideally suited for level 10 and 20 soul masters, with slight variations in their longevity. However, soul rings from beasts over 1,000 years contain transformed energies, which can only be absorbed by soul masters of at least level 30 or 40. The consensus in the Douluo continent dictates the optimal configuration for soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 excluding exceptions, of course. Cautious by nature, Dongqing understood the necessity of discretion. He retreated behind the others, unwilling to gamble his life to test his limits. From the moment he became self-aware, he learned to conceal his strengths, blending seamlessly with his peers. However, due to his innate divine strength, his physical form was exceptionally robust, allowing him to absorb more potent soul rings without adhering to the optimal configurations. Thus, on this occasion, Dongqing resolved to be audacious, confidently proclaiming, "May sister, you speak of the average individual, but I am a prodigy, physically capable of enduring the energy surge of 1,000-year soul ring. No, what if something were to happen to you, your highness? How would I explain this to His Holiness the Pope?" Mei Xiangxue remained resolute in her refusal, recognizing her unwavering stance. Dongqing realized he must employ a cunning strategy to persuade her, for without her assistance, he stood no chance against the 1,000-year soul beasts. "Mei sister, please help me. I assure you I can absorb 1,000-year soul ring," Dongqing pleaded, clinging to Mei Xiangxue's arm in a display of childlike charm. As a young boy, he felt no embarrassment in such behavior, fully aware that once he outgrew this perfect age, opportunities to seek comfort from a beautiful older sister would be fleeting. "No," Mei Xiangxue insisted. "Mei sister." Dongqing's voice rang out once more. "Absolutely not," she reiterated firmly. Seeing Mei Xiangxue's steadfastness, Dongqing contemplated his options, realizing that persisting in this manner would not yield results. He needed to find a way to sway her. After much deliberation, he dismissed several ideas until a passing Tinjun ant beast caught his eye, a century-old soul beast well within his capability to handle. "Hey!" Dongqing shouted, drawing the attention of the wandering Tinjun ant beast, which charged forward, brandishing its protruding mandibles. "Spirit manifestation," Dongqing mentally commanded. In an instant, a pale golden armor enveloped him, while a matching golden gauntlet encased his hands, and two golden antennae shot skyward from his head. A profound, ancient aura erupted, amplifying his strength, speed, and spirit manifold. "Come here." Chapter 11. The battle commences. "Careful, Your Highness," Mei Xiangxue exclaimed as she summoned her martial spirit, an ancient longsword materializing in her grasp. In an instant, the power of a soul emperor erupted from her. 6 soul rings of optimal configuration swirling around her slender waist. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. This display momentarily halted the unequal ant beast in its tracks. Upon regaining its senses, it turned to flee. "Don't run," Dongqing shouted, crouching slightly before leaping with great force, propelling himself beyond Mei Xiangxue's protective circle, soaring over her head. This audacious maneuver provoked the unequal ant beast's fury. "Do you think I fear you? It's that woman behind you I dread. She could easily end me with a mere flick of her wrist." Infuriated, the unequal ant beast abandoned its flight, realizing that escape was futile. It would rather confront the audacious human child. With a roar, it charged at Dongqing, its mandibles snapping threateningly, capable of crushing anything in their path. "You Mei, you Xian, prepare to protect His Highness. I shall strike now." Just as Mei Xiangxue was about to unleash her soul skill to obliterate the unequal ant beast, Dongqing executed a swift slide to evade the beast's snapping jaws. Planting his left arm on the ground, he clenched his right fist, gathering power before launching a punch at its abdomen. With a resounding thud, the unequal ant beast was propelled backward by the immense force. Feeling a faint crack form in its golden shell, a wave of indescribable agony sweeping through its body. A roar of pain erupted as the beast entered a berserk state, its strength and speed surging by 50%. Seeing this, Liu Xian and Liu Mei prepared to intervene, ready to unleash their 50-level soul power to crush the unequal ant beast. Despite being support and healing-type soul masters, their soul power was formidable enough to slay the creature, even if they lacked offensive prowess. "Wait, let's observe," Mei Xiangxue thought, astonished that Dongqing, at merely 6 years of age, could contend with a unequal ant beast. Although the beast was not particularly old, it possessed a 500-year soul ring, granting it the strength of a level 20 great soul master. Realizing that Dongqing's punch had breached the beast's defenses, something many level 20 soul masters could not achieve, she understood why he had been chosen as the emperor's disciple and granted the title of prince. It was her first encounter with a child of such extraordinary talent. On the battlefield, Dongqing felt a long-forgotten fervor ignite within him, experiencing the exhilarating freedom of combat for the first time. He need not concern himself with victory or defeat. He only had to pour his all into the fight. Victory would be splendid, allowing him to return and boast to bye-bye, perhaps earning some favor as her student. Conversely, in defeat, he was unfazed by the threat to his life, with Mei Xiangxue as a level 69 soul emperor and the Li sisters at her side. They were the undisputed rulers of this soul-hunting forest devoid of 10,000-year soul beasts. Is this what it feels like to have unwavering support? Dongqing marveled inwardly. As he faced the oncoming 10-equal ant beast, he bent backward, narrowly dodging its vicious claws. Rising swiftly, he delivered a powerful kick to its side, producing a thunderous crash as the beast was smashed against a nearby rock. His kick, imbued with tremendous force, shattered the faint golden shell at the impact point, eliciting a desperate wail from the creature. The despair in its cries, compounded by the chaos of the battle, drew the attention of the ant-beast swarm. 300 equal ant kings stealthily emerged nearby, with 16 10-equal ant beasts blocking Dongqing's escape route. Fourth soul skill, Desolation, Sword Qi. Mei Xiang Shui's ancient longsword radiated an aura of decay as she swung it in a horizontal arc. A grayish sword Qi shot forth, racing toward one of the charging 100 equal ant kings. The speed of the sword Qi far surpassed that of the ant king, which, upon leaping, was intercepted midair. Its hardened exoskeleton was effortlessly torn apart by the blade, resulting in a chilling scream as its body split in two, crimson blood staining the ground. A purple soul ring ascended from the fallen ant king's remains, awaiting its conqueror to absorb it. The remaining 200 equal ant kings recoiled in terror, the sight of Mei Xiang Shui's sword aimed at them casting an invisible yet palpable threat overhead. One wrong move, and death awaits. With Mei Xiang Shui taking action, the Li sisters could no longer restrain themselves. First soul skill, Power Enhancement. Second soul skill, Speed Enhancement. Third soul skill, Soul Power Enhancement. Li Yumei unleashed 3 soul skills in rapid succession, her enhancement orb shimmering brightly as 3 luminous rings shot forth, not towards Mei Xiang Shui, but to assist Dongqing, seemingly in peril. Fifth soul skill, Continuous Healing. Li Yuxian activated her healing orb, condensing a verdant sphere of light. Grasping it, she pulled gently, a vibrant green thread of life appearing in her grasp, which she then linked to Dongqing. With the full support of the 2 sisters, Dongqing felt his strength, speed, and soul power double, radiating an aura of a top predator that intensified. The remaining 200 equal ant kings sensed a wave of trepidation emanating from him. He had become a genuine threat to them, ancient soul beasts. Thank you, Sister Yuxian and Sister Yumei, for your assistance. I shall strike them down now. Rather than finishing off the severely injured 10-equal ant beast from earlier, Dongqing turned his focus to the 16 10-equal ant beasts surrounding him. Empowered by the Li sisters' soul skills, Dongqing's abilities surged to new heights as he deftly maneuvered through the encirclement of 10-equal ant beasts. Left hook, right hook, roundhouse kick, side kick, elbow strike. Charging fist, drawing upon his formidable strength, he unleashed a torrent of seemingly ordinary strikes, each capable of inflicting devastating damage. Chapter 12. Absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring. However, facing a multitude alone, one is inevitably bound to be struck. Despite the delicate golden armor enveloping Dongqing and the faintly golden gauntlets adorning his hands, he could not evade the wounds inflicted by their frenzied onslaught. At that moment, Li Yuxian had just unleashed her 5th soul skill, Continuous Healing, which had already established a connection through threads linking to him, beginning to mend his injuries. As the healing took effect, a warm and soothing sensation enveloped him, almost lulling him into a state of indulgence, prompting him to consciously relax his defenses. Yet, every action has its consequences. With his defenses lowered, the ferocity of the attacks intensified. Gradually, as Dongqing's aura grew more formidable, the 16 10-equal ant beasts began to tremble, their forms involuntarily retreating, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of fear emanating from him. Each of them had endured blows from his fists and feet. Had he harbored any murderous intent, it was likely that half of them would have perished by now. Dongqing's mindset was straightforward. He did not need to prove his strength through the slaughter of soul beasts. When he required soul rings, he would simply hunt the soul beasts he needed. Begone. With a sweeping gesture, Dongqing expressed his disinterest in battling soul beasts stripped of their fighting spirit. Seemingly perceiving his intentions to spare them, the 16 10-equal ant beasts, along with one gravely wounded comrade, scurried away in haste. Noticing the retreat of their juniors, the 200 equal ant kings contemplated fleeing as well. However, just as they stirred, a grayish sword energy sliced through the air, carving a deep trench in the ground. Mei Xiang Shui had not forgotten that Dongqing required a Millennium Soul Ring. Her earlier strike had inadvertently slain 100 equal ant king, leaving only these 2. It was inevitable that one of them would become Dongqing's soul ring. Indeed, after careful observation, Mei Xiangxue, an esteemed teacher at the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, concluded that Dongqing possessed the capability to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring. The distinction between Millennium and Century Soul Rings lay solely in the energy contained within, a mere test of the physical prowess of the absorber. Recognizing Dongqing's formidable physical attributes, she decided against further hindrance, instead facilitating the capture of the two fleeing 100 equal Ant Kings. However, once the age of the Soul Ring surpassed 10,000 years, the absorber would require immense mental fortitude to suppress the lingering resentment of the Soul Beast prior to its demise. Had Dongqing expressed his desire to absorb a 10,000-year Soul Ring, he likely would have been forcibly returned to the Papal Hall by the trio, where Bibi Dong would personally administer a lesson to this unruly child. After all, as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, only Bibi Dong dared to challenge him. Teacher reprimanding student is a natural order. Of course, this privilege was limited to those of greater stature. Should Dongqing be bested by his peers, he would need to reclaim his honor independently. Crack! The sound of a snapped branch echoed as Dongqing approached the 200 equal Ant Kings. To avoid any last-ditch retaliation, he maintained a prudent distance, ensuring his safety beneath Mei Xiangxue's protective sword energy. Mei sister, how can we discern the age of their soul rings? Dongqing inquired. He could not ascertain the age of these Millennium Soul Beasts and sought the expertise of Mei Xiangxue, well-versed in Soul Beast lore as a teacher at the elite Soul Master Academy. By examining the golden patterns on their abdomens, one pattern generally signifies a Millennium Soul Ring. The 100 equal Ant King to your left bears 2 patterns, indicating a 2,000-year Soul Ring, while the one to your right has 3, suggesting an estimated 3,000-year Soul Ring. Mei Xiangxue elucidated. 2,000 or 3,000. Dongqing pondered briefly before making his decision. Mei sister, let us keep the 3,000-year Soul Beast on the right. Very well. Mei Xiangxue nodded. She then swiftly positioned herself before Dongqing, firmly gripping her ancient longsword, and with a decisive swing, she struck the right 100 equal Ant King, inflicting severe injury before it could react. The left 100 equal Ant King, witnessing Mei Xiangxue's action, disregarded the potential for her sword energy to claim its life and fled in panic. Observing this, no one among the onlookers pursued. They merely stood guard beside Dongqing, awaiting the demise of the gravely wounded 100 equal Ant King. Apologies, but in the realm of survival of the fittest, such as the law, to kill you is not my desire, yet in pursuit of strength, I must act thus. Dongqing regarded the struggling 100 equal Ant King before him, aware of its fervent will to survive. However, to enhance his own power, he needed to hunt it, to claim the soul ring it bore. Clenching his right fist, he retracted his arm to gather strength before delivering a powerful punch. Crack! The crown of the 100 equal Ant King's head was instantly pierced by Dongqing's strike, liberating it from a world that had proven so cruel to it. Faint purple light began to coalesce above the fallen 100 equal Ant King, the resultant soul ring emanating a brilliant glow, filled with tremendous energy, which Dongqing could distinctly feel. This soul ring energy is formidable, truly befitting a 3,000-year soul beast. With my physical prowess, absorbing it should pose no issue. In the depths of his mind, Dongqing sensed that this purple soul ring possessed a unique recognition of the killer. Without being the one to slay it, absorption would be impossible. It appeared to be a peculiar rule of the Douluo continent. Under Mei Xiangxue's guidance, he settled cross-legged on the ground, focusing his attention on the mutated martial soul behind him, preparing to draw forth the purple soul ring. As he began to channel his soul power to attract the soul ring closer, an unprecedented weight bore down on him, akin to carrying several thousand kilograms, the immense pressure causing him to struggle for breath. Before long, the purple soul ring hovered above Dongqing's head, offering him no chance to react. Suddenly, it constricted, transforming into a bracelet-sized, yet incredibly dense ring. This purple soul ring then surged directly into Dongqing's body, and in that moment, he felt as though molten lava had been poured into him. The searing energy of the soul ring surged violently, flooding into his limbs and veins, igniting his internal organs with a fiery intensity, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. This was Dongqing's first encounter with such a powerful influx of energy. It flowed through him like quicksilver, yet his inherently strong physique allowed him to withstand the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, on the outside, Mei Xiangxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuexian sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Dongqing, aware that he was enduring a fierce surge of soul energy. However, as long as he could endure this initial overwhelming wave, he would soon enter the phase of absorbing the soul ring's energy. Chapter 13. An immense pressure May. Are you truly at ease with the Holy Sun absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring? Liu Mei inquired. Having little to occupy themselves, they gathered around Dongqing to guard him against disturbances from other soul beasts and intruders. Initially, I was apprehensive, but as time passed, the Holy Sun exhibited physical prowess that far surpassed that of his peers, demonstrating the qualities of a soul master above level 30. Consequently, I have no cause for concern. Mei Xiangxue responded softly. As his teacher, she typically resided at the elite Soul Master Academy within the Spirit Hall. That morning, she had been summoned by the Pope Bibidong, instructed to accompany Dongqing in his quest for his first soul ring. Despite her initial discomfort regarding Bibidong's apparent favoritism towards the Holy Sun, fearing he would not endure hardships necessary to uphold the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, she gradually recognized that Dongqing's innate talent and physical capabilities warranted such indulgence. By the way, Sister Mei, don't you think the Holy Sun is incredibly charming now? When he grows up, could he possibly become a strikingly handsome man? Liu Xian asked. Like her sister, she was captivated by appearances, having been taken aback by Dongqing's endearing demeanor upon their first encounter. It was no wonder she had eagerly assisted him with his clothing earlier that morning. Unlike most children who would handle such matters independently. Certainly, but are you hoping to wait until he matures to pursue such a relationship? Mei Xiangxue teased, blinking playfully. Oh, I wish I could. But by the time the Holy Sun grows up, we will be in our 40s or 50s. Who knows if he will even regard us then? Liu Xian sighed. What do you mean we? Only you entertain such absurd thoughts. And what of being in our 40s or 50s? The Pope is not youthful either, yet she remains stunningly beautiful, Liu Mei chastised, glaring at her younger sister. Did she not realize that a soul master's age could not be measured by the lifespan of ordinary people? At this moment, Dongqing had withstood the surge of soul power and entered the stage of absorbing the energy of the soul ring. With his teeth clenched tightly, he began to draw in the intensely fiery energy. To his surprise, the once fiery energy now behaved as docile as a lamb, eventually being gently guided into the vortex of his soul power, gradually becoming part of his inner strength. As the saying goes, with each step strengthened, all steps become strong. Dongqing understood that if he aspired to attain divinity in Douluo continent, his strength must far exceed that of his contemporaries in the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, how would he confront the formidable trials of the divine? While Dongqing pondered, the formidable energy of the purple soul ring from the 100 equal Ant King fully integrated into his soul power vortex, and he felt his soul power level rise by 3 whole levels. Ah, this feels splendid. My soul power has indeed increased by 3 levels. It appears that absorbing a high-level soul ring has great benefits. Dongqing exhaled deeply. As a reincarnate, he was aware that Tang San, also a reincarnate, had been a mere wallflower. Thus, he had to strive even harder to protect those he cherished. When Dongqing opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Mei Xiangxue and her companions, who were in close proximity, allowing him to sense their distinct fragrances. Out of curiosity, he leaned in closer to catch a whiff. It was a delightful blend of lily and rose perfume. Fortunately, being a child, a slight touch would not provoke their ire or lead them to overthink. Your Highness, what soul skill did you acquire? Mei Xiangxue gently pinched his cheek. At 36, still single due to past heartaches, Dongqing's endearing nature instinctively stirred her maternal instincts, compelling her to draw nearer to him. Sister Mei, my soul skill seems rather peculiar. It has 2 release modes. Dongqing scratched his head, appearing slightly confused. 2 release modes? Liu Mei and Liu Xian exchanged puzzled glances. Let us see you release it once. I'll analyze it, Mei Xiangxue suggested. The soul skills in Douluo continent are diverse and peculiar. Absorbing different soul beast rings can yield entirely distinct abilities, and no one can claim to have witnessed every type. Moreover, Dongqing possessed a mutated martial soul, making the assessment even more challenging. Well, my first soul skill is called Gale Pursuit. It can swiftly chase and lock onto enemies. The second is Gale Barrage, allowing for 2 rapid attacks in succession. After stating this, Dongqing wriggled free from Mei Xiangxue's hold, preventing her from continuing to pinch his cheek. Under their watchful eyes, Dongqing summoned his martial soul, and a spectral ant imbued with an ancient aura emerged behind him, while a purple soul ring ascended from below, settling around his waist and rotating slowly. First soul skill, Gale Pursuit. Dongqing focused on a butterfly flitting through the flowers ahead. With the impetus of his skill, he surged forward as if propelled by a turbine, effortlessly capturing the fleeing butterfly. First soul skill, Gale Barrage. Releasing the butterfly, he allowed it to fly free, then struck the air before him with a powerful punch, simultaneously unleashing a soul power-formed fist that followed his own in a double strike. Excellent. This is a remarkable soul skill. It seems the skills bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring are indeed superior to those granted by a Century Ring, Mei Xiangxue affirmed with a nod, observing his fist. Dongqing thought, what a formidable soul skill. One punch from me could leave even a 100,000-year soul beast like Xiao Wu in tears. It was not that he doubted his abilities against other 10,000-year soul beasts, he simply felt outmatched. Now that the Holy Sun has acquired his soul ring, it is time for us to escort him to the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, Mei Xiangxue stated as she gently picked up Dongqing, leading Li Yu Mei and Li Yu Xian along at a leisurely pace toward the exit of the soul hunting forest. Nestled in the embrace of the beautiful older sister, Dongqing gazed at her neck, resembling sheep-fat white jade, and curiously exhaled a warm breath. Instantly, a visible blush began to creep up from below. Your Highness, that tickles. Stop it, Mei Xiangxue murmured softly. To prevent further mischief, she reached out to steady his little head, pressing it into her ample bosom. Chapter 14. The Celestial Ant Martial Soul in the illustrious Spirit City, home to the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. This esteemed institution was established solely by the Spirit Hall, gathering the most talented commoner soul masters from across the continent, hailing from all corners of the land. Those with innate soul power of level 6 or above could be recommended for admission to the elite Soul Master Academy. Unlike typical Soul Master Academies, the proportion of noble offspring at the elite Soul Master Academy was relatively low, even when present. They were primarily the progeny of elders and esteemed members of the Spirit Hall. At the entrance of the academy, as Mei Xiangxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuoxian personally escorted Dongqing for his enrollment, a palpable animosity emanated from both senior and junior male students directed towards him. This hostility was understandable, after all. Dongqing was being accompanied by the 3 renowned beauties of the academy. Among them, Mei Xiangxue stood out as one of the most stunning female instructors, exuding an aura of elegance and beauty that captivated all, resembling a ripe peach that one yearned to taste. Her closeness to a young boy like Dongqing raised eyebrows. Li Yuemei and Li Yuoxian, as twin sisters, also possessed exceptional beauty and charm, being the only female instructors who could rival Mei Xiangxue. Moreover, they were rare auxiliary and healing soul masters, enjoying immense popularity within the academy. Consequently, when the older boys witnessed their intimate rapport with Dongqing, it nearly soured their spirits with jealousy. As for the male instructors, their awareness of Dongqing's identity as the Holy Sun rendered them hesitant to express anger, recognizing the futility of contending with a child. Observing the envy etched on the faces of his peers, a subtle smile graced Dongqing's youthful visage. Many adults mistakenly believed that children lacked competition, perceiving their thoughts as innocent. However, beneath the surface, fierce rivalry existed among them, where only the strongest boys were deemed worthy of associating with beautiful girls. Sometimes, their malice could be the purest form of wrongdoing. Feeling a tad bashful, Dongqing touched his nose, acknowledging that as a top-tier genius, he was destined to be audacious throughout his life. With this thought, the martial soul behind him erupted forth, unleashing an aura of primal might. The golden ant martial soul roared from behind, accompanied by a swirling circle of purple 1,000-year soul rings that revolved around his waist, emanating an intimidating pressure. A 1,000-year soul ring? Surely this must be a deception. How could a mere 6-year-old, just beginning his studies, possess a first soul ring of such caliber? No. 6 years old? He possesses innate full soul power? The older students quickly grasped the implication. Ordinarily, newly admitted students should not possess a first soul ring. Typically, these novices would embark on a collective quest for their first soul ring during their second year. If a new student boasted a soul ring from the outset, it could only mean one thing. Dongqing had awakened with innate full soul power. Instantly, they comprehended the special treatment he was receiving. All right, Holy Sun, enough flaunting your 1,000-year soul ring. Let's proceed to fill out your enrollment documents. Mei Xiangxue gently ruffled Dongqing's hair. Okay, Dongqing obediently nodded. Following Mei Xiangxue, he arrived at the administrative office, where he diligently completed his enrollment paperwork under her guidance. In the administrative office, a middle-aged woman clad in a black teacher's attire spoke in a rather indifferent tone, displaying little regard for the Holy Sun's status. Her pen glided across the pristine paper without pause. Name? Dongqing, he replied. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, a flash of memory struck him. He recalled his previous life as a student and marveled at the prospect of attending school once more. Gender, age? The middle-aged woman continued, though the inquiry about gender seemed somewhat superfluous. Male, 6 years old, Dongqing answered, feeling a touch of ennui as the familiar routine unfolded. Register your martial soul. What is the name of your martial soul? The middle-aged woman glanced at Mei Xiangxue, doubting that Dongqing could identify his unique martial soul, prompting her to consult the instructor beside him. Please hold on. I will inquire with the Holy Sun, Mei Xiangxue said softly. She knelt gracefully to bring her gaze level with Dongqing's. Holy Sun, your martial soul is an anomalous ant type. While it bears some resemblance to the emperor ant, it is highly unique, classifying it as an entirely new martial soul. Have you considered a name for it? A name? I can name my martial soul. Dongqing's interest was piqued. Yet, what would be an appropriate name? Mei Jie mentioned that my anomalous martial soul is akin to the emperor ant. How about calling it the 10,000 June ant god? No. That name is too cliché. Dongqing promptly dismissed the thought, his bright, dark eyes spinning rapidly as he pondered a fitting name for his martial soul. Observing his deep contemplation, Mei Xiangxue and the middle-aged woman refrained from interrupting, their curiosity piqued about the name he would conjure. After much deliberation, a phrase suddenly emerged in Dongqing's mind, guiding his consciousness into the depths of his soul sea. Celestial Ant. Bloodline Awakening Degree, 10%. One of the ancient 10 fiends, originating from the celestial realm. The realm of the celestial ant clan, a land of peril, is our ancestral ground. However, following our clan's demise, our ancestral land sank, harboring boundless danger. Foreseeing the impending extinction, our clan preemptively cast our pure bloodline into the endless sea of worlds, hoping to preserve the celestial ant's lineage. Should any beings inherit our celestial ant bloodline, remember this. Our clan's power is reputed as the strongest in the world, possessing the potential for unparalleled strength, unrivaled in history. In terms of raw power, our clan surpasses even the ancient dragon fiends. It is said that a single force can conquer 10 foes. The strength bestowed by our bloodline is capable of obliterating any adversary. Yet, I implore future inheritors to remember this. When our celestial ant pure bloodline crosses the endless sea of worlds in search of a worthy successor, if it discovers that the world cannot nurture any power, it will automatically expend 90% of its essence, forcefully traversing the world sea, resetting its form to that of an infant. Upon concluding this bloodline message within the depths of his soul sea, Dongqing couldn't help but scoff internally. Is this truly the reason for my rebirth in the Douluo continent? Who could have known that merely awakening from slumber would result in transforming into a helpless infant? Such an absurdity. At that moment, Dongqing thought he was utterly finished. Fortunately, he was eventually discovered and raised by village chief Jack of Holy Spirit Village. Otherwise, he would have perished before embarking on his journey. As Dongqing's consciousness returned from the soul sea, he unhesitatingly declared 3 words, Celestial Ant. Chapter 15. The Grief of Flame. In the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, within the lower grade academy section, a new student class convened. Dongqing sat quietly among his peers, his desk and chair identical to those around him, devoid of any distinguishing features. The age of his classmates was similar to his own, and for the moment, none were aware of his identity as the Holy Sun. Above, a modestly dressed middle-aged man spoke earnestly, imparting knowledge regarding the cultivation of martial souls. Do you know at what age the training of soul masters is most crucial? His deep, raspy voice resonated. I don't know, a slightly immature voice replied, belonging to one of his peers. They were all around 6 or 7 years old. Children from humble backgrounds recommended by various spirit halls, typically possessing innate soul power exceeding level 6, marking them as the foundational talents for the future of the spirit hall. Although Dongqing possessed the mind of an adult, he embraced his childhood wholeheartedly, unashamed to engage in youthful antics. For instance, even if one were to playfully tease the lovely older girls, provided one was cute enough, they would not scold him for being a little lecherous. Perhaps only grown-ups realize that childhood is the most joyous period of life. Once adulthood arrives, one must shoulder responsibilities and can no longer act upon whims. The middle-aged teacher glanced at Dongqing, recognizing him as the holy son that the higher-ups had instructed him to teach earnestly. With this in mind, his voice grew considerably more resonant. The age of training for soul masters before 20 is profoundly significant. It can be said that your achievements prior to this age will largely determine your future successes. Crossing the threshold of a 30-level soul master is akin to a double-edged sword. Should you surpass this milestone before turning 20, your future prospects will be boundless. What if one cannot surpass it? Dongqing raised his small hand, curiosity evident in his tone. He vaguely recalled that Shrek Academy had stringent requirements regarding studentships. Those who exceeded a certain age without achieving the requisite abilities were simply not admitted. If one cannot surpass the 30-level soul master stage by 20, then perhaps one may never achieve it, the teacher explained. In the path of a soul master's cultivation, youth represents an advantage, potential, in everything. Moreover, the cultivation of soul power cannot be achieved through shortcuts. It relies solely on meditation to harness one's soul power. And the speed of this increase largely depends on one's innate soul power level. At this juncture, the middle-aged teacher looked at Dongqing and continued, Your Highness, the Holy Son, while you possess the undeniable advantage of innate full soul power, you must not neglect your cultivation. Regardless of how high your talent may be, it is imperative to exert commensurate effort to ascend to greater heights. I understand, Dongqing replied obediently, nodding. He would certainly not slack in his cultivation, otherwise, how could he compete with Tang San in the future? Seeing such a compliant holy son, the teacher felt a wave of relief wash over him. He truly did not dare to admonish Dongqing, nor could he raise his voice. But now, witnessing Dongqing's heightened awareness, the lower-grade academy teacher could not help but look forward to the spirit hall becoming increasingly formidable. Hey, did you hear? The teacher just called him holy son. I heard, but I thought the spirit hall only had a holy daughter. When did a holy son emerge? I don't know. With the revelation of Dongqing's identity, he undoubtedly became the center of attention among his classmates, who regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and a hint of trepidation, yet without overt hostility. As a day passed swiftly, Dongqing realized that he was expected to learn not only about soul masters, but also about soul beasts, soul rings, and various fundamental subjects such as astronomy, geography, history, and literature. However, such a division of studies seemed quite reasonable, for while the cultivation of soul power is indeed critical, it does not imply that a soul master should remain illiterate. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the upper-grade academy section of the spirit hall, Hulaina stomped her foot in frustration. It's infuriating. The teacher actually made me look after him. Though he is now my junior, I still dislike it immensely. Nevertheless, she dared not defy Bibidong's orders and reluctantly made her way to the lower-grade Soul Master Academy to find Dongqing. In her prime, brimming with youthful vitality, Hulaina had begun to develop a graceful figure. At 12 years old, she was already a 31st-level Soul Master. Recently, under the guidance of the senior teacher, Mei Xiangxue, she had obtained her first 1,000-year soul ring. Although she was beginning to experience the stirrings of affection, she had no interest in a 6-year-old child. Hence her annoyance at having to care for Dongqing. It is peculiar how preferences shift. Lowly girls may favor older men, while young boys may be drawn to mature women, and vice versa. It seems that everyone has different types they are attracted to at various stages of life. At the entrance of the lower-grade academy, Dongqing stepped outside and immediately spotted Hulaina, who had intended to confront him the previous day but had been thwarted by his first soul skill. She leaned against a railing, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Though her proportions were not exaggerated, she emanated an indescribable allure that ensnared the attention of passers-by, regardless of age. She stood there, exuding a captivating presence that compelled every male, young or old, to steal a glance, yet they dared not approach her. After all, as a holy daughter of the Spirit Hall, she was not without protection, as a soul sage often kept watch over her. As for Dongqing, due to the brief duration of his time there, he had not yet selected a suitable protector. Bibidong had arranged for Mei Xiangxue and others to safeguard him and assist in obtaining his first soul ring. On the bustling pathway, the ground was adorned with smooth pebbles. Dongqing, hands clasped behind his head, swaggered past Hulaina with an air of confidence. Perhaps it was his distinctive demeanor that allowed Hulaina to recognize him instantly, even in his new, extravagant attire. "Stop, little brat. Stand right there," Hulaina called out, her voice ringing with authority yet tinged with sweetness, preventing any resentment. "How boring." Dongqing dismissed her, continuing on without a backward glance. Seeing him so dismissive, Aeen's chest heaved in indignation, and with a leap, she landed before him, gripping his shoulder firmly. "What do you want?" Dongqing replied, striking a haughty pose. He had no intention of showing courtesy to a woman who had intended to beat him up the previous day, even if she was the beautiful fox spirit he had long admired in his past life. "You're asking what I want. Can't you hear your senior sister calling you?" Aeen retorted fiercely. "I can't hear you. You're calling me a little brat. My name is Dongqing, not the little brat you referred to," he replied defiantly, tilting his head upward. At that moment, Dongqing realized that being so young posed certain inconveniences. Due to his height, he had to look up when conversing with the older girls, which was somewhat bothersome. "You're young, but quite petty," Aeen thought to herself. Then continued, Junior brother, are you ready now? Come with me," the teacher instructed. "From today onwards, you shall accompany me to and from school every day." As she spoke, she playfully tousled Dongqing's hair, a subtle reprisal for the headache he had caused her with his first soul skills backlash the previous day. Dongqing shrugged, expressing no objections. He then seized the delicate hand of Aeen, who was attempting to disrupt him. She tried to resist, but her strength was insufficient to extricate herself from his grasp. Faced with Dongqing, who bore the pure bloodline of the skyhorn ant, she found herself utterly powerless against his divine might. Dongqing sought to impart a lesson to her, while Aeen, filled with indignation, could hardly believe her strength was less than that of a 6-year-old. They stood in a stalemate. In the meantime, Yen, who had been secretly lurking nearby and feeling utterly despondent, could no longer contain himself and burst forth from his hiding place. "Laena, would you like me to assist you in teaching him a lesson?" he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Aeen. Although he dared not unleash his full strength against Dongqing, the heir of the spirit hall, he still possessed the courage to confront him. "Yen, step aside. He is my junior brother. If anyone is to teach him a lesson, it must be I alone. And do not call me Laena again." Aeen, weary of her struggle with Dongqing, bent down and scooped him up, carrying him away. Though she was only 12, she understood Yen's intentions towards her. Some matters, however, could not be forced. Disliking someone was simply disliking them, and no amount of coercion would change that. Dongqing nestled in Aeen's embrace, his small hands resting on her fragrant shoulders. He peeked out, blinking at Yen, and as confusion crossed Yen's face, Dongqing rubbed his cheek against Aeen's fair visage, making playful faces at the astonished Yen. In that instant, Yen felt his heart skip a beat. This mischievous little boy was quite impure in thought. "Laena is in danger. Don't move. If it weren't for the need to rid myself of annoying pests, I wouldn't be carrying you, you little rascal," Aeen warned, unfazed by Dongqing's affectionate gesture. Orphaned at a young age, she had been raised by the spirit hall alongside her brother, Shiyue, and was also a disciple of Bibi Dong. With Dongqing now as her junior brother, she saw nothing amiss in their closeness. Chapter 16. Bibi Dong and Aeen. As the sun set, the Pope's palace stood resplendent. "Teacher, we are back." Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Aeen eagerly dropped Dongqing from her embrace and rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Bibi Dong's delicate arm. Dongqing could only feel speechless. He was indifferent to Aeen abandoning him, as she seemed rather naive, easily swayed by others' affections. At that moment, he was merely curious about how Qianrenxue would perceive this scene. After all, they were mother and daughter. Yet an outsider had seemingly claimed Bibi Dong's maternal love. "Nana, Shaoqing, how was your day at the academy?" Bibi Dong, adorned in a splendid golden gown that accentuated her ample curves, exuded an aura of elegance. Her flawless skin resembled a delicate porcelain, while a golden belt cinched her slim waist, reminiscent of slender willow branches swaying gently in the breeze. "It was great, except for that annoying Yen who keeps bothering us," Aeen replied with a hint of frustration. Yen, aptly named, had a fiery personality, possessing the ancient humanoid martial soul, Flame Lord. He was one of the 3 prodigies in the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. He had harbored feelings for Aeen since childhood, which Bibi Dong had tacitly acknowledged. However, Dongqing's presence had drastically altered the situation, leading Bibi Dong to believe that her student Aeen deserved a more exceptional partner. In less than 3 seconds of contemplation, Bibi Dong reached a resolution. I understand, and I will have someone warn him tomorrow. Are you satisfied now, Nana?" While speaking, she cast a gentle glance at Dongqing, who could only blink in confusion. "Hey, teacher, why are you so agreeable today?" Aeen asked, bewildered. In the past, she had mentioned her concerns, but Bibi Dong had merely brushed her off. Why was she so decisive this time? Teacher loves you, and you dare to question why. You deserve a slap. Bibi Dong playfully smacked Hulaina. Smack. Teacher. Hulaina exclaimed, covering her back and retreating several steps, mortified. Had Dongqing not been present, she might not have felt such embarrassment. However, being struck before her junior intensified her feelings of shame. Bibi Dong, unfazed by Hulaina's distress, gracefully approached Dongqing and gently said, Shaoqing, let your teacher see your 1,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Hulaina, momentarily forgetting her pain, retorted, 1,000-year soul ring? Teacher, you must be dreaming. I wouldn't dare to hope for my first soul ring to be 1,000 years old, and though Shitty possesses innate full soul power, he is merely a first-ring soul master. How could he possibly have 1,000-year soul ring? Before she could finish, a circle of purple soul rings rose from Dongqing's feet, swirling around his waist in a slow, mesmerizing dance, rendering Hulaina speechless. This, teacher, how did Shitty accomplish this? Hulaina was astounded. Disbelief etched on her porcelain-like face. She hurriedly stepped closer, poking Dongqing's cheek with her delicate finger. Now, she seriously doubted that this young boy could be anything less than 100,000-year soul beast transformed, granting him such formidable physical strength. After all, how could a mere 6-year-old, just awakening his martial soul, withstand the energy impact of 1,000-year soul ring? Senior sister, please maintain your decorum. Dongqing firmly pushed her hand away, adopting an expression of indifference, as if to say, woman, do not approach me. I will not. Hulaina, still a 12-year-old girl, retained her youthful spirit. Although she often exuded pride, she was undeniably shaken by Dongqing's extraordinary talent. If he could absorb 1,000-year soul ring at just one ring, wouldn't he soon begin to absorb 10,000-year soul rings as well? His cultivation talent was indeed terrifying. Suddenly struck by an idea, Hulaina turned to Bibi Dong, exclaiming, Teacher, I suspect Shitty is 100,000-year soul beast in disguise, allowing him to absorb 1,000-year soul ring. We must capture him now so that I can thoroughly torment him. Hulaina knew Dongqing was certainly not 100,000-year soul beast, for no one could conceal their true identity before the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her reasoning for wanting to deceive her teacher was simple. Despite being a 31st-level soul master, most of her strength stemmed from the various enchanting soul skills of her fox martial soul, used to exert control and deliver lethal strikes. The actual lethality of her martial soul was rather unimpressive. When she first met Dongqing, he had easily countered her first soul skill, charm, using his own martial soul, leaving her uncertain of her ability to defeat him. Faced with such a powerful being, capable of reshaping the landscape with sheer physical strength, her lovely fox persona had no effective strategy against him. Nana, Shaoqing is not 100,000-year soul beast. His mutated martial soul, based on my teacher's conjecture, likely belongs to the mutated martial soul of the Ant Emperor, and it has evolved into an entirely new ant-type martial soul, Bibi Dong explained. Yes, exactly. I now call it the celestial horned ant. What do you think, teacher? Isn't that name impressive? Dongqing chimed in, having to look up to speak to Bibi Dong due to his shorter stature, which he found quite bothersome, yet he felt too shy to cling to her. Hulaina, lacking any sense of decorum, derided, celestial horned ant? What a peculiar name. It is not cute at all. Dongqing, inwardly scoffing, thought, humph. What do you know, foolish woman? This is the celestial horned ant, one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts, renowned in its prime across the Douluo continent. The celestial horned ant. Not bad. It has an ancient and majestic feel to it, Bibi Dong acknowledged. By the way, teacher, what level is my celestial horned ant martial soul? Dongqing inquired. Although he was aware of his pure bloodline from the celestial horned ant, he was still uncertain about the level of the awakened martial soul. The levels of martial souls are a lengthy story, Shaoqing. Do you truly wish to know? Bibi Dong asked, looking down at him. Yes, I would like to know. Dongqing replied without hesitation. Chapter 17. The Solitude of Bibi Dong. With that, I, your teacher, shall elaborate on the subject with you two today. Bibi Dong bent down to lift Dongqing, followed closely by Hulaina, and the three of them ascended to the highest point of the papal throne in the main hall of the papal palace. The expansive throne could barely accommodate 2 individuals, and with the 3 present, Dongqing sat comfortably on Bibi Dong's lap, eliminating the need for additional seating. Once Hulaina obediently settled beside her, Bibi Dong commenced her first lesson. The classification of martial souls can generally be divided into several categories: ordinary martial souls, common martial souls, spiritual martial souls, royal martial souls, divine martial souls, and special mutated martial souls. The first category to discuss is the ordinary martial souls, which encompass, but are not limited to, blue silver grass, hose, scythes, and so forth. These are the most prevalent types of martial souls in the continent, and typically lack the potential to awaken soul power. However, exceptions do exist. Some fortunate individuals may awaken innate soul power, albeit they may remain forever capped at a soul power level of 20. Dongqing lounged contentedly in Bibi Dong's embrace, somewhat oblivious to her words, while Hulaina listened attentively, her expression earnest. The second category consists of common martial souls, which include, but are not limited to, long swords, deer, snakes, and similar souls. Their innate soul power ranges from 1 to 5, with owners reaching a maximum potential of 30 to 50, after which further growth becomes exceedingly challenging. Next, we delve into spiritual martial souls, which include, but are not limited to, tigers, swans, and owls. These souls possess innate soul power ranging from 5 to 9, granting their bearers the potential to become soul saints or even soul Douluos. Yet it remains difficult to achieve the rank of title Douluo. The fourth category is royal martial souls, which are limited in number. A few examples include blue silver emperor, emerald serpent emperor, nether spirit cat, white tiger, demon fox, blue lightning tyrant dragon, seven treasures glazed tower, Aeen hammer, thousand-weighted Aeen emperor, ice blue emperor scorpion, death spider emperor, and soul-eating spider emperor. These royal martial souls can reach an innate soul power of up to 10, representing complete innate soul power. However, not everyone is capable of awakening to such a level. The majority only awaken with innate soul power comparable to that of spiritual martial souls, but being royal martial souls, they possess a growth potential far surpassing that of spiritual martial souls. Teacher, what about divine martial souls? Hulaina exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. This is the first time I've heard of divine martial souls. Divine martial souls. Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, a deep crimson flickering in her pupils. Yet, as swiftly as it came, it vanished. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the resentment within, and continued gently. Few are aware of divine martial souls throughout the continent. Currently, the only divine martial souls I know of are the angel martial soul from the Spirit Hall and the sea god martial soul from Sea God Island. It is said that such martial souls can achieve an innate soul power of up to 20. Innate soul power of 20? Is that true, teacher? Hulaina felt a sudden dryness in her throat, astonished by the existence of such formidable divine martial souls. It is indeed true, Bibi Dong affirmed with a nod. Had she not witnessed her daughter, Qianrenxue, awaken with innate soul power of 20 before her very eyes, she too would have found it hard to believe such powerful divine martial souls existed. Teacher, what about my mutated martial soul? Dongqing inquired, eager to know the classification of his celestial ant martial soul. Do not fret, Shaoqing. I shall explain it to you, Bibi Dong replied, playfully pinching Dongqing's delicate nose. Mutated martial souls belong to a special branch. If the mutation is successful, the martial soul level can be elevated by 1 rank. If it fails, the level may drop several ranks. The celestial ant martial soul you have named is undoubtedly the most successful of the mutated martial souls. In my view, its potential has already reached that of divine martial souls, though it slightly lags behind in innate soul power level. I see. So does that mean I possess a divine martial soul? Dongqing's heart brimmed with delight, and he playfully blinked at Hulaina, who looked on with envy. A sense of satisfaction surged within him at her expression. Humph, what is there to be arrogant about? No matter how high your talent, you are still my junior. And I shall always be your senior sister, Hulaina responded with a hint of reluctance, her voice softening, observing their playful banter. Bibi Dong felt a complex mix of emotions. In truth, she preferred to see Dongqing paired with her biological daughter, Qianrenxue. However, they had never gotten along, and Qianrenxue was far closer to her grandfather, Douluo, and would never accept anything she offered. With that thought, Bibi Dong reluctantly acknowledged the growing closeness between Dongqing and Hulaina, and she finally spoke. Laina, the day is waning. Please take Shaoqing to rest. Your teacher is weary and requires some rest. Understood, teacher, Hulaina replied obediently. Seemingly in retaliation for Dongqing's teasing gaze, she instantly activated her martial soul. And in that state, an indescribable charm radiated from her. With her martial soul released, a fluffy tail sprouted from her back, enhancing her beauty further. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her porcelain cheeks blushing, and her luscious lips appeared tempting and vibrant. She exuded an allure that was simply breathtaking. Finally, amidst Dongqing's bewildered expression, Aeen playfully coiled her long fox tail around him and triumphantly departed from the main hall of the papal palace. In the papal palace, in a side hall, "Sister, are you sleeping here too?" "Sleep? Not a chance. I'll be in the adjacent room." "Oh, that's good. What do you mean by that? Are you implying you prefer that over sharing a room with me?" "Not at all, sister. You misunderstood. I meant no such thing." "Humph, as if you would dare." As the moonlight deepened, weariness overcame Dongqing, and he drifted into slumber. In another room of the papal palace, Aeen lay on her bed, muttering in her sleep. "You rotten junior. I'll get you." Her posture was ungraceful, fists clenched within the blanket, seemingly engaged in a dream of battle. In the back hall of the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat by the window for a long while before finally drawing the curtains with a soft sigh, tinged with a sense of longing. Chapter 18. Dongqing, where Dong symbolizes the east and Qing represents the azure sky. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the news of Dongqing being conferred as the saint son of the Spirit Hall has spread across the entire continent. In the Tiando Empire, within Tiando City and the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's voice resonated. "Your Majesty, here lies the information regarding the newly appointed saint son of the Spirit Hall. After 3 days of diligent effort, we have gathered all pertinent details." A man clad in light golden armor stepped forward, holding a golden scroll sealed with wax, which he respectfully presented to the Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. "Very well, you may leave," the Emperor's deep and aged voice commanded. His years weighed heavily upon him, hastened by the loss of several princes, leading to his accelerated decline. "Yes, Your Majesty," the armored man bowed respectfully and retreated from the grand hall. Once he departed, Emperor Shuya carefully broke the wax seal and extracted the confidential letter, scrutinizing its contents with great attention. The letter began with a concise line, stating that the information was sourced from the villagers of Shanghun village. Dongqing, a male orphan aged 6, had been abandoned as an infant outside Shanghun village, fortunate enough to be adopted and raised by the village chief. As he grew, he exhibited extraordinary physical prowess. By the age of 3, he was capable of dragging heavy logs weighing over 100 jin, and by 5, he had demonstrated even greater strength by wrestling with a rampaging water buffalo. According to the villagers' testimonies, one had witnessed Dongqing forcibly dragging the ferocious creature, which could not escape his grip regardless of its struggles. Calculating the strength required to restrain a rampaging water buffalo, it would necessitate at least 1,500 jin of divine power, indicating that this newly appointed saint son of the Spirit Hall possessed physical capabilities equivalent to that of a level 30 soul master. Based on this assessment, it was projected that he could absorb soul rings of up to 1,000 years in strength. Furthermore, upon awakening his martial soul at the age of 6, he not only achieved innate full soul power, but also manifested a mysterious and powerful mutated martial soul. The letter also contained the latest intelligence from the Empire's informants within the Spirit Hall, noting that approximately a week prior, 3 senior teachers at the elite Spirit Master Academy, Mei Xiangxue, a level 69 Soul Emperor, Li Yuemei, a level 50 Soul King, and Li Yuexian, also a level 50 Soul King, had inexplicably missed classes that morning. The letter concluded here, sealed with the royal insignia of the Tiando Empire. A storm was brewing. The saint son and the saint daughter of the Spirit Hall heralded a new generation of unprecedented strength, while the Tiando Empire and the 3 upper sects found themselves devoid of exceptional heirs. Emperor Shuya's voice bore a hint of resignation, his aged visage marred by worry, for even he could not foresee how the Tiando Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and the 3 upper sects would contend with the ever-expanding ambitions of the Spirit Hall in the coming decades. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, at the prince's residence, Shueqinghe, also known as Qianrenxue, read the confidential letter in her hands, her frustration prompting her to discard it onto the floor, where she subsequently crushed it beneath her foot, reducing it to mere powder. "I, Qianrenxue, care not for notions of genius. No one possesses more talent than I. To receive a letter devoid of any concern for my well-being is simply intolerable." In her fury, Qianrenxue nearly revealed her true form. For Bibi Dong had sealed within the letter praise for her new disciple, Dongqing. Despite the strained relationship between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong, it did not negate their bond as mother and daughter, regardless of their outward disdain for one another. The blood that connected them would always compel them to sacrifice for one another in critical moments. This was also the reason why the renowned and unparalleled Douluo, Douluo, refrained from avenging his biological son, Qian Xuanjie. He could not bear to witness his only granddaughter, Qian Renxue, harboring hatred towards her mother. How many arrogant individuals have not been spoiled by their own parents? Within the Tiando Empire, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong, do not run recklessly. There is a threshold ahead. Be cautious not to fall, exclaimed the sword Douluo, Qinshin. Ha ha ha, not a chance. Grandfather Jian, you cannot catch me. Ning Rongrong laughed gleefully as she dashed forward, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Unbeknownst to her, a tall threshold lay ahead, and in a moment of distraction, she stumbled, her ankle colliding with the edge. The force of inertia propelled her forward, and just as she was about to meet the ground with her face, Ning Rongrong shut her eyes in fear. Alas, this mischievous little girl never ceases to worry me, remarked the Bon Douluo, Gu Rong, as he swiftly appeared beside her and caught her before she could fall. Momentarily stunned, Ning Rongrong soon broke into tears. Woo-woo. Grandfather Gu, I am so scared. In her sobs, she wiped her nose on Gu Rong's pristine attire. You need not fear, as long as Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian are here. You will never be harmed, Gu Rong gently reassured her. While Ning Rongrong quietly wept in Gu Rong's embrace, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, approached from a distance, presenting a wax-sealed letter to Qinshin, who stood nearby. After a moment, Qinshin remarked, this saint's son of the Spirit Hall possesses tremendous potential. Not only does he have innate full soul power, but he also absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. Among his peers, who could rival him? Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. While Rongrong is indeed exceptional within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, her talents pale in comparison to this saint's son of the Spirit Hall. What's the worry, Fengji? Rongrong is a girl. She need not measure herself against that little prodigy. As she matures, with the two of us old fellows looking after her, no one on this continent would dare to bully her, Gu Rong declared confidently. The saint's son of the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes with curiosity, her pupils brimming with intrigue about the individual who commanded such attention from her grandfather, Grandfather Jian, and her father. Driven by her curiosity, she ceased her sobbing and asked, Father, what is the name of this saint's son of the Spirit Hall? Dongqing, where Dong signifies the east and Qing signifies the azure sky. Chapter 19, Senior Sister. You are quite plump. In the Soul Master City, at the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, the stage for the annual Intergrade competition is set. This event is held once a year within the Academy and is categorized into 3 tiers, the Junior Competition, the Intermediate Competition, and the Advanced Competition. The Junior Competition features battles among Soul Masters of levels 10 and 20. New students like Dongqing, after a year of enrollment, typically reach around the 10th level of soul power and are thus eligible to participate. The Intermediate Competition is reserved for great Soul Masters, primarily those at levels 21 to 30. If a participant reaches level 30 but has yet to acquire a soul ring, they can still compete at this level. The Advanced Competition is for Soul Emperors, focusing on those at levels 31 to 40. Should a competitor attain level 40 without obtaining a soul ring to become a soul sage, they too can partake in the Soul Emperor battles. As for soul masters above level 40, they are usually on the verge of graduation and do not need to participate in the academy competition. However, since it is a competition, there are rewards. The first place in each tier receives a substantial number of golden soul coins. The Spirit Hall does not engage in frivolity. If you possess talent, you can amass wealth beyond your imagination. The first place in the junior competition is awarded 1,000 golden soul coins, the intermediate competition 5,000, and the advanced competition 10,000. Although the quantity may seem modest, its purchasing power far exceeds expectations. To put it simply, 1 golden soul coin is equivalent to 100 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin equals 100 copper soul coins. A single golden soul coin requires an ordinary family of 3 to work tirelessly for an entire month. By offering such generous rewards, the Spirit Hall hopes that the students within the academy will diligently practice and eventually become the pillars of the Spirit Hall's future. At 11 in the morning, at the registration desk for the junior competition, a teacher inquired, "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to participate in the junior competition? You see, your seniors have maintained their levels at 18 or 19 to secure the 1,000 golden soul coins. Some even remain at level 20, refraining from absorbing soul rings solely for this reward. Their strength far surpasses that of an average soul master. You, however, have only recently enrolled. and judging by your current soul power fluctuations, you are merely at level 13. If you wait until next year, I believe you will surely sweep the competition. The teacher offered this heartfelt advice, believing that although Dongqing possessed remarkable talent and had acquired a Millennium Soul Ring, his soul power level was still insufficient to face opponents with a 7 or 8 level advantage. No need to wait until next year. This year, I can still dominate the competition, Dongqing declared confidently, his voice resonating with self-assuredness, a reflection of his immense potential. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted with excitement. Don't be arrogant. Watch how I'll beat you. Even if you are a prince, I won't show mercy. Exactly. Though you possess exceptional talent and a Millennium Soul Ring, you are still a newcomer and may not necessarily be our match. Your Highness is so handsome. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a young girl, likely of similar age to Dongqing and also a recent enrollee. How infuriating. He is so good at pretending to be aloof to attract the attention of younger students, Dongqing thought, inadvertently garnering more resentment. The teacher at the registration desk, noticing Dongqing's earnest gaze, ultimately refrained from discouraging him. With swift strokes, he filled in Dongqing's name, soul power level of 13, and his martial spirit, the heavenly ant. Your Highness, the competition begins at 1 o'clock this afternoon, the teacher reminded him. Thank you. I am aware, Dongqing replied, feigning indifference as he departed without looking back. While his male peers disdained his aloof demeanor, the female students were entranced by it. Observing Dongqing's coolness, they couldn't help but whisper, so handsome. However, it is vital to remember that not everyone can feign aloofness. True aloofness is reserved for the handsome, while those less fortunate in appearance are merely deluding themselves. Just as Dongqing stepped out of the lower year academy's gates, intending to have lunch, he was intercepted by Hulaina. Senior sister, I warn you. I cannot possibly accompany you for lunch today. Dongqing retreated swiftly, evading her with a leap, narrowly avoiding her sweeping foxtail. Impudent junior brother. Do you think I want to have lunch with you? Hulaina retorted, hands on her hips. Of course not. You wish to use me as a shield to ward off those pesky admirers surrounding you, Dongqing mocked. Cough, cough, Hulaina spluttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since Yen had been warned, he dared not linger around Hulaina, thus unable to confront the swarm of admirers that clung to her. They were not particularly enamored with Hulaina herself. Rather, they sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, hoping to enlist her assistance in the future. Although these admirers were merely 12 years old like Hulaina, their influential parents were anything but. This disparity resulted in an abundance of admirers around her. As Dongqing prepared to leave without a backward glance, Hulaina hastily called out, 50 golden soul coins. The price has gone up. Dongqing paused momentarily but did not halt entirely, awaiting a counteroffer. 100 golden soul coins, then. Hulaina exclaimed, her frustration palpable. After saying this, she produced 100 golden soul coins from her pocket and tossed them to Dongqing, who was poised to depart. Agreed. Upon receiving the bag of coins, Dongqing obediently approached Hulaina, allowing her to tug at his cheeks. Such a money grubber. At such a young age, you should be focusing on cultivating your soul power rather than hoarding wealth. Hulaina teased, playfully pinching his cheeks. Over the past few days, she had been extorted out of more than 300 golden soul coins, all of which had found their way into Dongqing's pocket. Actually, I'm planning to use these golden soul coins to support Grandpa Jack, who raised me, so he can enjoy a peaceful retirement, Dongqing stammered, his words slightly muffled as Hulaina held his face. However, Hulaina understood the essence of his statement. His sense of gratitude was evident. If that kind-hearted man had not saved him, he would have perished in that forsaken corner during infancy. Ah, I see. I mistakenly thought you were merely a simpleton obsessed with wealth. Who would have thought it was for your grandfather? Hulaina's gaze softened, and she enveloped Dongqing in a warm embrace. Yet, her next statement shattered the moment. Senior sister, why are you so plump? Dongqing remarked, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Chapter 20. The competition is about to begin at noon, 12 o'clock, in the canteen of the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. The staff here are truly commendable, never faltering in their service. Dongqing, holding a silver tray, gazed thoughtfully at the meat upon it. This was not merely due to his identity as the Holy Son, but rather because the Spirit Hall has always been generous, never stingy in such matters. Hulaina turned to her lagging junior brother, unable to suppress her complaint. Junior brother, could you please walk a bit faster? I understand. I'm coming, Dongqing replied promptly. After all, those with wealth often command respect. Her expenditure warranted a little effort on his part. After following Hyena to an empty table, they had scarcely settled down when they were immediately surrounded by a throng of upperclassmen. Your Highness, I have a question regarding soul power cultivation that I would like to consult you on. One began. Indeed, with your exceptional theoretical knowledge, Your Highness will surely help us unravel our doubts, echoed another. Most of them were classmates of Hyena, akin to flies buzzing around her, perpetually seeking annoying excuses to ingratiate themselves. Had they been strangers, her wrath would have sent them scattering, but these were familiar faces, making it awkward for her to reprimand them, considering they merely wished to draw closer. At this juncture, Dongqing's role as Hyena's hired protector became apparent. He stood up and bellowed, "All of you, step aside. This sister is mine." With that, a purple soul ring floated beneath his feet, emanating immense pressure from the 3,000-year-old soul ring, causing the upperclassmen to feel a pang of inferiority. Your Highness, we mean no harm. We only wish to inquire about soul power cultivation. They attempted to explain, but faced with Dongqing's assertiveness, they found it difficult to negotiate. Should you have questions, direct them to the academy teachers. Never approach my sister again. Dongqing interrupted rudely. With the identity of the Holy Sun backing him, if he were to be timid, he might as well join Tang San at Shrek Academy. In life, those who are audacious tend to find greater joy, relishing the thrill of dominance. Albeit it is wise to maintain a certain moral compass and not be utterly consumed by the lust for power. After all, if one can stand tall and proud, who would willingly kneel and become a dog? Faced with Dongqing's unabashed assertiveness, the upperclassmen had no choice but to retreat. While they were not frightened by his strength, they feared the trouble it might bring to their families. Once they departed, Hyena promptly seized Dongqing's ear, warning, "What do you mean she's yours? I am not your junior sister. Do not speak so recklessly in the future." She did not perceive Dongqing to harbor such thoughts about her, considering at his age, he likely had little understanding of women. "All right, I understand. Now let go." Dongqing pouted. "With someone like you, the easygoing holy maiden, it's best not to bother oneself in the future. Apologies, but at present, Dongqing finds himself more attracted to mature women like Bibi Dong, Poseidon, Lu Erlong, Tang Yuehua, and the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen. Of course, Dongqing's admiration for such types is purely that. He knows these mature women possess considerable wisdom and are unlikely to be easily swayed by men. Furthermore, their past entanglements often lead to direct confrontations. Yet they also share an undeniable mutual disdain. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the lower grade section of the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, the preliminary competition commenced. On the vast martial arts stage stood a referee of the Soul King rank, ensuring that students would exercise caution in their actions. The first round of the preliminary competition is about to begin. Please have the two participants take the stage and unleash their martial souls and soul rings. The Soul King referee announced. Xiao Yingzhan, Martial Soul, Iron Thread Orchid, 20 level 1 ring weapon Martial Soul, Control Type Soul Master. A yellow 100-year soul ring rose from beneath his feet, as a plant resembling a vine manifested in his palm. Bian Yuyo, Martial Soul, Albatross, 18 level 1 ring Beast Martial Soul, Agility Type Soul Master. A yellow 100-year soul ring ascended from her feet, and in the state of martial soul manifestation, a pair of snow-white wings sprouted from her back. I declare, the first round of the preliminary competition, Xiao Yingzhan versus Bian Yuyo, officially begins. With the referee's command, both participants activated their soul rings. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Xiao Yingzhan charged forward, simultaneously unleashing his first soul skill. First soul skill, Vine Entanglement. The Iron Thread Orchid transformed into a long vine, swiftly coiling towards Bian Yuyo, attempting to prevent her from taking flight. However, the Beast Martial Soul allowed her to manifest its abilities. With a gentle flutter of her snow-white wings, she soared effortlessly into the sky. First soul skill, Needle Prick. Bian Yuyo declared, summoning needle-like projectiles of soul power that fell from the heavens like raindrops. Xiao Yingzhan executed a roll to evade the first wave of attacks, then began to circle the arena at a frantic pace. Seeing this, Bian Yuyo grew anxious. Maintaining her martial soul manifestation consumed soul power. And if she could not swiftly defeat her opponent, her 18-level soul power would certainly not be able to match the consumption of the 20-level Xiao Yingzhan. As for engaging in a direct confrontation, Bian Yuyo recalled her instructor's teachings. Control-type soul masters hold significant advantages in one-on-one battles, and given her lower soul power level, attacking head-on would be futile. Xiao Yingzhan shared a similar sentiment. He indeed found no means to contend with the airborne Bian Yuyo, for the reach of his vines was limited. However, He could leverage his higher soul power level to exhaust her resources. Why don't you come down and face me? Bian Yuyo retorted in frustration. Then come down if you're capable. Xiao Yingzhan shot back. Thus, one ran while the other pursued, leaving Dongqing below in astonishment. As if he were watching a theatrical performance, albeit a fantastical one. Ultimately, Bian Yuyo, burdened by her insufficient soul power, found herself humiliatingly drained and forced to land. Whereupon Xiao Yingzhan delivered a decisive blow, sending her tumbling from the stage. The first round goes to Xiao Yingzhan, the Soul King referee declared. Observing the triumphant Xiao Yingzhan and the tearful Bian Yuyo, Dongqing couldn't help but muse. This lad will undoubtedly achieve greatness. He shows no mercy to women. Once freed from the shackles of women, a man's focus on career or cultivation can significantly sharpen. The second match, Dongqing versus Bai Honglong. At that moment, Bibidong's graceful figure silently emerged in a concealed corner, donning a silver-white mask, with Hyena appearing beside her. Chapter 21, The Supreme Beast Martial Spirit Teacher. Although my junior brother possesses remarkable talent, can he truly contend with those soul masters at the 17th or 18th rank, or even at the 20th rank with only 13th rank soul power? Hyena inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Bibidong wore a mask, her slender waist resembling that of a delicate water snake, exuding an irresistible allure. Her figure was voluptuous, with long, graceful legs, perfectly embodying the charm of a mature woman. Nana, have you forgotten that when you first met Shaoqing, he forcibly dispelled your first soul skill, charm? Why do you ask this question? Bibidong countered. Her words left Hyena at a loss for words. Well, it's because, in truth, Hyena did not comprehend how Dongqing had neutralized her charm. She merely sensed an invisible barrier when his martial spirit manifested, causing her spiritual energy to rebound and leading to her own skills backfire. Do you still not understand the reason for your defeat? Bibidong gently inquired. I don't know. Hyena admitted, feeling a sense of shame. Bibidong tenderly brushed Hyena's hair from her forehead and explained. That is because when Shaoqing's martial spirit manifested, two towering antennae appeared on his forehead, possessing a remarkable trait. According to my observations, it has the ability to immunize against mental invasions exceeding 3 times its own spiritual power. Your first soul skill, charm, primarily relies on spiritual energy to invade the opponent's soul, ensnaring them in your fabricated illusions. Unfortunately, Nana, your spiritual power is not significantly stronger than Shaoqing's, thus failing to reach the threefold threshold. That is why you suffered the backlash from your own skill. Bibidong's thorough explanation left Hyena feeling dispirited. Not only did he possess overwhelming physical strength, but he also had such an extraordinary ability. The new junior brother, whom the teacher had taken in, seemed to have the upper hand over her throughout. How would she ever be able to bully him again? As the two mentors engaged in idle conversation, the duel arena above saw both contenders taking their positions. Dongqing, with the martial spirit of the heavenly horned ant, had 13th rank and was a powerful attack-type soul master. A ring of purple thousand-year soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. Bai Honglong, with the martial spirit of the mountain giant lizard, was a 20th rank and also an attack-type soul master. In the presence of Dongqing's radiant purple thousand-year soul rings, Bai Honglong's yellow 100-year soul ring appeared rather dim. However, he was confident that, with his soul power 7 levels above Dongqing's, he could easily triumph over the young prince. Is it true? Can someone at the first ring soul master level absorb thousand-year soul rings? What kind of terrifying physical strength does the young prince possess? Of course it's true. The young prince is my classmate. Would I lie to you? I can barely endure the strain of absorbing a 100-year soul ring. Yet the young prince directly absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. And judging by the color of his soul rings, they must be at least 3,000 years old. A multitude of spectators gathered around the duel stage, including Dongqing's classmates, younger and older students, and even several elite teachers from the Martial Spirit Hall Academy. They set aside their tasks to witness the young prince's display of talent and potential. Despite the rumors of Dongqing possessing innate full soul power and a mutated martial spirit, the actual talent he demonstrated had only been seen firsthand by a few, including Mei Xiangxue, Li Yuanmei, and Li Westin. Even Bibidong had only heard about it and had never witnessed Dongqing in action. Young prince, though you are of noble status, I, Bai Honglong, shall not hold back. I ask for your understanding. Bai Honglong proclaimed, cupping his fists. He was 2 years older than Dongqing and slightly taller. As he mentioned, he would not show any mercy. The reason he had not yet acquired a soul ring at the 20th rank was solely to secure victory in the junior competition. However, Bai Honglong was not motivated by the gold soul coins. For students at the 20th rank without a soul ring, the primary objective of participating was to earn the title of champion. If he were to fail this time, he would lose his chance at the junior competition's championship, as he could not afford to waste another year at the 20th rank. Fear not, unleash your full strength. Only by defeating me can you prove your worthiness for the championship, Dongqing replied with unwavering confidence. He was assured, but not arrogant. It should be noted that his greatest strength was not merely his soul power level, but the unparalleled divine strength coursing through him. The Heavenly Horned Ant clan inherently masters the profound essence of power, and its pure bloodline bestowed upon Dongqing the strength to obliterate any foe. Since the young prince has said so, I shall not hold back. Martial spirit manifestation. Bai Honglong roared. His martial spirit, the mountain giant lizard, crouched on the ground and let out a deafening roar. Instantly, a layer of earthy yellow armor began to emerge from his body, indicating formidable defensive strength. Simultaneously, a long gray lizard tail appeared behind him, adorned with menacing barbs, thrashing against the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Martial spirit manifestation, Dongqing stated calmly. In an instant, his golden heavenly horned ant martial spirit released a furious roar, and an aura from an ancient apex predator radiated outward. A layer of faint golden armor began to materialize around Dongqing's body, intricately carved with mysterious and archaic patterns. Two long antennae shot up from his forehead, exuding an air of supremacy. At that moment, all beast martial spirit users present sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Dongqing, combined with the primal predator essence of the heavenly horned ant, which caused waves of apprehension among them. In an inexplicable manner, they felt that the golden ant behind Dongqing could effortlessly consume and annihilate everyone present. Why do I feel my body trembling uncontrollably? Is there truly such a vast disparity between the quality of our martial spirits? Bai Honglong's forehead glistened with perspiration. He was unwilling to accept this reality. He could not bring himself to acknowledge such a significant difference in martial spirit quality, nor did he wish to concede to Dongqing without a fight. Bai Honglong, as a student of the elite Martial Spirit Hall Academy, was among those selected from various branches, ensuring a certain level of talent and character. He was not the type to surrender without having fought. First soul skill, giant lizard charge. Bai Honglong shouted in a low, fierce voice. An ethereal image of the mountain giant lizard materialized behind him, and upon locking onto Dongqing's position, it charged forward at an astonishing speed. Ordinary punch. Dongqing replied softly. Typically, with a single arm movement, he wielded 1,500 pounds of divine strength. In this martial spirit manifestation state, his strength doubled, summoning 3,000 pounds of divine force. As he unleashed this seemingly mundane punch, the rapidly advancing ethereal image of the mountain giant lizard collided with an impenetrable wall, instantly halting its momentum. Witnessing this, the spectators below the duel arena struggled to believe their eyes. It turned out that a soul master could indeed confront an opponent's released soul skill with sheer physical might. On the other side, disregarding the astonishment of Aeen, who was left speechless, and the masked figure of Bibi Dong, she murmured to herself, somewhat unable to contain her emotions. Perhaps from this day forth, the throne of the world's foremost beast martial soul should be ceded to the Skyhorn Ant. Chapter 22. The conclusion of the elimination round impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone withstand my soul technique with mere flesh? Bai Honglong's expression was one of disbelief. Why? We are all first-ring soul masters. The only difference being the level of our soul power. He could not comprehend how such a vast disparity existed between himself and Dongqing. Dongqing uttered a low shout, his fist gathering power once more. With a thunderous roar, the phantom of the mountain giant lizard was instantly shattered, completely obliterated by his punch. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. He was not one to simply endure blows. First soul technique, Gale Pursuit. Dongqing propelled himself forward with the force of his soul power, racing towards Bai Honglong. Not good. Bai Honglong realized the danger as he saw Dongqing charging towards him, having just destroyed the mountain giant lizard phantom with his fist. Aware that he was no match in close combat, he turned to flee. He seemed to intend to employ the same tactic Xiaoying had used to defeat Bian Yuyu, buying time to exhaust his opponent's soul power and win without a fight. Seeing Bai Honglong's intention, Dongqing could not help but scoff. Do you know why it's called Gale Pursuit? With that, two tendrils on his forehead twitched slightly, once again pinpointing Bai Honglong's location, and the first soul technique, Gale Pursuit, was activated anew. Gale Pursuit, a rapid chase-type soul technique. Allows for reactivation if the enemy turns to flee during its execution, consuming only a small amount of soul power. If one were to analyze this technique, it is akin to having a turbo engine strapped to your back while pursuing the foe on foot. In the blink of an eye, Dongqing reached by Honglong's side in less than a second. First soul technique, Gale Barrage. He unleashed a punch, and alongside it, another fist made of soul power struck out in unison. This was the second tier of Gale Barrage, delivering double the striking force. With a resounding boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Even with Bai Honglong's martial spirit enhancing him, clad in the thick, protective hide of the mountain giant lizard, he was still sent flying by Dongqing's punch, collapsing unconscious outside the arena. Witnessing this, the Soul King referee on the arena quickly leapt down. Checking Bai Honglong's breath, his tense expression relaxed as he realized the boy was merely unconscious, lightly injured. Just moments before, he had not anticipated the sheer force of Dongqing's punch, and only after seeing Bai Honglong fall did he worry that the boy might have met his end. However, one could hardly blame him for his delayed reaction. It is difficult for anyone to imagine that a level 13 Soul Master could slay an opponent 7 levels above him with a single blow. The boy is fine. Just fainted. I hereby declare that the winner of the second round of the junior competition is Dongqing, the Soul King referee announced loudly. As the final verdict was rendered, the audience erupted in enthusiastic discussion about Dongqing. His Highness the Holy Sun has triumphed. How formidable, how invincible. To be able to annihilate an opponent 7 levels above him at such a young age is simply unimaginable. It seems His Highness's declaration to sweep all competitors in this year's junior competition was no empty boast. Dongqing, remaining humble and composed, descended from the arena and took his place in the designated resting area for victors, quietly awaiting the next match. Meanwhile, in the audience section, "Teacher, with my junior brother being so exceptional, will you still favor Nana?" Hulaina asked, her tone tinged with concern. She felt that Dongqing's talent far surpassed her own, and it seemed a tragedy to share an era with him. Sensing Hulaina's restless emotions, Bibi Dong gently stroked her forehead and replied, "He is he, and you are you. Nana, how can you conflate the two? But I feel I am nowhere near his level." Hulaina murmured, her delicate fingers fidgeting restlessly, unable to mask the sadness of being overshadowed. "Xiaoqing is a boy, and you are a girl. Boys are destined to protect girls. Therefore, do not overthink it, Nana. The stronger Xiaoqing becomes, the better he can protect you," Bibi Dong reassured. She was not surprised by Dongqing's martial spirit talent exceeding Hulaina's, nor did she find it unusual that male martial spirits often surpassed female ones. Historically, the number of male-titled Douluos has always exceeded that of females, sometimes by more than 300%. The reasons are simple. The strength of martial spirit talent often falls short, which is also a key reason why Lu Erlong, despite having a mutated martial spirit, the fire dragon, has yet to break through to title Douluo. But, teacher, shouldn't the larger protect the smaller? Shouldn't I, as his senior sister, be the one to protect him? Hulaina questioned, perplexed. She was someone who despised failure and regarded it as a disgrace. The memory of her defeat to Dongqing weighed heavily on her mind. She had longed for a chance to reclaim victory, and having been taken as a disciple by Bibi Dong since childhood, she placed great importance on her own successes and failures, refusing to allow herself to be outdone by any young genius. But now, Bibi Dong spoke of Dongqing protecting her in the future, a notion that was difficult for the proud Hulaina to accept. She always believed it should be her, the beautiful senior sister, who safeguarded the weaker junior brother. If you truly wish to protect your junior brother, then you must double your efforts in cultivating your soul power, lest you fall behind Xiaoqing's progress. Bibi Dong encouraged gently. While she did not foresee Hulaina surpassing Dongqing in the future, it was still commendable to inspire her to train harder. "Yes, teacher, I will strive to improve." Upon receiving Bibi Dong's encouragement, Hulaina felt a surge of confidence. As the two of them engaged in light conversation, the junior competition continued with ongoing matches. In the third round, Jiang Qinming faced Bai Jiaqing, with Bai Jiaqing emerging victorious. In the fourth round, Tian Zhengwu battled Qiao Baoen, and Qiao Baoen won. In the fifth round, Hanzi contended against Zhuge Yingying, with Hanzi claiming victory. In the sixth round, Wen Mingyao faced Qin Yuaqing, and Wen Mingyao triumphed. The elimination rounds concluded, and a 30-minute break was announced before the semifinals commenced. Half an hour swiftly passed. This time was ample for Dongqing and the other soul masters to restore their soul power. given that the highest among them possessed only a total of 20 levels of soul power. Chapter 23. Conclusion of the semifinals. In the first match of the semifinals, Xiao Yingzhan faced by Jiaqing and emerged victorious. In the second match, Dongqing competed against Wen Mengyao, claiming victory as well. The Holy Sun is bullying people. Wen Mengyao cried, her eyes red as she ran off the competition stage. Dongqing looked at his own fists, recalling that he hadn't truly struck her. The third match saw Qiao Baoan against Han Zi, with Qiao Baoan winning triumphantly. Hooray! I won, she exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a little swallow. With 3 competitors remaining, a draw was necessary to determine who would compete in the next round, and one fortunate soul would advance directly to the finals. After the draw, Dongqing was set to battle Qiao Baoyan, while Xiao Yingzhan received a bye. Upon seeing the results, Dongqing began to question his own identity. Could it be that Xiao Yingzhan was the true protagonist? The additional semi-final bout commenced, with Dongqing facing Qiao Baoyan. The Soul King referee announced the start of the match. Dongqing, Wuhuan, Heavenly Ant, a 13th level One-Ring Beast Spirit, a strong attack soul master. A circle of purple 1,000-year soul rings rose from beneath Dongqing's feet, and the overwhelming aura of his formidable soul power radiated throughout the arena. Qiao Baoyan, Wuhuan, Storm Swallow, a 19th level One-Ring Beast Spirit, a swift attack soul master. Facing Dongqing's brilliant purple 1,000-year soul rings and the powerful waves of soul energy, Qiao Baoyan remained confident, believing that her flying ability granted by her Wuhuan would allow her to endure until her soul power was exhausted, rather than succumbing to fear like when Mengyao had. I assure you, with this punch, you will cry, Dongqing remarked indifferently. Hesitant to engage in a fight with a woman, for victory would only lead to tears, and defeat would bring him shame. As he spoke, he completed his Wuhuan manifestation, a layer of faint golden armor appearing upon his skin. The armor bore mysterious, ancient patterns that dazzled the eyes, and 2 long antennae above his forehead swayed elegantly in the breeze, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Do you dare? Holy Sun, come fly up and fight me, Qiao Baoyan declared, prideful, as she soared into the sky, leaving no chance for Dongqing to launch a surprise attack. Is this really necessary? With your soul power, you won't last long up there, Dongqing thought, bemused, forgetting that his own soul power fluctuations had prompted her to ascend. I know I won't last long, and if my soul power runs out, I will lose. But I want to be the one who lasts the longest under the Holy Sun's challenge. Qiao Baoyan whispered to herself, her voice barely audible as she flew high above. Determined to end the match swiftly, Dongqing clenched his fist, the faint golden armor clinking as he moved. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he struck the ground with a mighty punch. The ground cracked open, debris and dust flying in all directions. As Qiao Baoyan watched in confusion, Dongqing pulled a large stone, the size of a grinding wheel, from the earth, weighing it in his right hand. Under the influence of his Wuhuan, this stone, which weighed several 100 pounds, felt as light as a feather in his grip. Your Highness, please don't be reckless. This could lead to disaster. Qiao Baoyan's eyes widened in fear as she quickly descended, grasping Dongqing's eager hand. Don't worry. I'll be careful. I usually avoid causing harm, Dongqing replied calmly, meeting her gaze as if to say, now you understand what to do. I understand. Your Highness, you can trust me. I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged, Qiao Baoyan assured, blinking her large eyes, believing she comprehended Dongqing's intentions. She gently placed her palm against her chest, feigning injury. Ouch. Your Highness is truly formidable. I am no match for you, she exclaimed, adopting a tearful expression before swiftly exiting the competition stage. In the additional semi-final, Dongqing triumphed over Qiao Baoyan, the Soul King referee announcing the result with an impassive expression. Dongqing then glanced at the stone in his hand and hurled it towards an empty space below the stage. The hundreds of pounds of weight crashed down, creating a basketball-sized crater and sending dust billowing into the air. Xiao Yingzhan, who had been secretly reveling in his bye, turned pale upon witnessing this spectacle. This is a threat, isn't it? He murmured, uncertain of Dongqing's intentions yet resolved not to concede easily, as he was the strongest control-type soul master in one-on-one battles. With the semi-finals concluded, a 30-minute break was announced before the finals. During the intermission, Dongqing sipped water while fending off admirers, all of whom were older than him, as he had just enrolled and had no junior classmates. However, he preferred older women and felt no attraction to these younger girls. His demeanor remained aloof. No matter how charmingly the younger girls approached him, he offered them no words. Observing this, his mentors, Bibi Dong and her disciple unwittingly found their admiration for Dongqing growing, particularly Bibi Dong, who unexpectedly discovered that Dongqing's cool and handsome visage only became more appealing with each glance, causing a subtle blush to grace her porcelain skin as her thoughts wandered to inappropriate realms. For a strong-willed woman like Bibi Dong, if someone were to adopt a clingy demeanor, she would only grow to despise them further. Conversely, if one maintained an air of aloofness, she would be drawn to them instead. Yet, this was contingent upon possessing exceptional talent and strength, for only then would someone like her take notice. As the 30 minutes passed, the annual junior competition for Soul Masters of levels 11 to 20 commenced, with Xiao Yingzhan facing Dongqing in the finals. Chapter 24. The finale concludes on the grand stage of the junior competition finals. Xiao Yingzhan, a control system soul master with a 20-level one-ring weapon soul. The Iron Line Orchid gazed cautiously at Dongqing. As he summoned his weapon soul, a circle of yellow 100-year soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. Dongqing, a strong attack system soul master wielding the heavenly horned ant, a 13th level one-ring beast soul, paid no heed to Xiao Yingzhan's wary expression. He swiftly activated his weapon soul, and the humanoid form of the heavenly horned ant materialized behind him, letting out a ferocious roar that reverberated through the air. A layer of pale golden armor began to manifest over his body, adorned with mysterious and intricate patterns. Two long antennae rose majestically from his forehead, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. As a purple 1,000-year soul ring floated up from Dongqing's feet, it hovered and spun continuously at his waist, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Below the dueling platform, the disguised Bibi Dong suddenly glanced toward another corner, murmuring, "When did that old fellow arrive?" From her vantage point, a handsome young man, around 30 years of age, stood at the foot of the stage, wearing a serene smile that emanated a comforting aura. Clad in a simple white robe, with his golden hair meticulously arranged, he commanded an aura of reverence, despite his unadorned appearance. A prodigious talent such as this, acquired by our spirit hall, is indeed a tremendous fortune, remarked Douluo, his youthful voice belying his actual age of 150. Gold Crocodile, what is your perspective on this? With all due respect, Great Elder, it would be a grave misallocation of such talent to leave him under Bibi Dong's tutelage. If you were to take him under your wing, his achievements would undoubtedly soar to greater heights, suggested Gold Crocodile, the second elder of the Spirit Hall. A peak 98-level Douluo on the brink of becoming a titled Douluo. He was not only of high status, but also fiercely loyal to the Spirit Hall and the angel lineage, viewing Douluo as a brother. Your suggestion is commendable, but she is no longer the person she once was. Even if I were to intervene personally, I could not guarantee her suppression, especially considering she is Xuere's mother. As Xuere's grandfather, I must ultimately show her some consideration, Douluo replied, shaking his head in resignation. Had it not been for Qian Rinxue, he would have unleashed his full power to eliminate Bibi Dong on the night she murdered and consumed Qian Xuanji. Strangely enough, in the aftermath, Douluo found himself questioning his son Qian Xuanji's intelligence. Despite his fierce battle with Tang Hao, a newly ascended title Douluo, where both sustained severe injuries, Qian Xuanji, a formidable 95-level title Douluo equipped with a complete set of Angel's divine armor soul bones, had been silently killed and consumed by Bibi Dong. As Douluo pondered this perplexing dilemma, the battle on the stage between Dongqing and Xiao Yingzhan commenced. First soul skill, Vine Bind. Xiao Yingzhan shouted, transforming his Iron Line Orchid weapon soul into a long vine that swiftly coiled toward Dongqing. Aware of Dongqing's immense strength, he amplified his soul power output, making the vine more robust and resilient. The inherent toughness of the Iron Line Orchid meant that even against a force of over 1,000 pounds, it could securely ensnare its target. Unfazed by the approaching vine, Dongqing stood his ground, just as the vine, resembling a thick iron wire, was about to ensnare him. He grasped it firmly and, to Xiao Yingzhan's utter astonishment, yanked it with such force that it snapped effortlessly. No way. Such strength is simply absurd. My vine is as hard as steel, yet it was torn apart with a single tug. Even a 10,000-year soul beast pales in comparison. Xiao Yingzhan felt a wave of despair wash over him. At this moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Surrendering felt humiliating, especially before the many upperclassmen and juniors watching. Yet, he couldn't bear the thought of appearing weak. Absurd? Dongqing frowned, taken aback by Xiao Yingzhan's audacity to label him as such. First soul skill, first stage, Gale Pursuit. Dongqing felt an immense surge of power coursing through his body, as if a colossal turbine engine had been ignited within him. A second later, Xiao Yingzhan caught a glimpse of Dongqing out of the corner of his eye, a chill running down his spine. It was too late to evade. He could only brace himself to protect his handsome visage. First soul skill, second stage, Gale Barrage. Dongqing unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Xiao Yingzhan's head, the force behind it equivalent to 3,000 pounds, augmented by the soul power from his arm. If it connected, it would obliterate him as effortlessly as smashing a watermelon. The terrifying punch, imbued with earth-shattering might, hurtled towards Xiao Yingzhan. Just as the Soul King referee felt the fluctuations of soul power rising and the 5 soul rings igniting in response, he considered intervening to halt Dongqing's assault. However, he noticed that Dongqing's fist had veered slightly to the right, narrowly missing Xiao Yingzhan's head, prompting him to retract his interference. In the next moment, a chilling gust from Dongqing's punch grazed Xiao Yingzhan's cheek, while an overwhelming aura struck him, leaving him acutely aware of his own vulnerability. This single blow made Xiao Yingzhan confront the stark reality of the vast gulf between him and Dongqing. Seeing Dongqing prepare for another attack, Xiao Yingzhan hastily called out, "Wait, Your Highness. Please, hold on." Turning to the Soul King referee, he declared loudly, "I surrender." Though surrender felt shameful, preserving his life was far more paramount. After all, he was conceding to a prince, which could hardly be deemed disgraceful. Upon hearing this, the Soul King referee promptly announced, "Xiao Yingzhan has chosen to surrender. Dongqing is crowned champion of this junior competition." Chapter 25, BB Dong's overflowing maternal love as the champion was definitively determined. Murmurs arose from the audience. Indeed, he had decisively dominated the preliminary competition. The Holy Son had proven to be a man of his word. It remains uncertain whether he would participate in the intermediate tournament next year. This is difficult to predict, as an increase of 10 levels in soul power within a year seems somewhat exaggerated. However, I firmly believe that with the Holy Son's extraordinary talent, he will undoubtedly elevate his soul power to level 20 by the 3rd year, thus overwhelming all opponents in the intermediate competition once again. Achieving a 10-level increase in soul power within a year is undeniably rapid. Given our current physical resilience, we cannot withstand excessive soul power, akin to our present inability to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. The issue is that while you discuss your own circumstances, the Holy Son's situation is entirely different. With his physical strength, he can absorb soul power without restraint. An annual increase of 10 levels is not beyond the realm of possibility. The reason the primary Soul Master Academy operates on a 6-year system is primarily due to the insufficient physical strength of lower-tier Soul Masters, who must patiently await their bodies to mature. The children of Douluo continent, especially the beautiful young girls, develop remarkably quickly, at the tender age of 12. Possessing the physique of an 18 or even 20-year-old is a means to enhance their physical strength. Only with sufficient physical prowess can they accommodate greater soul power and absorb more formidable soul rings. Suddenly, the voice of the Soul King referee resonated above the competition stage. "Now, please welcome the director of the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall and Senior Practical Training Instructor, Teacher Mei Xiangxue, to present the Champion's Award to Dongqing." As the words fell, Mei Xiangxue gracefully approached, her mature and alluring figure accentuated by a low-cut neckline that revealed ample curves. Listening in the sunlight with a pearlescent sheen, Dongqing blinked in surprise, not realizing she was the Academy's director. This revelation astonished him. Having not seen Mei Xiangxue for several days, he suddenly became quite docile. "Sister Mei," he addressed her, for regardless of her age, calling her sister felt entirely appropriate. Indeed, the Holy Son is remarkable, having just enrolled yet already claiming the championship of the Academy's preliminary competition. Upon hearing her addressed as sister, Mei Xiangxue felt an unbidden joy. "Hee, just a stroke of luck." Dongqing scratched his head and chuckled. "Humility and victory is commendable. The Holy Son's future is promising. Now, please accept your champion's reward." Mei Xiangxue deftly drew a dark golden card from her waist soul guide and handed it to him, inscribed with the numeral 1,000 gold soul coins. As Dongqing accepted the card, a look of confusion spread across his face. He tilted his head and inquired, "Sister Mei, what is this card?" "Apologies, Holy Son. Your hometown, Holy Soul Village, is somewhat remote, and there may be no gold soul coin cards available there. Allow me to explain in detail." Mei Xiangxue began, apologizing first before continuing, to facilitate transactions between soul masters of the Spirit Hall, the nobility of the 2 great empires, and merchants. The Spirit Hall early on issued gold soul coin value cards. These cards come in various denominations, with the minimum being 1,000 and the maximum reaching 5 million. These gold soul coin cards can be exchanged for their corresponding gold soul coins at any Spirit Hall branch, which are established as iconic structures in every city. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, The 1,000 gold soul coin card you hold can be used to withdraw the equivalent amount at any Spirit Hall branch or directly for transactions, as carrying thousands or even tens of thousands of gold soul coins is quite impractical, given the rarity of soul guides on the continent. Let alone the scarcity of spatial soul guides, it is indeed a challenge for nobles or merchants engaged in substantial transactions to carry large sums of gold soul coins. After all, such an amount could fill several carts. For soul masters, who frequently trade for high-level soul guides and precious materials, a more convenient method is essential. Hence, the Spirit Hall introduced these various denomination gold soul coin cards, which have since become customary. Ah, I see, Dongqing murmured, realizing that this small card was worth 1,000 gold soul coins. After Mei Xiaoxue's thorough explanation, he recalled a memory from his previous life, where the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School was in dire need of concealed weapons. Ning Fingji had given Tang San a card worth 5 million gold soul coins to purchase 500 sets of concealed weapons, paying the amount up front. It made sense that this card, akin to a bank card, was issued by the Spirit Hall, as only they possess the capability to facilitate gold soul coin transactions across the entire continent. Spirit Hall branches are scattered throughout every city, and even in the remote Holy Soul Village, located near the starred Do Great Forest, personnel from the Spirit Hall visit annually to assist in awakening souls free of charge. Finally, after delivering a few words of victory, Dongqing bid farewell to teacher Mei Xiaoxue and energetically descended from the competition stage. An hour passed, and the night deepened. In the Pope's palace, back hall, Bibi Dong's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused Bibi Dong from her reverie by the window. She adjusted her emotions slightly before softly saying, "Come in." Currently, those who possess the privilege to enter the back hall and approach her bedroom are none other than Hulaina and her newly accepted disciple, Dongqing. "Teacher, I have entered." Dongqing gently pushed the door open and peered inside. He discovered that Bibi Dong had shed her Pope's robe. She now emanated an aura of chilly elegance, her beauty striking and her charm mature. A pure white, gauzy dress flowed around her, dancing with the breeze, subtly revealing her youthful radiance that warmed the world. Her ample bosom stood proudly, complemented by a delicate waist as supple as a serpent. Her long, slender legs, flawless and fair, were tantalizingly visible beneath the sheer fabric of her gown, making the surroundings pale in comparison. Dongqing instinctively glanced a moment longer before averting his gaze. It wasn't that he wished to look away. Rather, he found himself embraced tightly in Bibi Dong's arms, questioning the necessity of looking further. Bibi Dong gently stroked Dongqing's nose with her delicate fingers and inquired, "Little Qing, what brings you to seek your teacher at such a late hour?" In her eyes, Dongqing was merely a 6-year-old child, adorably innocent. With her maternal instincts surging, she found it difficult to embrace the now mature Hulaina, who had grown into a young lady. Thus, she lavished her affection upon this delightful young boy, who had yet to fully grow. To alleviate the maternal love she felt constrained to express, snuggling into Bibi Dong's embrace, Dongqing shifted to a more comfortable position and replied, "Teacher, I wish to return the gold soul coin value card to Holy Soul Village and give it to Grandpa Jack." Chapter 26. Dongqing's unusual condition as he spoke. Dongqing took out a golden card worth 1,000 soul coins from his embrace and placed it directly into Bibi Dong's fair and delicate palm. He knew he had no secure means to return it to the Holy Soul Village, and besides, it was not the right time to visit Village Chief Jack, as he had only been out for less than a month. "Shaqing, do you mean to send this 1,000 soul coin card back to Holy Soul Village, to be given entirely to the village chief who raised you?" Bibi Dong's voice was gentle. As Dongqing's teacher and elder, she felt immense joy witnessing such filial piety in her junior, which deepened her trust in the charming young boy before her. "Yes, Grandpa Jack has always dreamed of building a clean and sturdy road between Holy Soul Village and Notting City. With this 1,000 soul coins, I believe Grandpa Jack's dream can surely come true." Dongqing nodded affirmatively. Although Holy Soul Village was not far from Notting City, the path was rugged and treacherous, a persistent headache for Village Chief Jack. 1,000 soul coins may not seem substantial for a soul master, but it was sufficient to construct a direct road to Notting City. Moreover, Village Chief Jack's gratitude towards the Spirit Hall stemmed largely from the fact that, despite the difficult terrain, the Spirit Hall's officials, such as Su Yutao, visited Holy Soul Village every year without fail to help 6-year-old children awaken their martial spirits free of charge. Thus, Village Chief Jack had long desired to build a clean and sturdy road. Unbeknownst to him, the rugged path posed little challenge to a powerful soul master like Su Yutao. Dong marveled at the grandeur of such aspirations held by an ordinary village and its humble leader. After reflecting on this, she looked at the hopeful Dongqing in her arms and nodded, saying, "I will arrange for someone to deliver it, ensuring that this 1,000 soul coin card reaches Village Chief Jack personally. I believe that thereafter, no one will dare to covet it." The existence of students working to support their studies in remote villages like Holy Soul Village was merely a reflection of the poverty that plagued these communities, rendering them unable to afford the basic tuition fees for junior Soul Master academies. Thus, a windfall was not necessarily a blessing for Holy Soul Village. However, items dispatched by the Spirit Hall were seldom targeted for theft on this continent, as few dared to seize such treasures. And those who did would likely look down upon a mere 1,000 soul coins. "Thank you, teacher." Dongqing buried his head into Dong's embrace, rubbing against her. Suddenly, he recalled another pressing matter and lifted his head to inquire, "Teacher, I have a question regarding my soul power cultivation. May I seek your guidance?" Bang! In an instant, a sharp reprimand fell upon him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "Shuqin, have you forgotten what my role is?" Dong's expression turned slightly displeased as she playfully pinched his cheek. To even ask if she could help him implied that he did not regard her as a teacher. This mischievous child needed a lesson to understand the weight of her authority. "Teacher, I know. I was wrong," Dongqing mumbled, his words unclear. Being a reincarnated individual, he had difficulty fully grasping the significance of the title teacher, as his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of vengeance against the spider. "You must never treat me with such distance again, Shaoqing. Do you understand?" Dong leaned slightly forward, adopting a posture that exuded authority. "I will remember." Dongqing took a deep breath, striving to control his gaze and avoid being overwhelmed by the immense pressure close at hand. Unaware of Dongqing's inner turmoil, Dong interpreted his demeanor as obedient compliance and gently asked, "Now, tell me what issues you have been encountering with your soul power cultivation." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, though such qualities were lost on an ordinary 6-year-old child. "Teacher, it's like this. During my recent meditation for soul power cultivation, I feel as if a significant portion of my soul power is silently vanishing. After several days, the total amount of soul power within me has not increased considerably." Dongqing expressed his concern. He had experienced a similar phenomenon when absorbing the energy from the 3,000-year soul ring of the 100-fold Ant King, where a substantial portion of the energy seemed to be consumed by his body. This was why his soul power had only increased by a mere 3 levels. Disappearing soul power? Dong's expression grew serious, knowing this was crucial to Dongqing's advancement. If a soul master could not enhance their soul power, they would be unable to elevate their rank, which signified a bleak future. However, Dongqing was different. His talent was indisputable, possessing not only innate full soul power but also a variant martial spirit, the heavenly horned ant. There was no reason he should struggle to elevate his soul power. Indeed, 90% of the soul power I painstakingly meditated for has been consumed by my body. At this rate, I can't even fathom when I might advance a level." Dongqing lamented, feeling helpless. He suspected that the challenges stemmed from the pure bloodline of the heavenly horned ant, making his soul power cultivation extraordinarily arduous, as any advanced bloodline requires substantial energy sustenance. "Ah, so it is being absorbed by your body. Thank goodness. As long as it is not disappearing into thin air." Dong sighed in relief. She feared it might vanish without explanation. If the soul power was indeed absorbed by the body, it was entirely understandable, as Dongqing's formidable physique could not have emerged without the nurturing of soul power. "But teacher, how can I cultivate soul power like this? If 90% of what I laboriously meditate for is devoured, doesn't that make my task 10 times harder than others?" Dongqing's face was filled with despair. Initially, he had been reluctant to believe this was happening, thinking perhaps he was meditating incorrectly. However, after several days, he was certain that his soul power was being consumed by his own body. "Shaoqing, don't fret. Allow me to examine your body. There will surely be a solution." Dong reassured him softly. She extended her delicate hand, pressing it firmly against Dongqing's chest, drawing a thin strand of her vast soul power from within her, and carefully infused it into him. At that moment, Dongqing's body, imbued with the pure bloodline of the heavenly horned ant, reacted as if it were a ravenous beast sensing blood, voraciously consuming the thread of soul power that Dong had imparted. Chapter 27. The pitiful pure-blood skyhorn ant cub. How intriguing. It astonishingly devoured a fragment of my soul power in one gulp. I am curious to see just how much soul power you can consume. Dong once again extracted a strand of soul power from the vast ocean within her being. To her astonishment, the moment this strand entered Dongqing's body, it was instantly consumed by his insatiably hungry form. No wonder little Qing possesses such a formidable physique at this young age, coupled with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Had it not been for his body continually absorbing his soul power, it is likely that upon awakening his martial soul, he could have reached the same innate level of 20th rank as Shuer. Bibidong promptly realized that Dongqing's martial soul had undoubtedly achieved the level of a divine martial soul. "Teacher, I am a bit drowsy," Dongqing murmured, rubbing his eyes as he nestled into Bibidong's embrace and succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was due to the absorption of Bibidong's soul power, which is of the highest Douluo rank, that greatly facilitated the revival and awakening of the pure-blood skyhorn ant's lineage. This led Dongqing to develop a penchant for acquiring strength through deep slumber, a profound weariness suddenly overwhelming his body and mind. Observing Dongqing peacefully asleep in her arms, Bibidong's face broke into a gentle smile. She refrained from disturbing his slumber and carefully drew another strand of soul power from within herself, transferring it into his body. As expected, even in his sleep, Dongqing's body continued to absorb the soul power she provided. Subsequently, there was a repetitive flow of soul power entering him, and she lost track of time. Bibidong was pleasantly surprised to discover that simply holding Dongqing close allowed his body to autonomously and gradually absorb the soul power from her, eliminating the need for her meticulous control over its entry. "Ah, little Qing, you are the first to brazenly enjoy the privileges of the martial soul hall as Pope, and indeed the only one. You should know that even Naer and Shuer were not as fortunate as you are now," Bibidong sighed. After speaking, she led him to rest. With the lights dimmed in the bedroom, slumber enveloped them. Were it not for Dongqing's previous demonstration of filial piety, she would have been reluctant to grant him such generous treatment, considering she was the Pope of the martial soul hall. Dongqing was not her blood relative. What warranted such sacrifice on her part? However, his previous display of filial character gradually earned her acceptance of this charming boy. Bibidong was unconcerned about the consumption of soul power. As a peak 99th level unparalleled Douluo, the soul power within her was akin to an ocean, rendering her indifferent to such minor expenditures. Furthermore, she merely needed to take a moment to meditate, and her consumed soul power would swiftly restore itself. The reason for her rapid recovery was simple. Bibidong had long attained the pinnacle of 99th level soul power, benefiting from her dual martial souls, particularly the remarkable ability of her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, which allowed her to absorb and devour powerful soul beast soul rings, thereby elevating her soul power level. Though she could also absorb the soul power of soul masters through the soul-devouring Spider Queen, she had not yet resorted to that measure. Aside from having absorbed the martial soul and soul ring of Qianxu and Ji, she had not harmed other soul masters. She assured herself that even if the day came when she had to absorb a soul master's soul power, it would only be from those captured evil soul masters. Moreover, Bibidong was the undisputed champion on the ground after the previous Haotian Douluo, Tang San. However, due to the constraints of the Rakshasa 9 trials, she was currently unable to unleash her full soul power and could only manifest the strength of a 98th level Douluo. Yet, Bibidong felt that if she nurtured Dongqing well, he could provide tremendous assistance in her future Rakshasa 9 trials. After all, every situation and rule has its loopholes, and even divine examinations are no exception. Previously, Bibidong had no one to rely on. Though Hulaina was conferred the title of Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall, she was clearly unable to assist her in the future. As for her biological daughter, Qianrenxue, due to their long-standing incompatibility, it was a blessing that she did not conspire against her own mother, let alone offer any help with the Rakshasa 9 trials. Now, Bibidong unexpectedly discovered that the sleeping boy before her seemed to embody all her hopes for the future. The Rakshasa 9 trials were comparable in difficulty to the Sea God 9 trials, with the only advantage being the ample time available, allowing her to patiently wait for Dongqing to grow. As dawn broke, the Pope's chamber in the back hall of the Pope's palace came alive. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? Upon awakening, Dongqing found himself enveloped in confusion. The room was empty, and he was alone. Yet this chamber was unlike the one he had previously slept in, adorned with distinctly feminine decor. To his astonishment, he sensed a significant increase in the total amount of soul power within him, alongside a gradual enhancement of the awakening degree of the pure-blood skyhorn ant lineage. At that moment, a stream of inherited knowledge surfaced deep within Dongqing's soul sea, originating from the pure-blood skyhorn ant lineage. He promptly immersed his consciousness into the depths of his soul sea. The soul sea, an azure world, was expansive, stronger, and broader than that of an average person. owing to Dongqing's 2 lifetimes and the possession of the pure blood Skyhorn ant lineage. Currently, the awakening degree of the Skyhorn ant bloodline stood at 10,593. To awaken the Skyhorn ant's sensory tentacles required a 10% awakening degree, allowing immunity to mental invasions up to 3 times one's own mental power. Awakening the Skyhorn ant's innate horn necessitated a 30% awakening degree, at which point the innate domain ability of the pure blood Skyhorn ant would automatically activate. Awakening the Skyhorn ant's treasured techniques required a 50% awakening degree, unlocking the first treasured technique of the Skyhorn ant, the bloodline memory inheritance of the heaven-blocking hand. There were several other exceptionally powerful inherited abilities of the Skyhorn ant bloodline, and upon merely glancing at them, Dongqing felt his heart race uncontrollably. He believed that even with half his lineage awakened, he could traverse the Douluo continent with unparalleled confidence, a true embodiment of invincibility. However, what resources could he possibly offer to nurture the pure blood Skyhorn ant bloodline? The Douluo continent was not a perfect world, devoid of those exquisite celestial herbs. Yet, Dongqing lacked the confidence to compete with the formidable figures from the perfect world for such precious herbs. He feared that instead of acquiring the coveted celestial herbs, he might become a mere resource for them, a pitiful pure blood Skyhorn ant cub. With these thoughts in mind, Dongqing retracted his musings, pulling his consciousness back from the depths of his soul sea. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Upon doing so, Bibidong's figure appeared before him, less than 10 centimeters away, and he could distinctly detect the fragrance emanating from her. Chapter 28, The Monotonous Trial. Oh, teacher? Dongqing gazed at Bibidong in astonishment, surprised by her unexpected presence so early in the morning. Last night, after a thorough examination of your body, I discovered that it harbors a formidable bloodline, Bibidong explained. It has been incessantly absorbing the soul power within you, resulting in the negligible retention of the soul power you have cultivated through meditation. Bibidong had remained with Dongqing throughout the night, only rising at dawn. During the first half of the night, she observed how something within Dongqing was devouring his soul power until she ultimately identified the pure bloodline of the heavenly ant residing within him. In the latter half of the night, perhaps due to the comfort of companionship, a drowsy Bibidong, feeling relaxed, tightly embraced Dongqing and drifted into slumber. For she had already pinpointed the root of the issue and no longer needed to worry about any other problems within his body. A formidable bloodline? Dongqing wore an innocent expression, his eyes reflecting a profound naivety. At that moment, he was unaware of what a heavenly ant was, nor did he realize he bore its pure bloodline. He was merely a child, a 6-year-old yearning for his teacher's wisdom. His bewildered demeanor made Bibidong feel that her role as a teacher had gained newfound significance. She squatted slightly, her graceful form curving into an elegant arc. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing her pale golden skirt to flutter, revealing her delicate calves. Finally, she half squatted before him and softly remarked, "Indeed. It is this powerful bloodline that bestows upon you unimaginable strength and a physique that surpasses that of your peers." Dongqing's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. His tone filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "So that's why I possess such strength. I knew there had to be a reason. It must be because the soul power absorbed by my body has ultimately transformed into my physical prowess." As he spoke, he waved his small hands, perfectly embodying the innocent behavior of a 6-year-old. However, do not be overly joyful just yet, for it requires a substantial amount of soul power to grow. The minuscule amount you have cultivated through meditation is insufficient to sustain that extraordinary bloodline's power, Bibidong cautioned, gently tapping Dongqing's forehead with her delicate finger. Upon hearing this, the joyful expression on Dongqing's face instantly morphed into one of dismay, and he curiously inquired, "Teacher, what should I do now?" Bibidong, observing Dongqing's eager gaze, felt a clever idea formulating in her mind. She rose, her expression conveying a sense of helplessness as she shrugged. "What can be done? The teacher has no good solutions. You must strive on your own." "Ah? What does that mean? Did I misinterpret the script?" Dongqing was filled with confusion. Did he not expect Bibidong to willingly provide him with her exceptional soul power? If he relied solely on his own efforts to cultivate soul power, no matter how diligently he meditated, he would ultimately lack the resources to nourish the heavenly ant's pure bloodline. As Bibidong turned to leave, Dongqing hurriedly stepped forward and clutched her leg, pleading, "Teacher, please don't go. Is there truly no other way?" Hearing this, Bibidong, with her back turned to Dongqing, couldn't help but smile with a hint of triumph. She then slowly turned to face him, her expression portraying a degree of difficulty. "It is not that there is no way, it is just that." Bibidong hesitated. The allure of something unattainable makes it all the more precious. She certainly did not wish to give it away freely. Teacher, just tell me. Dongqing clung to her leg, pleading. There was no alternative. He needed to hold on to her for the sake of nurturing the heavenly aunt's pure bloodline within him. However, this method would demand a considerable expenditure of her soul power. Although, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the title Douluo, her internal soul power was as vast as an ocean. Providing soul power to him day and night would eventually weaken her body, leaving her vulnerable to potential threats. After expressing this concern, Bibidong's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Dongqing. She was curious about how this 6-year-old boy would respond to such a predicament. Would he disregard her well-being and beseech her for the necessary soul power? Or would he demonstrate concern for her, relinquishing the approach that could jeopardize her health? In silence, a trial was set before him. It was not uncommon for adults to test children in various ways to gauge their character and integrity. While such assessments are not always foolproof, they can provide a rough estimate of one's moral fiber. Undoubtedly, nurturing Dongqing would require a significant investment from Bibidong. If he did not possess the qualities deserving of such dedication, how could she entrust her future to him? Indeed, a minor expenditure of soul power was trivial for her, and she would not be weakened by the absorption of a small amount. After all, for someone of Bibidong's caliber, recovering from any loss in soul power would require only a brief period of meditation. Nonetheless, one must ponder how many teachers are unafraid of raising a thankless child. Should Dongqing betray her trust in the future, it would shatter her heart, which was already laden with scars, unable to bear further wounds. Although Dongqing had previously shown filial piety by offering his championship reward to his elders, it was still insufficient. Bibidong needed to see that he genuinely cared for her, that he cherished her as a fragile woman. Dongqing sensed the weight of the trial. Why did this sound so familiar? Was it from a melodramatic script? Upon this realization, having thoroughly absorbed the nuances of acting, Dongqing understood how to respond to Bibidong. Since this approach would ultimately lead to your weakening, I would rather slowly advance my soul power level on my own than see you face any potential danger, Dongqing declared with conviction. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Bibidong's gaze softened, her pupils shimmering with warmth. No one understood better than her the significance of soul power levels to a man. It was a matter of dignity, regardless of age. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's failed martial soul mutation, he would not have exhibited such cowardice. Of course, he was not without his flaws. Yet at this moment, Bibidong sought to confirm another matter. Dongqing. Chapter 29, the most beautiful and wealthy Douluo little Qing, if one day the teacher must stand against the entire world, with enemies lurking everywhere across the continent, will you still stand by my side? Bibidong harbored a dream within her heart, the unification of the entire continent, the establishment of a grand spirit empire. Her motivation for this endeavor was not the pursuit of supreme power, but rather the desire to provide all ordinary spirit masters with a fair opportunity for advancement. Beyond overcoming the trials of the Rasha 9 to attain divinity, the founding of the spirit empire on Douluo continent constituted her second aspiration. Of course, Dongqing replied with unwavering certainty, if not now to express loyalty, then when? Adults often ponder their responses, but children need not overthink. Otherwise, they risk revealing their inner complexities. Most individuals prefer those with straightforward personalities and disdain those who mirror their own rigid nature. Ah, little Qing. Your answer is so resolute. Are you merely trying to please the teacher? Bibidong regarded him with a hint of skepticism, yet upon gazing into his innocent, unblemished eyes, she ultimately placed her trust in this little disciple. Her willingness to believe in Dongqing stemmed from his youth. He was but a 6-year-old child, untainted by the convoluted thoughts of adulthood. Had he contemplated this question for too long, it might have sparked different ideas within her mind about what he truly meant. Not at all. This is genuinely how I feel. Grandpa Jack is my kin, and teacher, you're also my kin, so of course, I will stand with you. Dongqing blinked his large, pure eyes, his pupils as pristine as a crystal-clear spring cascading down a mountainside. Kin? Bibidong's body suddenly stiffened. She had not anticipated Dongqing's unexpected answer. She continued, Little Qing, why do you regard the teacher as family? Why not? Dongqing countered, tilting his head. This question left Bibidong momentarily speechless. Indeed, why not? Why had she posed such an inquiry? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she arrived at a significant decision. She resolved to nurture the powerful bloodline within him using her own formidable spirit power, reaching the pinnacle of 99 levels as a spirit Douluo. Although uncertain if Dongqing would maintain his innocence as he matured, his current character and the words he spoke were worthy of her gamble. Indeed, why not, little Qing? It seems the teacher has been foolish. Bibi Dong mused with a self-deprecating smile. She then gently ruffled Dongqing's hair and spoke softly, "There is one more thing, from now on. Upon returning from school each day, do not go back to the side hall. Come directly to the teacher's room in the back hall. I have another method to help you enhance the power of your bloodline." Bibi Dong planned for Dongqing to stay with her at night, allowing him to gradually absorb her spirit power, preventing the bloodline's strength from hindering his advancement. This approach would not harm her. A slight loss of spirit power was negligible, and she could easily recover it through meditation during the day. Most importantly, Bibi Dong's actions would serve a dual purpose, rapidly elevating Dongqing's spirit level while gradually strengthening his bloodline, awakening the purity of his heavenly ant lineage. "Teacher, what is this method?" Dongqing genuinely did not understand, struggling to grasp why he needed to enhance the awakening of the heavenly ant bloodline in Bibi Dong's bedroom. "From now on, you are not permitted to question the teacher about this. Just obey. The teacher will not harm you," Bibi Dong replied, somewhat reluctant to explain the reasoning behind her decision. After all, she had previously stated that absorbing spirit power could lead to physical weakness. And now she found herself at a loss for a suitable excuse. But Dongqing felt perplexed. What was her true intention? And why could he not inquire further? "I have said not to ask again, nor to harbor curiosity about how the teacher will assist you in enhancing your bloodline power. Remember, this is a secret between the teacher and little Ching. No one else must know, not even your senior sister. Do you understand?" Bibi Dong's tone was grave and earnest. "I understand, and I promise I won't tell anyone, including my senior sister. However, teacher, may I not come every day?" Dongqing inquired. "Every day? What nonsense! That would completely invade our privacy." Dongqing was unwilling to relinquish his freedom at such a tender age. While he could visit occasionally, he needed to nurture his own heavenly ant bloodline without letting it excessively absorb the spirit power he had painstakingly meditated to acquire. Yet, the thought of being required to visit her room daily, regardless of Bibi Dong's alluring beauty and captivating charm, made him feel he would soon lose interest. After all, his heart embraced the entirety of the Stardow forest. How could he allow himself to be ensnared by a towering tree? "Teacher can agree to that." Well, the teacher could use a pillow tonight. Would you be willing to help me, little Ching?" Bibi Dong inquired softly. She found herself in a predicament. Forced to fabricate an excuse, she could not admit that her spirit power was so abundant that she needed his presence to enhance his bloodline strength. That would transform her previous reassurances into outright lies. As for Dongqing's future growth or ascension to the rank of title Douluo, Bibi Dong believed that by then, even if he comprehended the truth, he would not hold any resentment over her well-intentioned falsehoods from his childhood. "A pillow?" Dongqing pondered, realizing he might not be at a disadvantage. Yet, seizing the opportunity to gain some advantage, he proposed, "I am willing. But if you intend to use me as a pillow, I must receive some benefits in return." "What benefits?" Bibi Dong was not averse to granting Dongqing another favor, given that she had already bestowed upon him the most significant advantages. If she could secure his heart and ensure he steadfastly remained by her side in the future, she would not mind parting with material possessions. "I desire a spatial soul guide. Teacher, could you grant me this?" Dongqing's voice brimmed with longing. Previously, with his meager 1,000 gold soul coins, he could hardly dream of acquiring a spatial soul guide. Even adding the few hundred he had extorted from Hu Liena would only suffice for a common soul guide. Spatial soul guides were notoriously difficult to manufacture and exceedingly rare, rendering their prices exorbitantly high. Most spirit masters encountered them only a handful of times in their lives. A spatial soul guide? Let the teacher consider what type would be suitable for you, little Ching. Bibi Dong did not refuse Dongqing's request. At that moment, she was contemplating what level and style of spatial soul guide would best serve him, for she had accumulated quite a collection herself, to the point of losing track of their numbers. This was Bibi Dong, the Empress of the Spirit Hall, the most affluent and beautiful female Douluo on the Douluo continent. Chapter 30. Speechless from injustice as the conversation unfolded, Bibi Dong gracefully extended her delicate hand, and with a gentle wave, the blue ring adorning her finger shimmered with a radiant glow. Suddenly, dozens of soul-guiding devices of various styles materialized in the air. The types of weapons, swords, spears, axes, and whips, are of little concern for now. What captured attention were several rare spatial soul-guiding devices that Bibi Dong presented directly before Dongqing for his selection. These included a blue belt, a red jade ring, and a pure white hairpin. Xiaoqing, all three of these are spatial soul-guiding devices. Which one do you prefer? Bibi Dong's display of numerous soul-guiding devices stemmed from her curiosity about whether Dongqing would greedily desire them all. If he did, she would not yield them easily unless he provided a compelling reason to justify his need for such a device. She was determined not to allow him to accept excessive external assistance, which might distract him from his own cultivation of soul power. At that moment, Dongqing gazed at the three distinct spatial soul-guiding devices, gradually falling into contemplation. He first dismissed the pure white hairpin, recognizing it as an accessory suitable only for women. As for the red jade ring in the blue belt, his initial inclination leaned toward the ring. However, he inadvertently noticed Bibi Dong's gaze linger on the blue belt, suggesting it held special significance for her. Yet, if it was of such importance, why would she offer it for his selection? Dongqing was perplexed by the complexities of a woman's thoughts and the motivations behind Bibi Dong's actions, leading him to resolutely choose the blue belt. Teacher, I want this spatial soul-guiding device. He grasped the blue belt firmly. That one? Xiaoqing, are you certain? Don't you prefer the red jade ring? Bibi Dong, willing to present the options, was unperturbed by the possibility of Dongqing's choice, as he held a greater importance to her at that moment. Yes, this is the one. By the way, teacher, does it have a name? Dongqing inquired. Upon finishing his question, he fastened the belt around his waist, which immediately adjusted to fit his size. Dongqing felt a resemblance between this blue belt and Tang San's renowned 24-bridge moonlit night. It not only changed size automatically, but also offered a comparable internal space, giving a sense of them being complementary. The belt was predominantly azure and white, adorned with blue and white stripes, and embedded evenly with 36 pieces of milky white jade, each no larger than an adult's thumb. Its overall circular shape and warm hue clearly indicated its exquisite quality, which was why Dongqing was immediately drawn to it. Recognizing its value far exceeded that of the red jade ring and white hairpin. As for its name, it is called the Blue Mountains and Flowing Waters. Bibi Dong's gaze toward the belt was filled with nostalgia and resentment, hinting at her bitterness toward a faithless person. The Blue Mountains and Flowing Waters? The 24-bridge moonlit night? Dongqing suddenly understood the origin of this belt, astonished that Yu Xiaojiang in his youth had quite the charm with women. Bibi Dong, lost in her memories, experienced a shift in emotions, and after retracting the floating soul-guiding devices, she wandered to a window. Lost in thought. Perhaps it was longing, perhaps nostalgia, or perhaps resentment. In any case, she sought solitude. About an hour later, at 7:30 in the morning, in the cafeteria of the Spirit Hall Elite Soul Master Academy. This state of Bibi Dong suggests she still harbors hope for that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. Although I anticipated this, I never imagined she would privately cling to such memories. I must devise a solution to this predicament, Dongqing pondered while consuming his breakfast. He certainly did not wish to see Bibi Dong influenced by Yu Xiaojiang again, nor did he want to encounter that middle-aged man in her presence. Don't ask why. My teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, is unworthy. A man who cannot even accept the mediocrity of his own martial soul, yet constantly repeats that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. In reality, this phrase was merely a self-consolation. When it came time to accept disciples, he immediately chose Tang San, who possessed the dual martial soul talent. Unbeknownst to him, that phrase had long been trampled underfoot. While Dongqing was lost in thought, a graceful figure appeared behind him, playfully covering his eyes. Guess who I am? A sultry voice chimed. Senior sister, what are you doing so early? Dongqing replied expressionlessly. The distinctiveness of her voice made it impossible for him not to recognize who stood behind him. Isn't it rather unkind of you? Why make me guess? Just tell me directly. Hulaina immediately pouted, frustrated that teasing her junior brother was proving less amusing than anticipated. What do you mean, senior sister? I don't mean anything. This is just so boring. Not meaning anything? What does that even mean? Mind your own business. Oh, you annoying junior brother, what do you mean by oh? Nothing of significance. Nothing of significance? I was in a good mood today, but your callousness has soured it. Taking advantage of her seniority, Hulaina began to playfully pinch Dongqing's cheeks. Not far away, at another table, Yin and Xiaoyu sat together, with Yin gripping his spoon tightly. He glanced toward Dongqing and Hulaina, their playful banter igniting a fiery jealousy within him. This was a physical manifestation of his emotions as the bearer of the ancient martial soul flame lord. He could emit flames even without summoning his martial soul. Yin, what's the matter with you? Xiaoyu observed his friend's unusual demeanor, puzzled as to why he was envious of a 6-year-old child. You don't understand. The Holy Sun has feelings for Laina. Yin replied, looking dejected. There was little he could do. Despite his strength, he still felt inferior to Xiaoyu. Perhaps because he was Hulaina's biological brother? Although Xiaoyu and Hulaina shared different surnames, they were indeed siblings, which related to the unique customs of Douluo continent. They inherited their parents' surnames and martial souls. This was also a reason why the three sects of Douluo continent remained resilient through the ages. Their direct bloodline descendants could inherit their martial souls. Surely not, Yen. I think you're overthinking this. The Holy Sun is just 6 years old. How could you say such a thing? Xiaoyu remarked, standing up and heading toward the table occupied by Hulaina and Dongqing. I truly didn't overthink it. That day, I saw. Yen felt utterly wronged, unable to articulate his distress. He vividly recalled witnessing Dongqing nuzzle against Hulaina's cheek while mocking him in her embrace. Yet no one believed the truth of what he had witnessed. Chapter 31. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have elapsed. Time has flown by. And it is now the year 2644 of the Douluo calendar. Dongqing has transformed into an exceptionally handsome young man, as his soul power has greatly enhanced his physical development. Coupled with the pure blood lineage of the heavenly ant within him, he has blossomed into a striking youth. Standing tall and robust, with eyes as gentle as jade. A flawless facial contour, skin as smooth as soft jade, eyebrows reminiscent of distant mountains, long and thick eyelashes, a straight and noble nose, and delicate, small lips. He is a vision of exquisite beauty, prompting one to wonder if he is a celestial being descended to earth. In the hall of the Pope, the front chamber, Dongqing spoke, "Teacher, I must return. I received a letter from the village, and Grandpa Jack's health has deteriorated significantly." At this moment, Dongqing had reached a height of approximately 178 meters, mirroring the stature of the 12-year-old Dai Mubai. "Very well, I shall have Elder Zhu accompany you back," Bibi Dong replied, her eyes reflecting satisfaction as she gazed at Dongqing, her most cherished disciple. At the tender age of 12, he had already attained the formidable level of a rank 41 soul master, earning the title of a prodigy, which was widely circulated among the many officials of the Spirit Hall. Now, across the continent, everyone was aware that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall had reached an astonishing rank 41 at the mere age of 12. It was not merely the level that was noteworthy. Throughout history, no one had achieved such a rank at this tender age. As a result, the Spirit Hall's reputation had grown immensely among common soul masters, who now regarded joining the Spirit Hall as a mark of honor. "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Dongqing stepped forward, gently embracing Bibi Dong, who was nearly of his height, before resolutely turning to leave. As Bibi Dong watched his departing figure, a flicker of unspoken guilt crossed her eyes, and she murmured softly, "I am sorry, little Qing. You are now an adult. I can no longer." 6 years had indeed passed swiftly. For the first 4 years, Dongqing had been a pillow for Bibi Dong during her slumber, providing soul power to nourish the pure blood lineage of the heavenly ant within him. However, an unforeseen event occurred 2 years ago. Due to the inherent maturation ability of soul power, most 12-year-old soul masters exhibit physical and physiological characteristics akin to those of 17 or 18-year-olds. Dongqing was no exception. At the age of 10, he experienced rapid physical development, exuding a distinctly masculine allure. Bibi Dong could no longer deceive herself into believing he was merely a child. Thus, one fateful night 2 years prior, after receiving a slap on his face, Dongqing lost his status as a mere pillow. But could this be wholly attributed to him? After all, he was now a normal young man. Simultaneously, due to a significant reduction in their private interactions, the pure blood lineage of the heavenly ant began to consume the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated through meditation. Nonetheless, even so, by the age of 12, Dongqing had become a rank 41 soul master, his name resonating throughout the entire Douluo continent. Upon exiting the hall of the Pope, an expected figure appeared. "Junior brother, where are you headed now?" Hulaina approached gracefully, adorned in a splendid gown of white and gold, with intricate golden patterns embellishing her shoulders. The gown's neckline accentuated her ample bosom and curvaceous form, while her slender waist could be grasped with ease. As she walked, her hips swayed gently, and her long, straight legs moved with a captivating elegance, stirring the deepest desires of men. However, despite her beauty, her strength paled in comparison to Dongqing's. She had also not disappointed Bibidong's expectations, reaching rank 40 at the age of 15. Now, at 18, she had surpassed rank 50. Although Hulaina was now a rank 52 Soul King, she could not overshadow Dongqing, who had already achieved rank 41 at the age of 12. The halo surrounding the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall dimmed considerably in comparison. "I plan to return to Shahun village to visit Grandpa Jack." "Sister, are you once again seeking to challenge me?" Dongqing sighed upon seeing Hulaina, who had repeatedly sought to challenge him. "Why not? Besides, It won't take much of your time to accompany your sister for a little practice, will it? Hulaina replied, tilting her head with a haughty demeanor. Fine, fine, fine. Just because you recently advanced to rank 50 and obtained a 10,000-year soul ring, you think you can challenge me again? You can resort to suppressing me with your soul power level, and I'll agree, all right? Dongqing shook his head in resignation. He hoped that after once again overwhelming her with his superior strength, this cunning fox would finally recognize the disparity in their capabilities. Over the past 6 years, Hulaina had challenged Dongqing numerous times. Each time she experienced a boost in her strength, she sought him out for a duel. All right, let us meet outside the Spirit City, at our usual spot, Hulaina declared confidently, believing her powerful fifth soul skill would undoubtedly enable her to defeat her formidable junior brother. After Hulaina turned to leave, Dongqing followed her. Knowing it wouldn't consume much of his time, where does she get her confidence from? Dongqing pondered. Could it be that her newly acquired fifth soul skill is indeed formidable? Yet, my own soul ring configuration is truly unparalleled, with no peers of my age to compare. At present, Dongqing's pure-blood heavenly ant lineage had awakened to 193. He was merely a fraction of a percent away from awakening the true form of the heavenly ant, which would automatically unlock the domain abilities inherent to his lineage. In truth, had it not been for Bibiong's inability to accept that Dongqing had grown up and was now residing nightly in the back hall of the Pope, essentially her bedroom, he would likely have awakened his true form by now. Recalling this, Dongqing felt an urge to confront Yu Xiaojiang, as it was he who had thwarted his progress. However, a direct confrontation was unwise, given Yu Xiaojiang's significance to Bibidong. Yet, there was a way to address this matter. Dongqing had recently devised an excellent plan, but he needed to wait until he returned from Shanghun village after visiting Grandpa Jack to execute it properly. Outside the Spirit City, in the depths of a lush forest, Hulaina calmly regarded Dongqing, who remained silent. After a minute, she spoke first. Junior brother, you will undoubtedly lose this time. I don't believe it, Dongqing replied, shaking his head. If you don't believe it, let us double the stakes this time. Are you willing to wager, junior brother? Hulaina asked earnestly. Dongqing observed her earnest expression, struggling to suppress a smile, but ultimately managed to maintain his composure. Why would I be afraid? I know your strengths well enough. That was the old me. The current me possesses the newly acquired fifth soul skill, the power of which will surely astonish you, Hulaina declared confidently. Dongqing could see her suppressed excitement, but he was unfazed, for he believed that this time would be different. Very well, sister, enlighten me. He shrugged nonchalantly. With that, the two prepared to unleash their martial souls. Chapter 32. Current public information. The enchanting fox spirit, Hulaina, proclaimed with a commanding voice. In an instant, she entered her martial soul manifestation state, radiating a captivating allure. A fluffy fox tail sprouted from her back, enhancing her beauty further. Her jet black eyes sparkled like the full moon, and her porcelain-like cheeks were as delicate as fine china, rendering her utterly breathtaking. Subsequently, 5 soul rings of varying hues ascended rapidly from beneath her feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. The rings gracefully circled her slender waist, exuding the formidable aura of a soul king. Current public information. Hulaina, 18 years old, soul king at level 52, martial soul, fox spirit, possessing innate full soul power. A royal martial soul. Her first soul skill, bewitchment, originates from a century-old soul beast, the snow fox, marked by a yellow soul ring of 600 years. Effect. It allows her to control soul masters with mental strength lower than her own through eye contact, though it can be countered by those with superior mental power. Her second soul skill, fox enchantment, comes from a century-old soul beast, the white fox, with a yellow soul ring of 900 years. Effect. It does not require eye contact. Any soul master within a certain vicinity with lower mental strength will succumb to the illusions woven by this skill. Her third soul skill, alluring eyes, is derived from a millennium-old soul beast, the fire fox, marked by a purple soul ring of 2,900 years. Effect. It enables permanent control over soul masters with mental strength inferior to hers until their death or complete mental collapse. Her fourth soul skill, enigmatic fox charm, is from a millennium-old soul beast, the enigmatic fox, with a purple soul ring of 7,400 years. Effect. It creates a large-scale illusion, allowing her to manipulate the environment based on her soul power output. If an enemy perishes within the illusion, they will die in reality as well. Her fifth soul skill, soul captivation, comes from a 10,000-year soul beast, the three-tailed black fox, marked by a black soul ring of 10,900 years. Effect. By expending 100% of her soul power, she can force a soul master whose level does not exceed hers by 10 levels into a deep slumber, rendering them incapable of resistance for 10 minutes. However, this skill requires 1 minute of preparation and will leave her in a state of complete unconsciousness after 20 minutes. This is the source of Hu Lai's unwavering confidence. Otherwise, she would not have so impulsively sought out a challenge. The Skyhorn Ant, martial soul manifestation activated. Dongqing stated calmly, instantly entering his own martial soul manifestation, his body adorned with a layer of light golden armor. The mysterious and ancient patterns on the armor dazzled the eye, while 2 long antennae above his forehead swayed gracefully in the breeze, emanating an aura of unparalleled dominance. The pure bloodline of the Skyhorn Ant began to assert its might, although Dongqing had only awakened 29% of his bloodline. The aura of a top predator was exponentially amplified. Purple, purple, black, black. For soul rings rose from beneath his feet, particularly the 2 10,000-year soul rings, each of which surpassed Hu Lai's recently acquired 10,000-year ring in age. Current public information: Dongqing Pure Blood Young Skyhorn Ant, 12 years old, Soul Scholar at level 41. Martial Soul, Skyhorn Ant, possessing innate full soul power. His current martial soul level is Divine, and upon achieving 100% Bloodline Awakening, it will automatically upgrade to a Divine King level martial soul. The highest level of the martial soul? Spatial Soul Guidance Device. A cube of space measuring 1 cubic meter accompanies each gemstone, with a total of 36 gemstones, yielding 36 cubic meters of space. Bloodline Awakening of the Skyhorn Ant, 29. 193. With a single arm, he can effortlessly wield 3,000 pounds. In martial soul manifestation state, his strength is further amplified. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 10%. Awakened Antenna Perception. Awakened. Effect. Immunity to mental control intrusions not exceeding 3 times his own mental strength. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 30%. Awakened the Innate Skyhorn. Not yet awakened. Effect. Grants a talent domain of gravitational manipulation, tripling the gravitational pressure, enhancing the enemy's physical and soul power consumption by 3-fold. This talent domain may further evolve into Not Yet Awakened. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 50%. Awakened the first secret technique of the Skyhorn Ant Bloodline, Sky Covering Hand. Not yet awakened. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 70%. Awakened the second secret technique of the Skyhorn Ant Bloodline. Not yet awakened. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 90%. Awakened the third secret technique of the Skyhorn Ant Bloodline. Not yet awakened. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline at 100%. Strength, speed, and lifespan are all doubled, enhancing the peak of power, awakening the most formidable forbidden technique of the Skyhorn Ant lineage. Not yet awakened. First soul skill, Gale Pursuit, Gale Barrage, derived from the millennium-old soul beast, the 100 Equivalent King. Marked by a purple soul ring of 3,000 years. Effect. First segment, Gale Pursuit, is a rapid chase skill. If an enemy turns to flee during its activation, it can be reactivated at minimal soul power cost. Second segment, Gale Barrage, is an attack stacking skill. During its activation, soul power can automatically generate identical attack methods, forming soul-powered fists or replicating weapons. Second soul skill, Titan Armor, derived from the millennium-old soul beast, the 100 Equivalent King. Marked by a purple soul ring of 9,000 years. Effect. It significantly enhances defense and stamina limits. Even when attacked, he remains standing. However, this skill substantially reduces his mobility, lasting up to 10 minutes. Third soul skill, Weakness Perception, derived from the 10,000-year soul beast, the 1,000 June and Emperor. Marked by a black soul ring of 13,000 years. Effect. Using the Skyhorn Ant's antennae, he can sense the fatal weaknesses of his enemies and gain a degree of resistance to abnormalities, countering common illusions. This skill lasts up to 10 minutes. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning, derived from the 10,000-year soul beast, the 1,000 June and Emperor, marked by a black soul ring of 38,000 years. Effect. It delivers a powerful kick to all enemies in front, utilizing the reaction force to move rapidly among multiple foes within a certain range, inflicting continuous damage, ultimately gathering them together for a climactic finishing strike. To assist Dongqing in finding suitable soul rings, the 1,000 June and Emperor lineage has nearly faced extinction, retreating into the heart of the Douluo forest. In the martial soul city, 50 miles outside the city limits, deep within the lush forest. As per tradition, I shall initiate the soul skill first, and you must not strike first, junior brother. Hu Lai was unwilling to experience Dongqing's fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning, again. Its explosive speed was beyond her ability to react. Very well, as per tradition, senior sister, you may strike first. Dongqing displayed great generosity, as she was indeed his senior sister. Seeing Dongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Hulaina inwardly seethed, thinking to herself, "You said it, Dongqing, just wait for me. Once my fifth soul skill is fully charged, I shall reclaim every ounce of humiliation I have endured over the years." Fifth soul skill, soul captivation. Dongqing stood in a daze, while Hulaina began her minute-long charge. Chapter 33, Junior Brother. Release me. Observing her selfless junior, Dongqing. Hulaina felt an unsettling tightness in her chest as an indescribable emotion surged within her. She understood that in a fair fight, she was no match for him. Not to mention, even if he activated his second soul skill to let her strike, she would have no effective means to contend with him. Particularly, her initial several enchanting control soul skills relied on her mental prowess to charm and manipulate her foes. Although her mental strength was formidable and far surpassed that of her peers, it could not exceed that of Dongqing. As time ticked away, the minutes swiftly passed. My fifth soul skill, soul captivation, requires the full expenditure of 100% of my soul power as a cost. It can forcibly plunge soul masters whose level does not exceed 10 levels below mine into a deep slumber for 10 minutes. During that time, I shall have my way with you, dear junior brother. Hulaina completely overlooked the fact that while her skill was indeed powerful, she herself would succumb to unconsciousness after 20 minutes. As her fifth soul skill, soul captivation, reached its full charge, an intangible force enveloped Dongqing's mind and body, flooding him with an overwhelming and uncontrollable drowsiness. As Dongqing prepared to unleash his second soul skill, body armor, to forcefully dispel the urge to sleep, he noticed the determination and competitive spirit in Hulaina's eyes. Well, she is my senior sister after all, and I am about to depart. I shall allow her this one victory, Dongqing murmured to himself. In his moment of surrender, the drowsiness ultimately took over his mind and body, leading him into a 10-minute slumber. With a thud, Dongqing fell onto his back, stirring a flurry of fallen leaves. I have won, Hulaina exclaimed with excitement. However, due to the complete expenditure of her soul power, she now felt weak and her voice lacked vigor. Struggling to position her delicate form beside Dongqing, she noticed a flicker of nameless light emanating from the red jade ring adorning her finger. From this spatial soul guide, Hulaina retrieved the items she had meticulously prepared, a brush and a bottle of ink. At the age of 18, Hulaina had matured into a young woman. Yet at that moment, she resembled a child at play, doodling on Dongqing's handsome face. As time slipped by unnoticed, a small turtle gradually took shape. While Hulaina engaged in her playful antics, the second hand of the clock began to turn backward. Deep in his slumber, Dongqing journeyed through the ocean of his soul's memories, reflecting on the trials he had endured over the past 6 years. Although time flowed swiftly, memories remained steadfast. Since winning the championship at the junior competition in his first year, Dongqing participated in the intermediate competition at the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall in his second year, once again claiming the championship title. He sent the reward of 5,000 gold soul coins back to Holy Spirit Village through BB Dong. During that time, he returned to Holy Spirit Village, where the village chief, Jack, appeared even older, yet his face radiated joy, for the rural road to Notting City had been completed. With the road open, the village thrives. Consequently, the villagers of Holy Spirit Village became increasingly prosperous, their living standards gradually improving. At the very least, they could frequently travel to Notting City to sell agricultural products and return with items to enhance their lives. In the third year, with Bibidong's relentless support of his soul power, Dongqing's awakening of the heavenly ant bloodline continued to progress as he diligently meditated to strengthen his soul power. That year, however, Dongqing, at level 29, was temporarily ineligible for the advanced competition at the Spirit Hall's Elite Soul Master Academy, which required a minimum soul power level of 30 and capped at 40, without obtaining a soul ring. At this time, Hulaina had just turned 15 and reached level 40 in soul power. Naturally, she had no intention of participating in the so-called advanced competition. Having already claimed victory the previous year, Dongqing's inherent ability to counter her left her helpless. Yet, against other opponents with a mere flutter of her alluring eyes, her first, second, and third enchanting soul skills ensnared any foe with inferior mental strength, compelling them to descend from the platform. As for the few elite senior students who could barely withstand her charms, they were no match for Hulaina, who, empowered by her fox spirit martial soul, experienced a surge in strength and speed. Let us not forget, she possessed a royal grade martial soul, the beast martial soul, and the charming fox. Her natural physique was exceptionally strong. Though she could not rival Dongqing, she was certainly superior to most of her contemporaries. Otherwise, how could she have been accepted as Bibidong's disciple and designated the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? In the fourth year, during the latter half of the year, Dongqing, now 10 years old and nearing 11, experienced rapid physical development and inadvertently crossed into Bibidong's forbidden zone. After receiving a slap, he could only rely on the soul power he had cultivated to nurture his heavenly ant bloodline. At night, he was left to meditate in solitude. That year, Dongqing reached soul power level 34 and participated in the advanced competition at the Spirit Hall's Elite Soul Master Academy, once again demonstrating his prowess by overpowering all opponents and claiming the championship title, achieving a 3-time consecutive victory. As for the 5th and 6th years, Dongqing persevered in his meditation and cultivation of soul power, ultimately raising his level to 41. However, he lamented the slow awakening of his pure-blood heavenly ant lineage, as the absence of Bibidong's soul power support caused the rate of awakening to dwindle. Over 2 years, it increased from 28,561 to a mere 29,193. This left Dongqing feeling somewhat helpless, yet he understood the constraints of his situation. Although he had a means to diminish Yu Shaojiang's standing in Bibidong's heart, he was hindered by his youth. If he were to act prematurely, he risked complicating matters further. Nonetheless, he remained optimistic, even after 6 years had passed. Ample time lay ahead of him. 10 minutes later, as the second hand returned to its starting point, Dongqing awoke from the depths of his soul's memories. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Hulaina, who was still engrossed in her artistic endeavors on his face. He reached out, capturing her delicate hand to halt her mischievous antics, then exerted his strength to rise from the pile of leaves, sitting upright on the ground. "Sister, how dare you take advantage of my unconsciousness to draw on my face? This seems rather improper, does it not? I recall that our wager did not entail this," Dongqing remarked. His height nearly matched that of Hulaina's, as they both knelt on the ground, his hand firmly grasping hers. As she attempted to pull away, her lesser strength only drew her closer to him. Release me, junior brother, let go of my hand." Chapter 34. You are in trouble. You have fallen in love. Let go, just let go. Without hesitation, Dongqing released his grip. He believed he could keep her from escaping without holding her hand. A sudden scream pierced the air. Hulaina, with excessive force, toppled backward, her head perilously close to the ground, particularly with a sharp stone lying beneath. Dongqing cast her a resigned glance before swiftly wrapping his arms around her slender waist, drawing her back into his embrace due to the recoil. "How dare you? I told you to let go, and you really did." Hulaina, with an unreasonable demeanor, clutched the collar of Dongqing's shirt, her tone fierce. "Ah, women." Dongqing silently scoffed within, his face betraying no emotion. He had yet to hold her accountable for her actions, yet here she was, boldly questioning why he had released her. One must admit, this is the privilege of beautiful women. Even when they act unreasonable, one finds it hard to harbor true dislike. As a saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina's figure and beauty were second only to Pope Bibidong. Do not question Dongqing's familiarity with Bibidong's physique. He had learned a lesson about this 2 years ago while delving into such matters. As for Hulaina, their acquaintance had begun with unspoken challenges. Known well was the fact that Beast Soul Masters inevitably experience mishaps in close combat. Over the years, she frequently sought Dongqing for challenges, aiming to uphold her sister's dignity, yet she had never won. Today marked the first time she had superficially triumphed over him. "Now, junior brother, you have lost. Quickly pay me what we wagered. And mind you, as previously agreed, this challenge carries double the stakes, so you owe me double." Hulaina extended her delicate hand, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. "Well, I never said I wouldn't pay, here it is. Besides, I have already won quite a bit from you. So this merely recoups a fraction of my losses. What is there to be so jubilant about?" Dongqing replied, puzzled. He produced 2 gold cards worth 1,000 gold soul coins each and placed them into Hulaina's warm, soft palm. "Humph, how dare you say that? As your senior sister, do you not know to yield a little?" Hulaina's face blossomed into a satisfied smile as she gazed at the gold cards in her hand. It was not that she had a particular fondness for gold coins, but rather, it was the rarity of having one against Dongqing that filled her with immense satisfaction. "Yield? What more do you want me to do? Should I bind my hands next time?" Dongqing shook his head in exasperation. He had always admired those with unwavering convictions. Had it not been for her resolute spirit, he would not have allowed himself to relent against her challenges repeatedly. "That won't be necessary. I know I am not your match. After all, you not only possess immunity to my alluring soul technique, but also an incredibly formidable physique capable of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings at the 30th level," Hulaina remarked with a hint of wistfulness. She too aspired to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 30th level, but back then, despite her mental fortitude, Her body was unable to withstand the energy accompanying such a soul ring. It was only after reaching level 50 that she managed to absorb her first 10,000-year soul ring, while Dongqing had already absorbed 2, each with a significantly longer duration than hers. Well, people are different, and I consider myself fortunate, Dongqing replied. In his previous life, he had been a solitary individual, one whose absence would not garner notice. Perhaps that was why fate had guided him to the pure bloodline inheritance of the sky ant, leading him away from a life devoid of attachments. Fortunate? I am as well. I have encountered a wonderful teacher and a junior brother who indulges my whims. Aeen mused, perhaps accustomed to it, as she often found solace in Dongqing's embrace after each challenge, silently relishing the strength of his heartbeat. With each failed challenge, Dongqing's handsome figure gradually etched itself into her heart. In truth, women can be easily captivated by strength, be it in terms of wealth, power, or sheer physical prowess like Dongqing's. He had never shamelessly sought to please Aeen, yet his overwhelming strength had repeatedly conquered her heart amidst her reluctant challenges. Unbeknownst to him, Aeen had become increasingly proactive, as in her eyes, he was but a dense boy. Sister, shall we head back? Dongqing began to rise, only to be seized by Aeen. She whispered, why, until now, do you still refuse to call me Aeen? Upon hearing this, Dongqing pondered briefly before responding, senior sister. Please maintain decorum. I am still young and not at an age to consider such matters. Despite his age in the past in this life, he had no desire to engage in romance at the tender age of 12. Indeed, he could not comprehend why these girls, despite being merely 12, would entertain such notions of love. Although Aeen had already reached 18, Dongqing had just turned 12. Engaging in relationships before the age of 18 is, after all, unlawful. At that moment, 10 minutes had elapsed since Dongqing's awakening. You scoundrel, Dongqing, you absolute jerk. Before Aeen could finish her sentence, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her, and she collapsed into Dongqing's arms, fainting. The potency of her fifth soul skill was formidable. Yet the after effects were equally severe. She would not dare use it without someone to protect her closely. Looks like I will have to protect you from now on. Dongqing sighed. As he spoke, he gently placed Aeen on his back and slowly made his way through the dense forest outside the spirit city. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away, a mysterious woman concealed herself. Clad in a tight black leather suit, her figure was alluring and voluptuous, her features exquisite, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to a solitary ice lotus atop the highest peak of a snow-covered mountain, proud, cold, and enchanting. Aeen, you are in trouble. You have fallen in love. Alas, the holy sun is but a blockhead, incapable of appreciating your tenderness, the mysterious woman murmured softly. Half an hour later, within the spirit city, in the Pope's chamber, Dongqing had just placed Aeen in her room, concerned for the health of village chief Jack from the Sacred Soul Village. He was about to leave when a sweet voice interrupted him. He paused, glancing back at Aeen, who still pretended to be unconscious, then shook his head slightly and departed the room adorned with pink decorations without a backward glance. Chapter 35, The Discovery of the Stalker. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, lies the Sacred Soul Village. Situated 10 miles outside the village, soaring 700 meters above the ground. Your Highness, are you certain you wish for me to leave you here without entering the village this time? The voice of Zhu Huaguan, slightly sultry, echoed in the air. His martial spirit, the enigmatic celestial chrysanthemum, manifested golden petals that were not only aesthetically pleasing and resilient but also capable of carrying individuals. Yes, this is the place. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Zhu, Dongqing replied, nodding slightly. He preferred not to descend directly into the village and attract the attention of the villagers. It had been nearly a year since his last visit to Sacred Soul Village, and he was well aware that a sudden appearance from the sky would likely provoke a collective spectacle, presenting him with an unwelcome distraction amidst the various sentiments the villagers held towards him. Very well, Your Highness. Will you be staying for half a month? Zhu Huaguan inquired. Dongqing typically remained for about 2 weeks during his visits, rendering the question somewhat redundant. However, as a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, renowned for his meticulousness, he felt compelled to inquire each time. Indeed, Elder Zhu, half a month it is. I am truly grateful for your company on this journey, Dongqing responded calmly. Then, facing the howling wind, he leaped from the golden petals. To him, the height of several hundred meters felt akin to solid ground. With his formidable physique, he was unperturbed by the potential risks of falling from such heights. This was not Dongqing's first venture into the air. He had previously leaped from heights of 30 50, and 100 meters, ultimately achieving a record of 1,000 meters. He had already accomplished numerous feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Had it not been for his own eyes, Zhu Huaguan would have found it hard to believe that this 12-year-old boy possessed such an astonishing body. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as a figure struck the ground, creating a noticeable crater in the otherwise empty meadow. As Dongqing emerged, he set his sights on the direction of Sacred Soul Village and, with a few agile leaps, vanished from sight. The aura radiating from the soul beast of Douluo continent starkly contrasted with the pure blood beings of the perfect world. The former belonged to a lower dimension of existence, while the latter resided in a higher dimension. Even the gods of the Douluo god realm could not discern the pure bloodline of the heavenly ant within Dongqing. They merely assumed his anomalous martial spirit was overwhelmingly powerful. Note, for beings of a lower dimension, even a single drop of blood from a higher dimensional life form could yield unimaginable benefits. Thus far, no one had managed to breach Dongqing's physical defenses, and he had not sustained injuries or shed blood. Moreover, he had maintained his integrity, avoiding any negative interactions with others. Consequently, no one was aware that the blood coursing through his veins possessed properties akin to those of celestial herbs. After Dongqing had distanced himself, Zhu Huaguan's demeanor shifted, a flicker of vigilance crossing his features as he glanced toward another direction in the sky. "Show yourself. Stop hiding. I have already detected your presence," he commanded. The air fell silent, with no response forthcoming. Zhu Huaguan's expression darkened as he realized the individual was disregarding him, a titled Douluo. If they were to be so unyielding, he would force them to reveal themselves. With a flourish, he summoned his sixth soul skill, Golden Petals of Radiance. The enigmatic celestial chrysanthemum manifested in his hand, instantly filling the surroundings with resplendent golden flowers. He then manipulated the martial spirit, channeling a surge of soul power as the petals transformed into a meteor shower, relentlessly assaulting a white cloud above. At that moment, a rich and resonant voice emerged. Sixth soul skill, Deluge of Pear Blossoms. A figure clad in a sky-blue waist-length armor appeared, her silhouette graceful yet imposing, wielding a dark, formidable spear. As petals cascaded towards her, they were unable to penetrate the 3 inches surrounding her, being effortlessly shattered by the spear's phantom. Upon witnessing the arrival of this individual, Zhu Huaguan's expression grew increasingly grave. Temple of the Offering, Li Qiyun, the Spear Demon, a 93rd level title Douluo, with the Martial Spirit, the Breaking Array Overlord Spear. The Elder Hall, Yu Guan, the Chrysanthemum, a 95th level title Douluo, with the Martial Spirit, the Enigmatic Celestial Chrysanthemum. Within the Spirit Hall, there exist 2 major power structures. The first is the Elder Hall, led by the Pope Bibi Dong, encompassing Zhu Huaguan and other title Douluos such as Gui Mei, Xi Shui, and Mo Xiong, and Gui Bao. The second is the Temple of the Offering, commanded by the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, which includes title Douluos like Jiani Douluo, Qian Jun Douluo, and Jiang Imo Douluo. The most alarming aspect is that the combined forces of the title Douluos from both halls exceed 20, accounting for over 60% of the total title Douluos on the Douluo continent. However, due to the separate ambitions of Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, collaboration between them is impossible, resulting in a fragmented elite force within the Spirit Hall. This disunity has allowed the 3 major sects of the continent, alongside various other factions in the Sea God Island, to maintain their stability. "What brings you here? Have you been secretly tailing me and His Highness along the way?" Zhu Huaguan inquired, his voice taking on a deeper timbre, no longer as effeminate as before. "Zhu Huaguan, your words are quite unpleasant. What do you mean by tailing? I would never stoop to such a level," Li Qiyun retorted boldly, her tone brimming with defiance, particularly in denying any act of covert surveillance. "Surely you do not expect me to believe that you, an elder of the Temple of the Offering, are not secretly following His Highness? Could it be that you have been commanded by the Grand Offering to take action against the Pope's most cherished disciple?" Zhu Huaguan narrowed his eyes slightly. If this were indeed the case, he would need to swiftly escort Dongqing away, although he was not intimidated by the other party. Dongqing was still young and had not yet reached a high level of soul power. As a mere 41st level soul master, he would find it challenging to ensure his own safety. Zhu Huaguan could not guarantee his own safety, let alone allow Dongqing to become embroiled in a conflict among title Douluos. Chapter 36. Woman, just wait for half a month. It is not that. Your Highness the Holy Sun, regardless of the discord between the Elder Hall and the Offering Hall, and even the disagreements between His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering, he is still a member of the Spirit Hall. How could we possibly harm the Holy Sun? Besides, the Grand Offering privately holds a certain admiration for him," Li Qiyun explained. Douluo, as a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank, had little interest in the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. His sole concern was for his granddaughter, Rinchue, hoping she would successfully inherit the angelic deity's position. He believed that the risks of unifying the continent were too great. Not only was he wary of Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, but he was also most apprehensive about Tang San, a fellow peerless Douluo of the same rank. As long as he had not received confirmation of Tang San's death, the latter could emerge at any moment, regardless of how long he had been missing. In the Douluo continent, once one becomes a titled Douluo, they are granted a lifespan of approximately 300 years. Thereafter, with each level of soul power they attain, they can extend their life by an additional 100 years. Thus, upon reaching the 95th level, titled Douluos like those from the Chrysanthemum Pass can live for around 800 years, although progressing to the next level becomes exceedingly arduous. A 99th rank peerless Douluo, however, enjoys a lifespan that exceeds a millennium. If you are not here to cause trouble, then what brings you here? Although Chrysanthemum Pass had not unleashed his soul skills again, it did not mean he had fully accepted the words of the woman before him. It is worth noting that Li Qiyan held the title of Gun Devil, and among all female titled Douluos in the Douluo continent, she was the only one who relished combat like a madwoman. I have been sent here to request an audience with the Holy Sun, Li Qiyan stated. Who? Chrysanthemum Pass inquired with a frown. You know who she is? Li Qiyan replied, tossing over a token. Upon receiving the token, Chrysanthemum Pass focused his gaze and was astonished to find it bore the carved silhouette of a six-winged angel. How could it be her? Why couldn't it be her? Li Qiyan retorted. Does His Holiness the Pope know about this? Chrysanthemum Pass hesitated, for it was she who wished to meet Dongqing, a matter that pertained to Bibi Dong's household. As an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to interfere. Of course not. His Holiness and she have always had a strained relationship. However, she mentioned that if the Holy Son truly did not wish to, she would not force him. Li Qiyan shrugged with a hint of helplessness. Sometimes, she found it difficult to comprehend how a mother and daughter could be so estranged, despite caring deeply for each other's letters in private, while outwardly displaying disdain and a desire to avoid conversation. Very well, please follow me, Chrysanthemum Pass said lightly. At this moment, he was no longer concerned for Dongqing's safety, but rather feared he might receive a severe beating, given her marked disdain for Bibi Dong's two disciples, who had previously stripped her of all that belonged to her. At that moment, Dongqing, just about to step through the gates of the Holy Spirit village, was suddenly approached by a man and a woman. The man was familiar to him, being the titled Douluo Chrysanthemum Pass, who had frequently escorted him between the Holy Spirit village and the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. The woman, however, appeared somewhat odd, her gaze upon him reminiscent of. Dongqing found it difficult to articulate that feeling, yet her eyes seemed less than clean. Holy Son, this lady beside me is Li Qiyan from the offering hall. Elderly. She has come to see you, Chrysanthemum Pass stated calmly, while his attention remained fixed on Li Qiyan. It was not that he found her particularly beautiful, rather, he was on guard, wary of her potentially turning aggressive towards Dongqing, although she possessed her exclusive token as proof. It was always prudent to exercise caution to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Holy Son, I apologize for my abrupt visit, but I hope you can forgive me, as I have come on orders. Li Qiyan stepped forward, slowly extending her smooth, jade-like hand, signaling Dongqing to shake hands with her. It's quite all right, elderly. We are all members of the Spirit Hall, but may I inquire what business you have with me? Dongqing, though somewhat puzzled, decided to accept her handshake. However, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. What was she trying to do? Compete with me? Dare to match strength against the 10 fierce heavenly ant? As time passed, Chrysanthemum Pass noticed Li Qiyan's unusual behavior and could not help but chuckle at her deliberate provocation. Dongqing now wielded 3,000 gene of divine strength with a single arm, a feat that many titled Douluos could not achieve. To Chrysanthemum Pass, it appeared that Li Qiyan had merely heard of Dongqing's innate divine strength, but had not witnessed it firsthand, hence her sudden act of provocation today. 5 minutes elapsed. Elderly, shall we release hands? Dongqing suggested, feeling the sweat pooling in her palm, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip on her slick hand. I want to let go. If you want to, then you do it. I refuse to believe that the physical strength of a 93rd rank titled Douluo cannot surpass that of a 41st rank soul master. Li Qiyan protested, her expression filled with reluctance, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Despite Dongqing currently having the upper hand, It was merely a contest of basic physical strength without the utilization of soul skills, soul power, soul rings, or spirit bones to augment their physical prowess. To ensure fairness in their struggle, Li Qiyun refrained from channeling her soul power. Once she unleashed her tidal Douluo level soul power, her strength would increase exponentially. Although the power tiers in the Douluo continent were not exceedingly high, the strength possessed by tidal Douluos was certainly formidable. However, that strength was relative to whom one was measuring against. In a contest of pure physical strength, without considering any other enhancements, Dongqing was confident he would not be outmatched by any contemporary tidal Douluo. Another 5 minutes passed, and eventually, Li Qiyun, with a face full of regret, succumbed to defeat. Holy Son, I now understand why His Holiness the Pope took you as a disciple. With such physical strength, you can absorb soul rings without concern for the impact of their energies on your body, Li Qiyun remarked, casting several glances at Dongqing's robust physique, her heart racing with unbidden thoughts. Elderly, you flatter me. However, you have yet to disclose your true intentions amidst your focus on our contest of strength, Dongqing gently reminded her. Prompted by his reminder, Li Qiyun shook off her fanciful musings and revealed her purpose to Dongqing. I can agree to meet her, but not now. In half a month, I will accompany you, she stated. Dongqing was well aware of her identity, even without having watched the anime. He had spent 4 years in the company of Bibi Dong each night, during which he had learned about this individual. She was Qianrenxue, the current crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqingha. But why did she suddenly wish to see him? Moreover, as the holy son of the spirit hall, did she truly believe she could meet him at will? Woman, if you wish to see me, you will have to wait patiently for half a month. Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen. In the village of Holy Soul, at the home of the village chief. Grandfather, I'm back. As that familiar voice resonated once more, the elderly village chief, Jack, with his frail and hunched frame, attempted to turn around. At that moment, Dongqing appeared by his side, gently supporting his body. Shaoqing, you've returned. That's good. Jack's voice, though slightly aged, was often halting. This year, he had reached 79 years of age, and in the Douluo continent, where the average lifespan is merely 60. Someone of his common status living to such an age is considered remarkably long-lived. Grandfather, I heard that your health has not been well, so I hurried back to see you, Dongqing spoke with evident concern. Over the years, he had sent numerous longevity-enhancing ginseng and spiritual mushrooms and, in his capacity as the son of the Spirit Hall, had dispatched 2 healing soul masters of over level 20 to assist in caring for village chief Jack. Although these 2 healing soul masters were already quite aged and had lost hope of pursuing higher soul power levels, their healing abilities proved beneficial for ordinary individuals. I'm fine. Who said I'm unwell? Was it them? Those 2? Jack referred to the 2 healing soul masters. Just then, 2 middle-aged men entered the room. Both were in their 30s, and the one with the highest soul power was merely a 25-rank Great Soul Master. However, due to the scarcity of healing soul masters, even the Spirit Hall possessed only a limited number of such individuals, which elevated their status significantly despite their lower rankings. Were it not for Dongqing's position as the son of the Spirit Hall, these 2 proud healing soul masters would never have deigned to care for a common village chief. Your Highness, you have returned. The leading healing soul master, named Lu Yichuan, whose martial spirit was a healing staff, greeted with a bow, his soul power at 25. What exactly is wrong with my grandfather's health? Dongqing inquired calmly. Well, Lu Yichuan hesitated, searching for the right words. Speak. I do not wish to repeat myself. Dongqing's tone grew slightly firmer, and an uncontrollable aura of the pure-blooded skyhorn ant emanated from him. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Holy Soul Village, all life forms of lower tiers than the pure-blooded skyhorn ant were instinctively aware of a primal predator's gaze upon them. This aura, belonging to a top-tier predator, evoked an involuntary heart-pounding anxiety among them, although the sensation was fleeting and left no lasting impact. Since Holy Soul Village was near the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, the 10-kilometer radius just grazed the forest's edge. At that moment, a cute pink-eared rabbit girl, preparing to step out of the Stardow Forest into the human world she yearned for, sensed this terrifying aura and quickly withdrew her little feet. With her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, her sensitivity to such a formidable presence far surpassed that of ordinary beings. The aura emitted by Dongqing instilled her with overwhelming dread. Terrifying. The human world is indeed frightening. Perhaps I should reconsider. She sulked, hiding behind a large rock. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers outside Holy Soul Village, in a secluded valley, blue-silver grass flourished abundantly. Among them, one particularly radiant blue-silver grass shimmered with a soft, brilliant light. It's Xiaoqing. He has returned to see his grandfather again. What a filial child! The blue-silver emperor, Aeen, as the sovereign of the blue-silver grass and 100,000-year soul beast, had lost her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone due to a sacrifice many years ago. Nevertheless, as a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into form and a vigorous life force bearer, she maintained a blue-silver domain that enveloped a 100-kilometer radius as long as she was alive. In truth, Aeen had always felt that her son, Tang San, was somewhat peculiar. She often overheard him muttering about the Tang sect hidden weapons, and Tang sect techniques when he thought he was alone. Furthermore, he would rise before dawn to practice some mysterious skill and the purple extreme demon Eye on the mountaintop, who had imparted such knowledge to him. After all, she, his mother, had always kept a watchful eye on him. Though Aeen could not comprehend the situation, she did not reject her son's unusual interests. Rather, she sought ways to pave a brighter path for him. Now that Xiaoqing held the esteemed title of the Son of the Spirit Hall, and Xiao San had been taken to the Nuoding City Intermediate Soul Master Academy 6 years ago by Hao, they had grown up together. Their relationship neither particularly close nor distant. If he would be willing to assist Xiao San in entering a prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy, she believed it would surely enable him to advance further in his path as a Soul Master. However, Aeen also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If she wanted Dongqing to help Tang San, she too would have to pay a corresponding price. Regarding her enmity with the Spirit Hall, truthfully, ever since the Spirit Hall announced the death of Qinshuanji, Aeen felt that she had little left to resent. After all, those who had harmed her were now gone. Why prolong the hatred? Yet, she was still uncertain how to convince Dongqing to assist Tang San. Although they had once been companions in youth, 6 years had passed, and they had both matured. Especially Dongqing, who had now blossomed into a handsome young man. Would he still be inclined to help someone from his village? However, seeing Dongqing's inherent kindness and filial piety, Aeen felt it was worth the risk to reveal her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. If one were to ask why she was unafraid of her identity being exposed, it could only be attributed to a love that transcended words, motherly love. Back at the village chief's home, Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Village Chief Jack is of advanced age, and according to the typical lifespan of ordinary people, he is nearing, spoke the second healing soul master, Tao Shiqing, whose martial spirit was a healing bowl, with a soul power of 21. I recall bringing back many ginseng and spiritual mushrooms each year. With these longevity-enhancing herbs, my grandfather would merely be at death's door after just 6 years. Dongqing immediately questioned, have these two perhaps embezzled the ginseng and spiritual mushrooms? If that is the case, I will ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Upon noticing the skepticism in Dongqing's gaze, the leading healing soul master, Lu Yichuan, pleaded, Your Highness, this is unjust. Village Chief Jack is simply too advanced in years. He cannot withstand overly potent remedies. Though the ginseng and spiritual mushrooms have been processed to soften their effects, making them suitable for him, even the strongest remedies have a limit to their efficacy. Village Chief Jack's lifespan is nearing its end. It is not that we were negligent. Seeing this, the second healing soul master, Tao Shiqing, also chimed in, Your Highness, please see the truth. We have always devoted ourselves wholeheartedly and never shirked our duties. For an ordinary person like Village Chief Jack to reach this age is indeed a rare occurrence. As he had stated, Village Chief Jack's time was drawing near. Chapter 38. Listening to the eldest sister's tale as Dongqing prepared to utter a word, before he could even begin, Village Chief Jack waved his cane and struck him with considerable force. If Dongqing had not witnessed the blow land upon him, he might have thought it merely the sting of a mosquito. Xiaoqing, do not bully others. They have done their utmost. Moreover, ahem, who can escape death? Grandfather has lived nearly 80 years and has had enough of life. Village Chief Jack felt that his life had been worthwhile. He not only had an exceptionally outstanding grandson, but had also realized his dream of constructing the road to Holy Soul Village. Nonsense. Grandfather, you have only enjoyed 6 years of fortune. How can you say you have had enough of life? Before Dongqing could finish, a voice resonated deep within his mind. Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, can you hear me? Was it a soul transmission? Or a mental transmission? Dongqing quickly realized that. Endowed with the pure bloodline of the Sky Ant, His innate psychic power was formidable. Yet, in comparison to his physical strength, this overwhelming mental force seemed rather insignificant. Nevertheless, in contrast to ordinary soul masters, the intensity of his psychic power was still enviable. Who? Stop pretending to be mysterious and show yourself, Dongqing exclaimed sharply. Instantly, 4 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, spiraled up from beneath his feet, their presence exuding the formidable aura of a level 40 soul master, compelling the 2 healing soul masters before him, both in their 20s, to nearly kneel in submission. Of course, he restrained the emanation of his soul power meticulously, ensuring it did not extend to village chief Jack beside him. How terrifying! Is the disparity between people truly so vast? Setting aside the fact that he reached level 40 at just 12 years of age, His Highness the Saint Sun possessed not only 2,000-year soul rings, but also 2 10,000-year soul rings. This was utterly astonishing. The leading healing soul master, Louis Chuan, along with the second healing soul master, Tao Shiqing, could not help but express their astonishment. Unable to withstand the overwhelming soul power far exceeding that of an ordinary soul master, they hastily exited the room at Dongqing's signal. As for village chief Jack, he remained by Dongqing's side. What if the entity was an enemy? Would he just step outside to deliver his head? At that moment, another mental transmission resonated in Dongqing's mind. Xiaoqing, your innate psychic power is indeed formidable. You can hear my mental transmission. Do not be afraid. I am Tang San's mother. Tang San's mother? The Blue Silver Empress. Aeen? The mature eldest sister? Though Dongqing was aware that the Blue Silver Empress Aeen resided near Holy Soul Village, he had never sought her out for his own safety. Besides, she was currently a plant. What use would be in finding her? Mother of Xiao San. Dongqing pretended to be puzzled. Ah, it seems you still remember Xiao San. That is wonderful. Now, Xiaoqing, are you worried about village chief Jack's health? Ayen's voice was gentle. Yes. Mother of Xiao San, can you help me? Dongqing blinked. Goodness. She could silently monitor the entirety of Holy Soul Village. Thankfully, during my childhood, I had not complained about matters on earth and had completely immersed myself in the playful activities expected of a 3-year-old. Do not call me Mother of Xiao San. It sounds strange. Xiaoqing, could you call me Sister Aeen instead? Upon hearing Mother of Xiao San, the Blue Silver Empress felt her soul tremble slightly. All right, Sister Aeen, can you assist me? Dongqing asked once more. This woman, even disregarding her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, could easily be considered a mother in the human world due to the duration of her existence. Yet, she still insisted he call her sister. Indeed, women always prefer to be addressed as sister at any time. Of course, upon hearing Dongqing address her as Sister Aeen, the Blue Silver Empress felt an immense sense of comfort. Half an hour later, following Ayen's mental transmission, Dongqing traced the path to the secluded valley where she resided. However, at that moment, in Nodding City, at the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao declared, Xiao San, I must step out for a moment. Remember to wait for my return. Sensing something urgent regarding the safety of Aeen, he felt compelled to reveal his true strength. Instantly, the soul power of a tidal Douluo erupted, propelling him through the blacksmith's roof and soaring directly toward Holy Soul Village. Father, he is a tidal Douluo? Tang San felt his meal lose its flavor. Although he knew Tang Hao was extraordinary, this revelation was beyond anything he had anticipated. In the Douluo continent, aside from utilizing various flying soul techniques, flying soul tools, or avian martial spirits for free flight, a soul master could only employ soul power to soar through the skies if they were indeed a tidal Douluo. Simultaneously, at the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, Zhu Huaguan sensed the surge of Tang Hao's tidal Douluo soul power. Recognizing the familiar energy fluctuation, he realized something was amiss and hurriedly flew out. Elder Zhu, are you leaving already? Su Yuntao, now the master of the Nodding City Wuhuan branch, not only held a different status than before but had also successfully pursued his dream goddess, CC. Yes, Elder Zhu appears quite anxious. He said nothing before departing. CC, with her sweet appearance and fair beauty, had agreed to Su Yuntao's pursuit purely because of his successful career. 5 kilometers outside Holy Soul Village, in a hidden valley, Dongqing exclaimed, Sister Aeen, why are you only a blue silver grass? His surprise was genuine, displaying an expression of utmost astonishment. That is because Sister is not human. The Blue Silver Empress Aeen swayed her form, a blue-golden vine extending from the ground, ultimately transforming into a simple vine chair. Not human? Dongqing feigned ignorance. Yes, Sister is the 100,000-year soul beast, Blue Silver Empress. The story must begin many years ago. In an attempt to evoke Dongqing's sympathy and considering her lack of aversion to humans, the blue-silver empress slowly recounted her past. Knowing that Dongqing was a kind-hearted and filial child, when she had watched grow since childhood, she believed he would not harm her. As Aeen's gentle voice resonated, her experiences unfolded vividly. Many years prior, after the blue-silver empress had undergone her transformation after 100,000 years, she encountered Tang Hao and Tang Xiao while they were out training. By a twist of fate, the three joined forces. The warmth and beauty of the blue-silver empress captivated both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, and they fell in love with her simultaneously. Following a life-threatening crisis, they decided to swear brotherhood. At that time, the blue-silver empress declared herself the youngest, thus taking the third position. In the following 3 years, the trio traversed every corner of the continent, deepening their bond. As the elder brother, Tang Xiao chose to withdraw. One night, he quietly returned to Houghton and sect, intending to facilitate the union between Tang Hao and Aeen. Upon hearing this, Dongqing could not help but interject, "Sister Aeen, that Tang Xiao is rather cowardly. If it were me, I would never act in such a feeble manner." Chapter 39. Mine, all mine. Then what would you intend to do if it were Xiaoqing? Inquired Lonnie and Huang Aeen with curiosity. Dongqing pondered for a moment before replying. Since both brothers are fond of Sister Aeen, you must be exceedingly beautiful. If it were I would certainly claim you for myself. Hearty laughter erupted. Xiaoqing, I never would have guessed you harbored such a domineering spirit. But what if Sister is unwilling? Aeen could not suppress her amusement. Although she could only communicate through her spiritual energy, the joy within her was palpable. Which woman does not relish being praised? I care not for such things. There is no way I would withdraw. Mine, all mine, declared Dongqing with an air of confidence. In his perspective, if Tang Xiao did not voluntarily withdraw, Aeen might not necessarily belong to Tang Hao. After all, her indecision indicated her inner turmoil regarding whom to choose, affording them equal opportunity. The outcome is self-evident. Dongqing had always held contempt for cowardly men who dare not pursue the women they cherish. What could they possibly hope to achieve in life? The decision of the Haotian sect to isolate itself serves as a clear testament to Tang Xiao's cowardice. Had he displayed even a modicum of fortitude and invoked the legacy of his great-grandfather Tangchen, even Qian Dalu would have been compelled to regard him with caution. What does it matter if someone goes missing? A peak-level Douluo, with a lifespan exceeding a millennium, remains an indispensable pillar of any sect or power as long as their demise is unconfirmed. Remember, the Haotian sect did not perish due to fear of engaging in a fatal conflict with Qian Dalu. It was merely apprehension regarding the whereabouts of Tangchen lurking in some obscure corner. As time passed, Aeen continued recounting her history with Tang Hao while Dongqing sat attentively on her woven chair. Upon her transformation into maturity, Tang Hao had also reached level 90. However, fortune and misfortune often accompany one another. Qian Xuanji led 2 titled Douluos and a multitude of soul masters to besiege Tang Hao's residence. At that time, Aeen had just given birth, her vitality severely depleted. She sacrificed herself, infusing her soul ring into Tang Hao at the cost of her 10,000 years of cultivation. Under the formidable magnetic field left by her demise, Tang Hao became the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. With his body healed and power surging, Tang Hao battled the Spirit Hall experts for 3 days and nights, ultimately slaying a titled Douluo and severely injuring Qian Xuanji, only to be rescued later by Bibi Dong. In the end, Tang Hao departed with a yin's essence grass seeds and her 10,000-year soul bone. Afterward, he retreated to Holy Soul Village with his son Tang San, barely scraping by as a blacksmith. After hearing a yin's tale, Dongqing could not help but inquire, Sister Aeen, is it possible that he reached level 90 right after you gave birth to Xiao San, and at that moment, he was in need of a soul ring? Xiaoqing, I will not permit you to speak thus, Aeen retorted, somewhat irked. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of Tang Hao. However, before she could finish, a figure descended from the heavens, followed by a voice of ire. You insolent wretch! How dare you tarnish my reputation? Had I known, I would have spared you no mercy, even if it meant. As the words trailed off, Tang Hao seemed to realize something and abruptly fell silent. This was not a matter of irrationality. Rather, Dongqing's earlier remark had struck a nerve, inciting a fierce reaction within him. You fear I might discover your treachery, do you not? He thought. Aeen, sensing his thoughts, completed his unvoiced statement, her perception encompassing all within her blue-silver domain. No, Aeen, let me explain. Tang Hao hastily interjected. To think, how, you would stoop to such depths. At that time, Xiaoqing was merely 6 years old, and you contemplated harming him. A yin's voice resonated with disappointment. The image of the towering man she once revered crumbled, revealing a despicable figure intent on the destruction of an innocent child. Aeen, it is not as it seems. You must listen to my explanation. It was his fault. He sought to join the spirit hall. He made the wrong choice. Tang Hao glared fiercely at Dongqing, wishing he could strike him down. If not for his meddling, he would not have lost control and revealed the secrets buried within. Thus, you wish to eliminate Xiaoqing? Had it not been for my presence, he would have fallen victim to your malice. Ayen's voice grew increasingly despondent. A kind-hearted woman, she had yet to doubt the events surrounding Qian Xuanji's visit, but an invisible rift had formed between them, planting the seed of suspicion. In a marriage, the most terrifying aspect is the seed of doubt. Once sown, it takes root and flourishes into an insurmountable barrier. When the halo of a noble hero shatters, all that remains is endless suspicion. A wrong choice? A sultry voice echoed from above, followed by the sudden appearance of Zhu Huaguan, who stood protectively before Dongqing. Who would have thought that in this small place, I would encounter the youngest titled Douluo of the continent, Tang Hao. Tang Hao immediately activated 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, his soul power reaching level 95. The final crimson soul ring contained power beyond imagination. Yet, this was not the extent of Tang Hao's abilities. He once possessed the soul power of a peak-level Douluo at level 96. Though the difference between 96 and 95 appears slight, it signifies a chasm of disparity, distinguishing ordinary titled Douluos from those at the pinnacle of power. Similarly, the divide between a peak-level Douluo at 98 and a peerless Douluo at 99 marks a qualitative leap. To the latter, those beneath them are akin to mere insects, easily extinguished. Currently available public information. The Great Sumeru Hammer is a unique cultivation method passed down since the establishment of the Haoyan sect. Yet its rigorous demands on practitioners render it inaccessible to all but the most gifted, risking their very lives in the process. Thus, it can only be inherited from one generation to the next, with the present inheritor being none other than Tang Hao. The essence of the Great Sumeru Hammer, exploding rings, allows each soul ring to unleash its full potential. Upon explosion, the power of the soul ring is transformed into the practitioner's strength, greatly enhancing their attacks. The higher the quality of the soul rings during the explosion, the greater the effect, albeit at a cost to the user. Consequently, Tang Hao has yet to heal from the injuries sustained during his ring explosions, leaving his soul power stagnated at level 95. Chapter 40. The Missing 10,000-Year Soul Ring Humph. As if I fear you. Upon sensing Tang Hao's soul power level, Zhu Huaguan was unwilling to be outdone. After all, they were both titled Douluos at level 95, and he did not possess overwhelming strength over him. His 9 soul rings simultaneously activated. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 unleashing a tremendous wave of soul power characteristic of a titled Douluo at level 95. However, due to the presence of Dongqing and the Silver Emperor, both of whom were also titled Douluos at the same level, they opted not to engage in direct combat within the valley. Eventually, they ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters before summoning their respective martial spirits, thereby avoiding collateral damage from their soul skills. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit, True Body. Zhu Huaguan called out, and his martial spirit, the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum, descended upon the world, greatly enhancing his attributes and soul power. 7th soul skill, Weapon Spirit, True Body. Tang Hao bellowed, and the Haoyan hammer in his grasp transformed into a resplendent golden hue, its intangible might instantly enveloping the surrounding kilometers. The Weapon Spirit True Body and Martial Spirit True Body are fundamentally distinct soul skills, rooted in the inherent differences of their martial spirits. The former involves the fusion of the soul with the martial spirit, resulting in a qualitative transformation. In contrast, the latter summons the essence of the martial spirit into the world. Typically, when beast and plant martial spirits unleash their true forms, they fully materialize. No longer mere shadows, but tangible manifestations of energy life. A prominent example is Lu Erlong, whose martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, manifests as a fiery dragon, known for her ferocity in battle. However, the Weapon Spirit True Body cannot summon any essence, as weapon martial spirits are already their true form upon awakening. Generally, when a weapon martial spirit user activates this skill, their soul merges with their martial spirit, facilitating evolution and transformation, significantly enhancing the weapon's offensive capabilities. Tang Hao, should you dare to harm a single hair on the Holy Sun, His Holiness the Pope will ensure your utter destruction, Juhua, Guan declared in a low voice. You are but a lackey of the Spirit Hall. The grievances of the past shall be repaid in blood, Tang Hao retorted vehemently. Lackey? Juhua Guan's expression darkened. As a title Douluo, he held his pride dearly. Stubborn and unyielding, Tang Hao, let us see if you, the youngest title Douluo on the continent, possess even a fraction of your former strength. Third soul skill, breath barrier. In an instant, countless petals erupted from the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum behind him, forming a faint golden barrier. Within this barrier, all enemies, aside from Juhua Guan himself, would be severely restricted, ultimately rendered immobile. Third soul skill, whirlwind dance. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, invoking his third soul skill. Under the amplification of the seventh soul skill, the dazzling golden Haotian hammer morphed into a terrifying whirlwind of death. As he swung the hammer, a towering tornado began to coalesce beside him, surging with ferocious power towards the faint golden barrier. With a thunderous roar, the golden barrier shattered under the impact of Tang Hao's third soul skill. Approximately 15 kilometers away from the battlefield of the tidal Douluos, in the outer regions of the Star Do Forest, a large stone suddenly transformed into a colossal soul beast. Towering like a mountain, its jet black fur shimmered faintly in the sunlight, and although it was on all fours, its shoulder height exceeded 7 meters. Visually, it resembled a hybrid between a monkey and a gorilla, particularly with its eyes, which were as large as lanterns, gleaming with a bright, crystal-like brilliance. This was the 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape, Aeen. Sister Xiao Wu, look. The world outside is filled with tidal Douluos fighting. I think you should wait until you reach level 60 before you venture into the human world, lest you be seen by the tidal Douluos. Aeen advised. Aeen, how did you end up here? Xiao Wu's drooping rabbit ears suddenly perked up, unaware that she had been followed. This was no fault of her own. She was currently quite weak. After resolutely following her mother to transform back into a human, she was no longer the 10,000-year-old rabbit she once was. The soul power she once possessed was now dormant within her, requiring a lengthy period to gradually manifest as her soul power level and soul ranks. I've been here for a while, Sister Xiao Wu. You just didn't notice, the Titan Great Ape Aeen said in a deep voice, having been in a petrified state for quite some time without her noticing. In truth, both Aeen and the heavenly blue bull python had come to see Xiao Wu as their elder sister, regarding her as family. Regrettably, this oblivious elder sister longed for the human world, captivated by the vibrant, bustling life of humanity. 6 years ago, had it not been for a chance encounter with a human titled Douluo passing by, she would likely have ventured into the human realm already. Now, 6 years later, with her desire to enter the human world rekindled, she found herself thwarted by the ongoing battle between tidal Douluos. In a secluded valley 5 kilometers outside of Holy Spirit Village, Dongqing inquired, Sister Aeen, whom do you think will win? He had been unable to prevent Juhua Guan and Tang Hao from clashing, as both were tidal Douluos with their own pride. Although he held the esteemed title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, he was merely a level 41 soul master. Under ordinary circumstances, Juhua Guan respected him as the Holy Son, yet when it came to matters of dignity, he would not hesitate to retaliate against Tang Hao's insults. It must be Hao, Aeen, the Silver Emperor, replied confidently. However, when she looked up at the sky and beheld Tang Hao's 9th soul ring, the scarlet 10,000-year soul ring inadvertently reminded her of Dongqing's earlier words. Sister Aeen, is it possible that he reached level 90 just after you gave birth to the 3rd child, and now he is merely missing a soul ring? Sister Aeen, is it possible that he reached level 90 and is lacking only a soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring? The Silver Emperor Aeen wished to dismiss such thoughts, but the timing of Qian Sun's selection was far too fortuitous. For many years, no one had broached this subject, and her inherently kind nature had prevented her from considering it. Yet now, with these revelations from the child she had watched grow up, the innocent and dutiful child, it became exceedingly difficult for her to suppress the myriad thoughts flooding her mind. Meanwhile, the battle at an altitude of 1,000 meters intensified dramatically as Tang Hao and Juhua Guan unleashed their most formidable soul skills. The 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum. A ground strewn with wounds, as the flowers fall, the heart is severed. The Great Samurai Hammer, a strike that pierces the heavens. Chapter 41. The Master of Planting. With the release of his 9th soul skill, the martial soul of the heavenly chrysanthemum behind Juhua erupted magnificently, transforming into a cascade of golden petals that filled the sky. These golden petals were more resilient than steel and sharper than the finest blades. As they began to dance gently in the wind, propelled by an immense surge of soul power, they gradually coalesced into a colossal tornado of unparalleled destructive force. This was a group attack soul skill that encompassed a staggering radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. "Try this move of mine," Tang Hao Jiaguan declared loudly. "You are no longer the illustrious Aeen Douluo of old. You are merely a wandering dog, expelled from your sect." He had not forgotten the earlier insult from Tang Hao, and now he saw an opportunity to reclaim his dignity. "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the first." Tang Hao's expression darkened further, the Haotian hammer in his grasp feeling increasingly weighty. Under the enhancement of the great Sumeru hammer, he concentrated all his soul power into his tightly held Haotian hammer. The energy transformed into the purest form of strength and aggression, causing the hammer to radiate a brilliant golden hue, its power geometrically amplified. At that moment, Jiaguan's ninth soul skill clashed with Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer. Two waves of soul power at the rank of 95 tidal Douluo erupting audaciously in the high skies above. The valley reverberated with thunderous roars. Dongqing, listening to the tremendous sounds and the energy storm generated by the released soul skills, could not help but feel a stir of emotion. Should their battle erupt on the surface, the surrounding area for several kilometers would be rendered an absolute dead zone, where ordinary soul masters below level 50 would find it nearly impossible to survive. Although Dongqing had yet to arrive on Douluo continent, he regarded this world as a realm of fantasy, primarily because of the inadequacy of their physical capacities. Yet, he overlooked the amplification provided by soul power, which could bestow soul masters with terrifying capabilities and extend their lifespan significantly. Nonetheless, in terms of physical strength among the myriad realms, Douluo continent's soul masters were indeed quite lacking. To illustrate simply, even a level 99 unparalleled Douluo would find herself unable to escape if Dongqing were to embrace her from behind without utilizing her soul power to enhance her strength. However, should she truly become angered and unleash her soul power, Dongqing would find himself at her mercy. At this juncture, the battle in the sky was nearing its conclusion. Though Jiaguan was also a tidal Douluo at level 95, his strength was still inferior to that of Tang Hao, who possessed hard power superiority. "Sister Aeen, you were right. Tang Hao is significantly stronger. He will emerge victorious this time, thanks in no small part to the 100,000-year spirit ring you sacrificed for him. Without the formidable enhancement of that spirit ring, he would likely struggle to defeat Elder Jiaguan so swiftly," Dongqing remarked innocently. In his eyes, as the execution elder of the spirit hall, Jiaguan was undoubtedly formidable. Still, lacking a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, he ultimately could not overcome Tang Hao, who was still recovering from his injuries. Dongqing estimated that within an hour, Jiaguan would be thoroughly defeated. However, even in defeat, the currently wounded Tang Hao lacked the capability to eliminate Jiaguan or take decisive action against him. Not to mention that Aeen was right beside him. Even if he were to go completely mad, disregarding both Tang San and Aeen's safety, and attack Dongqing, the wounded Jiaguan, being a tidal Douluo, could still escape with him. The 100,000-year spirit ring. Aeen was at a loss for words. The seeds of doubt had been sown within her heart, further compounded by Tang Hao's impulsive admission of having once intended to eliminate Dongqing when he was merely 6 years old and had just awakened his martial soul. The heroic figure she once revered had now diminished in her eyes to that of a petty individual, narrow-minded and deceitful. Her kind-hearted nature struggled to comprehend how the once great man she admired had fallen to such a state. Could it be that all had been a facade? Yet, she still held a glimmer of hope for Tang Hao, recalling how he had succumbed to years of alcoholism. As she contemplated this, Aeen forced herself to cease her spiraling thoughts. Just as she redirected her focus to reality, she inadvertently noticed Dongqing squatting on the ground, examining her blue-silver royal form. He even picked up the blue-gold leaves from her body, delicately spreading them in his palm for closer inspection. "Little Qing, what are you looking at?" Aeen inquired, puzzled. At that moment, she was merely a blue-silver royal, deeply rooted underground. Though she appeared more majestic and beautiful than ordinary blue-silver grass, she was still far from captivating. "Sister Aeen, you belong to the category of 10,000-year spirit beasts, correct?" Dongqing countered with curiosity. He wondered if Tang Hao had any knowledge of planting. During his 6 years at the Spirit Hall Elite Soul Master Academy, Dongqing had not only learned to wield soul skills in combat. With the Academy's formidable faculty and the Spirit Hall's extensive library, he had come to recognize nearly all types of soul beasts on the continent, understanding their fundamental traits and preferences. He even learned much about rare medicinal herbs from Jawadwin to avoid mishaps when encountering precious flora. Yes, sister. I am the queen of all blue-silver grasses, the only blue-silver royal in the entire continent, Aeen explained. Even her own son, Tang San, could not inherit the title without her acknowledgement. If Tang San failed to claim the title of blue-silver royal, his blue-silver grass would remain merely blue-silver grass, forever unable to awaken into the royal martial soul. Yet, as far as I know, blue-silver grass thrives in sunny locations. Sister Aeen, why do you prefer to remain in this gloomy valley? Dongqing inquired, scratching the back of his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Well, how said the outside is dangerous. In truth, this valley isn't devoid of sunlight. It does receive a bit during midday. Aeen offered a reluctant explanation. In the past, when the noble hero she admired still existed in her heart, she would have been unconcerned about such matters. However, now she found herself at a loss for how to explain or even deceive herself regarding the issue. Dangerous? What is there to fear? The spirit hall isn't pursuing you anymore, Sister Aeen, Dongqing remarked with a puzzled expression. Really? Aeen was initially skeptical. But the handsome youth before her was someone she had watched grow up and hardly seemed like a liar. Moreover, as the esteemed saint son of the spirit hall, he had no reason to deceive her. Consequently, she quickly asked, Little Qing, please don't lie to your sister. The spirit hall really hasn't issued a pursuit order, has it? Given that Shanghun village was merely a small place, even though her blue-silver domain could cover hundreds of kilometers, she remained somewhat uninformed about the external situation. Chapter 42. The Marvel of Blood. Do not be anxious, Sister Aeen. I am referring to the present. Indeed, there was such a thing in the past. But ever since my teacher Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope, all previous assassination orders were revoked, Dongqing explained. Initially, Tang Hao had slain one of the titled Douluo who besieged him and severely injured the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, which naturally led to a continent-wide decree to hunt down Tang Hao. However, as time passed, Qian Xuanji, through a misstep, fell victim to the Black Widow spider. Though beautiful, she possessed a ruthless heart. Bibi Dong was not mentally ill. Why would she pursue Tang Hao? In fact, after Tang Hao had gravely injured Qian Xuanji with the Houghton and hammer, he had done her a tremendous favor. Even Qian Dalu merely pretended to hunt down Tang Hao. Otherwise, how could he escape from one hailed as the invincible title Douluo? Not even a self-detonation would help. The reason Qian Dalu spared Tang Hao is that he knew the true cause of his son's death was due to the consumption of his martial soul and all his soul power. Most importantly, Qian Xuanji returned alive, but perished in his own secret chamber, an obvious anomaly. However, due to his son's prior culpability and Qian Daolia's desire to spare Qian Rinxue another loss, he merely retracted the entire Angel Divine Armor soul bones. As for why Bibi Dong later became completely adversarial with Tang San and the forces of the continent, it was purely because Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong's association drove this deeply unloved woman nearly to madness. How fascinating. So, Little Qing, your teacher Bibi Dong is truly a kind-hearted person, praised the blue-silver Emperor Aeen. After all, her enmity lay with Qian Xuanji, not Bibi Dong. So she would naturally not withhold her praise. Kind-hearted? Dongqing touched the tip of his nose, refraining from responding to her remark. Whether Bibi Dong was benevolent or not is a matter of perspective. In any case, she would show no mercy towards soul beasts. Suddenly, Dongqing recalled an important matter. The very reason he had come to this valley in search of the blue-silver Emperor Aeen, and thus he prompted, by the way, Sister Aeen, did you not previously convey through spiritual means that you could assist Grandpa Jack in restoring his body? It was entirely Tang Hao's fault for disrupting his thoughts. Dongqing nearly forgot his purpose for being here. Grandpa Jack had been waiting for him in Holy Spirit Village. Upon hearing this, Aen's clear eyes softened. He had not forgotten the reason for his visit. Of course, I can help. However, as my true form is rooted deep within the earth, I cannot move under normal circumstances. Therefore, I require your assistance, Little Qing, to free myself from this earthly constraint and travel to Holy Spirit Village to aid your Grandpa Jack. The blue-silver Emperor Aeen spoke gently. Currently, she was merely a blue-silver emperor, though more noble than blue-silver grass. Yet if she were to leave her grounded position without ample preparation, she would risk falling into an irretrievable abyss. How may I assist you, Sister Aeen? Please, feel free to ask, Dongqing declared, patting his chest. Throughout his life, he believed in repaying kindness. Grandpa Jack had nurtured him, and regardless of the challenges, he would not refuse. It is rather simple, little Qing. If you provide me with a drop of your fresh blood, I can temporarily retract my roots and leave the ground to accompany you to Holy Spirit Village to assist your grandpa Jack, explained the blue-silver Emperor Aeen. For plant-type soul beasts, the blood of animal-type soul beasts and human spirit masters is imbued with vitality, serving as the most natural and nourishing source of fertilizer. However, Aeen never intended to absorb Dongqing's life force. She only required a drop of fresh blood to ensure her roots would not wither in the short term. Very well. Sister Aeen, please wait a moment. Dongqing readily agreed. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the immense benefits his pure-blooded heavenly ant lineage would confer upon these lower-dimensional soul beasts, even from a mere drop of blood. Although Dongqing was merely a pure-blooded heavenly ant cub, and his bloodline had not fully awakened, his blood and other unknown fluids held tremendous potential. Every life inherently yearns for evolution, humans and soul beasts alike. Dongqing was aware of his formidable physical defenses, nearly impervious to blades and swords. So he resorted to biting his finger to draw blood. As a small fissure appeared on his fingertip, a drop of crimson blood oozed forth. Instantly, a deep-seated yearning surged from his soul, and the blue-silver Emperor Aeen could no longer restrain her instincts, ensnaring Dongqing in her vines like a dumpling. Just as Dongqing felt deceived, suspecting that this woman intended to consume him, a wave of indignation surged within him. He cursed internally, having nearly forgotten that plant-type soul beasts could indeed be carnivorous. Thus, he prepared to exert his strength to shatter the golden blue vines while simultaneously uprooting her very essence. The blue-silver Emperor. At that moment, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen managed to suppress her insatiable desire, and after obtaining the drop of blood from Dongqing's fingertip, she gradually released her hold on him. She then eagerly consumed the drop of precious blood, surrendering to her uncontrollable instincts. In the first second, nothing unusual occurred. In the second, nothing unusual. In the third second, still no anomaly. However, by the fourth second, suddenly, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen felt as though her very being was engulfed in flames, the drop of blood from Dongqing transforming into seething magma coursing through her, subjecting her to hellish torment. Fortunately, it was merely a drop of blood, and given that Dongqing was still a young cub, far from maturity, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen's body instinctively absorbed the essence of that drop of pure blood. Half an hour later, having assimilated this high-grade blood, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen's form appeared to surpass a certain threshold, transforming once more into human shape. However, due to the loss of 10,000 years of soul rings and the soul bones accompanying them, she could only maintain this human form temporarily. If she did not revert to her blue-silver Emperor state within a certain time frame, she would suffer irreparable damage, potentially leading to her demise. The sole advantage now was her newfound freedom. She could detach from her previous rooted location and traverse unbound by geographical constraints, moving wherever she wished. At that moment, a stunningly mature silhouette quietly appeared beside Dongqing. Chapter 43. Tang How in distress. She is the sovereign of all blue-silver grasses, the blue-silver Emperor, Aeen. Adorned in a fitted, deep blue palace gown that accentuates her figure, she exudes an aura of regal nobility akin to that of an emperor. With her exquisite beauty, slender waist, and delicate collarbones, her skin glows with a translucent radiance. The slightly exposed skin at her neck and chest reveals the fullness of her bosom, which gracefully shapes the curvature of her gown. She embodies the essence of a mature and alluring woman, reminiscent of a ripe peach, her eyes sparkling like stars, her porcelain cheeks enchanting, and her luscious, vibrant lips glistening with allure, rendering her utterly captivating. At that moment, Dongqing was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this mature beauty beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, "Sister Aeen?" "Yes, it's me." "Shaoqing, I apologize for startling you just now," Aeen said, extending her delicate arm to embrace Dongqing tightly, her tone filled with sincerity. Earlier, drawn by the allure of the pure blood of the heavens angle ant, she had been momentarily overtaken by instinct, fearing her actions had frightened him. Feeling her grip around his neck, Dongqing experienced a pang of humiliation, as he was still perceived as a child. However, due to her earnest demeanor, he reluctantly forgave her for the earlier incident. "Sister Aeen, why have you suddenly returned to your human form?" Dongqing asked, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, the essence of his blood held an irresistible allure for these spirit beasts, with only a 20% awakening of his bloodline. The appearance of his blood remained similar to that of ordinary blood, and the pure blood of the heavens angle ant had yet to fully manifest. Aeen had initially intended to explain that his blood contained extraordinary power. However, her kind nature led her to worry that if Tang Hao learned of this, He might act against Dongqing, recalling a similar incident that had occurred before. It is essential to note that while the mental prowess of a tidal Douluo may not extend beyond 100 kilometers, they can still overhear everything within a kilometer's radius. Tang Hao and Zhu Huaguan finally grasped the reason for Dongqing's unexpected presence, especially Tang Hao, who had already devised a plan to exploit the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, to extort Dongqing. After all, his relationship with old Jack was tenuous, and he had little concern for his well-being. Instead, he envisioned using this opportunity to extort the holy son of the spirit hall, Dongqing, a thought that brought him a sense of delight. However, the next moment, an event unfolded that turned Tang Hao's face pale with envy. The once noble and gentle blue-silver emperor, whom he believed belonged solely to him, now extended her arms to embrace another man. Although he knew Dongqing was merely 12 years old and still a youth, he already exhibited the behavior of a mature man. This was also the reason Dongqing had been coldly cast aside by Bibi Dong. He had not entered her exclusive chamber for 2 years. In the realm of the god of death, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted. Tang Hao felt compelled to confront Dongqing. The pressure exerted by such a murderous intent could often render one's opponent unable to harness their full potential, while the user could unleash their power at 120% capacity. Yet, against another tidal Douluo like Zhu Huaguan, such tactics bore limited effectiveness. Given that his martial spirit was the extraordinary medicinal herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Thinking of leaving now? It won't be so easy, Zhu Huaguan remarked. Recognizing Tang Hao's intentions, instantly he unleashed his soul power to block Tang Hao, denying him the chance to confront Dongqing. Step aside, Tang Hao growled in a low voice. Though his heart raced with urgency, he could not afford to reveal his emotions. He could not confess to being jealous. Tang Hao, it seems you are deluding yourself. Do you still believe you will return alive today? During the hour we have been entangled, Old Ghost has had more than enough time to arrive, Zhu Huaguan declared, revealing a shocking truth. He had not come alone. He had been stalling for time, using a special soul technique to notify his old friend, the Ghost Douluo. Their martial soul fusion technique, the dual polarity stillness domain, exemplifies their deep camaraderie. As Zhu Huaguan and the Ghost Douluo have been partners for over 60 years, their bond surpassing that of brothers. Although they lacked individual domains, their fused domain was extraordinarily powerful. The dual polarity stillness domain required both the Ghost Douluo and Zhu Huaguan to execute in tandem. It is a dual attribute domain capable of immobilizing both the skills and actions of opponents, with the potential to restrain even 10,000-year spirit beasts. Despite the seemingly vulnerable appearance of the 10,000-year spirit beasts, such as Xiaowu and the blue-silver emperor Aeen, in reality, ordinary tidal Douluos could not contend with the formidable sky blue bull python and titan giant ape, who were undisputed kings among 10,000-year spirit beasts. Indeed, it was through their dual fusion domain that they could utilize special soul techniques to communicate with one another, even when separated by vast distances. Didn't he, your holy son, declare that the pursuit against me has been lifted? Why do you still press on so aggressively? Tang Hao asked in a somber tone. The holy son is indeed correct, Zhu Huaguan replied. However, Tang Hao, you deserve 1,000 deaths for your audacious attempt to plot against the holy son 6 years ago. If the Pope were present now, you would have already met your demise. Though Zhu Huaguan was aware he could not defeat the Haotian Douluo, he relied on his unique soul technique to stall for a few more minutes until he could reach the battlefield. But I ultimately refrained from taking action. Didn't I? Is this how the spirit hall bullies others? Tang Hao experienced a chilling sense of life and death crisis for the first time. Even in the face of Qian Xuanji and 2 tidal Douluos, he had never encountered a situation that felt so inevitably fatal. Apologies, but if you entertain such thoughts, you deserve to die, Zhu Huaguan replied, raising his hands in resignation. He understood how much Dongqing was cherished by Bibi Dong. Even the holy maiden Hulaina could not compare. Should she learn of this incident, there would be no place for Tang Hao and his family on the continent. You scoundrel, this is intolerable. Stand aside, Tang Hao roared in anger. At that moment, he only wished to break through Zhu Huaguan's obstruction and take Aeen away, fully aware that his scheme to extort Dongqing through old Jack had become a mere fantasy. Chapter 44. The blue-silver emperor Aeen was stunned in the realm of the god of slaughter in the abyss of Azura. The evolution skill of the god of slaughter, the malevolent aura within the domain, would truly manifest as a tangible attack in the Azura hell. At the same time, Tang Hao began to gather energy to unleash the chaotic whirlwind hammer technique. The chaotic whirlwind, a continuous striking forging technique of the Haotian sect, emphasizes the principle of using force through leverage, enabling one to fully exert their strength. It is the most powerful forging technique for expelling metallic impurities. When perfected, it allows one to continuously strike out a total of 81 hammers, each with increasing force compared to the last. With every swing, the power accumulates. And upon completing the 81 strikes, the might rivals that of the great samurai hammer. However, the sole drawback lies in the necessity of a preparation period. The reason for not using the great samurai hammer is that after enduring such a prolonged battle, Tang Hao no longer possesses sufficient soul power to execute that ultimate move, unless he resorts to the explosive ring technique, which is a last resort. Tang Hao's injuries from the last explosive ring incident remain unhealed. Another such attempt could lead to dire consequences. Ah, Tang Hao, have you finally begun to feel anxious? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Now you wish to flee? Zhu Wagwan laughed heartily. Although his soul power was diminished, he could still hold out for a few minutes. With his 8th soul skill, the Door of Holy Light, Zhu Wagwan's martial soul, the peculiar heavenly chrysanthemum, began to concentrate a brilliant light at the center of its flower core. As if an invisible door of holy light was slowly being opened. 3 seconds later, a bright and intense golden beam descended from the golden gate with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of rolling thunder. The terrifying fluctuation of soul power from a level 95 tidal Douluo erupted in the sky above. In the valley below, Dongqing looked up at the two combatants exchanging their ultimate moves, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure obstructing his view. He gently pried open the jade hands that had confined his neck and, with great effort, extricated himself from the embrace of the blue-silver Emperor Aeen. Sister Aeen, we should leave first and return to the Holy Soul Village. After all, Grandpa Jack is still waiting for me. Let's not concern ourselves with those two. They are both titled Douluos. If we cannot defeat them, we can still escape. At this moment, he was unaware that Tang Hao was being firmly restrained by Zhu Wagwan and could not descend into the valley to take Aeen with him. While it is true that titled Douluos could escape if they were outmatched, this was only applicable in one-on-one duels, devoid of any external interference. Moreover, one who chooses to flee in such circumstances requires time to extricate themselves from their opponent's grasp. However, Tang Hao currently had no time to waste. In just a few minutes, upon the arrival of the other titled Douluo, the Ghost Douluo, he would be unable to escape with Aeen due to his lingering injuries from the explosive ring incident. This meant that in a few minutes, if he truly wished to flee, he would have to do so alone, without Aeen. All right, Shaoqing, let's leave. I promise I will fulfill my promise to you. The blue-silver Emperor Aeen nodded. She then glanced at the dominant Tang Hao and felt little concern for his safety. Since Aeen was currently in human form and her true body had already left the ground, her innate domain, the blue-silver domain, had been significantly weakened. Thus, she was oblivious to the conversation occurring 1,000 meters above and was unaware of the dark ghostly figure that had quietly appeared several dozen kilometers away. A few minutes later, just as Dongqing and the blue-silver Emperor Aeen were walking side by side out of the valley, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized before him. Your Highness, I have arrived late, the Ghost Douluo spoke. He could also be referred to as Gui Mei, an elder of the Martial Soul Hall's highest authority, the Elder Hall. He, along with Zhu Wagwan, managed the punishments within the Martial Soul Hall and served as a crucial pillar of the organization. As a staunch supporter of the Pope Bibi Dong, aside from a few hidden elders in the Elder Hall, they were responsible for most external affairs of the Martial Soul Hall. No worries, Elder Ghost. Elder Zhu Wagwan has been fighting for quite some time. That Tang Hao is rather ungrateful. How dare he have improper thoughts about me 6 years ago? He is truly detestable. However, with both Elder Ghost and Elder Zhu Wagwan joining forces, we shall surely subdue him. It would be best to spare his life. I would like to invite him to dinner, Dongqing said nonchalantly. He was never one to harbor grudges and did not care about Tang Hao's past intentions to harm him. He merely wished to capture him for a meal. Oh, the kind little angel, even a saint would not believe such words from you. Oh, the evil great devil, come on, you just want to take revenge on him. Blue-silver Emperor Aeen, the scoundrel, the wife-stealer, TSK. Dongqing quickly shook his head, clearing away the thoughts that surged in his mind. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Such malevolent thoughts exist within all sentient beings and can sometimes be uncontrollable. Take Dongqing, for instance. He is such an upright and kind-hearted individual, yet malign thoughts still linger in his mind. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Douluo nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Understood, Your Highness. We will certainly capture him and await your commands. He then glanced at the blue-silver Emperor Aeen beside Dongqing, internally marveling at her resilience. Truly, she is the legendary blue-silver Emperor of 100,000 years. Even after the sacrifice, Her vitality remains so tenacious. I never expected that after so many years, she would regain her ability to assume human form. He recognized Aeen as the 100,000-year soul beast and could even discern her identity from the aura she emitted. However, since she was now beside Dongqing, unable to gauge his intentions, the ghost Douluo refrained from acting impulsively. His figure then vanished from sight, reappearing in less than a second 1,000 meters high, ready to join Zhuoguan in subduing Tang Hao. At that moment, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, finally came to her senses and, somewhat trembling, asked, "Your Highness, who was that just now?" Having once been a 100,000-year soul beast, she had some understanding of the human world, yet her knowledge remained limited. However, she was beginning to grasp the significance of the martial soul hall's son in the current landscape of power across the continent. While he may not command titled Douluos as servants, at the very least, the martial soul hall's son held the authority to mobilize them, his status rivaling that of the princes of the two great empires. Aeen, do not be afraid. Just call me Shaoqing. I grew up alongside Tang San, and you need not worry that I would harm you, Dongqing reassured her. With his gentle voice, Aeen managed to steady her heart. Chapter 45. The Grief of Tang Hao. Cursed be it. Yet another lackey of the Spirit Hall has appeared. It seems I must take my leave for now and seek revenge at a later time. Aeen, I am truly sorry, Tang Hao murmured softly. He had no desire to meet his demise here, not only because Tang San was still awaiting his return, but also because even if he were to fight to the bitter end, he could not carry away the blue-silver emperor, Aeen. Given this, why would he foolishly choose to engage in a futile struggle to the death? Undoubtedly, Tang Hao was a wise man, and the astute often find a multitude of justifications for their ignoble actions. As the son of the former leader of the Haotian sect, he was the designated heir and had once been hailed as the greatest prodigy of the sect. Moreover, he had been bestowed with the Grand Samura hammer by his grandfather, Tang San, and was also one of the 3 grand artisans of the continent's blacksmith association. In the competition for the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, he had emerged victorious against his brother, Tang Xiao. Such a person, how could he possibly lack intelligence? Now, however, it was too late for Tang Hao to consider retreat. The ethereal shadow of the ghost Douluo materialized nearby, emanating the same formidable aura of a level 95 title Douluo. Humph. Do you truly believe that 2 lackeys of the Spirit Hall can obstruct my path? Tang Hao scoffed. With that, the remnants of his soul power erupted with a thunderous force, propelling him swiftly towards the horizon. The ghost Douluo did not rush to pursue the fleeing Tang Hao. Instead, he turned to Zhuoguan and inquired, "You Guan, do you still possess enough soul power to assist me in unleashing the martial soul fusion domain?" "Of course. Old ghost. Rest assured, Tang Hao will not escape today," Zhuoguan replied confidently. Although his remaining soul power was limited, he was certain they could activate the polar stillness domain in conjunction with the ghost Douluo without issue. "Very well, time is of the essence. You Guan, prepare to act. His Highness awaits our good news," the ghost Douluo urged. Had it been during Tang Hao's prime, he would have had no confidence in capturing him, but now, with Tang Hao still recovering from his injuries and his soul power waning, he stood no chance of evading their grasp. If there were blame to be placed, it was on Tang Hao for his ignorance of their polar stillness domain, naively believing he could come and go as he pleased even if he could not win. "All right. Old ghost, I can hardly contain my excitement," Zhuoguan expressed, his face betraying a glimmer of exhilaration. This was their first attempt at employing the polar stillness domain against the title Douluo since its inception. Subsequently, they summoned their respective martial souls. Zhuoguan's towering 100-meter-high spectral chrysanthemum began to merge with the ghost Douluo's phantasmal martial soul. At that moment, a mysterious aura radiated outward, instilling a sense of unease in the fleeing Tang Hao, as if an invisible force were binding him. Martial soul fusion technique, polar stillness domain. An imperceptible force field utterly confined everything within a 5-kilometer radius, halting the flight of birds, the drifting clouds, and even the movement of the wind. In this domain, all life had been stripped of its vigor, as both the ghost Douluo and Zhuoguan were level 95 title Douluos. Their combined efforts in the fusion of their martial souls birthed the awe-inspiring polar stillness domain, instantly immobilizing Tang Hao's soul power and body. Now, he could utter not a word. His limbs were entirely paralyzed, and he was suspended helplessly in mid-air, watching as the ghost Douluo and Zhuoguan drew ever closer. Since this was a domain, it was only natural that those who released it could move freely. Unless the captive possessed overwhelming strength or was supported by 2 or more 10,000-year soul beasts, they would remain bound. At this moment, The ghost Douluo and Zhu Huaguan needed to stay rooted in place, channeling their soul power to ensure their foe could not escape the polar stillness domain. However, Tang Hao had already expended much of his soul power due to Zhu Huaguan's earlier assaults, and he had yet to recover from the injuries sustained during the explosion. Facing the polar stillness domain, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Tang Hao, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Did you not take pleasure in cursing me? Zhu Huaguan squinted, recalling how Tang Hao had hurled insults during their earlier battle, attempting to breach Zhu Huaguan's psychological defenses. With a resounding slap, Zhu Huaguan's hand struck Tang Hao's face, instantly swelling it. Though his eyes burned with a fierce killing intent, it did little to alter his dire situation. Thus, one slap followed another, and Tang Hao was reduced to a pitiful state. Just as Zhu Huaguan prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the ghost Douluo spoke softly. "You Guan, he cannot die yet. His Highness has commanded us to spare his life." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huaguan dropped the razor-sharp golden petals from his fingertips and replied, "Very well, since His Highness has spoken, I shall generously spare your life today. However, while death may be averted, lesser transgressions cannot be overlooked. Your soul bones are quite impressive." As he spoke, Zhu Huaguan forcibly extracted the 10,000-year soul bones from Tang Hao's right arm and left leg, exacerbating his unhealed injuries. With the loss of these soul bones, Tang Hao's soul power level plummeted. Due to the severance of the soul bones that had been fully integrated into his body, Tang Hao's soul power level ultimately fell to level 75 Spirit Saint. 10 minutes later, Your Highness, Tang Hao has not escaped. He remains trapped within our polar stillness domain. This time, he has grossly underestimated its power, Zhu Huaguan explained. At that moment, Tang Hao was unceremoniously discarded like refuse onto the ground, his crimson blood staining the earth, and he appeared on the brink of death. Had it not been for the formidable vitality of a titled Douluo, he likely would have succumbed to his wounds long ago. Moreover, due to the forceful extraction of the two soul bones, his right arm and left leg were left nearly incapacitated, unless he could somehow reclaim those soul bones in the future. Witnessing this scene, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, felt her heart shatter. Just as she prepared to rush forward to assist Tang Hao, Dongqing suddenly interjected, "Run? Does he not care for Sister Aeen? I never said I wanted to kill him." With that, he gently grasped the blue-silver emperor's arm, his face contorted in anger. "Afraid of death, are we? I never expected the former Haotian Douluo to lack the courage to fight to the bitter end," the ghost Douluo remarked blandly. He did not find it surprising. No one could remain a hero forever, as human hearts are ever-changing. Even if one were a paragon of bravery today, in a decade or two, that same resolve might falter. Aeen, is he truly sincere? Dongqing, does he genuinely harbor no desire for vengeance against me? Tang Hao's condition was dire, his speech fragmented. He understood that he had fallen victim to the cunning trap of Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo's polar stillness domain. Yet, he had never encountered such a martial soul fusion domain before, and this first attempt had thrown him into an unimaginable abyss of despair. Having once triumphed against the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, two soul beasts of 10,000 years, he now found himself ensnared in the overwhelming might of the polar stillness fusion domain. In that moment, he felt the same helplessness and despair that had once gripped the rulers of the Star Doe forest, forced to watch as the mother of his beloved, Xiao Wu, was mercilessly slain by Bibi Dong. Chapter 46, The Soul Bone of 100,000 Years is Real. Shaoqing never issued an order to kill you. The blue-silver Emperor Aeen glanced down, gently grasping the wrist of Dongqing, fearful that in a fit of rage he might indeed slay Tang Hao. Thus she chose to remain obediently by his side. Of course, due to Tang Hao's earlier escape, she harbored a slight emotional turmoil. She had never imagined that one day he would abandon her to flee alone. Nevertheless, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen was fundamentally kind-hearted. Unable to bear witnessing Tang Hao in such a pitiful state, ultimately, she softly pleaded, "Shaoqing, since you harbor no intent to harm Hao, may I assist in healing his injuries?" Of course, Sister Aeen need not be so apprehensive. I am not a man-eating demon. He is your other half. And the third party is a childhood friend of mine. It is only right that you wish to help him, Dongqing gently reassured her. In truth, it was not entirely Tang Hao's fault for his current miserable appearance. Dongqing had no intention of torturing him. All that transpired was a consequence of his own reckless words. Why provoke a member of the Spirit Hall, especially one of such esteemed rank as an elder? Although he may not be the highest authority, he held significant power within the Spirit Hall, being a distinguished guest of the two great empires. As a holy son of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing maintained a deep respect for the elders there. Even if Tang Hao looked down upon the title Douluo serving the Spirit Hall, It was one thing to harbor private disdain, but openly insulting them warranted severe retribution. "Thank you, Shaoqing." After expressing her gratitude, the Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen did not dare to linger further and promptly activated the highest secret art of the Blue-Silver domain. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, it could heal them completely. However, it could not mend the damage inflicted by the Grand Sumera Hammer's explosive ring. Such grievous harm to the soul ring could only be restored gradually over time. As wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring winds bring new life. In an instant, under the influence of her blue-silver domain, countless blue-silver grasses within a radius of several dozen kilometers swayed their azure branches and leaves, sacrificing a portion of their vitality to the loyal emperor. As strands of life energy converged, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen successfully coalesced a vibrant green orb. Subsequently, under the cold gazes of Zhu Huaguan and Douluo, she bowed her head and approached the severely injured Tang Hao, placing the verdant orb upon him, beginning to mend the internal wounds of his body. While she was engaged in saving Tang Hao, Zhu Huaguan suddenly spoke, "Holy Son, I have just stripped 2 soul bones from him, yet the 100,000-year soul bone of the blue-silver Emperor seems to be missing." "2 soul bones?" Dongqing inquired, curiosity piqued. It was no wonder he had sensed something amiss with Tang Hao earlier. He had previously emitted soul power at the title Douluo level. Yet now, he only exhibited the power of a soul sage. Dongqing had initially assumed this was merely a result of his injuries diminishing his power, never imagining that it was due to Zhu Huaguan extracting his soul bones. Indeed, these should be the legacy soul bones of the Haotian sect, each over 30,000 years old. As Zhu Huaguan spoke, he retrieved a right arm soul bone and a left leg soul bone from his spatial soul guide. Upon hearing this, Dongqing hastily remarked, "Congratulations, esteemed elders, on your newfound strength." He refrained from greedily claiming the soul bones, recognizing them as the spoils of battle rightfully belonging to the title Douluo. Had Tang Hao approached the situation with civility rather than resorting to violence, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Dongqing mused silently. "How, your soul bones?" Aeen said, her heart aching. Despite the seeds of doubt planted within her, Tang Hao remained her man, and his current wretched state still stirred her compassion. As time slipped by, Tang Hao's body regained a modicum of strength, and he spoke, "Now, my soul bones have been taken from me. Dongqing, considering your childhood bond with the third party and a Yin's ability to aid old Jack, can we put an end to our grievances?" Understanding that circumstances dictated his need to appeal to both Aeen and Tang San for mercy, he sought to secure his exit from the situation. "Don't even think about it." Dongqing began to respond, but Douluo swiftly approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. In response to Dongqing's bewildered look, Douluo subtly shook his head before turning to Tang Hao, speaking in a somber tone, "Tang Hao, your assassination order has long been rescinded. In theory, if you do not provoke the Spirit Hall, we shall refrain from acting against you. However, you must never forget that 6 years ago, you attempted to plot against the Holy Sun. Were it not for the Holy Sun's intercession on your behalf, you would have been executed by Yuguan by now. Naturally, as a consequence of your actions against the Spirit Hall, your soul bones rightfully belong to us. Now, while the grievances between you and us may be settled through your soul bones, bear in mind that matters concerning the Holy Sun are an entirely different affair." As he spoke, Douluo's gaze grew colder, glancing at blue-silver Emperor Aeen before continuing, "If you fail to provide suitable compensation today, even if the Holy Sun shows mercy and spares your life, the Pope shall not overlook your family. In the Pope's wrath, there shall be no refuge for you, neither among the 3 great sects nor the 2 empires. Do not think that just because you once held the title of the youngest title Douluo on the continent, a member of the Haotian sect, you are still in a position of power. You are now merely an outcast, discarded by the Haotian sect, which has sought to protect itself by excluding you." Douluo's words struck Tang Hao like a cold blade, piercing deep into his heart. Yes, he had long been abandoned. "So, what do you want?" Tang Hao realized that Dongqing was not in a position to make decisions. Even if he agreed to spare him, without suitable compensation, Dongqing's powerful mentor, the Pope, would certainly not let him off the hook. The soul bone of 100,000 years, the soul bone of the blue-silver Emperor at your side, and the Holy Sun, destined to dominate the continent. Zhu Huaguan spoke calmly. Both he and Douluo were staunch supporters of the Pope, fully backing Dongqing, while the faction led by Qian Daolu supported Qian Renxue. Both sides were secretly vying for dominance, hoping their chosen champion would emerge victorious. This was also the reason Zhu Huaguan had initially been so wary of Li Qian, a title Douluo of rank 93, as she represented the opposing faction. In any world or empire, Internal strife and factions are ever present. Very well, I agree. I hope that from this point forward, our grievances may cease, Tang Hao declared, tossing a shimmering blue-gold soul bone from his waist storage device to the dazed Dongqing. Though he harbored deep resentment, he had no choice but to acquiesce. His grandfather Tang San had mysteriously vanished, and with the spirit hall at its zenith, even the next successor of the Haotian sect could not be guaranteed safety. A man so isolated dared not provoke the spirit hall further. Had he possessed the courage and strength, he would not have languished as a blacksmith in Saint Soul Village for so many years. Chapter 47. A New Beginning. 100,000-year soul bone. Dongqing gazed at the blue-gold soul bone in his hand, gradually sinking into contemplation. For others, 100,000-year soul bone would undoubtedly be a prized possession, capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. However, for him, apart from the soul rings which are essential for upgrading one's soul power, this foreign entity that integrates into his body felt as though it sullied the purity of his Tianjiao and bloodline. Had the Ten Fiends Tianjiao and clan not been annihilated, they would surely be appalled to learn that their pure blood descendants sought to merge with bones that scarcely qualified as pure blood entities. Dongqing could only imagine them knocking him senseless for such a thought. This was indeed awkward. To them, the 100,000-year soul bone was a treasure. But for him, it held little value. Dongqing mused that as long as he continuously awakened his Tianjiao and bloodline, he could eventually evoke the dormant Ten Fiends treasure arts lying deep within. Thus, he was indifferent to the soul skills he might acquire. Regardless of how powerful a soul skill might be, could it ever surpass the Ten Fiends Tianjiao and treasure arts? In the grand scheme of things, soul skills, whether strong or weak, were merely abilities from a lower mystical realm, while he was destined to embark on a path of conquering the myriad worlds. Of course, the vast multiverse was still a distant dream for Dongqing. He first needed to reach the pinnacle of Douluo continent. As for the soul bone itself, to be frank, even setting aside the issue of its contamination of his pure bloodline, once Dongqing's bloodline awakening reached 30%, the awakening of his innate Tianji would far surpass even 1,000,000-year soul bone. Yet now, another dilemma arose. He could not refuse such a valuable item. Otherwise, he would appear deranged in the eyes of Juhua Pass and Ghost Douluo, who would wonder why he would spurn 100,000-year soul bone. Even if this news reached Bai Dong's ears, she would likely question Dongqing's intelligence. After much consideration, Dongqing resolved to accept it. After all, it was 100,000-year soul bone. As for when to merge with it, that was certainly within his control. I am quite satisfied with this 100,000-year blue-silver emperor soul bone, Tang Hao. Let us consider our previous matters settled. And I trust that my teacher is also pleased with your compensation, Dongqing stated calmly. As he spoke, he placed the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone into the Azure Mountain concealed space at his waist. Although this spatial soul tool had stored numerous items, it still had ample room for the soul bone. Tang Hao's life held little significance for him. Whether he lived or died was ultimately inconsequential. However, out of respect for his nurturing grandfather Jack and the assistance he received from blue-silver emperor Aeen, he could generously spare Tang Hao's life. Furthermore, killing Tang Hao now would only breed immense resentment, for she still harbored feelings for him. Despite blue-silver emperor Aeen's growing doubts about Tang Hao, the seed of suspicion needed time to grow into a mighty tree. Since everything has come to a close, I must take my leave. Aeen, will you accompany me? Tang Hao glanced at blue-silver emperor Aeen, whose external injuries had nearly healed. However, the soul bone he had lost could never be recovered, and his soul power level required countless years to regain its former glory of level 90 title Douluo. No, Hao. I previously promised Shaoqing that I would assist his grandfather Jack in resolving his lifespan issues. Blue-silver emperor Aeen gently shook her head. Very well, Aeen. Once this matter is concluded, you may come to Nanning City to find me. I will wait for you there with Xiao San. Tang Hao nodded. He then limped away. At this point, there was no longer any need for him to hide, having learned that there was no assassination order against him. And now that he had fallen from the level of title Douluo, he posed no threat to the mighty spirit hall. To them, he and the yet-to-develop Tang San were akin to mere ants. Thus, Tang Hao felt no concern over spirit hall's potential betrayal, especially since this was a promise made by Dongqing, and he had provided ample compensation and apologies. It is well known that trust is exceedingly difficult to establish but remarkably easy to shatter, unless one harbors a deep-seated grudge with no room for reconciliation. Any rational individual would refrain from relentlessly pursuing a defeated opponent with the intent to annihilate them. After Tang Hao departed, Juhua Pass and Ghost Douluo followed suit, leaving behind their soul power imprints, which Dongqing could summon at any time. Among the two factions within Spirit Hall, They firmly aligned themselves with the side of Pope Bai Dong, and naturally, they were also staunch supporters of the saint's son Dongqing. Once the three of them had left, only Dongqing and Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen remained. "Oh, Aeen, let us depart," Dongqing softly suggested. Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen replied quietly. She stepped forward, walking alongside Dongqing as they both embarked on the path to Holy Soul Village. As they journeyed, Dongqing cradled his head, and suddenly, a long-standing question came to mind, prompting him to ask, "Sister Aeen, may I pose a question to you?" "Go ahead." Shaoqing, Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen responded, momentarily taken aback before giving a slight nod. She had experienced an array of emotions since encountering two titled Douluos in quick succession, evolving from shock to a sense of calm. You beings who have transformed from 100,000-year soul beast into humanoid forms, knowing you have temporarily lost your 100,000-year soul power. Why do you still insist on coming to the human world? Dongqing inquired, perplexed by their seemingly reckless decision to venture into the realm of humans. Well, Shaoqing, do you truly wish to know? Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen blinked her beautiful eyes. Of course, I would be grateful for your insights, Sister Aeen. Dongqing replied earnestly. Observing the seriousness on Dongqing's face, Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen began to explain. The reason is quite simple. Apart from those exceptionally gifted 100,000-year soul beasts who can retain their strength while transforming into humans, for soul beasts like me, to take on a human form necessitates a temporary relinquishment of our 100,000-year soul power, starting anew from zero. As time passes, we must cultivate the 100,000-year soul power hidden deep within our bodies into our soul power level. Although I initially suppressed the urge to enter the human world, once I reached the 60th level of soul power and entered maturity, I could no longer resist the desire to explore the human realm. Shortly after my emergence, I encountered the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. As for why we insist on coming to the human world, it is likely due to our yearning for the splendor of human life. I cannot speak for other transformed 100,000-year soul beasts, but that is my reason for stepping into the human domain. Once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, it is no longer entirely a soul beast, at least. Its heart is no longer that of a soul beast. They yearn for the outside world, craving its vibrancy, and such splendor exists solely within the realm of humans. In the world where soul beasts reside, survival of the fittest prevails. Oh, I see now. So, those of you who have taken human form also long for the prosperous world outside. I had assumed there was a more profound reason for your desire to enter the human realm, Dongqing realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, a rabbit-eared girl with pink ears turned back repeatedly, gazing longingly at the outside world, her eyes filled with reluctance. Sigh. Why are there so many titled Douluos out there? Having two block my path is already excessive, and now another titled Douluo has appeared to obstruct me. Life as a rabbit is so challenging. Shall we sighed softly? Chapter 48. No more explanations in the village of Holy Spirit, at the home of the village chief. Shaoqing, cough cough. Who is this? The voice of village chief Jack was somewhat hoarse from coughing, yet his curiosity remained palpable. This child, so oblivious. Why would he seek out someone so much older? Could it be that he has no fondness for young maidens? This is Sister Aeen, specially invited by me to assist in treating your health, Grandpa, Dongqing explained. At this moment, he was entirely unaware of the thoughts swirling in village chief Jack's mind. Otherwise, he would have felt compelled to clarify that he was, in fact, in full control of the situation. Yes, village chief Jack, I am Aeen. And I was specifically invited by Shaoqing. The gentle voice of Aeen, the Blue-Silver Emperor, interjected. She wished to conceal her true identity to avoid frightening him with her status as a 10,000-year soul beast, especially considering village chief Jack's advanced age. A sudden shock could be detrimental, and she certainly did not wish to incur Dongqing's wrath should anything happen. Thus, upon entering Holy Spirit Village, Aeen had cautioned Dongqing to keep her connection to Tang San's mother a secret. I'm fine. You all worry too much. In truth, cough cough. My old bones are quite sturdy. No need for treatment. Shaoqing, I will rely on you to take care of me in the future. Village Chief Jack endeavored to present himself as unaffected, yet his frail body betrayed his intentions. Me? Care for you, Shaoqing? Ayen's expression turned peculiar. It was she who relied on his care, not the other way around. Dongqing stood between them, with Village Chief Jack to his left and Aeen to his right. His tone was slightly displeased as he muttered, Grandpa, I have grown up. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Regardless of how mature he felt internally, he always reverted to a childlike demeanor in front of family. Haha. All right, Shaoqing has grown up, but Grandpa still remembers when you were little. You often said that when you grew up, You would marry at least 3 wives. Now you have just one. You must work harder in the future. Village Chief Jack's smile was warm and affectionate as he extended a hand, weathered with age spots, to gently ruffle Dongqing's forehead. Originally, Village Chief Jack had intended to introduce Dongqing to Xiaochui from the neighboring village, a girl of 13, roughly his age. But it was now clear that such an introduction was unnecessary, as Dongqing evidently had no interest in young girls. As for Dongqing marrying multiple wives, as a grandfather, he wholeheartedly supported the notion. After all, the noble gentlemen of Notting City were known for their many wives and concubines. Given that Dongqing had become the esteemed holy son of the Spirit Hall, he certainly deserved to seek out several wives. Ultimately, as Dongqing's grandfather, he fervently wished for him to have many wives, for in his eyes, continuing the family line was of paramount importance. Grandpa, I've grown up. How could you remember the silly things I said as a child so clearly? I no longer harbor such thoughts, and also, Sister Aeen and I are not related at all. Please don't misunderstand. Dongqing's face flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Village Chief Jack. Please don't misunderstand. I truly am not. Aeen, the blue-silver emperor, hastily interjected, eager to clarify. Yet, the more flustered she became, the more her words faltered, and ultimately, she resigned to the misunderstanding, thinking it was not a loss for her. Do not explain. I, the old man, understand it all. There is no need for explanations. The age difference between you is indeed substantial, and it is wise to avoid the scrutiny of societal norms. Village Chief Jack remarked with an expression of profound understanding. Grandpa, you are truly mistaken. I am not that kind of person. How could I possibly like? Sister Aeen? In his eagerness to clarify, Dongqing inadvertently blurted out old, only to falter mid-sentence. He was promptly pinched sharply by Aeen at his side, compelling him to amend his words to Sister Aeen. It must be said, women are indeed quite sensitive to age-related titles. However, it was not entirely fair to blame Village Chief Jack for the misunderstanding. It was his youthful indiscretions that had inadvertently revealed a glimpse of his true feelings. Kind little angel, do not deny it, Xiao Dongqing. You are indeed that kind of person. You not only wish for it, you desire it fervently, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Aeen, Poseidon, Tang Weihua. You are simply too afraid to admit it. Evil devil, I stand with the angel. Come on, admit it. You only have eyes for mature women, you despicable rascal. Dongqing rubbed his small face, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He often felt remarkably fortunate. Had he been born into a high-level fantasy world, his inner demons would surely have been the first to teach him a lesson. In a low-level fantasy world lacking the support of world laws, these erratic thoughts could only reside within his mind, forever unable to transcend the boundaries and manifest as inner demons. Indeed, Dongqing possessed the pure bloodline of the heavenly ant, marking him as a young creature of the 10 fierce levels, yet his soul remained that of an earth dweller, a human soul. This is the greatest distinction between Dongqing and the pure-blooded young beings of the perfect world. They began their existence at the bloodline level, effortlessly wielding immense strength. But Dongqing was different. His soul was uniquely his own, while the pure bloodline of the heavenly ant was an external gift. Moreover, the pure bloodline had consumed 90% of its essence to transport him through the boundless seas of worlds, leaving only 10% to merge with his body. The crux of the matter was that Dongqing needed to continuously endeavor to enhance the awakening of this 10% of the magnificent bloodline to fully integrate it with his soul. This was why he lagged far behind the pure-blooded young beings of the perfect world. To comfort himself, Dongqing often reflected on the tale of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens, Shi Hao, who, despite having his supreme bone extracted, could still rise against fate. With his 10 fierce heavenly ant pure bloodline, could he not also achieve greatness? Furthermore, observing Shi Hao's life, he stood alone against eternity, a most arduous path indeed. Much like Shi Hao, Dongqing was raised by his grandfather, the village chief. Perhaps, during this period of their lives, their experiences bore a semblance to one another. After this, Shi Hao faced innumerable foes alone, relentlessly fighting until he reached the end, only to find himself standing solitary, the sole ruler of eternity. In contrast, Dongqing had the love of his teacher, Bibi Dong, and a sister who, despite her harsh words, truly cared for him, Hulaina. In terms of future life experiences, Dongqing would undoubtedly find more happiness than Shi Hao, thus, he felt no sense of discontentment. After all, in the Douluo continent, even within the realm of the Douluo gods, there were but a few cats and dogs. Xiaoqing, no need for explanations. Let me assist Village Chief Jack. Chapter 49. The protagonist is in deep distress. The Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen. yearned to cease the delay. She feared that remaining any longer would result in being sent by village chief Jack to the East Qing room to bear children. The concept of love at Douluo continent is quite intricate. Firstly, it possesses a strong sense of inclusivity. Establishing a harem is not illegal, yet it is fraught with peril. Especially among female soul masters, who are fiercely proud and self-satisfied, attempting to embrace them without sufficient means to tame their lofty hearts could lead to dire consequences. Akin to the fate of Chingo, who met a grim end at the hands of a rusty iron blade. However, one perplexing aspect remains: the existence of slave auctions in Douluo continent, particularly in the Heaven Do Empire, where the majority of slaves auctioned are captured beauties, including both soul masters and ordinary folk. They have committed innumerable misdeeds, yet seem unaware of their own disgrace as they criticize the spirit hall for its malevolence. Regardless of the world's hierarchy, the fantastical realms often mirror one another. The moral compass in Douluo continent is exceedingly ambiguous. The decision to establish a harem is entirely contingent upon one's personal capabilities, whereas acquiring a slave is significantly more straightforward. Once obtained, they can be utilized at will. When East Qing initially watched the anime, he found himself pondering a singular question: did Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, ever utilize the cat girl he purchased at a high price from the Heaven Do auction house? As East Qing emerged from his tangled thoughts, Aeen commenced her healing process. The wildfires may burn eternally, yet spring breezes bring forth new life. Under the influence of her innate domain, the blue-silver domain, countless blue-silver grasses swayed gently within a radius of dozens of kilometers, sacrificing a fraction of their vitality to their devoted emperor. As this life force converged, Aeen successfully formed a vibrant green orb of energy. Upon entering village chief Jack's body, his complexion instantly became rosy, and vitality emanated from him, suggesting he could live for another decade or two. Thank you, Sister Aeen. Without you. Just as East Qing turned to express his gratitude, Aeen suddenly felt darkness enveloping her, causing her to faint. Fortunately, East Qing reacted swiftly, catching her slender waist and gently cradling her in his arms. Unbeknownst to Aeen, despite having absorbed East Qing's pure blood of the skyhorn ant, leading to a slight evolution of her blue-silver emperor form, her life essence had suffered a significant loss due to her voluntary sacrifice. Although she managed to maintain her composure when first deploying the blue-silver domain's evolution ability, she could not withstand the immense pressure of a second invocation in her current weakened state. Shaoqing, do hurry and assist her to rest. She must have exhausted her soul power, urged village chief Jack, his voice robust. Over the years, due to East Qing being the saint son of the spirit hall and accompanied by 2 healing soul masters, he had gained some understanding of soul power exhaustion. East Qing struggled to articulate his concerns, ultimately bending to lift Aeen and carry her back to his modest abode. His dwelling, though small, approximately 30 square meters, was furnished with seemingly antiquated yet impeccably maintained pieces, revealing the touch of regular cleaning. As East Qing gently laid Aeen down and turned to leave, he noticed her furrowed brow, indicating her profound discomfort. Simultaneously, her graceful form began to shimmer, as if reverting to her original blue-silver emperor state. What now? East Qing found himself at a loss, contemplating whether to bury her in the ground. The thought of being discovered by Grandpa Jack was daunting. Yet, he could conceive of no better alternative. Upon noticing her slightly parted lips, he remembered something. East Qing once more bit his fingertip, allowing crimson blood to seep forth, which he gently offered to her. Consider this a token of gratitude for extending Grandpa Jack's life, he resolved internally. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred. As Aeen sensed the pure blood of the skyhorn ant, her innate desire for evolution surged uncontrollably. Unlike during her blue-silver emperor form, Aeen, in her humanoid state, abruptly sat up, her eyes gleaming like water, and fiercely bit East Qing's fingertip. The 100,000-year soul beasts, in their human forms, possess unique advantages over their beastly counterparts. While the beast form is undeniably formidable, the human form allows for rapid cultivation of soul power, a stark contrast to the slow growth of soul beasts. However, the present circumstances overshadowed such considerations. Aeen was caught in the throes of her instincts. Although her eyes were open, they lacked clarity, indicating she had not truly awakened. Oh no, I was careless. East Qing mentally chastised himself as he felt his blood swiftly draining, rendering him weak and dizzy. At that moment, he could muster no strength, feeling utterly drained. While Aeen had previously absorbed a mere drop of his blood as if it were molten lava coursing through her, her blue-silver emperor form had now undergone fundamental evolution. The pure blood of the skyhorn ant was merely a restorative tonic for her. With a thud, East Qing collapsed into a yin's embrace. As he succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, a fleeting expression of profound anguish flickered in Aeen's vacant gaze. In that instant of awakening, she comprehended the unforgivable act she had committed while lost to unconsciousness. "I'm so sorry, Xiaoqing. I have harmed you," she lamented, pulling Yixing tightly into her arms. Once more, she activated her blue-silver domain, invoking the advanced domain ability, "The wildfires may burn eternally, yet spring breezes bring forth new life." This time, however, under the influence of her instincts, she absorbed a substantial amount of the skyhorn ant's pure blood, resulting in a further evolution of her blue-silver emperor form, significantly replenishing her life essence. Even her soul power level surged back to the 88th rank. The soul Douluo level, alleviating her worries about fainting again. Chapter 50. How does she intend to compensate me? Timeline. Douluo calendar, March 6th, 2644, early morning, clear skies. Last night, Dongqing slept soundly, often inhaling the unique fragrance of the blue-silver grass. And he felt as though he had returned to the days 2 years prior when he was a mere pillow for Bibi Dong. Currently available public information, the blue-silver grass thrives due to its status as the primary sustenance for most herbivorous soul beasts. Without its robust vitality, it would have long been consumed into extinction. It is sweet, fragrant, and abundant in moisture. Particularly, rabbit-type soul beasts relish blue-silver grass for their daily meals. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the aged wooden window, the delicate features of the blue-silver empress, Aeen, stirred slightly, and she opened her eyes, filled with complex emotions. "Little Qing, my recovery to this state is all thanks to the miraculous blood within you. But how can I repay you?" At this moment, her soul power level stood at 88, a soul Douluo, with her martial soul being the blue-silver empress. Not only had she restored the life essence lost from the sacrifice, but her soul power also returned to its pre-sacrifice level, even giving birth to a brand new 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Thanks to the pure blood of the heavenly ant that nourished her profoundly, her original body, the blue-silver empress underwent a transformative evolution. Her previous 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone paled in comparison to the new ones. In simpler terms, it was akin to the supreme bone of Shur Hao being excavated, leading to the rebirth of the innate supreme bone. Of course, these two situations are incomparable. This is merely a simplistic metaphor. However, it is precisely because of this that the complexity in Aeen's gaze became apparent. Unlike the selfish natures of Tang Hao and Tang San, she could not simply take advantage of the situation and flee. The soul beast race, aside from a few dark-hearted individuals, generally adheres to the principle of reciprocation, and Aeen was no exception. She wished to repay her debt, yet she was at a loss as to how to do so. As she pondered in silence, Dongqing, nestled against her chest and soundly asleep, gradually opened his eyes in confusion. Perhaps out of guilt or remorse, he found himself once again reduced to the role of Aeen's pillow 2 years later, after having lost that privilege once before. As he became more lucid, memories of the previous day's events flooded back to him, and he spoke softly, "Sister Aeen, I was only trying to help you, and this is how you repay me." But as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. The soul power radiating from Aeen was at the level of an 80-level soul Douluo. "Little Qing, you must have sensed it too. I have fully recovered. My soul power is back to what it was before the sacrifice," she gently explained, noticing the confusion in his eyes. Countless questions swirled in Dongqing's mind. After losing so much blood, how could she have recovered? Was it a cheat? Such a feat seemed implausible. However, he was not naive. He quickly recalled the pure blood of the heavenly ant that she had devoured and exclaimed, "My blood! Sister Aeen, you blood-sucking demon, compensate me." Though he maintained a facade of innocence, a chill settled deep within his pupils, and he became particularly vigilant. He had prepared himself, should the situation turn unfavorable. He would activate the soul power mark in his palm. The previous encounters with Zhu Hua and the ghost Douluo had left their soul power marks, which would lead to their immediate arrival to eliminate any potential threat posed by Aeen. Zhang Wuji's mother once said a phrase that Dongqing regarded as a profound truth. Remember, never trust women, especially the more beautiful they are. The more deceptive they tend to be. Whether Aeen's heart matched her kind demeanor remained uncertain. What he did know was that if she did harbor ill intentions, her formidable soul power, exceeding 80 levels, could easily overwhelm his own mere 41. In truth, Dongqing's mistrust extended beyond Aeen. He was equally wary of Bibi Dong and Hulaina, as their romantic entanglements were quite vexing. His nature resembled that of Han Pao Pao. He approached every situation with caution, always prioritizing prudence. Should circumstances appear unfavorable, he would retreat to the safety of the crowd. Simplicity and kindness were merely his protective veneer. However, His reverence for Elder Jack was genuine. It was he who granted Dongqing a second chance at life, reflecting on his initial awakening of martial soul. Dongqing had been left with no options, ultimately compelled to join the spirit hall. If he had refused the invitation, the bewildered expressions of Su Yutao and Elder Jack would have forced him to feign disdain for the spirit hall, which was the only way to extricate himself from their clutches. Su Yutao was easier to dismiss, but when it came to the grandfather who had raised him, resorting to lies and deception to avoid the spirit hall and evade Tang Hao's potential ambush was beyond his capacity. Moreover, compared to Tang Hao, the spirit hall held dominion over Douluo continent. If Dongqing were to act against them and Bibi Dong discovered a genius harboring great animosity towards the spirit hall, his ashes would likely be scattered by the tidal Douluos the very next day. Who could he rely on then? Could he count on Tang Ritian next door? Would he dare to take such risks? Ultimately, he had no choice but to opt for the seemingly brighter path offered by the spirit hall. As Dongqing's thoughts continued to whirl, Aeen was equally engrossed in contemplating how to compensate him. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a feasible plan of recompense. Little Qing, I must first apologize. After I fell into a coma, instinct drove me to absorb a significant amount of blood from your body. Although I activated the blue-silver domain for an entire night, it barely restored you to normal, Aeen expressed with profound regret. Gradually, her gaze grew resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Finally, she spoke slowly. Initially, I was uncertain how to repay you, but one must not forget a kindness received. After much contemplation, it seems I have only one way to compensate you, Little Qing. Ayen's words piqued Dongqing's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, what kind of compensation? Could it be that she intended to offer herself? Yet, such an absurd notion fleetingly crossed his mind, as he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that it was an impossibility. Chapter 51. Cultivation brings me joy. In truth, the blue-silver emperor's innate domain, the blue-silver domain, not only possesses the ability to absorb the life force from the surrounding blue-silver grass, aiding others in restoring their vitality, but it can also gather the energies of heaven and earth, facilitating soul masters and swiftly cultivating their soul power. The blue-silver emperor, Aeen, spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Dongqing inwardly exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Tang Hao and Tang San were truly biological father and son. One utilized the blue-silver domain to become the youngest tidal Douluo across the continent, while the other employed the Xiantian skill to attain innate full soul power. It is no wonder that Tang San's cultivation accelerated in the later stages. Evidently, he had benefited from the blue-silver domain. Contemplating this, Dongqing glanced at the blue-silver emperor, Aeen. What was her intention in sharing such information with him? According to the available public information, wherever blue-silver grass exists, the blue-silver domain can transform all life force from the blue-silver grass into any form of energy required by the blue-silver emperor, thereby replenishing itself or assisting others. Furthermore, as long as blue-silver grass is present within 100 kilometers, the energy of the blue-silver emperor will never diminish. Most significantly, this energy can be converted into both life force and soul power. As he pondered these revelations, Aeen resolutely declared, "Therefore, I have decided to assist you, Little Qing, in your cultivation for 30 years using the blue-silver domain. Moreover, during these 30 years, I shall protect you without fail." Her character was not as malevolent as Dongqing had presumed. She was a kind and innocent woman, one who felt remorse for her past mistakes, driven by guilt. The blue-silver emperor Aeen ultimately resolved to wholeheartedly support Dongqing for 30 years, believing that within this time, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of tidal Douluo. 30 years? Aeen, are you serious? Dongqing blinked in confusion. Did she truly comprehend the significance of such a duration? In that span, one could easily be consumed entirely. 30 years. For tidal Douluos, who possess lifespans of several hundred or even 1,000 years, it is but a fleeting moment. Even for Aeen, it was merely akin to having taken a brief slumber. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the ensuing decades would be among the most tumultuous in the Douluo continent's history. Seriously, Little Qing, please trust your sister. During these 30 years, I will wholeheartedly assist you in cultivating your soul power. Aeen's tone conveyed profound remorse. As she spoke, she did not hesitate to envelop him in her warm embrace, feeling a deep sense of compassion for Dongqing's forced calmness. In her eyes, Dongqing's current physical depletion would undoubtedly have severe repercussions on his future soul power cultivation, and she felt responsible for it all. Aeen believed her previous greedy actions had surely harmed Dongqing's life essence. Regrettably, she did not understand that for a pure-blooded entity like the heavenly horned ant, the blood within its veins differed greatly. The heart's blood, essence blood, and the ordinary blood flowing through its vessels were entirely distinct. Heart's blood. This is the very essence of life for every pure-blooded being. Excessive loss can lead to immediate demise. Essence blood, generally. This refers to the refined blood of advanced beings. Significant loss can also result in death, termed essence blood depletion. Ordinary blood. For mundane life forms, their blood lacks both essence and heart's blood. Blood is simply blood, and excessive loss can lead to death. However, for higher or divine beings, the loss of ordinary blood is inconsequential as long as their nutritional needs are met. This is why ancient powers and beings could easily create boundless seas of blood. Yet, in the low-tier fantasy realm of Douluo continent, even though Dongqing's heavenly horned ant bloodline had not fully awakened, the pure blood of the heavenly horned ant flowing within him was merely ordinary blood. Nevertheless, for lower-tier life forms, even ordinary blood can propel evolutionary advancement. Last night, after a night of support from Aeen's blue-silver domain, Dongqing's ordinary blood had nearly fully recovered. Although his complexion remained pale, he was not in grave danger. However, upon realizing that Aeen had indulged in so many wonderful misconceptions, Dongqing felt embarrassed to shatter this delightful misunderstanding. After all, he was a pure and kind-hearted individual. I trust you, Aeen. For these 30 years, I shall rely on you to stay by my side, using the blue-silver domain to assist me. My future soul power cultivation will depend entirely on you. Dongqing gently grasped her hand as he spoke. In response, Aeen nodded, saying, Yes, little Qing. Now try meditating to cultivate your soul power and see how the blue-silver domain enhances your abilities. For Aeen, the blue-silver domain was an innate ability that required no expenditure of soul power, so she felt no concern about any burden it might impose. Previously, when she had employed the blue-silver domain to faint, it was due to the severe damage to her life essence from the sacrificial act, rendering her incapable of enduring the pressures of the blue-silver domain. Now, her soul power level had returned to its former state, and she had even generated a brand new 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. No matter how she utilized the blue-silver domain, it would not inflict harm on her body. All right, I will give it a try. Dongqing promptly settled into a cross-legged position, placing his hands gently upon his knees, and began meditating to cultivate his soul power, with his palms, soles, and crown all directed upwards, known as the 5 hearts to heaven. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, the 5 hearts to heaven can enhance the flexibility of the legs, ankles, and hips, softening them and opening the meridians and blood vessels, thus facilitating the flow of blood. Additionally, the 5 hearts to heaven can amplify the heart's pumping force, allowing for improved circulation to the legs. Before the leg arteries are unblocked, blood tends to pool in the upper body, while the heart increases its supply of blood, resulting in the internal organs receiving ample blood flow, swiftly enhancing their functionality and promoting cerebral circulation. From the standpoint of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, the 5 hearts to heaven provides the greatest enhancement effect for meditative cultivation of soul power. It is also the most fundamental and commonly employed cultivation method across the Douluo continent. Throughout the myriad realms and boundless seas of stars, the majority of human cultivation postures resemble the 5 hearts to heaven. The only distinguishing factor lies in their respective cultivation techniques and methods of harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. In the midst of this meditative state, Dongqing sensed the exceedingly rich energies of heaven and earth surrounding him. Under the precise guidance of his mental focus, these energies were gradually being devoured by his body. Although the vast majority of soul power acquired through meditation was consumed by the heavenly horned ant bloodline within him, it was nonetheless the first time he experienced the joy that cultivation could bring. I love cultivation. Cultivation brings me joy. Chapter 52. Departing from the sacred soul village unbeknownst to him, Dongqing had become thoroughly engrossed in the cultivation of soul power, entirely forgetting that he had merely intended to give it a try. This was the first time he distinctly felt the awakening degree of his Tianjiao ant bloodline gradually rising. Setting aside the question of the speed of bloodline awakening, it was at least the first occasion in 2 years, without the aid of the BB Dong pillow, that he felt his soul power level and the awakening degree of his Tianjiao ant bloodline rising simultaneously. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Prior to this, he had only experienced such rapid soul power cultivation during the years spent with the BB Dong pillow. Observing Dongqing's fervor for cultivation, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, could not help but exclaim, no wonder he could become a soul master at the tender age of 12. It is not only due to his exceptional talent but also his relentless effort. However, this was yet another delightful misunderstanding. When she noticed that 90% of the soul power within Dongqing had been consumed by his body, Aeen's expression turned to one of deep guilt. She believed that she had caused a loss in his life essence, which led to the consumption of such a significant portion of his soul power. I am sorry. With that, Aeen transformed into her true form, the blue-silver emperor, and quietly hovered over Dongqing's chest, exerting her full power to release her blue-silver domain. Current public information: name, Aeen. Gender, female. Personality, gentle, kind, grateful. Soul beast form, 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. The sovereign of all blue-silver grasses. Soul power level, level 88. Support type soul Douluo. Actual age, over 100,000 years. Growth stage, mature. Bloodline level, demigod level. Ability assessment: through the absorption of a substantial amount of pure Tianjiao and blood. Her originally royal level soul beast bloodline successfully evolved into a demigod level bloodline, granting her the ability to freely switch between her human form and soul beast form. Having surpassed level 60 and entered maturity, while her essence remains that of a 100,000-year soul beast, her soul beast aura can no longer be detected by tidal Douluo. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. On the 21st of March, 2644 in the Douluo calendar, during this period, Aeen diligently assisted Dongqing in meditating and cultivating his soul power. By night, she took on human form, quietly leaning beside him and fully unleashing her blue-silver domain to aid his training. As the sun rose after a sleepless night, she transformed back into her blue-silver emperor form, tightly entwining herself around Dongqing and drifting into slumber. Meditation, to a certain extent, can entirely substitute for sleep, which is why many soul masters on the Douluo continent spend their days engaged in meditation. Additionally, Aeen's full activation of her blue-silver domain in support of cultivation required a portion of her energy. Thus, she could only enter slumber during the day to recover her expended vitality. Thanks to the enhancement from the blue-silver domain, Dongqing's soul power level increased by 1 rank. Dongqing, a pure-blooded Tianjiao ant cub, now 12 years old, had reached the rank of level 42 soul master. His soul rings were purple, black, black. Furthermore, the awakening degree of his Tianjiao ant bloodline had risen from 29,193 to 29,213, marking an improvement of 0.02. Over half a month, this translated to a potential increase of 0.48 in bloodline awakening degree over a year. By this calculation, Dongqing could elevate his bloodline awakening degree by 48 in a century, and in 200 years, he could reach 100. Although he was still unaware of the formidable strength he would possess upon fully emerging from his cub stage into the growth phase of the Tianjiao ant. One thing was beyond doubt: Dongqing was destined to become one of the most powerful beings on the Douluo continent. Once a tidal Douluo is attained, one's lifespan could extend by approximately 300 years, and thereafter, every ascension in soul power level grants an additional century of life. Thus, after reaching level 95, a tidal Douluo's lifespan would have already reached around 800 years. In contrast, extraordinary tidal Douluo like Bibi Dong and Poseidon, who have achieved peak level 99, have long surpassed the millennium mark in lifespan. Therefore, in terms of time management, Dongqing need not rush. Everything could unfold gradually. As for Tang San, with only one blue-silver emperor permitted to exist at any given time, and with Aeen now fully revived, she had reclaimed her identity and re-established herself as the sovereign of all blue-silver grasses across the continent. Without the significant boost to his cultivation speed provided by the blue-silver domain, it was no longer feasible for him to attain divinity by the age of 25. As for the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, they were already part of Dongqing's future plans, and he would not allow anyone else to lay claim to those celestial herbs unless she were his wife. Now, Tang San's aspirations to obtain the celestial herbs within had become a distant and unattainable dream. Knowledge, indeed, proves invaluable. Despite Douluo having occupied the ice and fire yin-yang eyes for so long, he remained oblivious to the abundance of celestial herbs within. Dongqing, however, had already gained comprehensive knowledge of most celestial herbs on the Douluo continent through the archives of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Spirit Hall. Another day passed, and on the morning of the 22nd of March, 2644 in the Douluo calendar, at the village chief's home, Dongqing softly admonished, "Grandfather, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself, and remember to write to me when you can." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Jack's frail body quivered slightly as he struggled to open his aged eyes, gazing at his fully grown grandson. He replied, "Do not worry. My health is good. Little Qing, while you are away, be sure to remain vigilant, so you do not suffer any losses." I understand. Goodbye, grandfather." With that, Dongqing turned, waved his hand, and began to walk away slowly. His departure would mean he would not return for at least a year, and the plans he had meticulously prepared in his mind could now gradually unfold. Dongqing's cautious nature dictated that he approached matters with care during his youth. He simply sought enjoyment without the need to lay out extensive plans in advance. In the past, his age had limited him from expressing many thoughts and actions. Now, at 12 years old, he could be considered half an adult on the Douluo continent. On the country road leading to Nanning City, the surface was paved with smooth blue stones, allowing horse-drawn carriages to gallop swiftly along. Sister Aeen, is there anywhere you wish to visit before we reach the Spirit Hall in Nanning City? Dongqing suddenly inquired. Half a month earlier, he had arranged to meet Li Qiyun, a titled Douluo elder from the Spirit Hall in Nanning City, to accompany her in meeting someone, a person she was utterly eager to confront. As his words fell, a blue-silver emperor emerged from his chest, slightly larger than ordinary blue-silver grass, standing about 30 centimeters tall, with blue-golden leaves and roots shimmering with a soft glow. When it coiled around his chest, it imparted a cool sensation. I wish to visit Hao and Xiao San, to inform them that we may not be able to meet for the next 30 years. Ayen's voice resonated, her tone tinged with melancholy, yet devoid of any regret. Her character was one of gratitude, and 30 years, while significant, was not an excessively long period for either her or Tang Hao and his son. Chapter 53 Father? Sister Aeen, you need not feel so despondent. If you truly long for your family, I can take you back. It has been many years since we last met. And I too wish to witness the growth of Xiao San, Dongqing consoled. Frankly speaking, it would be peculiar if she did not miss her family. After all, aside from a few exceptionally twisted women, how many mothers in this world do not care for their children? Upon hearing this, the blue-silver emperor, standing at approximately 30 centimeters tall, emanated a gentle deep blue glow from her leaves, transforming from her spirit beast form into that of a human. She was clad in a fitted, deep blue imperial gown, exuding a regal aura akin to that of an empress. Her noble demeanor, exquisite beauty, slender waist, and delicate collarbone glistened like translucent jade, while her skin appeared as smooth as cream. The skin exposed at her neckline and chest was alluringly revealed. She radiated the charm of a mature woman, reminiscent of a ripe peach, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her cheeks, soft and porcelain-like, were adorned with luscious, vibrant lips that seemed to glisten with allure. Her figure was voluptuous yet graceful. Her long legs were well-proportioned, embodying the perfect allure of womanhood. As she leaned slightly forward, she embraced Dongqing tightly. As the gentle breeze rustled the hem of her deep blue gown, it revealed her calves, resembling sheep's fat white jade. Xiaoqing, thank you for your understanding. I am truly touched. The blue-silver emperor Aeen spoke softly, her heart brimming with emotion, as Dongqing was enveloped in her embrace. The gentle caress of her azure hair brushed past him, filling his nostrils with the unique fragrance of blue-silver grass. Unable to contain his thoughts, he secretly mused, Madam, your scent is dangerously enchanting. I truly yearn for. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Dongqing said, Sister Aeen, Xiao San was indeed one of my childhood friends. I trust him and sincerely hope to see that his mother is still alive. As for Tang San, he was naturally proud and often challenged Dongqing in his youth, frequently employing his agility to engage in combat, despite Dongqing's initial inability to counter his skills. However, utilizing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps drained Tang San's internal energy within a mere 3 minutes, forcing him to surrender. 12 years have swiftly passed, and she pondered whether Xiao San would recognize her as his mother. The blue-silver Emperor Aeen's voice faltered, revealing her uncertainty about how Tang San might react upon seeing her after so many years away. As a mother, her concern for her child was profound. Her earlier call to Dongqing was to aid Tang San in finding a promising path. However, she never anticipated the series of events that would unfold, leading to Tang Hao's rage-fueled revelation of his past intentions towards Dongqing. Thus, Aeen found herself ensnared in a web of doubt, questioning Tang Hao's sincerity. The unexpected visit from Qian Sunji was too coincidental to be mere chance. At that time, she had already reached maturity, her true form hidden from the title Douluo, with only Tang Hao and Tang Xiao aware of her spirit beast identity. In her mind, either Tang Xiao had betrayed her, or Tang Hao had, the former being understandable, while the latter would cause her deep sorrow. Yet, Tang San was different. Despite his peculiar childhood behaviors and mastery of hidden weapons, he remained her biological son, and her maternal instincts could not allow her to disregard him, even if she felt immense guilt towards Dongqing and was willing to spend 30 years compensating him. She could never entirely overlook her own flesh and blood. In Nanning City, as Dongqing and the blue-silver Emperor Aeen stepped through the city gates, they were immediately locked onto by the mental energy of a titled Douluo-level spirit master. In the Nanning City Martial Soul Branch, Li Qiyun remarked softly, Interesting. Where did His Highness the Saint Sun find an 88th level support type soul Douluo? Is he concerned about his own strength and has sought a support type soul master to augment his abilities? Yet, she mused. Due to the excessive favoritism from the Pope and having taken too much that did not belong to him, it was certain that Xiao Shui would confront him. A mere support type soul master could not bridge the gap between them. As a 93rd level assault type title Douluo, her mental power could encompass an entire city. And Notting City lay well within her range. Thus, as Dongqing and the Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen entered, they were detected by this 93rd level title Douluo from the Hall of Worship. To Li Qiyun, although Dongqing possessed unparalleled strength, the disparity in soul power was tangible. Moreover, soul power significantly amplified a soul master's strength, and with Qian Rinshue's martial soul capable of flight, victory was assured. This also served as proof of the Hall of Worship's dominance over the Elder Hall. Within the Martial Soul Hall, the two factions, Elder Hall led by Bibiong and the Hall of Worship led by Qian Douluo, had long been embroiled in contention. However, as both sides boasted peak 99th level Douluo to maintain their positions, their rivalry remained largely verbal. Now, with undeniable prodigies on both sides, Dongqing possessing the innate mutated martial soul of the heaven-swallowing ant and Qian Rinshue with her innate full soul power angel martial soul, both Bibidong and Qian Douluo were secretly competing to prove that Dongqing and Qian Rinshue were the strongest geniuses on the continent. As for Tang San, they were genuinely unfamiliar with him. Of course, this competition was healthy. They hoped that both could grow through their rivalry and perhaps find mutual affection and union in the future. In Notting City, at the Tang clan blacksmith shop, as the Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen and Dongqing arrived hand in hand, she felt a twinge of homesickness after so many years apart from Tang San, her emotions turbulent. Given that Tang Hao had not mentioned Aeen to Tang San, he would not have taken him back to Shahan village to visit her without reason. Inside the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao was having a meal with Tang San. On a slightly worn wooden table, a simple spread of 3 dishes and a soup was laid out, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, accompanied by a tomato and egg soup. Although modest, the meal was well prepared and appetizing, undoubtedly crafted by Tang San himself. Despite losing 2 soul bones to the chrysanthemum pass, which had significantly reduced his soul power to 75, Tang Hao's mental acuity remained sharp, and he sensed the presence of the two outside the shop, his expression darkening with concern. Aeen, do you truly comprehend what you are doing? That Dongqing is no longer the 6-year-old child he once was. Why do you hold his arm so closely, father? Chapter 54. Reunion of Mother and Son. Father, what is the matter? Tang San inquired, his expression laced with confusion. He glanced at Tang Hao, who had been enjoying the meal moments prior, only to now bear a countenance that seemed particularly grim, as if he had been grievously wronged. It's nothing. Continue eating. Tang Hao replied tersely, reluctant to divulge the thoughts weighing on his mind. This marked the first occasion Tang San had witnessed such a dismal expression on his father's face, prompting him to ponder, could it be the dish lacked flavor? Did I add too much salt? Or perhaps I overcooked the vegetables? At that moment, the door was flung open by Dongqing. Little San. Little Qing. Despite having been apart for 6 years, the two recognized each other at first glance. This recognition did not stem from a deep bond, but rather from Tang San viewing Dongqing as his greatest rival, one he had longed to surpass. After all, his previous challenges had ended in disappointment. Dongqing stepped forward a few paces and lightly patted Tang San on the shoulder. However, the force of the gesture nearly knocked Tang San to his knees. 6 years have passed, and your strength remains formidable. Tang San quickly rubbed his shoulder, feeling as though his scapula had nearly shattered under the impact. Your physique still leaves much to be desired, Dongqing remarked. Having sensed Tang San's soul power level with that one strike, it was precisely 30. It appeared that, due to his own transmigration, the butterfly effect had taken place, subtly altering the narrative, and Tang San's current soul power level deviated from Dongqing's expectations. My physique inadequate? Nonsense. Few can compare to your monstrous strength. Tang San retorted. Monstrous? Little San, are you envious of me? Dongqing teased as he wrapped an arm around Tang San's neck. The latter attempted to resist, yet found himself unable to escape the vice-like grip. I envy you? Absolutely not. I too am a soul master now, and I firmly believe that one day I shall surpass you, little Qing. Just wait, Tang San declared with fervor. While Notting City was somewhat isolated, it was not devoid of external news. He was well aware that Dongqing was the son of the Spirit Hall, a prodigy who had reached a level 40 soul master at the tender age of 12. In contrast, despite his rigorous training over the years, Tang San had only just reached a level 30. Surpass? Little San, remember, Those who have fallen at my hands are never regarded as true rivals. I grant you time to chase after me, until you can no longer see me." Dongqing replied with a tinge of nostalgia. He was neither sure how nor the Emperor of the Wild, but a pure-blooded being endowed with the bloodline of the Ten Fiends heaven and destined to be beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like Tang San. What is Douluo continent in the grand scheme? He was destined to traverse the myriad realms and embark upon the endless starry seas in search of his true home. "Little Qing, I must say, that statement of yours is quite pretentious," Tang San retorted, encountering for the first time someone so adept at boasting that he found himself at a loss for a fitting rebuttal. "Pretentious? I merely speak the truth. Come. Little San, allow me to introduce you to someone you will undoubtedly wish to meet." Dongqing maintained his hold on Tang San's neck, tugging him aside. "Do not pull so hard. I fear my neck may snap," Tang San protested weakly, having lost the strength to resist. As for fighting back, he had just reached level 30 and had yet to acquire a soul ring. He had no desire to challenge a level 40 soul master. The difference of 10 levels was significant, and a rational mind would not court danger unnecessarily. "If you wish me to ease my grip, then cease your struggle," Dongqing replied casually. To clarify, there was no absolute animosity between him and Tang San. Rather, due to his mother, the Silver Emperor Aeen, Dongqing believed they could still forge a friendship. The only grievance between them stemmed from Tang Hao losing his soul bone, a consequence of his own actions. Not something for which Dongqing could be blamed. Simply put, your mother is so beautiful, I am determined to befriend you. Moreover, there was a particularly classic saying, "You shall call me brother, and I shall call you of course." Dongqing was no soft-hearted individual, should matters prove untenable. He would not hesitate to send Tang San and his family to their demise. Amitofu, may Buddha show mercy. Regardless, cautious as he was, Dongqing would never compromise his own safety for the sake of a woman. Women, after all, would gravitate towards one who possesses strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aeen and Tang Hao stood awkwardly, rendered speechless. Aeen harbored lingering doubts from previous events. She wished to inquire but hesitated, fearing that such a question might irreparably sever their relationship. Tang Hao remained silent, sensing that Aeen had changed. She was no longer the innocent and gullible woman she once was. As they both remained quiet, Dongqing tightened his grip around Tang San's neck and forcibly drew him closer. "Little San, do you know who she is?" Dongqing gestured toward Aeen. Upon hearing this, Aeen gazed at Tang San with hopeful anticipation, yearning for him to recognize her true identity at once. Alas, in reality, such profound understanding was rare. This was no novel. In the real world, without prior knowledge of someone's identity, instant recognition was virtually impossible. Tang San regarded Aeen thoughtfully and remarked, "Her? Little Qing, who else could she be?" She's here. Before he could finish, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the room, tangible and sharp, compelling Tang San to swallow the final word. "Father, what is wrong with you?" Tang San was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Tang Hao had suddenly erupted in fury, exuding such formidable malice. Could it be that the woman before him held an enigmatic connection with his father? If so, why had they just stood there in silence? Tang Hao cast a penetrating glance at Dongqing before finally speaking. "Little San, this is Aeen, your mother." Had it not been for the vigilant presence of a level 93 title Douluo overseeing the city, Tang Hao would have acted against Dongqing, regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing this declaration, Tang San's pupils dilated in disbelief as he turned to Aeen, his expression one of incredulity. "Mother? Little San." Aeen's tears flowed freely. Chapter 55 as Tang Hao and Tang San met for the first time. The air was filled with anticipation and a myriad of topics to discuss, particularly concerning Tang San's childhood. Yet, as the conversation progressed, an unusual tension began to surface. "Little San, your father is truly unworthy. He actually made you take care of that drunken wretch," Lanin Huang Aeen exclaimed, glaring at Tang Hao, who merely gazed at the ceiling, seemingly lacking any justification for rebuttal. "This is my responsibility." "Mother, please do not blame father," Tang San replied, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. However, amidst his embarrassment, Aeen's sudden inquiry unleashed a flicker of murderous intent from him. "Little San, for miles around, the Holy Spirit Village has always been enveloped by my blue-silver domain, yet I often hear you muttering about your mastery of the Xiantian skill, the level of your purple extreme magic eye, and those ghostly shadow techniques. Who taught you these things?" she asked curiously. The murderous aura dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared, and Tang San recognized his overreaction, remembering that the person before him was indeed his mother. He then glanced at Tang Hao. At that moment, he noticed Dongqing nearby. Did he hear that too? Tang Xiantian Treasure Record, Article 3. Identify your opponent as an enemy. If they possess the means to bring about your demise, show no mercy, lest you invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself. However, after some contemplation, Tang San decided against pursuing the matter further. Setting aside the fact that Dongqing was a childhood friend, he acknowledged that Dongqing, now a son of the Spirit Hall, possessed strength surpassing his own. He had considered asking Tang Hao for assistance, but recalled that upon Tang Hao's return, though he bore no visible wounds, he exuded an aura of profound injury. Seemingly no longer a titled Douluo. The reason Tang Hao refrained from disclosing such matters to Tang San was straightforward. It was all to protect him. If Tang San could not demonstrate formidable talent, at least the potential to become a peerless Douluo, Tang Hao had no intention of revealing these truths. The Spirit Hall's previous capture of Lan Huang Aeen and Tang San's own experience of having his soul bone extracted at Juhua Pass were secrets he wished to keep hidden. Tang Hao could not bear to see Tang San recklessly provoke Dongqing and subsequently fall victim to the Spirit Hall's title Douluo. At this moment, while Tang San was struggling to concoct an explanation for the origins of his martial skills, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the gazes of Lan Huang Aeen and Tang Hao, who now regarded him with a hint of suspicion regarding his true identity. Although Tang San believed he had concealed his murderous intent swiftly, to Tang Hao and Lan Huang Aeen, it was as evident as a dagger at their throats. Once a titled Douluo, Tang Hao, despite experiencing a significant decline in spirit power, still stood as a formidable soul sage at level 75, while Lan Huang Aeen had fully regained her strength. Now a level 88 soul Douluo, Tang San's release of murderous intent beneath their watchful eyes was akin to lighting a candle in a pitch-black night. After a prolonged silence, Tang San stammered, "Well, I don't really know how it happened. Ever since I became aware, these extraordinary things have just emerged in my mind." He struggled to devise a plausible explanation, ultimately deciding to leave it for others to interpret. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Lan Huang Aeen exchanged glances, their curiosity still piqued. Yet they refrained from pursuing further inquiries. After all, Douluo continent was a realm governed by mysterious rules, and bizarre occurrences were not entirely surprising. With an array of bizarre soul skills, it was conceivable that someone had cast an unusual soul technique that affected Tang San. Time flew by swiftly, and an hour had passed. Despite her reluctance, Lan Huang Aeen did not forget her promise. She lovingly caressed Tang San's forehead and softly spoke, "Little San, although I am loath to leave you, due to certain special reasons, I must depart for a while." "Mother, why?" Tang San questioned, bewildered, unable to comprehend why his mother, who had only just returned, now spoke of leaving again. "Because I owe a debt to others and need time to repay it. But fret not, little San, I am in no danger," Lan Huang Aeen assured him gently. At that moment, Tang Hao's expression darkened as he inquired, "Aeen, where are you going?" "To the Spirit Hall." Lan Huang Aeen responded with a hint of resignation. She could not confess that she was to accompany Dongqing for 30 years. Even if it was merely to activate the blue-silver domain and assist him in cultivating his spirit power, she feared her explanation would fall short. "The Spirit Hall?" "Aeen, you!" Tang Hao exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. He differed from Lan Huang Aeen, who believed that with the death of Qian Xuanji, the matter of sacrifice was nearing its resolution. For Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall and his own Haoyan sect were sworn enemies, especially after the recent hostility displayed at Juhua Pass. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that she? From the moment Lan Huang Aeen stepped through the door, he had sensed something amiss. She had recovered to level 88 soul Douluo. It appeared that her 100,000-year spirit rings and bones had once again manifested, seemingly more potent than before. Yet, with Lan Huang Aeen's own abilities, there was no way she could have healed her injuries unless she had accepted help from another. Tang Hao understood that his grandfather, Tang Chun, as a peak 99 level peerless Douluo, possessed the capability to aid her. Simultaneously, Qin Daolu and Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall also held such power. For a peak 99 level peerless Douluo, their spirit power had reached its zenith, rendering them a microcosm unto themselves. Thus, they earned the titles of invincible on land, in the sky, and at sea. However, even if a peak 99 level peerless Douluo were willing to assist Lan Huang Aeen in recovering from her sacrificial losses, the cost to themselves would not be insignificant, requiring considerable time to recuperate. Tang Hao, who had initially been perplexed, suddenly recalled the blue-silver domain, which was known to enhance the speed of spirit power cultivation. After casting a glance at Dongqing, He believed he had pieced together the events leading up to this moment. Simultaneously, Tang San, lost in his own thoughts, began to comprehend the significance of Dongqing's presence. It became clear that the entity his mother owed was indeed the spirit hall. With a hint of reluctance in his expression, he implored, "Little Qing, please take good care of my mother. If she faces any hardship, I shall not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face turned ashen. And Lanning Huang Aeen appeared visibly embarrassed, her hands awkwardly fidgeting as she did not know where to place them. Only Dongqing remained calm, gently patting Tang San on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Little San, rest assured, your mother is like my mother. In the spirit hall, no one shall dare to bully her." Chapter 56. The humanoid being startles Tang Hao as the blue-silver Emperor Aeen was about to follow Dongqing. Tang Hao, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Aeen, are you truly intending to leave with him?" "Yes, I have compelling reasons to do so, owing to my debts." Before Aeen could finish her sentence, Tang Hao interrupted her sharply. "What debts?" "Merely an excuse. In my view, you have taken a fancy to that pretty boy and now wish to climb the social ladder." His tone dripped with venom. Since the incident when he was forcefully stripped of his soul bone by the Chrysanthemum Pass, causing his soul power to plummet from title Douluo to soul sage, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile and irritable. Any slight provocation would elicit his sharp tongue. How can you speak of me like this?" Ayen's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. As though someone were incessantly stabbing her heart with a knife, tears the size of beans cascading from the corners of her eyes. "What is there that cannot be said? Women like you are not deserving of pity. You are merely a gold digger," Tang Hao retorted. In his eyes, Aeen should not have accepted any paid assistance from others, nor should she have restored her soul power to the level of an 88th rank soul Douluo, especially not surpassing his own strength. Men, particularly those with fragile egos, often find it challenging to accept a partner who is stronger than themselves. Tang Hao had concocted this narrative in his mind, believing that Aeen had disclosed information about accelerating soul power cultivation to Dongqing in hopes of hastening her recovery to her true form, the blue-silver emperor. Consequently, the spirit hall dispatched a peerless Douluo, incurring a hefty cost to fully revive her, even stationing a title Douluo in Notting City to prevent any chaos from occurring. "How? I am not that sort of person. Truly I am not." Aeen attempted to explain further, but at that moment, Dongqing could no longer bear to watch. He grasped her delicate hand, pulling her outside. "Sister Aeen, there is no need for so many explanations. Since he no longer trusts you, why force yourself?" Dongqing spoke calmly. Aeen hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. As she turned to glance back at Tang San, preparing to leave, Tang San rushed outside, blocking Dongqing's path. "Xiaoqing, I know that mother must owe the spirit hall a great deal, which is why she is so anxious to compensate. But I also understand that father has a long-standing grievance with the spirit hall, as he has never permitted me to accept their soul master subsidies. Now that mother wishes to go to the spirit hall, father is naturally furious. What I want to ask is, Xiaoqing, can you tell me what exactly mother owes the spirit hall? If possible, I would like to repay it on her behalf." Upon finishing, Tang San gazed at Dongqing with hopeful eyes. Notably, at this moment, he was unaware that his mother was not human. He believed that the spirit hall had saved her. Neither Tang Hao nor Aeen wished to address this topic, fearing that Tang San could not accept this reality. In response, Dongqing helplessly raised his hands. "Well, Xiao San, you cannot repay it. Even if you were to offer your life essence for my heavenly aunt's pure blood, it would not equate to even a drop of my blood, would it?" Something seemed amiss. After all, it appeared that Tang San indeed had a hammer. However, Dongqing refrained from voicing this thought. "Xiaoqing, do not underestimate me. I may not be capable now, but that does not mean I will not be in the future," Tang San declared confidently. He believed that since he had taken Yu Xiaojiang as his master and had thoroughly studied the theoretical master's work, the 10 core competencies of martial souls, he was destined for greatness. "I am not underestimating you, Tang San. I genuinely cannot speak on this matter," Dongqing shrugged. He had no intention of revealing the nature of his blood's abilities, nor did he wish to be perceived as prey by others. However, would he say it? Dongqing cast a subtle glance at Aeen, curious whether she might, under pressure, divulge the truth or simply fabricate an excuse to evade the topic. To his astonishment, Aeen feigned anger and proclaimed, "Xiao San, you must not inquire further. This matter is a secret." Fearing that the efficacy of Dongqing's blood might be disclosed and lead to her becoming a blood slave, the kind-hearted Aeen preferred not to lie but simply stated that it was a secret. "A secret? Very well. Mother, I shall not ask again. Since you truly do not wish to speak, I shall not press you. Furthermore, based on my observations with the purple extreme magic eye, you seem to be in good spirits, Tang San mused, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, indoors. A secret? Well, Aeen, you are truly ruthless. After half a month apart. You have even concocted a secret? Tang Hao bellowed, his voice low and intense. The soul power swirling around him began to surge violently, the murderous aura accompanying his domain materializing. Just as he was losing control and considering an attack, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Heavenly Ant, martial soul manifestation. Dongqing stated calmly. In an instant, he completed the manifestation, a layer of pale golden armor appearing on his body. The mysterious, ancient patterns on the armor dazzled the eyes, while two long antennae atop his forehead swayed gently with the breeze, emanating an air of unrivaled supremacy. Vast, primordial, invincible. The overwhelming aura emanating from the pure-blooded being of the 10 fierce ranks caused Tang Hao to feel as though he were witnessing a humanoid entity, vast enough to obscure the sky, quietly descending upon the Douluo continent. This being bore a striking resemblance to Dongqing, also adorned in pale golden armor, yet a chaotic, radiant horn gleamed from its forehead. As it silently roared, its gaping maw seemed poised to devour the entire Douluo continent. What manner of being is this? Why is it so terrifying? How can such a fearsome creature exist in this world? Tang Hao, frightened, staggered back several steps, yet after regaining his composure, he felt as though what he had seen was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, deep down, he sensed that should he truly take action, that formidable humanoid being could indeed swallow the entire Douluo continent in one gulp. What is Tang Hao doing? Dongqing was bewildered. He had merely unleashed a martial soul manifestation, yet how could he be frightened by his own aura? You, a 75th rank soul sage, have been intimidated by my mere 40-level presence? However, upon reflection, Dongqing considered that this was perhaps for the best, as it eliminated a potential nuisance. In a genuine confrontation, facing a 75th rank soul sage with his own 40-level soul power would indeed be quite challenging. Aeen, sister, let us depart. Ultimately perplexed by Tang Hao's behavior, Dongqing gently took Yin's delicate hand, guiding her towards the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City for their appointment. Yet just before they could walk too far, Dongqing seemed to recall something. He retrieved a letter from his bosom and tossed it to Tang San, who was watching them fade into the distance. Xiao San, do not accuse me of being a poor friend. I am quite loyal. This is a recommendation letter for the Tiando Royal Academy, bearing my signature as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. You may use this letter to enter the most resource-rich Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Empire, which also boasts the strongest faculty. Dongqing's voice drifted back from afar. Shortly after his departure, Tang San glanced at the letter of recommendation in his hand and murmured, "The Tiando Royal Academy and the Shrek Academy. The former is a royal institution, evidently superior to this obscure academy." Chapter 57. The prelude is about to begin half an hour later. In a tranquil courtyard of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San addressed his teacher. "Esteemed teacher, this is a recommendation letter from my friend, Xiaoqing. If what he stated is indeed true, this letter will grant me admission to the Tiando Royal Academy. However, I find myself in a quandary, uncertain as to which path to take, and I seek your guidance in making a decision." Upon finishing, Tang San handed the letter to Yu Xiaojiang, hoping to gain insight on whether he should attend Shrek Academy or the Tiando Royal Academy. As for Tang Hao, ever since the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, departed with Dongqing, he had succumbed to a state of heavy drinking, rendering him incapable of normal communication. Even in the presence of his son, Tang San, he could hardly muster the energy to respond. The Tiando Royal Academy is indeed a commendable institution, Yu Xiaojiang mused. However, since you have come to seek my counsel, it seems your heart is already inclined toward one choice, is it not? Feeling ashamed, Tang San did not deny this. After all, who would not wish to attend a more prestigious academy rather than one of little renown? There is no need for shame. Xiao San, the Tiando Royal Academy, bolstered by the support of the Tiando Royal family, is undeniably superior to Shrek Academy. Your inclination toward it is entirely understandable, and I, as your teacher, can comprehend it fully. Yu Xiaojiang reassured him, believing that attending the Tiando Royal Academy would benefit Tang San immensely. Given the quality of teaching and cultivation resources available there, he was astonished that Tang San had received such a noteworthy recommendation letter, which alleviated the greatest obstacle faced by commoners seeking admission. In the past, unless Tang San's dual martial soul talent was revealed, gaining entry with merely the blue-silver grass martial soul would have been akin to chasing a mirage. Yu Xiaojiang examined the recommendation letter and seemed to recall something, asking, "Xiao San, This letter bears the signature of your friend, Dongqing. He grew up in the same village as you, and now, as the son of the Wuhuan Hall. Has he returned recently? Yes, teacher. Xiaoqing just returned not long ago. Tang San selectively recounted the events that transpired, mentioning that his mother had to leave with her former friend, Dongqing, due to obligations to the Wuhuan Hall. He omitted the incident where Tang Hao had nearly confronted Dongqing, as well as the sorrowful departure of Aeen. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang sighed, offering comfort. Alas, I did not anticipate so many events unfolding. However, Xiao San, you need not feel disheartened. With your innate full soul power and dual martial soul talent, it is only a matter of time before you surpass that son of the Wuhuan Hall, Dongqing. At that time, you shall be able to bring your mother back from the Wuhuan Hall. As for Dongqing, he has merely benefited from the resources of the Wuhuan Hall, which accounts for his rapid rise in soul power. I surmise that his future advancement will not match your own. Yu Xiaojiang's words of encouragement proved to be highly effective. And in an instant, confidence illuminated Tang San's expression. Yes, teacher, I will strive to do my best. That is the spirit. Coincidentally, I have a nephew at the Tiando Royal Academy named Yu Tianheng. If the opportunity arises, you may wish to make his acquaintance. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Do you feign ignorance? Does the teacher not see through your thoughts? The Tiando Royal Academy is indeed superior to Shrek Academy, and should you attend, your growth will undoubtedly accelerate. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang silently expressed his apologies to Flander, wishing for Tang San to attend a more prestigious institution. Old Flander, this is not the first time I have let you down. I hope you can understand that this is for Xiao San's benefit, Yu Xiaojiang contemplated. At the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City, Brother Tao, it has been a long time, Dongqing greeted, while beside him, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, appeared somewhat apprehensive, pressing closely against him. This was due to Li Qiyun's piercing gaze, which seemed to recognize her identity as the 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor. Although Li Qiyun could not discern a yin's aura, having matured and lost the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast, she was familiar with Tang Hao and had been observing Dongqing. Realizing that this 8th-level auxiliary soul Douluo was indeed the former 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Reflecting on this, Li Qiyun could not help but internally scoff. I never expected that with his soul power level diminished to soul sage, this once proud Hao Tian Douluo would be so greatly affected. Now, facing the pressure from the son of the hall, he appears to be retreating several steps. How embarrassing. But I wonder, if I were to confront that terrifying being alone, would I still possess such courage? The son of the hall is overstating my significance. I am merely an ordinary branch hall master and dare not transcend the hierarchy. Yun Tao quickly waved his hands, feigning astonishment. Beside him stood a reasonably attractive young woman, most likely the one he held in high regard. CC. Dongqing surmised this and smiled, saying, no need for formality. Brother Tao once assisted me in awakening my martial soul. Thus, you are deserving of my title. There is no need for excessive modesty. As he spoke, he gently patted the delicate shoulder of the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, taking her cool hand in his, signaling her to remain calm in the presence of the title Douluo, assuring her of his unwavering support. Yet, Yun Tao began, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Qiyun. Her lips moved, producing a melodious voice. Enough. The son of the hall and I have matters to attend to. Why are you so verbose? It is quite bothersome. Li Qiyun shot Yun Tao a glare, urging him to leave promptly. My apologies, elderly. I shall take my leave now. Son of the hall, I will take my leave, he said hurriedly, pulling CC along as they departed. How imposing. Dongqing remarked lightly. Li Qiyun chuckled softly, remarking, he cannot compare to the son of the hall. Even the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor has become your subordinate. Truly, you are a genius seldom seen in the Wuhuan Hall. She spoke thus because during Dongqing's time at the elite Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Hall, his performance in both practical and theoretical aspects had ranked first in a century. Yet, it was not solely his standing that distinguished him. The Wuhuan Hall itself had only been established for a century. Some may achieve a perfect score of 100. This does not imply their strength is limited to that score, but rather that the examination's maximum is merely 100. Undoubtedly, Dongqing embodies this notion. She is mine. Elderly, do you dare to make a move? Dongqing's tone remained unperturbed, as those who had cultivated to the level of title Douluo were invariably astute. They were acutely aware of the implications of engaging in conflict with him. How could I dare? She belongs to the son of the hall. However, I must ask the son of the hall to accompany me now. Shui'er has awaited your return for quite some time and is eager to have a word with you, Li Qiyun concluded. Summoning her martial soul, a formidable and ancient black spear. Dressed in a sky-blue waist-length armor, she possessed a lithe yet striking figure, embodying both grace and valor. The leather armor was adorned with rose motifs, and the waist-length armor subtly parted at the thigh, revealing her alabaster legs. Subsequently, Li Qiyun infused her soul power into the ancient spear, which expanded dramatically, transforming into an imposing weapon of 100 feet in length. TCH, her? She wishes to confront me? I welcome the challenge. Chapter 58, high above in the black sky, 1,000 meters aloft. Upon a long spear of considerable length, 3 figures stood in a line, Li Qiyun at the forefront, Dongqing in the center, and the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, positioned behind, gently tugging at his sleeve. Is that so? It seems the Holy Sun possesses considerable confidence, she remarked. However, Shui is also a hidden prodigy of the Spirit Hall. Though she may not be as renowned as the Holy Sun, in my view, her talents surpass his. Li Qiyun's tone was imbued with unwavering self-assurance. Indeed. Dongqing was an extraordinary genius, a rarity within the Spirit Hall, possessing innate full soul power and an unimaginable physical strength, unmatched among his peers. Yet, in Li Qiyun's eyes, Qian Rinqiue, with her innate full soul power at level 20, exuded elegance and aloofness, regal and commanding, while her intellect remained astutely composed. Her talents were equally remarkable, not yielding in any respect to Dongqing. How about this, elderly? Shall we make a wager? Dongqing proposed enticingly. Oh, a wager, you say? What are the stakes for victory, and what for defeat? A trace of intrigue flickered across Li Qiyun's face, though gambling often leads to ruin. She possessed an inherent affinity for it, being the kind of person who, when losing, would refuse to acknowledge her defeat. A notorious figure on the blacklists of every gambling den across Douluo continent. If you win, you can demand a favor from your opponent. If you lose, you must accept whatever terms they propose. At this moment, Dongqing remained unaware of her true nature, believing her to be a woman of her word. Such naivety was not uncommon. Many had been deceived by Li Qiyun's spirited demeanor. Most who beheld her wielding an imposing ancient spear would instinctively assume she was a person of integrity. Very well, it is settled, Li Qiyun declared with resolve, her youthful visage radiating determination, obscuring the cunning that lay beneath. During their journey towards Tindo City, the atmosphere had grown somewhat tedious. Li Qiyun relished conversing with him, while Dongqing could only respond with reluctant acceptance. Yet, this behavior perplexed Aeen, who was experiencing an unfamiliar tranquility. Sensing that her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast seemed of little concern to the others. Lowering her head slightly, Aeen whispered into Dongqing's ear, "Little Qing, do not your human-titled Douluos typically shout for blood when encountering a 100,000-year soul beast? Sister Aeen, those are wild 100,000-year soul beasts that incite such reactions. You are accompanying me, a domesticated one. Naturally, you shall not face such circumstances," Dongqing explained softly. Initially, he intended to be more forthright, but upon reflection, he chose not to wound her feelings. Upon hearing this, Aeen playfully struck Dongqing's head, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "What do you mean by wild and domesticated? You must not speak of me in such a manner." Her words suggested an intimacy between them, which the inherently kind-hearted Aeen could hardly accept. While Dongqing wished to spare her feelings, Li Qiyun's nature was less considerate, for she was not as innocent as she appeared. She was a woman of mischief. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Qiyun interjected, "Foolishness. In my opinion, you 100,000-year soul beasts have lived so long that you must have outlived even dogs." "What do you mean by that?" Aeen retorted, her countenance aflame with anger. Had she not been at a disadvantage against Li Qiyun, she might have retaliated. "What I mean is, you 100,000-year soul beasts are easily deceived. If the Holy Sun's words are so simple, how can you not comprehend them and still have the audacity to be angry?" Li Qiyun scoffed disdainfully. "Elderly, please cease." "Sister Aeen," Dongqing interjected, hoping to dissuade Li Qiyun from continuing, for he truly did not wish to console a weeping woman. However, Li Qiyun was undeterred. The one in pain was not she. "Blue-silver Emperor, tell me, what do you consider domesticated, and what do you deem wild?" Li Qiyun pressed on. Aeen pondered for a moment before responding. Domesticated refers to those recognized by their kin, while wild refers to those wandering aimlessly. After speaking, she seemed to recall something, lowering her gaze in contemplation. "Is that not correct? Blue-silver Emperor, have you heard of Sea God Island?" Li Qiyun inquired. "I have heard it mentioned," Aeen replied softly. It appeared she began to grasp certain truths, her demeanor shifting to one of deep melancholy. "There exists a 100,000-year soul beast there capable of transforming into a human. The soul-devouring great white shark. Most crucially, she is now the guardian beast of Sea God Island. In truth, 100,000-year soul beast need not be slain, provided one possesses a formidable backing, such as the peak 99th level title Douluo, revered as the invincible Poseidon of the ocean. Although the peak 99th level title Douluo of the Aeen sect, known as the invincible Tang San of the land, had vanished for many years. The longevity of title Douluo stretches across millennia, thus, a mere few decades of absence is inconsequential. At this juncture, Li Qiyan paused slightly, as if contemplating a significant revelation. If, and I mean if, the Aeen sect were to regard you as one of their own, and were willing to act on your behalf, do you believe we of the Spirit Hall would truly sacrifice the life of our former pope for a mere 100,000-year soul beast? Do not forget, Blue Silver Emperor. Your partner, Tang Hao, is the designated successor of the Aeen sect, possessing the authority to protect you, that he has not. Were it not for the demise of our pope, which incited the anger of the High Elder Qian Douluo, forcing the Aeen sect to expel Tang Hao, he would have been the current leader of the Aeen sect. In the eyes of the world, Qian Xuanji perished at Tang Hao's hands, which prompted the Spirit Hall to pressure the Aeen sect into expelling him. The sect's closure was a consequence of Tang Zhao's cowardice, as he dared not confront the resplendent Spirit Hall. To put it plainly, had Qian Xuanji merely been gravely injured rather than dead, the incident would not have escalated, and Qian Douluo would not have forcibly sought an explanation from the Aeen sect. If Bibidong had not slain Qian Xuanji, events would likely have unfolded quite differently. Tang Hao would have acquired a new 100,000-year soul ring, subsequently overpowering the three titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, gloriously returning to the Aeen sect to inherit the role of its leader. Alas, in this world, there exists no if. Qian Xuanji perished, and Bibidong, being Qian Rinxue's mother, found herself unable to strike down the infant Qian Rinxue, leaving her no choice but to find a scapegoat. The unfortunate Tang Hao became the unwitting bearer of the blame for Qian Xuanji's death. Consequently, he was expelled from the Aeen sect and lost his qualifications as its heir. Some matters are indeed difficult to articulate. The true reason behind Tang Hao's descent into alcoholism remains ambiguous. Was it due to his expulsion from the sect, or was it a consequence of a yin sacrifice? Chapter 59. Do not run. Allow me a bite. With her arms wrapped around her knees, the Blue Silver Emperor Aeen sobbed softly, tears the size of beads streaming down her cheeks. Clearly, Li Qiyan's recent words had inflicted a profound emotional impact on her, plunging her into deep sorrow. Elderly, I had asked you to refrain from speaking, and look what you've done. You've made her cry while you sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Dongqing grumbled under his breath, gently patting Aeen's back in an attempt to console her. Goodness, if it weren't for the fact that she could genuinely assist in hastening my soul power cultivation, I would have no desire to attend to this naive, sweet, older woman. From his previous life, he had disowned Tang Hao's true nature through the anime he watched. He was nothing more than a hypocrite. It is worth noting that this man only regained his confidence when Tang San secured the championship at the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, offering him a glimmer of hope for returning to the sect. Prior to that, even when Tang San faced the perilous challenges of the Chrysanthemum Pass and the ghostly assassination, he remained indifferent, preferring to stay hidden, relying on the support of Sword Douluo and others. Had he confronted the threats himself, he risked a disastrous outcome, potentially facing consequences far worse than losing 2 soul bones. As for his brutal beating of Zhao Wujie, who wouldn't pick on someone weaker? A title Douluo of level 95 bullying a soul sage of level 76, anyone could do that. Your Highness, I am merely speaking the truth. If she is so easily deceived, is that my fault? Li Qiyan remarked with an air of indifference, further aggravating Dongqing. This woman must be dealt with sternly. Enough of her sardonic remarks. After casting a furious glare at Li Qiyan, he resumed comforting the tearful Aeen, wrapping her in his embrace and softly saying, Sister Aeen, do not worry. I shall protect you. Half an hour later, perhaps sensing the warmth of concern or perhaps due to the ease with which a 10,000-year female soul beast could be comforted, Aeen's sobs eventually subsided. She slowly lifted her head from Dongqing's embrace, her delicate, pale face still bearing traces of tears. Gazing earnestly at the handsome young man before her, she spoke softly, Shaoqing, I feel so exhausted. My mind is a jumble. Please allow me to rest for a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed back into her original form, a medium-sized blue-golden plant, and nestled into Dongqing's chest to rest. For Aeen, having absorbed the pure blood of the heavenly ant, which had led to the evolution of her bloodline, her trust in Dongqing was exceedingly high. This was not due to any peculiar feelings toward him, but rather a simple attachment, an innate bond stemming from their shared bloodline. How convenient to have a supporting soul master at one's side. Your Highness, I envy you greatly. Li Qiyun approached. Her gaze filled with jealousy as she eyed the scene at Dongqing's chest. Her envy was palpable. A support-type soul master, depending on the strength of their martial spirit, could significantly enhance the capabilities of attack type, agility type, and even control type soul masters. Not to mention, this was an 88-level support type title Douluo. Just imagine. With a Yin's current spirit power at level 88, it would not be impossible for her to reach level 90 and become a title Douluo in a few years. At that point, Dongqing would possess a portable support type title Douluo. A sharp sound rang out as Dongqing swatted away Li Qiyun's hand, which had reached toward his chest, and warned her sternly, "Elderly, we can converse, but do not overstep your bounds. Sister Aeen belongs to me." "Oh dear. Your Highness, you are so petty." Li Qiyun withdrew her hand with dissatisfaction. Then, as if struck by a thought, she leaned closer to Dongqing and whispered teasingly, "Your Highness, you just held a beautiful maiden. Do you truly harbor no special thoughts?" "Elderly, I am still quite young. Your insinuations are beyond my comprehension." Dongqing replied, feigning ignorance, as he genuinely did not grasp Li Qiyun's implications. "Really? Your Highness, you truly do not understand?" Li Qiyun regarded him with skepticism. In her view, boys of this age typically favored mature women. How could he be so oblivious? Nevertheless, even if Dongqing was merely pretending, she found his innocent demeanor particularly enticing. "Believe it or not, it is indeed true," Dongqing replied nonchalantly. He was not someone easily swayed by superficial allure nor a fool entranced by beauty. He maintained a clear mind in all matters and interactions. Most importantly, he had set a firm boundary for himself. Until he reached 18, he would not entertain any frivolous thoughts. In truth, once one becomes powerful, women naturally gravitate toward them. Even if a woman does not initially reciprocate one's feelings, if one is particularly fond of her, then one may assert oneself. After all, not everyone is as unfortunate as Qian Xuanji. Of course, he himself had faced failures in his personal life, despite fathering a child. He struggled to win over an older woman, indicating that he merely viewed her as a vessel for reproduction, use her and discard her. It is essential to recognize that this world operates not solely on maternal power but also on paternal influence. If a man cannot secure a woman's affection as a father, the issue typically lies with him. Either his own strength is inadequate, or he fails to regard the woman as an equal. As a man, Dongqing adhered to his life principles, constantly reminding himself of this truth. A man who plays the fool has no future. Women will always look down on him. Dominance, conquest, and invincibility were the paths he intended to pursue. Unfortunately, most women tend to be quite similar. When one is fierce, they become gentle, while if one is meek, they will ride over you without hesitation. As Dongqing was lost in his thoughts, he found himself entering the territory of the Bala Kingdom, which was part of the Tiando Empire, a kingdom within the Empire's domain that was not far from Tiando City. At that moment, a scene unfolded 1,000 meters below him. A television drama of chase and escape was being enacted. A pack of Gale demon wolves pursued a young girl at breakneck speed, their gaping jaws revealing sharp teeth, with foul saliva dripping intermittently. The howls of the Gale demon wolves echoed ominously, seemingly urging, "Little girl, do not run. Be a good person and let us have just one bite, truly, just one." And at once he heard it all. In the Tiando Empire, Bala Kingdom, 100 kilometers outside Sodo City, a 12-year-old girl was breathlessly fleeing for her life. Her desperation palpable. She dared not pause for even a moment, knowing that even the slightest slowdown could lead to her demise at the jaws of the wolves. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin was so fair and tender it seemed to glisten. Despite her young age, she possessed an extraordinarily voluptuous and alluring figure. Her expression was cold, emanating a genuine chill, pure and unyielding. Her pitch-black eyes held no trace of vitality, appearing lifeless, a stark contrast to her otherwise beautiful face, creating an oddly unsettling impression. In truth, she embodied an ascetic woman, proud and aloof on the surface, exuding an air of being untouched by worldly affairs. In truth, the fervent desires that lie deep within them are burdens far beyond the capacity of ordinary men to bear. Chapter 60. The little kitten yearns for rescue. Your Highness, do you believe this little girl can successfully reach the safe zone of Sodo City ahead? Li Qiyun inquired with curiosity. In the Douluo continent, each major city possesses a designated safe area, typically extending around 30 kilometers, often patrolled by soul masters of level 50 or above. Under normal circumstances, wild soul beasts tend to avoid venturing into these 30-kilometer zones to evade the hunting prowess of high-ranking soul masters. Only a boar would pose such trivial questions. Our priority is to save her. Elderly, we shall meet later, Dongqing declared before leaping from a height of 1,000 meters. Observing this, Li Qiyun furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. If her calculations were correct, they were now a full kilometer above ground. Although she had trailed Yuhua Pass and Dongqing, there had always been a considerable distance between them. Thus, she was genuinely unaware of Dongqing's capability to leap from such a height, requiring an extraordinary physical strength, something she had previously tested against him. At this moment, Li Qiyun couldn't help but marvel at Dongqing's physical prowess, her mouth slightly agape as she muttered, "Xiaoxue, His Highness indeed possesses an extraordinary physique. Can your delicate form withstand such a feat?" Then, a peculiar thought crossed her mind, causing a faint blush to bloom on her fair cheeks. It was no wonder, as she was merely a master of words, having never engaged in certain practical experiences. Meanwhile, directly beneath the 1,000-meter height, a live figure was sprinting desperately, pursued by over 300 Gale demon wolves. The sight of their delectable prey only heightened their ferocity, their foul maws curling into sinister grins. "This is disastrous. My soul power is dwindling. I can barely maintain my speed now," Zhu Xing lamented, regretting her decision to come to the Tiando Empire and seek out that elusive waste of a prince. At 12 years of age, Zhu Xing, a 27th-level agility-type soul master from the noble Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, was bound by family rules to compete against her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun, for the family inheritance. The loser would face execution or confinement to prevent familial discord. With little hope of defeating her sister, Zhu Xing placed all her aspirations on Daimu Bai, the third prince of the Douluo Empire. Believing that their special soul fusion technique could surpass that of Zhu Zhuyun and Davis, determined to spur Daimu Bai to diligently cultivate his soul power. She had sought him out. After extensive inquiries, she learned that he had arrived in the Tiando Empire, currently residing at Shrek Academy just outside Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Alas, Zhu Xing felt that her demise was imminent. Regret and discontent flooded her heart. She had once yearned so fiercely to live, yet fate cruelly played such unfunny tricks on her. Zhu Xing doubted that Zhu Zhuyun would spare her life, likely viewing her as a destabilizing factor to be eliminated. Just as Zhu Xing sensed her soul power nearing depletion, a figure plummeted rapidly in her direction. "Xiaoqing, are you serious? Do you not need my help?" Aeen, the blue-silver emperor, awakened just as Dongqing leaped from the 1,000-meter height. Initially, she believed he had slipped and was attempting to use her own powers to cushion his fall. Instead, she was met with his unyielding refusal. "No need, Sister Aeen. Sleep soundly. This height poses no challenge for me," Dongqing reassured her, gently stroking the blue-silver emperor before tucking it into his deepest bosom. While the blue-silver emperor, in its true form, was merely a palm-sized plant, its azure and golden leaves suggested an extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, sensing her imminent capture by the Gale demon wolves, Zhu Xing slowed her pace. Rather than succumb to a gruesome fate, she resolved to unleash the final flicker of her life force while she still had a modicum of soul power. If death were to come, she wished it to be in battle. With a surge of determination, Zhu Xing activated her martial spirit, transforming her appearance dramatically. Her alluring eyes glimmered, and her delicate hands extended sharp, feline claws. A sleek, black tail emerged from her shapely waist. Second soul skill, Phantom Claws. Though her complexion was pale, Zhu Xing summoned her remaining soul power to activate her second skill, charging towards the relentless Gale demon wolves with a heart full of despair. The wolves halted abruptly as they perceived her desperate counterattack, surrounding her and cutting off her escape route. The Phantom Claws allowed her to unleash a multitude of rapid strikes on a single target, each infused with piercing power, rendering it an exceptional close combat technique. As she executed the Phantom Claws, each strike she landed inflicted severe damage, penetrating deep into the wolves' bodies and wreaking havoc within their meridians. The lead Gale demon wolf, possessing over 1,000 years of soul power, recognized Zhu Xing's last-ditch effort. Cunningly, it retreated slightly, prompting its pack mates to charge recklessly. With a heart-wrenching howl, the swiftest wolf fell victim to Zhu Xing's onslaught. Witnessing this, the lead wolf flashed a cruel smile as it and its pack closed in on her. The prospect of fresh, tender prey, a young soul master, brought them a heightened sense of glee. The air resonated with the wolves' excited howls as they bore down on Zhu Xing. Their teeth bared and saliva dripping, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping her as she sat helplessly on the ground. "Who can save me? I have so many dreams yet to fulfill, so many places I have yet to explore, so many experiences I long to encounter. I do not wish to die just yet." In that moment, Zhu Xing could only beseech the heavens for a savior, and as she inadvertently lifted her gaze, a voice thundered, "Beasts, do not harm her." Chapter 61. To save a life to the end, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, and amidst Zhu Juqing's incredulous gaze, a figure truly descended from the heavens to her side. The earth trembled, dust billowed, and the ground sank beneath her feet. The immense force of the shockwave sent Zhu Juqing flying, and just as she braced for a hard landing, a pair of warm hands slipped under her arms, cradling her gently. "Are you the hero sent by the heavens to rescue me?" Zhu Juqing opened her eyes, her voice tinged with confusion. At that moment, she was embraced by Princess Dongqing, feeling the safety radiating from him, momentarily lost in his hold. "Little kitten, I am no hero. I am merely an ordinary person who cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice," Dongqing replied with a slight shake of his head. He then gently set Zhu Juqing down on the ground, waiting for her to regain her balance before turning his attention to the frightened pack of windstorm demon wolves. "Little kitten?" Zhu Juqing glanced at her still active martial soul, realizing the reason Dongqing had referred to her as such. She intended to warn Dongqing to be cautious of the windstorm demon wolves, known for their tactical assaults. However, before she could utter a word, he had already activated his martial soul and charged forward. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning. With a slight bend of his legs, Dongqing forcefully stomped the ground, propelled by his own spirit energy, launching himself towards the nearest windstorm demon wolf. He raised his right foot, delivering a powerful kick, utilizing the explosive force of each strike with precision, moving like a bolt of lightning among the wolves. Alas! Before he could gather all the windstorm demon wolves for a final, devastating blow with his fourth soul skill, the creatures before him had already been vanquished. Now, Dongqing's normal strength was immense, capable of wielding 3,000 pounds with one arm. Upon activating his martial soul, his power doubled to 6,000. And with the additional strength from his legs, he was even more formidable. "Can you withstand a force of 12,000 pounds?" Before they could utter a final cry, the windstorm demon wolves were obliterated midair, and crimson rain began to fall from the sky. Howling in alarm, the alpha wolf, nestled behind the pack, quickly issued a retreat command. What a fearsome human child! Such a ruthless spirit master! In mere seconds, he had slain over 100 of his kin. If he continued, would not all 300 of them perish here? Contemplating this, the alpha wolf took the lead in fleeing. The pack followed suit, sprinting away swiftly, with the alpha demonstrating its superior intelligence by being the first to escape. Dongqing observed the panicked retreat of the windstorm demon wolves but chose not to pursue them for a complete extermination. Instead, he looked around at the hundreds of yellow soul rings floating around him, feeling they were a waste. These rings could sufficiently empower over 100 second-ring soul masters. However, the world's rules dictated that soul rings from defeated spirit beasts could not be absorbed by others. He then released his martial soul, causing not only the faint golden armor to vanish, but also the bloodstains to disappear. Just as he turned to leave, a delicate white hand gently grasped his pristine sleeve, and a voluptuous figure appeared before him, her alluring form drawing gasps of admiration. As Dongqing focused, he beheld Zhu Juqing at that moment, her jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes sparkling like stars, and her porcelain-like cheeks blushing with freshness. Her lips, lush and vibrant, made her beauty utterly captivating. "Please, don't rush away. I still don't know your name." At this moment, Zhu Juqing's eyes were filled with the image of Dongqing, her voice devoid of its usual icy detachment, sounding soft and expectant. "My name is Dongqing from the Spirit Hall," he replied with a gentle smile, his tone warm. Through observing Zhu Juqing's appearance and form, he had discerned her identity as the charming little kitten. Yet, had she not been pursued by the windstorm demon wolves today, he would have offered his assistance to anyone in distress. "Your name is lovely. Qing and Qing, our names share a phonetic similarity. Could this be fate bestowed upon us by the heavens?" A fleeting thought crossed Zhu Juqing's mind, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. "I am. You Qing from the Douluo Empire. Zhu family." At that moment, Li Qiyun descended from the sky, swiftly approaching Dongqing. She playfully wrapped her arm around his neck, teasingly saying, "A hero saving a beauty. What a classic tale. Your charm has left this young girl so enchanted that she nearly forgets her own surname." As she remarked, the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel, though cliché, proved effective, especially with Dongqing's striking handsomeness adding to the allure. "Stop joking. I was merely a bit nervous," Zhu Juqing quickly retorted. Yet, as she lifted her gaze to Dongqing, she was momentarily taken aback by his handsome visage. In Zhu Juqing's eyes, Dongqing exuded an aura of tranquility. His face adorned with a gentle smile, his long, dark hair cascading neatly. His calm demeanor felt incredibly comforting, complemented by his tall, robust stature, warm, jade-like eyes, and a perfectly sculpted face. His skin resembled soft jade, with eyebrows like distant mountains, long, thick eyelashes, a straight, noble nose, and delicate lips, altogether. A visage so exquisite it seemed as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Dongqing was clad in a splendid platinum robe, cinched at the waist with a luxurious aquamarine belt embellished with 36 milky white gemstones, each the size of an adult's thumbnail, round and lustrous, unmistakably rare and precious. Hey, little girl. Stop staring. This is our spirit hall's young master. Wipe your drool, Li Qiyan playfully patted Zhu Juqing's head. This silly girl is indeed trapped in the cycle of the hero saving the beauty. Since ancient times, heroes have adored beauties, and beauties naturally love heroes. However, as Li Qiyan glanced at Dongqing's handsome face, she contemplated her own age of 12, the cusp of budding feelings. And couldn't he help but imagine succumbing to the allure of this young hero. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Dongqing, please don't misunderstand. Zhu Juqing stammered, instinctively wiping her mouth, genuinely fearing she had drooled. Dongqing gently removed the hand from his neck, glancing at the sun at its zenith, and spoke softly. All right, elderly. No more teasing. After a long journey, let us head into the city together for lunch before departing. Having spoken, I directly strode towards Sodo City. Zhu Juqing hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. To save a life is to see it through. Let us proceed together. For I am not lacking in a few coins for a meal. Chapter 62. The gaze of the goddess of life in the Tiando Empire, within the Barak Kingdom, lies the bustling city of Sodo. Outside the city, the wilderness is desolate and sparsely populated, while inside, it is a vibrant hub of activity, filled with the sounds of countless voices. Though the Douluo continent is an otherworldly realm of fantasy, its standard of living closely mirrors that of the real world, encompassing nearly everything one could imagine. As Dongqing led Zhu Juqing and Li Qiyan through the city gates, Zhu Juqing, a resident of the Douluo Empire, found herself taken aback by the city's opulence. It was midday, and the street vendors were particularly lively. Steamed buns were 2 copper soul coins for one, and mantus were 3 copper soul coins for one. A quick meal cost 7 copper soul coins, while an order with meat was 10. Come see, come see. The latest Soul Master novel, Shock. My teacher is actually a title Douluo, just 15 copper soul coins a copy. Give me one. Alas, if it weren't for my recent book drought, I wouldn't even consider reading this. Who on earth is the author of this novel? Do they even know how to write? A title Douluo can only destroy a small mountain? Indeed. My elder brother's cousin, now a soul king, can demolish a small mountain with a single soul skill. This illustrates the everyday life of the common folk on the Douluo continent. Although they lack the innate talent for cultivating soul power, it does not diminish their aspirations to become soul masters. Hearing the discussions of passers-by, Dongqing curiously inquired of Li Qiyan about the true destructive potential of a title Douluo. Li Qiyan narrowed her exquisite eyes slightly, surprised that anyone dared to belittle the power of a title Douluo. She spoke with a soft yet authoritative tone. Your Highness, if we consider only physical strength, then yes, a title Douluo's single strike can indeed only destroy a small mountain. However, when one factors in soul power, soul rings, soul bones, soul skills, domains, and the manifestation of martial souls, I am confident that, without an equally matched title Douluo to withstand it, I could reduce the city to a hellish landscape with a single blow. At this revelation, Zhu Juqing's hair stood on end, and she instinctively shrank behind Dongqing. Elderly, could you please temper your words? There's no need for such frightening analogies. Dongqing replied with exasperation. Your Highness, I am merely using an analogy. I would never truly commit such an act of inhumanity, Li Qiyan retorted with a dismissive pout. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Zhu Juqing, fear not. She is merely jesting. Come along with me, let us find a hotel for a meal, Dongqing declared, shaking his head as he strode forward. Despite the ungracious manner of her speech, her words were undeniably true. On the Douluo continent, physical prowess alone was indeed insufficient. Even a title Douluo could merely shatter a small mountain. Yet, when wielding soul power, this elemental energy of heaven and earth, and employing potent soul skills, their might could rival that of the most formidable spells in the magical realms. To put it succinctly, the Douluo continent bears a striking resemblance to the magical world, where supremacy is not derived from mere physical strength. There exists no method for body refinement. The only means of physical training is through running. Consequently, this world possesses a profound understanding of the laws of existence, making it an ideal place for the study of various principles. Dongqing firmly believed that soul beasts did not willingly explode with soul rings upon their demise. He surmised that, long ago, there must have been a great war between the divine beings of humanity and the deities of the soul beasts, resulting in the latter's defeat. Since then, Soul beasts have been bound by the laws of existence imposed by human deities, forever relegated to serve as resources for the ascension of human soul masters. Upon their death, they yield soul rings of various ranks and bizarre soul bones, regardless of their physical form. Their sole fate is to act as the hounds of human deities, with only a few, like the great white shark of the soul world, capable of freely transitioning between human and soul beast forms. As for the blue-silver emperor, she too can now transform between human and soul beast forms, primarily due to the evolution of her bloodline after absorbing Dongqing's heavenly ant blood. In the vast expanse of the Douluo divine realm, a colossal tree rises to unimaginable heights, its trunk so vast that it would take 1,000 people to encircle it. This immense trunk casts a shadow over the land, resembling a boundless cloud, with countless leaves flourishing upon its branches, exuding a rich aura of life. Boredom pervades the divine realm, lamented the goddess, surrounded by the radiance of life. Shura, Rakshasa, an angel have all ventured into the endless star sea in pursuit of greater strength. Even the sea god, or god, and speed god, those ancient figures, have chosen to leave the divine realm behind. A goddess, aglow with the brilliance of life, reclined upon a vast green leaf. Before her floated a pale blue screen, displaying innumerable continents and planets. Among them were many ordinary lands and planets of little value, while the Douluo continent stood out as a high-energy sphere, capable of nurturing peak-level tidal Douluos, semi-divine entities. The divine realm is named after the Douluo continent, for it has produced a significant number of human deities. This particular goddess is known as the goddess of life. With a delicate movement of her slender fingers, the image of the Douluo continent materialized before her. She murmured softly, in the past millennium, I have yet to discover a worthy successor to inherit the divine position of the Douluo divine realm. With a gentle swipe of her finger, the pale blue screen shimmered. The talents of all those who had not perished over the last few centuries were revealed before her. She sought to identify potential candidates for divine inheritance. Tang San, a successor of the Shura god, yet he has been infected by a soul beast? How embarrassing! Despite our efforts to suppress these soul beasts, such a person is hardly worth saving. Bibi Dong. She shows promise. Though her divine trial progresses slowly, given time, she may inherit the position of the Rakshasa god. Qian Renxue. Both she and her mother possess commendable talents, and she holds a certain potential for inheriting the angel god's position, but that remains uncertain. Feeling somewhat restless, the goddess of life swiftly scrolled through the pale blue screen, soon noticing Dongqing. Ah, this young man appears promising. With a clean appearance and admirable demeanor, a suitable candidate for godhood. I hope he ascends to the divine realm soon. It has been far too long since a new deity has been born. After observing Dongqing for a few moments, the goddess of life closed the pale blue screen, sinking back into a deep slumber that could last decades or even centuries, a common occurrence for deities, as time for them passes in the blink of an eye. To enter the divine realm, one must possess a designated place, intrinsically linked to humanity's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. The succession of divine positions signifies changes within the divine realm. Generally, divine succession occurs under several circumstances. For instance, if a deity perishes in pursuit of the laws of existence, their divine position requires an heir. Alternatively, a deity may voluntarily relinquish their divine status to pursue greater universal truths in distant realms, thereby vacating their position. According to the laws of the Douluo divine realm, such a relinquishment automatically creates a vacancy for a divine successor, known as the divine examination. 9 trials to ascend to divinity. In truth, those who lack the desire to strive can still become divine officials, enjoying eternal life. The only prerequisite is that the deity they worship is willing to guide them into their divine realm. This divine realm is merely a small dimension sustained by the deity, roughly akin to the size of Earth. Within the Douluo divine realm lies the Douluo continent, the Tiando Empire, the Barak Kingdom, and Soto City. After strolling along the bustling main street for approximately 10 minutes, Dongqing spotted an opulent hotel. He stroked his chin, contemplating the balance of tens of thousands of gold soul coins within his spatial soul guide. Instantly, he felt reassured and stepped inside. Welcome to the Hilton Hotel, greeted 6 impeccably dressed attendants, who collectively bowed at a 90-degree angle. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing caught sight of a remarkably familiar figure. Chapter 63. Fate awaits. From Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, Dai Mubai stood at approximately 1 meter 80, his height comparable to Dongqing, with broad shoulders and an attractive countenance. His face bore a hint of mischief. His golden locks cascaded down his back, reaching close to his waist. Most striking were his peculiar eyes, dual irises of deep blue, emanating an inner malevolence. their sinister glint flickering as they partially opened and closed. "Please prepare a couple's room for us," he commanded, simultaneously indulging in playful gestures with the two beautiful women beside him, his expression increasingly wicked. "Certainly, sir," the receptionist responded with a nod, refraining from further inquiries. As they were all familiar patrons, she promptly handed the room key to Dai Mubai. "Did you two enjoy yourselves last night?" Dai Mubai inquired, taking the key while lightly teasing the receptionist's palm before wrapping his arms around the two stunning women once more. "Oh, Dai Xiao, how shameless you are. Speaking such lewd words. Last night, you were like a ravenous beast, and naturally, we sisters were thrilled," the woman on his left playfully retorted. "Dai Xiao, with your imposing presence, I can only imagine how many noble women have succumbed to your charms. Your reputation as the dashing Dai Xiao is well known throughout Soto City," the woman on his right complimented. "Indeed, ever since I left that loathsome place, life here feels like paradise," Dai Mubai remarked, ascending the staircase with the two enchanting women, their figures gradually disappearing around the corner. This time, Tang San chose not to visit Shrek Academy, and Xiao Wu had been frightened away multiple times, leaving no one to contest Dai Mubai for the room. Zhu Zhiqing stood behind Li Qiyun, her gaze fixated on Dai Mubai until he departed with the two lovely ladies, at which point a solitary tear of icy sorrow slipped from the corner of her eye. "Hello, could you prepare a private room for us?" Dongqing requested. He did not wish to dine in the hotel lobby, especially given the presence of the troublesome Li Qiyun. Dining there would be rather inconvenient. Not to mention, with Li Qiyun's formidable tidal Douluo strength and her unpredictable nature, any ill-mannered individual attempting to flirt with her could easily ruin his meal. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," the hotel attendant said, leading Dongqing, Li Qiyun, and Zhu Zhiqing to a lavish private room. Upon entering, Dongqing picked up a trendy menu, flipping through it with astonishment as he found it filled with idiomatic expressions. It was clear that prior to Tang San's arrival, there must have been other travelers, or else the cultural similarities would be inexplicable. Not to mention the hotel, electric lights, Chinese characters, buns, and soy milk with fried dough sticks. It was no wonder his spatial soul guide bore the name Green Mountains and Distant Waters. Dongqing estimated that this traveler must have been an ancient person, perhaps from a semi-colonial, semi-feudal society. It was unlikely they hailed from modern times, given that the entertainment culture in this world remained rather simplistic, consisting solely of ancient poetry, devoid of modern verse. "What is this dish, fragrant and floral?" Dongqing inquired. "This is a dish made from the flame bird soul beast and aromatic flowers," the attendant respectfully replied. "And what about this dish, boiling blood?" Dongqing asked, perplexed by yet another idiom. "This is a special pastry crafted from the blood-red flower plant soul beast," the attendant continued, her demeanor remaining humble, aware that those dining here were all esteemed soul masters, while she was but an ordinary person, tasked with menial work, unworthy of offending the distinguished guests. "Is this truly a pastry?" Dongqing had assumed it was a hot pot dish. "Never mind," he sighed, closing the menu and resorting to his universal ordering technique. "Please bring me several of your signature dishes." "Certainly, esteemed soul master. Please hold on for a moment," the attendant replied, passing the order to another server waiting at the door. Once the dishes were served, Dongqing noticed Zhu Zhiqing beside him, radiating an aura of icy despair. What was troubling her? She appeared as though she had been forsaken. At that moment, even Dongqing felt a stirring of compassion, yearning to rescue this wounded little kitten. Previously, he had hardly noticed Dai Mubai's presence. He had no inclination to pay attention to a man, especially considering his genuine inability to recognize male faces. It could be said that if he had not grown up alongside Tang San, he would not have recognized him even upon their first encounter. "Zhu Zhiqing, what troubles you? Weren't you fine just a moment ago?" Dongqing gently inquired. At his words, Zhu Zhiqing felt a wave of helplessness, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill but ultimately remained unfallen. She refused to cry. She was a strong woman who had faced the ferocious wind and wolf pack without shedding a tear. How could she allow herself to weep over a despicable man now? "I'm fine, just feeling a bit down," she replied, averting her gaze and hastily wiping away the tears that had gathered. Surely, she did not think her small actions would go unnoticed. Dongqing glanced at Li Qiyun, who shrugged, indicating her own confusion. Approximately 30 minutes later, the dishes Dongqing ordered began to arrive, filling the table with an array of exquisite delicacies crafted from various soul beasts, their aromas enticing and colors vibrant. In the meantime, he had intended to summon his blue-silver emperor, Aeen, to join them for the meal, but after receiving a sharp reprimand from the blue-gold vines, he lowered his head and focused on his meal, abandoning the thought. Another 30 minutes passed. Dongqing gestured to the hotel attendant to settle the bill. Esteemed Soul Master, your total comes to 300 gold soul coins. The attendant presented a detailed receipt enumerating the various culinary delights. Here you go, Dongqing replied, placing the 300 coins onto the tray and slipping an additional coin into the attendant's palm as a token of gratitude for her diligent service. As he led Zhu Zhuqing and Li Qiyun out of the Hilton Hotel, the midday sun had already begun its descent. Yet, a crowd at the nearby auction house caught Dongqing's attention. Your Highness, you've lingered too long. Shuer will be displeased. Li Qiyun warned. Cough, cough. Am I the sort of person to linger? Dongqing feigned innocence. Realizing he could not afford to delay any further, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who still followed closely behind him. Zhu Zhuqing, every gathering must eventually come to an end. I do not require your gratitude. Let us part ways here. With that, he was pulled onto the ancient long spear by Li Qiyun, who ascended into the sky with him. Until we meet again by fate. Dongqing's voice echoed from above. Fate, we shall surely meet again. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Chapter 64. The final battle approaches in the worship hall of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's cool voice resonated. Qian Douluo, what is the purpose of pitting Shuo against Xiaoqing? Clad in an opulent platinum gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she wore the exclusive crown of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The sleeves of her dress were adorned with dark golden embellishments, while intricate patterns decorated the upper portion, and golden runes adorned her waist. The lavish gown enveloped her form, trailing down to the ground, complemented by elegant silver high-heeled boots that further elongated her already statuesque figure. A necklace adorned her delicate neck, featuring 6 blue sapphires at its center, and her silky cherry-red locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. My actions are solely for Shuer's benefit. Qian Douluo replied nonchalantly. Your deliberate estrangement has caused her heart to harbor an intense darkness. Despite being over 150 years old, he appeared to be in his 30s, handsome, with none of the signs of advanced age. For a peerless title Douluo like Qian Douluo, who possessed a lifespan exceeding a millennium, he had only traversed a mere fraction of his existence. Nevertheless, you should not exploit Xiaoqing. He is merely 12 years old, while Shuer is 22. With soul power exceeding his by over 20 levels. Do you truly believe such a contest holds any merit? Bibi Dong's voice was icy, her Pope staff striking heavily against the ground, sending a wave of pressure emanating from her peak title Douluo status, scattering the clouds above. Though Bibi Dong could not unleash her full power due to the constraints of the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, she could still briefly release the overwhelming soul power of a peak title Douluo. In the face of this pressure, Qian Douluo remained unfazed, affirming, of course, it is significant. Bibi Dong, do not forget that your esteemed disciple, Dongqing, possesses an extraordinary physique that even a title Douluo cannot rival. The disparity in their soul power, along with the augmentation from their soul skills, pales in comparison to the vast difference in their physical prowess. Thus, this contest is fundamentally fair. A decisive battle that will shape their destinies. Li Qiyun, the protector beside Qian Rinxue, had personally verified Dongqing's physical strength, knowledge that Qian Douluo was well aware of. Initially incredulous that a soul master of level 40 could possess a physique surpassing that of a title Douluo, he now had to concede that Dongqing's talent surpassed his expectations and, like Qian Rinxue, undoubtedly bore the potential for divinity. What he had intended as a lesson for Shuo now required a shift in strategy, contemplating how to persuade this young man to become his grandson-in-law. However, there will inevitably be a victor between Xiaoqing and Shuer, and I do not wish to see either suffer harm, Bibi Dong said softly. Torn between her beloved disciple and her own daughter, she could not bear the thought of either being hurt. You need not worry, I have dispatched Li Qiyun. She will intervene should any uncontrollable incidents arise, Qian Douluo reassured her. Although Li Qiyun's soul power was merely at the 93rd level, she possessed the combat strength of a 95th level title Douluo, making her entirely qualified to arbitrate the contest between Dongqing and Qian Rinxue. That better be the case. Qian Douluo, remember, if either of them is harmed, I will hold you accountable, Bibi Dong declared before soaring out of the worship hall. As she departed, the doors of the hall thunderously closed behind her. Gazing at the sunset outside, Qian Douluo could not help but muse, Bibi Dong. If you could show such tenderness before Shuer, perhaps she would not have become estranged from her own mother. Due to the turmoil surrounding Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong had never allowed Qian Rinxue to call her mother, instead insisting on sister. Later, when she took Hulaina as a disciple, her maternal affection was thus divided. This led to Qian Rinxue, feeling slighted, running away from home at the age of 9 and infiltrating the Tiando Imperial Palace. where she assumed the identity of the eldest prince, Shuqinghe, through the disguise conferred by a piece of angelic soul bone. Thus, the tension between mother and daughter escalated. Douluo found himself powerless to resolve the situation, as both women were stubborn, leaving him with no recourse but to send a few titled Douluos to safeguard Qianrenxue, who was far away in the Tiando Empire. A day passed. In the outskirts of the sunset forest in the Tiando Empire, a golden-haired beauty stood serenely upon the grass. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her skin was as fair as snow, with a straight nose and slightly slender phoenix-like eyes that conveyed a sense of heroism. Upon closer inspection, her figure was more voluptuous than that of the average woman, and a small six-winged angelic imprint adorned her brow. Her golden eyes were tranquil, devoid of any energy fluctuations, making her appear as an ordinary person. Dressed in a golden corseted gown, the fabric seemed woven entirely from golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments, embodying a style that was both ancient and elegant. The golden collar concealed her long, slender neck, while her flowing golden hair cascaded casually behind her, exuding an unparalleled aura of nobility. Time passed, perhaps an hour or two, when a crisp sound of footsteps broke the silence. Moments later, the footsteps halted. Dongqing gazed at Qianrenxue, who met his gaze in return. 10 minutes elapsed. Ultimately, Qianrenxue found herself unable to withstand Dongqing's audacity, succumbing to his calm, unyielding demeanor. "You've arrived?" she inquired. "I have," he replied. "You shouldn't have come. You summoned me. My grandfather wishes for this. You shall be taught a harsh lesson." "On what grounds?" "Because I am a soul emperor at level 69, while you are merely a soul master at level 40. Not to mention the 20-plus levels of soul power disparity, I possess the complete angelic suit soul bones, making me far more formidable than you can imagine." As Qianrenxue proclaimed this, her angelic martial spirit manifested, radiating an endless light. The angelic suit, a core legacy of the Qian family within the spirit hall, consisted of 6 soul bones, only usable by those with the 6-winged angel martial spirit. To simultaneously activate all 6 angelic soul bones, one must possess extraordinary talent. Each soul bone is nearly 10,000 years old, and only by activating all 6 can one elevate them to the level of 100,000 years, achieving a godlike existence. Although Qianrenxue had yet to reach the capacity to activate all 6 soul bones simultaneously, she could manage 3 at once. "Huh? What are you boasting about? I have the blue-silver emperor to assist me. Are you not afraid?" Dongqing pondered, realizing he had only the blue-silver emperor as his advantage. "Just as Xiaoyan raised snakes, I now cultivate grass." Chapter 65. Yet he dares to call me sister. Qianrenxue scoffed. "What? Because of that blue-silver emperor within your chest?" Although the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, was an 88th level support soul Douluo, she herself wielded a complete set of angel god armor soul bones, making her combat prowess no less formidable than that of an 80th level assault soul Douluo. "That is not the case. I believe I can triumph over you without any external assistance." Dongqing had no intention of allowing blue-silver emperor Aeen to aid him. At least not at this moment. After all, to win the heart of a woman, one must first demonstrate overwhelming strength. Only then should one show gentleness until the very end. In Dongqing's intricate plans, Qianrenxue was an indispensable piece on the chessboard, a pivotal support on his path to divinity. Setting aside other considerations, the prospect of boundless longevity after achieving godhood was the greatest temptation for him. Whether it be the emperors of the mortal realm or the sovereigns of the mystical domains, they pursued extended lifespans at any cost. The former resorted to toxic elixirs while the latter unleashed endless carnage. Now, before Dongqing lay a straightforward path to eternity, achieving divinity promised unending life. Such arrogance. "Today, let me teach you a lesson, so you may understand that there are always greater powers beyond your own," Qianrenxue declared, shaking her head. As she spoke, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, began to rise beneath her. These rings were the epitome of optimal configuration, and she presumed that Dongqing, accustomed to his arrogance at the Spirit Hall Elite Soul Master Academy, was overly confident in his own abilities, leading him to utter such audacious words. "Enough with the banter. Let us see the truth of our skills." Dongqing instantly activated his martial spirit, a faint golden armor materializing over his body. The armor, adorned with mysterious and ancient patterns, dazzled the eye, while 2 long tendrils above his forehead danced gently in the wind, emanating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Simultaneously, for soul rings 2 purple and 2 black, rose from beneath Dongqing, with the 2 10,000-year rings behind him inciting a twinge of jealousy in Qianrenxue. It was no wonder he was so brazen. He likely relied on his extraordinary physical strength to believe he could defeat someone like her. who possessed 6 angel god armor soul bones, she mused. 5th soul skill, divine sword. This was a long sword forged from sacred flames, capable of being thrown or wielded directly, with formidable attack power that could enhance her angelic soul power's purification effect by 300%. A typical soul master, struck by this sword, would find their soul power significantly diminished, and even if they survived, they would surely suffer grievous injuries. Qian Rengshu gripped a resplendent golden sword, its blade ablaze with sacred flames that could dissolve all evil and disease in the world. Seeing her activate her 5th soul skill, Dongqing had no intention of holding back. 4th soul skill, Dance of Lightning. He bent his legs slightly, then forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself towards Qian Rengshu with tremendous speed. A force surpassing 10,000 pounds erupting into an invisible shockwave. Unaware of the full extent of the pure-blooded skyhorn ant's power, Qian Rengshu met his charge head-on with her divine sword, unwavering. The blade of the divine sword radiated a brilliant golden light, seeming capable of severing all things in existence. Boom! Dongqing's right foot collided with the golden light emanating from Qian Rengshu's sword, and the moment they made contact, she felt an irresistible force surge towards her. Bang! Qian Rengshu was sent flying, but fortunately, her 6 angel god armor soul bones enhanced her physical resilience, coupled with her soul power being 20 levels higher than Dongqing's. Otherwise, that kick would have surely resulted in severe injury or even death. Indeed, it seems that the disciple she took in has some merit. Qian Rengshu thought as she steadied herself on the ground with the divine sword, taking a moment to catch her breath. She then activated her angelic wings, soaring swiftly into the air. Now she understood. In close combat, she was no match for Dongqing and must leverage her aerial advantage, or she risked facing her first defeat at the hands of a 12-year-old boy. Wait, you call my teacher sister? Dongqing blinked, slightly puzzled. What an amusing pair. One refuses to call the other daughter, and the other, mother. At this, Qian Rengshu let out a cold snort, saying lightly, humph. She may dote on you and share everything, but today, I shall discipline her beloved little disciple. 4th soul skill, Angel, Free Will. Qian Rengshu raised her divine sword high, and the power of light surged dramatically from her angelic martial spirit. For golden circles, formed from the purest light, instantly bound Dongqing's limbs. Sister, your soul skill is quite impressive. I imagine most would submit immediately upon encountering it, Dongqing remarked, feeling the weight of the golden circles. Realizing that breaking free would not be an easy feat after all, this was not merely a contest of strength. Qian Rengshu held a notable advantage with her 20-level lead in soul power. It would take him approximately 10 seconds to forcibly shatter these bindings. In the Douluo continent, soul skills were manifestations of the convergence of heavenly energies, intertwined with elements of the natural laws, resulting in various forms such as invincibility, golden body, binding, and control. While sheer power could indeed defy all laws, Dongqing was far from capable of such feats at this stage. Flatterer, I am not your sister. Qian Rengshu shot a glare at him, feeling a strange sensation at his unexpected address of her as sister. I am merely 12 years old. Is it so wrong to call you sister? Dongqing shrugged. Qian Rengshu, being 4 years older than Aeen, was now 22 but still only a 69th level soul emperor. This indicated that her time spent lurking in the Tiando Empire had indeed led to a significant lapse in her training. Referring to her as sister felt like a last resort. Logically, Qian Rengshu, being much older than him and akin to a daughter, should be addressed as senior sister. However, Dongqing already had a senior sister in Aeen, and adding another could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he had no choice but to settle on sister, as he could not keep calling her you. Little thief, enough nonsense. I advise you to concede early, or I shall not hold back. Qian Rengshu warned fiercely. Unbeknownst to her, the simple utterance of sister had diminished her aversion to him by a notable degree. I do not wish to be so unyielding, yet he calls me sister. 10 seconds swiftly passed. Surrender was not an option. Sister, unleash your full power. Dongqing forcefully broke the golden circles binding him, unleashing a terrifying pressure emanating from the skyhorn ant. Chapter 66. Angel Soulbone Skill. Very well, little thief, this is all of your own making. From this moment on, I shall unleash my full strength to utterly defeat you, forcing you to kneel at my feet, declared Qianren Shui, her fists clenched tightly. Initially, she had intended to spare Dongqing, finding it somewhat unappealing to bully this so-called younger brother who dared to call her sister. However, she never expected Dongqing to show no regard for her intentions, insisting on battling her to the bitter end. Angel Domain. A melodious cry resounded. The sacred power surrounding Qianren Shui surged dramatically, and an infinite radiance descended upon the sunset forest. At that moment, she appeared transcendent and inviolable. This domain, a gift from her six-winged angel martial spirit, was aptly named the Angel Domain, symbolizing justice. Once fully manifested, it enveloped a vast area of several thousand square meters. Within this realm, Qianren Shui became the absolute sovereign of light, and the Angel Domain granted her the ability to become ethereal, allowing her to evade a portion of physical attacks. As a hallmark of the six-winged angel martial spirit, its capabilities extended far beyond this. In addition to augmenting her own strength by 30%, it also forcibly weakened the opponent by 10%. Furthermore, the Angel Domain was suffused with divine energy that possessed purifying properties, continuously eroding the opponent's soul power and significantly impairing their sensory abilities. What a formidable gift this domain is. Coupled with the six-winged angel martial spirit, it grants her the ability to soar through the skies. I must admit, I might not be able to contend with her, Dongqing mused inwardly. The instant the Angel Domain unfolded, he sensed a 10% reduction in all his attributes, a forced diminishment stemming from the laws of this realm, until one's physical strength surpassed the threshold of the laws. The power of those laws would undoubtedly eclipse mere physical prowess, like the invincible golden body soul skill possessed by both Xiao Wu and her mother. Even the most formidable attacks from a peak 99th level Douluo would be rendered ineffective against a soul master enveloped in the invincible golden body. Such was the might of the laws. In the vast multiverse, the cultivation of pure physical strength was an arduous endeavor. To tear asunder the very fabric of law with sheer physical power required an exceedingly long and challenging journey. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The divine sword in Qianren Shui's hand radiated with brilliant light as her lithe form plummeted from the sky. The blade aimed directly at a non-lethal area of Dongqing's chest. Undoubtedly, she was holding back. Had this been in the past, she would have shown no mercy. Qianren Shui had never been known for her leniency. Yet, the mere utterance of sister from Dongqing brought her unexpected delight, leading her to subconsciously restrain her own power. It was not simply a matter of calling her sister that softened Qianren Shui's heart. The truth lay in Dongqing's appearance and strength, both of which had garnered her respect. In the eyes of the strong, there was no place for the weak. If an ordinary person dared to call her sister, she might have responded with a resounding slap. Yet, as the son of the spirit hall, Dongqing's unremarkable looks rendered his plea for her to acknowledge him as a brother something that could endear him to a proud woman like Qianren Shui. Seeing the speed of Qianren Shui's first soul skill, Angel Assault, it was nearly impossible to evade. So Dongqing decided to endure it head-on. Second soul skill, Body Armor. A pale golden armor enveloped Dongqing, and a visible soul power shield materialized around it. Though it appeared to possess a modest thickness, it inexplicably exuded an impression of formidable defense. The second soul skill, Body Armor, not only formed a protective shield on the surface, but also significantly enhanced the user's defensive capabilities and physical endurance. This substantial increase in defense encompassed more than mere physical protection. It augmented Dongqing's resistance to various debuffs, including charm, confinement, and dizziness. As for the enhancement of physical endurance, it merely raised Dongqing's stamina cap, revitalizing him comprehensively, restoring his physical attributes across the board. Regrettably, Dongqing had yet to grasp the significance of this renewed vitality, as if he were ever to face a dire lack of stamina. After all, he bore the bloodline of the 10 Fiends' heavenly horned ant, a purebred offspring, who could completely deplete their stamina. A crisp sound rang out as Qianren Shui descended from the heavens, her divine sword piercing through Dongqing's energy shield formed by body armor. Initially, the sound resonated as the shield shattered, but when the sword met the fortified golden armor, it was as though a mere wooden sword struck titanium alloy. To Qianren Shui's astonishment, the blade began to crumble piece by piece. Little thief. It turns out that you possess not only tremendous physical strength, but also an incomprehensibly formidable defense, Qianren Shui remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. She swiftly retreated to the skies, her golden wings aflutter to evade Dongqing's potential counterattack. Sister, could you refrain from calling me little thief? I have a name, Dongqing. With Dong meaning east and Qing meaning azure sky, he replied with a tone of exasperation. To have me call you by your name, you must first defeat me. Otherwise, little thief you shall remain. She retorted, crossing her arms defiantly, her pride unmistakable. In that case, sister, do not blame me for being ruthless. Dongqing murmured softly, gazing at Qianren Shui hovering above. He locked his eyes on her position, bent his legs slightly, and then leapt with all his might. Instantly, the ground cracked, dust billowing into the air. Driven by a tremendous force, Dongqing soared toward Qianren Shui, who, perceiving his ascent, ascended higher still. Just as Dongqing's leap reached its zenith and he began to descend, he finally entered the activation range of his first soul skill. First soul skill, Gale Pursuit. An immense thrust propelled Dongqing forward, enabling him to pursue Qianren Shui with remarkable speed. First soul skill, Gale Barrage. A cerulean fist of soul power materialized beside Dongqing's arm as he struck out toward Qianren Shui. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted in the air. Qianren Shui's soul power-congealed divine sword shattered once more under Dongqing's overwhelming physical might. The impact left her lightly injured, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Thanks to the angel domain's immunity to a portion of physical attacks, the damage she sustained was primarily from the energy of the cerulean fist. Had it been a direct strike from a pure-blood being, Qianren Shui would undoubtedly have suffered grievous harm. That infuriating little thief has shown no mercy. Very well, then. Let me demonstrate my skill. Qianren Shui glared fiercely at Dongqing. Angel's soul bone skill, Angel's judgment. Divine flames ignited around Qianren Shui, a manifestation of pure light power, wielding an unimaginable lethality. Simultaneously, a colossal golden six-winged angelic figure materialized behind her, towering 100 meters high, wielding a holy sword poised to strike down upon Dongqing with tremendous force. In an instant, a colossal golden beam, forged from the sacred fire of light, descended with a cataclysmic force towards the direction of Dongqing. This radiant pillar, measuring 10 meters in diameter, cascaded from the heavens. Under the scorching brilliance of this magnificent golden light, Dongqing perceived a profound sluggishness overtaking his movements, while the soul power within him dissipated rapidly, akin to snow melting under the sun. Recognizing the dire situation, Dongqing resolved to activate his third soul skill in an attempt to discern the vulnerabilities of this formidable technique. The third soul skill, Perception of Weakness. The antennae of the celestial ant atop Dongqing's head quivered slightly, beginning to sense the frailties embedded within the massive golden beam. Intent on employing a technique of minimal effort to achieve monumental results in its destruction. In a mere 0.0001 seconds, he bellowed, "Break it!" In an instant, Dongqing unleashed a powerful punch, striking the immense golden pillar. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar as the pure-blooded entity withstood the onslaught of celestial energy. The boundless sacred fire of light blazed upon Dongqing's form. Just as the blue-silver empress, Aeen, could no longer restrain herself, he reassured her, "Sister Aeen, have no worry. I can endure this. Your assistance is not required." An aura of indomitable might radiated from Dongqing as he stood resolute against the onslaught of the golden beam. Chapter 67. A peculiar misunderstanding. This astonishing golden beam of light not only startled the ancient soul beasts in the heart of the sunset forest, but also left the recently returned Douluo astounded. The fool seeks death. Douluo's eyes widened, and a fierce intent surged within him as he swiftly made his way toward the vicinity of Dongqing and Qianren Shui. Tall and lean, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his face lined with deep wrinkles and his expression utterly rigid. His sunken cheeks framed a wild mane of green hair, giving him the appearance of an elderly man. His beard and hair were also a deep green, and his eyes shone like emeralds. He wore a simple gray robe. As Douluo surged with murderous intent toward the sunset forest, a graceful figure descended from the sky, brandishing an ancient spear. She forcefully obstructed the path of this formidable title Douluo. An elder of the spirit hall? Douluo's voice carried a hint of trepidation. If possible, he truly wished to avoid a confrontation with the spirit hall. Alone, he would have no fear, but he had his granddaughter, Dongqing, to consider. To be precise, I am an elder of the worship hall, Li Qiyun replied coolly. Dressed in resplendent purple and gold robes, her figure was enchanting. Her skin as flawless as jade. She exuded an air of elegance, her beauty rivaling that of a celestial being, like an ice lotus blooming atop the highest snow-capped mountain. She was both aloof and alluring. Is there truly a distinction? Douluo's gaze was vigilant. As he spoke, his soul power surged, swirling around him in a vibrant green mist. Indeed, there is a difference, but alas, I shan't disclose it to you. Li Qiyun chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. This woman. Douluo had no interest in tangling with her, He was anxious about his ice and fire yin-yang eyes and had to suppress his simmering fury. Step aside. Absolutely not. His Highness the Saint is engaged in a duel, and no one may disturb him, Li Qiyun coldly refused. Due to Qian Rinxue's true identity needing to remain confidential, she only mentioned the well-known saint of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing. Dongqing of the Spirit Hall? If that is indeed the case, you best clear the way quickly, for my domain is protected by toxic mist, Douluo warned. At that moment, he felt particularly troubled, as his murderous intent began to wane. If the renowned saint of the Spirit Hall were to encounter trouble on his territory, he doubted that the unparalleled titled Douluo and current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, would listen to his explanations. She might very well eliminate both him and his granddaughter, Dongqing. Toxic mist? Li Qiyun's brows furrowed tightly. She was not concerned for Qian Rinxue, as her holy fire could purify all toxins in the world, rendering her immune to poisoning. However, if something were to happen to Dongqing, she could not bear the responsibility, especially since she had chosen this location. Come quickly with me. If His Highness the Saint encounters misfortune, neither of us can afford the consequences, Li Qiyun declared, taking flight towards the battlefield of Dongqing and Qian Rinxue. Why am I being wronged? Douluo felt utterly aggrieved, as if misfortune had descended upon him uninvited. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Sunset Forest, Dongqing and Qian Rinxue had inadvertently fought their way into the valley outside the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. The dense toxic mist swirling around the valley did not hinder their battle, as Qian Rinxue prepared to soar into the sky to evade him. Dongqing bent his knees and forcefully stomped the ground. With a deafening crash, the earth within a 100-meter radius cracked, causing the nearby 1,000-year soul beasts to retreat in fear. The 10,000-year soul beasts, sensing the rapid approach of two tidal Douluos, also froze in place, too frightened to move. At the same time, propelled by the immense force, Dongqing soared into the air. As Qian Rinxue entered the range of his first soul skill, she immediately unleashed her first soul skill, the first segment of Gale Pursuit. A powerful thrust emanated from her back, propelling her rapidly toward her current position. However, at that moment, positioned directly above the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Qian Rinxue caught sight of the abundant celestial grade herbs blanketing the area. Unlike Douluo, who was oblivious to the treasures beneath his feet, she was acutely aware of the significance of these herbs. As a core descendant of the worship hall, Qian Rinxue had inherited the 6-piece set of angelic soul bones and had access to ancient texts on celestial grade herbs that were never shared with outsiders. What in the world is this place? Why are there so many celestial grade herbs? Unable to resist the allure, she gazed longer than intended, inadvertently allowing Dongqing to seize her arms. Sister, surrender. You have lost. Dongqing firmly grasped her arms from behind, exerting just enough pressure to cause her sacred sword to slip from her grasp. Dream on. You shameless thief, let go of me. If you have any honor, face me in a fair duel. Qian Rinxue's expression shifted to one of humiliation and rage, acutely aware of the heated breath against her back. There was no other option. The exertion from earlier had drained much of Dongqing's stamina, leaving him slightly breathless, his blood feeling heavy and his breaths warm. Let go? Not a chance. You were caught off guard, and I seized the opportunity. Unless you concede, I will not release you. Dongqing was determined to hold on to the victory he had so painstakingly achieved against the agile Qian Rinxue. You despicable thief, die? Enraged, Qian Rinxue disregarded everything and activated the attack-type soul tool dangling from her ear, unleashing a crimson beam aimed directly at Dongqing's forehead. With a resounding bang, the beam left a small mark on Dongqing's forehead, sending a wave of searing pain through him. To prevent further attacks from Qian Rinxue, he leaned down and bit down on the attack-type soul tool on her ear, a fire-red earring adorned with a gem the size of a broad bean. This is quite a treasure, and now it belongs to me. It must be worth a considerable sum of gold soul coins, Dongqing declared triumphantly. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's pupils dilated, her gaze turning vacant, her body weak and drained, as if she had been struck at her core, momentarily forgetting how to fly. How dare he treat me this way? Qian Rinxue murmured softly. In the next instant, she plummeted from the sky, dragging Dongqing down with her. This sudden fall was witnessed by the hurriedly arriving Li Qiyun and Douluo, causing their hearts to drop in alarm, fearing that the two had suffered mutual destruction. Swear, Your Highness the Saint, please be safe. Li Qiyun urged anxiously. Don't perish here. I have done nothing to provoke these two little rascals. Douluo exclaimed in despair, sensing he might need to flee with Dongqing. Chapter 68. Awakening the innate celestial horn Qianrengshu. Is a mere earring truly necessary? This reaction is rather excessive. No wonder they are mother and daughter. Dongqing recalled the stinging slap from years ago and felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. It was not he who instigated the chaos. She had carelessly provoked it and, upon realizing her folly, sought any excuse to strike him. Women, in their essence, are utterly unreasonable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Dongqing's agitation grew, and he stealthily extended his hand, delivering a sharp slap. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Qianrengshu's pupils dilated and then swiftly refocused. She felt the searing sensation radiating from behind her, and her radiant power surged violently. Shameless thief! You are the very filth that must be purified from this world. Perish! Qianrengshu's neck flushed crimson, her fair cheeks suffused with a blend of embarrassment and fury. With the angel's soul bone skill, angelic purification, a massive white sphere materialized behind her, brimming with boundless, pure light energy capable of cleansing the world of all impurities and evil. She traced a cross in the air, and a radiant golden cross appeared, merging instantaneously with the white sphere, transforming into a colossal golden light orb. The moment this golden orb was formed, both Dongqing and Qianrengshu were engulfed by its power. This was the third angel soul bone skill, designed to purify all worldly filth and malevolence. Although Qianrengshu had yet to activate all 6 of her angel soul bones, she was now capable of wielding the power of the third. The first angel soul bone skill was straightforward. It allowed for the perfect disguise of another's soul power. Martial spirit, age, aura, appearance, voice, and all external attributes. However, it did not alter one's physical gender. In truth, even with this perfect disguise, Qianrengshu remained herself. The second angel soul bone skill, previously employed by Qianrengshu, was angelic judgment, which summoned holy flames ignited by her light power to form a golden beam of judgment upon all evil in the world. Given that the angel soul bones were nearly 10,000 years old, the accompanying soul skills were extraordinarily potent. Within the golden sphere, a fleeting flash of indignation crossed Qianrengshu's eyes as she crossed her arms, gazing haughtily at Dongqing, who was being overwhelmed by the purifying force. The rules must not be broken. Her dignity could not be trifled with. Thief, resign yourself to becoming my captive. Allow me to treat you with the affection you deserve. Now, Qianrengshu had altered her perspective. Dongqing's audacity in offending her dignity compelled her to subjugate him as her captive, determined to repay the humiliation he had just inflicted upon her. At that moment, Dongqing sensed whispers echoing in his mind, urging him to relinquish the wicked desires inherent in men, ultimately transforming him into a compliant slave under her dominion. The Sea of Souls. It was a cerulean realm. Having lived 2 lifetimes and possessing the pure bloodline of the celestial Hornad, Dongqing's Sea of Souls was far more formidable and expansive than that of an ordinary individual. The majesty of pure-blood beings would not tolerate affronts. Dongqing had no intention of becoming Qianrengshu's captive. He would never bow to any woman. In this lifetime, he was destined to stand above all. A resounding, ancient roar reverberated, causing the Sea of Souls to tremble. On Douluo continent, in the realm of reality, above the ice and fire Aeen, the pale golden armor enveloping Dongqing suddenly radiated brilliance, and the celestial horn ant's antennae on his forehead quivered slightly, exuding an overwhelming aura. In this state of martial spirit manifestation, the pure bloodline of the celestial horn ant within him awakened as if stirred by the trembling of the Sea of Souls. An immense, irresistible gravitational force erupted, voraciously consuming the energy of heaven and earth. As the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, who had been quietly residing within Dongqing's chest, sensed the insatiable absorption of energy by his unknown bloodline, she promptly activated her blue-silver domain, guiding the profuse energy from the ice and fire Aeen toward Dongqing. Thanks to the extraordinary environment of the ice and fire Aeen Valley, coupled with the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, this miraculous land nourished all living things. The terrifying energy of this celestial paradise manifested as a dual-colored tornado, forcefully shattering Qianrengshu's third angel soul bone skill, angelic purification. In the face of Qianrengshu's incredulous gaze, Dongqing slightly parted his lips, beginning to devour the energies of heaven and earth, gradually consuming the tornado produced by the ice and fire Aeen. Are you a monster? Even tidal Douluos would not dare to absorb heaven and earth energy as violently as you do. Qianrengshu re-evaluated Dongqing's physical prowess, finally comprehending why he could absorb 10,000-year soul rings at levels 30 and 40. She realized that there were only 3 ways to absorb 10,000-year soul rings prematurely. The first was possessing sufficient physical strength. Regrettably, thus far, Qian Ringshu had not encountered anyone with such formidable strength. Dongqing was the first. Unbeknownst to her, she began to understand why her sister, or rather her mother, had taken him as a student. The second method involved using celestial-grade medicinal herbs to facilitate the absorption of 10,000-year soul rings. However, although celestial-grade herbs were documented in the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall, and all known celestial-grade herbs of the Douluo continent were catalogued, Qian Ringshu had only ever heard of them and never seen one. Now, witnessing the abundance of celestial-grade herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, she could hardly contain her excitement. As she glanced at Dongqing, who was still voraciously consuming the energies of heaven and earth, she realized that perhaps all of this was a gift he had bestowed upon her. Without him, she might never have discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The third method was for soul beasts to willingly sacrifice their soul rings. Unfortunately, soul beasts inherently harbored animosity toward humans, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade them to sacrifice themselves unless one invested significant time nurturing a bond with them. Otherwise, such sacrifices were nearly impossible. At this moment, Dongqing felt an unparalleled sense of comfort as torrents of energy flowed into him, devoured by the pure bloodline of the celestial horn ant within. It is worth noting that, whether on Douluo continent or in the myriad realms and endless star seas, the energy of heaven and earth was never evenly distributed. In barren regions, cultivation was akin to defying nature, as the energy was too scarce. Without fierce competition, one could hardly progress. Conversely, in prosperous areas, cultivation was as natural as breathing, with energy flowing freely to those fortunate enough to be born into such circumstances. Thanks to Dongqing's position above the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he successfully absorbed an overwhelming amount of heavenly energy and felt his bloodline awakening intensify. As the awakening degree of the Tianjiao ant bloodline reached a remarkable 30% within Dongqing, an imperceptible force of gravity suddenly surged throughout the heavens and the earth. Concurrently, a small horn, akin to the delicate tip of a lotus leaf, gradually emerged from the center of his forehead. Simultaneously, Dongqing comprehended the significance of this transformation through the inheritance of the Tianjiao ant bloodline. Upon reaching 30% awakening, his innate Tianjiao was ignited, heralded as Tianjiao Zhengrong, which also elucidates the origin of the Tianjiao ant clan's name. Most importantly, Tianjiao Zhengrong bestowed upon him the awakening of a gifted domain, the domain of gravity, enabling him to impose a threefold gravitational suppression upon his adversaries, thereby tripling their consumption of strength and spiritual energy. Chapter 69. The Remorseless Man Strikes Again. With a thunderous roar, Dongqing unleashed the gravity domain he had recently acquired, enveloping a vast expanse of several thousand meters in radius. The invisible force of gravity began to mercilessly suppress Qian Ringshu. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Qian Ringshu scoffed, her heart betraying a hint of uncertainty. Dongqing had seemingly tapped into a hidden power, which felt like an unfair advantage against someone as earnest as her. His sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar, allowed him to convert his soul power into a mental shockwave in an instant, enabling a wide-ranging psychic assault. Those struck by this attack would experience intense mental turbulence. Should the opponent's mental strength fall below half of the user's, it could result in soul-shattering and instant demise. If the disparity was less than that, the opponent would suffer severe mental damage instead. Qian Ringshu slightly parted her lips, and the ethereal figure of her angelic martial spirit mirrored her movement. In a heartbeat, an intangible psychic shock surged forth, rippling through the surrounding air. The attack manifested as a fan-shaped area of assault, with Dongqing positioned at its epicenter. However, Qian Ringshu could halt this mental onslaught at any moment, as she bore no ill intent towards him. Her sole aim was to defeat him and seek retribution. Angel's Roar? More like a roar of a tigress. Dongqing couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. His second soul skill, Titan Armor, caused a visible energy shield to emerge around his light golden armor, rippling under the force of the psychic assault. Within moments, the energy shield shattered, and the mental shock struck Dongqing directly. The shield's destruction was not indicative of the skill's weakness, but rather its primary function of enhancing physical endurance. In essence, it revitalized Dongqing's stamina, encompassing a holistic restoration of his physical attributes. A tigress? Qian Ringshu's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Although Dongqing's voice had not been loud, the nature of the psychic attack ensured that she caught his derisive comment. Meanwhile, high above in the thick clouds, Douluo spoke slowly. If I am not mistaken, that lady with the six-winged angel martial spirit is a direct descendant of the Qian family from the spirit hall. Is that even a question? Li Qian scoffed. Who in the continent does not know that the Qian family's inherited martial spirit is the six-winged angel? That old man loves to spout unnecessary drivel. Douluo coughed awkwardly, helpless in the face of her disdain, with one being the saint of the spirit hall and the other a direct descendant of the Qian family. He merely hoped that their presence would not stir trouble on his territory, having no intention to delve into the issue of their intrusion into the ice and fire Aeen Valley. After all, both had formidable Douluos standing behind them. Did he dare to pursue the matter? Clearly, he did not. As moments ticked by, the gravitational influence rapidly drained Qian Rinshua's soul power. Schwerer seems to be on the verge of defeat, Li Qian observed quietly, recognizing the impending depletion of Qian Rinshua's energy. The two combatants were emblematic of the elements they represented. One commanded the skies, while the other conquered the earth. This was a battle between birds and beasts, a clash of heaven and earth, a confrontation between the angel and the ant, and simultaneously, a duel between man and woman. Neither wished to yield. Both aspired to dominate the other, for it was not only the man who sought to conquer the woman, but the proud Qian Rinshua also desired to assert her strength over him. In the face of the conflict within the ice and fire Aeen Valley, the angel domain and gravity domain clashed continuously. Whenever Dongqing seemed poised to ensnare Qian Rinshua, she would activate her angelic soul bone skill to extricate herself. However, employing such skills drained her soul power significantly. Despite her higher soul power level, the relentless usage began to take its toll. I cannot continue like this. I will lose. Qian Rinshua thought grimly. Her pride would not allow her to surrender. Yet, the reality was stark. Even maintaining her flight was becoming increasingly arduous, while Dongqing remained as vigorous as ever. Unlike Qian Rinshua, who had to constantly expend soul power to stay airborne, Dongqing primarily relied on his physical prowess to launch his attacks. As time wore on, Qian Rinshua's soul power dwindled, while Dongqing appeared ever more invigorated. Noticing the paleness on Qian Rinshua's face, Dongqing called out, "Sister, concede already. You can hardly fly." What he intended as encouragement sounded like blatant mockery to Qian Rinshua's ears. "You." Anger surged within her, and as she struggled to catch her breath, her vision blurred, and she fainted. She plummeted directly towards the ice and fire Aeen, where the volatile energies awaited her. Douluo, who had been watching, exclaimed, "This is bad. The energy within the spring is too violent. A level 69 soul emperor like her could easily perish if she loses consciousness. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Li Qian furrowed her brow in concern. Just as she prepared to intervene, she noticed that Dongqing was already ahead of her. Seeing Qian Rinshua faint from his words, Dongqing inwardly mused, "This woman is quite petty. I should avoid provoking her in the future." However, he could not simply watch her fall. From hundreds of meters in the air, her body would not withstand the impact. With a powerful push, he sent dust flying as the ground cracked beneath him. As Qian Rinshua neared the precipice of the ice and fire Aeen Valley, Dongqing expertly caught the unconscious woman, safely landing them both within the valley. Previously, their battle had taken place in the air. Neither had truly set foot within the valley's confines. Now, entering the ice and fire Aeen for the first time, Dongqing was captivated not only by the enchanting lake, but also by the abundance of heavenly herbs surrounding them, nearly causing him to salivate. Although some were poisonous, his familiarity with the herbarium enabled him to discern their types and applications. Soon, Qian Rinshua, having exhausted her soul power, groggily awoke, her expression dazed. Upon realizing she was being cradled, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She feigned indifference as she stammered, "A little Qing, please, let go of me." With a resounding thud, Dongqing dropped her onto the grass, clearly having released her. "I wish you a lifetime of solitude." Qian Rinshua cursed inwardly as she swiftly rose. Hurrying to Dongqing's side to examine the heavenly herb before them, the King of Flowers, Heartbreak Red. Chapter 70, The King Among Flowers, the Divine Treasure. The King Among Flowers, known as the Heartbreak Red, is a divine treasure among the celestial herbs. This extraordinary flower serves only those it deems worthy. Consuming this flower grants one the longevity of the heavens and the power of immortality, enhancing soul power by over 10 levels for those below level 90 and comprehensively transforming physical strength. Simultaneously, the Heartbreak Red possesses a fundamental sentience. capable of fully protecting its master by concealing their aura and defending against attacks from titled Douluos of level 95 or below. However, its most remarkable ability lies in its miraculous power to revive the deceased and mend the essence of life. Even the most domineering soul sacrifices of 100,000-year soul beasts can be forcibly thwarted by it. At this moment, through Dongqing's perspective, the heartbreak red appeared merely as an ordinary white flower, about the size of a palm and resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its stem connected to a stone. This stone, entirely black as ink and roughly the size of an adult's palm, was completely enveloped by the stem, exuding an enigmatic aura. To encounter such a divine treasure of celestial herbs, the king among flowers, in this place was beyond Dongqing's expectations. He marveled at the sight, fully aware that this celestial herb was indeed present here. However, as someone well-versed in the actor's self-cultivation, he feigned astonishment, as if it were his first encounter with this celestial herb. "Do you recognize it?" Qian Rengshu inquired curiously, assuming that Dongqing, engrossed in his soul cultivation, had neither the time nor the interest to peruse ancient texts. To her surprise, he revealed a depth of knowledge. "Of course I recognize it. I even know its tragic love story," Dongqing replied with an air of profundity. He recalled that at around 7 or 8 years old, he had persistently pestered Bibi Dong to enter the ancient archives of the Spirit Hall, a place inaccessible to outsiders, which housed many treasured ancient texts unknown even to titled Douluos. It was ironic that the poisoned Douluo, Dongqing, resided in such a treasure trove yet remained oblivious to how to harvest or consume these celestial herbs, squandering decades in vain. Another love story? How come I know nothing about it? Surely you aren't fabricating this? Qian Rengshu rolled her eyes, recalling that she had never encountered any romantic tales in her readings of these ancient texts. "Don't believe me? Allow me to recount it to you." Dongqing began to reminisce about the Douluo anime he had watched in his past life. Thanks to his immensely powerful soul C and the enhancement from the pure bloodline of the Skyhorn, he could vividly recall every detail from his previous existence. Even long-forgotten novels or music could be effortlessly retrieved from his memory. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking the ice and fire Yangyi, Dongqing and Li Qiyun stood discreetly, refraining from interrupting Dongqing and Qian Rengshu. Li Qiyun, acting under the orders of the Grand Elder Qian Douluo, was secretly attempting to foster a bond between the two. Dongqing, on the other hand, felt entirely outmatched by them and could only watch helplessly. "Ah, do you both recognize these wondrous flowers and herbs?" Dongqing exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he had worried about Dongqing and Qian Rengshu inadvertently encountering some dangerously toxic flora, necessitating his intervention. In hindsight, he realized he had been overly concerned. "I do not recognize them and have no interest in such matters, but it seems that the Holy Sun and Shuer are quite familiar with these plants," Li Qiyun remarked coolly. Her straightforward nature, tinged with a hint of cunning, set her apart from typical women. She had no fondness for flowers and herbs, thus she could hardly claim to know them. Legend has it that in ancient times, a man gazed longingly at peonies, pining for his wife. Over time, his yearning turned into a malady, and his heartfelt blood was shed upon the flower. This pure and sincere blood transformed the peony into what became known as the divine treasure, the king among flowers, heartbreak red. Dongqing narrated with great enthusiasm. But Qian Rengshu recalled all the times he had bullied and taken advantage of her, leaving her disinterested in his tedious love story. Thus, she interjected, "Enough with the nonsense. I'm not interested in your trivial romantic tales. What I want to know is how we can divide these celestial herbs between us. As discoverers of this treasure." Qian Rengshu had no intention of hoarding the celestial herbs from the ice and fire Yangyi alone, yet the question of division had become a complex dilemma. Did she really need to ponder who the valley belonged to? "Sister, discussing the distribution of celestial herbs seems rather hasty at this point. This place is clearly claimed. It might be better to resolve that matter before we talk about how to divide it." Dongqing nudged Qian Rengshu with his elbow. She shot him a glare, and he could only gesture with his eyes that they were being watched. Following his gaze, Qian Rengshu noticed Dongqing and Li Qiyun standing on the cliff, silently observing her and Dongqing. She recognized Dongqing as a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, primarily tasked with protecting the remaining two princes, Xueqinghe and Xuebang, from being poisoned again. With this realization, Qian Rengshu swiftly turned back, smacking Dongqing on the forehead and whispering in his ear, "You fool. He doesn't recognize these celestial herbs. So why do you care so much about his opinion? That sentiment is misguided. As they say, taking without asking is akin to theft. To seize without consent is robbery." "Honestly, sister, your intentions seem less than pure," Dongqing replied, feigning surprise at her words. His expression provoked Qian Rengshu's anger, causing her heart to race with resentment. She had never hated a man so intensely. You, just wait. Don't let me find an opportunity, Qianrenxia seethed, wishing she could overpower him if only she had the strength. Dongqing, unfazed by her fiery demeanor, placed a hand on her shoulder and softly said, "All right, sister. Don't be angry. In life, one should strive for a clear conscience. In any endeavor, unless absolutely necessary, it's best to avoid resorting to such base methods as forceful seizing. While celestial herbs are indeed rare and valuable, we must not let them cloud our judgment. Have you not noticed that this valley is also a treasure trove for cultivation? Wouldn't it be far better to acquire it through honorable means?" Their hushed conversation was not born out of romantic interest, but rather to keep their voices low enough to evade eavesdropping by the two titled Douluos above. A cultivation treasure? Qianrenxia suddenly recalled the scene of Dongqing fervently absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, awakening his gravitational domain, and subsequently being overwhelmingly defeated. Nonetheless, upon closing her eyes to sense the energy in the valley, she found it to be tenfold denser than the outside world, a superb place for soul cultivation. Very well. Tell me, what should we do to exchange for this valley? Qianrenxia asked quietly. She resolved to temporarily set aside her conflicts with Dongqing, intending to find an opportunity to confine him in a small, dark room for some payback once she achieved the rank of title Douluo. Chapter 71. Following Tang San's path there is no rush. The sage has his own clever strategies. Dongqing smiled faintly, gently pushing aside the head that had leaned too closely to him. He then waved his hand lightly, signaling Li Qiyun and Douluo to approach, as he had matters to discuss with them. Let it be, Qianrenxia muttered in a tone of deep dissatisfaction, perhaps unaware that the distance between herself and him was gradually diminishing. A gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, the figures of Li Qiyun and Douluo appeared before Dongqing and Qianrenxia. Your Highness, what is your command? Li Qiyun inquired with curiosity. She glanced at Qianrenxia, who stood beside Dongqing. Since their arrival, the two had engaged in whispered conversations, seemingly wary of being overheard. Douluo remained aloof, his gaze fixed steadily on Dongqing. Regardless of the fear that might lurk within him, he was determined not to lose face. Elderly, this individual beside you must be the master of the Valley of Ice and Fire, correct? Dongqing stated affirmatively. Before Li Qiyun could respond, Douluo coldly interjected, Indeed. I am Douluo, also known as the Poison Douluo. This valley is under my stewardship, filled with rare and exotic flora cultivated by me. Some of these plants are highly toxic. You two youngsters dare to engage in combat here? To avoid injury to your precious bodies, you should leave at once. As he mentioned their precious bodies, a hint of resentment seeped into Douluo's voice. If Dongqing and Qianrenxia were to sustain any injuries, it would be an unwarranted disaster for him. After all, some of the celestial herbs within the Valley of Ice and Fire contained toxins that even he could not confidently neutralize. You cultivated these? Dongqing and Qianrenxia exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter at Douluo's unexpected bravado. Yet it was no surprise, since he was unfamiliar with these celestial herbs. He likely remained oblivious to the fact that such rare plants could not be artificially cultivated. No need to worry, Senior Douluo. My sister and I are quite knowledgeable about the properties of these exotic herbs and the precautions necessary for safety. However, at this moment, we are very interested in your Valley of Ice and Fire and wish to purchase it to facilitate our future cultivation of soul power. Dongqing was certain that, although Douluo might be ignorant of how to utilize these celestial herbs, he was undoubtedly aware of the abundant natural energy in this location and its significant benefits for soul power cultivation. I am not in need of money. I shall not sell. Douluo coldly refused. His character was peculiar, unyielding and narrow-minded. He acted decisively without leaving room for future complications and cared little for appearances, willing to bully those he deemed weaker. Faced with potential threats, his instinct was to eliminate them directly. Yet, Douluo was not a bloodthirsty individual, despite his fierce words. His nature was not inherently malevolent. As long as one did not pose a threat to him or infringe upon his territory, he would not seek unnecessary trouble. Do you dare? Qianrenxia furrowed her beautiful brow slightly, an invisible aura swirling around her, suggesting she might resort to violence at the slightest provocation. In her view, with her and Dongqing's dual talents exerting pressure, coupled with Li Qiyun's status as a level 90 title Douluo on the front lines, they could easily subdue this ungrateful Douluo. Douluo glanced at the poised Qianrenxia and the subtly shifting expression of Li Qiyun. Though a twinge of fear arose within him, he still retorted defiantly, If the spirit hall intends to forcibly take it, then I have no recourse. I merely fear the damage to my reputation. The Valley of Ice and Fire, such a treasure trove, was meant for Dongqing. to help her rapidly elevate her soul power levels in the future. Over the years, he had been cautious, refraining from selling the exotic flora or inquiring about their origins, fearing someone might discover he possessed this treasure. Alas, sister, heed my words and refrain from speaking. Allow me to negotiate with Senior Douluo, Dongqing sighed, gently pressing down on Qian Rinxue's shoulder. These two women were truly domineering. If they could not obtain something, they would simply seize it. I leave it to you. Do not let me down. Qian Rinxue swatted away his hand, yet did not refuse Dongqing's proposal. This was precisely why Dongqing sought to surpass her. If he could not overpower Qian Rinxue in strength, she would never heed his counsel. Witnessing this exchange, Li Qiyun felt her eyelids twitch involuntarily. She recognized this as the precursor to a woman's capitulation, beginning to unconsciously heed the other's opinions. On another note, Dongqing gathered his thoughts and slowly began. Senior Douluo, if I am not mistaken, you have been poisoned for quite some time. Haven't you? Poisoned? Nonsense. As the feared poisoned Douluo. How could I possibly be poisoned? That is utterly ridiculous. Douluo suppressed his shock and retorted, having spent his life mastering poison. He had never encountered an adversary in this field, which was a source of pride for him. He could not tolerate any doubts regarding his expertise, especially the absurd claim that he was poisoned. Even if it were true, he would never easily admit it. Is that so? Senior Douluo, do not be hasty in refuting me. I will demonstrate that your body is indeed afflicted. Dongqing's soul power began to ripple, heralding the imminent activation of his soul skill. Third soul skill, weakness perception. Ability effect, perceives the enemy's fatal weaknesses and enhances one's own resistance to certain anomalies. Capable of resisting common illusions, the effect lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes. Dongqing closed his eyes, attuning himself to his surroundings, as an invisible wave began to emanate from him. In his perception, Qian Rinxue's soul power appeared as a pure white mass. Her body was quite healthy. Though her soul power was severely depleted, yet she was rapidly recovering. Fortunately, she bore no apparent fatal weaknesses, no matter how deeply Dongqing probed. He could only discern sensitive points like her ears. Li Qiyun's soul power manifested as a deep crimson hue. However, her heart seemed troubled, struggling to endure prolonged battles, indicating that she was not suited for endurance fights. Yet, this posed no significant issue, as it did not affect her daily life. In contrast, Douluo's soul power was a grim shade of green, and Dongqing noted that his body was riddled with toxic afflictions. It was indeed remarkable that he had endured thus far. Furthermore, the potent toxins within him would flare up at specific intervals, only to be forcibly suppressed by his tidal Douluo-level soul power. Having comprehended the nature of the toxins accumulating within Douluo, Dongqing opened his eyes, speaking confidently. Senior Douluo, is it not true that during overcast rainy days, you experience an itching sensation around your ribs, which intensifies over the course of more than an hour? Manifesting twice, once at noon and once at midnight? And when night falls, around the third watch, you feel a stinging pain in your head and soles, accompanied by spasms throughout your body, lasting at least half an hour? His self-assured tone, coupled with Douluo's increasingly grim countenance, made Qian Rinxue and Li Qiyun recall that he had used this soul skill to perceive their conditions. Shaoqing, quickly tell me, is there something wrong with my body? Qian Rinxue's voice softened. She was eager to find an excuse to justify her defeat, convinced that her discomfort had ultimately led to Dongqing's unexpected victory. Indeed, that must be the case. The more Qian Rinxue pondered, the more she convinced herself. After a few self-deceptive affirmations, her earlier frustration over her loss to Dongqing diminished significantly. Upon hearing this, Li Qiyun could not help but interject, Your Highness, the Holy Sun. It is unjust to show favoritism. How can you prioritize the ailments of outsiders over those of your own kin? For soul masters, the essence of their existence lies in their physical form. If one encounters an ailment that remains undetected, it can lead to an overwhelming sense of despair. Previously, Dongqing refrained from punishing the two healing soul masters attending to Grandpa Jack, as he recognized that the old man's time was drawing near. Unless a unique being such as the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, intervenes to replenish his vitality, there are no alternatives to extend his lifespan. Regrettably, even so, the frailty of mortal bodies is profound. While it may be possible to force an extension of life, the attempts are inevitably finite. Dongqing could only hope that Grandpa Jack might enjoy a few more decades of life. You two, please refrain from crowding around. Your health is not in question, Dongqing asserted as he firmly pushed them aside, then turned his attention back to the contemplative Douluo. His sole focus now lay on the Eye of Ice and Fire. He had no time for idle chatter. Chapter 72. The The fishing master emerges after a prolonged contemplation. Douluo slowly began to speak. Indeed. You are the holy son of the Spirit Hall, a name I have long revered. Meeting you in person now, I find you truly extraordinary. Compared to the direct descendants of the Qian family, you are, after all, more reasonable. Qian Rinxue immediately erupted in indignation. Am I truly so unreasonable? Just you wait. I shall return and complain to my grandfather, and by the next day, your ashes will be scattered. Sister, do not act impulsively. We must focus on the matter at hand, Dongqing gently urged, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Both Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong exhibited a touch of pride in their personalities, yet most people could only witness their seemingly calm exteriors. Utterly unaware of the intricate emotions swirling within, Dongqing vividly recalled his first encounter with Bibi Dong, adorned with the Pope's exclusive platinum crown. Wielding a scepter encrusted with countless gemstones and draped in an opulent white robe embroidered with gold, her beauty was utterly captivating. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows elegantly sculpted, and her eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters. When one gazed into her eyes, a fleeting yet complex and mesmerizing expression would occasionally flicker beneath the surface. Her lips were red and vibrant, reminiscent of roses about to shed dew. At that time, Dongqing was merely 6 years old. However, as he spent more time with Bibi Dong, he discovered that her private demeanor was much like that of any ordinary woman, equally unreasonable. Nevertheless, with the right approach, such a romantic-minded woman could prove less troublesome. Humph. Shaoqing, I shall grant you this favor today, Qian Rinxue declared with a haughty tilt of her head. When masked, she presented a completely different persona, as Shueqinghe. She had to perfectly embody the identity and character of the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Yet, when she returned to her true self as Qian Rinxue, her long-repressed nature would surge forth, explaining her current impulsive and irritable demeanor. For those starved of affection, resisting the closeness of others can be a formidable challenge. Especially for someone like Qian Rinxue. Dongqing's repeated use of sister only added to her inner turmoil. Once Qian Rinxue had calmed down, Dongqing turned towards Douluo, who was not far away, and spoke gently. Senior Douluo, allow me to assist you in alleviating your poison, and in return, would you be willing to grant us ownership of the ice and fire duality Eye Valley? That is insufficient. The significance of this valley is clear to both of us. Setting aside its unique flora, the immense enhancement it offers to soul power cultivation alone renders it invaluable. Douluo coldly rejected. He was unaware of the rarity of the celestial herbs and instead emphasized the valley's importance for soul power cultivation. An invaluable treasure? Nothing in this world is truly priceless. It merely depends on whether the price is deemed adequate. Upon hearing this, Dongqing could only shake his head in resignation before continuing. Even if you believe the poison within you can be endured, and that your tidal Douluo level soul power can barely suppress it, if I recall correctly, you have a granddaughter named Douluo. Have you considered what would happen if the poison within you were to manifest in her? Do not doubt my words. You know well that the poison in your body originates from the inherited martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. Each time you utilize this martial soul in battle, your body inadvertently absorbs the toxins it emits. Many formidable innate martial souls inflict a backlash on their wielders, and your inherited martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, poses a significant threat to you. Due to the inherent toxicity of the martial soul, despite its unparalleled prowess, it had ultimately brought suffering to his family. Were it not for the toxic backlash, why would Douluo's parents have perished? Indeed, Douluo was fortunate, possessing extraordinary talent, having managed to withstand the potent backlash and reach the tidal Douluo level. However, not everyone possesses such a remarkable gift, allowing them to cultivate the tidal Douluo while enduring the poison from their own martial soul. Upon hearing Dongqing mention his granddaughter, Douluo's expression darkened momentarily. He despised anyone invoking the name of his only granddaughter. Memories of his son succumbing to the poison and his daughter-in-law perishing alongside him flooded back, leaving him with a profound sense of sorrow. Though the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor was an immensely powerful martial soul, its side effects were equally formidable. If given a choice, he would wish his martial soul were anything but this one. Boy, you have convinced me. I cannot bear to see Yin Yin suffer the same fate as her parents. If you agree to assist in alleviating her poison, I will grant you the ice and fire duality Eye Valley. The words nearly drained Douluo of his strength. He truly cherished the valley, yet he could not forsake his only granddaughter. Agreed. I will ensure the poison affecting both Douluo and you is completely resolved. Dongqing replied with a slight smile. Then I shall fetch Yin Yin immediately. I hope the Holy Son is a man of his word, Douluo stated, casting a deep gaze at Dongqing before soaring into the sky. In this power struggle, if the spirit hall sought to seize the ice and fire duality Douluo would have no recourse. Dongqing's offer to help him and Douluo with their poison was undoubtedly a favorable proposition for Douluo. His own life paled in comparison to the importance of Douluo. After Douluo departed, Li Qiyun discreetly took her leave to avoid interrupting the intimate moment between Dongqing and Qianrenxue. Nonetheless, she remained within the vicinity of the setting sun forest, ensuring she could provide support at a moment's notice. Strangely, she seemed somewhat eager to leave, as if she feared hearing something she did not wish to. Why did Elderly leave? Earlier, she had bet with me regarding the outcome of my contest with my sister. Whoever lost would have to concede. She lost. And with others present, I hesitated to bring it up, yet she dashed off in a hurry, Dongqing remarked, exasperated. Clearly, we had agreed that the winner could demand a favor, while the loser would have to comply with the winner's request. Yet, that woman fled with remarkable speed. Sister, I believe you should consider the matter as though it never occurred, Qianrenxue suggested, seemingly recalling something, her words trailing off as she appeared hesitant. What do you mean? Sister, are you implying someone is shielding you? Dongqing queried, his tone tinged with discontent. Not at all. Elderly has that sort of character. When she loses, she simply denies it. Moreover, she relies on her title Douluo level strength and spirit hall's backing, making it difficult for anyone to hold her accountable. As a result, she has gained notoriety across the continent's gambling establishments as the most unwelcome person, Qianrenxue explained, her voice growing uncertain as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. By heavens, such a woman exists? Sister, you are not like that, are you? Dongqing regarded Qianrenxue with a tone of skepticism. Of course not, she replied, puffing her chest out defiantly. Very well, I trust you, sister. How about we make a wager? A sly glint flickered in the depths of Dongqing's eyes. What wager? Qianrenxue inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking curiously. Let us wager on who can earn the recognition of the Flower King, the divine treasure Xiangxi Duanchanghong. Dongqing cast out a fishing hook, patiently awaiting the fish to bite. What was the wager? Qianrenxue gazed at the hook, her eyes tinged with caution. Unconditionally agreed to 3 requests from the other party. In that moment, Dongqing remained comfortably at the fishing platform, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of the fish not taking the bait. Unconditionally? Little Qing, you do not harbor any peculiar thoughts about your elder sister, do you? At these words, Qianrenxue instinctively felt the urge to flee, sensing a potential trap ahead. Afraid? Dongqing spoke with a flippant tone, feigning indifference. Who says that? Am I intimidated by a mere 12-year-old brat? I can accept this wager, but let it be clear that the other party must not demand anything excessively outrageous. Qianrenxue prudently ensured she had an escape route. Very well. Dongqing's smile was exceedingly gentle. Ultimately, the fish took the bait. The king of flowers, Xiangxi Duanchanghong, is a divine treasure among the rarest medicinal herbs. This extraordinary flower chooses its master wisely. Xiangxi Duanchanghong once recognized Xiao as its master in an anime, remaining by her side to obscure her own soul beast aura, rendering even a title Douluo unable to discern her true form. Dongqing, on the other hand, possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to establish a bond with a master. Chapter 73. His peculiar thoughts. The amaranthine heartbreak, unlike ordinary celestial herbs, possesses its own spirit and cannot be harvested or consumed without a rightful master. Attempting to forcibly pluck it will lead to its self-destruction. To obtain it, one must possess the purest of intentions. Those with complex or impure hearts will find it utterly impossible to gain its acknowledgement, regardless of their efforts. In essence, it favors those with unblemished souls and despises the convoluted. Take Qianrenxue for instance. I am Qianrenxue, a direct descendant of the Qian family, endowed with the 6-winged angel martial soul, a beacon of light and an embodiment of justice capable of judging all evils in the world. A pure and radiant power emanated from her, and the sanctity of her 6-winged angelic form rendered her almost untouchable. The king of flowers, the divine treasure, amaranthine heartbreak, merely swayed its white bud, seemingly indifferent to Qianrenxue. It could perceive the stark contrast between her overwhelming brightness and the profound darkness that lurked within. Any misstep could trigger her transformation into the dark version of herself. As the amaranthine heartbreak continued to show no response, Qianrenxue's aura of light intensified, almost transforming her into a human-shaped beacon. Sister, are you capable of this? Dongqing called out. Oh my goodness. That human-shaped light bulb is blinding. Don't disturb me. I am earnestly trying to communicate with it. Qianrenxue snapped back fiercely before quickly calming herself, preparing to present her heart's sincerity and beauty to sway the amaranthine heartbreak. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Under normal circumstances, only those with an inherently pure heart could truly win its recognition. On the other side, Dongqing had taken a few steps away, secretly plotting to cheat. "Sister Aeen, I have a favor to ask," he whispered, his voice barely audible and deliberately avoiding Qianrenxue, who remained lost in her reverie of subduing the amaranthine heartbreak. "What is it?" The melodious voice of the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, resonated in Dongqing's mind. As the embodiment of the blue-silver emperor for 100,000 years, she could only communicate through thought, as plants lack vocal organs. "When it's my turn, Sister Aeen, please persuade the amaranthine heartbreak to acknowledge me," he continued softly. "Why me?" Aeen asked, puzzled. "I am merely the ruler of the blue-silver grass and possess no authority over other plants. Because your character is the epitome of sincerity and purity, you alone among us present have the potential to earn the amaranthine heartbreak's favor," Dongqing urged. He refrained from voicing an unspoken thought. Sincerity and purity often equate to being easily deceived. Such individuals, if left unguarded, may fall prey to manipulation. To be frank, even Xiao Wu, that silly rabbit, is more astute than Aeen. After a moment of contemplation, Aeen finally replied, "Little Qing, I suppose I can assist you. But you must promise me not to consume any celestial herbs that possess spiritual wisdom." She was unwilling to go through the arduous task of convincing the amaranthine heartbreak, only to have Dongqing devour it immediately afterward. "Rest assured, Sister Aeen, you can completely trust me," Dongqing declared, patting his chest vigorously. "Ouch, little Qing. Do not strike your chest so forcefully, I am still here," Aeen retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "My apologies. Apologies are of no consequence. I'm upset now. Women can be troublesome in their unreasonable moments. It is best not to argue with them, as their thought processes differ from yours. A little time spent placating them can resolve any troublesome matters, provided they are worth such efforts, not just any random woman who feels entitled to incessantly chatter before you." Aeen's support for Dongqing's future growth made her deserving of such courtesy. Had she been an ordinary passerby, daring to challenge him, he would have swiftly retaliated. Time slipped by silently for over half an hour, and Qianrenxue's mood began to sour. "How frustrating. This wretched herb pays me no heed. What extraordinary flower. Choosing its master? I believe this is merely a fabrication of ancient romantic tales." Fuming with anger, she turned and noticed Dongqing whispering to the floating blue-silver emperor, which ignited her fury further. "Little Qing, it's your turn now. I refuse to believe you can sway this worthless herb," Qianrenxue declared loudly, crossing her arms and waiting for the spectacle, convinced that if she could not accomplish it, neither could Dongqing. "Here it comes. Just a moment," Dongqing waved casually, then bent down to address the blue-silver emperor at his heart. "Sister Aeen, I am counting on you. This time I shall forgive you. But do not strike me so hard next time, little Qing. You have no idea how strong you are. Your earlier slap nearly shattered me," Aeen complained. All right. It won't happen again," Dongqing nodded earnestly. Amidst Qianrenxue's incredulous expression, Dongqing sat cross-legged before the King of Flowers, the divine treasure, amaranthine heartbreak, and slowly closed his eyes. "What are you doing?" Qianrenxue asked, curiosity lacing her voice. "Sincerity. To earn the acknowledgement of such a divine treasure, sincerity is paramount," Dongqing explained calmly. "Is this sincerity effective?" Qianrenxue expressed her skepticism, her eyes betraying doubt. She felt there was something he was withholding from her, yet she could not fathom what it was. It must be said that a woman's intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate. By exchanging hearts and treating others with sincerity, it will naturally sense my intent and recognize me as its master, Dongqing spoke with an air of profound mystery. Yet, deep within, he urged the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, to swiftly secure the allegiance of the spiritually aware amaranthine heartbreak. At that very moment, within the realm of spiritual consciousness where plants could communicate, Aeen was exerting great effort to persuade the amaranthine heartbreak. "Do not bother. I refuse to follow him. His mind is chaotic, and he harbors unhealthy thoughts towards you." The white bud of the amaranthine heartbreak swayed gently. "Ah, how could that be? Little Qing does not strike me as such a person." Ayen's heart raced, her tone filled with disbelief. He is indeed that type. At my age, I could be little Qing's mother. How could he entertain such thoughts towards me? However, you need not worry excessively. Thoughts that remain unacted upon are mere fleeting notions in the mind. Besides, I find his character to be quite trustworthy. But how do I face little Qing now, knowing he harbors unhealthy thoughts towards me? Perhaps it is a consequence of his childhood deprivation of maternal love that has led to such notions. Now I understand. Little Qing is such a kind and filial child. His emergence of strange thoughts must have its reasons. Given that, why do you not leave? Did you not say that little Qing has decent character? Then, are you truly not considering it? He is the finest human I have encountered in many years. As this conversation unfolded, the heart-wrenching longing once again delved into Dongqing's innermost feelings, causing her to hesitate for the first time. As a newly awakened spiritual herb of celestial quality, she too aspired to become a soul beast of 100,000 years, akin to the illustrious blue-silver emperor, Aeen. Chapter 74. The best way to avenge. By the way, Shaoqing had promised me never to consume any spiritual medicinal herbs. The blue-silver emperor, Aeen, suddenly recalled an important matter and spoke hastily. Not eat spiritual medicinal herbs? The white bud of the heartbreak red flower swayed slightly. Indeed, Shaoqing would not deceive me. Besides, you have the ability to probe into others' hearts. You should know whether he is a liar, Aeen stated confidently. You should have said so earlier. Had you done so, I would have agreed right away. The white bud of the heartbreak red flower began to shake violently, revealing her excitement. Her greatest fear was not being consumed, but rather that the woman previously radiating light would take her for a meal, as her gluttony was evident. Although the heartbreak red flower, as the king of flowers and a divine treasure among medicinal herbs, possessed the unique ability to probe others' hearts, it could only do so at close range. She seemed to fear that Dongqing would suddenly change his mind, causing her roots to detach from the ground and swiftly burrow into Dongqing's chest. The ancient text stated that only a person of utmost sincerity and purity could claim the heartbreak red flower, as such individuals would not devour her in one bite. However, at this moment, Shaoqing is a monster. This method is actually effective? Qian Rinxue's mouth involuntarily fell open, disbelief etched on her face. But the next moment, a heaviness settled in her heart. She had lost the wager. Should she follow Li Qian's example and refuse to acknowledge her defeat? This fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it had arrived, for her pride and dignity would not allow her to engage in such disgraceful conduct. Not everyone is like Li Qian, who can go back on her word without a hint of embarrassment. At least Qian Rinxue was certain she could never do that. Sure enough, after receiving the heartbreak red flower's acknowledgement, Dongqing did not take the time to study this so-called king of flowers, this divine treasure, before he approached Qian Rinxue, wearing an expression that suggested a shared understanding. Shaoqing, I am not someone like Elder Li. I accept the wager and will unconditionally fulfill 3 requests. However, you must remember not to ask me for anything excessively unreasonable. Qian Rinxue stamped her foot, clearly reluctant. All right, sister, you are indeed a person of honesty and integrity, far superior to some shameless female ruffians. Dongqing immediately gave her a thumbs up. Meanwhile, far away on the outskirts of the sunset forest, Li Qian sneezed unexpectedly. Is someone talking about me? However, she had grown accustomed to being the subject of discussion and simply rubbed her face, moving on without further confusion. In the ensuing moments, Qian Rinxue and Dongqing began to divide the spiritual medicinal herbs from the ice and fire duality. These herbs did not require a master to claim them and could be harvested directly. The octagonal Xian ice grass, a rare cold medicinal herb, and the fiery apricot blossom, a rare fire medicinal herb. Both of these are invaluable treasures. Dongqing exclaimed. The fiery apricot blossom, a top-tier poisonous herb, thrived only in scorching environments, capable of making one feel as if they were bathed in lava, experiencing a fate worse than death. The octagonal Xian ice grass, a highly toxic herb, grew only in frigid locales, chilling the core and immobilizing the body within a 10-meter radius, its effects lethal if prolonged. Most importantly, consuming both herbs simultaneously could grant one the properties of being impervious to water and fire, as well as immunity to poisons. The best king of flowers, the divine treasure, Heartbreak Red, has been taken from me. These 2 herbs must be mine, or I shall find it impossible to find peace within myself. Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Dongqing, conveying a strong sense of determination that should he dare to contest her, she would not back down. Very well. They shall be yours, but caution must be exercised in their consumption. Dongqing began, but his words trailed off. Wah! Qian Rinxue swiftly plucked both the octagonal Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom and, under Dongqing's astonished gaze, hastily popped them into her mouth and began to chew. Hey, sister, what are you doing? You can't just eat them like that, Dongqing urged. This audacious woman actually dared to consume them directly. Could her body withstand the relentless onslaught of extreme ice and fire energies? Wah! If I don't eat now, what if later you use that excuse to coerce me into handing them over? Qian Rinxue's eyes glimmered with intense caution. Am I that kind of person? Dongqing shook his head. A minute later, his concerns were quickly validated. Although Qian Rinxue was already a level 69 Soul Emperor, on the brink of becoming a level 70 Soul Sage, attempting to absorb the powers of both medicinal herbs simultaneously proved exceedingly demanding. So hot, so cold. Qian Rinxue hugged her arms, feeling as if her left side were being scorched by flames, her clothes riddled with holes from invisible fire, while her right side felt as if encased in ice, her garments equally damaged by the chilling air. Beneath the tears in her clothing lay no wounds, only her smooth, fair skin, as the medicinal herb energy had yet to inflict lasting harm on a level 69 Soul Emperor. Sister, if you trust me, jump into the center of the ice and fire duality eye now. Use this natural environment to pacify the raging energies of extreme cold and heat within you. Dongqing said calmly. But my left side is burned and immobile, while my right side is frozen stiff. How can I jump? Qian Rinxue looked at Dongqing with a pitiful expression. Now she regretted her impulsive actions, as the medicinal powers of the herbs had rendered her body paralyzed. Sighing, Dongqing stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. In Qian Rinxue's bashful gaze, he lifted her effortlessly into his embrace. However, the next moment, with a splash, she was abruptly tossed into the center of the ice and fire duality eye, her expression shifting from embarrassment to sheer fury. Dongqing, remember this. I, Qian Rinxue, will not let you off the hook. I swear vengeance shall not go unpunished. Glug, glug. The sound of swallowing echoed. In the realm of plant communication, are you certain Shaoqing harbors peculiar thoughts about me? Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen blinked. I cannot be certain. Perhaps my ability to discern hearts is ineffective against him? The heartbreak red flower's tone reflected uncertainty. In the center of the ice and fire duality eye, she thought to herself, how dare he toss me aside? He truly knows nothing of cherishing beauty. At that moment, she found herself positioned at the center of the yin-yang taiji of the ice and fire duality eye, where the tumultuous energies of extreme cold and heat within her were significantly alleviated. The spring water, composed of the purest elemental energies of ice and fire, greatly assisted in absorbing the octagonal Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Though she was infuriated, confronting this little monster head-on was futile. It seemed she would need to devise another strategy for revenge. For a woman, the best way to avenge in due time is not through violence, but rather to make him obediently submit to her whims. Chapter 75, A Wonderful Misunderstanding on the Other Side. Dongqing was meticulously observing the various celestial herbs within the ice and fire duality eye valley. He had just unceremoniously cast aside Qian Rinxue, seemingly indifferent, but in truth, he did so to prevent her from becoming overly attached to him. Women, after all, should not be overly pampered. It often happens that the more aloof and straightforward one appears, the greater the intrigue one evokes in them, leading to various attempts at ambush. There are two sayings that come to mind. When a woman speaks to a man without wealth, she declares, I do not desire your gentle demeanor if you lack ambition. You must possess a career, even if you neglect everything at home. Conversely, when a woman converses with a wealthy man, she states, I am not with you for your riches. I merely hope for your companionship, even if you are a complete failure. Reflecting on this, Dongqing could not help but chuckle. Indeed, these two phrases hold true even in the Douluo continent. One's own strength is the true capital. Dongqing was acutely aware of this principle. However, one must remember that each situation is unique, and one should not blindly apply such wisdom. A domineering woman like Bibi Dong is best approached with sincerity, softening her with genuine affection, rather than confronting her directly. As for a proud woman like Qian Rinxue, one must first conquer her to earn the right to converse with her. Otherwise, she would hardly acknowledge your existence. The innocent and sweet Aeen should be cherished. Otherwise, her temper could be quite troublesome. With a sharp clap, Dongqing abruptly cut off his drifting thoughts, reminding himself of his priorities. He then made his way to a secluded corner of the ice and fire duality eye valley, squatting before a rather unremarkable herb. This herb, entirely emerald green, bore 3 snow-white leaves at its center, adorned with droplets resembling morning dew. This celestial herb, glimmering dew, when consumed, could enhance one's vision to perceive the essence of all things. Dongqing mused internally, recognizing the immense value of this herb, which he resolved to keep from Qian Rinxue's knowledge. Seizing the opportunity while she was engrossed in refining the celestial herbs, he promptly uprooted it and swallowed it whole. His powerful, pure-blooded stomach instantly digested the herb's potency. Concurrently, he felt a subtle transformation within his eyes, as if he could now perceive the world with extraordinary clarity during moments of intense focus. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is incredible! Such a marvelous ability. This must remain a secret." The thought of what might have ensued had Tang San acquired this herb sent a shiver down his spine. Countless virtuous women could have faced ruin. Thankfully, it had fallen into the hands of a gentleman. Though he considered himself virtuous, Dongqing felt no embarrassment, for he would never stoop to using such a remarkable ability for base purposes. At that moment, the entirety of the herb's essence was concentrated on evolving his vision. Thus his soul power level remained unchanged. As Dongqing grappled with these thoughts, Qian Rinxue had successfully absorbed the potency of the two celestial herbs, not only attaining immunity to ice and fire, but also elevating her soul power to level 70. With the residual energies from the celestial herbs within her, she could further enhance her soul power upon obtaining a suitable soul ring. "Shaoqing, you haven't secretly hoarded any celestial herbs while I was away, have you?" Qian Rinxue's voice floated across the tranquil lake. Emerging gracefully from the ice and fire duality ice spring, her garments clung to her, droplets of water glistening on her jade-like visage, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Before Dongqing could admire her closely, a blindingly pure light enveloped her as she stepped beyond the spring. As the brilliance faded, she donned a resplendent, platinum waist-cinching gown, her flawless visage radiating an aura of sanctity. She appeared akin to a six-winged archangel emerging from myth, her bare feet delicately treading upon the lush grass. Her petite feet, resembling polished jade, were exquisite, with smooth arches and rosy soles, compelling one to desire a gentle caress. As one's gaze traveled upward, the gown subtly parted, revealing long, elegant legs and a slender waist, all perfectly within the grasp of a single hand. Her delicate, alabaster features, framed by cascading golden locks, complemented her elongated, alluring eyes, arched brows, and charmingly sculpted nose. Her lips, tinted a subtle rosy hue, gleamed with life, imparting an irresistible sense of divinity. Realizing he could no longer gaze without invoking the herb's special ability, Dongqing averted his eyes slightly, his demeanor shifting as he asked, "Sister, where are your shoes?" "Oh, I must have accidentally left them behind in the ice and fire duality ice spring," Qian Rinxue replied casually. Yet, her brow furrowed slightly, an inkling of suspicion nagging at her, as if Dongqing had secretly consumed celestial herbs. Barefoot upon the soft grass, she approached Dongqing, scrutinizing him closely, attuned to the fluctuations of his soul power. Ultimately, having found no signs of herb consumption or any indication of soul power elevation, Qian Rinxue's doubts dissipated, leaving behind a trace of unrecognized remorse in her liquid gaze. This suspicion was not unfounded. Celestial herbs had not graced the Douluo continent in ages. The ancient texts detailing these herbs were relics of encounters from centuries, even millennia past. Many records of their effects had become unreliable, while glimmering dew stood as the sole herb capable of evolving one's sight. If it could endow someone with the ability to perceive all, it naturally had little capacity for enhancing soul power. "Shaoqing, we have now divided the finest celestial herbs among ourselves. As we continue, I shall reward you with an additional herb for your good behavior in not consuming any. Then, I will select one for myself, and thereafter, we shall each take one." Qian Rinxue generously decided, acknowledging Dongqing's honesty. "Thank you, author's note. I sincerely apologize for the infrequent updates lately. I regret any disappointment this may have caused for my loyal readers. I am truly sorry. Old book, The Multiverse, starting from the Super God Academy, now completed. I am relieved from the pressure of updating 2 books, so starting April 1st, I will increase updates to twice daily. Chapter 76, Strange Actions Do Not Mention It. This is what you deserve." Qian Rinxue feigned generosity as she patted Dongqing's shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed this was entirely his due. In truth, she felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was a celestial-grade herb. She had just unwittingly given away one, as if she had been ensnared by this young man's charm. "Sister, let us begin to allocate these celestial herbs." Dongqing spoke slowly. Although the ice and fire duality valley was a paradise, the next batch of celestial herbs would not mature for at least several hundred years. Even knowing that Qian Rinxue had misunderstood, Dongqing would never divulge the properties of the vision of autumn water, as it would invite relentless pursuit from the continent's titled Douluo-level women. Of course, the vision of autumn water possessed not only the ability to see through all, but also significantly enhanced Dongqing's visual range, allowing him to perceive objects as small as mosquitoes several kilometers away. Furthermore, celestial herbs would not become extinct simply due to being harvested, for many of them left behind their own seedlings, which would eventually mature if given time. In the central area of the ice and fire duality valley, The celestial herb, the miraculous chrysanthemum, was a treasure passed down through the martial soul hall's elder Yuguan. Qian Rinxue exclaimed in surprise. I cannot believe such a powerful herb truly exists. Yes, this is a neutral celestial herb that invigorates the limbs and enhances blood flow through the 8 meridians, capable of cultivating an indestructible body. It is perfectly suited for me. Dongqing nodded in agreement. They both gazed down. Before them stood an enormous chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple, with each petal appearing delightfully fuzzy. The entire flower seemed to form a harmonious whole, yet no fragrance wafted from it. The central stamen rose a full half-foot above the petals, shimmering with a soft golden glow, indicating its balanced medicinal properties. Sister, I will not be modest, Dongqing declared. Agreed, the first 2 celestial herbs are yours. The celestial herb, the water fairy jade skin bone, was known for its ability to nourish tendons and replenish bones, promoting beauty and physical vitality, particularly beneficial for women. Dongqing calmly elucidated. It must belong to me. Shaoqing, you absolutely cannot contest me for this herb. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with determination. This herb appeared pure white, resembling a pristine white lotus. Sister, did you not just say that the first 2 celestial herbs are mine? Dongqing turned slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Qian Rinxue. The remaining 2 are yours, but this water fairy jade skin bone must be mine. Without waiting for Dongqing's response, Qian Rinxue promptly plucked the herb. Women. Dongqing shook his head internally, unfazed by her actions. The celestial herb, the magical tulip, could absorb the essence of heaven and earth in the brilliance of the sun and moon. According to ancient texts from the martial soul hall, it also possessed the miraculous ability to evolve martial souls, Dongqing remarked casually. This herb appeared peculiar, with ordinary roots and leaves resembling an inconspicuous weed. It's yours. It's yours. I have seen its records too. However, evolving a martial soul is probabilistic and essentially ineffective for our top-tier martial souls, Qian Rinxue dismissed nonchalantly. As one endowed with the supreme martial soul, the 6-winged angel, she had no interest in an herb that could only promote lesser martial souls. The celestial herb, the fragrant magical herb, was the finest antidote herb, rendering any poison ineffective within its vicinity. Its fragrance neutralized toxins and was regarded as a bane to poisons. Furthermore, its alluring scent was irresistible to high-level soul beasts, luring out rare soul beasts that hid away. Ancient texts recounted a soul master who acquired this herb but, due to insufficient strength, attracted high-level soul beasts, leading to their untimely demise. Dongqing stroked his chin, reflecting on the ancient records. A large flower, pale pink and devoid of leaves, boasted a stem 3 feet long and a flower diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal sparkled like translucent pink crystal. The flower swayed gently in the misty air, with its center a light purple, resembling a cluster of purple diamonds embedded within. Most remarkably, it emitted a peculiar fragrance that, while not overpowering, was exquisitely enchanting, reminiscent of a maiden's subtle scent. It's of no use to me. My light power can dispel all toxins. I have no need for this herb. It belongs to you. Qian Rinxue spoke with an air of superiority. Under her tacit approval, the magical tulip and the fragrant magical herb were harvested by Dongqing and stored within his spatial soul guide. The celestial herb, the 8-petal celestial orchid, possessed the mildest and most wholesome medicinal properties, being the easiest to absorb and serving to strengthen the body and eliminate impurities. I feel somewhat unwell after consuming the 8-point ice grass and the fiery apricot essence. I require this harmonious celestial herb to restore my vitality, Dongqing remarked, casting a calm glance at Qian Rinxue without contending for this herb. The celestial herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, was a miraculous herb that greatly replenished pure yang energy within the body and possessed the unique ability to evolve martial souls and purify one's bloodline. It appeared as a soft, quivering herb, resembling a peculiar weed with red grass leaves. Dongqing urgently needed this herb to enhance his sky and bloodline awakening. Before Qian Rinxue could speak, he swiftly harvested it and placed it within his spatial soul guide. Why the rush? I want to contest you for this herb. Only men would fuss over something that replenishes pure yang energy, Qian Rinxue teased, delivering a playful punch to Dongqing. Sister, I am only 12, still a boy, and I do not seek it for pure yang energy. I am drawn to its unique ability to purify my bloodline. Since her punch lacked any soul power, Dongqing remained completely unfazed. Do not pretend to be innocent in front of me. In the Heavendo Empire, 12 is already an age for marriage. Qian Rinxue would not regard Dongqing as a mere child. The celestial herb, the 9-petal purple Ganoderma, when consumed, solidified the foundation, enhanced energy, and increased power. This herb, pale purple in color, resembled a spiritual Ganoderma at its peak, with a body of purple and a jade-like stem beneath it, adorned with 9 leaves. It's mine. I feel 1 8-petal celestial orchid is insufficient to restore my foundation, Qianrenxue boldly asserted. The celestial herb, the blood-colored swan kiss, was noted in ancient texts for its unique property of exponentially enhancing toxins. In essence, it was a formidable poison. Dongqing silently regarded Qianrenxue, who shook her head, indicating her complete disinterest in such a seemingly useless item. Just as Qianrenxue believed she had gained the upper hand, Dongqing suddenly grasped her delicate hand. His expression serene. Sister, I will trade you 1 fragrant magical herb for 1 9-petal purple Ganoderma. What? I want to trade. Qianrenxue struggled vigorously, attempting to free herself from Dongqing's grasp. Chapter 77. By what right do you command me? Had it not been for the foundational trust established between Dongqing and Qianrenxue, the sudden attempt to seize her would have provoked an immediate counterattack from the latter. Just as Qianrenxue was on the verge of unleashing her soul power, Dongqing finally spoke to clarify. Sister, you do not require 2 doses of the foundational essence herb. 1 is more than sufficient. Consuming multiple herbs of the same variety merely dissipates their potency. Moreover, let us not forget that my master, your mother, despite being a peerless titled Douluo of the pinnacle 99th rank, does not need these herbs. Given that we have procured such an abundance, shall we not take at least 1 back as a gesture of filial piety? As a dutiful disciple, Dongqing held this sentiment dearly. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue was momentarily taken aback, before retorting fiercely, let go. She is not my mother. She is merely an irritating sister. Despite her words, she retrieved a 9th-grade purple fungus from her spatial soul guide, forcing an indifferent facade as she placed it gently into Dongqing's palm. In this moment, Dongqing chose not to provoke her further, calmly accepting the 9th-grade purple fungus. Just as a tense silence enveloped them, Douluo returned, accompanied by his granddaughter, Douluo, seeking Dongqing's assistance in dispelling their toxins. Simultaneously, Li Qi in silhouette appeared silently above the ice and fire Yin-Yang Valley, leaning against a sheer cliff, observing Douluo and Douluo intently. Dongqing glanced upward, taking note of Douluo's deep purple hair, which lent her an air of spirited charm. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed an alluring mystique. Her green eyes were strikingly unusual, evoking a sense of intrigue, as she languidly toyed with her vibrant green nails. Do not misconstrue this. Dongqing merely admired her with courtesy, having no genuine interest in the woman. Nevertheless, inexplicably, Qianrenxue slapped the back of his head, whispering, What are you looking at? What is there to admire? Unbeknownst to her, a sense of unease stirred within. She felt as though someone was encroaching upon her territory. Why can I not look at her? Dongqing retorted. Had she become so presumptuous as to meddle in his affairs? Moreover, the sudden slap left him bewildered. Despite appearing knowledgeable about women, he was merely a theoretical master, utterly oblivious to their intricate emotional landscapes. Thus, he remained unaware that he had inadvertently stirred a significant trouble. Your gaze is inappropriate. You are not permitted to look, Qianrenxue declared imperiously. Like Bibi Dong, she could not abide the thought of her possessions being encroached upon. Ever since Dongqing had addressed her as sister, he had been marked as her personal belonging. The utmost radiance masks the deepest darkness. Light represents justice, while darkness harbors selfishness. At this moment, Qianrenxue's heart contained both light and shadow. In overcoming her, Dongqing had inadvertently unearthed the darkness lurking within her soul, and he would ultimately be consumed by it. By what right do you command me? Dongqing protested vehemently. By the right of being your sister, Qianrenxue asserted with righteous indignation. But we are not blood relatives. I do not care. You acknowledged me as your sister. Do you wish to deny that now? No. I certainly acknowledge it. But sister, you are being excessively intrusive. Regardless, you are forbidden from looking at such peculiar women. Remember, without my consent, your eyes are not to wander. Hey, what does that mean? Their hushed exchange seemed to overlook Douluo and Douluo entirely. Perhaps this disregard inflicted a psychological wound on Douluo, as she suddenly spoke up. Dongqing, you are the childhood companion of Tang San, now the saint son of the spirit hall. Are you choosing to ignore me? Upon hearing this, Dongqing shot a glance at Qianrenxue, who defiantly returned the gaze. He chose not to dwell on it, apologizing. My apologies. I had a minor disagreement with my sister. It was unintentional. That is good to hear. I thought you looked down upon someone of my humble status due to your noble identity, Douluo remarked with self-deprecation. In truth, Douluo's status was far from humble. Being the direct descendant of Douluo, a titled Douluo, and a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet compared to Dongqing's identity as the saint son of the Spirit Hall, her standing seemed rather insignificant. My apologies for the misunderstanding. By the way, Douluo, does this mean Tang San has indeed joined the Tiando Royal Academy? Dongqing swiftly shifted the topic. With your recommendation as the saint's son, how could the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy refuse Tang San? He is now quite the celebrity there. Though Dongqing had just extended his timely apology, a flicker of resentment lingered in Douluo's heart, particularly due to Qian Rinxue's condescending gaze, which made her feel like an ant. Consequently, her tone bore a hint of sharpness. Meanwhile, Dongqing noticed Qian Rinxue was about to speak, and he gently pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her to refrain from escalating the situation. When women quarrel, it can lead to endless strife. Humph. Qian Rinxue huffed in resignation, deciding to give Dongqing a semblance of face. On the other side, Douluo subtly gestured to Douluo, urging her not to dwell on the matter further. Your Highness, I have brought Yin here. Please proceed to cleanse us of the toxins within. Douluo's cold voice rang out. Certainly, Senior Douluo. Please sit cross-legged, and I shall begin the detoxification process. Dongqing was eager to resolve this matter quickly, as he was quite exasperated by Qian Rinxue's peculiar temperament, which often resulted in unwarranted complications. Once Douluo complied and settled into a meditative position, Dongqing activated his third soul skill. Third soul skill, weakness perception. Thanks to the assistance of the legendary herb, Wangchuan Qiulu, Dongqing's vision had undergone an evolution. He no longer needed to close his eyes to sense the soul power and fatal weaknesses of others, as an invisible wave emanated from him. A faint glow radiated from his eyes. The sickly green aura of Douluo's soul power, along with the accumulated toxins within his body, gradually became visible through his third soul skill. From Dongqing's perspective, Douluo's body was riddled with the insidious green poison, which periodically triggered acute episodes of toxicity. To ensure the precision of his actions, Dongqing retrieved the Yuxiang Qilua herb, a premier antidote. Its fragrant aura rendered all toxins ineffective within its range, possessing the ability to neutralize myriad poisons of the world. Furthermore, it guaranteed that Douluo would not succumb to a fatal poisoning due to any miscalculations during the detoxification process. Chapter 78. Do not depart. In truth, the process of detoxification is quite simple. Dongqing's third soul skill, perception of weakness, enabled him to discern the sites of the deadly poison accumulation within Douluo's body. He merely needed to gradually dissolve these toxic substances. This particular poison, known as the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, is inherently lethal, an unfortunate byproduct of utilizing its corresponding martial spirit, which inevitably leaks its toxins. Although the detoxification process may entail some discomfort, Douluo, rest assured, this will not be a prolonged ordeal, Dongqing reassured. He was neither a professional physician nor a poison master. His skill set could not compare to theirs in terms of finesse. He had merely taken the time to learn how to utilize soul power to dispel internal toxins. Fear not. I can endure, Douluo replied coolly. Grandfather. Douluo's emerald green pupils were filled with concern and unease. Upon witnessing Douluo genuinely heed her words, Dongqing focused his azure soul power, which he had meticulously controlled, and coalesced it into a sphere. Universal detoxification go? Dongqing commanded softly, as the azure orb of soul power flew directly to the locus of the venomous accumulation within Douluo's body, gradually permeating it. The universal detoxification is a soul skill akin to the chaotic wind hammer technique, devised by Bibi Dong in her youth. She had explicitly imparted this skill to both Dongqing and Hulaina to protect them from potential poisoning. Bibi Dong, after all, was their mentor. She could not have possibly neglected to teach them essential skills. Theoretically, the universal detoxification could neutralize any poison within the Douluo continent, though its efficacy would ultimately depend on the wielder's mastery over the skill. In the Douluo continent, acquiring soul skills is not solely contingent on vanquishing soul beasts. Exceptionally gifted soul masters can also create their own techniques. These self-created skills are indeed capable of being inherited over time. Gradually, various factions within the Douluo continent developed their own legacy soul skills, though typically only the top 3 sects possessed such techniques. It is worth noting that Dongqing's universal detoxification was a skill he learned directly from Bibidong's guidance. Despite the playful teasing he endured during his training due to his youthful exuberance, it was undoubtedly a joyful period. I have no interest in trivial soul skills, Qian Rinxue remarked with a dismissive pout. She was well aware of this skill, but possessing the six-winged angel martial spirit, which inherently bore the power of purification, she had no need to learn such detoxification techniques. Meanwhile, as Dongqing assisted Douluo in detoxification, he inadvertently found himself lost in memories. Memory timeline activated, Douluo calendar. June 6, 2640, 4 years ago, in Wuhan City, the Hall of the Pope. Dongqing was 8 years old, at the tender age when he barely reached Bibidong's waist. On that particular afternoon, having just finished lunch, Bibidong reclined gracefully in a pavilion, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes akin to flowing water, revealing a sense of helplessness as she silently observed Dongqing practicing the universal detoxification before her. At that moment, she felt as if Dongqing were a piece of uncarved wood, struggling even to grasp the fundamentals. Xiaoqing, come here, let your teacher show you how to channel soul power. Bibidong's voice, laced with a hint of magnetism, flowed like a mountain spring, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. Clad in a platinum-patterned gown that elegantly accentuated her curvaceous figure, her slender waist appeared extraordinarily delicate against the opulent attire, reminiscent of modern form-fitting dresses that embraced her enchanting silhouette. The gown's slight slit revealed a glimpse of her pristine, long legs, slender yet graceful, perfectly balanced in proportion. Dongqing obediently approached Bibidong, only to receive a sharp rap to the head. Thud. The sound of the seemingly harsh impact echoed. Ouch! Teacher, why did you hit me? Dongqing protested, clutching his head in feigned grievance. It is precisely because you are such a little fool. Liena is so clever. She learned it in one go. Now, Xiaoqing, tell your teacher the truth. Are you pretending not to understand? Bibidong queried, her gaze filled with suspicion. My teaching method should be sound. Why is it that my little disciple struggles so with my self-created skill? She regarded Dongqing's handsome face, unable to shake the doubt that he might be intentionally feigning difficulty. No, teacher, you are mistaken. I simply may not excel at learning these self-created skills. Dongqing quickly defended himself, clinging to Bibidong's leg. As the saying goes, the child who cries gets milk, the sensible child receives little care. Though this phrase is harsh, it reflects reality. Those who are considerate often bear the brunt of misfortune. Dongqing's actions were influenced by the concept of sunk cost. In essence, the more emotional investment someone makes, the more they will come to cherish you. What is investment? It is when an individual dedicates their heart and soul to someone or something in pursuit of a desired outcome. This process requires considerable time and effort. Consequently, people tend to care most about the matters they have earnestly invested themselves in. Thus, although Dongqing had already mastered the universal detoxification, he intentionally pretended to struggle with it to deepen Bibidong's affection for him. Feeling Dongqing's attachment, a warm current surged within Bibidong's heart. She stretched languidly, rising gracefully, and then gently lifted the 8-year-old Dongqing into her embrace, pinching his cheek as she said, "Little rascal, your teacher will now guide you through the universal detoxification step by step. If you still cannot grasp it, you will go to bed hungry tonight." Yes, teacher, I will surely learn, Dongqing replied earnestly. You said the same last time. Well, no excuses. Every time this matter arises, Xiaoqing, you always seek to evade responsibility. I do not. Xiaoqing, listen well. There will be times when your teacher is not beside you. Though you are exceptionally gifted and possess immense strength, exceeding that of your peers, human nature is complex, and you may encounter those who wield poison. Be cautious not to fall victim in this regard. Teacher, I understand. I will study diligently. Memory timeline terminated as Dongqing emerged from his reverie. The toxins within Douluo gradually dissipated under the continuous application of the universal detoxification. Douluo. Remember to incorporate the lethal toxins from your martial spirit into your soul bones during your training. This will prevent you from being infected by your own martial spirit's poison again, Dongqing advised. Feeling the long-accumulated toxins within him being eradicated, Douluo immediately sensed a lightness enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, the persistent aches and pains he typically endured vanished along with the toxins. Thank you, Your Highness. Douluo bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude. He held a deep admiration for those with capabilities, particularly for one who could counteract poison so effectively. One could say that, within the Douluo continent, even he, the poisoned Douluo, felt genuine reverence, rendering others who wield poison mere cute beings in Dongqing's presence, entirely incapable of causing him harm. There is no need for such gratitude. This is merely our transaction, Dongqing replied, shaking his head. After confirming that Dongqing truly possessed the ability to neutralize his own poison, Douluo finally felt at ease in entrusting Douluo to him. Half an hour passed. The hurried arrival of the grandfather and grandson, Douluo and Douluo, was followed by their swift departure after the completion of the antidote. Sister, I have been away for quite some time. It is now the moment to return and pay a visit to my mentor. I shall not impose further and bid you farewell for the time being, Dongqing expressed as he prepared to take his leave. Just at that moment, Qian Rinxue suddenly grasped his arm and declared, "You shall not depart." Chapter 79. The peculiar young lady. Sister, what do you mean? Here I am, barefoot. Do you intend for me to walk back to Tiando City like this? Can't you just fly back? Fly, you say? Even disregarding my identity as a direct descendant of the Qian family. Do not forget that I also bear the title of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. So, what do you propose to do? Carry me back. Ultimately, under the unyielding demeanor of Qian Rinxue, Dongqing had no choice but to squat down, allowing the golden-haired elder sister to climb onto his back. Whereupon she secured her grip around his neck. Let us go. We are returning to Tiando City now, Qian Rinxue whispered into Dongqing's ear. Sigh, you are indeed relentless. Dongqing glanced at the long legs wrapped around his waist and swallowed his humiliation at being treated as a mount. The Sunset Forest was not far from Tiando City, approximately 50 to 60 kilometers away. Even with such a distance, the journey consumed Dongqing over 3 hours, not due to fatigue, but rather because Qian Rinxue was excessively lively. As though she were meeting a talking friend for the first time, playfully teasing him throughout the way. By the way, sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Dongqing suddenly spoke up. What is it? Qian Rinxue, perched on his back, intermittently pinched his ears, playfully tormenting the man who had recently bested her in battle. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, I plan to establish a new organizational structure. As he spoke, a subtle shift flickered in the depths of his gaze. A new organization? Little Qing, have you grown wings and wish to fly solo? Are you not afraid that she will slap you down for being an unfilial disciple? Qian Rinxue inquired with curiosity. Sister, you misunderstand. I do not intend to operate independently of the Spirit Hall. Rather, I aim to create a new, special organization within its confines, Dongqing clarified. Oh, I see. Little Qing, you seek freedom. In that case, will you assist your sister in the Tiando Empire? I can arrange for you to become a city lord under my identity as Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, suggested Qian Rinxue. The identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall certainly outweighs that of a city lord, but under the constraints of Bibidong, Dongqing was destined to have little freedom. In terms of liberty, the city lord leads a carefree life, able to do as one pleases. No need, moreover. I cannot leave my teacher's side. She is somewhat sensitive and deeply cares about the opinions of those around her. If I were to leave abruptly, it would undoubtedly upset her. Dongqing gently shook his head, declining Qian Rinxue's kind offer. Humph, you truly care for her, Qian Rinxue said, her expression revealing dissatisfaction. There is no choice. She is my teacher, Dongqing replied helplessly. At present, Bibidong was psychologically fragile, easily perturbed. If no one cared for her, she would eventually develop extreme thoughts of forcibly unifying the continent. What benefits would arise from the Spirit Hall unifying the continent and establishing a spirit empire? None. There are simply no advantages. Under Bibidong's control, the Spirit Hall had evolved into the most formidable spirit master organization on the continent, commanding the allegiance of over 70% of spirit masters. Furthermore, Spirit Hall branches were scattered throughout the continent, even in the most remote villages, where one could find a rudimentary Spirit Hall branch. In truth, the Spirit Hall had already taken control of the entire Douluo continent. Both empires trembled beneath its authority. What necessity was there to establish a so-called spirit empire? This was all a result of Bibidong being mentally shaken after witnessing Yu Shaojiang and Lu Erlong together, causing her thoughts to spiral out of control. She yearned for unification as a means to alleviate her inner turmoil, in an effort to ensure Bibidong's thoughts did not stray. Dongqing had employed various methods over the years to deepen their teacher-student bond. However, such endeavors came at a cost, risking her confinement in the darkroom. Yet, it was not without its merits. At the very least, Bibidong was receptive to Dongqing's words. By the way, little Qing, you have yet to reveal the name of your new organization or how I might assist you, Qian Rinxue inquired. That is a secret. You shall find out in due time, Dongqing replied mysteriously. Within Tiando City, the atmosphere was bustling. Upon entering the city, Qian Rinshua's appearance underwent a subtle transformation. With the first angelic spirit bone skill, perfect disguise, she could flawlessly mask another's spirit power, martial soul, age, aura, appearance, voice, and all external attributes. However, while her appearance may change, her physical gender remained the same. Even with this perfect disguise, she was still herself. This time, she did not masquerade as the crown prince Xue Qinghe but as an exquisite female spirit master, playfully perched upon Dongqing's back. Little Qing, you cannot leave just yet. Why not? Buy me some shoes. Why should I? Isn't that your responsibility? Though he was filled with grievances and wished to vent. Feeling the sway of her long legs beneath his arms, Dongqing hesitated to let them touch the ground. The ground was dusty, and it seemed such a lovely pair of jade feet would be squandered upon it. Thus, he continued to carry Qian Rinshua, following her guidance to a luxurious shoe store she had recommended. In the affluent district of Tiando City, Jade Pavilion. TCH. Who cares about the pompous Shrek Academy? I can go wherever I please. A melodious voice resonated from nearby. Dongqing looked up with curiosity, and a young lady came into view. Clad in a splendid white gown that exuded a sense of purity, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin as tender as lychee, and her features exquisitely refined. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, she possessed a perfect figure. She emanated an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. On the surface, the girl appeared to be a well-educated noblewoman, her demeanor akin to a gentle spring breeze, her delicate smile unintentionally captivating everyone around her. Do not look. If your eyes dare to wander, I shall gouge them out. Qian Rinshue seized Dongqing's ear, adopting an overly fierce demeanor. This was the arrangement they had made before entering the city. To conceal Qian Rinshue's true identity, she was to be Dongqing's girlfriend. I was T. Though Dongqing was at a loss for words, he had little to retort. After all, he was currently playing the role of Qian Rinshue's man. Yet, why did she embody the role so convincingly? Ha ha ha. Poor man, being so bullied by your own woman. The girl chuckled, covering her mouth. However, as she laughed, something felt amiss. Dongqing's face seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen his portrait somewhere before. The girl's eyes darted, and after a few seconds, she recalled Dongqing's identity, murmuring softly, I never imagined the holy son of the spirit hall would also be bullied by a woman in private. How amusing. Without further thought, the girl followed Dongqing and Qian Rinshue into Jade Pavilion, ready to select a new pair of shoes to soothe the grievances she had recently endured at Shrek Academy. Chapter 80. Elegantly crafted Yushuan Pavilion, 3rd floor, VIP area. Welcome to Yushuan Pavilion. As Dongqing and Qian Rinshue ascended the stairs, 2 maidservants approached them. Please allow us to guide you in selecting a few pairs of suitable shoes, Dongqing said calmly. Certainly, esteemed sir. Please follow me. The maidservant replied with a respectful bow. The grand doors slowly opened, revealing a magnificent sight, a candle holder crafted from gold, resembling a compass in the size of a basin. Adorned with 6 thick red candles arranged in a plum blossom shape, the flickering flames illuminated the entire room. Intricate dragon and phoenix reliefs adorned the candle holder, with sinuous lines and exquisite craftsmanship, particularly the pair of dragon and phoenix eyes, which were embedded with 4 sapphires the size of longan fruits. Beside these candle holders stood rows of luxurious wooden racks, each displaying exquisitely crafted shoes, with each pair priced at over 1,000 gold soul coins. Though not unfamiliar with opulence, Dongqing had never encountered such refined and extravagant everyday items, truly a testament to the wealth of the prosperous Tiando Empire. Before long, Qian Rinshue spotted a pair of red flats. She swiftly took them down and thrust them into Dongqing's hands, her tone haughty as she commanded, Quick, help your sister put on her shoes. This seems inappropriate, Dongqing protested, his reluctance evident. Hearing this, Qian Rinshue, seated gracefully, extended her fair foot and playfully kicked Dongqing, threatening, Don't forget, you still need something from me. Realizing he could not afford to offend her, especially for the sake of his own plans, Dongqing resignedly bent down to cradle her delicate foot, gently slipping the red flats onto her. They lack any odor and feel rather pleasant. I suppose I'm not at a loss, especially since Qian Rinshue is a striking beauty, Dongqing consoled himself inwardly. Dongqing glanced at Qian Rinshue, who was admiring her shoes with no intention of paying, and sighed softly. He turned to the maidservant beside him and inquired, How much for these shoes? Esteemed sir, these red jade roses are priced at 13,000 gold soul coins, the maidservant replied respectfully. Dongqing was momentarily speechless. Good heavens. The average person could hardly afford a woman like Qian Rinxue. Thankfully, he had some funds. Otherwise, he might not even be able to afford the shoes. Just as he prepared to pay for the red jade roses, he turned back to find Qian Rinxue and the other young lady engaged in a fierce standoff. Neither willing to yield. Ladies, please remain calm. There is only one pair of these dancing shoes available for the time being. Perhaps you could negotiate, the maidservant urged earnestly. I spotted these shoes first, and you already purchased a pair earlier. Why must you compete with me? The young lady retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. What do you mean by first? Can one not buy more than one pair? I have the means. Is that any of your concern? Qian Rinxue crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at the young lady. As the two prepared to escalate their confrontation, Dongqing swiftly wrapped his arms around Qian Rinxue's waist, pulling her back. He leaned in to whisper, "What is the matter? It's just a pair of shoes. Why the dispute?" Before Qian Rinxue could respond, the young lady stepped forward, approaching Dongqing with a haughty demeanor. "Dongqing, it is your girlfriend who is being unreasonable, insisting on competing with me for these shoes." At the mention of girlfriend, Qian Rinxue's fair complexion flushed slightly, causing her to lose her desire to quarrel. Unbeknownst to Dongqing, who remained oblivious, he gazed curiously at the young lady. "Do you know me?" "Of course, I do. Your portrait has circulated among the high society of the continent," she replied with a smirk. "And your esteemed name?" "Ning Rongrong." "So it is her." Dongqing regarded the adorable young lady before him, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise, before he spoke calmly. "Since you, Ning Rongrong, also desire these dancing shoes, how about we wager? The victor claims them, and the loser assists the winner in payment. What do you think?" He was reluctant to part with his gold soul coins, but fortuitously encountering someone like Ning Rongrong, a little affluent lady, was an opportunity not to be missed. "Wager? Losing only results in a trifling loss of gold soul coins. If I win, I could boast that even the son of the spirit hall is beneath me in defeat." Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued, and she inquired eagerly, "All right, tell me how we shall wager? But first, I must clarify that I am merely a support-type soul master. I cannot compete in combat skills. Quite simple. We shall not engage in physical prowess, but rather in literary skill. We will wager on the 4 characters' dancing shoes to see who can compose a poem." Ning Rongrong hesitated. "Well, that seems acceptable, but you should go first." At that moment, she felt flustered. Poetry was not her forte. Yet, she doubted Dongqing could possess such literary talent to compose a verse in such a short span. "Agreed." Dongqing nodded and called out, "Bring forth the writing materials." Upon hearing this, the maidservants exchanged glances, and with a nod from the pavilion's manager, they swiftly brought forth ink and brushes. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, observing Dongqing's clever maneuvering of Ning Rongrong, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, she also harbored doubts about whether he was merely boasting. While the Douluo continent was not devoid of literary pursuits, it had yet to unveil any remarkable literary masters. With Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong watching with slight skepticism, Dongqing dipped the brush into the ink and inscribed a beautifully worded poem on the white paper. "One does not dance lightly in life. Each dance brings a lifetime of suffering. In this life, I dance for you, even if it means enduring a lifetime of hardship." What exquisite verses. "One does not dance lightly in life. Each dance brings a lifetime of suffering. In this life, I dance for you, even if it means enduring a lifetime of hardship." Such talent, sir. All expenses today will be covered by Yushuan Pavilion. The manager of Yushuan Pavilion, a woman in her 40s, had tears glistening in her eyes, as if the poem had stirred up memories of the past, and she intermittently wiped away the tears streaming down her cheeks. "No need. I accept the wager. I shall cover his expenses," Ning Rongrong declared, her bright eyes twinkling as she tucked away Dongqing's newly pinned masterpiece into her spatial soul guide. Rather than feeling discontented about losing the wager, she found herself intrigued by Dongqing, the son of the spirit hall. For women, a man's power, strength, and wealth were indispensable, but if he possessed an additional flair for literature, it undoubtedly delighted them even more. "Shaoqing, you possess such talents?" Qian Rinxue regarded Dongqing as if seeing him for the first time, astonished that not only was he stronger than her, but he also had a literary prowess that left others in admiration. Chapter 81. We are all protagonists in the face of their curiosity. Dongqing spoke with an air of aloofness. "Since I have won this wager, Ning Rongrong, you must concede gracefully. Let us part ways here." With that, Dongqing took Qian Rinxue by the arm and departed from the Yushuan Pavilion, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of bewilderment. Approximately half an hour later, on a quiet street in Tiando City, a white-haired youth suddenly appeared beside Ning Rongrong. Sensing his presence, she looked up at him. He was none other than Qinshin. One of the two pillars of the seven treasure glazed tile school, a pinnacle Douluo at level 96, known as the Sword Douluo. To the casual observer, he appeared to be a young man in his 30s or 40s, clad in an immaculate snow-white robe, with hair and beard both white. His silver locks meticulously arranged behind him. His visage was ancient, with a complexion as tender as that of an infant, and his expression was one of indifference. As if his gaze could not perceive anything around him, he merely stood there in quietude. Yet, even in his stillness, he emanated an aura of supremacy over all things. A presence only Ning Rongrong could disregard. Grandfather's sword, why was he in such a hurry to leave? Is it because Rongrong is not charming enough? Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly displeased. Of course you are charming, it is merely that the holy son of the spirit hall lacks discernment, Qinshin consoled her. Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something. Pulling out the ink masterpiece that Dongqing had just written, the ink still not dry, subtly exuding a fragrant aroma. By the way, grandfather's sword, what do you think of this poem? Receiving the inked work, Qinshin lowered his head in contemplation for a long while before speaking slowly. He is no ordinary youth. His talent and intellect far exceed those of his peers. Indeed, I had assumed the holy son of the spirit hall was merely brawn. Yet he is truly a man of great talent, Ning Rongrong marveled. Rongrong, he is not of your ilk. Do not harbor any feelings for him, Qinshin cautioned. Grandfather's sword. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I have feelings for someone who is both handsome and talented? Ning Rongrong retorted loudly. Upon uttering this, not only was Qinshin rendered speechless, but even Ning Rongrong herself was at a loss for how to respond to her own words. Time passed, and night gradually descended. The lights of Tiando City began to flicker on, illuminating the streets like a modern metropolis. Numerous street vendors had set up their stalls, presenting a scene of prosperity. Dongqing and Qian Rinxue strolled side by side in the moonlight, each holding a selection of snacks they had purchased. As the evening deepened, Dongqing quietly lamented. It seems I must delay my departure until tomorrow. He had intended to leave Tiando City that afternoon. But the events surrounding Qian Rinxue had consumed too much of his time, having rarely revealed her true identity. Qian Rinxue had been masquerading as the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, to the point where she almost forgot she was indeed a woman. Thus, from afternoon until nightfall, Dongqing had accompanied her on a shopping spree, allowing her to relish this rare respite. For her, this contest with Dongqing was a vacation of sorts. Although she ultimately lost, she felt an unexpected joy, for she had gained a brother. Qian Rinxue's acceptance of Dongqing was not solely due to his victory over her, but also because of the way he had called her sister, causing her heart to tremble. Although Qian Douluo had doted on her since childhood, the generational gap as her grandfather created an emotional chasm that was difficult to bridge. Their mother-daughter relationship had often been strained, as Qian Rinxue frequently clashed with Bibi Dong. However, Dongqing's presence seemed to forge a bridge for communication between them, which was why Qian Rinxue felt a certain attachment to him. As they continued walking, the lights of the Tiando auction house in the distance caught Dongqing's attention. Shall we take a look? Qian Rinxue inquired, nudging him playfully with her elbow. For some reason, she found pleasure in teasing him and observing his resigned reactions. Ah, I am quite intrigued. Let us go and see. Dongqing replied, genuinely curious about the auction house. He had been so focused on cultivating his soul power that he had never had the time to leisurely explore it before. Now, however, he found himself with ample time. Having thoroughly divided the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire between them, even the valley itself now belonged to both of them. Without the incredible advantage of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San's path to becoming a tidal Douluo seemed uncertain. The 8-angled ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, which would have aided him in forging an immunity to ice and fire, had already been consumed by Qian Rinxue. The autumn water dew, which could have evolved Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, was now also consumed by Dongqing, with the future irrevocably altered by Dongqing. Tang San's destiny appeared to have lost its favor, leaving his ascent to divinity uncertain. In the vast realms and endless seas of stars, there are no absolute protagonists. Every formidable being that reaches the final step can claim their own narrative. The Tiando auction house, a familiar setting in novels and films, is a place where many protagonists encounter their fortunes, whether by happenstance, deception, or conquest. From the outside, the Tiando auction house is an opulent structure, resplendent in gold and adorned with intricately carved windows and railings, decorated with motifs of prosperity such as peonies, osmanthus, and begonia. Greetings, sir. Entry into the Tiando auction house requires proof of funds. A maid in a pristine qipao respectfully informed Dongqing. The qipao hugged her graceful figure, accentuating her elegance. Trained from a young age through harsh conditioning, These women had become mere instruments of the auction house, having long ago lost their souls. Is this acceptable? Qianrenxue produced a black gold card, waving it before the maid. Certainly, please follow me, the maid replied. Fully aware that the black gold card in Qianrenxue's possession signified her noble status, worth no less than 100,000 gold soul coins. Guided by the maid, Dongqing and Qianrenxue entered the heart of the auction house. To their surprise, the auction appeared to have only just commenced. The auctioneer, a beautiful soul master, was passionately introducing the next item up for bid, a space soul guide, an ancient and rare artifact, starting at a price of 50,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 82. The grand auction item with a discerning eye. Dongqing recognized that this spatial soul guide was, in reality, of mediocre quality, lacking practical value and certainly not worth 50,000 gold soul coins. However, its exquisite appearance as a beautifully designed hairpin bestowed upon it significant aesthetic value, capturing the attention of the majority of women present. Faced with the eager gazes of their companions, the nobles were quick to open their wallets, ultimately driving the price up to 30,000 gold soul coins, which was finally secured by a noblewoman. The joy evident on her face suggested immense satisfaction. Given the throngs outside, let us secure a private box, Dongqing decided after witnessing the completion of the auction for the item. Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me, replied the chi-pa-clad attendant, bowing slightly to reveal her graceful curves. As a gentleman, Dongqing refrained from lingering too long on her figure, especially under the watchful gaze of Qianrenxue. Upon entering box number 3, Dongqing discovered a luxurious long bench reminiscent of modern sofas. It exuded opulence, prompting him to recline comfortably. Observing his languid posture, Qianrenxue shot him a disapproving glance, gracefully taking a seat beside him without adopting such a relaxed position, as her noble demeanor forbade such rudeness. Meanwhile, the chi-pa-clad attendant entered with a tray of fruits, kneeling beside Dongqing to offer him a luscious piece of vividly red fruit with her delicate, fair fingers. As he took a gentle bite, the fruit burst with succulent juice in his mouth. Over the years, as the holy son of the spirit hall, Dongqing had grown accustomed to this lavish lifestyle of being attended to, yet he remained steadfast in his original intentions, not succumbing to indulgence. Maintaining one's true self can be both challenging and effortless. Enduring the 7 layers of solitude suffices, and one need not experience them all. Any form of solitude can significantly strengthen the heart. The 7 layers of solitude encompass the departure of family, the separation from loved ones, the loss of friends, the distancing from partners, the loneliness of an empty home, the isolation of hunger and cold, and the anxiety of pursuing truth alone. Once one has traversed these 7 layers, time will gradually harden the heart, making it impervious to future tribulations. In simpler terms, enduring these layers transforms one into a true warrior. In his previous life on Earth, Dongqing had navigated a rather ordinary existence, encountering 3 of these layers: the solitude of an empty home, the isolation of hunger and cold, and the departure of family. At this moment, the auction house presented a new item, with the enchanting auctioneer enthusiastically introducing it. The next item is nothing short of extraordinary, a millennium-old soul bone, exceptionally rare and potent. It is the right leg soul bone of the serpent's hurricane, accompanied by the soul skill, hurricane empowerment. This soul skill enhances speed by 30%, allowing its bearer to far surpass peers in agility. The starting bid is a mere 30,000 gold soul coins. The price quickly escalated: 35,000, 47,000. Do not compete with me. I bid 108,000 gold soul coins. Due to the rarity of soul bones, even this 7,000-year-old piece had its price soar. Yet Dongqing remained uninterested. It was not an ancient soul bone and held no collectible value, especially considering he possessed a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg soul bone. His indifference did not deter others, as the bidding continued to rise: 130,000, 150,000, 200,000 gold soul coins. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Dongqing turned to see Douluo, exuding confidence. Upon his utterance, competitors withdrew from the bidding, recognizing the formidable poison master. This soul bone was likely intended for his granddaughter, Douluo, to incorporate the toxin into her martial spirit. Little Qing, should we place a bid? Douluo teased. Has she offended you? Not at all, came the retort. Then why are you targeting her? Mind your own business, you little brat. Qianrenxue playfully tugged at Dongqing's ear, suppressing his impending protest with a swift hand, offering him another piece of the enticing fruit. Despite his reluctance to concede so easily, he was utterly at her mercy, caught in her playful grasp, a classic case of sweet and sour. As the auction progressed, the value of each item climbed, creating a vibrant atmosphere that could only be witnessed at the prestigious Tiando auction house in the affluent Tiando Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 3 auction items will surpass your wildest expectations. They are extraordinarily rare treasures that we have procured with great difficulty, truly invaluable. The beautiful auctioneer endeavored to heighten the excitement, igniting the noble's desire to purchase. Enough with the pleasantries, let us proceed with the auction items. Bellowed a portly noble from box number 1. I eagerly await the final grand auction item, remarked a pale-skinned man from box number 5. My dear, if there are any jewels, do remember to secure them for me, a noblewoman cooed to a middle-aged man in box number 7. If the price is right, I shall bid, he replied, resigned to his wife's whims, clearly lacking confidence in securing the increasingly expensive items. As the first grand auction item was presented, Dongqing's expression shifted to one of earnest focus. To his astonishment, it was a 10,000-year-old soul bone, with a minimum age of 30,000 years. Ladies and gentlemen, our first grand auction item is the long-awaited 10,000-year-old soul bone, specifically the right arm soul bone of the lightning bird, aged 34,000 years. Its soul skill grants the ability to fly with the speed of the lightning bird for 3 hours, a creature known for its unparalleled swiftness in the Douluo continent, rivaling even the swift-tailed swifts. In short-distance flights, its speed excels even further. Gentlemen and ladies, let the bidding commence. The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins. As the auctioneer concluded her announcement, the price surged rapidly, the auctioneer struggling to keep pace with the escalating bids, only managing to announce the highest offer. Before she could finish, another paddle shot up. 210,000 gold soul coins. 315,000 gold soul coins. 500,000 gold soul coins. 550,000 gold soul coins. 750,000 gold soul coins. 1 million gold soul coins. Echoed from box number 5. 1 million gold soul coins. Has anyone a higher bid? This 10,000-year-old soul bone is a rare find. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again, exclaimed the auctioneer, her voice filled with excitement. 375,000 gold soul coins. Came the voice from box number 2. My heavens, 375,000 gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? It is important to note that this ancient soul bone possesses an exceedingly rare flying skill, making it an exceptionally valuable and coveted item. The enchanting auctioneer continued to persuade. Chapter 83, The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, box number 3. Sister, are you not considering acquiring this 10,000-year soul bone? Dongqing turned to glance at Qian Rinxue. There is no need. My 6-winged angel martial soul can already fly, and I possess a complete set of 6 soul bones from the angel god. Why would I require this soul bone? Qian Rinxue replied nonchalantly. In that case, I shall take it. 5 million gold soul coins, Dongqing stated directly. The 10,000-year soul bone is a rare find, and this time it was purely due to his good fortune that he encountered its auction. Who knows when the next opportunity might arise? 5 million gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? The beautiful auctioneer gasped, her hand covering her mouth, as she curiously looked towards box number 3. The highest bid of 5 million gold soul coins, first time. The highest bid of 5 million gold soul coins, second time. The highest bid of 5 million gold soul coins, third time. The hammer fell, and the auctioneer's voice became frantic. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box No. 3 for acquiring the right arm soul bone of the lightning bird. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice was almost hoarse with excitement. In fact, when the price of the 30,000-year lightning bird's right arm soul bone reached 3 million gold soul coins, very few dared to continue bidding. It was simple. The individuals in box number 2 were not to be trifled with. They certainly did not expect anyone to dare make a bid, risking their lives to buy something they might not leave the Tiando auction house with. Who is this foolish boy who dares to compete for the soul bone? Humph. Wealth without power cannot secure such a valuable soul bone. Alas, I wonder if this young man can walk out of the Tiando auction house alive. In private, many discussed whether Dongqing could survive, as the powerful figure in the Tiando Empire was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Due to Dongqing's low profile and Qian Rinxue's perfect disguise with her angel soul bone, they remained unrecognized, 2 formidable existences concealed within the crowd. Shaoqing, are you planning to use the gold soul coins from the Martial Soul Hall branch in Tiando City? Qian Rinxue inquired curiously. Yes, sister. A 10,000-year soul bone of this caliber is a rare opportunity, especially one with flying capabilities. I wonder where the Tiando auction house procured such an exceptional soul bone, which naturally belongs to the Martial Soul Hall, Dongqing explained. But using the Martial Soul Hall's gold soul coins requires a token from the Pope, does it not? Qian Rinxue questioned, puzzled. My teacher has already given me the Pope's decree. I now possess the authority to access the gold soul coins from the Martial Soul Hall branch in Tiando City, Dongqing replied with a slight smile. To facilitate financial transactions for soul masters across the continent, as well as nobles from the two great empires. The Martial Soul Hall had long issued gold soul coin denomination cards. These cards come in various denominations, from a minimum of 1,000 gold soul coins to a maximum of 5 million gold soul coins. Such cards can be used to withdraw the corresponding amount of gold soul coins from any branch of the Martial Soul Hall across the continent. However, for the highest denomination of 5 million gold soul coins, one must visit the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall in Martial Soul City to withdraw such a substantial amount. Generally, few would do so, as long as the Martial Soul Hall remains stable. The 5 million gold soul coin card remains perpetually valid. Moreover, both the Tiando Empire and the Luo Empire have branches established in every city, each branch serving as a landmark. For nobles of the empires and individual soul masters across the continent, the Martial Soul Hall is undoubtedly the best place to store their wealth. In a sense, the Martial Soul Hall has established a monopoly, subtly controlling the circulation and storage of gold soul coins throughout the continent. The profits are incalculable. Simultaneously, this allows the Martial Soul Hall to provide subsidies to all civilian soul masters across the continent, as it is the wealthiest organization on the continent. The two great empires watch with envy and pain, yet they cannot allow each other to possess such authority, leaving the Martial Soul Hall, which claims to be permanently neutral, in control of this economic power. It can be said that as long as the leader of the Martial Soul Hall, the Pope, does not act recklessly in attempting to unify the continent, the Martial Soul Hall will forever remain the undisputed king of the continent. Thus, the auction at the auction house continued, with the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent after the first item. The beautiful auctioneer gestured for the staff to present the second item. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting moment has arrived once more. Our second auction item is a 10,000-year herb, the purple spirit mushroom. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation talent. This is a true treasure. It is the first time we have encountered such a rarity in our auction house over the years. It is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime find. Therefore, the starting bid for this herb is 500,000 gold soul coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the price began to rise rapidly. 700,000 gold soul coins. 800,000 gold soul coins. 1 million gold soul coins. 1,550,000 gold soul coins. 1,700,000 gold soul coins. 2 million gold soul coins. The voice from box number 5 rang out, marking its second bid. 2 million gold soul coins. My heavens! It's rising even faster than before, now surpassing 2 million gold soul coins. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer's face flushed with excitement. This herb is also a rare find, the perfect gift for future generations. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next will come. 3 million gold soul coins. Box number 3. You have guts. Dare to compete with me again, the voice from box number 2 declared. What do you think you are? If you have money, buy it. If not, get lost, Dongqing scoffed. You have guts. I hope you can show the same courage later. A chill emanated from the voice in box number 2. Just then, the voice from box number 6 chimed in. 6 million gold soul coins. I hope everyone will show me some courtesy and allow this herb to go to me. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will be immensely grateful. At this declaration, the room fell silent. Even the occupants of box number 2 fell quiet, as the 3 top sects stand tall at the pinnacle of the continent, commanding respect even from high-ranking officials of the two empires. As for Dongqing, he was simply uninterested in the second auction item. As the ice and fire yin yang, I contained numerous superior herbs far surpassing the 10,000-year purple spirit mushroom being auctioned. Having grown accustomed to top-tier herbs, Dongqing had little regard for lower-grade ones. Chapter 84. The Arrival of the Distinguished Guest? In box number 6, Fengji pondered. Should we inform Prince Xuexing that the holy son of the Wuhuan Palace resides in box number 3? Why should we alert him? Ningfengji replied nonchalantly. He supports Prince Xueping, while we stand by His Highness Prince Suiking. We are not allies. If it weren't for Dongqing's sudden bid earlier, he would never have willingly surrendered a millennium-old soul bone. Prince Xuexing is unaware of the holy son Dongqing. This should prove entertaining, Ning Rongrong chimed in, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, eager for the unfolding drama. In box number 2, a loud crash echoed as a wine glass shattered. Prince Xuexing, fuming, turned to his attendants, demanding, You worthless fools. Have you yet discovered who that reckless brat is that dares to compete with me for the soul bone? Your Highness, we have uncovered some information, a servant replied, bowing. In box number 3, there are 2 individuals, a man and a woman, who entered shortly after the auction commenced. We do not recognize the woman. She appears to be an unfamiliar female soul master. As for the man, it seems he is visiting Tiando City for the first time. We require more time to investigate. Useless. A bunch of incompetence. How slow you are to track a mere individual. What could a newcomer to Tiando City possibly have in terms of background? Prince Xuexing berated the servant. Yet, as he reflected, he reassured himself that he was not that unfortunate, believing he wouldn't be facing insurmountable odds. Not everyone possesses the privilege of knowing what Dongqing looks like. Aside from the upper echelons of the top sects and the emperors of the two great empires, many remain oblivious to the holy son of the Wuhuan Palace. In recent years, Dongqing had led a reclusive life, dedicating himself to cultivation. His time was spent either in the Pope's Hall in Wuhuan City deepening his bond with Bibi Dong, attending the elite Soul Master Academy with Hulaina, or returning to Shahun Village to check on the health of Village Chief Jack. His existence rarely extended beyond a trifecta of locations, leaving few who could claim acquaintance with him. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, at the Wuhuan Branch Hall, the exterior loomed impressively, exuding an air of authority. The hall, constructed of exquisite white jade, gleamed softly, enveloped in a mist that seemed to embrace the Wuhuan branch. Intricately carved from sandalwood, a phoenix poised for flight adorned the space, while a white tiger, fashioned from jade, radiated an aura of dominance. Ahead lay a straight path leading to a grand plaza, where a colossal altar stood at the center, featuring a vertical column intricately engraved with lifelike dragon patterns. In a secluded chamber within the hall, a Wuhuan Palace member clad in simple white approached, announcing, "Bishop Salas. The Holy Sun requests your presence." From the hierarchy of the Wuhuan Palace, he ranked as a white-clad steward, akin to Su Yuntao prior to his promotion. The Holy Sun? When did he arrive in Tiando City? Why was I not informed? Salas asked, his brow furrowed. His lean frame, white hair, and dark eyes gave him the appearance of an elderly man, yet his profound gaze and resonant voice commanded respect. Your Excellency. The Holy Sun arrived under the escort of elderly Qi Yin, having flown directly from the heavens, bypassing the ground-level Wuhuan branches. Thus, we only received word of his arrival now, the white-clad steward explained quietly. Where is the Holy Sun? Salas inquired sternly. He is currently at the Tiando auction house. The steward promptly replied. Convey my orders. Instruct all members of the Tiando City Wuhuan branch to prepare themselves and present their finest demeanor to welcome the Holy Sun. Salas declared, his authoritative gaze betraying his seriousness. The arrival of Dongqing in Tiando City was akin to a prince of a kingdom visiting a city of the empire. As the city steward, one could not neglect the preparations for such an esteemed guest. Yes, I shall relay your command. The white-clad steward affirmed before hastily departing to disseminate Salas's orders. With the issuance of this command from the Platinum Bishop, the Wuhuan branch in Tiando City sprang into action. Thousands of silver-armored knights assembling. They were the most basic members of the Wuhuan Palace, typically possessing soul power below the 20th level. Yet their battlefield training rendered them far more formidable than their rank suggested. Thanks to the Wuhuan Palace's long-standing commitment to assisting ordinary individuals in awakening their spirits free of charge, many common soul masters felt immense gratitude. Coupled with the generous compensation provided by the Wuhuan Palace, a majority of these common soul masters chose to join its ranks. The hierarchy of the Wuhuan Palace is as follows. Ordinary members, composed primarily of common soul masters, generally possessing soul power below level 20. White-clad stewards, represented by Su Yuntao during his tenure in Shahun Village prior to his promotion. Yellow-clad stewards, represented by Matthew, the former steward of the Wuhuan branch in Notting City. Purple-clad bishops, represented by Miles, overseeing the Wuhuan branch in Gangxin City, the metal capital. Black-clad bishops, represented by Bawasi, in charge of the Wuhuan branch in Hanhai City. Platinum bishops, represented by Salas, overseeing the Wuhuan branch in Tiando City. And one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Wuhuan Palace. Elders, the supreme leader, Pope Bibi Dong, alongside 13 titled Douluo under her command, including the likes of Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei. Honorary elders, the supreme leader, Grand Elder Qian Douluo, with 15 titled Douluo under his command, among whom 7 exceed level 96, referred to as the honorary elders. In the southern district of Tiando City, at the Tiando auction house, dozens of silver-armored white-clad stewards wielded long spears as they rode majestic white steeds, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that instilled fear. Behind them, rows of ordinary members of the Wuhuan Palace brandishing crescent-shaped sabers numbered no less than 500. Their collective aura radiated an intimidating energy, dissuading most nefarious individuals from attempting to encroach upon the Wuhuan Palace's treasury of gold soul coins. Wealth, after all, necessitated protection by force. Even though the Emperor of the Tiando Empire and the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire harbored deep dissatisfaction, this army composed of soul masters stood resolutely within their imperial capital. What is happening today? The Wuhuan Palace members usually remain hidden, one citizen remarked. I don't know. Perhaps a significant figure from the Wuhuan Palace is visiting Tiando City. Another speculated. A significant figure? Who could it be? I wager it is the Pope herself. In an era before Bibi Dong announced the establishment of the Wuhuan Palace Empire, the members of the Wuhuan Palace were not as unapproachable, prompting a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding events. Chapter 85, The Curious Rabbit-Eared Girl in the Illustrious Tiando City, within the opulent confines of the Tiando Auction House, room number 6. Ning Fingji gently tousled his daughter Ning Rongrong's hair, his voice imbued with warmth. Rongrong, let us depart. Since you harbor no affection for Shrek Academy, I shall arrange for you to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando. Daddy? Are we leaving already? Isn't there one last grand auction item yet to be revealed? Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat reluctant, her curiosity piqued by the final auction item that promised to be something extraordinary and perhaps even delightful. As for the precious Millennium Herb, the Millennium Purple Spirit Mushroom, it had already found its way into her petite belly, elevating her soul power to the impressive level of 30. With just one more soul ring, she would ascend to the esteemed rank of Soul Ancestor. Rongrong, the concluding auction item is truly not worth your time. It would be best to return and rest. Tomorrow, Grandpa Jian will take you to acquire your soul ring, all right? Jian Douluo Qinshin advised patiently. Both Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo Qinshin seemed intent on shielding Ning Rongrong from witnessing the final auction item. They were acutely aware that among the 3 so-called grand auction items, only the first 2 held genuine value. While the third was merely a trinket designed to amuse the aristocrats of Tiando, its worth significantly lesser than the preceding items. Remaining any longer seemed futile. Daddy, you and Grandpa Jian are acting strangely, Ning Rongrong mused, though her curiosity remained unquenched. Nevertheless, she followed her father and Jian Douluo Qinshin out of the auction house. Today had brought her joy. After consuming that Millennium Herb, her soul power had surged, leading her to set aside her little princess temper. Approximately 10 minutes after their departure, the enchanting auctioneer began to fervently introduce the final grand auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating moment has once again arrived. Our third grand auction item is incredibly unique. It is neither a soul bone nor an herb, and certainly not a soul tool, she proclaimed, feigning mystery. Enough with the trivialities. Hurry up. Can you refrain from rambling? Came the shouts from the audience. If you dare waste more of my time, I shall have no qualms about breaking your legs. The auctioneer, accustomed to such reactions, remained unfazed, secure under the protection of the Tiando auction house. The audience's impatience only spurred her on. Since everyone is so eager, let us unveil the final grand auction item. With a gesture, she signaled to the staff to remove the red cloth draping over the item. As the cloth slowly fell away, a collective howl of astonishment erupted from the male audience. Drawn by the commotion, Dongqing turned to gaze, and in that fleeting moment, his world irrevocably changed. What the? Is this a joke? A torrent of disbelief flooded Dongqing's mind as he clutched his head, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Beneath the red cloth lay a magnificent cage crafted from crimson crystal, exquisite in its beauty. Inside, a pitiable rabbit-eared girl lay curled up, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, her long black hair concealing her face. Despite the obscured features, her delicate silhouette radiated ethereal beauty, her slender waist enchanting and her curves reminiscent of a master sculptor's meticulous handiwork. Her flawless complexion glowed with an otherworldly allure, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting vivacity. Adorned with adorable rabbit ears that trembled in fear, she embodied a fragile grace. In that instant, Dongqing found himself utterly bewildered. This poor rabbit girl, when had she been captured? More importantly, why was she being auctioned? It became evident to Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo Qinshin that their decision to escort Ning Rongrong away was justified. They wished to shield her from witnessing such a dark spectacle, at least for now, as she was merely 12 years old. They intended to delay her exposure to the grim realities of human society. Their indulgence had nurtured her innocent and kind-hearted nature. Yet she also bore the hallmarks of a princess, unable to tolerate the absence of her friends from Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Oscar, though still infatuated with Ning Rongrong, found himself without the means to approach her in the absence of their mutual friends. He could only watch as the proud little princess stormed out of the academy after a heated argument with her teachers. In the auction hall of Tiando, the auctioneer reveled in the crowd's reaction, reminiscent of her own initial astonishment. Indeed, esteemed guests, our final auction item is none other than a level 29 Great Soul Master. with the martial spirit of the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. While her practical value paled in comparison to the previous items, her rarity was undeniable. Drawing the attention of the assembled gentlemen, many of whom couldn't help but blush at the sight of the rabbit-eared girl. The auctioneer continued, "Rest assured. For the sake of fetching a handsome price, she is remarkably pure. Within a 10-meter radius, only female mosquitoes dare approach her. We have set her starting bid at 1 gold soul coin." With that, the auctioneer wisely omitted the term ladies, fully aware that only the gentlemen would be inclined to bid fervently. As soon as she concluded, the bids began to soar: 100,000 gold soul coins, 200,000 gold soul coins, 500,000 gold soul coins. Enthusiasm erupted among the Tian-do aristocrats, all eager to claim the rabbit-eared girl from her crystalline cage. For them, wealth was merely a means to indulge their desires, particularly for an auction item that the Tian-do auction house customarily reserved for their exclusive delight. Chapter 86. Long ago, approximately a fortnight prior, Dongqing was still residing in the Holy Soul Village alongside the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, the restless little rabbit. Xiaowu could no longer suppress her curiosity about the human world. Ignoring the counsel of the formidable Deming, the Sky Blue Bull Python, and Air Ming, the Titan Giant Ape, she resolutely stepped into the realm of humanity, deliberately avoiding the direction of Nodding City to evade the previously encountered tidal Douluos. Unfortunately, her naivety rendered her oblivious to the darkness that lurked within the human world, without anyone to protect her or inform her of its harsh realities. And being a newcomer to this realm, she fell victim to deceit within a mere 7 days, sold by a friend she had known for only a few days. Upon realizing the betrayal, sorrow overwhelmed her, and she sought to escape. Yet, faced with the Soul King of level 57, her meager soul power of merely over 20 levels left her utterly helpless. In the end, Xiaowu grasped the grim reality of the human world. But it was too late for regret. She could only resign herself to the despair of being sold. The sole consolation was that she was considered a valuable commodity. And to ensure a good price, she was cleanly delivered to the Tiando auction house, specifically to box number 3. "Xiaoqing, please intervene and rescue her." Ayen's voice resonated within Dongqing's mind, since she had transformed into the form of the Blue-Silver Emperor and nestled in Dongqing's embrace. Their communication had largely been through mental energy to avoid alarming others. "Oh, Aeen, you know such occurrences are common in the human world," Dongqing replied softly. Though not frequent, such incidents were not rare in the Douluo continent. If not for the powerful control exerted by the Spirit Hall over the continent, such occurrences would likely be even more rampant. The Spirit Hall, akin to the angelic civilization of the Super God Academy world, maintained justice and order, resolutely suppressing most of the malevolent forces in the Super God universe, deterring many interstellar civilizations from openly enslaving primitive cultures. The Spirit Hall suppressed countless wicked soul masters on the Douluo continent who dared not emerge during its prosperous era. I know everything. I beg you, Xiaoqing. Please save her." Ayen's voice approached a plea. "Do you know her? What is her relation to you?" Dongqing feigned ignorance, his expression curious. Although he recognized the foolish rabbit at first glance as a skilled actor, he expertly manipulated his facial expressions to portray his role convincingly. "She is likely Xiaowu. I know her mother, Aro. Both she and her mother are 10,000-year soul beasts, the soft-boned charm rabbit. I met them several times long ago, but Xiaowu was very young then, and probably does not remember me," Aeen explained slowly. "A 10,000-year soul beast, how intriguing," Dongqing exclaimed, feigning astonishment. He stroked his chin and then glanced at the pitiable figure of Xiaowu on the auction stage, looking so heart-wrenching that one would wish to embrace her. After pondering for a few seconds, Dongqing pressed the red bidding button in his hand, raising the bid by 200,000 gold soul coins in one go. 800,000 gold soul coins. 800,001 gold soul coin. 85 million gold soul coins. Dongqing continued to raise the bid. 85,000,001 gold soul coin. "Who the hell are you? Trying to stir up trouble, are you?" Dongqing retorted without hesitation. "Who am I? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" The voice of Prince Shuexing echoed from box number 2. "Very well. Let's see how far you can go," Dongqing said in a low voice. 860,000 gold soul coins. 860,001 gold soul coin. 870,000 gold soul coins. 870,001 gold soul coin. 880,000 gold soul coins. 880,001 gold soul coin. "Dear guests, please refrain from arbitrary bidding," the beautiful auctioneer urged, attempting to mediate between Dongqing and Prince Shuexing amid the frenzied bidding. Damn it. Dongqing could no longer contain himself. He kicked open the box door with terrifying force, shattering it into dust, and slowly walked toward box number 2. An invisible might enveloped him, a dreadful aura coalescing around him, and behind him, a shadow of a colossal being seemed to loom. Humph. Spending so much money on a maid and competing with others for affection. Wait for the punishment when you return. Because Dongqing and the Blue-Silver Emperor communicated through mental energy, Qian Rinxue was unaware of Xiao's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast. She merely assumed Dongqing wished to purchase a maid. Meanwhile, outside the Douluo planet, a mysterious humanoid corpse floated, surrounded by a decaying void. As if space itself struggled to contain its form, with chaotic energy flickering intermittently, a dim spiritual shadow lingered above a fragment of the remaining soul. Silently observing Dongqing's figure, "Your Highness, I hope you remain joyful forever, rather than living in fear beneath the ominous shadows of uncertainty. I have always believed you could inherit the name of the 10 Fiends and lead the Sky Ant clan back to a glorious era," as the faint spiritual shadow whispered. It appeared that its fragile essence could shatter at any moment, recalling fragmented memories from its mind. In an ancient world, billions of years ago, beyond the myriad realms, in a vast expanse, the Sky Ant clan, ancestral homeland. Our clan's fate is fraught with peril. The future likely heralds our extinction. We must cast a seed into the farthest reaches of the world, allowing it to journey alone to a distant realm. Escaping the eerie and ominous shadows that shroud our existence, fleeing this hopeless vastness. An exceedingly ancient elder of the Sky Ant clan gazed quietly at the endless chaotic void, as if he glimpsed new hope and dawn beyond. Yet, if that occurs, His Highness's innate essence will be over 99% destroyed, leaving only a fragment of his pure blood. When will he fully recover his lineage? Clan leader, are you truly resolved to proceed thus? The speaker was also a humanoid entity of the Sky Ant clan, albeit of mixed blood, born from the union of pure blood Sky Ants and other races. Qing'er. As my child, although of pure blood, his lineage is weaker than that of his siblings. He is destined not to inherit the name of the 10 Fiends. Even if I retain him, he will struggle to confront the darkness and foreign invasions, the elder of the Sky Ant clan stated calmly. Is there truly no hope for His Highness to inherit the name of the 10 Fiends? The female Sky Ant inquired, a glimmer of hope in her heart. The elder of the Sky Ant clan turned away, offering no reply. After an indeterminate time, he slowly spoke. If he cannot grow into a towering tree, let us plant him in a tranquil garden. Perhaps that is a favorable outcome for Qing'er. But clan leader, I worry for His Highness's safety during his growth. I implore you to permit me to protect him. The female Sky Ant knelt, beseeching. Nonsense. Qing'er bears pure blood. Traversing the barriers of the myriad worlds will deplete 99% of his essence. With your lineage's strength, should you forcefully traverse, even if your body survives, your soul will inevitably shatter, the elder of the Sky Ant clan scolded. It will be fine, clan leader. The 9th prince is the sole hope of our clan. The final glimmer of light amidst the encroaching darkness and the bizarre. Even if I am left with but a fragment of my soul, I shall protect the 9th prince on his journey through distant realms, the female celestial ant declared resolutely. I cannot dissuade you. You must go, mustn't you? Indeed, Chief. If that is the case, then go forth. Thank you for your understanding, Chief. By the way, our vast world is enshrouded by strange darkness, utterly devoid of hope. Once a serene and peaceful realm is found, let him believe he is a native of that land, since he has been successfully dispatched. Let us not dwell on the notion of returning to face death. I understand. In an instant, the void shattered, and the chaotic essence erupted. The female celestial ant, carrying the infant Dongqing, plunged into the boundless tumult of the void, embarking on an escape from this world shrouded in enigma and foreboding. Chapter 87. A little cup. It is uncertain how much time has passed. A cerulean planet emerges before her eyes. However, this realm lacks the capacity for cultivation. Dongqing, having suffered severe losses to her ancestral bloodline, is unable to manifest the innate divine power of the heavenly ant 23 years later. She once again ignites the remaining fragments of her soul, leading Dongqing into the boundless void, fortuitously arriving at the Douluo continent, a fantastical world devoid of peril. Upon her initial encounter with the celestial energies of Douluo continent, the pure blood lineage of the heavenly ant within Dongqing begins to awaken, and his body starts to reverse, returning to infancy. After being taken in by the village chief, he mistakenly believes he has been reborn in the Douluo continent. Throughout it all, Dongqing remains utterly oblivious to his true identity. He naively assumes he has inherited the bloodline legacy of the heavenly ant, unaware that the pure blood lineage of the heavenly ant, unparalleled in its nobility, possesses no means of inheritance. The intention to conceal this from Dongqing is uncomplicated. Both the elder heavenly ant and the female heavenly ant wish for him to live without bearing an unbearable burden. They merely hope that Dongqing can live a joyful life. and ultimately to have a few direct descendants who inherit the heavenly ant bloodline, allowing their lineage to persevere in another vast world. In Tiando City, at the Tiando auction house, within the second VIP room, no violence is permitted within the Tiando auction house. A dozen soul masters clad in black armor, wielding steel longswords, approach to prevent Dongqing from nearing the second VIP room. Though they have encountered arrogant individuals before, it is the first time they have seen someone so domineering, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Get lost. Dongqing clenches his fist and strikes out, unleashing a terrifying gale that forms a tempest. The 20-level soul master guards of the auction house are instantly sent flying, collapsing to the ground, their bones shattered. They are not deserving of sympathy. Not everyone is as fortunate as Xiaowu, and some plead for Dongqing's mercy. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous force shatters the door of the VIP room, splintering it into pieces. Faced with an ambush from the guards beside Prince Xuexing, Dongqing instantly manifests his martial soul, deploying a gravity domain while simultaneously unleashing his fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning. Under the influence of the gravity domain, the 30-level guards struggle to move, and Dongqing dispatches them with ease, each kick robbing them of a significant portion of their vitality. Had he not restrained his strength, their bodies would have disintegrated upon impact. You, don't be reckless. I am Prince Xuexing of the Tiando royal family. This is Tiando City. If you harm me, you will never leave. Prince Xuexing attempts to assert his identity as a threat. I would relish the opportunity to see how you believe I cannot leave Tiando City. You dare to mock me. Yet you lack the qualification, Dongqing retorts coldly. With that, he delivers a resounding slap, sending Prince Xuexing hurtling away, nearly fracturing his skull with the force. The prince can only collapse among the ruins, convulsing. And what of the prince? Who is he to toy with me? Raising the bid by a mere gold soul coin to irritate me? Dear guest, please remain calm. The issue lies with us. The auctioneer is new and unaware that each bid must exceed the current price by no less than 10%. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a crimson chi pao rushes over, urgently grasping Dongqing's arm to prevent him from delivering another kick. A ludicrous explanation. Do you take me for a fool? You only tolerate his shameless bidding because of his status. Dongqing snorts disdainfully, pushing the woman away. Although she stumbles back a few steps, she isn't scathed. It is merely that she is the head of the Tiando auction house, a level 70 soul saint, capable of withstanding Dongqing's overwhelming divine power, albeit just barely. Apologies, esteemed guest. May I offer you this final auction item as compensation for our blunder? Please forgive my oversight. The beautiful woman implores, bowing low. Just moments prior, she had learned from the guards outside the Tiando auction house that a large contingent of Spirit Hall guards had arrived. Even the rarely seen Platinum Bishop Saroth had made an appearance. Clearly, the presence of high-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall was assured. And the only ones fitting that description were Dongqing and Qianrenxue, whom she did not recognize. Given Dongqing's indifference to Prince Xuexing's status, it could be inferred that this high-ranking Spirit Hall figure was the legendary son of Spirit Hall, a once-in-a-century prodigy. This item is worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Can you truly part with it? Dongqing remarked coolly. The mistake we made shall be treated as a gesture of goodwill. I hope the guest can forgive our lapse, the woman said, her bosom nearly spilling from her attire. An unbearable pressure for any onlooker. At that moment, a surge of Spirit Hall guards flooded into the auction house. Platinum Bishop Saroth, adorned in a resplendent white robe, was followed by over 100 guards clad in gleaming silver armor, advancing with an imposing presence. Yet, as they approached Dongqing, they all bowed in unison, declaring, all members of the Tiando Spirit Hall welcome the arrival of His Highness, the son of Spirit Hall, to Tiando City. Their authoritative presence reverberated throughout the hall. Saroth, Dongqing exclaimed, turning his gaze away from the bowing woman, recognizing her intentions to seduce him with her beauty. A ploy too transparent. Indeed, once a man acquires power and wealth, the women who approach him often prove to be less than virtuous. At your service, Saroth replied softly. Why have you brought so many people? Dongqing furrowed his brow. He is not one to relish ostentation, preferring tranquility. The son of Spirit Hall's visit to Tiando City necessitates that all members of the Spirit Hall pay their respects, Saroth explained. Next time, do not create such a ruckus. It draws attention and makes me feel like a spectacle, Dongqing lamented, clutching his head as a headache began to set in, feeling akin to a panda on display. That, subordinate. Saroth's expression sharpened. Do not cross the line. I detest those who lay hands on the common folk. Though the majority in the auction house are not commoners, should I learn of anyone bullying them, they will understand what true despair means. Dongqing warned with grave severity. Since he is allied with Dong, he naturally does not wish for the spirit hall to become universally despised. The current state is quite satisfactory. As long as the spirit hall refrains from instigating a war of unification across the continent, it will forever remain a sanctuary in the hearts of all common soul masters. An absolute truth that neither of the two great empires can alter, regardless of their dissatisfaction. Understood. I shall ensure that those under my command do not disturb the common folk, Sarath promptly assured. Chapter 88, Disdain of Xiaowu subsequently. Dongqing instructed Salas to handle his first auction item, the right-arm spirit bone of the lightning bird. While he himself approached the red crystal cage where Xiaowu was confined, he reached out and grasped the bars of the cage, exerting a slight force. And with a crisp crack, the bars broke apart. Come with me, little rabbit. From now on, you shall be my personal maid. Dongqing crouched down, gazing directly at the panicked Xiaowu, striving to soften his expression before gently extending his hand. Xiaowu blinked her sparkling eyes. And just as the large tears threatened to spill over, she looked up at Dongqing. He is so handsome. This was the first thought that crossed her mind. Indeed. It is often said that good looks can provide an advantage in interpersonal interactions. Dongqing's gentle smile, coupled with his striking appearance, significantly alleviated Xiaowu's fears, making her feel that perhaps following him would not be so dreadful after all. It was akin to finding a charming succubus in the depths of hell. Regardless of her inherent dangers, she was certainly preferable to encountering a ruthless demon lord. What does a personal maid do? Xiaowu stammered softly. A blend of fear and curiosity compelled her to ask this question. It means you will serve me, Your Highness the Saint. Dongqing shrugged. Your Highness the Saint? Are you from the Spirit Hall? A flicker of hatred momentarily crossed Xiaowu's eyes. After all, her mother, a Ro, had fallen victim to the Spirit Hall, ultimately becoming the ninth spirit ring of Dong. She was aware that the Saint of the Spirit Hall was present at the Tiando auction house, but she never expected that the handsome man before her was indeed the Saint. In her mind, the Saint of the Spirit Hall should be a burly man, not someone so dashing and seemingly gentle. What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that? As Dongqing spoke, he playfully pinched Xiaowu's rabbit ears. She was now his, and he thought nothing of it. After all, could she really leap up and bite him? The memory of her mother's death surged in her heart, and her eyes turned red without her realizing. Coupled with the agony of confinement and her complete distrust of humans, Xiaowu exploded with fury. The rabbit ears were a sacred zone for the soft-boned charm rabbit, a place that should never be touched by anyone but those close to her. With old grudges resurfacing, Dongqing had brazenly violated her sacred space, and her pupils filled with crimson. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, her long, slender legs bursting with explosive power as she quickly pounced into Dongqing's embrace, opening her small, cherry-like mouth to bite down hard on his neck. How dare you bully me? I'll bite you to death and avenge my mother. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a 10,000-year soul beast like the soft-boned charm rabbit. Xiaowu's bite could easily pierce steel. How bold. Release His Highness at once. A wave of killing intent locked onto Xiaowu, and in the next moment, she could have been annihilated. Just as Salas and his group prepared to intervene, Dongqing calmly stated, Do not worry about me. She cannot harm me. You may attend to your own matters. If she misbehaves, I shall discipline her gradually. As he spoke, he gently tugged at Xiaowu's ponytail, noting that she remained firmly latched on and refused to let go, ultimately allowing her to persist. After all, she could not even break the skin. He considered it an act of compassion for the little rabbit who had become an auction item, especially given her mother's tragic fate at the hands of the Spirit Hall, allowing her to vent her emotions. Half an hour later, Salas presented a precious box made of rosewood. Your Highness, this is the right-arm spirit bone of the lightning bird. My subordinates have completed the gold soul coin transaction. It now belongs to Your Highness. Dongqing waved his hand to store it in his spatial soul guide and slowly remarked, This spirit bone is quite valuable. Yet the Tiando auction house failed to notify the Spirit Hall. Had I not taken an interest and inadvertently arrived at the Tiando auction house, this spirit bone might have been collected by someone else. Look into the individuals behind the Tiando auction house. I wish to know who dares to oppose the Spirit Hall in secret. The auction clearly bore signs of manipulation. Representatives from the three major sects had appeared. Yet no one from the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City seemed aware of the auction of this spirit bone and the 10,000-year celestial herb. Yes, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Salas replied solemnly, revealing his own frustration at discovering that the Tiando auction house had brazenly auctioned off such valuable items behind the Spirit Hall's back. The following day, around 7 in the morning, the sun shone brightly. In the South District of Tiando City, at the Rose Hotel, golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the white silk bedding, revealing a figure sound asleep within. After approximately half an hour, Dongqing, feeling it was time to return, lazily stretched and kicked off the covers. With a swift motion, he sat up and dressed himself. Moving leisurely to a mirror, he lightly patted his face, still drowsy from sleep. After a moment, the door opened gently, revealing Xiaowu with a pouting expression, clearly unwilling. She held a basin of warm water in her hands, with a white towel draped over her slender arm, stepping cautiously into the room, clad in a maid's uniform of black and white, her upper half adorned with a white apron trimmed in lace, and a knee-length black skirt below. Xiaowu wore a maid's headdress along with her slightly curved rabbit ears. The way they bobbed with her movements rendered her particularly adorable. "Little rabbit, what are you doing standing there? If you do not wish to be my personal maid, you may simply say so," Dongqing said flatly. Since this foolish rabbit had come into his possession, he would feign compassion by letting her go or attempting to sway her to abandon her vendetta against humans. Everyone has their role, and Xiaowu must fulfill her position as a personal maid. If she could not even accomplish this, she might as well be given to his teacher, Bibi Dong, as a spirit ring. After a night of earnest persuasion from the blue-silver emperor, Xiaowu realized she had no path left to tread. Her only hope lay with Dongqing. It could even be said that her only chance of survival was to cling tightly to Dongqing's robust leg, lest she become prey to those hunting for 10,000 years spirit rings and soul bones. "Why the hurry? I'm coming now," Xiaowu replied defiantly. Her delicate face, which seemed capable of yielding tears, bore an expression of utter disdain. She then dipped the towel into the warm water with clumsy, unrefined movements, awkwardly attempting to wipe Dongqing's face. In her struggle for survival, this little rabbit had not slept all night, ultimately surrendering a bit of her dignity and temporarily yielding to her fate. For she understood that finding herself in Dongqing's hands was, in essence, a stroke of luck, far better than falling into the hands of those Tiando nobles. Chapter 89. The Puppet Master. After washing his face and relishing a moment of gentle shoulder massage from Xiaowu, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the tranquility. Dongqing gently tapped her small hand, signaling her to take a break. "Come in," he spoke calmly. As the words left his lips, the door was softly pushed open, revealing a white-clad attendant from the spirit hall who stepped forward and announced, "Your Highness, the carriage to Spirit City is ready and can depart at any moment." "Understood. You may leave," Dongqing waved dismissively. Once the attendant from the spirit hall departed, he turned his gaze to the despondent Xiaowu seated on the bed, his heart an untroubled sea, devoid of any intention to comfort her. His mere presence had inadvertently altered her fate, which might not be a blessing in her eyes, but it certainly was not a curse either. In truth, Dongqing was not a villain of irredeemable malice. As long as Xiaowu remained obedient and fulfilled her duties, he would ensure her safety. Time slipped away for approximately half an hour. Dongqing chose to remain silent, while she sat with her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. Eventually, the early morning arrival of the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, who had gone to visit Tang San at the Tiando Royal Academy, brought a spark of life to Xiaowu. She leapt into Aeen's embrace as if she had spotted her long-lost mother. "Godmother, you have finally returned. Xiaowu has missed you so much," she exclaimed, tightly wrapping her arms around Aeen's slender waist and nuzzling against her. "Godmother?" Dongqing mused inwardly, perplexed by the secretive exchange between the two. Had they, unbeknownst to him, conspired last night? The thought that he might have unwittingly lost a goddaughter to the ferocious mother dragon, Lu Erlong, made his eyelids twitch with curiosity. Yet he restrained himself from inquiring about their nocturnal escapades. "Do not be afraid, dear. Your godmother will protect you," Aeen whispered softly, as she gently patted Xiaowu's back, her touch tender and soothing. The previous night, both had spent sleepless hours, Xiaowu in fear of her uncertain future, and Aeen preparing to awaken the blue-silver domain to assist Dongqing in meditative training. Memory timeline. At 2 o'clock that night, under the luminous full moon, Xiaowu crouched in the adjacent room, sobbing softly, fearing she might follow the tragic path of her mother, destined to be slain for her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Sensing her quiet despair, Aeen's true form emerged from Dongqing's chest, transforming midair into a beautiful woman adorned in a blue palace gown, radiating a regal aura. With a figure that exuded maturity and beauty, she wore a deep blue gown that accentuated her slender waist, her skin radiating a pearlescent glow. Her delicate collarbone and the soft curves of her figure were captivating, her eyes sparkling like stars and her cheeks resembling porcelain. Aeen glanced at Dongqing, who was deep in meditation, then gently opened the door to enter Xiaowu's room. Upon sensing the presence beside her, Xiaowu looked up in astonishment, recognizing the unmistakable aura of 100,000-year spirit beast emanating from Aeen. You are? Xiaowu murmured. You are Xiaowu, correct? I am Aeen. I have met your mother, Aro, on several occasions, Aeen replied gently, taking a seat beside her. You knew my mother? Xiaowu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Back then you were just a child, innocent and unaware. Many years have passed, and I doubt you remember me now, Aeen said, extending her delicate hand to brush away the salty tears from Xiaowu's cheeks. I truly do not remember. So are you here to save me? Xiaowu gazed up at Aeen, her eyes shimmering with hope. Aeen felt her heart soften at the sight of such yearning in Xiaowu's eyes. Yet she could not unilaterally decide to release Dongqing's possession. I am truly sorry, Xiaowu, but I cannot let you go without his consent, Aeen replied, her expression tinged with regret. At those words, the light in Xiaowu's bright eyes seemed to dim, her spirit deflating as she lamented. Then am I doomed? I will meet the same fate as my mother, murdered by wicked humans who covet her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Seeing her despondent state, Aeen felt a surge of guilt and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Do not be afraid, Shaoqing is not the villain you presume. I promise you. But humans covet our 100,000-year spirit bones and spirit rings, which has nothing to do with their morality, Xiaowu replied softly. Aeen found herself at a loss for words, as Xiaowu's assertion rang true. Most humans were driven by greed, seeking to obtain the treasures of the 100,000-year spirit beasts. Even Aeen herself began to question Tang Hao's motives. Why did he, at a moment of vulnerability after she had just given birth to Tang San, find himself confronted by two titled Douluo led by Qin Xuanji? Despite having reached maturity and not leaking the aura of a 100,000-year spirit beast who had betrayed her identity, why was it that Tang Hao, having just attained level 90, failed to secure the 9th spirit ring in time? In a near-fatal encounter with three titled Douluo, she was left with no choice but to sacrifice herself for the sake of her newborn son, Tang San. The machinations of the puppet master seemed to have accounted for every possible outcome. Even if Aeen had been unwilling to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao, she would ultimately yield to protect her own flesh and blood. Moreover, after the sacrifice, it fortuitously repelled Qin Xuanji and the two titled Douluo. It was evident that had the Hall of Worship dispatched even a single level 96 peak Douluo, or the Grand Priest Qian Douluo and the second priest Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao and Aeen would have stood no chance of resistance, unless they were aware that the Haoyan sect would never intervene in such matters. They would not have allowed Qin Xuanji to risk confrontation with Aeen at that time. Regrettably, they underestimated the surge in Tang Hao's power after a yin sacrifice, which, coupled with the explosive energy from the spirit ring, thoroughly overwhelmed Qin Xuanji and his companions. In essence, it appeared that every event had been meticulously orchestrated by the unseen puppet master. Chapter 90. Both you and I are chasing after the ever-elusive Qin Xuanji, the one who escaped the calculations of the shadowy figures. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Qin Xuanji would ultimately fall victim to a surprise attack from his own disciple, Bibi Dong, after sustaining grievous injuries, resulting in the consumption of all his soul power. This turn of events incited the wrath of Qian Douluo, though he found himself unable to act against the last kin of Qian Richue and could only feign a pursuit of Tang Hao, unbeknownst to the puppeteer. The truth behind Qin Xuanji's demise was misconstrued as Tang Hao having inflicted fatal injuries, leading to the death of the Pope of the Spirit Hall within his own secluded chamber. In desperation, Tang Hao retreated with the still young Tang San to the remote Holy Spirit village, intent on shielding the Hao Tian clan from the ramifications of the Pope's death. As the grandson of the unparalleled 99th ranked Douluo, Tang Chen, and the current direct descendant of the Hao Tian clan, Tang Hao harbored an unwavering love for his sect. Although these conjectures stemmed from Dongqing's imagination, they wove together in a manner that seemed remarkably plausible, causing the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, to feel an unsettling sense of trepidation each time she pondered them. Of course, Dongqing concealed the fact that his mentor, Bibi Dong, was responsible for Qin Xuanji's death, for he could not explain how he came to possess such knowledge. Nevertheless, these musings planted a seed of doubt within Aeen's heart. During their time in Holy Spirit Village, out of boredom, Dongqing had kindly assisted Aeen in analyzing the events of the past. After much contemplation, Aeen proposed an unconventional solution that she believed could safeguard Xiaowu's life. Xiaowu, why not acknowledge me as your godmother? I have watched over Shaoqing as he grew, and he holds a great deal of respect for me. I trust that this bond will dissuade him from coveting your century-old soul ring and bone. Upon expressing this, Aeen gazed expectantly at Xiaowu, yearning for a charming daughter of her own. Will this truly be effective? I feel he has a mischievous side. Would he truly relinquish his intentions for a mere title? Xiaowu hesitated, appearing somewhat swayed. How can we know unless we try? Do you not agree, my dear daughter? Xiaowu. Thus, they successfully established their godmother-goddaughter relationship, intertwining their fates inextricably. Into flashback, Aeen gently grasped the somewhat apprehensive Xiaowu and approached Dongqing, stating, Xiaoqing, Xiaowu is now my goddaughter. You must not bully her. Is it that she does not wish to serve as my personal attendant? Dongqing raised an eyebrow, perplexed. He immediately labeled Xiaowu as cunning, surprised that she had sought out an ally under the cover of night. I have no desire to serve anyone, especially you, the arrogant scion of the Spirit Hall. Xiaowu, emboldened by Yin's presence, declared defiantly, Oh dear, my little rabbit. Have you grown restless? Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at Aeen, who understood and released Xiaowu. Godmother? Xiaowu turned to Aeen in confusion, who regrettably admitted she could not aid her in this matter. 10 minutes later, a luxurious carriage sped along the wide avenue of Heavendo City. Soaring past the eastern gate, which stood over 30 meters high, under the watchful gaze of the guards, racing toward the distant destination of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, the sanctum for common spirit masters. Inside the carriage, Xiaowu cast a sorrowful glance at Dongqing, the fiery sensation beneath her serving as a constant reminder that she could not escape her fate as a personal attendant. Meanwhile, Aeen gently comforted the distressed Xiaowu. Knowing she had suffered, yet feeling powerless to intervene against Dongqing's discipline of his attendant. Their newfound identity as godmother and daughter could only ensure that Xiaowu would not be directly harmed for her century-old soul bone. But it could not guarantee protection from Dongqing's other methods of intimidation. As for Dongqing, he leaned against the window, gazing calmly at the swiftly passing flora and foliage, evoking a sensation akin to riding an old-fashioned train. Upon the towering city walls, Qian Rinxue silently observed the departing carriage, only averting her gaze once it vanished from sight. At that moment, Li Qiyun suddenly spoke. Shuer, you cannot possibly have feelings for the Holy Sun, can you? Absolutely not. That thought has never crossed my mind. Qian Rinxue vehemently refuted, but in that fleeting moment, the quickening of her heartbeat revealed an unsettling possibility. She may indeed have fallen under the spell of the 12-year-old boy. Once her emotions settled, she gazed toward the deep and tranquil Heavendo Imperial Palace within the city, and in an instant, she transformed back into the genteel and graceful prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe. 3 days later, in the Spirit City, within the Pope's Palace, East Hall, Dongqing gently pushed open the door, beholding the familiar figure, and whispered, Teacher, I have returned. Following his gaze, Bibi Dong stood quietly by the windows, clad in a resplendent gown of platinum hue that accentuated her voluptuous figure. The upper portion of her attire featured intricate patterns, adorned with dark golden embellishments and mysterious golden runes at the waist, while her flowing skirt cascaded to the ground, encasing her legs and culminating in elegant silver high-heeled boots that accentuated her height. Around her delicate neck hung a necklace, centered with a sapphire, and her soft cherry-red hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Do you still see me as your teacher? Bibi Dong's cold voice pierced the air. She slowly turned, her gaze toward Dongqing conveying an enigmatic sentiment. Thanks to Dongqing's relentless efforts over the years, even though he was no longer permitted to serve as her cushion, their bond had grown increasingly profound. Teacher, have I done something wrong? Dongqing, nearly matching Bibi Dong's height, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice laced with confusion. Humph, whether right or wrong, you know well enough. Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate on her anger, opting instead to embrace the capricious nature often associated with women, for she could not admit that she herself was uncertain of the cause. In the days without Dongqing's companionship, the initial absence felt manageable, but as time passed, her agitation only grew. In previous years, it had been bearable, but now, perhaps due to Dongqing's maturation, the dark corners of her psyche began to consume her reason. Everyone laughs at Qi Xuanji. Everyone is Qi Xuanji. Chapter 91. A Gift from My Sister. Bibi Dong. A prodigious talent endowed with twin martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor was the first to surmount the formidable challenge of affixing multiple soul rings to dual martial souls, transcending the limits of physical endurance. Simultaneously, she is the youngest to achieve the pinnacle of 99 levels, having already earned the title of Supreme Genius in the Ruo Sha 9 trials at such a tender age. However, such extraordinary accomplishments invariably come at a steep price. Much like the backlash of the toxin from Douluo's Phosphor Serpent Martial Soul, the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, being embodiments of the darkest attributes, harbor a malevolent essence that invades the psyche. In simpler terms, this manifests as a profound selfishness, a relentless desire to possess everything in the world indefinitely. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong is no ordinary individual. She has consistently strived to manage her negative emotions to avoid descending into extremities. Her fate, it seems, is intricately tied to witnessing the union of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, which triggers a catastrophic emotional breakdown, leading her to embark on a soul-hunting campaign and a war for unification that brings no benefit. Regrettably, over the years, Dongqing has been a constant presence before her, causing her accumulated negative emotions to become increasingly intertwined with him. Consequently, it is conceivable that Dongqing might endure a fraction of the despair that Bibi Dong once faced. Do I know? What should I know that is wrong? Dongqing queried, confusion etched across his face, entirely unaware of the profound darkness and negativity lurking within Bibi Dong's soul. Enough of that. I heard you brought back 2 women, one large and one small? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, filled with scrutiny, as if to say that lying would lead to dire consequences. Dongqing nodded, responding, yes, one is a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, possessing the blue-silver domain which can aid my cultivation of soul power. The other is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone charm rabbit, destined to be my soul ring as I ascend to level 90. Teacher, you wouldn't covet her, would you? Whether he truly intended for Xiao to serve as his 100,000-year soul ring or not, he had to articulate this to ensure that this foolish rabbit would not fall victim to Bibi Dong's machinations. Upon hearing that they were merely tools, or rather, tool-like soul beasts, Bibi Dong's demeanor softened, a sense of inexplicable relief washing over her. Xiaoqing, are you underestimating your teacher? As a mentor, how could I compete with my own student for possessions? She gently tapped Dongqing's forehead. Then, as if struck by a thought, Dongqing urged Bibi Dong to sit down in a chair. With a hint of perplexity in her eyes, he continued, Teacher, could you possibly bestow upon me the soul of that soft-bone charm rabbit from your 9th soul ring? Once a soul beast reaches the 100,000-year mark, its soul undergoes a transformation. Unless subjected to particularly ruthless soul sacrifices, eradicating the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast is exceedingly difficult. After all, the Douluo continent does not possess the esoteric methods for obliterating souls typical in realms of cultivation. What do you need its soul for? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity, though she did not dwell on it for long. She promptly summoned the 9th soul ring of her primary martial soul, the resplendent crimson 100,000-year soul ring exuding an unimaginable might. With a delicate tug, a deep blue soul crystal fell from the soul ring. This is the soul of the soft-bone charm rabbit. Since you desire it, take it, Bibi Dong said nonchalantly, tossing the soul crystal to Dongqing. The souls of soul beasts differ from those of humans, even with Bibi Dong's dual martial souls. Her 2nd martial soul, the soul-devouring spider emperor, cannot consume the souls of soul beasts. If the soul-devouring spider emperor could devour the souls of soul beasts, leveraging the power of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong could easily capture countless soul beasts for her consumption. This would exponentially enhance her soul power, allowing her to ascend to divine level within mere years, rendering the Ruah Sha divine trials unnecessary. Perhaps the soul-devouring spider emperor could consume the souls of soul beasts, but it is incapable of doing so. Gazing at the deep blue soul crystal in his hand, Dongqing pondered for a moment before retrieving the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong from his robe, placing the soul crystal at the heart of the flower. This revered treasure, known as the King of Flowers, possesses unimaginable protective abilities, rendering it an exceptionally rare and precious herb. In Dongqing's memory, it had allowed Xiaowu, who had undergone the most extreme soul sacrifice, to return from the brink of complete annihilation. Thus, it is clear that the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong rightfully earns its title as the King of Flowers and its esteemed reputation as a divine treasure. The nascent intelligence of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong enveloped the soul crystal in its petals, emanating a gentle power to nurture it. Ah, what is this? Bibi Dong momentarily struggled to recall where she had encountered records of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. However, being a pinnacle level 99 Douluo, her existence transcends that of mere mortals. Furrowing her elegant brows, she concentrated for a few seconds before recalling the information on the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Is this truly the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, the King of Flowers? I had thought such divine herbs had become extinct in ancient times, Bibi Dong remarked, her astonishment evident. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had encountered many divine herbs, but they were mostly akin to those auctioned at the Heaven Do auction house, 10,000-year herbs. In contrast, herbs like the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, eight-pointed mysterious ice grass, and fire blossom orchid were entirely foreign to her, as if they existed solely in the annals of antiquity. 10,000-year herbs. Although also categorized as divine herbs, differ significantly from those found within the ice and fire Yin Yang well. One is merely a common divine herb, while the other ranks among the finest. Ah, teacher, the story is lengthy. Let me recount it in detail. Dongqing elaborated on his experiences with the ice and fire Yin Yang well, as well as some trivialities concerning the Heaven Do auction house. Naturally, certain matters, particularly regarding the Wanchuan Shui Lu herb, capable of granting the user the power to perceive all things, were strictly omitted. Thus, after Shui consumed the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and fire blossom orchid, not only did her soul power surge, but she also fortuitously acquired the water and fire immunity physique. In addition to the water fairy jade bone, 9-grade purple mushroom, and 8-petal celestial orchid, totaling 5 divine herbs. Meanwhile, you have obtained the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, blood swan's kiss, wondrous heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, Qilua tulip, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the fragrant Qilua divine herbs, amounting to 6 herbs in total. However, teacher feels something is amiss. Xiaoqing. Did you bully Xiao Shui? She has 5 divine herbs, while you possess 6. As Bibi Dong spoke, she pinched Dongqing's cheek, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. Given her understanding of her daughter, Qian Rinxue, she would typically not take more than her fair share. How could it be that Xiaoqing gained an extra divine herb without merit? Ah, this? It was a gift from my sister. Chapter 92, The Trial of the Rakshasa God. She sent you this? How is that possible? Bibi Dong's face was a mask of disbelief, observing her astonishment. Dongqing intensified his declaration. Teacher, my sister not only gifted me a celestial grade herb, but she also specifically sent you one. With that, Dongqing retrieved a 9th-grade purple bamboo from his spatial soul guide, and as Bibi Dong stood stunned, he produced a fragrant Qilua celestial herb. Placing both precious herbs into her palm, the enchanting fragrance wafting from the herbs flooded her senses with a sweetness that surged from her heart to her mind, enveloping her in a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. She remembers me, she truly cherishes me, she mused. In her emotional fervor, Bibi Dong embraced Dongqing tightly, whispering, Teacher is very happy today, but as a peak 99th level peerless Douluo, celestial herbs hold little significance for someone of my caliber. With that, she returned the 9th-grade purple bamboo and the fragrant Qilua to Dongqing's hands. To ascend to divinity and attain eternal life in the Douluo continent, one must undergo divine trials to inherit the divine position or, through sheer effort, create an entirely new divine rank. Although the distinction between 99 and 100 levels may seem trivial, it represents an insurmountable chasm, one that celestial herbs cannot bridge. To take that critical step, one must amass a great deal of faith power, the admiration and belief of others in oneself, a feat not easily achieved by ordinary individuals. Consequently, throughout history, very few have succeeded in creating their divine ranks. Then, teacher, is there anything I can assist you with? Dongqing feigned a dejected demeanor. In that moment, he appeared somewhat disheartened, embodying the perfect image of a dutiful student concerned for his teacher. Xiaoqing, do you truly wish to assist me? Bibi Dong asked earnestly. A wave of warmth washed over her as she saw the concern in Dongqing's eyes, stirring a delightful sensation within her. Indeed, I would do anything for my teacher. Be it climbing mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire, I would never refuse, he replied, his words dripping with sincerity. After a long pause, Bibi Dong decided to confide in Dongqing regarding her trials as the Rakshasa, seeking his help to pass them more swiftly. Xiaoqing, are you aware of the divine trials? She inquired softly. Stuck on the 5th trial for quite some time. Bibi Dong had no time constraints due to the absence of the Rakshasa High Priest, yet she also lacked the High Priest's guidance. Frankly speaking, if not for the covert assistance from the angel god High Priest Qian Douluo and the sea god High Priest Poseidon, could Qian Rinxue and Tang San have progressed through their trials so swiftly? Moreover, since the celestial grade herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire had been divided between Dongqing and Qian Rinxue, Tang San now lacked essential foundational resources, casting doubt on his eligibility for divine trials in the future. To put it simply, unless one hails from a supreme realm like the primordial world, where the heavenly Tao consciousness is exceptionally intelligent and possesses immense control over the so-called heavenly Tao trends in lower-tier worlds such as Douluo continent, the power of fate does not consistently favor a single individual. From the moment Dongqing descended upon Douluo continent, the forces of fate no longer belonged exclusively to Tang San. Teacher, I do not know, Dongqing replied, shaking his head in feigned ignorance. As if encountering the term for the first time, his curiosity piqued about what divine trials entailed. Yet, how could he be unaware of the divine trials? He could only pretend ignorance, for no one at the elite Spirit Master Academy of the Spirit Hall had taught them about the divine trials. And few across the continent truly understood that the divine trials are, in essence, tests for inheriting divine positions. Anticipating Dongqing's response, Bibi Dong continued. The divine trials are essentially tests for inheriting a divine position, also known as the 9 trials. As one must sequentially pass through 9 trials to ultimately inherit a divine rank. 9 trials? Dongqing gazed curiously at Bibi Dong's delicate features, eager to know which trial she was currently facing. Well, the trial I am facing is called the Rakshasa 9 trials. Once I pass all 9, I will inherit the position of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong explained gently. That's impressive. Which trial are you currently on, teacher? Dongqing inquired with genuine curiosity. Currently, I am on the 5th trial, and regrettably, I have not made any progress for several years, Bibi Dong confessed with a hint of frustration. She pondered whether the creator of the Rakshasa 9 trials had lost their wits, as each trial seemed increasingly formidable. Perhaps Bibi Dong had been lonely for too long. Now she sought someone to vent her frustrations, manifesting the content of the 5th trial using her soul power. The 5th trial of the Rakshasa, defeat a mature demonized white tiger without utilizing one's soul power, soul skills, soul bones, domains, or augmentations. Friends may be invited to challenge it, but they must be under the age of 16. Staring at the details of the 5th trial, Dongqing fell into silence. It seemed that apart from himself, any spirit master under 16 would be at a disadvantage, as losing the enhancement of soul power, soul skills, and soul bones would render them mere fodder for the demonized white tiger. After several minutes of contemplation, he finally spoke. Teacher, if I recall correctly, a mature demonized white tiger is a 30,000-year soul beast, isn't it? Not everyone possesses the immense strength to obliterate everything with a single blow. Facing a 30,000-year soul beast head-on is no small feat, teacher. I can. No, absolutely not. While I recognize your innate strength, Shaoqing, I cannot take that risk. Let us wait until your soul power reaches level 50 before we challenge the 5th trial together. But once you advance to title Douluo, you will gain a lifespan of around 300 years, and for each subsequent level of soul power, you can extend your life by an additional 100 years. As a peak 99th level peerless Douluo, teacher still has ample time. Very well. I trust that you will reach level 50 before your 16th birthday. Yes, teacher, I will do my utmost. Rules of the Rakshasa Divine Trials, the first Rakshasa god. Fearing solitude, designed the divine trials to permit external assistance. However, her pride led her to disdain those of lesser talent, resulting in these peculiar and demanding trials. Chapter 93. The heartache of longing. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Dongqing returned to his courtyard. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Palace. In the back hall of the Tinglong Pavilion, a spacious courtyard unfolded before him. Upon entering through the gates, one was greeted by rows of verdant bamboo. Lush and vibrant due to the spring season, a narrow path, about 5 feet wide, meandered through the bamboo grove, curling around the eastern side of the courtyard wall and leading through an archway into the garden. Within the courtyard, various flowers and trees flourished throughout the seasons, with a few peach trees currently in bloom, promising fruit in the summer or early autumn. In the garden pavilion, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, was patiently teaching Xiaowu, the little rabbit girl, about the mundane realities of the human world, such as the necessity of payment for goods and meals, and the importance of not trusting strangers. She also aimed to educate her on the distinctions between gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins, cautioning against inadvertently offering a gold soul coin for a bun worth merely a copper soul coin. It is noteworthy that Dongqing had acquired the soul crystal of Xiaowu's mother, Ero. He now held complete mastery over Xiaowu's fate, no longer fearing her departure from his grasp. After all, who could resist having a rabbit-eared maiden as a devoted attendant? His request for Ero's soul crystal was driven by a desire to avoid fostering resentment in Xiaowu through sheer force. Dongqing eagerly anticipated the ways in which Xiaowu would strive to please him in honor of her mother. As Xiaowu lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Dongqing and was poised to ignore him when she suddenly froze. She sensed the familiar soul aura emanating from him, an essence she could never forget. In simple terms, a soul aura is the unique spiritual vibration of each individual, and as a 10,000-year soul beast, Ero's aura was particularly potent. Mama. Tears, as hot and salty as green peas, silently streamed down Xiaowu's cheeks. Shaoqing, what is happening? Aeen approached, having sensed the same soul aura that Xiaowu did, and realized it was intentionally released by the heartbreak red herb. This herb, possessing a rudimentary spirit, would naturally obey Dongqing now that he had claimed it as his own. To be frank, consuming such a marvelous herb outright would be a waste unless absolutely necessary. It's simple. I retrieved the soul crystal of Xiaowu's mother from my teacher, Dongqing explained, extending his right hand. The heartbreak red gently floated out from his chest. The deep blue soul crystal within it glimmering as it was delicately cast free. It hovered on Dongqing's shoulder, exuding a warm, inviting aura. In recent days, Dongqing had gradually mastered several abilities of the heartbreak red. Its powers could be categorized as follows. First ability, Master Protection. Heartbreak red possesses immunity to soul skills of title Douluo ranked no higher than 95. Meaning it cannot withstand an encounter with a peak title Douluo of level 96. However, this limitation is due to its insufficient age. Once it becomes a 10,000-year soul beast and gains the ability to transform into a human, its protective capabilities will undergo significant evolution. Second ability, Perception of Malice. Heartbreak red can sense the ill intentions of others. In the future, should Dongqing encounter anyone harboring malevolent thoughts, he will be forewarned. This ability, however, is also limited, applicable only to those whose power does not exceed that of a title Douluo at level 95. Third ability, Soul Sanctuary. As the king of flowers and a divine treasure, Heartbreak red's most crucial ability is its power to safeguard souls. It can even enable beings with shattered souls to forcibly restore their fragmented essence. In Dongqing's understanding, it could preserve the broken soul of the 10,000-year soul beast. The soft-boned enchantress rabbit Xiaowu from Absolute Obliteration. Soul sacrifices can be classified into two types. Ordinary sacrifices, like that of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Aeen, which merely relinquish their 10,000-year cultivation to become seeds awaiting restoration, and domineering sacrifices, like that of the 10,000-year soft-boned enchantress rabbit Xiaowu, which entail a complete sacrifice of the soul, guaranteeing death upon choice. Without the assistance of Heartbreak red, the consequences of such a soul sacrifice would result in eternal disappearance from the mortal realm. This is why Dongqing often affectionately referred to her as a foolish rabbit. For she was indeed capable of reckless acts. In truth, such a foolish rabbit is rare, which is why Dongqing chose her as his personal attendant, even retrieving her mother a rose soul crystal to soothe her. For 10,000-year soul beasts, losing their 10,000-year soul bones and rings does not equate to complete death. As long as their souls endure, they can one day resurrect. Is this the soul crystal of a roe? Aeen delicately picked up the deep blue crystal from Dongqing's palm. Gazing through it, she faintly discerned a beautiful woman of similar age to herself, sleeping within. She then gently placed the soul crystal into Xiaowu's hands. Mama. Xiaowu cradled the deep blue soul crystal, feeling the familiar soul aura within. Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears for the first time. Her earlier weeping giving way to an uncontrollable outpouring of grief, perhaps now was the true release of her pent-up feelings. Half an hour passed. Return it, without Heartbreak red's protection. Your mother's soul crystal is unsuitable for prolonged exposure to the outside world, Dongqing said, gently ruffling Xiaowu's hair. Now, Xiaowu had become considerably more obedient. Despite her reluctance, she eventually placed the deep blue soul crystal back on Dongqing's shoulder, nestled within the flower's core. Little rabbit, remember to listen and fulfill your duties as my personal attendant. If you do so, I might consider resurrecting your mother in the future, Dongqing remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's spirits lifted momentarily, only to dim again as she whispered, Resurrect? But my mother's physical form is gone. How could she possibly return? Do not worry, Xiaowu. Trust your godmother. For us 10,000-year soul beasts, the soul is the foundation. Reconstructing the physical body is not as arduous as you might imagine. Aeen consoled her. Reconstructing the physical body? Xiaowu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 94, The Little Rabbit Indeed, as long as we locate the crystal blood dragon ginseng. A divine artifact for the physical rebirth, we can assist your mother in her resurrection. In due time, she will gradually regain her cultivation of 100,000 years. It is merely a matter of time, Blue-Silver Emperor Aeen gently remarked. The crystal blood dragon ginseng is a treasure among ginseng, classified as a celestial product. Naturally of the 8th grade, having evolved over 10,000 years. In terms of efficacy, it is comparable to the Heartbreak red in the hands of Dongqing. The sole difference lies in its lack of protective abilities for its master. While it can restore the physical form, it cannot revive the soul. This ginseng is entirely blood red, crystalline and translucent, resembling the human form. The ginseng's surface is adorned with ancient patterns, interconnected to form a unique design reminiscent of a 5-clawed dragon soaring through the heavens. Your Highness, the crystal blood dragon ginseng Xiaowu clung tightly to Dongqing's arm, her gaze imbued with immense hope. Though she still harbored disdain towards the spirit hall that had slain her mother, her animosity towards Dongqing had significantly diminished. Finding this item is no easy task. Even as the holy son of the spirit hall, I may not be able to procure such a divine object, Dongqing replied with a wave of his hand, expressing his helplessness. The crystal blood dragon Ginseng currently resides with Grandpa by Qinxiang of the Mingji clan. Yet Dongqing would not easily permit the resurrection of Xiaowu's mother, Ero. Despite the circumstances, Xiaowu's face radiated with renewed hope, her countenance resembling that of pure jade, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Your Highness, I promise to be obedient from now on. Please help me. Xiaowu coaxed playfully. Let us see how you perform, Dongqing shrugged, indicating he would do his best. He then retrieved a book from his spatial soul guide, which detailed the 3 major requirements and 4 essential rules for maidservants, the cover adorned with bold characters. The contents were as follows. First, unwaveringly obey any request from the master. Second, never refuse the master's requests. Third, fulfill the master's request flawlessly. Xiaowu, puzzled, took the book and opened the first page, only to find herself unable to comprehend its contents. This was hardly surprising, as she had never seriously studied the written language of the human world and could not possibly learn it in a short span of time. Aeen, this illiterate rabbit is now your responsibility. I do not wish for my maidservant to be uneducated, Dongqing remarked, playfully pinching Xiaowu's ears, noting that she no longer resented him. Very well, I have no plans during the day, so I shall teach Xiaowu to read. Blue-silver Emperor Aeen nodded. During the day, aside from transforming into her true form and resting against Dongqing's chest, she had little else to occupy her time, making this a worthwhile task. Learning the written language of the human world? Xiaowu pondered as she gazed at the book in her hands. Although she could not decipher the text, she felt it was a positive development. At the very least, she recognized Dongqing's willingness to nurture her, teaching her the language of the human realm, indicating he had no ulterior motives regarding her 100,000 years of soul bones and soul rings. Additionally, little rabbit, you and Sister Aeen should remain within my courtyard and refrain from wandering. Should you venture outside, remember to stay close to me, Dongqing assured. He could guarantee the safety of his domain and the possessions around him, as no one dared to encroach upon his belongings. However, human hearts can be treacherous, and even within the spirit hall, there were those who would defy the authority of the Pope, Bibi Dong. While they might not dare to act against him, it did not mean they would hesitate to target these 200,000-year soul beasts. Xiaowu blinked, looking seriously at Dongqing and nodding in agreement, demonstrating that she took his words to heart. Her past experience of being deceived and sold served as a valuable lesson for this rabbit who had once disregarded advice. Understood. I will ensure to teach Xiaowu well, Blue-silver Emperor, Aeen replied gently. That was precisely why she had chosen to transform into her true form and rest upon Dongqing's chest. This way, no one would dare harbor ill intentions towards her. Now, with the identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, she could genuinely intimidate those titled Douluos who coveted the 100,000-year soul bones and soul rings. In truth, across the entirety of Douluo continent, aside from Qiandalu and Poseidon, no one would dare to forcibly seize the belongings of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, risking retribution from Bibi Dong herself. This was something the crown princes of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire could never fathom, for their status, though seemingly superior to that of the Holy Son, was fundamentally distinct. The reason was simple: they could never command titled Douluos to act on their behalf, nor did they have a pinnacle 99th level Douluo to support them. As for why Qiandalu and Poseidon would not attempt to forcibly claim Dongqing's 100,000-year soul beasts, it was because Qiandalu himself had no such intentions. Qianrenxue had no need for a 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone, as the angel god armor required a complete set of 6 soul bones, leaving no room for additional ones. Poseidon, on the other hand, never set foot on the continent, and, given the differences between sea spirit masters and continental spirit masters, would not bully a mere 12-year-old boy despite being a pinnacle 99th level Douluo. Since you all understand, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to my senior sister. Oh, and little rabbit, remember to warm my bed tonight, Dongqing casually remarked, before departing. He playfully pinched Xiaowu's cheek, to which she responded with mild resistance, though only momentarily. With a stern look from Dongqing, Xiaowu succumbed to his playful torment, as her mother's potential resurrection depended entirely on him. Her soul power had not yet reached the 60th level Soul Emperor, and until she matured beyond the 100,000-year soul beast stage, her appearance would remain that of a young girl. which was why Dongqing persistently referred to her as Little Rabbit. To truly grow and mature, Xiao needed to reach the 60th level in soul power, at which point her beauty would become apparent. Perhaps then, Dongqing would call her Big Rabbit or Plump Rabbit. Once Dongqing had walked far enough away, Xiao muttered under her breath, "I'm not little. I'm actually much older than you." In truth, the physical age of any being should not be equated with their mental age. Living for 100,000 years does not imply having 100,000 years of wisdom, as true growth of the spirit often requires enduring trials and tribulations. This is why many beings that seem ancient possess a purity of spirit. Of course, Xiao, her mother Aero, and the current blue-silver emperor Aeen had not genuinely lived for 100,000 years, yet their actual ages exceeded 30,000 years. During this time, they had primarily absorbed the energies of heaven and earth to enhance their soul power, achieving sentience only after becoming 100,000-year soul beasts. Soul beasts below 100,000 years, while possessing some awareness, lack true intelligence. It is noteworthy that the soft-boned enchantress rabbit is a noble and elite soul beast. Even when under 100,000 years and lacking true intelligence, they would not act recklessly. Chapter 95. 3 Women in the Soul Master City, within the Pope's Palace. In the rear hall's plum blossom garden, one can traverse around the Tinglong Pavilion and through the arched doorway into the courtyard, where exclusive pathways lead to the rear hall of the Pope's Palace. Surrounding gardens are adorned with flowers and plants that bloom throughout the seasons. But only a few old plum trees are in blossom now, appearing rather desolate compared to the vibrant splendor of the Tinglong Pavilion. The pathway meanders past the eastern side of the rear hall, leading to a long row of elegantly crafted buildings in an inverted L shape, with the short side facing south. 15 interconnected exquisite pavilions separate the main hall from the rear hall. Dongqing stepped lightly into the rear garden, where the winding paths meandered, lined with various flowers and tall spruce trees on either side. The saintess of the spirit hall, Hulaina, resided here, yet at this moment, the garden was devoid of any figures. Dongqing surmised she must be inside meditating. For Hulaina, Dongqing's rapid progress in meditation was quite remarkable. At her age, she had only reached the level of a soul master at the 30th rank, while Dongqing had already attained the 40th rank of a soul scholar. This disparity placed considerable pressure on her, compelling her to diligently meditate and strive for the enhancement of her abilities. A series of gentle knocks resonated. "Sister, are you there?" Dongqing lightly rapped on the door, and with the enhanced vision granted by the modified eyes, he effortlessly saw through the not-so-thick wooden door. Through his perspective, he observed Hulaina seated in a meditative posture upon a golden silk mat, her striking eyes closed. Upon hearing his voice, her brows twitched slightly. Her face, with a hint of alluring charm, was exquisitely fair, resembling a delicate sculpture of smooth jade. However, what captivated one's gaze was not just her face but her figure. Her alluring curves were irresistible, boasting an extraordinarily enviable waist-to-hip ratio. She exuded a charm that was delicate yet not pretentious, alluring yet not lascivious, vibrant yet not vulgar. Moreover, she was barefoot, her delicate, fair feet resting on the golden mat, their beauty akin to polished jade, with smooth arches and rosy, resilient soles. The 5 toes were neatly aligned. The big toe was plump and rounded, while the other 4 toes were exquisitely shaped, their spaces soft and tender, evoking an urge to cradle and kiss them. Further up, her long, graceful legs complemented her slender waist, easily grasped with one hand. She possessed a delicate, fair oval face, and her light gold and short hair brushed just past her shoulders. Her elongated fox-like eyes were elegantly upturned, framed by willow-shaped brows, with a delicate nose and soft, rosy lips. Her bright, luminous eyes held a depth and sharpness that radiated the unique sensual allure of her fox spirit. "Come in," Hulaina's voice, gentle yet resonant, floated from within. It was clear and melodious, simple and direct. For some reason, Dongqing sensed a hint of jealousy, yet he brushed it aside and inquired, "Sister, may I enter?" "Feel free to come in. It's not as if my room is off limits," Hulaina replied softly. Internally, she felt a pang of envy. As a mature woman, she had perceived something different in Bibi Dong's gaze towards Dongqing. Realizing that Bibi Dong viewed Dongqing not merely as a student, but with an unsettling possessiveness. The door creaked open, and upon entering, Dongqing immediately noticed Hulaina's somewhat displeased expression, stirring a sense of confusion within him. However, he chose to remain discreet, opting not to pry further. Aware that wisdom often lay in silence, especially in matters concerning women. "Sister, how have you been lately?" Dongqing approached Hulaina, placing a light golden mat on the ground and sitting across from her. He preferred to sit on a mat rather than a high stool, as looking down upon someone while conversing would be rather impolite. "Thanks to my dear junior," I have been well, Hulaina replied indifferently. Yet, as she gazed upon her junior brother, whom she hadn't seen in nearly a month, she couldn't help but catch a whiff of an unfamiliar scent on him. You carry the scent of women, 3 to be precise. And judging by the fragrances, aside from the teachers, there are 2 unfamiliar ones. Hulaina's eyes narrowed slightly as the tales of her fox spirit began to manifest behind her. Junior brother, you've already encountered 2 women before coming here, she asserted. Her fox tail extending to entwine around Dongqing's neck. Goodness, her sense of smell is truly remarkable, Dongqing thought to himself, but he maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the foxtail coiling around him. Sister, you misunderstand. They are both 100,000-year soul beasts. One assists me in cultivating my soul power, and the other is the 100,000-year spirit ring I have prepared for my journey towards the 90th rank. In the presence of outsiders, Dongqing had to regard the blue-silver emperor and Xiao merely as tools, otherwise he would be seen as an absolute anomaly. The enmity between humans and soul beasts was far beyond his current capacity to resolve. 200,000-year soul beasts. Wait, 2. Upon realizing this, Hulaina was utterly astonished. Unlike Bibi Dong, who had witnessed much of the world, the sudden emergence of 200,000-year soul beasts, wholly owned by Dongqing, left her in a state of disbelief. Sister, what is wrong? Dongqing feigned ignorance, his tone curious. What is wrong? You audacious junior brother, how can you even ask? Those are 200,000-year soul beasts. They represent 200,000-year spirit rings and 200,000-year soul bones. How can you remain so composed? Hulaina grasped Dongqing's shoulder, the golden map beneath them silently shifting several centimeters forward as she shook him with excitement. Calm down, sister. You seem to be losing your composure, Dongqing gently chided, maintaining his serene expression despite being jostled about. It was as though nothing in the world could disturb his tranquility. You've been away for such a short time, yet you still pretend. These are 100,000-year soul beasts, along with their 100,000-year soul bones. How can you expect your impoverished sister to remain calm? Hulaina was unable to contain her excitement. Had it been anyone else possessing such soul beasts, she would have immediately summoned Bibi Dong to deal with them. Alas, sister, I hope what I am about to say won't be too disheartening for you on a spiritual level, Dongqing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. If I were to speak of my encounters with the ice and fire in Yang, would it evoke jealousy to the point of her striking me? With the emergence of 100,000-year soul beasts, what could possibly dishearten me further? Hulaina scoffed, rolling her eyes. She could hardly believe that there was any encounter that could rival the possession of 200,000-year human-form soul beasts. Chapter 96, Congratulations, Senior Sister. Half an hour later. What? You and that woman found a multitude of celestial herbs together. Hulaina felt as if her teeth were about to sour. She gazed at Dongqing with a resentful expression, as if blaming him for not including her, thereby depriving them of the opportunity to share more celestial herbs. It was unclear when Dongqing's presence began to grow increasingly significant in her heart, even surpassing that of her biological brother, Xiaoyu. Perhaps this is what they mean by a woman should not linger too long. She did not refer to that woman by name. Her name was Qian Renxue, the biological daughter of their teacher, though she often stubbornly called her teacher sister. Dongqing explained, the teacher truly cherishes you. She has never shared this with me. Hulaina's tone was filled with palpable dissatisfaction. Really? Senior sister, are you sure the teacher hasn't mentioned it to you? Dongqing inquired with genuine curiosity. He was unaware that Bibi Dong had never brought this matter up with Hulaina. It seemed that his own efforts had not been in vain. However, Dongqing remained oblivious to the fact that he was gradually treading a path of no return, one that led to a dark and sealed chamber. Indeed, he regarded Bibi Dong as his teacher with all sincerity, but whether she regarded him merely as a student was uncertain. What are you saying, junior brother? Do you truly understand women? You are so kind to the teacher, always obeying her and making her laugh. Is it so strange that she treats you with a touch of favoritism? Hulaina spoke with an involuntary hint of jealousy. Recalling this, Dongqing softly asked, Senior sister, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Hulaina's demeanor was so conspicuous that he could not be oblivious. After all, this was not a novel. How could the female lead be so overtly affectionate while the male lead remained oblivious? Nonsense. How could I possibly have feelings for someone like you, stinky junior brother? Absolutely not. Besides, I despise men. And you must not harbor any strange thoughts about me, senior sister. Hulaina stammered, her cheeks suddenly flushing crimson as she forced herself to utter words she could hardly convince herself of. Oh no, what a disaster. I merely intended to tease her. But she took it seriously. Dongqing covered his face in exasperation, realizing he was at a loss for what to do. It was best to pretend he was unaware of the situation and avoid becoming her confidant. Ultimately, it boiled down to the same sentiment, being under 18. Dongqing could not overcome the mental barrier within himself. Ahem. Senior sister, let us not dwell on this. I believe you. Since you do not harbor feelings for me, let's discuss other matters. Dongqing quickly interrupted Hulaina, hoping to prevent her from straying further into uncomfortable territory. At least for now, as he was not yet of age. Oh. Hulaina replied reluctantly. At that moment, she appeared somewhat petulant, her expression tinged with regret. Embodying the sentiment of desiring something beloved that lay just out of reach, yet lacking the courage to voice it directly, as the proud saintess of the spirit hall. She wished Dongqing would take the initiative, yet he seemed to embody the essence of a steadfast and oblivious man, causing her considerable distress. Nevertheless, it was precisely because she could not attain it that her desire grew stronger. Senior sister, what do you think this is? Take a good look. This is a gift I specifically prepared for you. Dongqing produced a large chrysanthemum from his spatial soul guide, its resplendent purple hue captivatingly beautiful. Strangely, every petal appeared soft and furry, exuding an endearing quality. The entire flower was harmonious, devoid of any scent, while the central pistil stood a full half-foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden light. This was the heavenly chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial herb known to enhance vitality and invigorate the body, capable of cultivating an indestructible physique, and particularly suited for beast spirit souls. Is this the celestial herb you mentioned, junior brother? Hulaina inquired softly. The aroma emanating from the heavenly chrysanthemum made her feel her soul power's bottleneck loosening. Consuming it would undoubtedly elevate her power by several levels. Indeed. It is called the heavenly chrysanthemum, the most suitable celestial herb for you, senior sister. After consuming it, your body will undergo significant enhancement, and the maximum duration of your soul rings will at least double, Dongqing elaborated. Although he had other celestial herbs like the Qilua tulip, the fragrant Qilua, the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, the blood swan kiss, and the 9-grade purple ganoderma, none were as fitting for her. Junior brother, are you truly planning to give this to me? Hulaina blinked, her expression one of disbelief. This was a celestial herb, a rarity even at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, the spirit hall, yet Dongqing was bestowing one upon her as a gift. Of course, senior sister, please accept it. Consider it a small token of my esteem, Dongqing said, placing the heavenly chrysanthemum gently into Hulaina's soft palm. Feeling the seriousness in Dongqing's demeanor, Hulaina lowered her head in silence, accepting the gift without a word. Indeed, junior brother must have feelings for me, but he is just too shy to admit it. After consuming the heavenly chrysanthemum, Hulaina felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, a unique sensation born from her self-delusion. About an hour passed. Truly remarkable. My soul power has increased by 6 levels. Hulaina exclaimed with delight. Her soul power had risen from level 52 to 58. Merely 2 levels shy of reaching the realm of a 60th level soul emperor. With approximately 2 years remaining until the elite competition of the advanced soul master academies across the continent, she had ample time to reach the coveted 60th level. Reflecting on this, Hulaina glanced at Dongqing, uncertain if he would participate in the upcoming competition, as he had never mentioned it before. Congratulations, senior sister, on your substantial increase in soul power. Moreover, after consuming the celestial herb, your cultivation speed will accelerate even further, Dongqing remarked with a respectful bow. Chapter 97. The commoner remains a commoner. Do not rush to congratulate my senior sister. This is all due to your efforts, junior brother. Now, what reward would you like from me? Hulaina blinked her alluring eyes. As she spoke, her delicate, fair hands grasped Dongqing's collar, and her autumn water-like gaze exuded an irresistible allure. Unknowingly, their proximity diminished, breaths becoming audible, reflections of each other's faces captured in their dark, bright pupils. At this moment, Hulaina could even feel the youthful innocence radiating from Dongqing, reminiscent of her own Navet, filling her heart with secret delight. Senior sister. As long as you are happy, Dongqing stammered, scratching his head, feeling somewhat flustered. Although he often boasted about his prowess in charming women, in reality, he was merely a verbal champion. In terms of practice, he was, in truth, no match for these elder sisters. I like it. What I truly like is this. Hulaina's hand slid up, firmly grasping Dongqing's face. She adored his youthful visage, and through their physical contact, she felt his rapid heartbeat. Though he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. Senior sister, please show some restraint, Dongqing declared solemnly. At this moment, he sensed his heart racing uncontrollably. Though this was not his first encounter with such intimacy, he was still young, his body having only recently matured. As for when Dongqing truly grew up, he preferred not to dwell on that subject. After all, who could genuinely comprehend the profound impact that a single slap could have on a child whose body had only just begun to develop? 10 minutes later, Dongqing savored the strawberry-flavored ice cream in his mouth. Although it was cold, the taste was delightful, and he thought he might indulge in it again on another occasion. All right, senior sister, you mustn't act recklessly. Remember, I am still a 12-year-old child, and I have important matters to discuss with you. He quickly pressed his hand against Hulaiina's face as she leaned in once more, determined to prevent her from taking advantage of him again despite her disgruntled expression. What matters? Hulaiina asked impatiently. What could possibly be more important than teasing an innocent junior brother? Though she too was a novice. Dongqing was a shyer and more inexperienced student, which made the teasing all the more exhilarating. This is a long story, senior sister. Let us sit down and discuss it calmly. Dongqing gently wrapped his arm around Hulaiina's slender waist, guiding her to a finely crafted bench in the room. He was not like the tragic protagonists of dramas who felt the need to distance themselves from the women they fancied. Since Hulaiina had developed feelings for him, he wouldn't intentionally push her away from this budding affection. Simply put, he could not bear to part with her and would not reject his feelings. Feeling Dongqing's initiative, Hulaiina's lips curved into a beautiful smile, and a sensation that was difficult to articulate welled up within her. A saint paired with a saintess, was there not a perfect match in the world? Speak. What important matter could surpass our recent escapades? Hulaiina cast a sidelong glance at Dongqing, a hint of playful annoyance in her eyes. Unaware of Hulaiina's inner thoughts, Dongqing gently grasped her smooth wrist, feeling the unique sensation from her fingertips. He then organized his thoughts and slowly began. Senior sister, matters of romantic affection can significantly affect our cultivation. You must not become too engrossed in them. Besides, we are still young. I am merely 12 years old, and you are in a crucial phase of soul power cultivation. Our teacher is most concerned about our progress. If she were to discover that we allowed romantic feelings to interfere with our training, she would surely pull my ear and punish me severely. Seeing Hulaiina about to counter his argument, Dongqing continued calmly, of course. What I wish to discuss today is unrelated to this matter, so you need not become flustered. Upon hearing this, Hulaiina could not help but turn her head slightly, feeling disinclined to engage with Dongqing. They had just shared such closeness, yet he feigned indifference. The matter Dongqing wished to discuss pertained to the future development of the Spirit Hall, a topic that could greatly enhance their stature in front of their teacher. Currently, the Spirit Hall, under their teacher's leadership, thrived as the most formidable force on the continent, commanding nearly 70% of the Soul Masters. While many of these were commoner Soul Masters, their overall quality could not compare to that of the disciples from the top 3 sections. However, backed by their teacher and the reclusive High Priest, the Spirit Hall overwhelmingly surpassed the top 3 sects in terms of elite power. Dongqing's voice was low, yet the content piqued Hulaiina's interest. She was curious about the matter that would allow her to boast before her teacher. This journey to Heaven-Do City, particularly the events at the Heaven-Do auction house, has made me acutely aware of the intense aversion the upper echelons of the 2 empires harbor towards the Spirit Hall. The auction of the 10,000-year Soul Bone and 10,000-year Celestial Herb occurred, without our knowledge, at the Spirit Hall branch in Heaven-Do City. This clearly indicates that aside from the support of the commoner Soul Masters, the other vested interests are vehemently opposed to us, especially the aristocracy of the 2 empires. At this point, Hulaiina interrupted Dongqing, stating, "Isn't that quite normal? They cannot abide our assisting commoners in awakening their martial spirits for free. They would rather exploit them than help them, whether in the Heaven-Do Empire, the Douluo Empire, or any feudal regime in the world. Few monarchs genuinely care for their subjects. The reason is simple. Even if someone truly sought to liberate the common people from a corrupt imperial dynasty and establish a new order, it would not be long before those very leaders succumbed to the corruption of power, becoming the oppressors they once despised. Perhaps the founding emperors of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Douluo Empire aimed to rescue the common people, but as time passed, they too transformed into tyrants. It is evident that if the Spirit Hall were not sufficiently powerful, any organization daring to awaken martial spirits for commoners would be collectively eradicated by the top 3 sections. In their eyes, commoners will always remain commoners, destined never to rise." Chapter 98. The Min Family Senior Sister, you are absolutely right. Were it not for the presence of our esteemed mentor, the unparalleled title Douluo at the pinnacle of level 99, and the esteemed offerings of the Hall of Spirits, the number of common spirit masters on this continent would have plummeted by at least 90%, Dongqing murmured softly. In the era devoid of the Hall of Spirits advocating for common spirit masters, Awakening a martial soul was nearly an insurmountable challenge for the common folk. Any form of nobility is inherently lacking without the essence of rarity. If everyone could awaken a martial soul, how could the upper echelons of the three great sects in the imperial aristocracy display the nobility of their lineage? Would they not be indistinguishable from the commoners? So, junior brother, what exactly are you trying to convey? Hulaina responded with impatience. She pouted slightly, her rosy lips forming a discontented expression as she gazed at Dongqing, feeling as though he was teasing her, leaving her in suspense. What I mean to say is, since the foundation of our Hall of Spirits lies with the common spirit masters, we can continue to exert our influence over them, thereby gaining complete control over their fates. Dongqing replied in a hushed tone. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Starting today, I intend to be the navigator, to seize the destinies of all commoners in Douluo continent, compelling them to contribute to my ascent to divinity. Junior brother, you must not act recklessly. If you dare to harm the commoners, our mentor will not hesitate to strip you of your skin, Hulaina exclaimed, startled, and quickly cautioned him. Seeing the worried expression on Hulaina's face warmed Dongqing's heart, prompting him to gently embrace her. Senior sister, you may have misunderstood me. I harbor no such intentions. What I propose is to employ a special method to gain complete control over people's hearts, thus governing the fates of all commoners on the continent. A special method? Hulaina tilted her head, gazing at Dongqing in confusion. Indeed, senior sister, allow me to elaborate. I plan to establish an organization within the Hall of Spirits, a unique entity dedicated to disseminating the latest happenings across the continent, Dongqing explained. What kind of organization is this? Hulaina appeared somewhat puzzled, struggling to comprehend the purpose of such an organization. Observing her bewildered expression, Dongqing resorted to an analogy. In simple terms, it involves circulating recent events across the continent, such as the scandalous affairs within the upper echelons of the two empires. Since they harbor such disdain for our Hall of Spirits, we shall not indulge them. Instead, we will expose their misdeeds. Scandalous affairs? I understand that scandalous refers to something unsavory, but what is news? Hulaina inquired, perplexed. News, my dear sister, refers to rumors, half-truths and half-fictions, subject to your interpretation. Ultimately, the authority to clarify lies with us, Dongqing remarked, rubbing his nose. Ha ha ha, junior brother, you are quite mischievous. But I must admit, I like it, Hulaina giggled, burying her face in Dongqing's embrace, already envisioning the future scenario. She could imagine countless nobles and dignitaries, upon discovering scandalous news about themselves, wearing expressions of utter exasperation while finding themselves utterly powerless. After all, even if they were to retaliate, they would not dare to confront the Hall of Spirits openly. Once she had calmed down, Hulaina posed another question. Junior brother, how do you intend to structure this rumor? I mean, news organization, right? With so many cities scattered across the continent, it is no simple task to disseminate news. As the topic turned serious, Dongqing's expression grew grave. It is quite straightforward. This news organization will primarily rely on major cities such as Sodo City, Heaven-Do City, and Hanai City, utilizing the spirit branches within these cities to distribute our news to smaller towns and villages. Considering the timeliness, we can only publish a weekly edition, releasing fresh news every 7 days. Given the esteemed position of our Hall of Spirits in the hearts of common spirit masters, the news we publish will undoubtedly carry more weight than that of the Heaven-Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire. In due course, the entirety of Douluo continent will silently fall under Dongqing's dominion. He will determine who is virtuous and who is villainous, and those he vilifies will be deemed irredeemably wicked. However, Dongqing was not the type to distort truth. He had no need to defame anyone. His intention in establishing this news organization was solely to acquire a peculiar power, laying a solid foundation for his eventual ascendance to the 100th level. At that moment, Hulaina pondered a critical issue and voiced her concern to Dongqing. But they are so far apart. Junior brother, though you are the holy son of the Hall of Spirits, you cannot command elders at the title Douluo level to do such things. They would certainly be unwilling. Dongqing smiled slightly, his tone confident. Sister, there is no need for concern. I have already considered this. Matters pertaining to the dignity of title Douluo cannot be entrusted to the elders. Therefore, I plan to collaborate with the Min family, one of the 4 major single attribute clans, leveraging their swift-tail swallow martial soul to transport our news drafts. With the flight speed of the swift-tail swallow martial soul, they can reach any city on the continent within a day, ensuring that the news drafts arrive punctually at the spirit branches in every location. Although the swift-tail swallow spirit masters of the Min family vary in strength, Most are one-way tickets, purely in and not out. However, since the news will be published weekly, we can wait for them to rest before they return to assist in delivering the next batch of news drafts. Junior brother, do you believe the Min family will engage in this messenger-like work? I sense that no spirit master would willingly undertake such a task, Aeen remarked, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps they would not have before being abandoned by the Houghton sect, but now they are impoverished, truly destitute in every aspect. Moreover, we are merely collaborating. We are not subsuming the Min family. They have no reason to decline an opportunity to earn, Dongqing replied calmly. Surely not. The Min family is a well-known spirit master clan on the continent. Would they truly stoop to such a task for money? Aeen exclaimed in astonishment. You cannot begin to fathom their poverty, sister. To be honest, even I, your junior brother, am astounded at the existence of such impoverished spirit master clans on the continent. And how do you know this, junior brother? Ah, well, sister, let us not delve too deeply into this matter. Dongqing struggled to devise a suitable explanation, resorting instead to sealing Aeen's lips with silence. The Min family was once an affiliate sect of the Houghton sect, later callously cast aside. As one of the four major single-attribute clans, the Min family typified the supporters of the extreme faction within the spirit master community. The clan leader was a relative of the Tang Hao family, and the Min family was established with the backing of the Houghton sect. However, now abandoned. The Min family lacked offensive capabilities and viable means of livelihood. Furthermore, due to the leader's excessively proud disposition, unwilling to join other spirit master groups, they became the most impoverished among the four single-attribute clans, often relying on the assistance of the other three clans to ensure their members do not go hungry. Chapter 99. What do you want to do? 3 days later. Timeline. Douluo calendar, March 29th, 2644. In the early morning, the weather was clear and the sun shone brightly. Within the Holy Palace, in the rear hall of the Tunglong Pavilion, the bamboo forest was vibrant with life, its leaves lush and green due to the spring season. Dongqing stood alone amidst the bamboo grove, quietly savoring the gentle breeze that caressed his cheeks. For him, true tranquility could only be found in solitude. Truth be told, Dongqing felt a tinge of regret for rescuing the foolish rabbit, Xiao Wu, from the Tiando auction house. Perhaps it was due to his lack of ferocity. Or perhaps he should not have taken the soul crystal of Xiao Wu's mother, a roe. Now, this rabbit showed no fear of him and constantly sought his company, driving Dongqing to the brink of irritation. Yet, just as he was about to scold her, he would glance at Xiao Wu's bewildered, innocent eyes, and his frustration would quietly dissipate. Indeed, despite being of the same age, Xiao was now a 12-year-old young lady, and her curiosity about the human world remained profound as she ventured beyond the Stardo Great Forest for the first time. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of high heels striking the blue stone echoed behind him. Dongqing did not turn around. He recognized the familiar footsteps and knew that the little rabbit had arrived once more. Your Highness, the Minji clan has sent someone. They are waiting for you in the Tinglong Pavilion garden, Xiao Wu called out, peeking her head from behind Dongqing while her pink rabbit ears fluttered in the breeze. Yes, I am aware, Dongqing replied coolly. He then turned at a leisurely pace and headed towards the garden. Hey, Your Highness, wait for me. Xiao Wu stamped her foot in frustration at Dongqing's quick pace. With a graceful leap, she effortlessly bounded to his side, wrapping her arms around his. For Xiao Wu, this was her first encounter with a male of the human race, and she knew nothing of the propriety concerning interactions between the sexes. She simply enjoyed leaning against Dongqing. Having once been an auction item, Xiao Wu had been deprived of male company, as merchants ensured the purity of their goods to secure a higher price. In theory, Dongqing was the first human male she had ever encountered. In the rear garden of the Tinglong Pavilion, Bai He, the leader of the Minji clan, and his granddaughter Bai Qinxiang were seated in wicker chairs, their expressions tinged with anxiety. They had arrived approximately half an hour earlier, eager to discuss a crucial collaboration with Dongqing. Grandfather, why hasn't the Holy Sun arrived yet? Does he look down upon our Minji clan? Bai Qinxiang whispered, her countenance reflecting displeasure. Qinxiang, do not speak recklessly. This is their territory. Although the collaboration was initiated by them, it is still in consideration of our Minji clan's soul wisp, the swift-tailed swallow, Bai He cautioned in a low voice. Alas, the Minji clan had been ruthlessly abandoned by the Houghton sect, rendering them hesitant to speak boldly. But grandfather, if the Holy Sun requires our Minji clan, why must we be so cautious? Bai Qinxiang queried, perplexed. Sighing heavily, Bai He gently ruffled Bai Qinxiang's hair and said, My dear, you are still young. Nearly 12 years old. There are many things you do not yet comprehend. The Spirit Hall is unlike the top 3 sects or the 2 great empires. It is the most powerful Soul Master organization on the continent, with over 70% of Soul Masters aligned with it. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, if he were to issue a decree, with so many Soul Masters under his command, would he fear not having enough aerial Soul Masters to deliver messages? Approximately 3 days prior, Dongqing had sent a message to him, simply stating the need for collaboration between the Minji clan and the Spirit Hall, utilizing the flying speed of the swift-tailed swallow's soul to assist in disseminating news across the continent weekly, though Bai did not fully grasp the meaning of news copy. He assumed it was akin to the announcements issued by the Empire. However, such documents were typically only distributed during significant events. The paper itself held little value, and printing was straightforward. Yet, the aristocracy of the Empire often disregarded the common folk, only informing all citizens during the crowning of a new prince or the ascension of a new emperor. At this moment, Dongqing entered the rear garden, accompanied by the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Wu, and immediately spotted the 2 individuals who had been waiting. Their information swiftly appeared in his mind. Bai He, age unknown, leader of the Minji clan, an 82nd level pure sensitivity soul Douluo, possessing the swift-tailed swallow as his martial spirit, colloquially known as Old White Bird. He appeared as a typical elderly man, neither particularly amiable nor overtly intimidating. Bai Qinxiang, 12 years old, granddaughter of Bai He, a 23rd level pure sensitivity great soul master. Also with the swift-tailed swallow as her martial spirit, often referred to as young Mississippi. Dongqing observed her for a moment longer. Bai Qinxiang was tall and slender, strikingly beautiful. Though slightly underweight, her appearance only marginally less captivating than Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing, who were of the same age. However, her gaze bore a hint of arrogance. As she clung to Bai He's arm, her lovely eyes darting about, seemingly intrigued by her surroundings. Dongqing also recognized that beneath Bai Qinxiang's haughty exterior lay a profound sense of inferiority when faced with true talent. At that moment, upon noticing Dongqing's arrival, Bai He and Bai Qinxiang promptly rose from their seats beside the wicker chairs, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. The Minji clan, leader Bai He, pays his respects to the Holy Son. The Minji clan, Bai Qinxiang, pays her respects to the Holy Son. There's no need for such formality. Please, sit and converse. Dongqing gestured dismissively, taking a seat across from them, while Xiao Wu comfortably settled beside him. It seemed that she had little intention of adhering to the role of a dutiful maid. However, Dongqing, influenced by modern ideals from Earth, was not overly concerned with such conventions. Yes, Your Highness, Bai He nodded respectfully, then guided Bai Qinxiang to sit opposite Dongqing and Xiao Wu. Leader Bai He. The letter lacked clarity, so I can only provide a general overview. We must sit down to discuss the specifics of our collaboration, Dongqing remarked, nudging Xiao Wu gently with his elbow to signal her to pour tea. The latter blinked in confusion, failing to grasp his meaning, and shot him an incredulous glare. What do you want? Her eyes seemed to convey. What do you want? Dongqing's expression reflected mild exasperation. In that instance, it was Bai Qinxiang who understood the situation. She gracefully lifted the teapot from the table and skillfully poured tea for Dongqing and Bai He. Observing this, Bai He couldn't help but wonder about Xiao Wu's true identity. Though clad in a maid's attire, she did not perform any maidly duties, while her master, Dongqing, showed no inclination to chastise her. However, Bai He chose not to dwell on this thought. He glanced at his perceptive granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, and slowly began. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for the Minji clan that the Holy Son is willing to collaborate with us. Chapter 100. The agitated 2 women. Over the years, numerous factions have sought to subdue and spy on our single attribute 4 major clans. The 7 Treasures Glazed Hall School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex School from the upper 3 sects have both privately discussed matters with us. Unfortunately, ever since we were cast aside by the Haotian sect, I, Old White Bird, along with Old Gorilla, Old Rhinoceros, and Old Goat, have solemnly vowed never to easily trust these major sects again. However, the only faction now wishing to collaborate with our single attribute 4 major clans is the Spirit Hall, a sect once shunned by the Haotian sect, which is truly a poignant reminder of how times have changed. At this point, Whitebird couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, seemingly mocking the Haotian sect. As the leader of the sensitive clan, Whitebird could never accept the terms of joining or depending on another sect, even if that sect were the Haotian sect. The moment the Haotian sect ruthlessly abandoned the single attribute 4 major clans, they vowed never to join any sect again. What amused them most was that the Spirit Hall had no intention of engaging in conflict with the Haotian sect. Even the pursuit of Tang Hao was merely a fade, a simple scare tactic. In the end, the Aeen sect, from its leaders to all disciples, cowardly abandoned the single attribute 4 major clans and closed their gates, becoming like a turtle retreating into its shell. Whitebird remarked politely that the world might hold some misunderstandings about the Spirit Hall, which possesses a broad-mindedness that would not allow them to implicate others due to the actions of one individual, Tang Hao. The Aeen sect's extreme measures and their rapid retreat from reality left others astonished, yet they could not interfere with the affairs of another sect. Moreover, ever since my teacher, Bibi Dong, ascended to the position of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had already revoked the order to hunt down Tang Hao. Unfortunately, the Aeen sect, thinking too poorly of others, remained fearful of any potential retaliation from the Spirit Hall. After listening, Whitebird, with a contemplative expression, showed no signs of trust towards Dongqing's words, nor did he express any inclination to draw closer to the Spirit Hall at this moment. Having survived amidst the myriad factions of Douluo continent, he had long cultivated a cautious disposition. However, the less complex-minded Bai Qinxiang immediately retorted, "Humph. A turtle retreating into its shell, calling itself the Aeen sect. I think it should simply be renamed the Turtle Retreat sect." Whitebird remained silent, undoubtedly in agreement with Bai Qinxiang's sentiment. Yet, as the leader of the sensitive clan, he could not speak recklessly in front of outsiders, and at times, he could only express such thoughts through his granddaughter's words. "Haha. Turtle Retreat sect, that's hilarious." Xiao could not help but burst into laughter, sitting beside Dongqing and playfully patting his shoulder. "Is it really that amusing?" Bai Qinxiang murmured under her breath before turning to Xiao Wu and asking, "By the way, what is your name?" At this moment, she did not believe that the girl in maid attire was genuinely a servant. She had never encountered such audacity in a maid, who dared to behave so freely in the presence of her master. "My name is Xiao Wu, dance as in dancing." Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and introduced herself. "Xiao Wu. A lovely name. I'm Bai Qinxiang." Qinxiang referring to the fragrant wood, Bai Qinxiang replied with a charming smile, appreciating the pure and innocent aura surrounding Xiao Wu. "What is fragrant wood?" Xiao Wu tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Bai Qinxiang, entirely unfamiliar with the term. "You don't know?" Bai Qinxiang asked, her face expressing genuine curiosity. "How could I?" Xiao Wu, who was serving beside the holy son Dongqing, seemed bewildered that she had never encountered fragrant wood before, as it was something typically used by noble families and high-ranking sections. "I truly don't know." Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. Fragrant wood is a type of tree that emits a rich fragrance when burned. It is quite precious. A piece the size of a palm costs at least 100 gold soul coins, which is beyond the means of ordinary individuals, Bai Qinxiang explained. "Oh, so fragrant wood is so expensive. I thought it was just worthless firewood. Last night, I lit a huge pile, and it choked me. The smell was too strong and utterly unpleasant." Xiao Wu seemed to recall an unpleasant experience, instinctively covering her delicate nose. "Xiao Wu, are you trying to show off your wealth?" Bai Qinxiang looked at her with exasperation. If not for Xiao Wu's innocent demeanor, she would have been quite irritated. After all, she currently had less than 100 gold soul coins in her pocket. On the other side, Dongqing and Whitebird had long distanced themselves from the chattering girls, standing side by side beneath a large willow tree. The slender, verdant branches swayed gently in the breeze from the west, creating a remarkably tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. "Your Highness, I wonder how many members of the sensitive clan you require to assist in delivering the news draft you mentioned?" "At least 300, Dongqing replied. 300? What is this? Is your sensitive clan unable to gather even 300 individuals?" No, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I am merely surprised. I did not expect that 300 clan members could finally escape their impoverished lives," Whitebird exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. "How strange. Your sensitive clan is a family of soul masters. How could you be so destitute?" Dongqing still found it difficult to comprehend the reasons behind their poverty. He recalled that when Whitebird had tried to buy 200 Zhuge crossbows for 120 gold soul coins, he was mercilessly informed by Tang San that he would need 24,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, this was already the friendly price offered due to their familial ties. Tang San was indeed not exploiting his relatives. He had sold the Zhuge crossbows to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School at a price that was at least tenfold higher. The fact that the clan leader, Whitebird, could not even afford such a sum of gold soul coins illustrated just how impoverished the sensitive clan was. Of course, the precious crystal blood dragon ginseng that old Whitebird had secretly kept was still quite valuable. Sensing Dongqing's confusion, Whitebird let out a quiet sigh, then spoke with a tone of resignation. "Many years ago, when the Aeen sect withdrew from the world, the single attribute 4 major clans were abandoned by them. This meant we had to become independent, and independence necessitated self-sufficiency. For a typical Soul Master sect, this is not an issue. For instance, the Strength clan excels at forging and is naturally a group of blacksmiths. Old Gorilla is a master craftsman and has many blacksmiths under his command, so they need not worry about their clan's economic sources. The Royal Clan, adept at construction, engaged in civil engineering after separating from the Houghton sect and even took on numerous contracts from the Spirit Hall. Given that business with the Spirit Hall is quite lucrative, lots of money with little work. Meanwhile, the Pharmacy clan specializes in medicine, whether for healing or poison, and there is demand from all major factions across the continent. Additionally, their products are sold at a high price, making them the wealthiest among the single attribute 4 major clans. These 3 single attribute sects have inherent advantages in both survival means and Soul Master combat power. Thus, even after separating from the Houghton sect, they still manage to lead relatively comfortable lives. Chapter 101. The unfading scripture emerges at this juncture. The voice of the White Crane suddenly diminished, as if recalling some sorrowful past. The plight of our Minji clan has been particularly dire, lacking in viable means of livelihood and possessing insufficient self-defense capabilities. Our clan has faced considerable adversity over the years. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but the gatherings of our 4 single attribute clans often serve another purpose. The elderly leaders express their pity for this old white bird and wish to provide economic assistance to the Minji clan. Without such support, given our current financial state, we risk disintegration at any moment. The clan most willing to assist us is the Pa clan, the wealthiest among us, and their chieftain shares a good rapport with me. Upon hearing this, Dongqing refrained from questioning why the Minji clan had not resorted to unscrupulous means. The long-term suppression of evil spirit masters by the Spirit Hall rendered the old White Crane too fearful to consider such paths. The definition of an evil spirit master is not simply someone possessing a sinister martial soul. By this logic, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, with his 2 martial souls, the Death Spider King and the Soul-Devouring Spider King, would both be categorized as malevolent, neither fitting the mold of a virtuous entity. The definition of an evil spirit master is straightforward. It is based on the morality of one's actions. A malevolent soul master is deemed an evil spirit master. As for the future definition of an evil spirit master, that will only emerge when the Spirit Hall is overthrown, and the victors will have the authority to define it as they please. However, for now, the future of Douluo continent lies in Dongqing's hands. Should he wish to see the Spirit Hall endure, no one could dismantle this overarching organization of spirit masters. Very well, Chief White Crane. I now comprehend the predicament of your Minji clan. As long as you serve the Spirit Hall diligently, you shall reap the benefits, Dongqing remarked, patting the White Crane's shoulder. As if recalling another matter, he continued, I neglected to mention that Tang San is my brother. We grew up together, and I have now recommended him to the Tiando Royal Academy. His future is bound to be extraordinary. Though this brotherhood is merely superficial, it serves to intimidate. I do not anticipate a closer bond between White Crane and him. My primary hope is for Tang San to exert himself in future endeavors. Tang San the White Crane stood in a daze for a considerable time. Ultimately, he said little more and departed the Tinglong Pavilion with Bai Qinxiang, who appeared slightly reluctant to leave. In a brief span, Xiaowu had already forged a close friendship with Bai Qinxiang, and they promised to meet at Tinglong Pavilion whenever possible. It was not that Xiaowu was averse to venturing out. After her experience of being sold to the Tiando auction house, she now understood that wandering about would only lead to danger. Fortunately, following the alliance between the Minji clan and the Spirit Hall, Bai Qinxiang, as the granddaughter of the White Crane, possessed the privilege to come and go freely in this vicinity. After all, someone was required to gather news, and Bai Qinxiang was undoubtedly the best candidate, young, of compatible character, and likely to bond with Dongqing's companion, Xiaowu. This was precisely what White Crane hoped to witness. He desired a brighter future for Bai Qinxiang. As Dongqing's exclusive residence, Tinglong Pavilion is situated in the eastern part of the Pope's Palace. While it is not expansive, it is well equipped with 7 rooms, a master bedroom, a study, a living room, 2 guest bedrooms, a kitchen, and a meditation chamber. Dongqing naturally occupies the master bedroom, while Xiaowu and the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, reside in the guest bedroom. However, due to concerns for Xiaowu's comfort at night, Aeen chose to share her bed. Following the events involving Dongqing and Hulaina, Aeen recognized that Dongqing had matured into a young man. To avoid any misunderstandings, she opted for separate quarters. As for the Blue-Silver domain aiding in meditation, it suffices for them to remain within 100 meters of each other. After more than half an hour, as noon approached and the sun ascended, In the living room of Tinglong Pavilion, Aeen called out, "Xiao Qing, Xiao Wu." Dinner is served. Before her lay a pure white scarf, cinched at the waist with a delicate bow, presenting her as the epitome of a devoted wife. On a modest round wooden table, 3 dishes and a soup were arranged: braised pork ribs, steamed black fish, snow cabbage, and a final serving of tomato and egg soup. Soon after, Xiao Wu settled beside the round table, while Dongqing quietly took a seat between the two. "Aeen, you need not go to such lengths. I can have someone bring us meals," Dongqing gently suggested. He possessed no culinary skills. His only expertise lay in boiling water for instant noodles, unfortunately. Such delicacies did not exist in this world, thus he typically relied on others to provide prepared meals. Moreover, for spirit masters, sustenance is not a necessity. The higher the rank of the spirit master, the less they require food to replenish energy. The vast soul power derived from absorbing the energies of heaven and earth during meditation is more than sufficient for their physical demands, rendering food an inefficient means of replenishment. Is it not the same? The aroma of home-cooked meals is incomparable, Aeen retorted, as she deftly placed a piece of braised pork rib into Dongqing's mouth, effectively stifling any further arguments he might have regarding her culinary efforts. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had transformed into a voracious eater, wholly consumed by the delightful flavors of human cuisine. A stark contrast to her previous diet of either starvation or the occasional nibble of grass during her long sojourn in the Stardow forest. With the comprehensive collaboration between the Mingji clan and the Spirit Hall, the other 3 single attribute clans, aside from the Li clan, which remains loyal to Tang Hao's lineage, find themselves distanced from any ties to Tang San. The Pa clan and the Yu clan are unlikely to develop any connections with him, and the Tang sect, destined for a brilliant future, may very well cease to exist. Perhaps the Tang sect will endure, but without the support of the 4 single attribute clans. It would merely be an inconspicuous sect in Douluo continent, with only the Li clan's backing. Simultaneously, beyond the eternal cosmos of Douluo star, a vague humanoid specter quietly materialized. Although the energy levels of this world are low, its laws are well established. My subordinate hopes that your highness, the 9th prince, can solidify your foundation and diligently practice the unfading scripture of the Tianjiao Ant clan. Perhaps the chieftain is correct, in that despairing and dark world, the Tianjiao Ant clan faces immense challenges in their growth, lacking the tranquil time for cultivation that we now enjoy. In our vast world, each day is spent either hunting others or fleeing from pursuit, shrouded in darkness and treachery, the phrase "to consume others" etched deeply within. At this moment, a time-worn scripture hovered in the void beside her, the words unfading subtly manifesting. Chapter 102. First issue of the press release, the indestructible scripture, is the most formidable physical cultivation method conceived by heaven and earth, a creation-level technique, presumably born of the cosmos, tailored for humanoid beings. It is the supreme scripture, transcending rationality. The characters inscribed within the scripture embody the essence of the Tao, surpassing the constraints of time. However, the number of beings who have mastered the indestructible scripture is exceedingly rare. Yet, once attained, it grants the physical body eternal existence. Simultaneously, this invincible corporeal form firmly secures the core of the soul, rendering it impervious to any soul-targeting secret arts. As the saying goes, the blade may sever the flesh, the heart may cleave the spirit, but when the physical form reaches a certain level of strength, it begins to reinforce the soul, for body and spirit are inseparable. Any being with a formidable physique will undoubtedly possess a strong soul. The mortal realm is a vast sea of suffering. Within this ocean, the body serves as a vessel, while the soul is the occupant within. The vessel carries the individual onward toward the distant shore, only through the diligent cultivation of the body, fortifying the vessel, can one reach the other side of the sea of anguish. Thus, the essence of the indestructible scripture can be succinctly encapsulated in 8 simple words. The body is indestructible. The soul is immortal. At this moment, Dongqing remains unaware of the indestructible scripture, yet he does not require knowledge of it, for only he can cultivate this scripture. When the time comes, all will belong to him naturally. Unbeknownst to him, several days have elapsed. The news department of the Spirit Hall has been established through Dongqing's efforts. Though many within the Spirit Hall do not comprehend the significance of this department, nevertheless, this is inconsequential. Dongqing will let the results speak for themselves. In the main chamber of the Dragon Rising Pavilion, the night is solemn and quiet, with the silvery moon hanging high in the starry sky. At this moment, Dongqing is drafting a news article, accompanied by Hulaina. However, it is not long before Hulaina, serving as a tool, begins to succumb to drowsiness. She harbors a profound aversion to literary endeavors. While she can read, she cannot bear the task of writing. Feeling the delicate figure resting against her shoulder and the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her presence, Dongqing withdraws his gaze from the blank page, sets down his brush, and gazes down at Huaina's serene, slumbering visage, shaking his head in resignation. Ah, dear sister, why choose to learn the ways of a vixen? I cannot escape. My acceptance of your affection signifies my acknowledgement of your existence. Dongqing sighs softly. He wonders if the essence of the martial spirit indeed exerts a subtle influence on people. For he feels Huaina's allure growing ever more irresistible. As for the nature of this allure, Dongqing prefers to keep it unspoken. He merely wishes to ponder the concerns of adulthood once he turns 18. The mahogany desk radiates a gentle white light. And thanks to the resemblance between Douluo continent and the modern world, there is no fear of darkness enveloping the night. With a swift and fluid motion, Dongqing writes with ease, and as he glances down, he realizes that the article is nearing completion. He prepares to meticulously review the text from the beginning, ensuring there are no oversights. Shocking. The rankings of major forces on the continent are revealed. The first issue of the Spirit Hall newspaper. Editor-in-Chief, Dongqing, co-editor, Huaina. The following information details the news to enhance the knowledge of the populace across the continent and enrich your spiritual entertainment. The Spirit Hall has established a weekly news department. It is well known that numerous forces abound on the continent, including the Spirit Hall, Sea God Island, the upper 3 sects, and the lower 4 sects, with their strengths in constant flux, yet public understanding of them remains vague. Today, I, lacking in merit, boldly categorize the rankings of these major forces, hoping that the leaders of these factions will not take offense at my youthful audacity. First force, the Spirit Hall. I believe it is universally acknowledged that the Spirit Hall deserves the top rank. I doubt anyone contests this. If there are doubts or misunderstandings, allow me to elucidate. Firstly, my teacher, Bibi Dong, stands as a peak level 99th rank ultimate Douluo, and the Grand Offering, Qian Daolu, is also a peak level 99th rank ultimate Douluo. In terms of top-tier combat strength, the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the only force on the continent boasting 2 peak 99th rank ultimate Douluos. Notably, reliable statistics indicate that the Spirit Hall is home to nearly 70% of soul masters on the continent, most of whom are grateful for the free awakening of their martial spirits. With this in mind, I trust no one doubts the Spirit Hall's position as the foremost force. Second force, Sea God Island. Information regarding Sea God Island is somewhat scarce, as they rarely venture onto the mainland. We can only glean insights through Hanhai City, located near the coastline of the Tiando Empire. However, with the information at hand, I feel confident in ranking Sea God Island as the second force. The foremost figure is naturally the High Priestess Poseidon, also a peak level 99th rank ultimate Douluo, renowned for her invincibility in the ocean. In that domain, she reigns supreme. It is worth noting that including my teacher, Bibi Dong, we now have 2 female soul masters of unparalleled strength on the continent, which is indeed humbling for us male soul masters. Lastly, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, though their specific strength rankings remain unknown due to distance, are undoubtedly each title Douluo level powerhouses. They're the Sea Horse Douluo, Sea Illusion Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Witch Douluo, Sea Dragon Douluo, and Sea Ghost Douluo, each protecting a large city as its guardian. Thus, I categorize Sea God Island as the second force. Third force, the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, due to its large number of members. It has earned the title of the world's strongest beast martial spirit. The younger generation within this sect demonstrates commendable strength and talent. However, it is regrettable that the upper echelons of the sect severely lack top-tier combatants, with only the sect master holding the title Douluo rank. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This sect possesses the continent's strongest auxiliary martial spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. It boasts 2 title Douluos, the Sword Douluo Qinshin and the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, as well as 5 soul Douluos and 86 soul saints. Notably, it is rumored that the sect master's daughter, Ningrongrong, possesses the talent to transcend the limitations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. The Haoyan sect. Following the disappearance of the former sect master, the peak level 99th rank ultimate Douluo Tangchen, the sect has remained closed, leaving the internal circumstances of its members unknown. I must clarify that the Spirit Hall has never forced the Haoyan sect into seclusion. This decision was entirely their own and bears no connection to the Spirit Hall. In summary, the top forces on the continent can be categorized as 1 hall, 2 islands, and 3 sects, the Spirit Hall, Sea God Island, and the upper 3 sects. The subsequent content is purely a collection of gossip, primarily concerning various romantic escapades among the nobility of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. This is unavoidable as it serves to attract readership, regardless of the world. There will always be those with a penchant for scandal. Without such content, the newspaper's sales would undoubtedly suffer. This is a crucial source of income for Dongqing's future. He cannot perpetually rely on the Spirit Hall's gold soul coins without facing accusations of abusing his authority as the son of the hall. Ah, how astute I am. The first issue of the newspaper has been reviewed with no issues found, and now it is time for me to rest. Chapter 103, The Essence of the Power of Belief. As Dongqing was preparing to put down his pen and retire for the night, a curious voice resonated from behind him. Shaoqing, please share with me, what significance does your ranking of the continent's powers hold? Teacher? Dongqing jolted, startled. Had she approached without a sound? He had distinctly closed the door. Where had she emerged from? Do speak, for I am eager to hear your thoughts. Moreover, I am quite interested in the implications of this newspaper. Bibi Dong seated herself on the chair previously occupied by Hu Liena, her delicate arms resting on the table. With her rounded palms supporting her chin, her curious gaze fixed upon Dongqing. Her complexion was as smooth and fair as jade. Her waist slender and seemingly fragile like a water snake, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and grasp her. Upon closer inspection, her figure was voluptuous. Her legs long and graceful, embodying a perfect balance of slenderness and fullness, effortlessly showcasing the allure of a mature woman. Bibi Dong reclined elegantly in her chair, her form bending naturally into a graceful curve. The gentle breeze from the window stirred the soft, golden fabric of her dress, revealing her exquisite calves. Her porcelain skin, slender waist, and near-perfect features rendered her strikingly unique, noble, graceful, and serene. In that moment, Dongqing found himself bewildered, pondering for whom she had adorned herself so beautifully in the middle of the night. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation in response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, he began to elucidate. Well, primarily, it serves to showcase strength. In simpler terms, it is about demonstrating one's power to achieve the effect of winning without conflict. Oh, is it truly so? Do you believe that by doing this, the various sects across the continent will submit to us? Ultimately, will they yield entirely to the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong suddenly straightened, inching forward slightly, and grasped Dongqing's hand. At that moment, her crown was no longer atop her head. The gentle breeze outside caressed her cherry-red tresses, a slender strand drifting to the corner of Dongqing's mouth. Sensing Bibi Dong's excitement, Dongqing gently shook his head and replied, Teacher, you misunderstand. I do not concern myself with those sects. What matters to me are the countless ordinary beings across the continent. I require their strength. Their strength? What purpose do they serve? Bibi Dong regarded Dongqing thoughtfully, seemingly perceiving the ambition within him. Minutes passed. Shaoqing, speak honestly with your teacher. Do you intend to ascend to godhood at level 100 and harness the power of belief to create a new divine position? Bibi Dong's captivating eyes remained fixed on Dongqing's face. She had never considered that her disciple harbored such grand ambitions, leaving her, as a teacher, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For even she had never contemplated creating a new divine position. Well, since you have guessed, I shall be forthright, indeed. I plan to utilize the newspaper to harvest the power of belief and thereby forge my own divine position, Dongqing affirmed confidently. Upon hearing his assertive response, one would expect Bibi Dong to feel elated. Yet, she appeared troubled, voicing her concern. Shaoqing, you may be underestimating the difficulty of acquiring the power of belief, as well as the immense quantity required to create a new divine position. Over the years, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had scarcely gathered any power of belief, which compelled her to inherit the divine position of others. In truth, Bibi Dong had contemplated absorbing the power of belief to create a new divine position, yet the acquisition of such power proved exceedingly challenging. As for the notion that belief could be toxic, it was merely a constraint of certain world laws. Without the power of belief, one would lose divine strength. In the Douluo continent, the power of belief serves as currency to bribe the origin of this world. When sufficient funds are provided, the world's essence grants you the divine position you desire to control. Moreover, should you choose to relinquish your role, you could establish the 9-tiered divine examination to ensure its eternal succession, allowing yourself to venture into other realms in pursuit of higher levels. The origin of this world harbors no objections to such transactions, as it is your purchase, and you may wield it as you wish. This, indeed, was Dongqing's paramount reason for arriving in this world. It simply required monetary exchange, allowing one to comprehend the laws as they pleased. The power of belief, in essence, is the fervent admiration of the multitude towards an individual, manifesting as a potent desire. Certain zealous devotees may even sacrifice their lives or everything they possess for the one they venerate. However, the power of belief is not easily attained. While sovereigns may possess it, the quantity is minimal, as aside from their staunch loyalists, most individuals harbor thoughts of rebellion against them. The notion of usurping their positions and seizing their power is prevalent. The nobility, do they not possess a shared nature? As for the common folk, the emperors and kings are far removed from their lives. In most circumstances, they interact only with officials of a higher rank. They are oblivious to the emperor's visage and show little concern for such a distant monarch. Their sole focus is whether they can fill their bellies. Thus, the power of belief among the populace primarily coalesces into national fortune, which solely protects the reigning emperor and cannot be wielded for personal gain. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If the multitude suffers unbearably, the nation's fortune will inevitably collapse. Reflecting on this, Dongqing could not help but speculate whether Bibi Dong's future attempts to forcibly unify the spirit empire would lead to a backlash of national fortune. Explaining why Tang San and his companions would experience a surge of power, this notion was unacceptable. He must seek further opportunities to gauge Bibi Dong's thoughts. Ensuring she did not entertain such perilous ideas, Dongqing resolved internally. If one were to employ brute force to compel others to believe in them, the power of belief would be nearly non-existent. The most straightforward and efficient method of acquiring the power of belief lies in the collection of literary works, which explains the establishment of the newspaper department. Teacher, would you consider unifying the continent through the spirit hall to obtain the power of belief? Dongqing inquired, his tone laced with concern. Bibi Dong cast a peculiar glance at Dongqing before playfully pinching his cheek, finally responding, "What are you thinking? How could I ever do such a thing? Besides, what connection exists between unifying the continent and the power of belief?" According to ancient texts, whether it be the sea god, the angel god, or the Rakshasa god inherited by the teacher, each had an extraordinary life. The sea god and angel god redeemed countless beings to amass immense power of belief. Conversely, the Rakshasa god acquired belief through far more stringent means, necessitating endless slaughter to absorb vast amounts of negative belief power. What constitutes negative belief power? It is the extreme resentment generated by living souls before their demise. Upon hearing this, Dongqing felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The implications were chilling. The Rakshasa god required boundless carnage to absorb negative belief power, surely. The original Shura god must have slaughtered an entire realm of beings. Indeed, those who ultimately achieve godhood are devoid of any benevolence. Fortunately, inheriting a divine position merely necessitates fulfilling those peculiar divine examinations. Chapter 104, Gradually Setting Sail. Teacher, I understand that the power of faith is indeed difficult to acquire, but please believe me, I will certainly obtain sufficient power of faith, Dongqing declared with unwavering confidence. Since you are so resolute, my dear Shaoqing, I shall not persuade you further. However, should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, it would be prudent to seek the divine inheritance early, as it is the only path to eternal life, Bibi Dong responded, glancing at the overly confident Dongqing, refraining from further persuasion. Yet, she planned to collaborate with Qian Rinxue to procure the national treasure, the vast sea universe cover, from the Heaven-Do Empire. According to ancient texts within the Spirit Hall, this artifact was extraordinary and rumored to be connected to the sea god, potentially aiding Dongqing in finding the sea god's 9 trials. Her thoughts were driven by the realization that Dongqing's aspirations may be somewhat unrealistic. Acquiring the power of faith is indeed a formidable challenge, and achieving godhood at level 100 is nearly impossible. Speaking of eternal life, teacher, even if we all become gods in the end, what about senior sister and Qian Rinxue? What will happen to them? Dongqing inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, a mysterious smile flitting across her face as she leaned closer to whisper in Dongqing's ear, "For the eternity that teacher desires, you, Shaoqing, are indispensable." Indispensable? What does she mean? Dongqing pondered, but before he could grasp the meaning, Bibi Dong vanished, taking with her the slumbering Hulaina. The following morning at dawn, as the sun began to rise, a gentle beam of sunlight illuminated the slowly awakening Dongqing's face. He gazed quietly at the bamboo grove outside his window, the leaves swaying in the breeze, his expression calm and serene. Before long, a series of knocks sounded at the door. "Come in," Dongqing replied lightly. "Your Highness, I have come to collect the news draft." Bai Qinxiang entered, cautiously approaching Dongqing. "Do not be so fearful of me. I do not bite. Take it to be copied, and I entrust you with the task of delivering the news articles," Dongqing said softly, handing her a thick stack of papers from the table. All right." Bai Qianxiang murmured, clutching the news draft, her voice barely audible. This was her persistent flaw. In the presence of peers with greater talent, she involuntarily exhibited signs of inferiority. As if fearful of making mistakes, such individuals lead burdensome lives, overly concerned with others' perceptions. After Bai Qianxiang departed with the news draft, she arrived at a magnificent building in Seoul Master City dedicated to copying papers, where 300 members of the Mingji clan awaited. The soul engineering device for copying papers was an ancient relic, currently mastered only by the Spirit Hall. While its construction was not complex and quite simple in design, it occupied a significant area, roughly the size of a 60-square-meter house. To ensure that the Pope's orders from the Spirit Hall could be promptly disseminated to all Spirit Hall branches across the continent, such specialized soul engineering devices were present in every major city throughout Douluo continent. Douluo continent is a peculiar world. No one knows how many unique soul engineering devices were lost to time in ancient eras, yet many civilian soul engineering devices have been reliably passed down, such as electric lights, printing presses, and looms. Approximately an hour later, the news draft composed by Dongqing was photocopied into over 300 copies. These were distributed to the 300 members of the Mingji clan, each summoning their swift-tail swallow martial soul. With a shrill cry, they soared towards their respective major cities, where they would hand over the documents to the local Spirit Hall branches for additional copies, ranging from 100,000 to 1 million, depending on the circumstances. The local white-clad attendants would then sell these, priced at 3 copper soul coins per copy. Although Dongqing initially considered giving them away for free, he understood the baseness of human nature. Free items often go unappreciated. Thus, he opted for a modest price. 3 copper soul coins were not exorbitant, roughly equivalent to the cost of 3 steamed buns. As a box of 3 dishes and a soup typically costs at least 10 copper soul coins, making it theoretically affordable for most. The cost of copying these newspapers was less than 1 silver soul coin for under 1,000 copies, and for over 10,000 copies, it could drop to 10 copper soul coins. For vast quantities like Dongqing's 100,000 or 1 million copies, the final cost could fall below 1 copper soul coin. This meant that as long as there were enough buyers for the newspapers, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. As the day passed quietly, Spirit Hall branches in every major city across the continent adhered to the orders from the Spirit Hall Saint Sun, photocopying 100,000 copies of the news draft brought by the Mingji clan. They were not averse to printing more, but they did not hold high hopes for the newspaper's success. Despite its low price, they doubted it would attract widespread interest. In the minds of these Spirit Hall branch leaders, the Saint Sun's endeavor was merely a whimsical distraction, believing that the common folk would have little interest in such matters. What is Spirit Hall? What is Sea God Island? What are the upper 3 sects? In the realm of soul masters, such information was common knowledge, rendering the act of publishing it seemingly pointless. As for the gossip concerning the imperial nobility, they were well aware that with a little inquiry, one could gather much information, rendering the need for newspapers unnecessary. However, they were unwilling to tarnish the Saint Sun's reputation, regardless of their thoughts. They photocopied 100,000 copies and dispatched some less favored white-clad attendants to sell them, regardless of the sales volume. The Saint Sun had promised them a 30% commission, leading them to be relatively unopposed to the prospect of easy income. Yet, these Spirit Hall branch leaders overlooked a stark reality. How many among them, perched high above as soul masters, could genuinely comprehend the lives of the common folk? As the saying goes, how can one know the joy of fish when one is not a fish? At some point, soul masters and ordinary people became 2 distinct entities, seemingly coexisting peacefully while experiencing vastly different realities. In most cases, the gazes of soul masters towards ordinary individuals were tinged with an invisible condescension, as if the latter were of a lower status. However, on the land of Douluo continent, the combined number of soul masters was less than 1 million. While the population of commoners exceeded hundreds of millions, it is the vast multitude of common folk, the endless lives, that form the true source of the power of faith. The key to achieving godhood at level 100, rather than relying on a mere fraction of 1 million soul masters. In Heaven-Do Empire, Heaven-Do City. In the Spirit Hall branch, early in the morning, a white-clad attendant was accompanied by over 30 ordinary members of the Spirit Hall. Several individuals collaborated to push a flatbed cart piled high with freshly printed newspapers. After placing the cart at the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch, the white-clad attendant produced a prepared sign. Shocking. The rankings of the continent's major powers are revealed. Spirit Hall newspaper, first issue. Beside this grand sign, a smaller wooden sign read, only 3 copper soul coins per copy. Chapter 105. An unwanted encounter. Not long after, driven by curiosity, A throng of commoners gathered outside the Spirit Hall's branch, drawn particularly by the striking words of astonishment that stirred their hearts and compelled them to investigate further. "Esteemed steward, is it truly only 3 copper soul coins for that newspaper?" inquired a slender man, mustering his courage to approach, his tone ingratiating. "Is that not clearly stated on the sign? 3 copper soul coins. Just take it and drop the money in the box," the steward in white replied impatiently. He then produced a wooden box, roughly a square meter in size, and casually placed it beside the flat cart. "Oh, thank you for your efforts, esteemed steward." The slender man nodded eagerly. He carefully counted out 3 copper soul coins from his pocket, placed them into the wooden box with caution, and then, satisfied, took a copy of the newspaper and departed. As for opening it on sight, he was not foolish. The gathered crowd were not his kin. And why should he allow strangers to gaze at something he had paid for? Thanks to the favorable impression the Spirit Hall held among the common folk. And as this was the first time the Spirit Hall sold items to the public, many passing civilians seized the opportunity to purchase a copy. After all, 3 copper soul coins were hardly enough for a meal. Not everyone wished to take it home for leisurely reading. Some attention seekers eagerly opened the newspapers right there. Remarkable! The Spirit Hall truly is the most powerful spirit master organization, with nearly 70% of spirit masters affiliated with it. Who would have thought there exists an island of the sea god beyond the distant Hanhai city, and that there are titled Douluo known as the 7 Holy Pillars? Today has indeed broadened my horizons. Even more sensational was the scandalous news regarding Prince Xuexing. It was hard to believe he was such a base and shameless individual in private. Do you believe this? Why wouldn't I? This is official news released by the Spirit Hall and pinned by the Hall's esteemed prince. It is far more credible than any imperial announcement. Indeed, the imperial aristocracy is tyrannical and malicious. I have witnessed them forcibly seize maidens. Who else but the Spirit Hall would dare expose such truths? Soon, as more individuals purchased newspapers, the box, which was merely 1 square meter in size, became filled to the brim with copper soul coins, many spilling onto the ground. Yet, no one dared to act recklessly outside the Spirit Hall's branch, as each branch was guarded by Spirit Hall sentinels to protect the substantial reserves of golden soul coins stored within. After all, the majority of common spirit masters would likely find themselves reduced to working for ordinary people if not for the stipends provided by the Spirit Hall. As for those who descended into villainy as malevolent spirit masters, they would need to consider their own resilience and whether they could withstand the Spirit Hall's wrath. 3 hours later, at the Tiando Imperial Palace, within the Crown Princess quarters, it was midday. So that was the matter for which you sought my assistance. Shrouded in mystery, I thought it to be of greater significance. Qian Rinxue held a pristine newspaper, its contents provoking a sense of ennui within her. After all, she was already well acquainted with the power dynamics on the continent and had no need for further elucidation. Regarding the subsequent scandalous news, she privately derided Dongqing for his lack of shame in resorting to such vulgarities to drive sales. "Come here." Qian Rinxue's voice echoed softly. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" ventured a female official, bowing as she approached. "Inform everyone that while the Spirit Hall sells such materials, they are to be left to their own devices. We must not allow this matter to escalate into direct conflict with the Spirit Hall." Qian Rinxue clasped her hands behind her back, her tone remarkably composed. "Your Highness, but there are articles that slander Prince Xuexing. Should we not take action?" The official's face reflected her confusion. In her view, Prince Xuexing was the crown princess' own uncle. Logically, even if their personalities clashed, it would be unwise to disregard the situation. Humph. If he dares to engage in such sordid affairs, he should not fear the whispers that follow. Qian Rinxue replied with a cold snort. "Understood, Your Highness. I shall promptly notify all guards within Tiando City to refrain from conflict with the Spirit Hall due to this matter." The official, startled by Qian Rinxue's icy demeanor, quickly knelt with one knee on the ground. Having spoken, she rose and hurriedly exited the palace, fearful that the crown prince might unleash her ire upon her. Qian Rinxue stood in contemplation for a few minutes before slowly making her way deeper into the Tiando Imperial Palace. After all, her current authority was limited. She could only influence the area surrounding Tiando City, while the true military power of the empire remained firmly in the hands of the Snow Knight Emperor. In the Taiji Hall of the Tiando Imperial Palace, the voice of the Snow Knight Emperor resonated. "Qinghe, you have arrived." He sat upon an ornate yet ancient chair, his aged visage and white hair making him appear like an old man on the brink of death. By rights, he should have abdicated at his age. Yet the allure of power was intoxicating, making it difficult to relinquish. "Father, I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Qian Rinchue's voice was steady. Cough, cough. Is it regarding the newspaper produced by the Spirit Hall's prince? The Snow Knight Emperor coughed intermittently, revealing his frail health. Indeed. I suggest we avoid direct confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Such matters do not threaten the foundation of the empire. Should we embroil ourselves in conflict with the Spirit Hall over this, the consequences could be dire, Qian Rinchue elaborated. The Snow Knight Emperor lifted his heavy eyelids. His tone measured. They wield the knife, while I am the meat. I have read that newspaper. The Spirit Hall is indeed qualified to be called the continent's foremost power. Though our empire boasts a large army, we lag significantly in top-tier strength. If we anger the Spirit Hall, even I could not survive an encounter with a peerless Douluo. Thus, in this matter, we must yield. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, he fell into another fit of coughing. Taking several deep breaths before continuing, as long as the Spirit Hall harbors no intentions of unifying the continent, we can tolerate their establishment of a nation. I believe Star Luo shares this sentiment. Observing the Snow Knight Emperor, who had coughed multiple times in quick succession, Qian Rinchue could not help but speak. Father, your health is in decline. You must prioritize rest and not overexert yourself with burdensome affairs. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity crossed the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes. Akin to a lion awakening from slumber, but it swiftly subsided. He regarded the now-adult Qian Rinchue with a remarkably calm voice. Qinghe, remember, what I grant you is yours. What I do not grant, you must not seize. It is well known that the poison Douluo, controls the most lethal toxins in the world. Yet few realize that power is the most insidious poison of all. An emperor of noble character can contain this poison within a vessel, but should the vessel crack, the poison will spread rapidly. This poison will utterly corrupt the emperor's body and mind, rendering them incapable of relinquishing their grasp on power. I understand, Qian Rinchue replied, lowering her head. The old fool, one day the Tiando Empire will be mine. I am eager to see how long you can cling to this frail body. Upon exiting the Taiji Hall, Qian Rinchue was preparing to return to the Crown Prince's palace when she unexpectedly collided with someone she wished to avoid. Chapter 106. The Major Sex Qinghe Brother. Wait for me. It's me, Xueku. A girl with short white hair waved her hands enthusiastically at Qian Rinchue from a distance. Xueku? What brings her here? Initially reluctant to engage with this troublesome girl, Qian Rinchue was lost in thought when Xueku, with her tiny steps, bounded over and clung tightly to her arm. Qinghe brother, have you seen the news? Is that Sea God Island for real? I can't believe there are so many large cities overseas. Xueku chirped away like a chattering little bird, bombarding Qian Rinchue with questions. I have seen it. The Sea God Island is indeed real. It stands like a small continent with 7 grand cities and a massive island. Qian Rinchue gently tousled Xueku's hair, soothing this sister who regarded her as family. Really? Can we go visit Sea God Island? A look of longing filled Xueku's bright eyes. Unfortunately, Sea God Island is very exclusive. It does not welcome outsiders. Not even the Spirit Hall has the privilege to enter, Qian Rinchue replied, shaking her head slightly. What a pity. I had planned to visit Sea God Island this year. But it seems that hope is lost now, Xueku said, her expression one of utter disappointment. Don't worry, there's nothing worth seeing on Sea God Island. Just a bunch of self-righteous fools, Qian Rinchue remarked bluntly. Unlike Prince Xuebong, Qian Rinchue held a fondness for the little Princess Xueku. After all, her nature was commendable, kind, innocent, and noble, making one feel that the swan spirit was indeed suited for her. As 3 days lazily passed, the fervor surrounding the news continued to simmer. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yuanjin, a titled Douluo of the 95th rank with a powerful beast spirit, felt confident in his ability to contend with 3 equally ranked titled Douluos. Yet, at this moment, he appeared deeply troubled. Luomi. How did such a small troublemaker from the Spirit Hall emerge? This news he released is truly insidious, Yuanjin said, holding a fresh copy of the news report. He glanced at the introduction about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and felt it was an attempt to slander their reputation. The report merely stated that he was a titled Douluo, failing to mention his capability of taking on 3 opponents simultaneously. To outsiders, even the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect had 2 titled Douluos, making their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect seem somewhat unworthy of being called one of the top 3 sections. As for the Haotian sect, despite its seclusion and closed doors, who was unaware that several elders, including the sect leader, were titled Douluos. With even the unparalleled 99th ranked Douluo Tang San among them, though Tang San had been absent for a long time, his legendary status, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, could not be easily forgotten due to a mere few decades of silence. Brother, It's also because our next generation has yet to mature. Both Tianxin and Tianheng possess the potential to become titled Douluos, but they are still too young, Luomi said, shaking his head in frustration. Speaking of which, Luomi, what about your illegitimate daughter, Erlong? Her talent is quite remarkable. She is already an 80th ranked Soul Douluo. Why has she not made any progress towards becoming a titled Douluo? Yu Yuanjin inquired curiously. Sigh, it's a long story. With her mindset, she cannot break free from the influence of Yu Xiaojiang. She will never ascend to title Douluo, Luomi sighed softly. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's name, Yu Yuanjin was instantly filled with rage, exclaiming, that scoundrel Xiaojiang has actually entangled himself with his cousin. If he weren't my own child, I would wish to strike him down myself. As he spoke, he slapped down, leaving a dragon-shaped claw print that shattered the ground beneath him. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fingji gazed at the news report in his hands, exclaiming, I never expected that within just a few days, this holy son would stir up such a significant affair. With his keen insight, he realized that this news was not merely a disclosure of the sect's strengths but held deeper implications. However, he could not yet discern the true purpose behind Dongqing's actions. While he pondered, a servant approached and presented a wax-sealed letter, although Ning Fingji had not intended to pay it any mind. The name on it caught his attention, to Father, Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's name, he promptly discarded the news report and opened the wax-sealed letter, extracting a thin sheet of paper. After reading for a while, he rubbed his temples and murmured, Rongrong is still as troublesome as ever, with so many typos. It truly tests this old father. However, after finishing, he gathered some understanding of Ning Rongrong's recent life at the Tiando Royal Academy. She had met a soul master named Yilingling, who was known for having the continent's best healing spirit, as well as the aloof and proud Du Guyan, who seemed to have some admiration for the haughty Tang San. To Ning Rongrong, Tang San appeared the most arrogant, always carrying an air of superiority, making one wonder if he possessed twin spirits. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly bizarre personality that attracted the attention of the proud Du Guyan. Both Yilingling and Du Guyan were 12 years old and had recently entered the Tiando Royal Academy. It was Du Guyan's first encounter with Tang San and Yu Tianheng, and the two, whose personalities clashed, ended up in a fight on their very first meeting. Undoubtedly, despite Tang San's shortcomings, his dual spirit abilities, coupled with the secrets and hidden weapons of the Tang sect, ultimately allowed him to defeat Yu Tianheng. This was also why Du Guyan referred to Tang San as a celebrity at the Tiando Royal Academy. Not merely due to the recommendation letter penned by Dongqing, but also because of his victory over the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. At the Haotian sect, on the edge of a towering cliff, a chilling wind swept by intermittently, while several disciples of the Haotian sect whispered among themselves. They were tasked with external procurement. For with so many members in the sect, they could not simply consume their resources without replenishing their supplies. Moreover, although high-level soul masters did not require food to sustain their energy, many young children still needed nourishment. Have you seen that news report? The holy son of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing, stated that the Spirit Hall did not force our Haotian sect to seal its gates. I have seen it. I am puzzled, for we have not encountered any deliberate targeting from the Spirit Hall during our outings. What was the sect leader thinking back then? Sigh. You young ones do not know that during the reign of sect leader Tangchen, our Haotian sect stood as one of the two dominant forces alongside the Spirit Hall. And now, Chapter 107, is a beauty thinking of me? Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Haotian sect's forbidden area, there were 7 stone platforms, each towering 100 meters high. Atop these platforms sat 7 venerable elders, exuding the formidable aura of titled Douluos. In the very center, there loomed a high chair, slightly elevated above the stone platforms, where the sect master, Tang Xiao, sat cross-legged. At that moment, the elder on the first stone platform to the left suddenly spoke. He was the Grand Elder of the Haotian sect, a formidable titled Douluo of the 95th rank. Tang Xiao, is this what you meant when you said that the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect would be irreconcilable? I truly regret supporting your decision to close the mountain gates and retreat from the world. The Grand Elder's gaze was sharp, his voice cutting and frigid. To speak candidly, had we not closed the mountain gates, our younger generation would not be confined to one place, oblivious to the changes in the outside world. The one who spoke next was the elder on the second stone platform to the left, the second elder of the Haotian sect, a 94th rank titled Douluo. I was opposed to the Haotian sect's decision to close the mountain gates. I cannot believe that Qian Dalu would dare to attack the Haotian sect. Fearing the return of the former sect master, Tangchen, and the potential retaliation from his Spirit Hall, he was the third elder of the Haotian sect, a 93rd rank titled Douluo. The circumstances surrounding the death of his son, Qian Xuanji, were peculiar. Dying from severe injuries? It is laughable to think that the spirit hall, with its profound foundation, could allow Qian Xuanji to perish from his wounds. He was the fourth elder of the Haotian sect, a 92nd rank title Douluo. What is most perplexing is Tang Hao's foolishness. Had he brought the 10,000-year spirit beast, the blue-silver emperor, back to the Haotian sect to give birth, he would not have faced the ambush by Qian Xuanji and others right after his youngest was born. He was the fifth elder of the Haotian sect, also a 92nd rank title Douluo. Speaking of which, who was it that informed the spirit hall about the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor? The matter remains unresolved. Before she sacrificed herself, only a few of us here truly knew her identity. He was the sixth elder of the Haotian sect, a 91st rank title Douluo. The events of that year are now difficult to ascertain. The issue of informing on her must be set aside. For our foremost priority is unity to face the ever-growing might of the spirit hall. He was the seventh elder of the Haotian sect, a 91st rank title Douluo. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Tang Xiao in the center. He seemed to have said nothing, yet it felt as though he had conveyed much. Seventh elder. Do you harbor doubts about me? Tang Xiao's voice was deep, his aura as a peak 96th rank Douluo rising, which was the foundation of his qualification to be the sect master. The distinction between the 95th and 96th ranks may appear as a mere level, yet they signify entirely different realms of power. The latter could completely overpower the former. Ranks from 91 to 95 are known as title Douluos, while those from 96 to 98 are termed peak Douluos, with the 99th rank revered as the ultimate Douluo. Fear not, sect master. You are overthinking. I harbor no doubts about you, the seventh elder replied nonchalantly, clearly not believing that Tang Xiao would undertake such actions. However, given your brother's nature, the clarity of his intentions remains uncertain. After all, Tang Hao is a man capable of instilling doubt in his competitors about the affections of their beloved women. Even brothers would contest fiercely for the love of a woman, thus the seventh elder could never accept that someone could be magnanimous to such an extent, unless there are certain means employed that render Tang Xiao, a fellow competitor, feeling utterly hopeless while simultaneously reluctant to sever ties with his brother. It is only then that he would choose to return to the Haotian sect and facilitate their union. In the Douluo Empire, at the Zhu family estate, a beautiful woman reclined on a soft chaise, her calm gaze fixed upon a sealed letter in her hand. Zhu Qing intends to attend the Spirit Hall's Elite Soul Master Academy? This is not entirely unfeasible. Should she rise to a high position within the Spirit Hall, it would indeed be advantageous for our family. After all, that Dai Mubai is merely roaming in the Heaven Do Empire, even if His Majesty were to express displeasure. I could defend Zhu Qing, for it was Dai Mubai who chose to fall from grace first. This woman was none other than the Empress of the Douluo Empire and the head of the Zhu family. Compared to her imperial status, she evidently placed greater importance on the legacy of her family. The reason was simple. In this world, no empire is eternal and indestructible. Only family legacies endure for millennia. The Zhu family is no exception, nor is the Qian family. On Sea God Island, in the core area, within a luxurious palace, a stunning beauty leaned against the window, observing the seagulls soaring freely in the distance. She felt the salty sea breeze gently brush against her nose. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, she was draped in a magnificent robe, her ocean blue hair cascading down her back, nearly touching the ground. Her exquisite features suggested she was no older than 30, with her beauty emanating from an air of nobility and grace, imbued with a unique warmth. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long staff, golden as the rising sun, radiating a gentle, warm glow. The staff was intricately carved with magical patterns, topped with a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear, with a golden gem embedded just below the spearhead. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty, yet her aura was unparalleled, unique in its own right. Most astonishing were her eyes, with azure pupils deeper than the ocean, reflecting the weight of ages, as if she had witnessed time itself. She was Poseidon, the divine spirit of the sea god, a peerless title Douluo of the 99th rank. As the sea god, she also served as the high priestess of Sea God Island, the embodiment of the sea god, known as the invincible of the ocean, a title suggesting she was a human infinitely close to divinity. An amusing child, attempting to gather faith in such a manner, aspiring to walk the path to divinity at level 100. But do you truly possess the capability to achieve this? Poseidon gazed toward the Douluo continent, her profound and tranquil eyes seemingly perceiving Dongqing, thousands of miles away. In Wuhuan City, within the Hall of the Pope, the main hall was bustling with activity. Zhu Hua and Gui Mei stood below, accompanied by a dozen black-robed bishops and hundreds of purple-robed bishops, while outside there were thousands clad in yellow and white. As for the platinum bishops, there were only 4, who were stationed in crucial cities like Heaven-Do City and rarely left. Dongqing and Hulaina stood flanking Bibi Dong, in the order of male left and female right, with Dongqing undoubtedly on Bibi Dong's left. At that moment, achoo! Dongqing could not suppress a sneeze, instinctively reaching to touch his nose, musing in his heart, could it be that an extraordinary beauty has been secretly speaking of me? On the other side, Bibi Dong sat poised on the Pope's throne, her attention drawn to Dongqing's unusual action. Her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as if to signal him to refrain from causing disturbances at this moment. Chapter 108. The Future at this moment. A black-robed cardinal stepped forward and spoke. Your Holiness, the newspapers have been selling remarkably well these days, with many major cities distributing over 300,000 copies each. Perhaps due to the lucrative nature of this venture, numerous merchants across the continent have approached the Spirit Hall, requesting the use of the duplication soul-guiding devices to reproduce at least 1 million copies, which they then sell to smaller cities akin to Notting City. In the absence of your directive, most Spirit Hall branches have not prohibited collaboration with these merchants. Should we consider severing ties with them? It was evident that the black-robed and purple-robed cardinals, as leaders of the Spirit Hall in large cities, were reluctant to allow merchants to profit from this newfound opportunity after experiencing its benefits themselves. Xiaoqing, what is your perspective? Bibi Dong turned to her left, seeking the opinion of Dongqing, who was struggling to comprehend this emerging phenomenon. Teacher, I believe merchants are driven by profit, and it is only natural for them to recognize the potential of newspapers. After all, the cost of duplicating is minimal, with each copy costing less than a copper soul coin, yet selling for 3. The nearly threefold profit incentivizes these merchants to take risks. However, I contend that to ensure the dissemination of newspapers across every corner of the continent, we need not suppress their resale activities. Nevertheless, to guarantee that every commoner can afford a newspaper, we must impose strict regulations to prevent these merchants from raising prices without authorization. Otherwise, we shall revoke their duplication privileges. Dongqing spoke with calm rationale. Given that all duplication soul-guiding devices were controlled by the Spirit Hall, it had absolute authority at this juncture. Only obedient merchants would retain their duplication rights, while those who attempted to raise prices or sell at inflated rates would automatically lose their privileges. The interest from merchants is indeed a positive development, indicating that for the majority, this is a profitable enterprise and demonstrating the public's acceptance of this novel concept. Upon hearing Dongqing's insights, Bibi Dong nodded slightly and then brought her papal scepter down with a heavy thud, startling all members of the Spirit Hall present. Xiaoqing speaks with great wisdom. You shall act accordingly. Understood? Bibi Dong declared with a serious demeanor. At that moment, she embodied the essence of an absolute sovereign. Adorned with a papal crown and draped in a platinum robe, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. Simultaneously, her unintentional emanation of the overwhelming presence of a 99th level Douluo instilled trepidation among the elders of the Spirit Hall. We shall heed the command of the Pope. The members of the Spirit Hall responded in unison, bowing their heads. After the high-level meeting concluded, Dongqing took his leave from Bibi Dong and made his way to the center of Spirit City, to the news building, the headquarters of the news center. The building was modest in height, merely 3 stories, yet its prominence in the heart of Spirit City rendered it one of the most significant structures in the area. The leaders here were Mei Xiaoxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuestian, all esteemed instructors from the Spirit Hall's elite Soul Master Academy, now tasked by Dongqing with assisting in the layout of the newspapers. The news drafts were indeed mere drafts. Dongqing lacked the expertise in layout and distribution, relying heavily on the proficiency of these 3 seasoned educators. After all, they were professionals. While Dongqing could only oversee the overarching direction and occasionally contribute his own articles or indulge in leisure, in daily operations, they depended on the numerous Spirit Hall members at their disposal, rather than solely on the 3 of them. Since the Spirit Hall's intelligence personnel had already spread throughout the continent, Mei Xiaoxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuestian were responsible for selecting suitable stories that aligned with the interests of the Spirit Hall, subsequently publishing them in the newspapers. Their roles resembled that of news editors, primarily focusing on the quality of content. Mei Xiaoxue was strikingly beautiful, with lustrous golden waves cascading down to her waist, her mature and alluring physique exuding an undeniable charm. At 36 years of age, she had gracefully transitioned into her 40s, achieving a soul power level that had progressed from 69 to 73. Her martial spirit was an ancient longsword, not quite rivaling the 7 killing sword of the 7 treasures glazed tile school S sword Douluo, Chen X Aeen, but still a commendable weapon. Liu Mei and Li Westin. The twin sisters appeared a few years younger than Mei Xiangxue. Now at 35, they had elevated their soul power to 61, both being rare support-type soul masters. Their martial spirits were enhancement pearls and healing pearls, with Li Mei as the enhancer and Li Westin as the healer. Dressed alike in gray skirts, their long legs, encased in black stockings, exuded strength and elegance, capable of captivating most men's gazes. Intriguingly, their identical features stirred the imagination. In the warm parlor of the news center headquarters on the 3rd floor, Mei Xiangxue perused a ledger, reciting the profit figures, while Dongqing sat in a chair, feigning sleep. Your Highness, based on calculations across 300 major cities, each Spirit Hall branch has sold at least 100,000 newspapers, totaling 300,000 copper soul coins. Individually, a city's 300,000 copper soul coins convert to 3,000 gold soul coins at a 100-to-1 ratio, culminating in a total revenue of 900,000 gold soul coins across the continent. However, due to your promise allowing local spirit halls to retain 30% of the profits, our net gain this time is around 600,000 gold soul coins. This retention incentivizes local spirit halls to engage actively in this endeavor. Otherwise, they would lack motivation for such laborious tasks. Furthermore, with a new newspaper released every 7 days, even at a minimum income of 600,000 gold soul coins, that amounts to 2,400,000 gold soul coins monthly. Yet, this estimate may be conservative, as future sales will undoubtedly rise, coupled with the exclusive control over duplication soul guiding devices, making it nearly impossible not to prosper. Dongqing contemplated, feeling quite pleased with the news department he had established. Not only would it yield substantial gold soul coins for his indulgence, but it would also serve to harvest the faith of countless souls. Thank you, Teacher Mei and your team, for your assistance with the layout. I will rely on you to maintain the headquarters of the news center. As a reward for your hard work, each of you shall receive a bonus of 10,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 109. If possible, please defeat me. Having effortlessly resolved matters at the headquarters of the news center, Dongqing found himself alone at the Great Soul Arena in Wuhuan City, for he had a crucial duel scheduled for the day. The Great Soul Arena is an essential facility in every major city of Douluo continent, serving as a significant source of revenue. For instance, the Great Soul Arenas in Soto City, Tindo City, and Hanhai City. While commoners may lack the innate talent to become soul masters, they relish witnessing the battles between them, especially since these arenas often house casinos, making them favored gathering spots for gamblers. For soul masters, the arena offers a relatively safe venue to hone their combat skills. Otherwise, competing in the wilderness could lead to fatal consequences. After all, under normal circumstances, the Great Soul Arena prohibits inflicting permanent harm or death upon opponents. The choice of the arena is paramount, as it allows soul masters to showcase their talents and quickly realize their worth. Though being a soul master is a noble profession, envied by commoners, such nobility is not easily attained. It requires significant effort. The Great Soul Arena stands as an exceptional platform for soul masters to demonstrate their value. For those with modest backgrounds, lacking family ties or connections but possessing remarkable talent, the arena provides an opportunity to swiftly prove their strength and gain considerable prestige. Consequently, prominent sects may extend their olive branches to these soul masters, offering them a sense of belonging. Furthermore, the arena enhances practical experience, facilitating rapid growth for the soul masters. Thus, the rise and fall of the Great Soul Arena significantly influences the prosperity of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, subtly determining the strength of a nation. The rules of the Great Soul Arena are straightforward. Whether in singles or teams, winning a match earns a point, while losing deducts 1. If a competitor wins 5 consecutive matches, their next match's score will increase to 10 points. Winning more than 10 consecutive matches escalates the next score to 100 points. Reaching 100 points elevates the badge rank automatically. Badge ranks include Iron Badge, Copper Badge, Silver Badge, Gold Badge, Purple Gold Badge, Sapphire Badge, Ruby Badge, and Diamond Badge. Dongqing rarely participates in the Great Soul Arena, often accompanying Hulaina to observe. Nevertheless, he currently possesses a gold badge. Additionally, Dongqing and Hulaina form a duo known as the Qingna combination, which has remained undefeated since its inception, achieving a gold badge. Had Dongqing not been disinterested in such one-sided battles, he would have long attained a diamond badge. In Wuhuan City, within the Great Soul Arena, the spectator seats were teeming with a crowd exceeding 10,000. predominantly comprised of commoners who had spent hundreds of copper soul coins on tickets to witness the indomitable presence of the Holy Sun, Dongqing. To date, he has not suffered a single defeat among his peers, continuously treading an undefeated path. Now poised to challenge soul masters of a higher rank before the eager eyes of the multitude. Inside the arena's private box, Box 73, a voice of concern echoed. Nana, are you not going to dissuade the Holy Sun? Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. Brother, you should advise Yin to reconsider, despite his higher rank. He remains no match for our junior brother, Hulaina retorted, her arms crossed, standing rigidly as she gazed at Dongqing, standing resolute on the competition stage. Her expression gradually becoming entranced. In her eyes, Dongqing was tall and strikingly handsome, with features that resembled an exquisite painting. Exuding an air of elegance akin to a celestial being gracing the earthly realm, his fitted mink coat accentuated his ethereal presence, making him appear as a fallen immortal. Surpassingly handsome, even if Panin or Songyu were resurrected, they would likely feel overshadowed by his brilliance. Above the competition stage, the referee addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today's highly anticipated advanced individual soul master match is about to commence. This match features Yin, a senior student from the elite Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Temple, who has boldly challenged the Holy Sun, Dongqing. Recognized as the most gifted Soul Master to date. Although Yin currently ranks as a level 52 Soul King, the Holy Sun has yet to experience defeat. One wonders if he stands a chance against the Holy Sun despite the rank advantage. A woman with short lavender hair and a captivating figure, who possessed wings of an unusual avian martial soul, gracefully floated in the air, microphone in hand. With a gentle wave of her hand, the competitor's information materialized as a blue holographic display before the audience. This ability was not her own, but rather a relic from ancient times, capable of manifesting text and images as blue light in the void. Personal information of the Soul Master. Name, Dongqing. Gender, male. Age, 12. Martial soul, heavenly horn and soul rings. Purple black badge, gold badge. Currently on a winning streak of over 30 matches. Soul power level, level 42 Soul Master. Personal information of the Soul Master. Name, Yin. Gender, male. Age, 18. Martial soul, flame lord, dual attribute fire and earth beast. Martial soul. Soul rings, yellow purple black badge, purple gold badge. Currently on a winning streak of over 10 matches. Soul power level, level 52 Soul King. Hovering above the competition stage, the lavender-haired woman exclaimed, both parties, please summon your martial souls. The match officially begins. Yin, you still have time to concede. Dongqing replied calmly. As he spoke, he activated his martial soul, enveloping his body in a layer of pale golden armor, while a small horn resembling a lotus leaf slowly emerged from his forehead. What is the heavenly horn? It is derived from the heavenly horn ant's innate celestial horn, symbolizing its unlimited potential, as well as being a mark of the pure-blooded heavenly horn ant. The golden armor bore intricate, ancient patterns that dazzled the eyes, and two long antennae on his forehead swayed gently with the breeze, emanating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. The 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, rose majestically from beneath him, especially the 2 black eternal soul rings, each exuding a formidable presence that struck awe into the hearts of all present. Simultaneously, the gravitational field accompanying his innate heavenly horn unfolded, firmly constricted within the arena's confines under Dongqing's control. Nevertheless, the brief, overwhelming pressure of gravity left everyone in the great soul arena momentarily breathless. Upon sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Dongqing, Yin's pupils flickered slightly. He then implored softly, Holy Sun, if possible, please defeat me decisively, shatter my dreams entirely, and grant me a reason to let go of Nana. However, he left unspoken an additional thought. If he could not prevail against Dongqing, he would have no claim to Hulaina. For men, the possession of a woman is often contested through power, the strength of the fist determining ultimate ownership. Beautiful women are the rightful companions of the strong, for only the powerful can protect them. Chapter 110, The Sea of Magma as You Wish. Make your move. I hope your strength will not disappoint me, Dongqing said in a calm tone. He had no interest in being the first to strike, fearing that a single blow might obliterate Yin. Even Qian Ringshu, a former rank 69 Soul Emperor with the angelic divine armor soul bone, was no match for him. Yin, merely a rank 52 Soul King, stood no chance against his current self. For now, he would grant this man, who had lost his beloved, a final shred of dignity. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, a burst of explosive flames erupted from Yin, transforming him into a towering 10-meter-tall flame giant. The terrifying heat instantly enveloped the entire arena. Uncertain if jealousy fueled his flames, Dongqing felt the intensity radiating from Yin was extraordinarily fierce. First soul skill, Hell's Magma. The flame giant struck the ground with his hand, unleashing a torrent of sulfurous magma that surged towards Dongqing. Serious punch, Dongqing declared. His innate celestial horn had awakened, and for every 1% increase in his bloodline awakening, his strength surged by 1,000 pounds. With a bloodline awakening of 30%, his base strength reached 30,000 pounds. Upon invoking his martial spirit, this strength doubled, yielding 60,000 pounds of divine power with a mere flick of his arm. Once Dongqing reached 100% bloodline awakening, he would revert to the state of a newborn. Wielding a staggering 100,000 pounds of divine strength, an absolute standard for a pure-blooded being in its infancy. Although he would still be in the infancy stage, there remained ample time for gradual growth, free from the fear of unwarranted pursuers. This opportunity stemmed from Dongqing sacrificing 99% of his pure celestial horn and blood, granting him the time to mature steadily in a stable and threat-free world. This vast world was far from the perfect realm, so distant that he could scarcely find his way home. His formidable power allowed Dongqing to disregard the intricate soul skills. As he unleashed his serious punch, the air itself seemed to fracture, and a tremendous pressure surged forth. The terrifying force generated a chilling fist wind that barreled towards the magma. Boom. The blazing magma was instantaneously dispersed by an overwhelming force. In Yan's astonished gaze, Dongqing had utterly annihilated his first soul skill without employing any techniques. Simultaneously, the audience in the Grand Soul Arena erupted into cheers. The Holy Sun is indeed the strongest physical entity throughout history. Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Not at all. Honestly, I believe even without utilizing any soul skills, the Holy Sun could vanquish a group of soul masters of equal rank with sheer force. The sheer power brought forth a visceral aesthetic of violence. While dazzling soul skills were indeed captivating, the audience was profoundly shaken by this raw display of strength. Although Yin was equally astonished, he had no intention of conceding and immediately activated his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Suddenly, the arena floor erupted with a dozen fiery whirlpools, and an intensely scorching flame began to gather strength. 3 seconds later, an orange-red blaze shot forth. In the face of this sudden attack, Dongqing remained composed, bending slightly at the knees and forcefully stomping down, causing the ground of the arena to fracture. From this moment onward, the arena neared destruction, as the Grand Soul Arena would be compelled to expend thousands of soul coins to renovate the battleground due to Dongqing's actions. In the next instant, Dongqing's figure soared into the air, avoiding the orange flames that threatened to incinerate his garments. However, he was prepared to retaliate. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning. Dongqing slightly bent his legs, adjusting his form mid-air, and propelled himself downward with a surge of soul power. He lifted his right leg, aiming a powerful kick at Yin below. His normal strength, with a single arm flick, equated to 30,000 pounds. With his martial spirit activated, that strength doubled to 60,000 pounds, and considering the power of his legs, which typically surpassed that of his arms, this kick would deliver a force of 120,000 pounds. Yin, can you withstand this kick? In a moment of clarity, Yin felt as though a colossal, blood-soaked character for death was materializing behind him. If he did not evade this kick, he would be utterly obliterated. Thanks to Dongqing's lack of lethal intent and his decision not to employ the gravity domain to hinder Yan's movements, he narrowly escaped the full brunt of the kick. Yet Yin sensed that even the residual force could severely injure him. Second soul skill, Granite. In an instant, Yan's entire form became encased in a thick layer of granite, its grayish-white hue lending a formidable appearance of defense. The next moment, a deafening sound resonated through the arena. Boom. The already fractured arena was instantly reduced to a pile of rubble as the kick shattered 700 square meters of the battleground. Witnessing this scene, the arena's overseer felt a pang of unexplainable grievance. Holy Sun, what are you doing here? You are not merely competing. You are demolishing the place. To construct a new arena suitable for soul masters will cost no less than 10,000 soul coins. A few years prior, it was manageable. They only had to repair a corner that was either smashed or kicked. Now, the increasing power was approaching that of legendary innate divine beasts. Were it not for the fear of offending someone, he would have liked to erect a sign at the entrance reading, not accepting visitors who resemble divine beasts. The overseer appeared to be a muscular man in his 40s, an aura of unyielding ferocity constantly surrounding him. Every human world has its own myths and legends. And in the human realm of Douluo continent, there exists a myth of a divine beast endowed with innate strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with ease. In the aftermath, Yin emerged from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth as he murmured, "Indeed, the Holy Sun, renowned for his unmatched strength in the Grand Soul Arena, nearly sent me to my demise with that kick. However, even knowing I stand no chance, I wish to demonstrate my full power to the Holy Sun." With that, flames ignited once more around Yen, and all his remaining soul power erupted forth. His fifth soul ring glowed with a dark radiance, and his soul power began to seep into the ground, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge by several hundred degrees Celsius. The terrifying heat warped the very fabric of space, turning the arena's ruins into a sea of magma. Your soul skill is impressive, but you may have underestimated my defenses. This magma is merely akin to the temperature of my bathwater, Dongqing replied calmly. As his power increased, so too did the resilience of his body. There had never been a creature that could grow in strength without a corresponding enhancement in physical fortitude. Typically, the power one wields necessitates a body capable of bearing that strength. Of course, exceptions arise in dire moments, where one might temporarily exceed their limits in a bid for survival. How could this be? It's magma. Yin felt overwhelmed. Chapter 111. Mother, do you miss Xiaowu? Dongqing glanced at the lava that spread to his waist, sensing the speed at which his clothes were dissolving. He estimated that they could barely withstand the heat for about 3 more minutes. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. Today, he donned a waist-tight mink coat made from the pelt of a millennium-old soul beast, which boasted remarkable resistance to extreme temperatures. A mere few hundred degrees Celsius of lava could not easily destroy it. Dongqing had initially forgotten that his clothing possessed fire attribute resistance. Otherwise, he would have been too weary to evade Yan's first soul skill. At this very moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Dongqing walked step by step through the sea of lava, feeling as if he were wading through a shallow stream barely reaching his waist. Could it be that the Holy Sun possessed a body immune to fire? Witnessing this scene, all present could not help but ponder. Such occurrences were not entirely astonishing on the Douluo continent, as there were always prodigies fortunate enough to experience similar wonders. Just as Qian Rengshu had miraculously developed a physique immune to both water and fire after consuming the 8-angled ice grass and the fire apricot blossom. In truth, they did not realize that as long as one's physical form was strong enough, where they tread, the void would shatter, all would retreat, and all laws would be rendered ineffective. In heaven and earth, one would reign supreme. Gazing at his own fist like a sandbag, Yin helplessly lowered his head, speaking with a tone tinged with regret. "Holy Sun, I admit defeat. Please take good care of Nana. She has always been by your side for these years." "I will look after senior sister," Dongqing replied, withdrawing his fist and turning to leave, preparing to take away the enchanting fox spirit who persistently waved at him. Watching Dongqing's departing figure, Yin silently murmured to himself, "In truth, I had long since lost. I merely refused to accept this reality. Now, at least I can finally let go." In fact, for women with a personality like Hulina's, one must never pursue them with a shameless attitude. She does not respond to such tactics. To win her heart is simple and straightforward. One must conquer her with formidable strength, repeatedly defeating her with absolute power. Over the years, Hulina had lost to Dongqing countless times, and with each defeat, she gradually fell in love with the man who could protect her. Of course, every woman is different. Dongqing's actions were unintentional, yet he fortuitously captured Hulina's affection. At his core, he remained a resolute, straightforward man. For days passed. In the Papal Palace, the rear hall, at the Tunglong Pavilion. At midnight, Dongqing was engrossed in composing a beautiful piece, intending to publish it in the newspaper and commence a wave of faith acquisition. To see or not to see, you see me, or you do not. I am there. Neither sorrowful nor joyful. You think of me, or you do not. The sentiment remains, neither coming nor going. You love me, or you do not. Love exists, neither increasing nor decreasing. You follow me, or you do not. My hand is in yours, unwavering and steadfast. Come into my embrace, or allow me to dwell within your heart, silently loving, quietly appreciating. Junior brother, this article is beautiful. Did you truly write it? Hulina tilted her head up from Dongqing's embrace, her large eyes fixed intently on him. No, it is a work by an author named Songyang Jiatsua. Dongqing shook his head. He was not one to steal another's reputation. There was no need to lie about it. Whether or not they believed him was their own affair. Regardless, he had already stated it was not his creation, and the belief of the countless beings on the Douluo continent was beyond his concern. Upon this realization, Dongqing suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, accompanied by an unparalleled sense of ease. But I have never heard of such a person. In my memory, this essay appears for the first time. Hulina was the first to voice her skepticism. That is because he does not belong to this world. Dongqing shrugged. I do not care. Since you cannot find this person, I shall consider it your creation, junior brother. Hulina reached out and wrapped her arms around Dongqing's. Savoring the fragrance wafting from her, Dongqing found himself momentarily entranced, a flicker of unbidden passion brewing within him. In truth, the essence of body fragrance is not overly complex. Each individual secretes a unique hormone, commonly referred to as pheromones, which form one's distinctive physiological scent. Typically, we refer to it as body fragrance, while professionals call it pheromones. Regardless of gender, everyone possesses their own physiological scent, which, when one is emotionally invested, amplifies exponentially. This is why lovers feel particularly happy in each other's presence, desiring to remain together for 24 hours a day. Just as Dongqing and Hulina were on the brink of making an irreversible mistake, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled the two, who were lost in each other's scents. Holy son, are you awake? Xiaowu knocked relentlessly on the door with her right hand, while her left hand clutched a wooden food box, from which steam wafted. I shall kill that wretched rabbit. Hulina gritted her teeth, her fox spirit manifesting silently behind her, her bright eyes radiating an unmistakable aura of killing intent. Senior sister, calm down. The little rabbit has come to bring me food. Dongqing wrapped his arms around Hulina's waist, pulling her petite form back into his embrace. Damn it. So close, Hulina felt a pang of frustration, yet was powerless to act. Just when she was on the verge of completely winning over her junior brother, that wretched rabbit had to interfere. 3 minutes later, Hulina exited through the side door of the room, while Dongqing wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth before calmly stating, come in. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu pushed the door open. Her eyes fell upon Dongqing, whose upper garments were slightly rumpled, and she curiously scanned the room, finding no one else present. I told you before. There is no need to bring me food at night, Dongqing said calmly. That won't do. People are iron, and food is steel. If one misses a meal, they feel uneasy. You said that yourself, holy son, Xiaowu countered directly. Has this little rabbit taken me for your master? Dongqing helplessly covered his head. Enough with the nonsense, eat quickly. Xiaowu promptly pressed Dongqing down beside the desk, then opened the food box, revealing 3 dishes and a soup. Subsequently, Dongqing was compelled to indulge in a meal, consuming the 3 dishes and soup on the desk. Once he finished dining, Xiaowu swiftly tidied the tableware and sat beside him, her eyes glistening with anticipation for something special. Sighing softly, Dongqing said little more, and summoned the red flower of longing from his chest, the azure soul crystal atop it flickering incessantly. Upon seeing this, Xiaowu immediately cherished the flower of longing, racing to a corner of the room to whisper, which was, in reality, a position near the window, thanks to the soul-nurturing properties of the flower of longing. The soul of Xiaowu's mother, Aru, who had been dormant within the soul crystal for an extended period, had recently awakened completely. However, due to the lack of celestial herbs like the crystal blood dragon ginseng to recreate her physical form, Xiaowu's mother, Aru, could only temporarily reside within the flower of longing. Mother, do you miss Xiaowu? Chapter 112, Do you know who I am? The azure crystal of the soul quivered slightly upon hearing Xiaowu's words, and a gentle voice emanated. Of course, she thought, a mother always thinks of her child. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, feeling that her culinary efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Xiaowu missed her mother too, she said in a charming manner. In truth, there are no people who are inherently incapable of cooking. It is merely a matter of reluctance and a tendency to make a mess, unwilling to learn, fearing that if they acquire the skill, they will have to prepare meals alone in the future. In Xiaowu's eyes, she had little to offer, apart from the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. She possessed nothing else of value. Reluctantly, under the guidance of the Blue-Silver Emperor, she had been learning to cook for the past few days, managing to grasp some simple dishes. As for her motive, it was naturally to please Dongqing, hoping he would offer her the heartbroken red so that she could converse with her mother for a while. Mother, as soon as I emerged from the Stardow forest, I was deceived and sold. There are so many wicked people in the human world. Xiaowu wore a sorrowful expression. Thus, you must have disobeyed Deming and Erming and sneaked out, right? A Rose voice resonated. Under the protection of the heartbroken red, she could maintain a state of clarity for most of the day without entering soul slumber. Mother, why must you bring this up? Xiaowu pouted. Dongqing had little interest in the mother-daughter banter. He sat cross-legged on the bed, attuning himself to the blue-silver domain activated by the Blue-Silver Emperor, beginning to meditate and cultivate his soul power. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, in an unknown time and space, tiny white lights reminiscent of fireflies began to gather from various regions of Douluo continent. This was the power of belief, albeit currently too scarce to wield significant influence. Unfortunately, the first issue of the newspaper did not contain anything particularly astounding. The presence of this belief power stemmed from some commoners expressing gratitude to Dongqing for unveiling a broader world to them. To genuinely acquire substantial belief power, high-quality literary works were essential. After all, even if one saves a life, the gratitude would last but a lifetime, whereas excellent literary works would be passed down through generations, yielding boundless belief power. In the blink of an eye, a month drifted by. On the timeline of Douluo, it was April 16, 2644, at noon. During this period, the newspaper published several issues. Aside from the second issue penned by Dongqing himself titled Seen and Unseen, the subsequent editions were standard news articles co-authored by Mei Xiangxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuxian. Dongqing still needed to cultivate his soul power and could not dedicate himself entirely to writing news articles. Nevertheless, even so, his reputation as a genius was further embellished with the title of a talented scholar. In Heaven-Do City, at the Moon Pavilion, as a place of nobility and elegance, the Moon Pavilion attracted many descendants of royals and aristocrats, all eager to learn music and noble etiquette. Viewed from the main entrance, it was a remarkably refined structure, with the central chamber boasting a protruding cross-hip roof, transitioning to a double-slope roof on the lower sides. The ridge and eaves were adorned with carvings of mythical creatures, complemented by exquisite windows on the second floor, creating a luxurious and elegant atmosphere. As Tang San stepped through the grand entrance of the Moon Pavilion, he was greeted by a delicate fragrance. The shadow wall was intricately carved from high-quality boxwood, exuding a subtle woody aroma. Before the shadow wall stood 2 3-meter-tall exotic orchids, releasing a faint, ethereal fragrance. Though he had just entered, it felt as if the complexities of the outside world were momentarily muted. Navigating past the shadow wall, he arrived at a spacious hall. The floor was laid with gray square tiles, each measuring 1 meter per side, and surrounded by various exquisite wooden furnishings. At the front, behind a grand table, stood several modestly dressed yet pleasant-looking young women, with a pair of refined wooden staircases flanking the table. Guards clad in metal armor stood at attention in front of the staircase. By invitation, may I inquire where the master of the Moon Pavilion is? Tang San asked. Not long ago, while at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, he had received an invitation letter from the master of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua. Initially, he had no intention of responding to the invitation, planning instead to immerse himself in the simulated cultivation environment to refine his soul power. However, his curiosity about the similarly named Tang Yuehua prompted him to spend half a day to meet the master of the Moon Pavilion. What is a simulated cultivation environment? You ask. Such an environment greatly enhances a soul master's training speed, and possessing one has become a crucial criterion for evaluating the strength of advanced soul master academies. For instance, Shrek Academy currently lacks such conditions. Thus, Ning Fingji was grateful that Shrek Academy had expelled the headstrong Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, he would have been troubled by her attending such a subpar academy. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong had been spoiled by her indulgent guardians, and while her nature remained kind, her temper was a challenge for most to endure. In truth, the blue-silver domain activated by the blue-silver emperor functions similarly to the sea god's light on Sea God Island, serving as a vast simulated cultivation environment. Perhaps, in essence, the blue-silver domain is inferior to the sea god's light. However, Dongqing's ability to traverse with the blue-silver emperor effectively meant he carried a substantial simulated cultivation environment with him. At that moment, a young woman approached from beside the table, scrutinizing Tang San's face before speaking earnestly. You must be the Tang San mentioned by the master, the recent prodigy making waves at Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Indeed, if there is no other Tang San, then I am he, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Follow me. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time. The young woman gracefully dismissed the guards at the staircase and led Tang San to the 3rd floor of the Moon Pavilion with composed steps. As Tang San stepped onto the 3rd floor, a melodious tune filled the air, prompting him to glance forward. A noble and graceful woman sat elegantly on a soft couch, cradling a precious harp. At first glance, she appeared to be merely in her late 20s or early 30s, yet her eyes seemed to have seen through the world, far beyond the reach of ordinary women. The silver palace gown she wore fit her exquisitely, displaying her graceful demeanor, with skin as smooth as jade and an aura as delicate as orchids. Regrettably, due to her reserved nature, the hem of her gown was quite low, revealing only her fair, jade-like calves. Upon noticing Tang San's entrance, Tang Yuehua's pupils flickered momentarily, yet she remained silent. Gesturing for Tang San to take a seat on a nearby chair, before continuing to play the previously enchanting melody. Though Tang San did not fully comprehend Tang Yuehua's intentions, he inexplicably felt a familial warmth emanating from her, instinctively complying with her silent invitation. Music is a wondrous entity. It can soothe the spirit or invigorate the soul. Melancholic melodies can heal the wounds within, while joyful tunes can uplift one's spirits. Time passed unnoticed. Tang Yuehua eventually set down her harp, her beautiful gaze settling on Tang San, who sat 3 meters away in a wooden chair. Tang San, do you know who I am? Chapter 113. The 3 women enjoying tea. Indeed, you are the master of the Moon Pavilion, Tang San replied earnestly. What else? Tang Yuehua inquired with curiosity, genuinely wondering if this nephew, whom she met for the first time, would recognize her as his aunt. Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but scratch his head and said, I don't know why, but I sense a familial bond with you. Haha, truly. You are the son of my second brother. Tang Yuehua smiled with satisfaction, then began to recount the relationship between Tang Hao and herself, as well as the purpose of her visit. After a while, Tang San asked with an unusual tone, Aunt, did you call me to inquire about Shaoqing? If Dongqing were standing before him at that moment, he would certainly deliver a powerful uppercut followed by a swift jab, leaving Dongqing unrecognizable. Yes, Xiao San. You grew up alongside the holy son of the spirit hall, Dongqing. I would like to know what kind of person he was as a child, Tang Yuehua questioned. Ever since she read Seeing and Not Seeing, she had been eager to learn about the experiences of its creator, wondering what inspired such deeply resonant poetry. He? Just a little brat who played in the mud every day. Apart from his innate strength, he didn't seem particularly remarkable, Tang San responded calmly. In truth, he was more concerned about his aunt's interest in an outsider than about his own feelings, though he maintained a facade of indifference. However, Tang Yuehua's focus was evidently different. She murmured softly, so it was like this. Born extraordinary, not only with innate strength but also with such unparalleled talent. Truly, gold will shine regardless. For some reason, Tang Yuehua felt a strong impulse to meet Dongqing in person. This desire was not hers alone. Anyone who had read Seeing and Not Seeing felt a similar urge to meet him. Aunt, what are you mumbling about? Tang San asked curiously. The sudden voice interrupted Tang Yuehua's reverie. She gently shook her head and changed the subject. It's nothing. Xiao San, how have you been at the Tiando Royal Academy recently? Is there anything you need help with from your aunt? After pondering seriously, Tang San replied, everything is fine, except for Dugu Yin, who is rather bothersome. At her age, she should be focusing on cultivating her soul power, but instead, she is preoccupied with trivial love stories. That girl, your aunt knows. She is the granddaughter of the title Douluo Dugubo. Moreover, her grandfather Dugubo is a guest elder at the Tiando Royal Academy and a protector of the royal family, so she has been spoiled since childhood, Tang Yuehua explained. As soon as she spoke, Tang Yuehua realized something felt amiss and asked, Xiao San, do you care about her? Dugu Yin, being the granddaughter of a title Douluo, was indeed a worthy match for Tang San. Tang Yuehua nodded in approval. I don't care about her, but my mother does, Tang San said helplessly. The last time Dongqing left Tiando City, Aeen had gone early in the morning to visit Tang San at the Tiando Royal Academy, only to coincidentally bump into Dugu Yin and Tang San together, although they were merely having a normal conversation under the meddlesome influence of Aeen. Dugu Yin inexplicably developed a special feeling for Tang San. Your mother? Tang Yuehua's eyes widened in surprise. When did my second brother, Tang Hao, take a concubine? Yes, aunt. Don't you know my mother? Tang San asked, puzzled. I do know, but I want to ask, how many mothers do you have? Tang Yuehua inquired with curiosity. I only have one mother, named Aeen. What are you talking about, aunt? Tang San's confusion deepened. But hasn't she already? Tang Yuehua bit her lip, unsure of what to say. Could it be that Aeen was somehow revived? I don't know much about my mother's situation, only that she was injured before. Now, with the help of the Spirit Hall, she has recovered and is currently following Shaoqing to repay a debt of gratitude. Tang San was less sensitive about matters of men and women than Tang Hao, and he could see that his mother viewed Dongqing merely as a child. At least for now. Aeen is actually following the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua was at a loss for words. Could this be considered a form of reconciliation? Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, in a picturesque garden bustling with students enjoying the spring weather, the trio of Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, and Dugu Yin captured the most attention. They were seated in a pavilion adorned with 3 cups of floral tea and an assortment of delectable snacks. Rongrong, have you met the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Dongqing? Yi Lingling inquired, her curiosity piqued. She possessed a delicate beauty, as if crafted by divine hands, with a slender figure and blue hair cascading over her shoulders. Her deep blue eyes held a unique charm. I saw him once in Tiando City. Why? When did you become interested in him? Ning Rongrong asked, intrigued. Well, Rongrong, what kind of person do you think the one who wrote Seeing and Not Seeing is? Yu Lingling did not directly answer Ning Rongrong's question but posed another. He's all right. Quite handsome, but his female companion has a terrible temper. I can't stand her, Ning Rongrong complained. The thought of Qian Rinxue always filled her with frustration, igniting a desire to confront her. He has a female companion? Yu Lingling expressed her surprise. For some reason, she felt a pang of disappointment, as if something precious had been taken from her. Lingling, why are you surprised? With his status, how could he not have a female companion? Ning Rongrong remarked. At that moment, Du Guyan couldn't help but interject. What else could it be? Lingling is infatuated. Perhaps she has fallen for the talented creator of Seeing and Not Seeing. She deliberately raised her voice, hoping to tease Yu Lingling. Yinzi, don't say such nonsense. I haven't. Yu Lingling quickly covered Du Guyan's mouth. Du Guyan shot her a cold glance, uninterested in the contradictory words of Yu Lingling. At that moment, a male student from the Tiando Royal Academy passed by the pavilion and overheard Du Guyan praising Dongqing as a genius. He immediately responded with a tone tinged with jealousy. Who knows if he actually created it? After all, he is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Even if he forcibly claims someone else's work, no one would dare to speak out. As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted the attention of other students, sparking a debate in the garden. Given Dongqing's youth and the sudden emergence of Seeing and Not Seeing, it was inevitable that he would face jealousy and skepticism from others. Both supporters and opponents had their own arguments, each with a semblance of validity. Chapter 114. Can you endure it? Indeed, I find it hard to believe that he could compose such exquisite poetry. It must surely be the result of plagiarism. Despite being the holy son of the Spirit Hall, does he truly understand emotions? Does he comprehend the essence of love? In my eyes, he knows nothing. What right does he have to craft such remarkable verses? My dear comrade, your arguments are sound. His talent and cultivation is undeniable, for it is the very foundation of his status as the Holy Son. However, to assert that he possesses literary prowess, I cannot accept that. How could such a paragon of dual talents arise so effortlessly? Even if I were to be beaten to a pulp, I would steadfastly refuse to believe that the Spirit Hall harbors such a genius. Our skepticism towards the Holy Son is not unwarranted. He is merely a youth. Still in his teens, how could he truly grasp matters of the heart? Yet, where there are detractors, there are also supporters. In my view, your disdain is fueled by envy. You cannot bear to see another thrive, and thus you resort to slandering the Holy Son. Indeed, it is jealousy that drives your words. Is there a correlation between age and poetic talent? If that were the case, would every octogenarian not be a master bard? Each person is unique, and the chasm between talents can be disheartening. At such times, we need not harbor jealousy, but rather observe quietly as he flourishes. Is it so strange to be proficient in both martial and literary arts? Just because you have not witnessed it, must you deny the existence of such prodigies? This is quite typical. Those who cannot achieve such feats will vehemently disparage those who can. The dispute between supporters and detractors left the three ladies nearby feeling quite vexed. Just as Yu Lingling and Du Guyan were preparing to escort Ning Rongrong away, she glanced at the two quarreling factions, seemingly recalling something. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved a work of art from the spatial soul tool adorning her finger and, channeling her soul power, suspended it above the pavilion. Cease your bickering for a moment and behold this masterpiece. It is a poem composed extemporaneously by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing. I, Ning Rongrong, the direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the owner of the Jade Pavilion in Heavendo City, bore witness to its creation. Reflect upon this poem and consider whether Dongqing possesses the ability to pen Seeing and Not Seeing. I have never doubted him. As Ning Rongrong spoke with fervor, her pride revealed an unintentional admiration for Dongqing. Ah, Rongrong, you hide such treasures from me, Yu Lingling lamented, her expression one of deep reproach. In response, Ning Rongrong averted her gaze, pretending not to hear or see the look of disappointment directed at her. She was quite serious in her evasion. On the other side, Ning Rongrong, of noble heritage as the direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, commanded the attention of both sides of the dispute when she spoke in favor of Dongqing. Driven by curiosity, both factions turned their gaze towards the exquisite piece now displayed above the pavilion. Light dance in pairs, one lifetime. No light dance, every dance. A lifetime of suffering. In this life, I dance for you. Even if it means suffering a lifetime. Light dance in pairs, the four characters of a wager between Dongqing and Ningrongrong, now fittingly became the title of this poem. After reading Light Dance in Pairs, both sides fell into stunned silence, enveloped in shock. Half a month later, with the endorsement of Princess Ningrongrong and the emergence of this poem, virtually all skeptics across the continent vanished. However, this also birthed a new conundrum. Some discovered that the poem only contained the first half and fervently urged Dongqing to complete the latter half to definitively prove his talent. With this demand, letters requesting a continuation flooded into the spirit city like a blizzard, inundating Dongqing's humble abode, the Tinglong Pavilion, to the brim. In the holy hall of the spirit city, within the rear chamber of the papal palace, Dongqing found himself cornered by the sudden arrival of a captivating figure. "Teacher?" he exclaimed in surprise, ready to flee. "Little Qing. If you can write, please do so. Your fervent fans inundate us with letters every day, causing quite the stir across the continent. It makes it difficult for me as your teacher." Bibi Dong firmly grasped Dongqing, her gaze laced with an unspoken expectation. For she had always held a fondness for cultured individuals. This was a significant reason for her initial attraction to Yu Xiaojiang. As for the theories surrounding soul masters, they were mere theories, devoid of practical utility. Realizing he could not escape, Dongqing reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I shall heed your request." It was not that he was unwilling to write, rather, he struggled to recall the original text of the poem, as it was something he had remembered from a novel in his past life. As anyone who has read a novel might understand, while recalling the plot is relatively easy, few would make the effort to remember the specific wording of any given chapter. Aeen is a quaint courtyard situated slightly to the north of the Holy Hall's rear chamber, covering an area of approximately an acre. Within it stands a two-story building, its eaves elegantly sweeping upwards, evoking a sense of ethereal detachment from the world. Accompanying Bibi Dong, Dongqing looked up at the building. Noting the exquisitely adorned windows on either side, the eaves and rooftops layered in luxurious elegance. To the left lay a semicircular pool of crystal-clear water, approximately 20 paces wide. Surrounding the pool was a vast plum grove, vibrant crimson blossoms in full bloom, releasing a fragrant perfume, while the verdant grass surrounding it remained lush and unblemished. This was Bibi Dong's residence, modest yet exquisite. Although Dongqing had visited many times and was quite familiar with the environment, this time he was forcibly brought here, and his mood was less than pleasant. Before long, Bibi Dong led Dongqing into her chamber, producing ink and paper that had long been prepared. Intent on having him complete the poem, Light Dance in Pairs, before her eyes. Gazing at Bibi Dong, who was intently observing him, Dongqing sighed in exasperation. "Teacher, are you not busy? Have you completed the Spirit Hall's administrative duties? Please, do not stare at me like that." Though Bibi Dong's gaze was gentle, the sensation of being scrutinized left Dongqing feeling quite peculiar. It was as though he had unwittingly fallen into her web, with the very real threat of being devoured by this formidable spider at any moment. The most daunting aspect was that there were two such regal arachnids. One must wonder, could he endure it? Chapter 115. He remained oblivious to her affection. It seemed that he had sensed her presence. Dongqing appeared somewhat tense, rendering him at a loss for words. Bibi Dong rose gracefully, her steps light as she approached him from behind, extending her hands, as pure and white as jade, to gently massage his temples. "Xiaoqing, I have already taken care of my matters, and today I have ample time to accompany you. I sincerely hope that your talents are genuine, which is why I insist that you complete dancing in pairs before me. If you can prove your abilities, I will reward you with what you desire." Bibi Dong's voice was melodious, imbued with a beguiling allure. "What reward? Did I ever mention that?" Dongqing looked bewildered. Bibi Dong playfully tapped the back of his head before continuing her gentle ministrations. "Do not feign ignorance. Do you think I am unaware? It was 2 years ago that I struck you too harshly, leaving you too afraid to come to me for soul power cultivation. However, I promise you this time, if you can prove yourself, we can return to the past, and I shall assist you in nurturing your bloodline." Ever since Bibi Dong discovered the formidable bloodline within Dongqing that could devour soul power, she had intended to use her own vast reserves of soul power to facilitate his rapid growth. After all, aiding him would ultimately benefit herself. To confront the divine trial left by the Rakshasa god, Dongqing must evolve swiftly. The Rakshasa trial, while allowing assistance, restricted the invited individuals to those under the age of 16, which explained her lack of hope in Hulaina and Qianrenxue. Over the past 2 years, Bibi Dong observed Dongqing's reluctance to visit her room after the incident, leaving her somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated that this young boy was so innocent. Yet her pride prevented her from offering an apology. Moreover, it was not her place to apologize, as the fault lay solely with Dongqing. A mistake that all men are destined to make. Dongqing remained silent for an extended period, unsure how to respond. His gaze fell upon the blank sheet on the desk. His mind muddled, unable to recall the original text of Dancing in Pairs. Indeed, this poem did not originally bear that title. It was merely a name he had assigned to it in the Douluo continent. Just as he grappled with this realization, the immense power of belief gathered from both seeing and not seeing and dancing in pairs erupted within him like a stellar explosion, igniting the spark of inspiration in his mind. All the experiences he had endured and poetry he had read flooded back to him, including the subsequent verses of Dancing in Pairs. In Bibidong's presence, Dongqing suddenly seized the brush from the edge of the desk, dipped it in ink, and began to pen the continuation of Dancing in Pairs on the white paper. Dancing in pairs, a lifetime without light dance, each dance a lifetime of suffering. In this life, I dance for you, though I endure a lifetime of hardship. In this life, I dance for you, forever I shall dance for you. A heart that bends not, though it may break 1,000 times, suffers not even in death. Light as a dream, drifting like a dream. Amid seas of blood and mountains of bones, I dance enchantingly. With a sword in hand, do not ask, dear Lord. For life and death shall accompany us to the heavens. After completing the verses, Dongqing snapped back to reality, ready to depart, only to find that the doors and windows had been sealed by an overwhelming force of soul power, seemingly to prevent his escape. Before he could inquire about Bibidong's intentions, a voice, laced with excitement, echoed in his ear. Shaoqing, you have proven yourself, and I am delighted. Today, I shall assist you in your cultivation. With that, Bibidong directly infused her vast reservoir of soul power into him, allowing Dongqing's pure bloodline to absorb it eagerly. Perhaps it had been too long since the pure bloodline had devoured such high-quality soul power, as it began to uncontrollably absorb it in great gulps. The awakening degree of the heavenly ant bloodline. 30:013. The awakening degree of the heavenly ant bloodline. 30:163. The awakening degree of the heavenly ant bloodline. 30:293. Simultaneously, to replenish her rapidly depleting soul power. A colossal phantom of a soul-devouring spider manifested ominously above the hall of worship, soaring to a height of approximately 1,000 meters. It transformed into a pure energy absorber, voraciously consuming all the surrounding natural energies within a vast radius. In the hall of worship, the eldest elder, Douluo, furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inexplicable frenzy of this woman. For beings of their caliber, such rampant consumption of natural energy to convert into soul power was unnecessary. The soul power they naturally generated sufficed for a lifetime. Such grand-scale absorption of natural energy befits a peak titled Douluo, truly the closest to a deity. Remarked the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, with palpable envy. Though he was a peak title Douluo at level 98, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, the mere difference of a single level was a threshold he could never cross. This terrifying display of martial soul prowess did not go unnoticed by the Soul Masters in Soul Master City. Is this the martial soul of Her Majesty the Pope? How impressive! Exclaimed a young girl, no older than 10, clad in the attire of the elite Soul Master Academy of the Martial Soul Hall. How terrifying! Merely gazing upon it gives me the sensation that my soul was being consumed. This was a middle-aged man passing through Soul Master City, stopping for a meal. Truly, Her Majesty the Pope is the strongest in the continent, guiding the Martial Soul Hall to glory. He was a soul master who admired Bibidong's charisma deeply. Meanwhile, outside a restaurant in Soul Master City, Zhu Qing gazed up at the towering spider in the sky, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, she noted her own attire, a luxurious uniform issued by the elite Soul Master Academy, adorned with golden threads. Do not question why the clothing bears gold. It is simply because the Martial Soul Hall is never short of funds. Dongqing, I have been in the elite Soul Master Academy for quite some time. Yet you have never shown yourself. Have you truly forgotten me? Zhu Qing murmured softly. Organizational structure of the Elite Soul Master Academy. The Elite Soul Master Academy is divided into senior and junior sections, encompassing both the Junior Soul Master Academy and the Senior Soul Master Academy. Dongqing, naturally, is a student in the senior section. Originally, Zhu Qing had joined the Elite Soul Master Academy to catch glimpses of Dongqing, yet he had not attended the academy during this period. Having read both Seeing and Not Seeing and Dancing in Pairs, she found them delightful. However, the person she cherished remained oblivious to her affections. Chapter 116. Inability to accept a night has passed. Skyhorn Ant Bloodline Awakening Degree. 33:613. As the morning sun rose the next day, Dongqing stealthily slipped out of Bia Courtyard, only to collide with Hulaina, who was visiting Bibi Dong. Junior brother, Hulaina looked at him with suspicion, feeling as if Dongqing had just sneaked out of their teacher's room, resembling a cat that had been up to no good. However, recalling Bibidong's typically cold demeanor, she quickly dismissed her unfounded thoughts. Ha ha, sister, are you here to see the teacher this early as well? Dongqing hastily said. Oh no, what if she finds out? Alone with a woman in one room, although his intentions were purely to cultivate and nurture his pure skyhorn ant bloodline. Who would believe that? Yes, I encountered a bottleneck in my training and was just about to consult the teacher. But why are you in such a hurry, junior brother? Could you share your destination with your sister? Hulaina took a step forward and naturally pinched Dongqing's ear, her eyes still harboring some doubt regarding his motives for being outside Bibidong's courtyard so early. Perfect timing. I too have hit a wall in my training and wish to seek the teacher's guidance. Sister, we truly are of one mind. Dongqing replied with a calm demeanor. Who with you, my troublesome junior brother? Share a mind. I do not. Hulaina's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she soon forgot about Dongqing's previous sneaky behavior. 10 minutes later, Bibidong lay on her side on the bed, propping her chin on her hand. Clad in an exquisite silk nightgown, she glanced at Hulaina beside her, then at the awkwardly positioned Dongqing not far away. What brings you two to seek the teacher this early? Bibidong's voice was calm and cool, her expression meticulously controlled. Yet, she alone knew that the warmth on her right side had yet to dissipate. The source of that warmth needed no elaboration. A certain awkward young man stood behind Hulaina, looking shyly at Bibidong, seemingly attempting to convey through his gaze that this situation was not his fault, but rather Hulaina's unorthodox approach. Teacher, we wish to consult you regarding our struggles in soul power cultivation, Hulaina explained. In that case, you two should fetch a stool to sit here. Today, I feel disinclined to rise from my bed, so I shall guide you both from here. Bibidong waved her hand nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Hulaina hesitated, turning to glance at Dongqing, who was obediently looking down, too timid to glance around. She felt somewhat satisfied. Teacher, is this appropriate? Junior brother is now a grown young man, and with your esteemed position, coupled with the difference in genders, he might in Hulaina's heart, Dongqing was exclusively hers, and she naturally did not want him looking at other women, not even if that woman were her teacher. Shona, in my eyes, you and Shaoqing will always be children, Bibidong remarked, her beautiful eyes glancing at Dongqing, her expression contemplative. Last night. The night was desolate. Even though Dongqing was a pureblood skyhorn ant, consuming such a large quantity of high-quality, high-level soul power required time for digestion. Just as a person feels drowsy after a hearty meal, Dongqing found himself wanting to sleep, and without realizing it, he leaned against Bibidong and dozed off. Perhaps to prevent Dongqing, this human-like beast, from catching a chill during the night, or perhaps due to some unspoken thoughts within her. Bibidong unconsciously allowed him to become her pillow. For years is not an excessively long time, yet it is sufficient to cultivate habits. Over the years, Bibidong had grown accustomed to sleeping with a pillow in her arms, for it was the only way to alleviate her feelings of emptiness and loneliness. However, one day, she inadvertently frightened this human pillow away, and fortunately, she regained him last night, filling the void within her once more. Of course, as Dongqing had grown older, she could no longer regard him as a child. When making this decision, Bibidong felt the need to find a justification for herself. Luckily, Dongqing had successfully completed the continuation of the poem, Dancing in Pairs, which allowed Bibidong to convince herself to abandon her last shred of resistance. With these thoughts, Bibidong gazed at the bashful Dongqing, a hint of crimson gradually spreading in her pupils, as a dark desire began to consume her rationality. Unbeknownst to her, the Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King, two exceedingly evil martial souls, were incessantly corroding Bibidong's clarity, as if a voice in her mind whispered, urging her to completely consume Dongqing. This consumption could only be described as immoral. An hour later, after addressing Dongqing and Hulaina's inquiries regarding soul power cultivation, Bibidong left the room, her spirit invigorated and her complexion radiant. Junior brother, don't you think the teacher looks exceptionally well today? Hulaina elbowed Dongqing at his waist, nodding toward Bibidong's departing figure. Really? I didn't notice. I feel like the teacher looks the same every day. Dongqing replied, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend Hulaina's peculiar behavior. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he had not practiced soul power, for to him, awakening the bloodline was far more significant than anything else. That's because you're a man, while I, as a woman, naturally understand the subtle shifts in a woman's complexion. The teacher must be in a good mood lately, Hulaina explained confidently, her arms crossed. a significant pressure evident in her demeanor. Strangely, Hulaina had noticed that her teacher, Bibi Dong, had appeared increasingly unwell over the past 2 years, often exuding an air of having lost something important. Yet today, she unexpectedly saw a look of regained satisfaction on her face. A woman's heart is truly difficult to fathom. Dongqing sighed. He remained oblivious to the changes in Bibi Dong's complexion, realizing that indeed, women understand one another's hearts better, just as men comprehend what other men desire. Enough about that. Junior brother, you must accompany me to the academy later. You've been absent for so many days that the principal and others might think you've dropped out, Hulaina scolded. Why go to the academy? With my strength? What more could they teach me? Dongqing suddenly reached out, embracing Hulaina and whispering softly in her ear. Sister, if you don't return to the academy, to ensure that the Martial Soul Hall Academy can win the championship in the Elite Soul Master competition in 2 years, I will have no choice but to practice martial soul fusion techniques with others every day, Hulaina said with a tone of regret, as if without Dongqing, she would be left with no other option. Martial soul fusion techniques? Dongqing pondered, unable to accept the notion that his woman might practice such techniques with other men. Chapter 117, The Birth of Little Rabbits Unacceptable. Senior sister, you belong solely to me. Is it the martial soul fusion technique? I shall accompany you in your practice. Dongqing's tone was exceedingly domineering. At the same time, he lowered his head and sternly admonished Hulaina until he sensed the person in his embrace growing increasingly feeble, at which point he released the now limp little fox. Dongqing's assertiveness brought Hulaina immense joy. Indeed, he still cared for me deeply. This is what you said yourself. Junior brother, from today onward, let us return to the academy and diligently practice the martial soul fusion technique. After making her declaration, Hulaina tugged Dongqing towards the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. Although Dongqing did not particularly care for the martial soul fusion technique and did not require it to enhance his strength, his innate power already allowed him to dominate all. He was willing to sacrifice his time to indulge Hulaina, to engage in activities that held little significance for him, all to satisfy her wishes and to deepen their bond. Of course, all of this stemmed from the fact that Hulaina was indeed worth such effort. A beauty like her deserved tenderness. A man, aside from his career, can also spend leisure time with his beloved. The martial soul fusion technique is not merely a sum of its parts. For even two identical martial souls may not awaken a dual martial soul fusion technique, as it requires a perfect synergy between the two individuals. When a dual martial soul fusion technique manifests, the terrifying power of the fused martial souls is not simply the sum of the soul master's levels, but rather a testament to the martial soul's profound elevation. As for the multiple martial soul fusion technique, one prerequisite is that the leader must possess exceptional physical prowess. Otherwise, they cannot withstand the violent surge of soul power. Whether it be the formidable tyrant dragon Lu Erlong or the future Tang San, their ability to lead a multiple martial soul fusion technique is largely attributed to their compliance with physical standards, preventing their bodies from being overwhelmed by the sudden influx of soul power. However, at present, the celestial grade herbs have been thoroughly harvested by Dongqing and Qianrenxue. And with the complete revival of the blue-silver Empress Aeen, it has become exceedingly difficult for Tang San, who cannot awaken the blue-silver Emperor martial soul, to reach the future Tang San's realm. As they journeyed to the Elite Soul Master Academy, Hulaina clung tightly to Dongqing's arm, fearful that others might not realize they were together. Has the Son of God and the Saintess officially announced their relationship? A passing male student lamented, feeling his heart shatter. Alas, such exquisite beauty is not meant for ordinary souls like us. Son of God, how could you treat me this way? A nearby female student also felt her heart break, recognizing that good men inevitably fall for enchanting vixens. Senior sister, your actions are not merely to practice the martial soul fusion technique. It seems you wish to assert your status, which leaves me feeling quite exposed, Dongqing remarked helplessly. What is there to fear? After all, your overwhelming victory over Yin has already spread throughout Spirit City in the Elite Soul Master Academy. And no one dares to provoke you, Hulaina retorted. Having grown up together as childhood friends, their bond was profoundly deep, despite a slight age difference. In Hulaina's eyes, Dongqing, endowed with exceptional talent and strength, was undoubtedly the best choice for a partner. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the Elite Soul Master Academy, a forlorn figure stood quietly, watching Dongqing and Hulaina walk side by side. Zhu Shiqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps, simply observing him from afar is not such a bad thing after all. However, having made a choice to carve out a new path within the Spirit Hall, Zhu Shiqing would not easily resign or give up. She silently watched Dongqing and Hulaina gradually disappear from view, vowing within her heart, "One day, I will show you a different side of me." At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing was unaware that her nether cat martial soul was gradually becoming pure, an ethereal essence subtly emanating from it. The nether cat, seen as a spirit cat, embodies the essence of the netherworld. Yet, having undergone the trials of life and death and the loss of a beloved, Zhu Zhiqing inadvertently grasped a fragment of the essence of the netherworld. The netherworld is imperceptible to the eyes and silent to the ears, embodying the essence of the ethereal. The wielder of a martial soul awakened with the essence of the netherworld becomes the most formidable ghostly assassin, a legacy that has allowed the Zhu family, a lineage of millennia, to endure. In the papal hall, within the main chamber, Bibi Dong held the completed verses of Light Dance in pairs that Dongqing had penned the previous night. After scrutinizing the content and finding no discrepancies, she handed it to a nearby maid and spoke with an air of indifference, "Deliver this to the news tower for publication in the next issue." "Understood, Your Holiness." The maid replied, bowing her head. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong naturally possessed the authority to control the news tower. However, she typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the tower, which was under Dongqing's purview. Furthermore, she now recognized the efficacy of newspapers. Not only can they generate income, but they also serve to amplify one's voice, capable of both elevating and destroying reputations with a mere thought. The power of public opinion can distort truth. What is black can be rendered white. If the one controlling the news tower harbors ill intent and seeks to slander an individual, that person, unless endowed with the power to change the world, cannot halt the spread of rumors. In the papal hall, in the rear chamber of the Tunglong Pavilion, Xiaowu lamented, "Godmother, I am so bored. The Son of God hasn't taken me out to play, and I am too timid to venture out alone." Sitting on a stone bench in the garden, she appeared quite dispirited. "Is that so? Let me ponder a moment." Aeen, the blue-silver empress, gently rubbed Xiaowu's forehead and began to reflect. As a 10,000-year-old plant-type spirit, she preferred tranquility over motion, which was why she remained within the Star Doe forest until reaching adulthood before venturing out. Had she possessed Xiaowu's lively disposition, it is likely that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would never have encountered her. Even if they did, they would only meet the lowly form of Aeen, making it impossible for romantic feelings to develop, as neither brother would overlook a 10,000-year-old soul beast. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Aeen. "Xiaowu, given your current transformation age, you are equivalent to a 12-year-old in human years. Why not wait for Xiaoqing to return and then charm him into taking you to the elite Soul Master Academy? School? That sounds intriguing. But, Godmother, to charm him, I feel a bit shy." Upon hearing the mention of school, Xiaowu's interest was piqued. Yet the thought of charming Dongqing caused her cheeks to flush, and her speech became hesitant. "There is no need to be shy. You are currently Xiaoqing's personal maid. Do you know what being a personal maid entails?" Aeen inquired. "I want to know." Xiaowu blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity. "In the human world, a personal maid is akin to a concubine," Aeen explained, recalling the multiple wives and concubines of the nobility in Douluo continent. Though she herself did not fully grasp the concept of a personal maid. "A concubine? I still don't quite understand," Xiaowu replied, looking puzzled. "A concubine is akin to giving birth to little rabbits," Aeen directly clarified in terms Xiaowu could comprehend. In an instant, Xiaowu's cheeks turned a deep crimson, and she stammered, "Godmother, I have never given birth to little rabbits. What should I do?" Chapter 118, Soul Power Advancement in the Stillness of Midnight. As dusk descended upon the Tinglong Pavilion, Dongqing and Hulaina spent an entire day at the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. Yet they discerned no signs of soul fusion. He inexplicably sensed that the heavenly ant martial soul exhibited a distinct disdain for the fox spirit martial soul, seemingly unwilling to merge with it. Nonetheless, Dongqing chose not to depart, considering it a day well spent in Hulaina's company, which ultimately deepened their bond. However, the inability to fuse their martial souls posed a significant dilemma. Dongqing certainly did not wish to witness Hulaina merging her soul with another, even if that individual were her own brother, Xiaoyu. As Dongqing pondered how to achieve the soul fusion, Xiaowu gently pushed open the door and tiptoed in, her movements akin to that of a thief. "Brother Qing," she exclaimed in an excessively sweet voice. Dongqing felt a shiver run through him. Turning to see Xiaowu clad in a snug pink outfit, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with mischief, and a short pink skirt barely concealing her fair thighs. Her complexion was porcelain-like, her waist firm and toned, with a subtly rounded bosom, complemented by a long, scorpion tail braid cascading down her back, presenting a unique allure. Despite her youthful appearance and lack of further physical development as a soft-boned enchantress rabbit, her charm rivaled that of Hulaina. In this world, two types of beings were not to be taken lightly: the rabbit-eared maidens and the enchanting fox spirits. "What are you doing, Xiaowu?" Dongqing rarely used her real name, but her calling him Brother Qing left him feeling flustered, an unfamiliar sensation. "Brother Qing," Xiaowu cooed, wrapping her arms around his, her lovely form swaying playfully. "No, no, no. Just call me Brother Qing," he quickly interjected, unable to withstand her adorable antics. Was his weakness so glaringly obvious? A peculiar glint flickered in Xiaowu's eyes. She had assumed Dongqing would be a difficult person to manage, yet his vulnerability was so straightforward. "All right, Brother Qing, will you take me to the academy to study?" Xiaowu pleaded, tightening her embrace around his waist and gazing up at him with wide, yearning eyes. In her perspective, their close interaction was entirely natural, after all. A maidservant was akin to a little wife, destined to bear little rabbits in the future, so a bit of intimacy seemed perfectly acceptable. As for her insistence on calling him Brother Qing, she had no intention of changing it. Having discovered his weakness, it would be foolish not to exploit it. "School? It's rare for you to show such ambition. Let me think about it," Dongqing mused, stroking his chin. Since Xiaowu was now his responsibility, having bought her from the Tiando auction house, he felt a sense of duty to nurture her ambitions. However, her identity was exceedingly special. She was a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast that could be easily obliterated, and the spirit hall boasted over 20 titled Douluo elders. There was no telling whether someone might dare to ambush her after she left his side, especially since over half of the titled Douluo served the enshrinement hall rather than under his teacher, Bibidon. Having contemplated this, Dongqing looked at Xiaowu in his embrace and gently ruffled her hair. Seeing her puzzled expression, he retrieved the heartbroken red herb from his possession. "Xiaohong, please help me protect Xiaowu. As long as they are not titled Douluo above level 95, you should be able to handle them. If danger arises, do not hesitate to inform me," he instructed, placing the heartbroken red in Xiaowu's palm. Since she had willingly called him brother today, he did not mind having an additional adorable little sister. "Understood, master," came a melodious response. The heartbroken red, a divine-grade herb, was the king of flowers, possessing rudimentary intelligence akin to that of the blue-silver emperor, Aeen. Given time to mature, it could effortlessly evolve into a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, capable of withstanding attacks from titled Douluo of level 95 or below. After receiving the heartbroken red, Xiaowu chatted with her mother, Aro, for a while. Her spirits visibly lifted. With the heartbroken red by her side, she could engage in conversation at any moment. Watching Dongqing sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating his soul power, she suddenly recalled a phrase from Aeen before her departure. "Xiaowu, whether as a maid or a little wife, one must keep their man warm at night." Perhaps it was Dongqing's consistent kindness toward her, coupled with the hope of resurrecting her mother's soul, that endeared him to Xiaowu. "Little rabbit, why are you climbing up here?" Dongqing opened his eyes, astonished. "To keep you warm. Isn't that what a little wife is supposed to do?" Xiaowu's voice was barely audible. Her decision stemmed largely from her genuine belief that she was Dongqing's little wife, which also marked her first interaction with the opposite sex. Little wife? Dongqing was momentarily perplexed regarding the connection between a maidservant and a little wife, but this confusion was understandable, as he had devoted himself to cultivating his soul power and was oblivious to such matters. It was the godmother who said that a maidservant. After Xiaowu's simple explanation, Dongqing finally grasped the concept of a little wife. However, he was not interested in playing house with Xiaowu, nor did he feel any attraction to a girl who had yet to mature. "If you wish to be my little wife, let's discuss it again when you reach maturity," he said, gently tapping her forehead, encouraging her to sit beside him and cultivate her soul power. Within the confines of the blue-silver domain, in this enhanced training environment, Xiaowu, who initially required 6 or 7 more years to reach maturity, now only needed 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, Xiaowu's inherently lazy disposition left her without a sense of urgency. She diligently practiced through the first half of the night, but eventually collapsed into Dongqing's embrace. Dongqing raised his eyelids, glancing down at the sleeping Xiaowu, and shook his head slightly before closing his eyes, choosing to ignore the carefree little rabbit. Although he had regained the privilege to freely enter and exit Bibidon's chamber, he could not do so daily, after all. The awakening of the heavenly ant bloodline required substantial soul power absorption, necessitating that Bibidon rest adequately. Before departing the previous morning, Bibidon had instructed Dongqing to visit once a week, a prearranged agreement. Little did he expect to encounter Hulaina shortly after stepping outside, as night gave way to dawn. When Dongqing beheld the first rays of sunlight streaming in, the fluctuations of his soul power intensified. At last, as the sunlight filtered through the window and transformed the room into a golden hue, he achieved a successful advancement in his soul power. Soul power level, level 42 Soul Master, successfully advanced to soul power level, level 43 Soul Master. Chapter 119, the fusion of martial spirits. In light of this, even if I were to be lazy at times, I could undoubtedly advance to the rank of Soul King within 2 years, thus not delaying my teacher's examination of the Rakshasa god. Dongqing pondered to himself, but the next moment, he noticed the slumbering Xiaowu nestled in his embrace and playfully gave her a gentle slap. Brother Qing, what are you doing? Xiaowu mumbled sleepily, rubbing her eyes, appearing as though she had not yet had enough rest. Today, I will take you to register at the academy. Xiaowu, you're mine. So remember to behave well at the academy, Dongqing said, carefully disentangling her from himself. She was merely a head shorter than him. And while she had yet to mature fully, she was already a young lady, with a figure that was quite commendable. Though she could not compare to Zhu Qing, she was certainly on par with Ning Rongrong. As they made their way to the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, Dongqing walked alongside Hulaina while Xiaowu trailed behind them. Although a twinge of jealousy stirred in her heart due to Hulaina's claim on her man, she dared not voice her grievances. After all, she was merely a secondary partner. Why are you bringing her along? Hulaina inquired. She wishes to experience life in the human world at the academy, so I brought her along, Dongqing replied indifferently. Suit yourself. But be careful not to develop any feelings, it might complicate things for you, Hulaina warned. Neither she, nor Bibidan, nor the vast majority of others regarded a 100,000-year metamorphosed soul beast as a human. In their eyes, it was merely a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Thanks to Dongqing's identity as the son of the Spirit Hall, there was no doubt that Xiaowu was admitted to the elite Soul Master Academy, where she made her first friend. Hello, I am Xiaowu, the dancer, she introduced herself with great enthusiasm. Reveling in her first deep engagement with the human world and her newfound status as a student, Zhu Qing, came the cold reply. You are a new student, right? So am I, Xiaowu said, extending her hand. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhu Qing reluctantly shook her hand. I saw him bring you here. What is your relationship with him? I am Brother Qing's personal attendant. Brother Qing? Do you call him that all the time? Meanwhile, leaving Zhu Qing's astonishment aside, Dongqing was engaged with Hulaina and studying their martial spirit fusion technique in the senior area of the elite Soul Master Academy, Qingxin Garden, where numerous plum trees grew, their not-so-tall trunks adorned with verdant leaves still glistening with morning dew, and unripe plums gradually approached maturity. On a flat patch of grass, Dongqing and Hulaina sat facing each other, their martial spirits hovering behind them. The fiery red fox, transformed from the martial spirit, lay quietly behind Hulaina, exuding an enchanting aura. In contrast, the humanoid manifestation of the martial spirit hovered majestically behind Dongqing, radiating an air of formidable might. Time seemed to elapse without notice. The martial spirit remained aloof, showing no interest in the martial spirit, possibly regarding it as inferior and unworthy of fusion. Junior brother, do you not like me at all? Our martial spirits cannot possibly fuse, Hulaina exclaimed in frustration. This woman's thought process. Dongqing found himself at a loss for words. Senior sister, do not call me that anymore. You are simply deceiving me if you think I do not like you, she retorted. Senior sister, please let me explain. This is about our martial spirits. I will not listen. I refuse to hear it. The martial spirit, unable to control itself, feigned indifference and refused to fuse, leaving Dongqing at a loss for what to do. In the boundless void of Douluo Star, the ethereal shadow of the female spirit had been silently observing Dongqing. Noticing his predicament, she finally spoke. Your Highness, martial spirits are unique creations of this world, formed according to individual constitution and bloodline. You can attempt to subdue it with your mental strength. Do not allow it to make all the choices. She conveyed in a celestial voice that resonated within Dongqing's mind, establishing a mysterious mental link. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Dongqing asked, gazing upward in confusion, sensing the speaker's presence above. I am currently confidential. As for why I assist you, you will understand in due time. The female spirit replied softly. Very well then, what is your name? Surely you can tell me that? Dongqing pressed on. Yumio, the female spirit disclosed. Once the mental link was severed, Dongqing's consciousness returned to reality. Is there really a deity named Yumio in the Douluo god realm? What could her motivations for assisting me possibly be? Could it be that I have caught her attention, and she wishes for me to inherit her divine position? A multitude of questions flooded Dongqing's mind, yet he was certain of one thing. The entity that had just communicated with him mentally was undoubtedly an unknown deity. The mental energy of Yumu was as vast as the ocean, while he felt like a solitary boat adrift upon its surface. Such an existence could likely only be found within the Douluo god realm, although he was uncertain about the intentions of this inexplicable deity. Dongqing now understood that martial spirits could indeed be subdued by mental strength. The essence of martial spirits are akin to an external appendage that grows from the body, a benefit bestowed upon every native of the Douluo continent by the laws of the world. This is also the reason why his physical form was reverted to infancy. Only by doing so could he attain the martial spirit he now possessed. In the Douluo continent, the necessity of reaching 6 years of age to awaken one's martial spirit is due to the impossibility of awakening it prematurely. Everyone requires 6 years to nurture their martial spirit. Otherwise, children from soul master families would awaken their martial spirits at birth, gaining a significant advantage over others. For the effect of having a martial spirit attached is extraordinarily powerful, as the doubling of strength is an invaluable divine skill for them. Being an outsider, Dongqing's control over martial spirits was inherently less than that of the locals. To achieve martial spirit fusion, he must completely subdue the spirit itself. Having grasped this, Dongqing felt a sense of relief. The prospect of achieving martial spirit fusion with Aeen now appeared hopeful. With his newfound control, a formidable surge of mental power erupted, unleashing a terrifying mental storm that assailed the martial spirit. Simultaneously, the pureblood lineage of the within him unconsciously emanated a hint of ancient ferocity. With this dual approach, the power of his effort was magnified. Dongqing sensed the martial spirit slowly becoming clearer and more transparent. His control over the spirit had ascended to a new level, at least to the point where it would no longer reject the notion of fusing with the martial spirit. Gradually, under Aeen's watchful gaze, a slight inclination towards fusion began to manifest between the martial spirit and the martial spirit. Martial spirit fusion progress. 10. Junior brother, you have finally decided to take our martial spirit fusion training seriously. Just thinking about it irks me. Yesterday, I put in so much effort while you remained indifferent. If I had not been angry today, you likely would not have taken this matter seriously at all, Aeen said, her tone laced with frustration. That is not true. I simply had not grasped the key yet. Please do not be angry, senior sister. Dongqing reached out, drawing Aeen into his embrace and gently pinching her fair cheek. The couple sat shoulder to shoulder on the grassy meadow, basking in the golden sunlight. From a distance, they appeared to be a pair of divinely matched golden boy and jade girl. Chapter 120. The nine-tailed fox. Time passed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, several months had slipped away. According to the Douluo calendar, it was September 10th, 2644. Aside from spending a night each week in Bibi Dong's chamber to enhance his bloodline awakening, Qing devoted the rest of his time to cultivating his soul power under the blue-silver domain established by the blue-silver emperor, Aeen. Heavenly Arm Ant Bloodline Awakening, 36, 313, Soul Power Level, 43rd Rank Soul Master, successfully advanced to Soul Power Level, 45th Rank Soul Master. Regrettably, Xiaowu proved to be a rather uncooperative rabbit, often falling asleep during her midnight training sessions, unwittingly collapsing onto Qing as she drifted into a deep slumber. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, with the expansive blue-silver domain providing an ideal training environment, she would reach maturity in no more than 3 years. It is widely recognized that certain things are most delectable when fully ripened, thanks to their relentless efforts over the months. Qing and Aeen had made remarkable progress in their martial soul fusion, their bond deepening as they exchanged affection. Martial Soul Fusion Progress, 99, in the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Martial Soul Hall, within the senior area, Clear Fragrance Garden. Aeen's face radiated excitement as she exclaimed, Junior brother, we are just a step away from completing our martial soul fusion technique. Once we do, we shall be the strongest on the continent. Indeed, let us persevere. We are so close. Qing replied. Though he personally did not place great importance on the martial soul fusion, nor did he require it to enhance his own strength. Yet, what was the meaning of walking a solitary path? To be a solitary ruler, unifying the world? Or to traverse the starry seas and instill fear as a god? Would that truly bring happiness? Upon a sudden reflection, he found himself alone, and he was unwilling to embark on his journey in solitude. Martial Soul Fusion Progress, 100, under Qing's command. The Heavenly Arm Ant Martial Soul and the Demon Fox Martial Soul finally merged completely. Naturally, this forced fusion, where a higher-ranked martial soul fused with a lower-ranked one, meant that the heavenly arm and martial soul remained dominant. However, Qing chose to relinquish control to Hulaina. Suddenly, an inexplicable and profound wave of energy surged forth, altering the very fabric of reality. The sky darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from Hulaina as a mysterious space slowly unfolded, enveloping both Qing and Hulaina within it. Qing surveyed the roughly 10 square meter space, expansive yet void of substance. He shrugged and casually found a spot to lie down and rest. Meanwhile, Hulaina's aura continued to intensify as her demon fox martial soul seemed to transcend a threshold, evolving to a higher echelon. The distinctive cries of a fox echoed, and a towering phantom of a fox, 100 meters tall, began to materialize. With gleaming white fangs and a slender body, it crouched on the ground, its fiery red fur gleaming. Behind it were 9 tails, longer than its body, swaying slightly and conjuring a tempest that spoke of cataclysmic power, witnessed by all the students and faculty of the Elite Soul Master Academy. This 100-meter-tall 9-tailed fox let out a thunderous roar, exuding an aura formidable enough to rival that of an ordinary titled Douluo. Thanks to Qing's exceptionally high-quality heavenly arm and martial soul, even relinquishing control did not diminish the terrifying strength of the newly fused martial soul. Was this the culmination of the efforts of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter over these months? Such overwhelming might stem from their powerful union. Their martial soul fusion had yielded astonishing results. It felt as though they possessed an aura at least comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Despite the fact that the Saint Son and Saint Daughter were merely at the Soul Master and Soul King levels. If they were to reach the titled Douluo realm in the future, the power of their fusion was simply unimaginable. I feel they might be comparable to the high-ranking offerings. Perhaps the Saint Son and Saint Daughter are destined to be the first to touch the pinnacle of divine strength. Say, could we? Stop thinking about it. The Saint Son and Saint Daughter grew up together, sharing an innocent bond, a childhood friendship. Such affinity cannot be easily replicated for martial soul fusion. At that moment, the students and teachers of the Martial Soul Hall Elite Academy began to engage in fervent discussions about the 9-tailed fox. In truth, they had overlooked a crucial detail. While martial soul fusion may be challenging for others, requiring immense affinity and trust, Qing, who had completely subdued his martial soul, could, if he desired and was willing to invest the time, fuse with anyone. Achieving complete mastery over one's martial soul is no trivial feat. And without the aid of the pure bloodline of the heavenly arm, it would have remained an unattainable goal. Such an endeavor is akin to forcibly unlocking one's limitations. In the Papal Hall, Bibi Dong, who was attending to the affairs of the Martial Soul Hall since the emergence of the 9-tailed fox, she lifted her gaze towards the direction of the Elite Soul Master Academy, where a 100-meter-tall crimson 9-tailed fox was howling towards the heavens. Xiaoqing and Nana truly succeeded in their martial soul fusion. I had thought it would be difficult, yet their bond is evidently profound. There was a hint of bitterness in Bibi Dong's tone as she spoke those words. In the offering hall of Martial Soul City, how intriguing. His martial soul is indeed powerful. If he could fuse with Shui, the new martial soul they create would undoubtedly surpass divine standards. Qian Dalu gazed at the 9-tailed fox within the Elite Soul Master Academy, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. But grand offering, Shui, and he are not familiar. And besides, this lad is already fused with the Saint Daughter. Can he still fuse with anyone else? Questioned the Golden Crocodile Douluo, puzzled. Golden Crocodile, you're mistaken. You have not grasped the essence of this. While Hulaina's martial soul quality may not rival that of Qing, the newly fused martial soul is primarily based on her. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Qian Dalu inquired. Grand offering, I confess my ignorance. My understanding of martial soul fusion is quite limited, the Golden Crocodile Douluo admitted. He and Qian Dalu shared a bond of life and death. And as a pinnacle Douluo with a soul power level of 98, he stood just below the 3 renowned Douluo of the continent. As for why there were 3 renowned Douluo, it was because one of them was a controlled Douluo, reigning as the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, oblivious to the upheaval outside. The Golden Crocodile Douluo's lack of understanding regarding martial soul fusion prompted Qian Dalu to patiently explain the intricacies. It is quite simple. Qing voluntarily relinquished the lead in the martial soul fusion, granting control to Hulaina. This is why the newly fused martial soul is centered around her. This also indicates that he possesses the ability to thoroughly master his own martial soul. To relinquish control, one must first acquire ownership, thus qualifying to forfeit leadership. A being who has completely mastered their martial soul can, with sufficient time and effort, successfully fuse with a second, third, or even fourth soul master. Whether it be the ghostly white tiger inherited from the Star Luo Empire, or the golden sacred dragon formed by the fusion of Lu Erlong, Yu Shaojang, and Flinder. They all share a common trait. The evolution is based on a martial soul of slightly higher quality. Chapter 121. Can she return? As for Yu Xiaojiang, whose martial soul mutation was a failure, it was simply a case of a flawed transformation, devoid of any peculiarities. Had it not been for the future Tang San, providing him with a celestial-grade herb, he would have remained forever unable to surpass the 30th level of soul power. Regrettably, the current Yu Xiaojiang has little chance of acquiring such an herb. Dongqing cannot assist him, and Qian Rengshu is even less likely to help. Even Tang San himself no longer possesses the opportunity for a celestial-grade herb, nor the means to repay his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang. In the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, within the senior area, atop a tree branch, two 12-year-old girls perched, one of whom possessed an extraordinary physique that could easily captivate any man. Zhu Qing, is martial soul fusion truly this formidable? Xiao couldn't help but cover her agape mouth. Indeed, martial soul fusion can, to a certain extent, evolve one's martial soul, thus significantly enhancing strength. Zhu Qing bit her crimson lips, her gaze revealing a hint of longing. She yearned to fuse her martial soul with Dongqing, yet could only silently watch as he formed bonds with other women. In the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, senior area, King Sinuan, the space of the nine-tailed fox. This realm exists in a liminal state, a temporary space formed by the fusion of different martial souls. Sister, you may play by yourself. I shall rest for a moment, Dongqing declared, reclining in a corner of the space before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. He had no inclination to guide the great fox on a whimsical journey, and manipulating the fusion of the heavenly horn ant's martial soul was indeed quite taxing, leaving him fatigued. Unbeknownst to him, as he succumbed to sleep, a blue-gold vine emerged slowly from the blue-silver emperor's core in his chest, swiftly weaving a vine chair to support his body. To the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, Dongqing was a pitiable child, orphaned and raised solely by village chief Jack, lacking parental affection. In contrast, Tang San had at least his father Tang Hao by his side during his youth, and he could occasionally return to see him. But who would come to visit Dongqing? Humph, lazy pig, all you do is sleep. Hulaina teased, yet she did not disturb Dongqing. She felt a compelling excitement akin to acquiring a new toy and eagerly began to manipulate the nine-tailed fox. In the outside world, the nine-tailed fox let out a resounding roar, its 100-meter-tall form exuding an overwhelming majesty. To the astonished gazes of all, it stepped into the void and soared skyward towards the heavens above Spirit City. There are many myths surrounding the nine-tailed fox, often described as, in the mountains of Qingqiu, there exists a wondrous beast resembling a fox, with 9 tails and a voice like that of an infant. It symbolizes prosperity and good fortune. Its presence heralds spring for all living things. Unfortunately, the nine-tailed fox has been vilified numerous times, leading many to view it as an ominous creature. What kind of visual experience does a 100-meter giant beast galloping through the air provide? Perhaps only the common folk of Spirit City can truly comprehend this. From their perspective, high above, a fire-red fox, 100 meters tall, and over 300 meters from head to tail, freely raced through the skies, its 9 tails dancing in the wind, each exuding a force that could tear apart the heavens. Approximately an hour later, after tiring from play, Hulaina guided the 9-tailed fox to descend beside a tranquil village 100 kilometers away from Spirit City. The autumn air was crisp, and as dusk settled, wisps of smoke rose gently in the distance. A few children frolicked in the village, while farmers were busy harvesting rice in the fields. And a large yellow dog lounged outside, lazily watching the sunset and sniffing the aromas wafting from the house. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the sky, shattering the tranquility of the village. The yellow dog, startled, stood alert, arching its back as it gazed warily at the approaching dust cloud. Upon reaching the ground, Hulaina released the martial soul fusion state, causing the 9-tailed fox to vanish instantly, while Dongqing remained sound asleep on the vine chair. She lifted her gaze towards the mountains nearby, where the evening glow cast a crimson hue amid the mist, and jagged rocks jutted into the sky, appearing like a celestial realm amidst the swirling red clouds. A shepherd approached on a cow, playing a pastoral tune that enhanced the serenity of this rural scene. Junior brother, if only we could live in peace, unaffected by the turmoil of the world, and grow old together in such a village, Hulaina murmured softly. As she spoke, she sat beside Dongqing, gazing quietly at the distant sunset. Afterward, she leaned down, squeezing onto the not-so-spacious vine chair with him, her body half resting upon him due to the chair's limited space. Sister, why are you so heavy? You're the fattest girl I've ever seen, Dongqing mumbled unconsciously. He felt as if a colossal beast was atop him, akin to a famished mother tiger contemplating devouring her youthful prey. In truth, Hulaina was not heavy. Her figure was quite slender at the waist, and her physique was notably more graceful than Zhujuqing's, especially given her age. "I'm not fat," Aeen retorted, playfully tugging at the corner of Dongqing's mouth. Regrettably, Dongqing remained undisturbed by such harmless teasing, as the gentle breeze brushed against his face and the sun dipped low, creating an ideal moment for slumber. Seeing her efforts to awaken him go in vain, Aeen eventually laid her head down on his chest and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep alongside him. At this moment, the blue-silver Emperor's core at Dongqing's chest shimmered with a radiant light, and the blue-silver grass within a 100-meter radius began to glow with a faint blue luminescence. In that instant, it resembled a scene one could only witness in a fairy tale, as two hearts drew closely together amidst the dazzling brilliance. Observing this, Aeen felt a genuine sense of joy. Seeing others happy brought her immense contentment. Although Shaoqing had grown up without parental affection, he had now discovered his own happiness, and she believed they would eventually form a blissful family together. Reflecting on this, Aeen recalled her son Tang San. During her last visit to Tiando City, she had noted the girl De Guyen was quite suitable for him. "Little San, mother hopes you find happiness soon," she silently wished in her heart. She was a kind-hearted woman, always considering the needs of others. It was precisely for this reason that she devoted 30 years to assisting Dongqing in cultivating his soul power. Yet, she had never contemplated one crucial truth: the differing ideologies of humans and spirit beasts. Some humans were ungrateful and selfish, harboring only self-interest. Even though Aeen cherished the thought of returning to a life of happiness with Tang Hao after 30 years, to Tang Hao, she was merely a traitor, a woman who had accepted favors from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was a vengeful man, harboring hatred for the Spirit Hall for taking his soul bone. Even now, as Aeen sought to repay her debts, he had inadvertently turned his animosity towards her as well. It is said that love and hate are intertwined, and thus, could Aeen ever return? Chapter 122. The Slaughter of Tang Hao in the bustling Rose Tavern of Heavendo City. The air was thick with the mingling voices of men and women, a breeding ground for infidelity and wicked desires. Some sought solace in drink, while others craved the thrill of the reckless. In a secluded corner sat a disheveled figure, a man so unkempt that patrons instinctively steered clear of him. Were Tang San and Tang Yuehua present, they would recognize this ragged man as Tang Hao. Upon closer inspection, Tang Hao appeared to be nearing 50. Yet his towering and robust frame contradicted his age. His attire was in disarray, a tattered black robe that bore no patches, revealing his bronze skin beneath. His once handsome features were now marred by a waxy pallor, and his eyes were glazed and bleary. His hair was a chaotic nest, and his unkempt beard suggested he had long neglected personal grooming. Tang Hao's gaze was vacant and yellowed, a palpable stench of alcohol emanating from him as he mumbled incoherently. "Jade Flower, you two lackeys of the Spirit Hall, had it not been for my injuries from the previous explosion, you would never have bested me or taken my soul bones. For a soul master, losing a soul bone forcibly extracted from the body would lead to a significant decline in soul power, which explained his current battle capability of merely level 75. Without the two sacred soul bones of his sect, what right did he have to return?" His eyes burned with murderous intent. Just as the atmosphere in the tavern threatened to erupt with violence, despair washed over him. He saw no hope of defeating the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, that wretched Aeen had accepted their charity and gone to repay them? Just because the instigator, Qian Xuanji, had perished, had her hatred vanished entirely? As long as the Spirit Hall existed, so too would his vengeance. Tang Hao was a man of extreme arrogance, one who pursued his desires with ruthless determination, much like when he covertly maneuvered to have Tang Xiao withdraw. Yet, he was also a man of profound pride, unable to tolerate those around him accepting charity. He believed the world should yield to him and understand his suffering. "Sir, you've had too much to drink," a tavern maid advised timidly from a distance. At Tang Hao's feet lay a sea of empty bottles, the ground within a 3-meter radius devoid of space to tread, leading the tavern owner to question whether he could settle his tab. "Get lost," Tang Hao replied coldly. Sir, perhaps you should settle your bill first?" the maid suggested, her eyes cast down, unable to meet his fierce gaze. That remark struck a sensitive chord within Tang Hao. He summoned his soul power, gripping the maid's throat tightly. "Are you implying that I cannot afford to pay?" With her breath constricted, the maid could only shake her head vehemently, desperate to convey her true intent. However, as one of the only two soul masters to emerge from the city of slaughter, Tang Hao harbored no thoughts of mercy. With a slight squeeze of his palm, a sickening crack echoed as her neck shattered, and he discarded her lifeless body like refuse. As the patrons finally grasped the horror unfolding, they attempted to flee, only to find the tavern doors and windows sealed by an unseen force, rendering escape impossible. The ensuing moments were filled with screams, which dwindled as time passed, culminating in silence, leaving the tavern strewn with corpses and blood flowing like a river. Since you chose to engage, you must all perish, otherwise. The bothersome hounds of the Spirit Hall will pursue me across the continent, Tang Hao declared calmly. The Spirit Hall forbids soul masters from slaughtering innocents, once identified. They would be branded as evil soul masters and hunted throughout the continent. This was the reason for Tang Hao's ruthless massacre of everyone present. Perhaps after unleashing his fury, a fragment of his pent-up resentment dissipated and his demeanor appeared somewhat improved. To men like him, slaughter served as a means to alleviate emotional turmoil. For he was a god of death forged in the crucible of the city of slaughter, his hands stained with countless lives. The following day, news of the massacre at the Rose Tavern spread throughout Heavendo City, with countless civilians and soul masters discussing the atrocities committed by this merciless evil soul master. May the Spirit Hall swiftly apprehend this villain. Life is far too arduous for us common folk, lamented one. These heartless soul masters take out their frustrations on us. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall relentlessly pursuing evil soul masters, they would likely kill us in broad daylight. I heard every soul in that tavern was slaughtered, including 3 great soul masters and a soul master, another remarked. This implies the assailant must be a soul master of at least level 50, otherwise, it would have been impossible to eliminate them all without a single escapee. Does being high level truly confer greatness? Look at the immovable King Zhao Wujin. He was once powerful, yet he was mistaken for a murderer of innocents and spent 10 years in hiding until the Spirit Hall identified the true culprit. I've heard of him. He indeed possesses formidable strength to escape the assault of 16 black-robed bishops. Such terrifying prowess is undeniable. Zhao Wujin, known as the Immovable King, was once a notorious figure in the Soul Master community, infamous for his misfortunes. Wrongly accused of slaughtering innocents, his tainted reputation led the Spirit Hall to classify him as an evil soul master. After narrowly escaping the siege of 16 black-robed bishops, he vanished from the continent for a decade, daring not to reveal himself until the Spirit Hall uncovered the true perpetrator. Yet, true to his nature, he inadvertently harmed the younger brother of Titan, the clan leader, and found himself once again pursued by Titan. Ultimately, he encountered his close friend, Flinder. Together, they founded Shrek Academy, with Flinder as the headmaster and Zhao Wujin as the vice principal, under the protection of the formidable 83rd rank Soul Douluo Flinder, which compelled the Titan clan to abandon their pursuit. In the southwestern region of the Heavendo Empire, in the city of Notting, at a junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was perusing letters sent by Tang San. After an indeterminate time, he sighed deeply upon finishing the last word. Sigh. Little San thrives at the Heavendo Royal Academy, where the faculty and simulated training environment are of the highest caliber on the continent. It seems there is little left for me to teach him. Though Tang San had invited him to live in Heavendo City, he intentionally chose to evade such an offer, opting for the smaller city of Notting, knowing he could not return to the larger cities without a valid reason. Chapter 123. Zhu Qing's pursuit. Several days passed. In the timeline of Douluo, it was September 16, 2644, under a drizzling sky, in Wuhuan City. Within the elite Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Temple, in a secluded path, Zhu Qing held a paper umbrella, silently observing a man before her. A man who pretended not to see her. Zhu Qing, it has been a long time, Dongqing said, mustering the courage to greet her. He was well aware of Zhu Qing's arrival at the elite Soul Master Academy and had received reports about her movements from the intelligence personnel of the Wuhuan Temple on her first day. Yet, he was a simple boy, whose heart fluttered with innocent thoughts about older girls, though he never dared to act upon them. As for Xiaowu, she differed from Zhu Qing. In a sense, she was Dongqing's possession, with her only path being to follow him or face the grim fate of being killed for her soul bone. For Hu Laina, Bibi Dong, and the titled Douluo elders, they had never regarded Xiaowu and the Blue-Silver Empress as human. After all these days, I have finally waited for you here, Zhu Qing said calmly. Zhu Qing, what are you waiting for me for? Dongqing scratched his nose, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gazed at her tranquil demeanor. An impulse to embrace her swelling within him. I wait for the day you can no longer pretend not to know me. Zhu Qing's voice was cold, yet her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Indeed, he remembered her, the little cat abandoned by others, in her most desperate and helpless moments. It was Dongqing who descended like a savior, especially after witnessing Dai Mubai's lack of ambition as he escorted the twin sisters into a hotel. From that moment on, she resolved to follow Dongqing for the rest of her life. Zhu Qing, you have seen that my senior sister is quite possessive. She will not allow me to associate with other women, Dongqing explained, scratching his head. I do not wish to hear your lengthy explanations. I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to accept my pursuit? Zhu Qing suddenly discarded her paper umbrella. In the next instant, she appeared before Dongqing, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. A few days prior, the Empress of the Douluo Empire, who was also the head of the Zhu family, sent a letter clearly stating that if Zhu Qing could not ascend to a high position within the Wuhuan temple, her ultimate fate would be to marry Daimubai. After all, a mere student from the elite Soul Master Academy, even upon graduation, would only become a purple bishop, a status incomparable to that of a princess consort. During these days, Zhu Qing contemplated extensively. She believed that only by becoming a follower of the son of Wuhuan could she have a chance to escape her destined fate while remaining by his side. However, would he be willing to accept her pursuit? The thought sent a shiver through her body. She feared rejection, aware that the son of Wuhuan was never short of followers. Did he truly see her worth? Sensing the change in her demeanor, Dongqing could somewhat understand Zhu Qing's sentiments. He was unsure if she harbored feelings for him, but she certainly sought his status to help her break free from her entangled fate. Nevertheless, who could bear to reject a charming little cat's pursuit? Zhu Qing, have you thought this through? If you follow me, it means we will assume a superior subordinate relationship, no longer merely classmates. Dongqing spoke softly. As the son of Wuhuan, he had encountered many who sought to follow him, but he had only accepted 3, Mei Xiaoxue, Li Yuemei, and Li Yuestian, who currently managed his news publications. Yet, over the years, he had found no use for them, allowing them to remain at the academy until the establishment of the newspaper, when he finally summoned them. This pursuit was not a mere verbal agreement. It was a commitment of all that one possessed, much like the titan of the Li family, who pledged allegiance to Tang Hao, even referring to himself as a servant before Tang San, ultimately offering the entire Li family. I have thought it through. Will you accept me? Zhu Qing looked up from Dongqing's embrace, her bright eyes filled with yearning, resembling a kitten longing for its master. How could one refuse such an adorable cat's pursuit? Dongqing's breath quickened slightly. He forced himself to look away, placing a hand on Zhu Qing's shoulder to maintain propriety. Of course, I would accept you. No one could refuse Zhu Qing, not even I. Then I shall belong solely to the son of Wuhuan. Zhu Qing nodded seriously. Though she held back one unspoken truth, she would not pursue anyone else. Half an hour later, Dongqing returned to the Tinglong Pavilion with Zhu Qing. Upon entering, Xiaowu gazed at her in astonishment, asking, Zhu Qing, when exactly did you start courting Brother Qing? Who taught you that? Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. He had grown too lazy to correct Xiaowu's address, as it sounded rather pleasant. I recently learned human writing from novels, Xiaowu replied proudly. Human writing? Zhu Qing inquired curiously. Since you are one of us now, I want to hide it from you. Xiaowu is not human. Dongqing turned to Zhu Qing, revealing this secret known only to a few. Indeed. Zhu Qing, you didn't expect that, did you? I'm not human. Xiaowu blinked. Not human? At first glance, it sounded like an insult, but Zhu Qing quickly reacted, exclaiming, Xiaowu, you are actually a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Yes, Zhu Qing, you were quite surprised. Aren't you? Xiaowu puffed out her chest, but no matter how she tried, her talent's absolute disparity made her appear somewhat ridiculous before Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing disregarded Xiaowu's antics and grasped Dongqing's hand, saying, let us kill her. Even if we cannot absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, Your Highness, you could still obtain a 10,000-year soul bone. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she spoke. At this, Xiaowu froze, staring at Zhu Qing in disbelief. Zhu Qing, I considered you a good sister, and you actually want to kill me. How foolish. No wonder this rabbit was sold to the Tiando auction house the first time she ventured out of the Star Do Great Forest, Dongqing thought, momentarily at a loss for words. Before long, Xiaowu regained her wits, realizing she belonged to Dongqing, and it was not Zhu Qing's place to decide her fate, leading to a scuffle between the two. Zhu Qing, you are doomed. I will bite you, Xiaowu declared angrily, revealing a row of immaculate teeth. Determined to take a bite out of Zhu Qing. Can you catch me? Zhu Qing's cold voice echoed. Chapter 124. The moon appears slightly green. You run. I chase. Ever since Zhu Qing awakened her ethereal essence, her speed has surged severfold. Even though Xiaowu is remarkably swift, she still cannot catch up with the dramatically accelerated Zhu Qing. Ethereal. Invisible to the eye, silent to the ear, thus it is termed ethereal. Furthermore, as her soul power level rises, the ethereal spirit cat martial soul will awaken even more formidable abilities, transforming it into one of the most fearsome top-tier martial souls in the world. This is not surprising. It is akin to the Haotian sect, where the direct descendants possess the Haotian hammer martial soul, yet not everyone possesses the innate talent of Tang San, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the 99th level. The unparalleled Douluo realm. Observing the two women engaged in a playful pursuit, Dongqing sat on a neatly arranged step, thoroughly entertained. One was his personal maid, and the other was his newly acquired follower. Juqing, Xiaowu, cease your antics and join me for a meal, Dongqing suddenly proclaimed. Having just caught a whiff of delicious food, evidently prepared by the blue-silver emperor, Aeen. After a simple meal, Dongqing contemplated and sent the reluctant Xiaowu to tidy up a room next door, intending for Zhu Xing to reside there. Although the Spirit Hall's Elite Soul Master Academy boasts large simulated training environments that significantly enhance soul power cultivation speed, they cannot rival the convenience of a Yin's blue-silver domain. To facilitate Zhu Xing's rapid growth into a competent follower, he resolved to let her partake in the amplification of the blue-silver domain alongside him. As for Hulaina, it was not that Dongqing was unwilling to use the blue-silver domain to boost her soul power cultivation speed. Rather, her status was different. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, should she wish to live together with him, she must first marry him, otherwise, it would be inappropriate. And it was likely that Bibi Dong would have both of them dealt with. Conversely, Xiaowu and Zhu Xing were different. Xiaowu was his personal maid, and Zhu Xing was his follower, free from such constraints, allowing Dongqing to arrange their living situation as he saw fit. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Outside the Tunglong Pavilion, amidst the bamboo groves, a pavilion housed two individuals, Dongqing and the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, sat across from each other, the latter appearing somewhat perturbed. Sister Aeen, according to intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall, the recent massacre of evil soul masters at an inn in Heaven Do City may have been perpetrated by Tang Hao. However, this cannot be confirmed, as witnesses only saw him enter but not exit. No one can ascertain whether he was present at the time of the incident. The only one capable of trapping soul masters within the confines of the inn is none other than the former Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, now a soul sage. Dongqing stated calmly. Tang Hao would not engage in such actions, Aeen replied, her tone tinged with uncertainty, for she understood that Tang Hao, when provoked, could indeed resort to lethal measures. After all, the Killing God domain is a unique product of the City of Slaughter, and Tang Hao is revered as the Killing God. Whether or not it was him, the Spirit Hall will conduct a thorough investigation. For your sake, Sister Aeen, I shall refrain from issuing a bounty for the capture of the evil soul master, Dongqing assured her with a placid expression. Thank you, Xiaoqing, for your trust. However, I firmly believe that Hao would not commit such an act, Aeen replied, striving to maintain her composure. This was her final act of faith in Tang Hao. She believed he would not stoop to such depths, but should she feel deceived once more, the seed of doubt in her heart would surely bloom, transforming her earlier suspicions into undeniable truths. Ultimately, the two would part ways, never to meet again. Let us hope so, Sister Aeen. Do not be so anxious. Tang Hao is Tang Hao, and Tang San is Tang San. This matter shall not implicate Tang San, Dongqing concluded, rising from the pavilion, leaving Aeen to quietly reflect. In the dead of night, within the Tunglong Pavilion's chamber, Dongqing sat cross-legged upon his bed, diligently cultivating his soul power, striving to reach the 50-level Soul King realm and assist Bibi Dong in overcoming the 5th trial of the Rakshasa. At that moment, Xiaowu pushed open the door and entered. Dongqing did not lift his eyes, uninterested in acknowledging her, as she frequently came to cultivate soul power and often fell asleep on him in the early hours of the morning. Why is there an extra person? Dongqing noted the faint fragrance wafting towards him, reminiscent of Zhu Xing's scent. However, he hesitated to inquire about her purpose. His reluctance did not extend to Xiaowu, who nudged Zhu Xing and said, Xing, move over a bit. I still need to sleep. The air fell silent for a moment before Zhu Xing's soft voice broke through. Xiaowu, did you not say that cultivating beside the Saint Sun accelerates your soul power growth? Are you still planning to sleep? Indeed. Cultivating beside the Saint Sun for half the night equates to several days of training for me. Thus, the remaining time is naturally reserved for sleep, Xiaowu asserted, unapologetic. Seemingly taken aback by Xiaowu's boldness, Zhu Xing hesitated before finally asking, how do we share one bed? Of course, it's simple, Xiaowu began. But before she could finish, she caught the glare from Dongqing, prompting her to obediently sit cross-legged and resume cultivating soul power. Saint Sun. A hint of shyness flitted across Zhu Xing's face, clearly her first experience being so close to a male. Do not worry, Xing. You may cultivate as well. My unique physique draws immense celestial energy during meditation, which will indeed enhance your soul power cultivation, Dongqing reassured her gently. Very well. I shall heed the Saint Sun's guidance, Zhu replied, closing her eyes to focus on her meditation. Unlike ordinary individuals, Dongqing possessed the pure bloodline of the skyhorn ant, necessitating a vast amount of celestial energy for nourishment, as not only did his own soul power require enhancement, but the skyhorn ant bloodline also demanded celestial energy for sustenance. Hence, during each session of meditation, he was surrounded by dense celestial energy. And even a minute portion of it was a rare opportunity for Xiaowu and Zhu. This was also why Xiaowu frequented his side each night. In the stillness of the night, around 3 or 4 in the morning, Xiaowu began to feel fatigued, tilting her head back and collapsing onto Dongqing, falling asleep against him. In her mind, as his personal maid and intimate companion, it was entirely reasonable for her to rest upon him, with no need for reservation. At that moment, Zhu opened her eyes slightly, glancing at Dongqing's profile. She ultimately lacked Xiaowu's audacity, swaying slightly but refraining from leaning against him. Meanwhile, in the distant Soto city, within a couple's hotel, Daimu Bai abruptly awoke. He peered out at the moon, feeling inexplicably that it appeared somewhat green that night. Chapter 125, The Peculiar Mother and Daughter, my lord. Why have you suddenly awakened? A soft, alluring voice resonated. But have we sisters not done anything well? Came another equally enchanting voice. It's nothing. I just experienced a nightmare, but I am fine now. Please, continue your slumber, Daimu Bai replied, as the voices by his ear made him forget the strange sensation he had just felt. Some things, once lost, are lost forever, never to be reclaimed. Time, Douluo calendar, November 13th, 2644, under a clear sky. In the hall of the Pope within Spirit City, at the Bia Pavilion. Today marked a special occasion, the birthday of Pope Bibi Dong. Although she herself did not attach any significance to this day, Dongqing certainly did. It was due to his meticulous attention to such details over the years that he managed to secure a significant place in Bibi Dong's heart, even overshadowing the memory of Yu Xiaojiang considerably. In summary, the present Bibi Dong would no longer succumb to irrationality over Yu Xiaojiang. Most importantly, today also welcomed a very important guest, one whom Dongqing had invited with a challenge and a condition. In a modestly sized room, brightly illuminated, stood a round wooden table adorned with a simple assortment of fish, meat, and vegetables, all of which Bibi Dong had prepared with her own hands. Though these were merely homely dishes, they appeared to be a feast for the senses. Seated around the table were 4 individuals, Dongqing positioned at the southwest side, with Aeen to his left and Qian Rinxue to his right, while Bibi Dong faced them directly. Dongqing cast a discreet glance at Qian Rinxue to his right. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow, a straight nose, and delicate phoenix-like eyes that radiated an air of heroism. Upon closer inspection, her figure was more voluptuous than that of the average woman, and a small 6-winged angel imprint adorned her forehead. Her golden eyes were as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any energy fluctuations, presenting her as an ordinary person. She wore a golden corseted gown, intricately woven entirely of gold threads, lacking excessive embellishments, yet exuding an ancient elegance. The golden collar concealed her long, slender neck, while her flowing golden hair cascaded casually behind her, embodying an unparalleled nobility. While no one was paying attention, Dongqing took a glance at Aeen to his left. She was clad in a finely tailored gown of white and platinum, adorned with a complex yet beautiful pattern of golden flowers on her shoulders. The gown's neckline accentuated her ample bosom, while her figure was both graceful and alluring. Her proportions were striking, radiating an indescribable charm that could easily ensnare any onlooker. She sat quietly, exuding an intoxicating aura. Finally, Dongqing's gaze fell upon Bibi Dong across the table. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her brows elegantly sculpted, and her eyes as clear and bright as autumn waters. When one met her gaze, fleeting glimpses of complex and captivating emotions could be seen in the depths of her autumn-like eyes. Her lips, a vibrant red, resembled roses on the verge of dripping with dew. Unlike her usual attire, she wore a light purple dress today, with a bust that rivaled Qian Rinxue's in fullness, exuding a unique charm. What drew particular attention was the expression on Bibi Dong's face. She appeared flustered and somewhat at a loss, clearly unsettled by Qian Rinxue's unexpected return. You might think Dongqing was merely admiring the 3 beauties of the spirit hall, but no. It was a yearning for life itself. A longing for the beautiful amidst a world where the future remains uncertain. The human heart requires nourishment akin to water, gentle as a stream, yet fervent as fire. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward for an extended period. None of the 3 women dared to break the silence. Dongqing, unbothered by the tension, remained indifferent to the discomfort, relishing the view of the lovely ladies, finding joy in the moment. Though the atmosphere was thick with unease, someone eventually broke the silence. Qian Rinxue huffed at Bibi Dong. Had I not lost to Dongqing and agreed to 3 conditions, I would not have returned to share a meal with you. Her pride remained intact. Since the day she became aware of her surroundings, she had never referred to Bibi Dong as mother. Perhaps this was her way of resisting authority. About half a month prior, she had received a letter from Dongqing demanding the fulfillment of the first condition, though she was deeply reluctant. The request was not excessively unreasonable, leaving her with no grounds for refusal. How hypocritical. Junior brother, why did you summon her back? Aeen chuckled derisively, her tone laced with jealousy. Had Dongqing not informed her that Qian Rinxue was the heir of the Tiando Empire, she might still be oblivious to Qian Rinxue's true identity. This situation stirred envy within her for 2 reasons: Bibi Dong's apparent favoritism, as she had never mentioned Qian Rinxue to Aeen, and a nagging feeling that Qian Rinxue's gaze toward Dongqing was not quite right. Though Qian Rinxue outwardly displayed no signs, Aeen's intuition warned her that this golden-haired girl was far from simple. Just as Dongqing was about to speak, Bibi Dong interjected, "All right. Aeen, refrain from speaking too much. Her nature is inherently headstrong, and few can truly withstand her." Before she could finish, Qian Rinxue retorted, "As if your own character is any better. You're just as domineering and rarely heed anyone else's words." "Qian Rinxue, what did you say?" Bibi Dong rose abruptly, casting a stern look at Qian Rinxue. "I said you were overbearing and domineering. Do you hear me now?" Qian Rinxue stood her ground, ready to engage in a confrontation with Bibi Dong. Of course, had they fought, it would likely devolve into a hair-pulling match, with no clear victor emerging. In a word, tear, and thus the conflict would unfold. Although Dongqing would not mind witnessing a spectacle of women clashing. Both held special statuses, one as his teacher and the other as his elder sister. Seeing the escalating situation, he stood, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Both women, feeling the sudden weight of his hands, shared a rare moment of unity in their fury toward him. However, Dongqing chose to disregard their glares. Though his hands merely rested lightly on their fragrant shoulders, the immense strength he possessed rendered any resistance futile, even if they summoned their powers. The disparity in physical strength would only lead to self-inflicted harm. "Teacher, sister, can you two please refrain from arguing?" Dongqing implored, exasperated. Why must there exist such a peculiar mother-daughter duo in this world? The mother behaves nothing like a mother, and the daughter nothing like a daughter, resorting to bickering and fighting upon their meetings. Chapter 126. 3 corpses. Shaoqing, release the teacher. Allow her to properly discipline this unfilial daughter. Bibi Dong exclaimed with fury, unable to contain her desire to reprimand Qian Rinxue for her insolence. "Shaoqing, let go of my sister. I fear for her well-being." Qian Rinxue lifted her delicate neck, resembling an arrogant swan. This was the privilege afforded to a biological child. Even in the presence of a peerless title Douluo at level 99, there was not a hint of fear upon her countenance. Had Qian Rinxue not emerged from Bibi Dong's womb, she would never have dared to display such audacity before a title Douluo, even with 10 times her courage. At that moment, Aeen could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Junior brother, perhaps it would be best if you did not intervene." She was secretly looking forward to a clash between Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, finding the scenario both intriguing and exhilarating. As her words lingered in the air, both Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong turned their gazes towards Aeen, who, upon sensing their intensity, instinctively withdrew her head. Only then did they return their focus to one another. "Grant me this favor. Let us speak calmly," Dongqing suggested softly. Simultaneously, he exerted a gentle force with his arm, compelling both Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong back into their seats, flawlessly achieving the balance of reason and strength. To tame the domineering and proud natures of women like Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, a combination of firmness and gentleness was essential. Mere softness would not suffice. For Shaoqing's sake, I shall overlook your unfilial behavior today," Bibi Dong replied coldly. Yet, despite her harsh words, there lingered an underlying reluctance to truly inflict cruelty upon Qian Rinxue, even in light of her apparent disobedience. The core of their conflict stemmed not from personal grievances but from Qian Rinxue's discovery of her father Qian Xuanji's death, which she believed to be inextricably linked to Bibi Dong. This was the root of her lifelong opposition to her mother. As Qian Rinxue matured, she gleaned fragments of truth from her grandfather Qian Douluo, leading her to realize that not all blame could be placed upon Bibi Dong. "How impressive. Sister, you merely acquired a talented disciple. Without him, I would hardly bother to return for such a tedious celebration," Qian Rinxue scoffed. "Then do not return. I did not invite you." BB Dong retorted icily. Now you wish to drive me away? Alas, it is too late. I was invited back by Xiaoqing. And unless he sends me away, you shall not dismiss me. Qian Rinxue replied nonchalantly. Under the watchful eyes of Dongqing and Hulaina, the two women exchanged barbs, appearing at odds yet protecting the fragile bond that tethered them. Observing the gradual easing of tensions between BB Dong and Qian Rinxue, Dongqing felt a sense of relief. As a time traveler aware of the future, he harbored no desire to witness the mother-daughter duo descend into a fate so sorrowful. In the heart of the Stardow forest, within the Lake of Life, existed an alternate dimension. This ethereal space was saturated with potent natural energy. Yet it could not exist independently from the Douluo continent. The architect of this realm was none other than the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, a deity birthed from the essence of the Dragon God, and the second sovereign of soul beasts following the Dragon God. Renowned as one of the most beautiful women in existence, Gu Yuna's silvery hair cascaded gracefully down her back, reaching her ankles. The strands possessed a silky quality, reminiscent of shimmering silver crystals, embodying a beauty beyond the reach of mere words. Her alabaster skin bore signs of deep-seated injuries, and her lavender eyes, clear and tranquil as still water, seemed to reflect one's very essence. Even clad in the simplest white shirt, her figure exuded an undeniable allure, with long, curled lashes framing her mesmerizing eyes. When a hint of confusion danced across her gaze, an irresistible urge to offer her compassion arose. He was neither human nor soul beast. Although he exuded a distinctly human aura, so potent that even the deities of the divine realm could not discern his true nature, she sensed an inexplicable quality within him. He seemed like a higher life form from another world. If she could acquire his primordial essence, she would not need to endure millennia of slumber to heal her wounds. However, given the number of beautiful companions surrounding him, it appeared unlikely that she would have the opportunity to claim his essence. Nevertheless, a lesser quality of life force, provided there was enough of it, could still expedite her recovery. Within a lavish palace in the alternate dimension, a breathtaking beauty clad in white garments stirred from her slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, an overwhelming aura swept across the entirety of the space. Although Gu Yuna had inherited the dragon god's divine essence, her comprehension of humanity was limited, devoid of the sense of shame that characterized mortals. Her sole priority was to restore her own health. In the martial Soul City, within the Papal Hall's rear chamber, a pavilion, Dongqing remained in the company of Qian Rinxue, BB Dong, and Hulaina, unaware that a dragon had begun to covertly covet his being. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's intentions. Would he be able to escape the attention of a divine dragon? As night fell and the moon shone brightly, it was unclear how BB Dong and Qian Rinxue had come to indulge in alcohol, eventually dragging Hulaina into their revelry. Dongqing had attempted to intervene, but his efforts fell on deaf ears, resulting in all three succumbing to intoxication. Oh, what a bother, he muttered, observing the three motionless figures before him, their bodies still reeking of alcohol. With a sigh, he hoisted one under each arm, ensuring Qian Rinxue and BB Dong were settled in their quarters, only to discover that Hulaina was feigning drunkenness, unable to extricate herself from the situation. Chapter 127. This is enough in the Pope's Hall. In the rear chamber's plum garden, on a narrow path lush with greenery, Dongqing carried Hulaina, preparing to escort her back. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a hand appeared before him, halting his motion. Senior sister, you. Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean you? You foul junior brother, do you genuinely believe that they are both intoxicated? Hulaina retorted fiercely. Then why are you pretending? Dongqing rolled his eyes, having thought that regardless of a woman's strength, she would succumb to intoxication. It seemed he had been overly naive. It is simply that we wish to see whom you care for more, Hulaina murmured, her voice soft, yet too close for Dongqing not to overhear. Women. Dongqing had grown weary of the conversation. Time passed swiftly, and more than a year had gone by. Including the preceding months, 2 years had unknowingly elapsed. Dongqing, a pure-blood offspring of the skyhorn ant, was now 14 years old and a 51st rank soul king. His martial soul was the skyhorn ant, currently at the divine level, with the potential to ascend to the divine king level, the highest being. His spatial soul guide, mountains concealed and waters flowing, contained 36 gemstones, each affording 1 cubic meter of space, totaling 36 cubic meters. The awakening degree of his skyhorn ant bloodline stood at 49,999. With a single arm's motion, he could lift an astonishing 49,999 pounds. In the state of martial soul possession, his strength doubled, nearing 100,000 pounds. Approximately 6 months prior, the awakening degree of his bloodline had encountered a bottleneck. Just as Dongqing was on the verge of awakening the skyhorn ant's divine art, the progression of his bloodline awakening slowed significantly. It was not that further advancement was impossible, but rather that the pace had diminished considerably. Over these 2 years, Dongqing had consumed an abundance of high-quality soul power. Despite being an extraordinary being, a pure-blood offspring of the 10 fiends, he felt that after surpassing 50%, a profound transformation awaited him. Thus, he refrained from hastening the elevation of his bloodline to 50%, preferring instead to nurture its essence at this level. Most importantly, Dongqing sensed that missing this opportunity to deepen his bloodline might mean he would never have such a chance again. The first instance was on Earth, where the world's laws hindered cultivation, causing his bloodline to seal itself. After living among humans for over a decade, he had absorbed a strong human essence. The second instance was on Douluo continent, where, with the aid of the female skyhorn ant, Yunyang, he awakened his bloodline, reverting to infancy. And responding to the laws of this world, his bloodline awakened autonomously. As a result, even the deities of the Douluo divine realm failed to discern that Dongqing's essence was that of a high-level pure blood being of the 10 fiends. Only the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna, who inherited the dragon god's divinity, felt an invisible pressure from Dongqing's bloodline strength, causing her to notice something amiss. However, this was fortuitous for Dongqing, allowing him to avoid excessive scrutiny. Given that the skyhorn ant theoretically belonged to the humanoid category, his identity could be considered that of a half-human. Thus, through a series of misunderstandings, Dongqing, once deemed by the elders of the skyhorn ant clan as a weakling unworthy of the 10 fiend name, now tread a path whose destination remained shrouded in uncertainty. For any path visible to the end, reaching that terminus meant there would be no further way forward. The path Dongqing now walked was one without visible end. Perhaps he might perish along the way or ultimately transcend the 10 fiends of the perfect world. Yet, with his cautious nature, furrowing his brow and retreating at the slightest hint of danger, it was uncertain what perils the future held. To summarize, if Douluo continent is a world of cultivation where ascension to the celestial realm occurs at the Great Ascension stage, Dongqing would not ascend and face oppression until he reached the 9 tribulations loose immortal stage. There is a saying, better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. On the timeline, Douluo year 2647, January 16th, at dawn, the weather was clear, and white clouds floated leisurely. At the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, in the advanced student area, Dongqing and Hulaina sat side by side on a meadow blanketed with fallen flowers, while not far from them sat the discontented Xiaowu and Zhu. Zhu resented Hulaina for vying for her man, while Xiaowu despised Hulaina for treating her as inconsequential. However, Hulaina paid little mind to either. In her eyes, Xiaowu was merely a tool, a 10,000-year soul beast, Dongqing's pet, and a potential 10,000-year soul ring. Zhu was but a follower of Dongqing, and Hulaina held no interest in her, though she occasionally worried that this woman, with a figure superior to her own, might secretly entice Dongqing. Regarding this, Hulaina had no doubts. Zhu had been attempting to entice him nightly. However, Dongqing adhered to the rule of restraint until he turned 18, suppressing any unhealthy impulses. "Junior brother, are you planning to go out recently?" Hulaina inquired curiously. To be honest, her soul power had not increased rapidly over these 2 years, merely rising from 58 to 63, which fell within the normal range of progression. If one were to seek a reason, it would be that being preoccupied with romance hindered her focus on cultivation. It was worth noting that Dongqing had provided her with the celestial grade herb, Qihong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Now, Hulaina, a top-tier genius who had consumed celestial grade herbs, demonstrated a noticeable increase in soul power, indicating she had indeed been rather lax. "Yes, I'm accompanying a teacher on a trip to handle some matters. I will return shortly," Dongqing replied gently. "What matters, if I may inquire?" Hulaina asked, tilting her head. Her alabaster neck adorned with a fullness reminiscent of the moon hanging in the sky, a rare beauty to behold. The sole individual entitled to admire such exquisite scenery was Dongqing, and only he. "The Rakshasa trials," Dongqing whispered in Hulaina's ear. Meanwhile, not far behind Dongqing and Hulaina, a girl clad in a floral dress strolled over, exuding a fresh, innocent charm akin to a neighborly sister. Indeed, she was Bai Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the leader of the Min family. Over the past 2 years, due to the increasing acceptance of newspapers among the common folk of Douluo continent, the Min family, tasked with the delivery of news, experienced substantial growth. As a gesture of goodwill, the leader of the Min family, Bai He, allowed Bai Qinxiang to enroll in the Elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. Henceforth, the Min family effectively aligned themselves under Dongqing's banner. Although unofficial, the alliance was palpable. Even the Pa family and the Yu family had grown closer to the spirit hall, yet the Li family remained unchanged, neither approaching nor rejecting the spirit hall. The reason was simple. The Li family was the most loyal faction under Tang Hao. Unless Tang Hao spoke, they would never draw near to the spirit hall. Your Highness. A letter from cousin Tang San has arrived. He will be visiting Spirit City soon, Bai Qinxiang whispered in Dongqing's ear. 2 years prior. Tang San's enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy was no secret, and with his recommendation letter from Dongqing, Bai had informed Bai Qinxiang of their familial ties to the Tang family. To those with discerning eyes, regardless of Tang Hao's deep-seated resentment towards the Spirit Hall, Tang San and the 10,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor were inextricably linked to the Spirit Hall. This is sufficient. Chapter 128. Are you afraid? What does he come for? Dongqing spoke in a calm tone. Bai Qinxiang, possessing the martial soul of the swift-tailed swallow, is the fastest soul master in the Douluo continent. Although her strength is not formidable, she excels as an intelligence officer. Over the past 2 years, during moments of idleness, Dongqing has occasionally published some elegantly phrased modern poetry in newspapers, subtly reaping the power of faith. However, this approach inevitably leads to a persistent issue: the overwhelming number of fans. The letters sent to Spirit City, while providing a livelihood for many ordinary individuals reliant on this, have also caused Dongqing some inconvenience. Cousin Tang San mentioned that he hasn't seen you in a while and wishes to spar with you, Your Highness. Bai Qinxiang's tone was somewhat peculiar. She couldn't comprehend where Tang San found such courage. I understand, Xiang. You may leave. Dongqing waved his hand. In truth, Bai Qinxiang's status is akin to Zhu Zhuqing's, both being among his followers. However, she often merely assisted in delivering news manuscripts. She neither harbors affection for Dongqing nor dislikes him. Within her heart, she feels an insurmountable inferiority when faced with geniuses like Dongqing and Hulaina. Such matters have no straightforward resolution. Everyone possesses distinct personalities. If one were to forcibly alter them, would they still remain true to themselves? Very well, Your Highness. Bai Qinxiang nodded. Just as she prepared to depart, Dongqing subtly sensed her current soul power level. Good heavens! She was only at the 26th level of soul power, an astonishingly unimpressive talent for a 14-year-old great soul master. Of course, if Bai Qinxiang were a commoner soul master, such a pace of soul power cultivation would be deemed commendable. Yet, she is not. She is the granddaughter of the clan leader of the Mingji clan, a family not lacking in resources, particularly now. Thus, it is evident that Bai Qinxiang's potential is rather disappointing. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Dongqing spoke. Xiang. Go find Xiaowu and Zhuqing and inform them that I wish for you to accompany them in cultivating soul power henceforth. Yes, Your Highness, I shall go at once. Bai Qinxiang glanced at the nearby grassy area where Xiaowu and Zhuqing frolicked together, a hint of unspoken envy flickering in her eyes. She was not envious of anything else, but rather of the fact that Xiaowu and Zhuqing could cultivate soul power alongside Dongqing. Their rates of progression extraordinarily rapid. Xiaowu, a student of the elite Soul Master Academy of the Martial Soul Hall, is 14 years old with a soul power level of 39. Zhuqing, also a student of the same academy, is 14 as well, possessing a soul power level of 37. Given that they are of the same age, both surpass Bai Qinxiang by a significant margin, which explains the envy evident in her expression. You must join us. Xiaowu expressed concern about the size of the bed not being sufficient for 4 individuals to sit cross-legged and cultivate. This is a command from His Highness. Although you may be stronger than I presume you wouldn't dare refuse His Highness's order. Do tell me how you usually cultivate your soul power? Bai Qinxiang was unaware that Xiaowu and Zhuqing relied on Dongqing's presence to enhance their soul power, drawing from the immense celestial energy he attracted during cultivation. At this moment, she mistakenly believed that Xiaowu was reluctant to include her, thus leveraging Dongqing's authority as a means of persuasion. Currently, aside from a select few, such as Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and the elders of the Martial Soul Hall with title Douluo status, few individuals have genuine access to Dongqing. Enough, Bai Qinxiang. Do not wear that expression. We are all under His Highness's banner. Soon you shall comprehend how we cultivate soul power so swiftly. Zhuqing gently shook her head. I hope so. I trust you won't engage in tricks. This is a direct statement from His Highness, Bai Qinxiang asserted, naively believing that her efforts over the past 2 years in serving Dongqing had finally earned his recognition. In reality, it was merely an act of sympathy for her lack of talent. Sigh. Such a waste. Zhuqing felt somewhat weary of speaking. Truth be told, while they engaged in soul power cultivation with Dongqing, the situation was often peculiar. Zhuqing sometimes found herself wishing to scold Dongqing, unsure of where to even begin. After all, he had maintained his pure young body throughout, with only Hulaina, their childhood friend, confirmed in a relationship, and had never exhibited any dubious behavior. Compared to a certain tainted-eyed white tiger, Dongqing was akin to a noble and pure Tianshan snow lotus. Moreover, another perplexing matter was Dongqing's frequent utterance of phrases she found incomprehensible, such as the idea that being under 18 constituted a crime. However, within the martial soul hall, Dongqing represented the law. Days passed, and Bai Qinxiang gradually understood the essence of accelerated soul power cultivation. Her rate of soul power enhancement had increased by at least threefold, suggesting that in the near future, she would attain the rank of soul sovereign at level 30. While the rapid advancement in soul power cultivation delighted Bai Qinxiang, she lamented, "I may never marry." Another day dawned, and in the early morning, Dongqing arrived outside Bai Yixian. 3 minutes after his arrival, Bibi Dong gently pushed open the door. A graceful figure approached him slowly. The morning mist thick and the air somewhat humid. As the mist swirled, Dongqing caught a glimpse of Bibi Dong in a flowing white gauze gown, the hem somewhat short, revealing her fair, long legs. She wore a dark golden belt at her waist, adorned with a crown of teaching, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "Come, Xiaoqing. Stand behind your teacher, and remember to hold tight," Bibi Dong commanded with an icy tone. To maintain her teacher's dignity, she must perpetually uphold a frigid demeanor. "Yes, teacher." Dongqing stepped behind Bibi Dong, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Bibi Dong's frosty voice sounded, slightly tilting her head, her expressive eyes seeming to question why he did not heed her instructions. Reluctantly, Dongqing embraced Bibi Dong tightly, and before he could savor the scent of her presence, a terrifying sound erupted, and their figures vanished from the spot. In the next moment, high above the clouds, Dongqing gazed down at the vast expanse of white clouds below, instinctively tightening his hold on Bibi Dong. For planets, even Douluo star, once one ascends to heights exceeding 10,000 meters, they enter the stratosphere, a layer in the planet's atmosphere where it is hot above and cold below. Here, one can see the endless white clouds beneath, and when one looks up at the sky, it is an endless expanse of blue, evoking a sense of stepping into the celestial realm. "Teacher, why are you flying so high? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? That's a joke." Suddenly, Bibi Dong, as if her soul power had been sealed, plummeted from the altitude of 10,000 meters, dragging Dongqing with her. Chapter 129, The Fifth Stone Tablet. Hey, teacher, please do not jest in such a manner. Your body cannot withstand it. Dongqing gently grasped Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulder and shook it, yet she remained unfazed, even finding the energy to roll her eyes at him. After plummeting 5,000 meters, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke. "If you, Xiaoqing, were to choose to leave me in the future, do you believe that I would truly leap from tens of thousands of meters high with you?" "Of course not. How could I ever leave you, teacher? Do you not know me?" Dongqing quickly reassured her. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Dongqing, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of unacknowledged desire, while her tone feigned disdain. "How could I possibly understand what a little rascal like you is thinking?" Dongqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, tightening his embrace around the delicate figure in his arms, lest she continue her fanciful musings. Women, especially those prone to emotional turmoil and mental stimulation, require a man to indulge their whims during such moments. Approximately 3 hours later, after Bibi Dong's intentional delay, the two finally arrived at a mysterious location on the Douluo continent, a place known as the realm of the Rakshas's 9 trials, established by the Rakshasa god for divine assessments. The Douluo continent, a place shrouded in mystery, revealed the Rakshasa temple. Surrounding them was desolation, with remnants of architecture scattered about, resembling an ancient ruin long abandoned. It was a far cry from the grandiosity of other temples, and even the various spirit hall branches across the continent seemed more impressive than this Rakshasa temple. "Teacher, does the Rakshasa god not have a high priest?" Dongqing wisely refrained from commenting on the temple's dilapidated state, which hardly resembled that of a divine sanctuary. Bibi Dong glanced back at him, shaking her head. "No. Precisely because there is no high priest to assist, my divine trial has progressed slowly. After all these years, we have only reached the 5th trial." Her talent was unquestionable, yet misfortune plagued her, having encountered 2 men who caused her harm. The first, Qian Xuanji, she had slain, while the second, Yu Xiaojiang, had hidden away in Nanning City for decades. Given the meticulous intelligence network of the Spirit Hall and the omnipresence of its branches, how could Bibi Dong be unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts? However, if he did not wish to meet her, what could she do? Indeed, it was precisely this circumstance that allowed Dongqing to penetrate the depths of Bibi Dong's heart. From the age of 6 until now, 8 years had passed. 8 years, a span that could be deemed neither long nor short. Although Dongqing had successfully carved a niche in Bibi Dong's heart, he had also ensnared himself within it. For Bibi Dong, losing Yu Xiaojiang was bearable, for she now possessed Dongqing. This time, she would not permit him to leave her side. When one's heart finds solace, many matters become involuntary. Teacher, where is the 5th Rakshasa trial? This place appears to be a mere ruin. Hardly suitable for a divine assessment. Dongqing inquired, puzzled. Follow me, Bibi Dong replied, taking Dongqing's hand and leading him to a moss-covered stone wall, where she pressed her delicate, smooth hands against it. Before long, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the stone wall, and a stone door, 3 meters thick, slowly slid open, revealing a passageway. Dongqing glanced at Bibi Dong's profile, an instinctive sense of impending danger whispering to him. Yet, upon reflection, she did not strike him as a person of malice. Thus, with a mind full of questions, he followed her into the passage, which soon twisted and turned. Within the passage, Dongqing and Bibi Dong walked closely together, their shoulders brushing against one another, approximately every 7 or 8 meters. They encountered a stone door blocking their way. After traversing 5 or 6 such doors, they finally entered an underground palace. The moment they stepped in, the dark chamber was suddenly illuminated with bright lights. Looking up, they beheld a vast expanse of the underground palace, covering no less than several dozen square kilometers. Its size was comparable to 34 modern football fields, vast enough to resemble a city beneath the earth, as if someone had constructed an underground palace the size of Heavendoe City. However, this expansive underground palace now appeared eerily empty and silent, as if Bibi Dong and Dongqing were the only living beings within it. Teacher, what is this place? Dongqing asked, curiosity piqued. Many events from the ancient eras of the Douluo continent had faded from memory, as if experiencing a disconnection. The soul-guiding devices of ancient times were remarkably more powerful than those of the present. I do not know. I stumbled upon this place by chance and discovered the Rakshasa temple, ultimately being chosen as the inheritor of the divine position by the spiritual imprint left by the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong explained. A spiritual imprint differs from a soul imprint. It is a mere programmatic directive, rigid and devoid of any flexibility, lacking any intent to assist others. Should one perish, it would watch silently, then seek out the next inheritor of the divine position. Conversely, a soul imprint can be likened to the one belonging to Tang San. Without the sea god's soul imprint granting them an advantage, their group would have perished at the hands of the million-year-old soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king. In essence, the Rakshasa god was quite stingy, unwilling to leave behind even a soul imprint. How unfortunate it is that there is no high priest to assist. And he is even reluctant to bestow a soul imprint, Dongqing could not help but comment. Nonetheless, the elite Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall proved quite beneficial, particularly in terms of knowledge, teaching many individuals the distinction between spiritual and soul imprints. Subsequently, Dongqing followed Bibi Dong to the center of the underground palace, where a stone tablet towering several meters high bore the inscription of her 5th Rakshasa trial. The 5th Rakshasa trial, without utilizing personal soul power, soul skills, soul bones, domains, or amplifications, defeat a mature demonized white tiger in direct combat. You may invite a friend to join the challenge, but the invited individual must not exceed 16 years of age. Not past, beside this tablet stood 4 others of equal height, detailing the contents of the first 4 Rakshasa trials, with the inscriptions below indicating past. Xiaoqing, place a drop of your blood upon it, and you may accompany me in the assessment, Bibi Dong softly instructed. All right, teacher. Dongqing concentrated, coalescing his soul power into a pinprick at the tip of his left index finger, before gently pricking it to draw a single drop of vivid crimson blood, which he let fall upon the stone tablet. For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing this drop of blood, Bibi Dong felt an insatiable hunger from her soul-devouring spider emperor, a consuming desire taking root within her heart. Chapter 130, The Demonized White Tiger. The bloodline from Dongqing, derived from the pure-blooded celestial and of the 10 fierce bloodlines, swiftly awakened the spiritual imprint of the Rakshasa deity. Upon the stone tablet, a shimmering aura flickered, and a strikingly alluring woman cloaked in darkness materialized before Dongqing. Her features remained obscured beneath a shroud of inky mist. Yet, the first words she uttered cast a palpable tension over the atmosphere. What a formidable bloodline! What exceptional talent! Child, you are far more suited for the inheritance of the Rakshasa deity than she is. Should you desire it, I can arrange for her qualification for the divine trial to be revoked. The allure of the shadowy woman's words was undeniable, particularly to the majority of souls on the Douluo continent. What does divinity signify? Immortality is merely the foundation. The true authority of a deity lies in the mastery of the laws of heaven and earth. In this realm, deities bear no responsibilities or obligations to humanity. As a divine being, one is free to act according to their own whims, unburdened by any concerns. Should one tire of a prolonged existence and wish to relinquish their divinity, they need only surrender their divine authority and establish the parameters for the divine trial, allowing them to roam wherever they please. Compared to certain worlds that shamelessly enslave beings, the Douluo continent truly embodies benevolence. Bibi Dong's gaze held a complex significance as she silently observed Dongqing, refraining from speech. In the mortal realm, the mundane world obscures the hearts of all, making it arduous to discern the essence of a person, unless in specific moments when the truth becomes apparent. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's heart raced. She yearned to witness Dongqing's choice. Would he be swayed, or remain resolute? I do not want it. Are you truly certain? I do not. The shadowy woman regarded Dongqing, refraining from further persuasion, for she was merely a rigid spiritual imprint, devoid of any obligation to sway him. Shaoqing? Bibi Dong could no longer contain her thoughts and spoke. Teacher? Dongqing turned, puzzled. Why did you reject so decisively just now? Bibi Dong inquired, clutching her chest. It had been years since her long-dormant heart stirred at the thought of another man. In that moment, she dismissed the presence of Yu Xiaojiang entirely. Previously, her desires had been influenced solely by her two dark attribute martial spirits, awakening a primal urge to consume Dongqing. Now, however, she felt a genuine affection for him, a burgeoning desire to leave a legacy of blood. Even a spark may ignite a conflagration. A mere hint of romantic inclination could transform into an inferno of passion. Because you are my teacher, Dongqing declared with conviction. What nonsense! Women are such a bother, so easily caught up in sentimental emotions. Has she forgotten that she is gathering the power of belief, embarking on the path to the 100-level divine ascension? Yet, the one truly oblivious was Dongqing himself. Did he believe that Bibi Dong could not fathom what he could? Setting aside the immense challenge of collecting the power of belief, the mere fact that divine positions could be inherited multiple times provided ample justification to forcibly seize the Rakshasa deity's position. Dongqing had simply never contemplated such a notion, for he was inherently a kind-hearted individual who had never considered appropriating the possessions of others. Aeen, the Silver Emperor, offered her assistance for 3 decades in Dongqing's soul power cultivation, perceiving his innate goodness. Thus, she made her choice. Xiao Wu, having suffered her own misfortunes and lacking an understanding of human malice, was ultimately sold to the Heaven Do auction house. Fortunately, in her darkest hour, she encountered a glimmer of hope. As for Zhu Shiqing, though she was initially moved by Dongqing's rescue, she did not share his aspirations. However, after witnessing Dai Mubai's hedonistic lifestyle, she ultimately resolved that it was better to follow someone she cherished. Regarding the Eyes of Ice and Fire, their acquisition was a straightforward transaction. Dongqing was virtuous but not overly naive. He held no obligation to inform Douluo about the value of rare herbs. Furthermore, Dongqing firmly believed that whatever he claimed as his own, be it women or other possessions, he would never relinquish. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Bibi Dong struggled to suppress her inner darkness, the shadowy woman inquired, Bibi Dong, are you prepared to undertake the 5th trial? I am ready. This is my disciple, Dongqing, who will accompany me during the assessment. Bibi Dong responded, regaining her composure and grasping Dongqing's hand. I am not small, Dongqing muttered softly. How dare he claim that she was small? If not for the burdens of past life ideologies and still shy of 18, he would have long indulged in the delectable creatures around him. Rabbits do not consume grass near their burrows. That applies to others, but Dongqing was unconcerned. He would feast on the foxes, then the rabbits, and ultimately savor the cats. There was even a bird, though it lacked substance and seemed unworthy of his appetite. Yet, he would begrudgingly partake. In the depths of Dongqing's mind, he had already set the table with these creatures, eagerly awaiting his feast. Fortune smiled upon him. At merely 14 years of age, he had attained the 51st rank of Soul King, making him an exceptional companion for the trials. Since you were prepared, the 5th trial will commence in 10 minutes, the woman in black declared. With that, her figure vanished. In an instant, the world shifted dramatically. And under the influence of a mysterious force, Dongqing blinked and found himself and Bibi Dong in a peculiar space. This realm was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a football field, with a demonized white tiger, towering at 7 or 8 meters, bound by a long black chain at its center. Judging by its size, it had undoubtedly reached maturity, possessing at least 30,000 years of soul power. Any soul master below the rank of 70 would meet certain death upon encountering it. Roar. The roar of the demonized white tiger reverberated through the air. Yet, upon detecting the peak soul power emanating from BB Dong, the roar resembled more of a kitten's mewl. 10 minutes passed swiftly. During this interval, the demonized white tiger lay on the ground, shrinking its limbs in trepidation as it gazed at BB Dong, too fearful to roar. Even without the black chains, it would not dare raise a paw against her. But this was the divine trial of the Rakshasa. As the time elapsed, the black chains fell away, dissipating into black mist as if they had never existed. Subsequently, the enigmatic force descended silently upon Dongqing and BB Dong, sealing their soul power and soul bones entirely. Rules of the fifth trial of the Rakshasa: defeat the mature demonized white tiger without utilizing your own soul power, soul techniques, soul bones, domains, or enhancements. You may invite friends to join you in this challenge, but any invited individuals must not exceed the age of 16. Dongqing felt little impact from the ceiling. He relied primarily on his formidable physique rather than soul power to overpower his foes. He possessed no soul bones, nor could he afford to taint the pure bloodline of the celestial ant. He seldom utilized domains, as most individuals were unworthy of such suppression. Soul techniques were unnecessary, especially since his fifth soul technique was rather destructive to the environment. As for BB Dong, after her soul power was confined, her expression grew solemn. Grasping a silver longsword in her hand, she prepared herself for a fierce battle against the malevolent white tiger. Chapter 131. The Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Approximately 3 seconds later, the demonic white tiger discerned the presence of two individuals before it, particularly the unsettling aura of soul power emanating from BB Dong, which had now entirely vanished. Instantly, the demonic white tiger let out a tentative roar, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from BB Dong, causing it to recoil slightly. However, the nascent intelligence of the demonic white tiger was not to be underestimated. It understood that the woman before it had been bound by a mysterious force that sealed her soul power, rendering her incapable of easily extinguishing its life. Moreover, it felt an inexplicable urge that consuming BB Dong's flesh and blood could likely elevate its status to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Unlike humans, soul beasts possess a physical resilience far superior to that of mankind. For instance, even a Titan giant ape, which has only existed for a mere century, can overpower ordinary 10,000-year soul beast with ease. With a fierce roar, the demonic white tiger unleashed its pent-up frustration from being intimidated by BB Dong. It advanced deliberately toward her, guided by an enigmatic force, baring its teeth in a display of avarice. The aura of the king of the forest returned to its being, radiating a formidable killing intent, transforming it from a seemingly docile creature into a fearsome predator. Shaoqing, be cautious. The fifth trial tests our combat prowess. We are restricted from using soul power and soul bones, relying solely on the most rudimentary weapons to slay it, BB Dong declared, brandishing her silver longsword and charging forward. The razor-sharp blade glimmered with a dangerous sheen, and even the demonic white tiger dared not meet it head-on, for injury would spell its demise. Rest assured, teacher. I will exercise caution, Dongqing replied, planting one foot firmly on the ground, which instantly cracked under the pressure. Although he could not invoke his soul power and enter the martial soul manifestation state to amplify his strength, even in his natural form, the bloodline awakening of the heavenly horned it reached an impressive 49,999, with a mere flick of his arm. He could muster an astonishing force of nearly 50,000 pounds. Such terrifying power would certainly command the respect of a 30,000-year demonic white tiger. Typically, a soul beast's size and innate characteristics greatly enhance its power, akin to how a 100,000-year soul beast like the soft-boned enchantress rabbit could not possibly contend with a 1,000-year Titan giant ape. The demonic white tiger is a rare soul beast, a variant of the ordinary white tiger, boasting an imposing physique, terrifying strength, and superior elemental manipulation abilities. In its mature state, although it publicly possesses only 30,000 years of soul power, its full force can surge beyond 50,000. Making it a formidable foe even against weak 100,000-year soul beasts like the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. With a fearsome roar, the demonic white tiger expelled a 10-meter-long blade of wind towards Dongqing, having identified him as its most significant threat. Shaoqing, be wary of its attack, BB Dong warned, thrusting her sword directly at the tiger's throat, aware of the lethal intent directed at its neck. The demonic white tiger could not afford to dismiss this assault, though its soul power and abilities were not sealed. It certainly did not wish to endure the blunt force of such a sharp weapon. An impressive wind blade, a typical soul master would likely be bisected by it, Dongqing remarked. Rather than arrogantly attempting to endure the onslaught, he performed a back bend, narrowly evading the unknown power of the wind blade. The demonic white tiger was far from familiar, unlike his acquaintance with the fiery entities, and Dongqing, being inherently cautious, would never recklessly absorb an attack from something he did not fully comprehend. Who knows if it was laced with curses or other treacherous elements? If he could evade, he would. There was no need to prove his strength in a moment of folly. As the demonic white tiger's assault failed to harm Dongqing, a glint of green light flickered in its eyes. An invigorating energy surged throughout its limbs, and in an instant, its speed doubled. The sudden acceleration caught Bibi Dong off guard, launching her backward with a powerful strike, just as she was about to crash to the ground. A robust figure broke the sound barrier, appearing behind her and securing her waist. "Teacher, are you all right?" Dongqing inquired, his voice laced with concern. Had he not feared overexerting himself and jeopardizing Bibi Dong's trial, he would have already mounted the demonic white tiger and unleashed his fury upon it. After all, he was merely accompanying the assessment, primarily to ensure that Bibi Dong remained unharmed, which was his utmost purpose. "I'm fine, Shaoqing. Focus on restraining it from the sides while I handle the frontal assault against this beast," Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head slightly. As a peak 99th level Supreme Douluo, she may not match Dongqing's physical prowess, but she was not a mere 1,000-year soul beast susceptible to being grievously harmed by a single swipe. In the ensuing moments, despite the demonic white tiger's relentless attempts to eliminate Dongqing, it found itself ensnared by Bibi Dong's razor-sharp swordsmanship, rendering it unable to advance. Whenever Dongqing perceived Bibi Dong to be in peril, he would act promptly to extricate her or directly confront the demonic white tiger in a clash. The demonic white tiger, robust and towering at 7 to 8 meters with a length of over 10 meters, possessed significant strength thanks to its innate racial abilities and soul power enhancement, boasting a force exceeding 40,000 pounds. While Dongqing's abilities were sealed, placing them on equal footing, the demonic white tiger, well-versed in combat techniques, retained a slight advantage. This was why it had yet to exhibit fatigue despite facing the united assaults of Bibi Dong and Dongqing, and why it was so intent on vanquishing Dongqing's, its most formidable adversary. However, as time wore on, the demonic white tiger began to sense an unsettling shift. The boy before it appeared to possess boundless stamina, while it itself was starting to tire. With an enraged roar that echoed through the air, a tempest of wind coalesced around it. It realized that it could no longer afford to delay. That woman was perpetually shielded by the boy, and it had no means to overcome her. Furthermore, this boy possessed strength comparable to its own. It even suspected that had that mysterious force not sealed the boy's soul power, and if he were to unleash his martial soul, it might have already faced defeat. "Be careful, this is a wide-area attack-type soul skill," Bibi Dong warned. As her words fell, the storm surrounding the demonic white tiger intensified, drawing in a powerful suction force, while sharp wind blades shot forth in all directions. Although these blades were diminutive and their strength paled in comparison to the massive wind blade it could conjure, their sheer quantity made evasion nearly impossible. Struggling against the overwhelming pull of the storm, Dongqing fought to stabilize his stance and turned his gaze toward Bibi Dong. "Do not gaze upon the indecent. Do not gaze upon the indecent. Do not gaze upon the indecent," he muttered thrice, realizing that this mantra was ineffective. He then shifted to reciting the Ice Heart formula. "With a heart as clear as ice, I remain unfazed by the heavens' collapse. Amid myriad changes, I remain steadfast, serene, and composed. In forgetting oneself, I find tranquility." Due to the inferior quality of her clothing, even as Bibi Dong endeavored to evade the onslaught of the wind blades, her garments were nonetheless riddled with numerous tears. Her snow-white skin, reminiscent of the Tianshan snow lotus, exuded an air of nobility that was both captivating and tantalizing. Chapter 132. The Nameless Elder. It must be said that the Ice Heart technique is remarkably effective. In the midst of chaos, Dongqing managed to stabilize his spiritual clarity, barely resisting the allure of the Crimson Skeleton's attempt to seize his mind. At that very moment, high above the world of Douluo, in a realm of supreme chaos within the grand celestial world, in the 8th scenery palace of the Xian-Du cave of the Douluo Palace, a kindly old man opened eyes that had remained shut for eons. As he gazed into the chaos, Dongqing's past and present unfolded before him. How intriguing! The sentient beings of the outer grand celestial world. Yet, alas, that realm's laws are incomplete, the path to immortality fraught with challenges, and the anomalies formidable. Nevertheless, all is encompassed within the Great Way. Our fates are intertwined. To prevent you from suffering an inexplicable calamity, I shall bestow upon you a small token. The elder slowly extended his hand into the chaotic void, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, he withdrew a small crimson flag and cast it downwards into the depths below. As the flag descended upon the Douluo continent, It seemed to sense the frailty of that realm, retracting its radiant splendor and transforming into an unremarkable ordinary banner, plummeting towards Dongqing. Upon completing this act, the elder closed his eyes once more, sinking back into an eternal slumber. Not everyone possesses the merit to capture this elder's attention. Even the most diligent practitioner of the ice heart technique would likely fail to elicit his notice. What cannot be seen is called non-existence. What cannot be heard is called rarefied. What cannot be grasped is called subtle. These three cannot be interrogated, thus they merge into one. Above, there is no clarity. Below, there is no obscurity. The essence of it is ineffable, returning to the state of nothingness. The elder, who reveres the natural order of the cosmos, was merely intrigued by a fleeting glimpse of Dongqing. On the Douluo continent, in a mysterious region, within the underworld palace of the Rakshasa temple. In the fifth examination space, a loud bang resonated. A small crimson flag emerged from the void, crashing down upon Dongqing's head, knocking him to the ground. Ouch! That hurts. Dongqing clutched his head, feeling a searing pain, akin to the excruciating moment he first awakened his heavenly horned and martial soul. When he touched his hand to his head and saw the crimson blood, his eyes widened in shock. He glanced at the seemingly wooden flag on the ground, and his eyes grew wide with realization. By the heavens, it must be a divine artifact. Otherwise, how could it have struck me to the point of bleeding? Dongqing mused. Grasping the crimson flag, he examined it closely, but it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary wooden banner. Observing that Bai Dong was still engaged in combat with the demonized white tiger, the silver sword light grew ever stronger, leaving numerous bloody wounds on the beast. Defeating it was merely a matter of time. The demonized white tiger had expended too much energy on Dongqing, forgetting that the true threat to its life stood before it in the form of this seemingly insignificant woman. Nevertheless, it was prudent to confirm its true nature. What if this was just an ordinary flag? Dongqing clutched the red banner, feeling its unremarkable appearance belied its supposed divine status. With that thought, Dongqing hurled the crimson flag at the demonized white tiger. Alas, to his disappointment, the flag acted just like an ordinary banner, bouncing off the tiger's fur without effect. Roar. The demonized white tiger let out a ferocious roar, as if to say, "Are you insulting me? You dare to strike me with a mere wooden flag? At least use an axe if you wish to show me respect." But wait, wasn't it just moments ago that it struck me? Dongqing disregarded the tiger's indignation. A beast on the brink of death could do little to threaten him. He stepped forward to retrieve the crimson flag, a look of confusion on his face, and tentatively struck his forehead with it. Bang! Hot blood flowed down from his forehead. What the hell? Dongqing fell back, overwhelmed with a myriad of expletives he wished to utter. Good heavens! This thing is a bane to me. It must not fall into the hands of others. I cannot allow it to. Roar. The demonized white tiger roared once more. Human, I grasp your intent. You refuse to join her in my demise, instead performing this charade for my benefit. Bai Dong shot a sidelong glance at Dongqing, equally perplexed by his actions. Yet, the demonized white tiger was nearing death, and maintaining the current situation was all that mattered. After all, she could not allow Dongqing to claim the kill. If so, who would be conducting the test of the Rakshasa's fifth trial? On Douluo Star, in the eternally silent void, the ethereal image of the female heavenly horned ant, Yunyang, manifested. The peculiar little flag had inexplicably appeared beside the ninth prince. Could it be some unknown weapon recognizing its master? Yet why did it appear so unremarkable, and why could the ninth prince only use it to inflict harm upon himself? It is understandable, for this grand celestial world is ultimately distinct from the one I hail from. The laws of nature and divine weapons may indeed diverge. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, some exceptionally gifted individuals have been known to form bonds with divine weapons, yet such bizarre occurrences are rare. This little flag, devoid of brilliance, lacks any power when thrown at others, but proves quite painful when used against oneself. Although the ethereal image of the female heavenly horned ant did not comprehend the rank of the crimson flag as a divine weapon, the fact that it could draw blood from Dongqing indicated it was no mere trinket. In the underworld palace of the Rakshasa temple, in the fifth examination space, a mournful roar echoed. The demonized white tiger's limbs grew increasingly weak. Its massive body, once towering and drenched in blood, began to falter. Ultimately, this colossal creature, measuring 7 or 8 meters in height and over 10 meters in length, collapsed to the ground. Die. Bai Dong declared coldly. The sword in her hand had pierced through the tiger's neck, blood gushing forth. Within its large, defiant eyes lay an expression of unwillingness, filled with a longing for the world. It understood that even without the interference of that human youth, it would likely have succumbed to the woman before it. However, she would not have found it so effortless to take its life. in a moment of ultimate exertion. It could have at least ensured that she suffered grievous injuries in the process. As a black 10,000-year soul ring began to rise, Bai Dong felt a sense of relief. She had no time to celebrate her success in the 5th trial and hurried to Dongqing's side. Xiaoqing, are you all right? How are you injured? Bai Dong, entirely unconcerned with her own tattered clothing, which bore numerous tears from tiny blades of wind, embraced Dongqing, who lay on the ground. Had it not been for Dongqing exhausting the demonized white tiger's strength and soul power, she would have faced a perilous battle against the beast alone. Given her own soul power, soul techniques, and soul bones were sealed. If there were a way to avoid risking her life, who would wish to gamble with their existence? Teacher, I'm fine. Dongqing shook his head, feeling the pressure on the back of his head, and unexpectedly realized that his teacher also bore considerable strain. Chapter 133, the upcoming competition, the red flag. A weapon that harms its wielder but spares others. At this moment, Dongqing was engulfed in despair. He truly wished to discard the red flag in his grasp. Yet he feared that if it fell into the hands of another, it might be turned against him. While he pondered this dilemma, Bai Dong also took note of the red flag tightly held by Dongqing. She inquired, Xiaoqing, what does this flag signify? A flag I wish to obliterate. Dongqing murmured, is that so? Xiaoqing, if you cast it away, after passing the 5 trials of the Rakshasa, the teacher will have restored her soul power and can assist in its destruction. Bai Dong suggested, refraining from questioning Dongqing's desire to annihilate the red flag. Much like how Dongqing had previously declined the qualification for the Rakshasa god position trial without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dongqing resolutely hurled the flag away, watching it soar far into the distance. Bai Dong, sensing the situation, summoned her soul power, and an overwhelming force rippled through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In the next instant, Dongqing watched as the red flag reappeared in his palm, his dark pupils widening in astonishment, a look of utter disbelief gracing his handsome features. Minutes later, I feel nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. Bai Dong remarked as she struck her forehead with the red flag, only to encounter no repercussions. I don't believe it, Dongqing exclaimed, beckoning with his hand. And the red flag instantly vanished from Bai Dong's grasp, returning to his palm. Cautiously, he gave his arm a gentle tap. A sharp pain surged through him, causing the red flag to clatter to the ground, leaving a crimson mark upon his arm, which puzzled Bai Dong. As she attempted to seize the red flag without Dongqing's permission, she discovered that no matter how forcefully she tried, the flag remained stubbornly anchored to the ground, as if it had taken root. It was only when Dongqing, braving the pain in his arm, retrieved the red flag and placed it in Bai Dong's palm that it returned to its ordinary state. Teacher, please strike me with it. I want to see if it will inflict harm when wielded by another, Dongqing urged. But Bai Dong hesitated, her heart reluctant to harm Dongqing, whom she cherished dearly. Teacher, please help me with this experiment, Dongqing encouraged. Reluctantly, Bai Dong tapped Dongqing's palm lightly with the red flag. Nothing happened, Dongqing exclaimed, his initial joy quickly giving way to a somber demeanor as he spoke in a low voice. This thing cannot be discarded. Does not hurt when it strikes others, yet why does it cause me such pain when I strike myself? Bai Dong's expression turned curious. She fought to suppress a laugh, her tone oddly playful as she asked, So, Xiaoqing, why do you choose to strike yourself? At this, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Just then, a shadowy woman, the Rakshasa god's spiritual mark, appeared before them and announced, Examiner Bai Dong. Accompanying Examiner Dongqing, congratulations on passing the 5 trials of the Rakshasa. Bai Dong has passed the examination, rewarded with 20% of the essence of the Rakshasa, and 1 divine soul ring. Dongqing, as the accompanying examiner, rewarded with an increase of 3,000 years to the lifespan of all soul rings. At the same time, 2 profound voices resonated in the minds of Dongqing and Bai Dong. They exchanged glances, understanding that they had both received rewards for passing the divine examination. Teacher, I have received an extension of 3,000 years to all my soul rings. If I manage to secure a few more rewards, all my rings will evolve to 10,000 years, Dongqing marveled. Feeling fortunate as he initially believed he would gain nothing as a participant, he had not anticipated such a rewarding extension. His second soul ring, derived from the 1,000-year soul beast, the 100-equal Ant King, now evolved from a 9,000-year purple ring to a 10,000-year black ring. His first soul ring, however, still remained a 6,000-year purple ring due to its initial lifespan of only 3,000 years. Though Dongqing did not depend on soul power, who would refuse an opportunity to gain strength? Bai Dong nodded slightly. Indeed, the teacher has received the essence of the Rakshasa as a reward, which should pertain to the essence of inheriting the divine position, in addition to a divine soul ring. As she spoke, a small crimson sphere materialized in her palm, emanating mysterious waves. This was the divine soul ring. The divine soul ring does not require the user to hunt soul beasts. It grants the most essential soul skills and the maximum level of soul ring that one can endure. This clearly indicated that soul rings were artificially created, designed to ensnare soul beasts, leaving them perpetually in despair at being hunted by humanity. Congratulations, teacher. Now your second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, can receive a 10,000-year soul ring? Dongqing exclaimed. Afterward, he stepped forward to examine the divine soul ring in Bai Dong's palm, gently weighing it before returning it to her hand. Xiaoqing, stop downplaying your own achievements. You too have received an extension to your soul ring lifespan. Moreover, you have fortuitously acquired a wondrous little flag, Bai Dong replied. Sigh. Teacher, it feels satisfying when it hits me, but it does not harm others, Dongqing lamented. The only consolation for him was that he only felt pain when he inflicted it upon himself. Others striking him with the red flag elicited no reaction. Do not be ungrateful. Perhaps it may one day save your life, Bai Dong teased, pinching Dongqing's cheek in discontent at his regretful demeanor over a fortunate gain. It might save me? How so? I need not use it to strike myself. That would be my utmost redemption, Dongqing shrugged nonchalantly. In the depths of the Rakshasa temple, at the center of the subterranean palace, the fifth stele stood. Rakshasa fifth trial, without employing one's soul power, soul skills, soul bones, domains, or amplifications, defeat a matured, demonized white tiger in direct combat. Friends may be invited to challenge, but invited individuals must not exceed 16 years of age. Passed, due to Dongqing's participation as the accompanying examiner. The content of Bai Dong's subsequent Rakshasa ninth trial underwent subtle changes, inextricably linked to him. This was the power of fate, with Dongqing's appearance. Bai Dong's Rakshasa ninth trial unwittingly embarked on a path akin to the legendary Tang San Sea God ninth trial, as Dongqing and Bai Dong observed. The sixth stele slowly emerged from the ground, revealing the contents of the Rakshasa sixth trial. Rakshasa sixth trial, engage in combat with the Grand Priestess Poseidon on the Sea God Island without being defeated for 10 continuous hours. There are no restrictions, and friends may be invited to challenge, but invited individuals must not exceed 18 years of age. Not passed, after reading the information on the stele. Dongqing couldn't help but voices criticism. Teacher, is the Rakshasa god unwell? She is renowned as the unrivaled tidal Douluo of the sea. And to battle her on her home turf for 10 hours? Who could possibly achieve that? You are correct, Xiaoqing. She is indeed formidable, having previously repelled a coalition of several tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall. However, this trial is not insurmountable. At that time, I had yet to reach the pinnacle of level 99, Bai Dong replied confidently. But now the teacher stands on par with her. Enhanced by the dual martial souls and with your assistance, Xiaoqing, it may not be impossible to complete this divine trial. Yet, despite her confidence, Bai Dong understood that she could not rush into the sixth trial. She needed to prepare thoroughly before challenging the Grand Priestess Poseidon. Most importantly, the elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent was imminent. She needed to wait until she had presided over this competition before she could find time to confront Poseidon. With this in mind, Bai Dong asked, by the way, Xiaoqing, will you be participating in the elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent? I would prefer not to participate, but my senior sister insisted on signing me up, leaving me with no choice, Dongqing replied. Chapter 134. The God of Kindness Nana has performed admirably, though relying on the strength of the Spirit Hall's elite soul master academy. There is little fear of the final championship being claimed by other advanced soul master academies across the continent. With you, little Qing, at the helm, I am quite reassured, Bai Dong praised. Teacher, participating in this competition seems rather unfair. Dongqing shook his head. A 14-year-old soul king at the 51st level, who could possibly not be intimidated? It is known that, at this age, the vast majority of prodigious soul masters hover between the 30th and 40th ranks. To date, Dongqing remains the only soul king under the age of 18. The age limit for the elite competition among advanced soul master academies is set at 25 years. And even so, those who have reached the 50-level soul king realm are still exceedingly rare. The greatest advantage of participating in this contest lies not in the soul bones awarded by the Spirit Hall, but rather in the renown it garners. For advanced Soul Master academies, the greater the notoriety, the higher the likelihood that talented Soul Masters will choose to affiliate with them. Do not display such reluctance. At most, I will permit you to refrain from engaging until the pivotal moment. Bibi Dong lightly tapped Dongqing's forehead. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. She had already seized him by the throat. Fortunately, the injury on Dongqing's forehead had healed completely, partly due to his formidable self-healing abilities and partly thanks to the aid of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen. Let us not forget that Aeen, the Blue-Silver Emperor, is an 88th level auxiliary soul Douluo, who has since progressed to 89. Now only a step away from becoming a 90-level title Douluo. While her healing capabilities do not rival those of Yu Xiaojiang's 9-heart begonia, she is still more than capable of assisting in the recovery of injuries, which is one reason Dongqing cherishes having her as a constant companion. In her usual demeanor, Aeen prefers tranquility over activity, showing little interest in the shopping habits of other women. Moreover, being alone at the spirit hall, surrounded by so many title Douluos, lacks safety. Thus, whenever Dongqing ventures outside, she typically transforms into her original form, entwining herself around his chest. As for Xiaowu, she enjoys the protection of the King of Divine Herbs, the heartbreaking red, which can momentarily fend off the attacks of title Douluos, alleviating concerns for her safety. After all, despite the covetous glances some title Douluos might cast upon the soul rings and soul bones of a 100,000-year soul beast, they remain restrained by Dongqing's identity and the formidable presence of Bibi Dong, a peerless title Douluo. Even if they were to act treacherously, they would not dare to escalate matters, as it would lead to their demise. Even Xian Dalu would not risk a falling out with Bibi Dong over such trivialities. In the presence of a Yin's close companionship, one might wonder if she harbors any psychological self-reproach. Yet, Dongqing often contemplates, what peculiar thoughts could anyone possibly have concerning a simple plant, a purely blue-silver grass? Transformed into her original form, the Blue-Silver Emperor, Aeen, is merely an aesthetically pleasing blue-silver grass, pure in every sense. In the skies over Douluo continent, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Unlike her hurried arrival, Bibi Dong exhibited a leisurely demeanor on her return. She dominantly placed her arm around Dongqing's shoulder, adopting a queenly posture that brooked no opposition. At this moment, she cast her gaze upon the receding vision of the Shura temple, then glanced at Dongqing, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Little Qing, even with your sealed soul power, you possess such terrifying strength and physical prowess. By all reasoning, you should not be human but rather a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, after all these years of having you as my pillow, I have meticulously studied every part of your body, and there is no trace of soul beast aura. Confounded, she realized that little Qing's identity is no longer of primary concern. What matters now is her own state of mind. It seems I have developed feelings that I ought not to possess. Bibi Dong felt a headache coming on, unsure of what had afflicted her. It appears that as Dongqing matures, the darker desires within her heart grow ever stronger. She is drawn to the pure, refreshing aura he exudes, reminiscent of a crisp, succulent cabbage, evoking an urge to consume him whole. Perhaps a fragment of Yu Xiaojiang's shadow still lingers within her heart. But after so many years and under the influence of time, coupled with Dongqing's thoughtful care, even the most virtuous of women may find their affections wavering. In the Douluo divine realm, which governs 108 planes, among them are the Douluo continent, 5 elements continent, Xiantian continent, vast continent, and the divine continent. Among others, categorized as high-energy worlds, alongside numerous lesser worlds of elevated status. The divine realm is named the Douluo divine realm due to the abundance of human deities emerging from the Douluo continent. Within the central assembly hall of the Douluo divine realm, 5 opulent platinum chairs hover, each towering over 10 meters. Occupied by divine beings radiating an overwhelming aura of divine king-level power. The void around them appears exceedingly fragile under the unintentional release of their rule power, with space occasionally tearing asunder due to their immense might. You truly seem bored. Why convene such a meeting when you could let me enjoy my sweet slumber? A melodious and enchanting voice resounded. In the foremost platinum chair sat a goddess of divine sanctity. Her arms as white as jade propping her chin as she languidly observed the discussions among the other 4 divine kings. This goddess, known simply as the goddess of life, wields dominion over the laws of life and is among the most ancient of divine kings. To the goddess of life, such meetings hold no significance. She would much prefer to slumber for decades or even centuries. Had it not been the destruction god, another ancient divine king, who roused her, she would have undoubtedly awakened in a foul mood. The second platinum chair hosted a breathtaking woman of unparalleled grace, who shot a glare at the goddess of life, who defiantly returned the gaze. What are your thoughts? I find this young man's performance quite commendable. He undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent and may one day ascend to the divine realm, potentially adding another divine king to our ranks, remarked the god of kindness, Li Yin, as she surveyed her fellow divine kings. Once the queen of the underworld, known as the Fiery Queen, she is also the mentor and lover of the god of evil. Ji Dong. Forged from the boundless power of chaos, she was birthed in the magma lakes of the underworld, blossoming into a resplendent red lotus after millennia. Eventually, she took human form. By a fortunate turn of fate, Li Yin encountered Ji Dong, sparking her interest, and subsequently guided him in mastering the art of fire. Through repeated encounters, she gradually developed feelings for him. At a ball, they formally acknowledged their relationship. To the world, she is the gentle and enchanting goddess, while internally, she reigns as the formidable Fiery Queen, unbeknownst to the god of kindness, as she extolled Dongqing's potential to become a divine king. Several divine kings harbored a flicker of murderous intent deep within their eyes. Chapter 135, The Origins of Soul Beast. The youth named Dongqing bore little resemblance to a human. Rather, he resembled a transformed soul beast. This innate divine power transcended the limits of humanity. The evil god, Ji Dong, spoke, revealing that he once shared a similar fate with Tang San. As one of the protagonists of destiny, he now held the esteemed title of God King, commanding the forces of malevolence. I should have anticipated this. He is not human but a soul beast. Such power should not be possessed by mortals, declared the god of destruction. Alongside the goddess of life, he was one of the primordial god kings, born from the chaos, without father or mother, an inherent divine spirit. How could he exude such a potent human aura? Inquired the god of darkness. He, like the goddess of life and the god of destruction, was among the most ancient of god kings, possessing unparalleled strength within the Douluo divine realm. Could it be that he has lived among humans for an extended period? Speculated the evil god Ji Dong, though he quickly dismissed his own conjecture. Yet, according to this age, that should not be the case. Moreover, even if this youth is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, he should not possess such terrifying physical prowess. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction remarked, "What does it matter? As he continues to grow, I have sensed something amiss. His power is too formidable. Such a physique could never belong to a human." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, a fervent desire to obliterate Dongqing immediately. "Do you imply that you consider him to be a remnant of the dragon god?" queried the god of darkness. At that moment, the two most ancient god kings reached a consensus. He is undoubtedly a lingering remnant of the dragon god. Otherwise, he could not possess such physical might. For the peace of the Douluo divine realm, I propose we vote to eradicate this remnant of the dragon god, asserted the god of destruction with unwavering certainty. Wait, are you truly intending to wield the powers of the Douluo divine realm to eradicate a mere 14-year-old boy? The god of kindness, Li Yin, expressed her disbelief. She too was not human, emerging from the heart of the Earth's red lotus. She bore no animosity towards this seemingly non-human youth, but rather looked forward to his arrival in the Douluo divine realm. Li Yin, do not forget that although the dragon god is deceased, the powers he left behind have still given rise to two dragon kings of god king caliber. The golden dragon king and the silver dragon king fled separately, eluding our pursuit and hiding to recover. However, I believe they will return one day. This boy, who seems to be a remnant of the dragon god, if he reaches god king level, combined with the powers of the two dragon kings, would pose an undeniable threat to the Douluo divine realm. The evil god Ji Dong implored the god of kindness Li Yin to understand their decision, warning her not to allow compassion to spare this extraordinarily gifted youth. Indeed, what the evil god asserts is profoundly true. We cannot permit the return of the dragon god's chaos. The Douluo divine realm cannot withstand another divine war. This suspected remnant of the dragon god must perish. The god of destruction agreed vehemently. Goddess of life, what is your perspective? The god of kindness Li Yin turned to the goddess of life, who appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether to support the evil god Ji Dong's stance. After all, regardless of their relationship, Li Yin and Ji Dong shared a romantic bond, making public opposition difficult. I abstain from voting. I have a favorable impression of this youth. Do as you wish, the goddess of life blinked, adopting an indifferent expression. In truth, she understood that her opinion held little weight, even if she supported Dongqing, the god of darkness, the evil god, and the god of destruction were all inclined towards eliminating this suspected remnant of the dragon god. After much contemplation, the god of kindness Li Yin shook her head helplessly, rising from her platinum chair and pulling the goddess of life along. She addressed the other three god kings with a calm demeanor. I, too, Abstain from voting and will not partake in this meeting. You three may decide among yourselves." With that, she departed with the goddess of life. Unwilling to engage in a discussion about employing the powers of the Douluo divine realm to extinguish a 14-year-old boy, regardless of whether Dongqing was indeed a remnant of the dragon god, he was merely a child at this moment. They could not bear to witness nor support the annihilation of this innocent youth. It was evident that their opinions were inconsequential. The three god kings had already relegated Dongqing to the status of a remnant of the dragon god with just a few words. Long ago, the progenitor of the dragon clan, the dragon god, ascended to divinity through his extraordinary gifts, creating a divine position for himself. Due to the overwhelming power of the dragon god, the five god kings of the divine realm council sought to restrain him. However, the dragon god, proud by nature, refused to yield, aspiring to be the sole god king of the Douluo divine realm. At that time, various magical beasts and soul beasts were permitted to ascend to divine levels through their own efforts and enter the divine realm, possessing a dedicated divine system for divine beasts. Thus, the dragon god held the power to unify the continent's divine realm. Eventually, under the dragon god's leadership, the divine beasts erupted in wildness, following him in an attempt to dominate the divine realm. The divine war escalated from a minor scale to a full-blown conflict, ultimately engulfing the entire Douluo divine realm. The five god kings of the divine realm council, including the former god of kindness, the former evil god, the Shura god, the god of destruction, and the goddess of life, joined forces, commanding other deities to engage in battle against the dragon god and his divine beasts. In the end, after paying an exceedingly tragic price, the five god kings utterly defeated the dragon god and his divine beasts, yet the divine side suffered heavy losses, resulting in significant vacancies among the divine positions in the Douluo divine realm. The former god of kindness perished, the former evil god fell, the Shura god was gravely injured, the god of destruction was wounded, and the goddess of life was near death, with nearly all of the seven elemental gods close to annihilation. This is also why the goddess of life prefers to remain in slumber, for even now, she has yet to fully recover from her injuries. After the death of the dragon god, his divine consciousness and soul shattered, yet his divine essence split into the golden dragon king and the silver dragon king. With their unparalleled powers inherited by them, the golden dragon king inherited the dragon god's formidable physical abilities, possessing immense strength and invulnerability, along with unparalleled speed. This was the very reason the evil god Jidong, the god of destruction, and the god of darkness initially suspected Dongqing to be a remnant of the dragon god. Conversely, the silver dragon king, Gyuna, inherited the dragon goddess mastery over elemental powers, allowing her to control gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness simultaneously. Unlike the golden dragon king, who boasted unmatched speed, the silver dragon king sustained severe injuries while fleeing. She could only retreat to the core area of the life lake in the Stardow forest, where she slowly healed her wounds within a dimension she had created. This rebellion of the dragon god against the divine realm council inflicted tremendous damage upon the Douluo divine realm, leading to the most severe divine punishment ever imposed by the council. From that point onward, no beast from the mortal realm was permitted to ascend to the divine realm through cultivation. The path for beasts to ascend to divinity was completely sealed, and all divine positions for beasts were abolished. Yet, this was not sufficient to prevent the recurrence of the dragon goddess chaos. The five god kings devised an absolute strategy, uniting their divine powers to establish the Soul Ring laws upon the Douluo continent. Thereafter, the Douluo continent, from which the dragon god hailed, witnessed all beasts inexplicably discovering strange phenomena within their bodies, soul rings and soul bones, things they were never meant to possess. Thus, the era of soul beasts began. Chapter 136. The divine punishment approaches after the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness departed hand in hand, the god of evil. Jidong cast his gaze upon the god of destruction and the god of darkness, inquiring, "Destruction, darkness, do you both endorse the complete eradication of this remnant of the dragon god, Dongqing?" "I have no objections." The dragon god harbors ambitions to unify the Douluo divine realm, inciting chaos and bloodshed, resulting in the downfall of countless deities. Who knows if this remnant of the dragon god shares such intentions? My counsel is to eliminate all evils. The god of destruction replied with a nod, following his words. The god of darkness added, "While we currently only suspect this young man to be a remnant of the dragon god, his exceptional talents are alarming. Even if he is not, he is destined to become a scourge upon the Douluo divine realm." He continued, "Regardless of whether Dongqing is indeed a remnant of the dragon god, he must be treated as such. The Douluo divine realm already has 5 divine kings. We do not require another to meddle in our affairs. Now that goodness and life have departed, it is time for us three to cast our votes. Those in favor of executing the remnant of the dragon god, Dongqing, please raise your hands, proclaimed the god of evil, Jidong. With that, he raised his own hand. I am in favor, declared the god of destruction. I too am in favor, said the god of darkness. Thus, with 3 votes in favor, even if life and kindness oppose in their hearts, we remain 3 votes to 2. Presently, the 5 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm convened, with only the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness harboring silent dissent against the execution of Dongqing, while the other 3 divine kings unanimously agreed. As the 3 divine kings confirmed the execution of the remnant of the dragon god, the individual in question remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In the Douluo continent, at the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's palace. In the rear hall, at the Tunglong Pavilion, in the back garden, autumn's petals fell in abundance. Among the blossoms, Xiaowu energetically pursued by Qinxiang, who, unfortunately, could fly and was remarkably swift. Despite her frustration, the little rabbit could not catch up. Stupid bird. If you're so capable, don't run. Naya, you can't catch me, Xiaowu. As usual, last night, Seducing, by Qinxiang. And Xiaowu remained by Dongqing's side, meditating and cultivating their soul power, sharing the vast energies of the world surrounding him. Even if they could only acquire a fraction of this celestial energy, it was far superior to their solitary efforts. Unlike Xiaowu, who accepted her status as Dongqing's little wife and inevitably succumbed to slumber in the latter part of the night, Seducing and Bai Qinxiang struggled with their pride. Just as dawn broke, Bai Qinxiang suddenly felt inspired, pinching Xiaowu's nose, shattering her sweet dreams, prompting her to chase Bai Qinxiang around. No one knew the nature of Xiaowu's delightful dream. They only observed her sweet smile while dreaming. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, a set of white jade tables and chairs graced the area. Dongqing sat at the head, while the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, and Seducing occupied the seats below. The teenage girl, although possessing a more exaggerated figure than his, still regarded Seducing as a junior, patiently instructing her in the art of tea brewing. Yu Qing. As you accompany Xiaoqing, you will undoubtedly attend significant events in the future. To avoid any lapses in etiquette that might embarrass him, it is essential to learn the art of tea brewing. There are 7 steps: boiling water, washing the cup, adding tea, brewing, pouring tea, serving tea, tasting tea, and drinking tea. Our first step is to boil the water. Seducing attentively listened, and in no time, she reached the 5th step, serving tea. Your Highness, please enjoy the tea. Seducing held a cup of verdant tea, her clear, watery gaze fixed intently on Dongqing. At that moment, Dongqing was engrossed in examining a small red flag, sensing a flicker of brilliance emanating from it, as if a formidable divine energy was poised to unleash. However, upon scrutinizing it further, he suspected it was merely an illusion. The red flag appeared as unremarkable as ever. Returning to reality, Dongqing looked up at Seducing, and rather than the tea she presented, he felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, akin to a tidal wave. Yet, he quickly tempered his thoughts. Focusing on the appealing cup of tea before him, he lifted it, taking a gentle sip, allowing the fragrant liquid to glide down his throat. The flavor is delightful, Seducing. You've done remarkably well. Dongqing's praise brought a glow to Seducing's countenance, her lovely brows unfurling in delight. At that instant, Hulaina suddenly appeared from behind Dongqing, throwing herself against his back. Junior brother, what are you up to? Nothing much, just studying this little flag, Dongqing shrugged. Honestly, what is the significance of this red flag? It remains a mystery to me. I've only confirmed a few peculiar characteristics. First, it harms only its wielder. Striking oneself results in pain, while harming others proves futile. Second, no one can lift it without my permission. It remains immovable. Third, it can be summoned back at will, regardless of how far it is thrown. What is there to study about this little flag? How about we? Hulaina reached out, attempting to grasp the red flag that Dongqing had casually placed on the white jade table. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she pulled, her silver teeth clenched, exerting herself. The red flag remained steadfast. Even the table was firmly anchored in place. Observing this, the blue-silver emperor, Aeen, interjected. Saintus, give it up. Even with my 89th level spirit Douluo strength, I cannot budge this red flag. Indeed, last night, Aeen had finally broken through the barrier between the 88th and 89th levels. Just one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. Is that so? Xiaoqing, you step out once and come across such treasures. Last time it was divine herbs. And now this strange little flag, Hulaina remarked with a tinge of envy. She was not naive. Although unaware if the red flag was an ancient soul-guiding artifact or a legendary divine tool, Its extraordinary traits indicated it was far from ordinary. All right, senior sister. Why are you envious? What is mine is also yours. Dongqing quickly took the red flag and placed it into Hulaiina's palm. Now that's more like it. Hulaiina's face blossomed into a radiant smile, thoroughly satisfied with Dongqing's gesture. Her body instinctively nestled against him, her delicate visage pressing against his chest. Fox spirit. Xiao inwardly cursed. Stupid fox, Zhu Zhiqing glared disapprovingly. So blissful, Aeen observed softly. Truthfully, she envied such a childhood connection. Feeling that her relationship with Tang Hao had encountered significant obstacles, possibly making it challenging for them to continue. Bai Qinxiang glanced back, noticing that Xiao had disregarded her. Feeling bored, she descended from the skies, quietly watching Dongqing and Hulaiina revel in their affectionate display. Chapter 137, The Celestial Cataclysm at the same time. In a grand city located southwest of Wuhuan City, Tang San glanced at the sky. As he made his way to Wuhuan City seeking assistance from Dongqing, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere, as if an invisible threat loomed nearby. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed. For the issue of the dual martial souls conflict was particularly grave, and only the Spirit Hall possessed the documentation necessary to address it. A few days prior, he had entrusted his cousin Bai Qinxiang from the Min family to deliver a letter, and he was confident that Dongqing had received his correspondence by now. The mention of a duel in his letter was merely secondary. It was a means to gauge strength. His primary concern remained how to resolve the flaw associated with his dual martial souls. After all, thus far, only Bai Dong had managed to resolve the conflict between martial souls and soul rings, while all other possessors of dual martial souls had met with fatal outcomes. In the Douluo divine realm, at the heart of the divine realm, the remnants of the dragon god, Dongqing, resided in Wuhuan City. This place was not only home to the Spirit Hall, but also housed millions of civilians and countless innocent soul masters. If we were to unleash the celestial cataclysm upon him now, the dark god hesitated. He identified as darkness, not evil or destruction, and his inclination towards violence was not as pronounced. Then what does it matter? They are merely civilians, akin to weeds that cannot be entirely eradicated. The evil god Ji Dong remarked indifferently. Before his ascension to the divine realm, he had already earned the moniker of tyrant, so he was not one to show mercy. Had it been otherwise, how could he have inherited the title of evil god? Although the Spirit Hall possessed the legacy of the angel god, Shura god, and Sea god had long departed the Douluo divine realm in pursuit of higher realms, leaving their places of inheritance in ruins. We can assist in their reconstruction afterward. The god of destruction stated calmly. Very well. I have no objections. The dark god nodded slightly. The three divine kings exchanged glances, and a surge of divine power erupted from them, their combined might causing the entire Douluo divine realm to tremble uncontrollably. What did the divine kings intend to do with the powers of destruction, evil, and darkness? It was uncertain. They had not appeared together in ages, and their sudden presence radiated an overwhelming aura. However, it was peculiar that, since all three divine kings had emerged, the god of life and the god of goodness were absent. Such a display of divine power was the precursor to the celestial cataclysm. Could it signify the emergence of a terrifying beast in the subordinate worlds? In a certain region of the Douluo divine realm, several first-level gods and a dozen second-level gods gathered, debating and speculating on the intentions of the three divine kings. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Stardow forest, at the Lake of Life, within an interdimensional space, the celestial cataclysm. Have we been discovered? Even the interdimensional space constructed by Lord Silver Dragon cannot shield us from the prying eyes of those divine beings. Bai Ji exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Clad in a form-fitting, emerald green gown, she exuded an elegance akin to that of a swan. Her slender waist, exquisite collarbone, and translucent skin resembled congealed jade. The skin slightly revealed beneath her neckline led down to a pair of full, perky curves, accentuating the delicate fabric's graceful arc. The top 10 fierce beast refers to super soul beast with a cultivation level exceeding 200,000 years, capable of transforming freely between human and beast forms. Name, Bai Ji. Rank, 4th. Race, Emerald Swan. Identity, the most powerful healing type soul beast and the matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan. Cultivation, 560,000 years during the Douluo continent era. Domain, healing domain. Residence, core area of the Stardow forest, Lake of Life, interdimensional space. Known soul skills, Emerald Guardian, group defense that converts enemy attacks into life force for allies or oneself. By light defense, self-protective defense soul skill with a rebound effect. By green light wave, group healing soul skill. It is impossible. Lord Silver Dragon is a god-level being. The interdimensional space she constructed cannot be discovered by those trifles from the Douluo divine realm, ZG countered. The newcomer was enveloped in purple-black scales. Her figure tall and slender, with a voluptuous chest and long, straight thighs, resembling a masterpiece carved from white jade. Above her chest, she revealed fair skin and a deep neckline, her long purple-black hair cascading freely behind her, swaying as if moved by an unseen breeze. Her flawless visage was strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion unmarred by blemishes. Her eyes gleamed a deep purple, while her lips shone a vibrant hue. A pitch-black scale on her forehead shimmered with layers of purple radiance that flowed gently above her. Name, ZG, also known as the Demon Queen. Rank, 9th. Race, Hell Dragon, Abyssal Dragon, Dragon Clan. Identity, a rising star among dragons, the matriarch of the Hell Dragon, Abyssal Dragon Clan. One of the 2 dragon kings among the top 10 fierce beasts. Cultivation, 290,000 years during the Douluo continent era. Domain, devouring domain. Residence, core area of the Star-Do Forest, Lake of Life, interdimensional space. Known soul skills, death decay, heavenly demon reversal, heavenly demon domain, heavenly demon water domain, abyssal devour. Heavenly demon dance of heaven's secrets. Regrettably, DTon remains in slumber, otherwise, with a strength, even if we could not prevail. We would at least have the means to resist, Bai Ji murmured. There is nothing to be done to protect Lord Silver Dragon while leaving the Douluo divine realm. DTon endured a strike from the evil god Ji Dong. Surviving it all is a stroke of luck, ZG lamented. The despicable beings of the divine realm. We ought to be revered as divine beasts, yet now we are defeated and relegated to the status of fierce beasts by these contemptible divine kings. Bai Ji could not help but curse. At that moment, deep within the interdimensional space, 30,000 meters beneath the surface, a long-slumbering black dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its golden pupils gleamed, its body stretching several thousand meters, entirely black, exuding a dense aura of darkness, known as the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The Celestial Cataclysm. Does this herald the impending doom of the Soul Beast clan? DTon opened his dragon eyes, the vertical pupils emanating a terrifying aura. Name, DTon. Rank, 1st. Race, Black Dragon, Dragon Clan. Identity, leader of the Black Dragon Clan, one of the 9 Dragon Kings. Once the strongest entity of the Douluo continent and the mightiest soul beast, the foremost among the top 10 fierce beasts, the ruler of the Star-Do Forest. And the spokesperson for the soul beast overlord, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Cultivation, 960,000 years during the Douluo continent era. Domain, ultimate darkness. Residence, core area of the Star-Do Forest, Lake of Life, interdimensional space. Known soul skills, Dragon God's Claw, Sun and Moon Radiance, Black Dragon Slaying Heaven, Space Guidance. Chapter 138, the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress. At this moment, a gentle voice resonated. Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, ZG, you need not worry. This celestial calamity is not directed at us. The forces of destruction, evil, and darkness remain unaware of our hiding place. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. An entity of divine rank formed from the remnants of the dragon god's divine essence, holds the title of the 2nd soul beast sovereign following the dragon god. Renowned as one of the most exquisite women in existence, Guyuna boasts flowing silver hair that cascades down her back, reaching her ankles. Her silken tresses shimmer with a crystalline quality, embodying an indescribable beauty that words fail to capture. Her violet eyes, transparent and serene, mirror one's reflection as if gazing into still waters. Clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, her figure is strikingly alluring. Her enchanting gaze, framed by long, curled eyelashes, evokes a sense of tenderness, especially when tinged with a hint of bewilderment. In the heart of the Star-Do Forest, beneath a deep lair, 2 formidable soul beasts lie concealed. What do you think, 3-headed dog? What are those deities in the Douluo god realm scheming? Inquired a colossal bear. Its massive form stands 15 meters tall, cloaked in a dense, dark golden fur. Its extraordinarily long arms dangle at its sides, surpassing its knees, exceeding 10 meters in length, and are immensely robust, with shoulders bulging like small hills. Name, Bear Lord. Rank, 7th. Species, Dark Golden Claw Bear. Identity, Sovereign Soul Beast of the Star-Do Forest. Leader of the Dark Golden Claw Bear Clan, the king among bear soul beasts, the mightiest of all. Cultivation, 450,000 years during the Douluo continent era. Domain, Power Domain. Habitat, deep within the core of the Star-Do Forest. Known soul skills, Dark Golden Claw, Skyrending Claw. Get lost, you stinky bear. I am the 3-headed hellhound. You are the true mutt, retorted a 3-headed dog, its robust physique exceeding 5 meters in length, reminiscent of a lion yet distinctly possessing 3 identical heads. Each head boasts a diameter of over 1 meter, with sharp canine teeth glistening in crimson gold. Name: Crimson King. Rank: 8th. Species: Hell three-headed dog. Identity: Sovereign soul beast of the Douluo forest, leader of the Hell three-headed dog clan. Cultivation: 300,000 years, during the Douluo continent era. Domain: Power domain. Habitat: deep within the core of the Douluo forest. Known soul skills: Hellfire, Fong of the Slaughter. On Sea God Island, in the Douluo continent. Poseidon sensed the descent of the celestial calamity but struggled to comprehend why the deities would suddenly impose such punishment upon the Douluo continent. It is crucial to note that, aside from tens of thousands of soul masters, there are millions of ordinary civilians in the direction of Wuhuan City. The arrival of celestial calamity would lead to a tragic fate for humanity. Such a merciless punishment led Poseidon to question her faith in the deities. Do they truly regard mortals? 500 kilometers off the coast of Sea God Island. Beneath 10,000 meters of ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king murmured to itself, "What is this momentum? What do those rascals in the divine realm intend to do? I only hope my wife and daughter are safe." The deep-sea demon whale king possesses terrifying power, reigning as the monarch of the ocean. With nearly 1 million years of cultivation, its rapid rise in strength stems from its habitual consumption of soul beasts and soul masters, wreaking havoc upon the world. Consequently, the sea god Poseidon was compelled to descend and enact divine punishment, blinding it in one eye with the sea god's trident, permanently diminishing its power. In its prime, even the 3 unparalleled Douluos, Poseidon, Tang San, and Douluo, might not stand a chance against it. Name: Deep-sea demon whale king. Rank: 3rd. Species: Deep-sea demon whale. Identity: Sovereign of the deep-sea demon whale clan. Cultivation: 900,000 years, during the Douluo continent era. Domain: Demon whale domain. Habitat: Sea God Island, Demon whale sea. Known soul skills: Demon whale summon. In the extreme north of the Douluo continent, located at the northern border of the Tiando Empire, lies a human forbidden zone. Within, powerful soul beasts and unbearable cold prevail. The closer one approaches the core of this frigid region, the more the temperature plummets to the brink of absolute zero, where one might encounter the legendary ice essence, a substance of eternal cold. Sister, I sense a terrifying divine punishment descending upon the Douluo continent, declared the Snow Empress calmly. Her appearance resembles that of a human, with long hair as white as snow cascading down to the ground, and sky-blue eyes that seem to penetrate the essence of all existence. Her slender figure is flawless, and although her white gown is devoid of embellishments, it renders her exceedingly pure and breathtakingly beautiful, as if a winter plum blossom standing proudly against the frost. Name: Snow Empress. Rank: 5th. Species: Ice and Snow Maiden. Identity: Matriarch of the Ice and Snow Maiden clan. Cultivation: 790,000 years, during the Douluo continent era. Domain: Frost domain. Habitat: northern border of the Tiando Empire, core of the extreme north. Known soul skills: Emperor's Chill, Snow Dance Shining Sun, Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow. Emperor's Blade, Icy Duality. I sense it too, but it targets Wuhuan City, the sacred ground in the hearts of humanity's soul masters. The Ice Emperor remarked with a furrowed brow. Her delicate features, though less haughty than the Snow Empress, radiate an alluring coldness. Adorning her fair visage are 4 emerald green magical patterns on either side. Her dark green hair flows behind her, while her skin, as pristine as ice and snow, possesses a translucent quality, revealing a glimmer of emerald light beneath. Name: Ice Emperor. Rank: 6th. Species: Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion. Identity: Matriarch of the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion clan. Cultivation: 680,000 years, during the Douluo continent era. Domain: Extreme Cold domain. Habitat: northern border of the Tiando Empire, core of the extreme north. Known soul skills: Ice Emperor's Claw, Ice Monarch's Guardian, Domain of Eternal Freeze, Ice Monarch's Fury. Chapter 139. The mortal life is like weeds in the extreme northern region, beneath a millennium-old ice. A certain ice silkworm found itself in a state of existential crisis. Upon closer inspection, this ice silkworm possessed a plump, rounded head, appearing quite fleshy, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter and a length surpassing 7 meters. Its body gleamed like white jade, translucent and radiant, with a luminous aura circulating beneath its surface. Atop its head were a pair of sparkling golden eyes, and starting from half a meter down its head, spiraling golden patterns adorned its body at intervals, totaling 10 in number from head to tail. I wish to disregard these nonsensical divine punishments. Is there a benevolent soul master willing to allow me to perform a sacrifice? My body is truly on the verge of being overwhelmed by such an abundance of soul energy. This ice silkworm, undoubtedly the celestial dream ice silkworm, a soul beast with a million-year cultivation, was currently troubled by the predicament of its body being unable to bear the immense soul power it harbored. It longed for a human soul master to arrive for a ritual sacrifice. However, it merely sought a conventional sacrifice to dissipate the vast soul energy within it, rather than a desperate soul sacrifice akin to that of Shawu. A conventional sacrifice, although resulting in the loss of soul rings and bones, allowed for a fresh start. Yet, lacking the physique to endure such soul power might lead the celestial dream ice silkworm to explode. In contrast, a soul sacrifice, the most ruthless and desperate form of offering, disregarded the limits of physical endurance. Even a soul master newly awakened to their martial soul could withstand the sacrifice of 100,000 or even million-year soul beast without risking bodily destruction. Without the protection of divine-grade herbs like the Heartbreak Red, a soul sacrifice would mean eternal death for a soul beast. Top 10 ferocious beasts. Unprecedented million-year soul beasts reside in the extreme north, ranking among the 3 kings of the northern region. Name: Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm. Rank: 10th. Note: due to its lack of offensive capability, even with a million-year soul power, it remains the most easily bullied soul beast, hence its 10th ranking. Race: Ice Silkworm. Status: leader of the Ice Silkworm clan. Cultivation: 1 million years during the Douluo continent era. Domain: spiritual domain. Habitat: northern border of the Tiando Empire, extreme north, central area. Known soul skills: spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual interference, soul impact, life reflection shield. Next door to Douluo continent, on the Sun and Moon continent. The land remained wild and untamed, lacking nations and even scarce in human presence, with soul beasts being relatively abundant. After Bibi Dong became the unrivaled Douluo, she had visited this continent, for it was the only place where she could find a suitable spider-type 100,000-year soul beast. To be honest, had it not been for her lack of soul rings at the time and her insufficient strength to traverse continents, she would have refrained from absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring of Shawu's mother, Aro, as it was fundamentally incompatible with her dual-born spider queen martial soul. Absorbing soul rings of one's own kind proved far superior. Forcibly absorbing an incompatible soul ring would yield unsatisfactory soul skills. In the core area of the evil demon forest, the power of the Douluo divine realm was about to descend. However, separated by a continent, it seemed to have no impact on my vicinity. A massive eyeball, more than 300 meters in diameter, emitted a sigh as it vibrated through the spatial energy. Upon closer examination, the gigantic eye, surrounded by a terrifying number of tentacles, 81 in total, each exceeding 500 meters in length, was truly monstrous. Top 10 ferocious beasts, ranked second among the 10 ferocious beasts. Its true form being the Evil Eye Tyrant, it also stood as the strongest soul beast of the Sun and Moon continent. Name: Evil Emperor. Rank: second. Race: Evil Eye. Status: leader of the Evil Eye clan. Cultivation: 930,000 years during the Douluo continent era. Domain: Evil Domain. Habitat: northern border of the Sun and Moon continent. Evil Demon Forest, core area. Known soul skills: mental field, evil eye gaze, mental paralysis ray, thorny halo, time and space light, destruction light. As time passed, a colossal vortex appeared above the Douluo continent, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun, with purplish-black calamity light slowly taking shape within. Indeed, human powerhouses felt it as well, albeit their reactions lagged behind those of the ferocious beasts, who were perpetually wary of being hunted for their soul rings. Heavenly calamity light, possessing the might to overshadow the sun, moon, and stars, and the ability to disdain both heaven and earth, it is known as the most terrifying calamity. Words cannot adequately express its horror, capable of obliterating all things and erasing any mortal life beneath the divine level. A super-divine technique that can only be unleashed with the combined power of 3 divine kings. In the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. Within the Tiando Imperial Palace, all officials urgently gathered to discuss the unprecedented upheaval facing the Douluo continent after countless years. Your Majesty, upon careful observation, that purplish-black calamity light seems to be directed towards Wuhuan City. A member of the Tiando royal family spoke. Are you certain it is aimed at Wuhuan City and not the Tiando Empire? The Snow Knight Emperor replied coldly. Well, the Tiando royal family member hesitated, not daring to continue. He could not guarantee it. Should that purplish-black calamity light target the Tiando Empire, it would mean his death as penance. Snowching Qian Ringshu silently gazed towards the direction of Wuhuan City, murmuring, "Grandfather, mother, Xiaoqing." This was the first time she referred to Bibi Dong as mother. Faced with such heavenly phenomena, she felt immense concern, yet was at a loss for what to do. Even uncertain about why the purplish-black calamity light was aimed at Wuhuan City. In Tindo City, at the Royal Academy, Ning Rongrong, look at the sky. Yu Lingling nudged Ning Rongrong's shoulder. What are you doing, Yu Lingling? Ning Rongrong turned around, only to find Yu Lingling beckoning her to look up. Bored, she glanced upwards. What is going on? The terrifying vortex obscuring the sky and the purplish-black calamity light sent a shiver down Ning Rongrong's spine. I wanted to ask you, does your seven treasure glazed tile sect have no knowledge of what that is in the sky? Yu Lingling's eyes flickered with worry. In the past few centuries, according to existing historical records, nothing of this sort had ever occurred on the Douluo continent. As for events from even further back, aside from families with traditions spanning over 1,000 years, there was no way to ascertain. Meanwhile, Du Guyan stood silently behind Ning Rongrong and Yu Lingling, arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness, saying nothing. For them, the weaker soul masters, it was impossible to discern the direction in which the heavenly calamity light was aimed. Like all common folk on the Douluo continent, they merely sensed the unusual terror of the purplish-black calamity light, but had no means to fathom its destructive potential. This purplish-black radiance felt utterly terrifying. There was an omen in the heavens, yet no one knew what calamity might unfold. Uncertain. They could only hope it would not affect us ordinary people. This was the simple and unadorned thought of the commoners, merely wishing for peace. Yet, such a straightforward desire proved exceedingly difficult to realize for ordinary individuals. Amidst the throngs of common folk, a disheveled middle-aged man, hearing these words, inwardly scoffed, "The lives of mortals are as weeds. When one is cut down, another will sprout." Chapter 140. What sin have mortals committed? The disheveled middle-aged man wandering aimlessly was none other than Tang Hao. Although his strength had plummeted to the 75th level of Soul Sage due to the loss of his soul bone, his keen insight remained intact. He could discern the ominous direction of the heavenly calamity. The Spirit Hall, little did you anticipate such a fate. With the descent of that divine retribution, the Spirit Hall is destined for utter annihilation. Juhua Pass, Guemei, Dongqing, you three are surely doomed this time. The more powerful the Soul Master, the more keenly they sensed the terrifying nature of the heavenly calamity and utter despair that promised the obliteration of all. In Tinshui City, within a secluded estate of the Blue Tyrant Dragon sect, a strikingly beautiful woman gazed sorrowfully at the heavens and reflected, when seeking vengeance, it is unjust to involve the innocent. In Lu Erlong's eyes, the devastating heavenly calamity was aimed squarely at the Spirit Hall. But it should not ensnare the innocent civilians living in Spirit City. Outwardly, Lu Erlong had a fiery temperament, prone to brawling over trivial matters. Yet within her heart lay kindness. She could not bear to witness the suffering of sentient beings. Regrettably, as the heavenly calamity loomed, she could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, powerless to intervene. In the empire of Tiendo, at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Yuanjin could not contain his laughter. How amusing that the Spirit Hall should face such tribulation. I wonder how many will survive its aftermath? His current demeanor suggested a lack of foresight, as he had never considered that should this heavenly calamity obliterate the Spirit Hall, they too would face dire consequences. Lord Sectmaster. While some had pondered this concern, their words were swiftly silenced by Yu Yuanjin's interruption. The Spirit Hall is on the brink of destruction. Relay my command to summon all clan members back. His aura intensified, eager to witness the downfall of the Spirit Hall and seize its legacy on the Douluo continent. Such arrogance from the sect master cannot end well, Yu Luombin mused. His worries extended beyond Yu Yuanjin's hubris. He harbored a personal concern regarding Lu Erlong, who remained unmarried and had yet to find a suitable partner to bear heirs. In the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, being a direct descendant of the Yu family, Lu Erlong was considered a woman of advanced age. It was well known that the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, bolstered by Yu Yuanjin, a title Douluo, had risen to prominence among the top 3 sects, earning the title of the world's most formidable beast martial spirit. This success stemmed from the numerous direct descendants of the Yu family. While individual quality may vary, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Under equal soul power, those who possessed the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon martial spirit were undoubtedly more powerful than their peers. Of course, exceptions existed. In the Empire of Tiendo, at the Haotian sect's main hall, Tang Xiao proclaimed, the Spirit Hall's malevolent deeds have provoked divine wrath, and thus, it faces imminent destruction. Below him stood rows of Haotian sect disciples, all bearing the Haotian hammer martial spirit, essentially members of the Tang family, likely related through generations. It was common knowledge that martial spirits could be inherited. Offspring typically inherited the most powerful martial spirit from their parents, meaning that even if these direct descendants married outsiders, their martial spirit lineage remained unaffected. This was true not only for the Tang family but also for the Yu and Ming families. This principle explained the existence of direct bloodline disciples among the top 3 sections. Conversely, outsiders who joined these sects might find their powerful martial spirits diluted over generations. Notably, the Qian family, with its 6-winged angel martial spirit, had only Qian Rinxue as its direct descendant, which was why Qian Douluo sought to unite Qian Rinxue with Dongqing. Regardless of future ascension, the continuation of bloodlines remained paramount, an innate desire deeply rooted in humanity. After Tang Zhao's declaration, the 7 elders of the Haotian sect joined him in denouncing the Spirit Hall, labeling it the most malevolent organization throughout history. While some disciples wished to counter this assertion, they were quickly silenced by their peers. Opposing the sect leader and elders was tantamount to courting death. Often, when heroes fall, they leave behind not a legacy of honor but a tainted reputation, allowing others to justify their plunder of the hero's legacy. I, along with the 7 elders, announced that from this moment forward, the Haotian sect shall no longer remain secluded, for the continent needs us to uphold justice and aid the remnants of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao asserted resolutely. Both he and the 7 titled Douluo elders shared a unified stance. The Spirit Hall was undeniably doomed, with no possibility of survival from this calamity. Meanwhile, in Douluo continent, within Spirit City, an invisible pressure emanated from the 3 god kings of the Douluo divine realm, binding the entire Spirit City. For ordinary citizens, escape was an unattainable dream, with even standing becoming a luxury. How has it come to this? Why must we suffer? They lamented. Oh, deities, save us. The ordinary folk, unaware that their plight was the doing of the gods they revered, were deemed insignificant as mere insects in the eyes of these divine beings. Outside Spirit City, an imperceptible barrier prevented soul masters from escaping. Gazing at the increasingly dense violet-black calamity above, they were filled with trepidation, desperately assaulting the barrier. Despite the Spirit Hall deploying numerous titled Douluo, including Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, they could not breach this veil. Let me out. I am not one of the Spirit Hall. I was merely passing through. Please, let me go. I have a family. Regardless of their cries, the 3 god kings remained indifferent, seated upon their platinum thrones, coldly observing the plight of these mortals. They offered no answers nor expressed any interest in explaining the cause of their demise. To grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger became the unwavering resolve of many practitioners who, in their pursuit of power, gradually forsook their humanity, employing any means necessary. Within the Douluo divine realm, at its very heart, the destroyer god coldly declared, the remnants of the dragon god must perish. These mortals are but collateral damage. His aura of annihilation pulsed ominously, capable of obliterating a tidal Douluo with a mere whisper of destruction. Mortals are like weeds, endless and unyielding. Even after we once ravaged the Douluo continent and toppled several empires, after a few centuries, these mortals return to their former vitality, the dark god observed, his eyes devoid of emotion. No, what we did was not slaughter. We were guiding these mortals back to the right path. They should not defy the will of the divine, the evil god Ji Dong countered gently. Chapter 141. The suspected living immortal king in the sacred hall of the Pope within the Spirit Hall. A voice echoed softly. This power originates from the Douluo divine realm. We cannot withstand it. Qian Douluo spoke, his 6-winged angel spirit exuding boundless radiance. The overwhelming soul power of the pinnacle 99th level Super Douluo caused the very fabric of space to tremble incessantly. 9 soul rings floated around Qian Douluo, each at least 10,000 years old, imparting an awe-inspiring presence. Unless we try, how shall we know? Bibi Dong's voice remained calm. The Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor spirits had fully materialized, hovering in the air, radiating the dual forces of death and devouring. Her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, black, 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 red. Her second spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, black, 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 red, red. Behind her was the external spirit bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, 6 wings as delicate as those of a cicada, fluttering gracefully. A gift from the 10,000-year-old purple-winged Spider Emperor of the Sun and Moon continent. This was a reward for Bibi Dong's prowess as she hunted this formidable spirit beast in the primitive era of the Sun and Moon continent. A paradise for spirit beasts and elite spirit masters alike. However, finding a 10,000-year-old spider spirit beast was exceedingly rare. and Bibi Dong was unwilling to compromise by forcibly absorbing incompatible soul rings like that of Eru, the mother of Xiao Wu. Thus, she preferred to undergo divine trials to obtain divine gifts rather than recklessly absorb soul rings that would taint her second spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The first 10,000-year soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor came from Eru's 10,000-year soul ring, which, while of high quality, was ill-suited for her spirit. The second soul ring of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor came from the 10,000-year purple-winged Spider Emperor, with the second being a divine gift from the fifth trial of the Luochan 9 trials. Indeed, how shall we know without trying? Qian Dalu responded with a wry smile. He then glanced at the titled Douluos behind him, led by the golden crocodile Douluo, totaling 15 titled Douluos, among whom 7 were peak Douluos above level 96. Prepare to form the formation, Qian Dalu commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Great Elder. The crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with fervor. Currently, leaving the spirit hall was impossible. They were all like grasshoppers on the same string. Even those unwilling to perish alongside the spirit hall were compelled by circumstance to rise in defiance. Elder Ju, Elder Gue, we too shall prepare to form the formation. The spirit hall shall not perish so easily, Bibi Dong declared coldly. Her titled Douluos, led by Ju Hua and Gue Mei, numbered 13. However, none surpassed the 96 level threshold. The strongest were Ju Hua and Gue Mei, both at level 95, just a step away from becoming peak Douluos. This was a notable shortcoming of her faction, as she had only recently ascended to the rank of Super Douluo, unlike Qian Daolu, who had many followers after years of dominance. Understood, Your Holiness, Ju Hua and his companions replied respectfully. Indeed, while Ju Hua and Gue Mei joined the Spirit Hall for wealth and glory, the impending destruction of the Spirit Hall left them with no means of escape. Under these multiple pressures, the 13 titled Douluos felt a surge of camaraderie and determination to fight together. With all eyes upon them, a vast blue formation began to unfurl above the Spirit Hall, centered around Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, gathering the power of their titled Douluos. Fortunately, both were pinnacle 99th level Super Douluos. Otherwise, any ordinary titled Douluo would be instantly overwhelmed by the surging soul power. Utilizing their combined soul power and will, in that moment, Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong stepped into the realm of the 100-level deities, a semi-divine state. They began to manifest the forces of the laws surrounding them. Bibi Dong was enveloped by the powers of the Rakshasa, the law of devouring, and the law of death, embodying the essence of the Rakshasa deity. While Qian Daolu exuded angelic power and the law of light, reminiscent of a divine angel's reappearance. Such terrifying might temporarily overshadowed the heavenly calamity light. But in the next instant, the heavenly calamity light intensified once more, the purplish-black radiance surging, to ensure a decisive strike. The previously prepared heavenly calamity light began to accumulate power slowly. However, the 3 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm harbored no concerns regarding unforeseen events, as the entirety of the Spirit Hall was already sealed by the heavenly calamity light and their divine level laws. Allowing the heavenly calamity light to accumulate for a longer period merely granted the insignificant mortals a few more moments of existence, living in dread beneath the shadow of death, which they regarded as preferable to a prolonged suffering. They could not comprehend what Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong were resisting, as if they still hoped for a miracle. In the void beyond Douluo Star, the female heavenly insect queen, Yunyang, furrowed her delicate brows. She glanced at her soulless phantom. With only a fragment of her soul remaining, she was a high-blooded creature of the perfect great thousand worlds, capable of withstanding the heavenly calamity light. Yet, after this eruption, she would face complete obliteration, her soul entirely dissipated. To breach the barrier set by the calamity light, she would need to burn her last remaining soul fragment. A flicker of reluctance flashed within her deep-set eyes. It was a reluctance for life, yet Dongqing was far too important, even if it meant her demise. She could not allow harm to befall him, just as she prepared to sacrifice her soul. She noticed the red flag at her waist suddenly glimmer with a flicker of flame. That fleeting spark nearly consumed her remaining soul. How terrifying. It felt as if a living immortal king was present. Yet, how could such a treasure willingly acknowledge the 9th prince as its master? The female heavenly insect queen fell into contemplation. At this moment, she no longer needed to sacrifice her soul and could rest assured that Dongqing would be safe. With an artifact of such caliber at hand, even a mere hint of its power could utterly transform this world. To not perish was, of course, a source of great joy for the female heavenly insect queen. However, as of now, neither Dongqing nor Bibi Dong, nor the other women, had any comprehension of the true caliber of the red flag. Only the female heavenly insect queen had inadvertently sensed its terrifying nature. Yet even she could not ascertain its exact rank. After all, feeling is merely feeling. This great 1,000 worlds were far removed from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Distant from the perfect great 1,000 worlds, the classification of treasures surely varied between different great 1,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the female heavenly insect queen knew one thing. Any artifact that acknowledges a master inherently possesses a degree of sentience. When external forces threaten their master, they would instinctively take action. Chapter 142. They are seeking death in the city of Wuhuan, amidst the chaos of calamities. Nefarious individuals seize the opportunity to incite turmoil. At this moment, a cataclysmic force descended upon the city, exuding an aura that threatened complete annihilation, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair among the populace. Some went mad, unleashing their inner darkness through acts of arson, murder, and plunder. It was during this tumultuous time that a deafening command rang out. All members of the Wuhuan Hall, heed my command. Those who engage in burning, killing, or looting shall be met with merciless retribution. The voice belonged to Dongqing, flanked by his loyal companions, the blue-silver Emperor Aeen, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, by Qinxiang, and members of the news department, Mei Xiaoxue, Li Yuanmei, and Li Westin. Mei Xiaoxue, a refined woman at the age of 42. A level 73 soul saint with the martial spirit of an ancient longsword, served as the head of the news center. Her exquisite features were complemented by cascading golden waves of hair that flowed to her waist, exuding a mature allure. Li Westin and Li Yuanmei, the enchanting twin sisters, were 37 years old, their appearances youthful compared to Mei Xiaoxue. They had just reached the 63rd level, becoming rare auxiliary soul masters, with their martial spirits being the enhancement pearl and the healing pearl, respectively. Behind Dongqing stood rows of armored Wuhuan Hall guards, numbering in the thousands, each possessing a minimum strength of level 30 soul master. Yes, we shall strictly obey the prince's command, the guards proclaimed, their resolve bolstered by the calm demeanor of their leader. Despite their own fears, the guards found solace in Dongqing's composure, allowing them to regain their courage as they began patrolling the streets. Upon encountering looters, they executed them without hesitation, and under the dual threat of death now or later. The chaos within Wuhuan City gradually subsided. Of course, this was not solely Dongqing's achievement. Hu Laina was also present, commanding over 1,000 guards to maintain order on the opposite side of the city, ensuring her safety. Dongqing had previously bestowed upon her the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, enabling her to heal and escape danger. At this moment, Dongqing remembered something and retrieved a soul bone from his spatial soul guide. He glanced at his 3 companions, Xiaowu, who enjoyed the protection of the heartbroken red, by Qinxiang, who could fly with remarkable speed, and Zhu Zhiqing, who, while swift, lacked flight capabilities. Zhiqing, the soul bone, the right arm of the Thunderbird, aged 34,000 years, is a treasure I acquired at the Tiando auction house. I entrust it to you now. The soul skill granted one the ability to fly with the speed of the Thunderbird for 3 hours, rivaling even the swiftest of flying soul beasts. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhiqing accepted the soul bone, understanding that her strength would only serve to aid Dongqing in these perilous times. Bai Qinxiang, however, scoffed, claiming that the swift-tailed swallow was indeed the fastest flyer, unwilling to concede that the Thunderbird surpassed it. Suddenly, a bloodied guard from the Wuhuan Hall staggered towards them, his left ear missing, his face smeared with blood, and his right arm brutally severed. Reporting to the prince, we have discovered over 10 soul Douluos of level 80 and above congregating in the North District. They have taken control of that area, threatening the lives of the innocent in hopes of divine mercy, he reported, his voice breaking with emotion as he struggled to continue. They are seeking death, Dongqing thundered, rage igniting within him. In an instant, he manifested his martial spirit, a layer of faint golden armor enveloping him, and a small horn resembling a lotus leaf sprouted from his forehead. The ancient and intricate patterns on his armor dazzled the eye, and his 2 elongated antennae swayed gracefully in the wind, emanating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Alas, Aeen, Teacher Westin, Teacher Yuanmei, accompany me as support. Mei Xiaoxue, please ensure the safety of Xiaowu, Zhiqing, and Qinxiang. Dongqing resolved to leave the 3 women behind, entrusting their safety to Mei Xiaoxue while he sought to restore order in Wuhuan City. Be cautious. Stay safe. I await your return, Xiaowu urged, stepping forward to embrace Dongqing, offering him her ice cream, a sweet gesture that hinted at the blossoming feeling she harbored for him, a realization of love ignited in her heart. In the realm of humanity, encountering the right person is a rarity, and one must grasp it firmly. This wisdom, imparted by Xiaowu's mother, Eru, nestled within the blossoms of the heartbroken red, echoed in her mind. In her eyes, Dongqing was a commendable man, a responsible figure whose absence would be a grave loss. However, unbeknownst to them, from the moment Dongqing rescued Xiaowu from the Tiando auction house, she was destined to be his alone. Chapter 143. The Forbidden Beast of the Future. After Xiaowu released Dongqing, Zhu Qing stepped forward, mirroring her actions but with a wilder flair, leaving Dongqing gasping for breath. In her excitement, coupled with a hint of shyness, feline pupils appeared in Zhu Qing's eyes. Observing Dongqing lost in thought, she felt a flicker of dissatisfaction for his lack of engagement, and with a decisive bite on his shoulder, she sought to jolt him from his stupor. It was only when Dongqing gently caressed her back that she reluctantly released him, finally resting her head on his chest, whispering, "Remember, safety is paramount. We will ensure the order within the city." Meanwhile, Bai Qinxiang, though maintaining composure, felt her ears turning red. However, Dongqing paid her no mind as he departed with the mature ladies, Aeen, Liu Mei, and Liu Xian. As he walked, a nagging sense of unease crept over him. He felt as though he had suffered a loss. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally realized that he had been forcefully kissed by a woman. Yet, these musings faded upon entering the northern district of the spirit city, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent swirling around him. Before his eyes stood the black-robed and purple-robed bishops of the spirit hall, confronting a group of over a dozen level 80 spirit Douluo. Behind these formidable souls lay a gruesome tableau of carnage, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the ground soaked in crimson, flowing like a macabre stream. "You, as humans, are unworthy of that title," Dongqing seethed. Beside him, Aeen appeared dazed, perhaps overwhelmed by the horror before her. The sisters, Liu Mei and Liu Xian, despite their preparation, felt nausea rising at the sight of this hellish scene. Fifth soul skill, blazing steps. Dongqing's fifth soul ring began to rotate, drawing upon the power of the abyss, as a terrifying flame from the nine hells emerged from the void, wrapping around his feet. During the duration of this skill, it significantly amplified the effects of other enhancement-type soul skills, negating any negative repercussions from previous skills, while boosting his strength and speed by 30%. The intense heat cracked the ground, waves of scorching air rising, as a gravity field silently expanded, exerting pressure on the assembled spirit Douluo. "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that we can only prevent them from continuing their malice. As for the deceased civilians, we are powerless." One of the black-robed bishops stepped forward, appearing frail, with snow-white hair and a side stained with blood, clearly from fallen soul masters. "It matters not. Stand ready for me. They shall all perish today." Dongqing's voice was eerily calm, sending chills down spines. Upon hearing this, the group of level 80 spirit Douluo erupted in laughter. "Huh. We thought the holy son of the spirit hall was something special, but it seems he is merely a braggart. You, a mere 50-level spirit king, think you can kill us? Do you even know how to boast?" Their derision echoed, dismissing Dongqing as a child incapable of posing a threat to them. Unbeknownst to them, the black-robed and purple-robed bishops understood the true extent of Dongqing's innate power, which transcended human limits and defied conventional tiers. With a base strength nearing 50,000 pounds, multiplied by his martial spirit, a single punch could deliver 100,000 pounds of force, enough that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront directly. "Aeen, Liu Mei, Liu Xian, please enhance my support skills. These scoundrels have lived long enough," Dongqing instructed, ignoring the jeers from the spirit Douluo. "All right, Xiaoqing, do your best. These scum do not deserve to live," Aeen affirmed, a support-type soul master at level 89, unleashing 8 concurrent enhancement skills. The sisters, Liu Mei and Liu Xian, joined in, releasing their own arsenal of enhancements. As the trio combined their efforts, Dongqing felt his strength, speed, and soul power triple, an overwhelming aura radiating from him that sent shivers through all present. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. The world around him enveloped in an eerie silence. The essence of the perfect, pure-blooded 10 fiends heaven-horned ant began to envelop him, manifesting an enormous shadow in the starry expanse, its maw seemingly capable of devouring the entire Douluo star. Though still an apparition, it was only a matter of time before it became a reality. At that moment, those present felt as though they were prey under the gaze of a fearsome apex predator, their souls quaking with an instinctive urge to flee. Dongqing's heartbeat resonated powerfully, the murderous intent around him solidifying into a formidable threat as crimson mist began to materialize in the air. Soul masters below level 40 were unworthy to stand before him. This was why he had not allowed Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Bai Qinxiang to accompany him. They were simply too weak, a burden in this dire moment. Simultaneously, The gravity field continued its silent oppression on the opposing spirit Douluo, who were now forced to mock rather than act due to the immense pressure bearing down upon them. Chapter 144. Spare me. Your Highness the Holy Sun, ever since Dongqing's arrival, the balance of power has been irrevocably altered, even if he refrains from intervening. The group of soul Douluos, suppressed by the gravitational domain, stand no chance against the black-robed and purple-robed bishops of the Spirit Hall. It is inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable, that he, previously merely a soul king, could experience such an exponential rise in strength, reaching the 9th level titled Douluo realm, even with the support of 3 auxiliary soul masters. How could he exude such a formidable aura? Was it merely a gift of innate divine strength? How is he capable of withstanding such a terrifying amplification of soul power? What manner of being is he? The dozen or so soul Douluos were utterly intimidated by Dongqing, instinctively retreating a step. Among them, the weakest boasted an 83rd level soul power, while the strongest was at 89, just a step away from becoming a titled Douluo. It is fair to assert that, when titled Douluos do not engage, any soul sage or soul Douluo exceeding 70 levels, possessing their martial spirit as true form, represents an absolute pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, here they were, a multitude of them, cowering before Dongqing, a mere 51st level soul king, with not a single one daring to strike. Dongqing furrowed his brow, observing the cowardice of the soul Douluos before him, realizing that handling this situation would require some time. With the spirit city in dire peril, beset by inexplicable calamities from above and opportunistic soul masters on the ground, he could not afford to delay any further. From the beginning, neither Dongqing nor anyone else comprehended the origin of the celestial calamity, for deities disdain answering the queries of mortals. Scum unworthy of existence, perish, Dongqing stated coldly, before launching himself towards the group of soul Douluos with a powerful leap propelled by reactive force. First soul skill, Gale Pursuit. A tremendous thrust emanated from behind Dongqing, propelling him rapidly towards the first soul Douluo in his sights. He was an 84th level male soul Douluo, whose appearance was somewhat disheveled, exuding a distinctly unsavory presence, one that would raise alarms even on the street. First soul skill, Gale Barrage. A cerulean fist of soul power appeared beside Dongqing's arm, striking forth in tandem with his own, amplified by the manifestation of his martial spirit, the 5th soul skill, Burning Step, and the various enhancements from Blue Silver Emperor and others. Dongqing's strength was now nearing 300,000 pounds with a singular arm. Such terrifying power, such formidable fists, his punch generated a powerful gale. In the blink of an eye, the 84th level soul Douluo attempted to evade Dongqing's strike, knowing full well that he could not withstand the force of such a blow. Boom. A fist, not particularly large, pierced through his chest. Alas, he was not swift enough. And compounded by the locking attribute of Dongqing's first soul skill, he ultimately could not escape. All at once. Do not allow the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall a chance to strike us down individually. Though he is merely a 51st level soul king, he poses a lethal threat under the amplification of auxiliary soul masters, and we cannot contend with him one-on-one. Uncertain who first voiced this sentiment, the remaining soul Douluos followed suit, casting aside their pride and surging forward to encircle Dongqing. In an instant, the scene resembled a wild menagerie, as various beast martial spirits emerged, radiating a terrifying aura. Fortunately, some martial spirits manifested as weapons. Otherwise, the chaos would have been even more pronounced. As for the auxiliary and healing soul masters, they typically remained loyal to their sects and would not ordinarily ally with these solitary soul Douluos. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Form. 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Form. Observing the encroaching dozen or so soul Douluos, Dongqing maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes steady. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a chilling intent to kill. 2nd soul skill, Tyrant's Armor. Dongqing did not hesitate, activating his 2nd soul skill. A layer of visible energy shield formed around the faint golden armor created by his martial spirit. Although it appeared to have a modest thickness, it inexplicably conveyed a sense of formidable defense. The Tyrant's armor not only enveloped the surface with an energy shield but also significantly enhanced both defense and physical limits. This substantial increase in defense encompassed not only physical resilience but also augmented Dongqing's resistance to various afflictions, including but not limited to charm, confinement, and dizziness. Boom, boom, boom. Various dazzling soul skills cascaded from above, shattering the ground of Spirit City into disarray. Apart from some tattered clothing, Dongqing sustained no injuries. Your Highness, spare me. The voice belonged to an 85th level soul Douluo, whose martial spirit was a porcupine. He had charged too recklessly, only to be seized by Dongqing by the neck. Unfortunately, his plea for mercy was cut short as Dongqing crushed his throat. Humph. Spare? When the commoners begged for your mercy, did you grant them any? Dongqing retorted coldly. In response, the strongest among the soul Douluos, a youth with an 89th level soul power and a ground-shattering lion martial spirit, stepped forward. His tone dripping with disdain. What is the worth of a commoner's life? Only your spirit hall cares. Having even coined the term evil soul master, perhaps it is your meddling that has provoked the wrath of the divine, leading to today's divine punishment. What right do you have to impede our blood sacrifice of the commoners in hopes of divine forgiveness? Indeed, you spirit hall take pleasure in shielding the commoners, even awakening their martial spirits for free. I was mistaken to question you. Not only he, but many soul masters harbored similar thoughts. However, in the past, under the oppressive might of the spirit hall, they dared not voice such blasphemous ideas. Yet, now, with the spirit hall facing imminent ruin, they felt emboldened to speak their minds. Words are futile. All of you shall perish today. Dongqing had little interest in discussing humanity with those who believed themselves superior, knowing they would never heed his words. Third soul skill, weakness perception. Dongqing's eyes glimmered with light as he attentively sensed everything around him. An invisible wave emanating from his consciousness. In his perspective, the colors of soul power of the soul Douluos before him manifested vividly. Each hue revealed its unique attributes. White indicated robust health, crimson suggested circulatory issues, and a sickly green hinted at poisoning. Having identified their vulnerabilities, Dongqing's gaze flickered slightly. With the aid of the immortal grade herb, transcendent water, he quietly activated his clairvoyance. Internal injuries, concealed wounds, the locations of vital organs, and critical points, all laid bare before him. Chapter 145, The Chasm Between Man and God. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Lightning. With a slight bend in his knees, Dongqing forcefully stomped the ground. The flames of the Hell of Nine Hells, fueled by his continuously activated fifth soul skill, blazing steps, surged dramatically, propelled by his own soul power. He surged forward in an instant, lifting his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the first soul Douluo before him. This time, Dongqing did not merely strike one. He harnessed the recoil from each kick to dart between enemies with lightning speed. The flames of the Hell of Nine Hells entwined around his feet inflicted continuous burn damage upon his foes. By the time he gathered all his enemies in one place for a devastating finishing blow, the 8 unfortunate soul Douluos caught off guard by his kicks had already been grievously harmed, and with the added flames, they were on the brink of death. This was still due to the fact that these 8 possessed beast martial spirits, allowing them to manifest their martial souls and significantly enhance their physical strength. In contrast, those with weapon martial spirits found their weapon forms could only marginally improve their physical attributes, ultimately rendering them far less formidable. A kick with immense force would obliterate them entirely. 1 minute later, as the last of the 89th level soul Douluos, a young man with the earth-splitting lion martial spirit, fell into a pool of blood, he gasped for breath, asking, Why? Why do you stand up for these commoners? They are but ants. He could not comprehend Dongqing's intense animosity towards him and his companions. The lives of the deceased commoners, when summed up, did not equate to even 180-level soul Douluo. Karma is unerring, and those who trample upon human life fail to realize that they too are seen as mere weeds by others. You regard them as ants. But in my eyes, what are you? Dongqing replied calmly. He never considered himself superior, for there are always those beyond oneself. In this world, there are no absolute strongest. Only those stronger than others. Should you believe yourself to be the strongest, congratulations, you have become a frog at the bottom of a well. Do not attempt to venture out, otherwise failure will be your reward. The young man coughed up blood and laughed bitterly. I understand now. I was once an ant, living in humility, but later, after I grew powerful, I forgot my origins. His insides shattered, he was now merely waiting for death. Even with his exceptional earth-splitting lion martial spirit, he was no match for Dongqing's might. Initially, this young man hailed from a small village, fortunate to awaken such a rare martial spirit. However, his pride led him to decline the Spirit Hall's invitation. After decades of traversing the continent, reaching 89 levels of soul power, he was on the brink of becoming a titled Douluo, visiting the Spirit City to prepare for the establishment of a sect. Unfortunately, at this juncture, he encountered the calamity of divine retribution, becoming trapped in the Spirit City. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to slaughtering commoners, sacrificing them to the gods in cruel acts. In your next life, be cautious. You may slay others, yet do not blame anyone when you were slain. Dongqing shook his head slightly and turned to leave. At that moment, the long-anticipated divine calamity revealed its true visage. From above Douluo star, the swirling light of the calamity enveloped a third of the planet, a terrifying sight visible across the entire star. The purplish-black calamity coalesced into a world-destroying divine dragon. A majestic entity embodying the ultimate form of the divine calamity. The world-destroying dragon opened its mouth slightly, gazing towards the spirit city, where Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu exuded a semi-divine aura. A hint of disdain flickered in its colossal, dragon-like eyes. With a roar, a beam of destruction, over 100 kilometers in diameter, erupted forth, the purplish-black calamity descending with an unstoppable force. In this moment, regardless of their feelings towards the spirit hall, every soul harbored one thought: the spirit city, the spirit hall, must be obliterated. Yet, at the same moment, countless commoners across the Douluo continent, who had benefited from the spirit hall's blessings and free awakening of their martial souls, silently prayed in their hearts. Heaven, may the spirit hall not perish. Without it, our descendants will have no opportunity to rise. Divine beings, you must be mistaken. The spirit hall is not evil. It is precisely their existence that deterred evil spirit masters from slaughtering us ordinary folk. Should the spirit hall truly be extinguished, it would be as if the sun had gone out, and the world would be plunged into darkness. In this moment, millions of commoners on the Douluo continent prayed fervently, beseeching the heavens not to annihilate the spirit hall, the beacon of hope in their hearts. Countless thoughts and wishes morphed into a torrent of collective consciousness. The powerful belief of the masses tearing through the heavens, reaching the Douluo god realm, beginning to challenge the divine powers of the three divine kings. But this was insufficient. Even though this collective belief was formidable, it ultimately struggled to shake the established divine kings, who were shielded by divine laws. The chasm between man and God remains an insurmountable divide. It was unexpected that the spirit hall held such esteem in the hearts of mortals. It seems our choice was not in vain. Not only should the remnants of the dragon god, Dongqing, perish, but the spirit hall must also be eradicated. The god of darkness coldly declared, "Mortals are truly tedious, begging for mercy through the blood of thousands, yet they fail to realize how many have perished at my hands. What is the blood of 1,000 worth?" The god of destruction replied, cold and unfeeling. "Navi, a mere demigod, dares to confront the divine calamity." The evil god Ji Dong remarked with a hint of mockery. Perhaps he too had once been weak, yet he had long forgotten that history, having come to view mortals as nothing more than insects. In the spirit city, within the Pope's hall, thousands of meters high, regardless of others' thoughts, Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu, barely stepping into the semi-divine realm, had not yet given up. They still had one final chance. The spirit hall, its glory everlasting. Ninth soul skill, eternal wound. Bibi Dong shouted, unleashing her ninth soul skill, the semi-divine laws materializing as the power of the Rakshasa began to permeate the void, thick darkness descending. The two Spider Empress martial spirits beside her raised their heads and roared, as if challenging the heavens. The spirit hall, its will eternal. Ninth soul skill, descent of the angel. Qian Dalu ignited with holy flames, the six-winged angelic martial spirit behind him gently flapping its wings, radiating endless light. Akin to a true angel descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of sanctity. Their current semi-divine state, however, could not be sustained for long. After all, this was a desperate push by the tidal Douluo under their command, forcibly propelling Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu into the semi-divine realm using all their soul power. Should the divine calamity gather strength for a moment longer, they would likely lose even their final opportunity to resist. Chapter 146. The demise of the three divine kings under the watchful gaze of all on Douluo continent. The cataclysmic celestial tribulation descended, bringing devastation and despair. The violet-black tribulation light struck Wuhuan City, coinciding with the eruption of the ninth soul skill unleashed by two demigod beings. The earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the heights of the sky. Above, three radiant colors, purple, black, and white, flashed incessantly. Yet it was evident that the violet-black tribulation light was overpowering both the black and white lights, forcing them downward. 3 seconds elapsed. Bibidong's lips bled, her body grievously wounded, while Qian Dalu appeared somewhat better off, as he bore no limitations from the divine trial. 6 seconds passed. Bibidong coughed blood, her meridian severed, on the brink of death, while Qian Dalu suffered severe injuries, anticipated to last only a few more seconds. 9 seconds went by. Bibidong could endure at most 2 additional seconds. Beyond that, her demise was inevitable. At that moment, in less than a second, the ground within 100 meters radius in the northern district of Wuhuan City cracked open, and a figure leaped forth. To Bibidong's astonishment, the figure embraced her fragile body. "Shaoqing? Teacher, don't speak. If we are to die, let us perish together." Just then, the red flag, which had been suspended at Dongqing's waist, trembled slightly, and a flicker of weak flame flashed. This feeble flame transformed into a small flicker, rising above Dongqing's head, shielding him and Bibidong from the destructive energy of the celestial tribulation light, after ensuring that its master would not be harmed. The red flag swayed gently, soon sensing the source of the tribulation light. For the first time, it detached itself from Dongqing's waist, the flagpole striking the void, which shattered, allowing it to slip into the rift of the void. In the next moment, the red flag appeared in the central realm of the Douluo divine realm, quietly positioning itself above the three divine kings, who remained oblivious to its presence. At that moment, the three divine kings sat upon their thrones, coldly observing Dongqing and the people of the Wuhuan palace struggling against the celestial tribulation, particularly the evil god, Ji Dong, who appeared exceptionally indifferent. A series of knocking sounds echoed. The red flag struck down for the first time, shattering the head of the god of destruction, extinguishing his soul in an instant. The second strike obliterated the head of the god of darkness, erasing his soul as well. At this juncture, the evil god Ji Dong sensed something amiss as he turned. A red flag flew towards him, mercilessly shattering his head, and his soul was promptly consumed by a flicker of flame. Thus, in an instant, 3 of the 5 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm were obliterated, and the celestial tribulation light, which they had wielded, lost its source of power. In Wuhuan City, the celestial tribulation light, manifesting as a world-destroying dragon, let out a reluctant roar before beginning to slowly disintegrate. Ultimately, the violet-black tribulation light, which had reached a diameter of over 100 kilometers, gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. "Teacher, we actually survived," Dongqing said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, having thought he was doomed moments earlier. To his astonishment, the violet-black tribulation light dissipated. Before he could revel in his excitement, the red flag emerged from the void, striking the back of his head. Although it did not break his skull or draw blood, a visible bump formed on his head. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Dongqing cried out, entirely forgetting that he was still in midair, relying on Bibidong to barely remain afloat. Just as he was about to plummet, a swift Bibidong caught him in her arms, preventing him from falling headlong. Although he would not have been harmed due to his physique, she was unwilling to take the risk. Simultaneously, Bibidong glanced at the small flame that had vanished from above her head, deducing that it was the red flag that had saved her. Otherwise, she might not have endured until the celestial tribulation light disappeared. She pondered that the wisest decision she had ever made was to take Dongqing as her student, having unknowingly aided her countless times. How could she repay this kindness? Perhaps by offering herself? No, that would frighten him. Shaking her head, her thoughts in disarray, Bibidong returned to the ground with Dongqing just as Hulaina arrived. Upon seeing Dongqing covered in blood, she assumed he was gravely injured, and tears instantly filled her eyes. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Hulaina inquired urgently, taking Dongqing from Bibidong's embrace. When a woman's gaze is solely fixated on one man, she might neglect the suffering of others, much like Bibidong, who had nearly perished moments ago but was now struggling to remain upright, while her eldest disciple, Hulaina, seemed oblivious to her plight. "Senior sister, I'm fine." "But teacher," Dongqing began, but was interrupted by Hulaina. "Junior brother, why were you so reckless? While those dozen or so soul Douluos sacrificing commoners is indeed detestable, you should have waited for me to arrive. Together, we could have unleashed the soul fusion skill. Nine-tailed demon fox, with the strength of a level 90 title Douluo, surely able to vanquish them." Hulaina appeared somewhat annoyed, disliking Dongqing's impulsiveness, and lightly punched his chest. However, given her strength, whether she could even dent a piece of tofu was questionable. Afterward, she regretted it and anxiously asked, "Junior brother, I didn't hurt you, did I? Don't speak. Look at you, covered in blood. I'll take you back so that your 10,000-year blue-silver emperor can heal you. By the way, where is your 10,000-year blue-silver emperor?" Teacher doesn't need your concern. She stands atop the pinnacle of the continent." Dongqing's evasive responses sparked a flicker of anger in Bibidong, who felt an urge to expel her eldest disciple, Hulaina. With unfilial disciples like Qianren and now Hulaina, Bibidong felt life was exceedingly arduous. As the celestial tribulation light dissipated, the calamity against the Wuhuan palace and Dongqing vanished, restoring tranquility to Wuhuan City. The Wuhuan palace stood mighty, the Pope formidable, and the grand offering grand. If we can withstand even the tribulation sent by the divine, what else could possibly hinder the existence of the Wuhuan palace? Your Highness the Saint's son, Your Highness the Saintess, Your Holiness the Pope, and all the officials of the Wuhuan palace, thank you for your unwavering efforts. Not only the surviving commoners rejoiced, but also the guards, all officials, and bishops within Wuhuan City, including all elders at the title Douluo level, or smiles upon their faces. Regardless of whether they had harbored thoughts of fleeing or rebellion, or whether they had been unable to escape and were left with no choice but to resist. The ultimate outcome was favorable. In any case, matters are judged by their results rather than intentions. In terms of hearts, there are no good people, and thus they could collectively share in the joy of this victory. Chapter 147. Three Great Speculations: The Demise of the Three Malevolent Divine Kings. Orchestrated by the Red Flag is an annihilation of such extraordinary magnitude that it transcends the comprehension of ordinary mortals and even deities. In the eyes of the world, this event is perceived as Bibi Dong and Qian Daoli uniting the full might of the spirit halls titled Douluo, stepping into the realm of demigods to repel the divine punishment of a deity. Henceforth, the spirit hall's prestige becomes unassailable, should it harbor aspirations of unifying the continent. No power would dare to resist. Alas, for Dongqing, such matters hold no significance, as he firmly believes that strength is paramount and only through great power can one protect those dear to them. Mortals remain mortals, and deities remain deities. It is best for the extraordinary to refrain from meddling in the affairs of dynasties. The fate of the three divine kings in the Douluo divine realm serves as a cautionary tale, demonstrating that their deliberate intervention in mortal matters ultimately led to their demise. In the Douluo divine realm, the ancient tree of life stands tall, its height seemingly limitless, its trunk bearing the marks of countless ages, far too vast for even 1,000 individuals to embrace. Its expansive canopy casts a verdant shadow, resembling an ocean of green, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Each branch is adorned with an abundance of leaves, exuding a rich essence of life that seems to surge forth from the void. The life force of a single leaf, when absorbed by a mortal, could grant a century of longevity, while the leaves currently hanging from the ancient tree number in the billions. At the center of the canopy, a vast expanse of green foliage hovers, where two goddesses, radiant with the laws of divine kingship, stand shoulder to shoulder in conversation. Before them, a pale blue luminescent screen floats, displaying an innumerable array of continents and planets. Among these, many are ordinary and devoid of value. Yet Douluo continent stands as a rare high-energy celestial body, capable of nurturing peerless Douluo of the pinnacle level, an existence nearing demigodhood. At this moment, the two beautiful goddesses observe a technological planet, silently witnessing its descent into ruin. Why must they proceed in such a manner? Would it not be better to take a step back? Mused the benevolent goddess, Flame. Having witnessed its demise firsthand, the technological planet ultimately erupted in a spectacle of fireworks, with all its inhabitants being consumed by the ambition of their rulers, leading them to an endless hell. Alas, human desires are insatiable. They will never comprehend the meaning of contentment. Flame, you must understand that even your beloved, the evil god Jidong, despite attaining the status of a divine king, still harbors the selfishness of humanity, the goddess of life remarked, shaking her head. Through the endless ages, she has witnessed countless births and deaths, her heart now tranquil and undisturbed. Suddenly, at that moment, the benevolent goddess Flame felt a pang of anxiety, glancing down at her palm. A tear the size of a bean silently slipped down her cheek. Flame, what troubles you? The goddess of life inquired with concern, for Flame was her closest friend. While the other divine kings were merely acquaintances, friendship naturally flourishes when personalities align. Although she had once joined forces with the divine kings to thwart the ambitions of the dragon god, it was only because the latter sought to unify the Douluo divine realm. I am fine. Life, do you realize? It is now just the two of us. Jidong is dead, destruction is dead, darkness is dead, all three have perished, the benevolent goddess Flame whispered sorrowfully. Tears streamed from her eyes, the sudden death of the evil god Jidong plunging her into profound grief. Surely not. How can this be? They were divine kings, and they are truly all dead. At this moment, the goddess of life too sensed the fall of the three divine kings. Unlike the benevolent goddess Flame, she was the most ancient divine king, having witnessed countless deaths. While the demise of the three divine kings astonished her, it did not sadden her. The cycle of cause and effect is relentless. Could this be the price paid for Jidong's attempt to eradicate Dongqing with the heavenly calamity? Lamented the benevolent goddess Flame. Flame, the world is vast. Beyond the Douluo divine realm lies a greater universe. This is the very reason why the angel god, the Shura god, and the sea god ventured beyond the Douluo divine realm in pursuit of higher realms. The goddess of life reassured her. Not every deity is content to waste the endless years. Beings of divine king stature, like the Shura god, choose to venture forth in pursuit of greater heights.